while others awaken their extraordinary abilities and conceal them in fear of exposure. Yi-Run, upon awakening a legendary spatial ability, promptly reports to the state. Storage space? Hoarding strategic resources, wealth, rivaling nations. Instant teleportation? A swift strike over 1,000 miles to decapitate enemy leaders. Spatial slicing? Ignoring all defenses, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Those who offend Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance. With his spatial abilities, Yi-Ren transforms into a strategic deterrent for the Dragon Nation, sweeping away all invading. Chapter 1. Police Station Registration. Are you out of your mind? The bright fluorescent lights illuminated the entire duty room of the police. A slogan reading, "Serve the People," hung on the wall, beneath which lay a somewhat faded map of China, surrounded by various ones. The air was permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant, mingling with the oppressive atmosphere of the late night, inducing a drought. Officer Xiao Li, bored, idly scrolled through his phone, occasionally stifling yawn. His eyelids. He rubbed his tired eyes, wishing fervently for the prolonged night to pass swiftly, so he could return home to rest. Suddenly, the main door was thrust open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, carrying the chill of early autumn nights, causing Shaoli to shiver. Yiren raised his hand. "Is there a police officer present?" Upon looking up, Shaoli saw a young man standing breathlessly at the entrance. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and his forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The black t-shirt he wore appeared slightly wrinkled, speckled with dust, as if he had just endured a vigorous sprint. Yi Ren's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, starkly contrasting with the fatigue of the late hour, radiating an uncontained. He reiterated, "Is there a police officer present?" Shaoli set down his phone, straightened his posture, and scrutinized the young man before him. "I'm a police officer, and we are both quite young, so the latter part can be omitted." Yi Ren, "All right, officer." Xiao Li. The corner of Xiao Li's eye twitched, unable to suppress a deep breath. "Comrade, what brings you here?" Yi Ren abruptly sat down before him, swallowing hard, his tone animated. "What I am about to say, you must not fear." Xiao Li paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Rest assured, I am a professional. Go ahead and tell me your matter." Yi Ren, widening his eyes earnestly. "Officer, I have awakened superpowers. I wish to dedicate myself to the state, to serve my home." Xiao Li. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, "Buddy, have you read too many novels? Don't come to the police station acting crazy. Hurry home, wash up, and sleep." As Xiao Li spoke, he gestured to his head, indicating, "There is something amiss here." Yi Ren furrowed his brow, questioning whether he was indeed his friend. What was with this reaction? He then emphasized his words, articulating each syllable with gravitas. "I am not jesting. I am utterly serious. I have awakened a supernatural ability." Xiao Li's smile gradually faded as he scrutinized the young man from head to toe, his eyes filled with complexity. Could this lad have escaped from a psychiatric hospital? His words were so disjointed. "Speaking of spatial powers." "Spatial powers? Why not claim you can fly instead? Go on, show me your flight." Xiao Li rapped the table, his tone tinged with impatience. The dreariness of a night shift had already weighed heavily on his spirits, and now a madman was engaging him in nonsensical banter. Noticing Xiao Li's expression harden, Yi Ren clenched his fists. "I'm not joking, my friend. Trust me, I am telling the truth." Xiao Li, his expression devoid of emotion, rose and patted Yi Ren on the shoulder. "I believe you. I certainly do. Now, allow me to fetch you a glass of water. Stay put and do not wander." Yi Ren responded with a bewildered expression. "Omega, you claim to believe me, yet you pressed 120 on your phone?" Just then, the door to the duty room swung open, and a middle-aged police officer entered. He was tall and imposing, his gaze sharp and authoritative, his police uniform impeccably neat. He emanated an aura of reliability that instilled a sense of security. "Xiao Li, what is the matter? Is someone reporting an incident at this late hour?" The middle-aged officer glanced at Xiao Li, his eyes settling on Yi Ren. He had just been occupied with paperwork in his office when the commotion from the duty room disrupted him. "Captain Zhang, This comrade claims he has awakened supernatural abilities and requested that I report it to the higher-ups. Shaoli offered a wry smile as he cast a sidelong glance at Yiran. Zhang Chong, the captain of the city's criminal investigation team, was seasoned and possessed. He had encountered a myriad of criminals and bizarre cases, but to have someone suddenly arrive at the police station in the middle of the night claiming to have awakened superpowers. Zhang Chong approached Yiran with a smile. "Young comrade, what is your name?" "I am Yiran," he replied instinctively. "You must be under considerable stress lately. Why not rest here for a while? Someone will come to collect you soon." Yiran thought to himself, "Omega, just because I saw you preparing to dial 120, do not think I am oblivious." He felt helpless, but somewhat understood. He was an orphan who had languished for 20 years, only to suddenly awaken extraordinary powers of few. It would be hard for anyone to believe such a tale, wouldn't it? Captain Zhang pulled Shaoli aside. "Call 120. I suspect this young comrade is under too much pressure and can know." Shaoli nodded vigorously, but at the moment the call connected, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his arm. It was Captain Zhang, who had abruptly seized his arm, leaving Shaoli bewildered as he looked at him. However, he noticed Captain Zhang's eyes widen in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. What was happening? Following Zhang's gaze, Shaoli beheld Yiran, who had been sitting at the office counter, now raising his right hand. In his grasp, he held a gleaming silver handcuff. Shaoli's heart sank. Instinctively, he reached for his back pocket, realizing that the emergency handcuff. Yiran lifted his gaze, looking at the two police officers with a sigh. "Now, can you listen to me for a moment?" He clenched his fist, and the handcuff in his palm vanished in an instant. A sight that made Shaoli rub. Good heavens! Had he been on duty too long and begun to hallucinate? Yiran stood up and approached them, causing Shaoli to instinctively take a half-step back. Captain Zhang stared in astonishment as Yiran drew near, yet Yiran merely brushed past him. At that moment, he stood at the police station's entrance, pointing towards the neatly parked police cars outside. "Excuse me, which one is your vehicle?" Captain Zhang instinctively opened his mouth, pointing to a car on the right. In an instant, his heart tightened with a subtle foreboding. Captain Zhang thought, could it be? Just as he pondered this, he saw the police car he had just indicated suddenly vanish into thin air. The entire process was silent. Aside from the parking space abruptly becoming vacant, there was not a sound to be heard. Captain Zhang exclaimed, "Omega, Omega." Shaoli echoed, "Omega, Omega." After performing this, "Now, do you believe me?" A profound silence followed. Captain Zhang and Shaoli's minds buzzed with disbelief. Wasn't he just a friend? What on earth had just transpired? A police car, vanishing as if it were nothing. Were they witnessing a ghostly encounter in the dead of night? As two staunch materialists, it took Zhang and Shaoli a considerable amount of time to regain their composure from shock. They looked at Yiran, their lips trembling. How did you accomplish that?" Yiran raised his head, a grin spreading across his face. "I, Yiran, am a wielder of spatial abilities, seeking to offer myself to the state." Chapter 2. The Dragon Concealment Department. The Supreme Order issued. Half an hour later, Yiran sat in the police station. Boredom etched on his face as his stomach audibly grumbled. Shaoli leaned against the wall, regarding Yiran with an expression that suggested he was observing something quite unusual. "Comrade, are you hungry? Should I fetch you some takeout?" Yiran replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Shaoli patted his chest confidently. "What's the big deal? I'll ride the police motorcycle to get it for you." Yiran felt as though he had been granted the luxury of state-level takeout service. Inside Captain Zhang's office, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Captain Zhang could hear the rapid pounding of his own heart as he licked his parched lips. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Director Wang, are you still there? Is everything you said true?" Finally, a deep voice resonated from the other end, filled with disbelief and shock. "Absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Captain Zhang inhaled deeply, meticulously recounting every detail of the bizarre occurrence, from Yiran's sudden appearance claiming to have awakened spatial abilities to the inexplicable vanishing of the police car. He spared no detail. The line fell silent once more. Captain Zhang could imagine the expression on Director Wang's face, surely reflecting the astonishment he had just experienced. "I understand. This matter is of utmost importance." After a long pause,
Director Wang's tone turned gravely serious. First, stabilize that young man. Do not alert him to our suspicions. I will report this to higher-ups immediately. Understood. Captain Zhang straightened his back and affirmed. Once the call ended, he felt a cold sweat soaking his back. He had never anticipated witnessing such an unfathomable event, let alone being the one to report it. Goodness. After living nearly half a lifetime, this is my first encounter with the supernatural. And to think, he came to the police station to file a report himself? Shaoli approached, his voice laced with unease. What do we do now? Wait. Captain Zhang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. This situation has exceeded our jurisdiction. We must await directives from above. In the dead of night, in Yanjing, the illuminated office building was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Report to the chief. Urgent situation. Speak. Half an hour ago, the Donghai City Police received a bizarre report. A young man claiming to be Yi Ren asserted that he has awakened spatial abilities. And the reporting voice abruptly halted as he noticed the chief's expression darken to a shade of iron. What abilities? Spatial abilities? The chief abruptly stood, his pupils constricting. Not only abilities, but legendary spatial abilities. According to surveillance footage, he indeed made a police car vanish into thin air. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in the chief's mind, causing him to gasp in shock. A wave of indescribable astonishment coursed through his entire being, leaving him with goosebumps. Spatial abilities. These 4 words hammered against his heart like a heavy weight. Immediately initiate level 1 alert. The chief inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and issued his command with utmost gravity. Mobilize all resources to confirm the authenticity of this information. Then notify the Dragon Concealment Department at once. Yes, the Dragon Concealment Department. One of the most enigmatic agencies in the Dragon Nation, established during the early days of the country's founding, was now ablaze with lights. An unusual sight for a department that typically operated in silence. All personnel were in the highest state of alert. Report. All surveillance footage from the Donghai City Police has undergone technical analysis, ruling out any possibility of human editing or special effects. Report. Preliminary analysis from the technical department indicates that the manner in which the police car vanished closely resembles legendary spatial storage technology. Report. We have gathered personal information about the target. Information poured into the command center of the Dragon Concealment Department like snowflakes, each piece leading to the same conclusion. Yi Ren, the young man who came to the police station in the dead of night to file a report, truly possessed the ability to manipulate space. Deploy a team to Donghai City immediately. Ensure his safe return to the capital. The commander of the Dragon Concealment Department, a resolute-looking middle-aged man, waved his hand decisively, issuing the highest command. Yes, remember, the target is a state secret. The commander's voice trembled slightly, emphasizing that this mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. In the depths of the night, a clandestine military transport aircraft, never publicly disclosed, silently took off from the Yanjing airport, heading straight for Donghai City. Back at the Donghai City police station, a flurry of urgent sirens shattered the night's tranquility. Shaoli, who had just finished ordering takeout for Yi Ren, was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly changed as he grabbed the radio, asking loudly, "What is happening?" Report, officer. A hostage situation has occurred at the Nightshade Bar. A man is holding a woman hostage with a knife and requests assistance. The Nightshade Bar? ISNT that just around the corner? Shaoli hung up the radio and turned to Captain Zhang. Captain, what should we do? Captain Zhang furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. Notify all available officers to proceed to the Nightshade Bar immediately. We must ensure the hostage's safety. Yes. Shaoli snapped to attention and saluted before turning to rush outside. But then he suddenly remembered something. He glanced back at Yi Ren, who was sitting in his chair, looking at them with curiosity. Mr. Yi, Shaoli began. But before he could finish, Yi Ren sprang up, excitement radiating from him. Are we going out? Take me with you. We're guaranteed to win. Shaoli replied hesitantly. Captain Zhang interjected. Indeed, he is precisely the kind of extraordinary individual you might find in a movie, a wielder of spatial powers. Normally, responding to a call is not something to be taken lightly. Naturally, we cannot accommodate Yi Ren's request. However, given that I just spoke with the higher-ups, who expressed great concern regarding him, I find myself unable to refuse. Shaoli, Captain Zhang whispered, bring him along. He might yield unexpected results. Shaoli grimaced. So if something goes wrong, I'm the one who takes the blame, right? Just as I expected from you. Captain, Yi Ren asked eagerly, is that all right? Shaoli, yes, I twitched slightly. How could I dare refuse you? Please, get in the car. He ushered Yi Ren into the police vehicle, which sped off towards the Nightshade Bar. At the entrance of the Nightshade Bar, police lights flashed, illuminating the once raucous street as if it were daylight. Chapter 3. Where's the knife? How did it end up in his hands? The piercing wail of police sirens shattered the night's tranquility. The flickering police lights transformed the street in front of the Nightshade Bar into a scene reminiscent of midday. Armed officers stood resolutely, forming an impenetrable barrier around the bar. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the atmosphere charged with tension. At the entrance of the bar, a muscular man, bare-chested, paced back and forth like a caged beast. His bloodshot eyes sparkled with madness and despair, and his voice, filled with rage, echoed chillingly. "Get the hell away from me. If anyone takes another step, I swear I'll kill her." In his grasp, a young girl trembled, her tears blurring her vision. A gleaming kitchen knife pressed against her pale neck left harrowing crimson marks, as if blood would erupt at any moment. "Sir, please remain calm. We can discuss this peacefully. Do not harm the hostage." An experienced negotiator stood a safe distance away, attempting to soothe the assailant's frayed nerves with a gentle tone, but to little effect. "Discuss? There's nothing to discuss with you bastards." The criminal's agitation escalated as he yanked the girl closer, roaring, "You bloodthirsty monsters deserve to die. Boss, what do we do?" "The assailant is too unstable. The sniper can't get a clear shot." A young observer reported urgently to team leader Zhang, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The sniper, positioned afar, had his rifle aimed but was furrowing his brow. Through the scope, he could clearly see the gruesome wound on the girl's neck. Blood oozing slowly, and the situation was dire. "Damn it, this lunatic is completely unpredictable." Zhang cursed under his breath, anxiety gnawing at him. The assailant swayed the hostage back and forth like a crazed bull, making it impossible to find a suitable moment to shoot. "Zhang, what should we do? If this continues, the hostage's life is in jeopardy." A young officer, drenched in sweat, anxiously sought Zhang's guidance. Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the girl held by the assailant. His complexion pale and sweat trickling down his forehead. He longed to rush in and save her. But he understood all too well that any rash movement could lead to irreversible consequences. Time ticked away, and with each passing second, the girl's life hung by a thread, the atmosphere around them thick with tension. Everyone was on edge, praying for a miracle. "Hey, do you want me to step in and save the day?" Suddenly, a voice laced with excitement broke through the oppressive silence from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a tall young man in a black t-shirt, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. It was none other than Yi Ren. Ever since awakening his powers, Yi Ren had been waiting for the perfect moment to showcase them. "This is it. I must seize the opportunity." However, the others were oblivious to Yi Ren's identity, and his unexpected remark drew curious glances from those around. "Who is this guy? Why isn't he panicking?" "I don't know, at a time like this. He's just here to watch." Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Yi Ren stepping forward at such a critical moment. This isn't appropriate, he thought. In theory, a hostage rescue operation was no place for an ordinary person like Yi Ren. But was he truly ordinary? Who else could simply make a police car vanish in an instant? Zhang scrutinized Yi Ren, his expression conflicted. Yet, Yi Ren ignored the peculiar stares and approached Zhang with a serious demeanor. "So what is it going to be? Do you need my help? I can slice him into 867 pieces in an instant." Zhang nearly broke into a cold sweat. "Can you disarm the assailant, like you did before?" Not long ago, Yi Ren had made an entire police car disappear at the station. If he could take away the assailant's weapon now, the hostage's safety would be assured. "That's too easy. I want to make a grand display. Cutting him up in space would be much more dramatic." At that moment, Zhang's earpiece crackled with the sniper's concerned voice. "Zhang, who the hell is this guy?" Even the nearby officers rolled their eyes, thinking, at a time like this, he's just boasting? Zhang studied Yi Ren intently. He was aware of Yi Ren's capabilities. "Are you confident?" "Absolutely." Yi Ren flashed a broad grin, displaying his gleaming white teeth. The surrounding officers were bewildered. "Zhang, what does this mean? Are you actually allowing this stranger to take action? It's far too dangerous. This doesn't comply with protocol." Perhaps the discussion between Zhang and Yi Ren heightened the assailant's anxiety. Suddenly, he erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, "What are you all babbling about? I'll take someone down with me if I die." Spitting as he spoke, he raised the knife toward the girl's neck. "No." A gasp rippled through the crowd, many closing their eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight. The assailant's sudden move caught everyone off guard. The negotiator's face paled as he fell silent. The sniper's pupils contracted, his finger trembling on the trigger. Yet, the anticipated tragedy did not unfold. For Yi Ren had already acted. In an instant, the knife that had been in the assailant's grasp vanished. The assailant swung wildly, bewildered. "Where's my knife?" He froze, instinctively looking down at his empty hands, unable to comprehend the situation. The crowd murmured in confusion. What just happened? Where did the knife go? Just as everyone's minds were processing the bizarre turn of events, Yi Ren raised his right hand. "It's right here." The knife reappeared in his grasp. The assailant was dumbfounded. Zhang and the officers stood in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What just happened? I didn't see how that occurred. Good grief. How did that knife end up in his hands? Is this what they call magic? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own sanity. Chapter 4. With me here. You want to die? Teleportation. Although Yi Ren relished the astonished gazes he received, he knew the situation was far from resolved. He is disarmed. What are you all waiting for? Get in there. Yi Ren waved the knife in his hand, signaling that the weapon had changed hands, urging the officers to act swiftly. Zhang, jolted from his stupor, realized the gravity of the situation. They had nearly faced a calamity due to their shock. Go. Subdue him. With Zhang's command, the surrounding officers finally snapped back to reality. Don't move. Police. Hands up. Get down on the ground. The officers, well-trained and swift, subdued the assailant, pinning him firmly to the ground. Don't come any closer. Stay back. The criminal thrashed wildly, but his resistance seemed feeble against the strength of several robust policemen. With the sight of the assailant being restrained, the surrounding crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief, erupting into applause. Well done, officers. What a relief. Finally, we've caught this scoundrel. However, at that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced through the crowd. Oh my God, that little girl. Only then did the onlookers notice the girl, who had been taken hostage, now slumped helplessly on the ground. Her complexion was pale, her hands tightly clutching her neck, blood seeping through her fingers, staining her clothes crimson. It turned out that, in a desperate act as he faced imminent death, the assailant had bitten into the girl's neck. Human teeth, indeed, can be a fearsome weapon. Not good. He severed her artery. Captain Zhang's expression shifted as he recognized the severity of the girl's injuries, his experience allowing him to immediately assess the situation. Blood gushed forth from the girl's carotid artery like a fountain, and it was impossible to stem the flow. The bright red blood stained her clothing, the ground, and the eyes of everyone present. What a wretched creature. Captain Zhang felt an overwhelming urge to strike the assailant, but the pressing priority was to save the girl's life. Stop the bleeding. We need to staunch it. The artery is severed. Get her to the hospital. But damn it. The nearest hospital was a 10-minute drive away, and time was of the essence. A profound sense of helplessness washed over the crowd, a deep despair taking hold. The girl's gaze began to blur, and the consequences of her massive blood loss were dangerously close to being fatal. The onlookers were horrified at the sight. Good heavens. The blood is flowing too frighteningly. This poor girl, how could she encounter such a fate? Call for an ambulance. We're running out of time. Someone had already dialed for emergency assistance. Yet everyone understood the grim reality. Given the girl's current condition, she would not survive until the ambulance arrived. The atmosphere turned icy. Every face etched with powerlessness as they helplessly watched the girl's life ebb away. Despair clouded the girl's heart, an icy chill settling within her. Just then, a calm voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating their hopeless hearts. Don't panic. I'm here, you won't die. The police officers turned towards the sound and saw Yi Ren parting the crowd, kneeling gently beside the girl. Can you save her? Captain Zhang instinctively asked, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Yi Ren nodded slightly. I can. The two simple words were spoken softly, yet with unwavering conviction, as if imbued with a certain enchantment. Trust me, you won't be harmed. Yi Ren's voice reignited a flicker of survival instinct within the girl's once numb and hollow gaze. I don't want to die. At merely 21, she had just graduated and had ventured to a bar with friends for the first time, eager to witness the legendary nightlife. Yet, she had found herself ensnared in this nightmare. She did not wish to die. There were countless things she still wanted to accomplish. Her life was just beginning. You will not perish. Though the girl was gravely weakened, she could feel her consciousness slipping, the world around her growing increasingly dark. Yi Ren turned to Captain Zhang. I'll take her to the hospital. You all hurry over. In the next instant, Yi Ren and the girl's figure vanished without a trace before the astonished crowd. Onlookers. Police officers. Except for Captain Zhang and Officer Shaoli, everyone else was left in a state of shock. Where did they go? What the hell? Am I dreaming? The crowd stood dumbfounded, staring at the empty space where the girl had been, their minds blank, as if time had frozen. In the emergency room of Donghai City First People's Hospital, the lights blazed brightly. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, mingling with various medicinal odors, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Bed 32, blood pressure dropping. Hurry. Prepare for defibrillation. Family at bed 11. The patient needs immediate surgery. Please expedite the paperwork. The emergency room was a flurry of activity. The sounds of stretchers and wheelchairs intertwining. Doctors and nurses moved swiftly, their expressions grave, each one striving with all their might to race against death. Dr. Wang, the attending physician, had just wrapped up treating a patient with a sudden heart attack. Before he could catch his breath, a commotion erupted nearby. Murder. Murder. Doctor. Wang's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Who's bringing trouble? He turned sharply to see a young man with a bloodied kitchen knife in hand, supporting a pale young girl who had abruptly appeared in the center of the emergency room. The girl was deathly pale, devoid of color, her eyes tightly closed, her breath weak, as if she might faint at any moment. Her arms hung limply at her sides, blood streaming from her neck, pooling on the floor into a horrific puddle. Yiren shouted, "What are you looking at? Get her help now." Dr. Wang's pupils dilated. Years of professional sensitivity made him instantly aware that this was undoubtedly a critically urgent case. "Quick, get the patient onto the rescue bed." "Doctor," Wang yelled as he rushed to the girl's side. He paid no mind to how she had appeared out of nowhere or why Yiren was holding a bloodied knife. Blood pressure 80 over 50 millimeters of mercury, heart rate 120 beats per minute, estimated blood loss exceeds 1,000 milliliters. The nurse quickly reported while examining the girl's injuries. "Establish an intravenous line immediately. Administer blood and fluids. Notify the operating room to prepare for surgery." Dr. Wang decisively issued a series of emergency directives. The nurses moved quickly, working together to lift the girl onto the rescue bed, racing toward the operating room. "What's the patient's condition?" A doctor in a white coat and mask rushed over. He was Director Lee of the emergency department. Upon hearing the nurse's report, he immediately came to assist. "Director Lee, the patient has a ruptured carotid artery and is in hypovolemic shock. The situation is critical." Dr. Wang succinctly summarized the condition. "What?" Director Lee's complexion paled. "Initiate surgery immediately. Hurry." As he watched the girl being pushed into the operating room, Yiren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized he was still clutching the knife and glanced around. A throng of terrified emergency patients stared at him. Yiren thought, "I seem to have been misunderstood." Approximately 10 minutes later, Captain Zhang and Officer Xiaoli hurried into the hospital. Their arrival instantly stirred a small commotion in the emergency room, with patients and their families casting anxious glances in their direction. "Officer, that man has a knife. Quickly arrest him. Get him." Yiren, who says that one wielding a knife must necessarily be a villain. "Nonsense. Just now, who shouted the loudest? I'll make sure to take care of you later." Captain Zhang and Xiaoli hurried to clarify. "Everyone, please remain calm. This comrade is not a bad person." After soothing the crowd, Captain Zhang swiftly approached Yiren. The young girl is already in the operating room. Upon hearing this, Yiren breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Who among the family understands? During the drive here, he had nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor. Yet, the more he rushed, the more he grasped the value of time. Had it not been for Yiren, by the time he arrived at the hospital with the girl, the coffin lid would have already been sealed. Yiren grinned and handed the kitchen knife to Captain Zhang, proclaiming, "I'd like to borrow my favorite line. With great power comes great responsibility." Captain Zhang stared at Yiren, taken aback. "Good heavens, it's fortunate you watched Spider-Man. Had you been a fan of the boys, I shudder to think of the scenario." Before long, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. A middle-aged woman, supported by a young man, rushed into the emergency room, crying out, "My daughter! How is she? She must be all right. Doctor, where's the doctor? Please, save my daughter." The woman's heart-wrenching cries shattered the silence, evoking profound sympathy. "Auntie, please don't panic. The patient is in surgery, and we will do our utmost." A nurse promptly reassured her. Hearing the nurse's words, the middle-aged woman's emotions steadied somewhat, yet she remained in a state of deep anxiety, her hands clasped together, lips trembling as she fervently prayed for her daughter's safety. Yiren nudged Captain Zhang's elbow. "Is that the injured girl's family?" "Yes, on the way here." Xiaoli used the girl's phone to inform her parents. As moments ticked by, the operating room light remained illuminated, while the middle-aged woman paced the corridor, intermittently glancing at the closed door and then covering her face, sobbing softly, her anxiety intensifying. The young man stood silently beside her, softly reassuring her, "Mom, sister will be fine." Despite his words, his eyes were filled with worry and unease. At last, the operating room light dimmed, and the door creaked open as a doctor emerged. "Doctor, how is my daughter?" The middle-aged woman rushed forward, her voice hoarse with tension. The doctor smiled with relief. "The surgery was successful. The patient has moved past the critical stage. Thank goodness. If she had been any later, the outcome could have been dire." At the doctor's words, the middle-aged woman froze for a moment, then burst into tears of joy, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She turned to Captain Zhang, seemingly seeking confirmation, before abruptly kneeling before Yiren. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Yiren exclaimed. "Let us talk properly. No need for sudden bows. Young man, I've heard from the police. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. You are our family's great benefactor. Without you, my daughter, she would have been lost to us today." The middle-aged woman sobbed uncontrollably, clutching Yiren's pant leg as if grasping a lifeline. Flustered, Yiren attempted to help her up. Please, Annie, what are you doing? Get up, don't cling to my pants. 9 years of compulsory education had imparted many life lessons to Yiren, including that one should not cling to others when expressing gratitude. No, young man, you don't understand. My daughter, the middle-aged woman, was so overwhelmed with emotion that her words tumbled out incoherently, tears blurring her vision. Yiren cast a helpless glance at Captain Zhang and Shaoli. What are you all waiting for? Help me out here. This lady is still clinging to my pants. I'm about to lose them. Ultimately, after confirming the girl was safe, the three departed the hospital, returning to the police station. By this time, it was already past 3 in the morning, and the precinct lay in silence. Bro, want some barbecue? I just bought it for you. Shaoli offered. Please, don't do that. It makes me uncomfortable. Yiren replied. Captain, the interrogation results are in. A young officer approached Captain Zhang briskly. He reported in a hushed tone. This officer, named Zhao Kai, had recently graduated from the police academy and was somewhat nervous as it was his first time handling such a serious case. Go on. Captain Zhang nodded, encouraging him to continue. Zhao Kai instinctively glanced at Yiren, hesitating to speak before outsiders. Captain Zhang noticed his hesitation and smiled. Waving his hand, Xiao, this comrade is one of us. Feel free to speak openly. Yes. Zhao Kai relaxed and straightened his back. Continuing, the assailant's name is Lu Chong. He is a drug addict. He claimed that he was high that night, which led to his erratic behavior. He hesitated, unsure how to convey Lu Chong's reckless actions. Thus, he lost his sanity and took a hostage, nearly costing a life. Captain Zhang interjected coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. Drugs ruin lives. Zhao Kai sighed. Drugs harm not only others but also the user, having destroyed countless lives. Did he mention where he got the drugs? He disclosed his supplier, and the narcotics team is already pursuing him. Zhao Kai swallowed hard, speaking softly. Oh, Captain Zhang's eyes lit up. That is excellent news. Will Lu Chong face the death penalty? Yiren suddenly inquired. Although he was not well versed in law, he understood the principle of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. Given the current circumstances, he wants to be sentenced to death. Xiao Zhao shook his head. This is a matter of life and death. If Yiren hadn't acted in time, that girl would have truly lost her life. No death penalty? Are you serious? Yiren frowned, his expression turning cold. Chapter 6. Violence begets violence. Scum of the earth. Captain Zhang sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Yiren's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Comrade, I understand your anger, but the law is serious. We cannot allow emotions to cloud our judgment. Lu Chong has revealed his supplier, and he will likely receive a life sentence at most. If he behaves well in prison, he may even get a reduced sentence. A life sentence, and a possibility of a reduction? Yiren's expression darkened further. Why should he? He nearly took a life. Captain Zhang gestured for Yiren to remain calm. Rest assured, we'll leave these professional matters to the judge. Yiren fell silent, unable to accept that a criminal who nearly caused the loss of a life might escape the death penalty. I wish to seek out Lu Chong, Yiren suddenly remarked, his tone remarkably calm. What do you intend to do? Team leader Zhang inquired warily, apprehensive that Yiren might act impulsively. Do not worry. I shall not cause any trouble, Yiren replied nonchalantly. I merely wish to inquire if he harbors any regrets. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang nodded in acquiescence. Very well. I will escort you. However, you must refrain from causing a scene. Yiren, maintaining a stoic expression, grinned faintly. Rest assured, I shall not instigate any disturbances. It would indeed be peculiar if I did. Following Zhang, Yiren entered the interrogation room. Lu Chong sat in the interrogation chair, his hands shackled, appearing utterly dejected. His once formidable visage was now etched with remorse and despair. Do you feel regret? Yiren posed, towering over him, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Lu Chong raised his gaze to meet Yiren's, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He recalled how Yiren inexplicably seized his knife, vanishing with that girl right before his eyes. I deeply regret it, Lu Chong sighed, his lips parting in a futile attempt to articulate his defense or plea. Yet he knew it was too late for words. Imprisonment was inevitable. You do not regret your actions. You merely lament your capture, Yiren stated incisively, as if he could penetrate the depths of Lu Chong's thoughts. Lu Chong trembled involuntarily, instinctively wanting to retort, but his lips moved soundlessly. Yiren chose not to engage further in idle conversation and grasped Lu Chong's shoulder. Witnessing this, Zhang's pupils dilated, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Comrade, what do you intend to do? In the next instant, Yiren and Lu Chong's figures vanished from the interrogation room without a trace, leaving behind only empty chairs and cold handcuffs, as if they had never existed. The officers present were rendered speechless, their hearts tightening with alarm. After a few moments, they erupted in bewildered exclamations. Where did they go? What happened to Lu Chang? The frigid night wind lashed against Lu Chang's face like a merciless blade, and he was horrified to realize he found himself suspended high above the ground. Beneath him lay a transparent glass walkway, revealing vehicles below that appeared as minuscule specks. The howling wind screamed in his ears like a vengeful specter from the underworld, its chilling wails threatening to shatter his very soul. With great effort, he lifted his head and beheld a towering spire piercing the heavens. The pinnacle glowed with crimson lights, glaring against the pitch-black sky. Lu Chang screamed in terror. What the hell is this place? Am I still in the country? Yi Ren replied expressionlessly. This is the Shanghai Center Tower. The Shanghai Center Tower, the tallest edifice in the Dragon Kingdom, standing at 632 meters. Upon hearing Yi Ren's words, Lu Chang's heart plummeted, an inexplicable dread flooding over him. Cold sweat cascaded down his body, soaking him entirely. He glanced downward. The ground below had become a blur. Only distant lights flickered like fireflies in the night. Weak and far away, as if belonging to another realm. What is the meaning of this? Just seconds ago, I was in the interrogation room, shackled. How did I suddenly end up hundreds of meters above ground? Lu Chang felt as if lead had filled his legs, his body swaying precariously in the fierce wind. Yi Ren stood beside him, looking down with an icy gaze, as if observing an insignificant insect. I will not dare again. I promise I won't. Lu Chang's voice trembled, filled with incoherence, fear gripping him as never before. The shadow of death loomed over him, suffocating his breath. You are deserving of your fate. Yi Ren's voice echoed like a judgment from the abyss, frigid and devoid of emotion. Had it not been for me, that girl would have perished. She was only 20. Still so young, and you took her life. You have ruined her future. And no, I did not mean to. I was out of my mind at that moment. Lu Chang protested desperately, yet his words fell weak and hollow. He wept. Please, spare me. I understand my mistakes. I truly do. I do not wish to die. I can serve time in prison. I can endure it. Yi Ren's gaze held no trace of compassion. Only boundless indifference and disdain remained. People like you are a waste of resources. If you long for imprisonment, may you find it in hell. And no, Lu Chang attempted to plead further. But Yi Ren was uninterested in his ramblings. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Chang's chest. Spartan kick. Lu Chang emitted a harrowing scream as his body lost balance, plummeting from the rooftop over 600 meters high. He watched as the ground rushed closer, becoming increasingly distinct. The vehicles that had once appeared ant-sized now loomed larger and more terrifying. With a thunderous crash, Lu Chang's body hit the ground, blood splattering, bones shattering, and organs rupturing. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Fragments of bones, organs, blood, and brain matter amalgamated into a horrific tableau, sickening to behold. The space shimmered momentarily. Yi Ren stood outside the gory splatter zone, his countenance devoid of emotion, as if he had merely executed a trivial task. For scum like Lu Chang, this was the fate he deserved. Suppressing his nausea, Yi Ren employed his spatial abilities to collect the remains of Lu Chang into his personal space. Another flash, and he reappeared in the police station's interrogation room, as abruptly as he had vanished. Chapter 7. The sole spatial ability user in the world. Yi Ren materialized in the interrogation room, as though he had never departed. Team leader Zhang inhaled deeply, striving to contain his shock and unease, and queried in as calm a tone as he could muster. Comrade, where have you taken him? Yi Ren pointed to the corner trash bin of the interrogation room, replying coolly, there. Zhang furrowed his brow, hastening to the trash bin, only to find it empty, save for discarded sheets of paper. You mean? Zhang spun around, only to see Yi Ren silent, snapping his fingers. In the next moment, a pitch-black rift materialized above the trash bin, resembling a monstrous maw ready to devour. Instantly, an indescribable stench enveloped the air, inducing nausea. Young intern officer Zhao barely managed to evade it, his stomach churning violently, nearly regurgitating the buns he had consumed that morning. Zhang, suppressing his discomfort, focused his gaze and beheld a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. It cascaded from the fissure, plummeting into the refuse bin. Upon closer inspection, he could discern dismembered limbs, shattered entrails, and pools of gruesome blood. With a gulp, Zhang struggled to swallow, his eyes twitching violently. My goodness, this is beyond comprehension. Although he had long anticipated Lu Chang's fate, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly shocked and terrified. Yi Ren, with his eyelids half dropped, remarked, I believe I acted justifiably. To me, a scoundrel like Lu Chang deserves no pity. Well, as long as you're content, he added. Yi Ren, perplexed, responded, what on earth? He had steeled himself for a scolding. After all, he had effectively enacted a death sentence, which was against the law. Yet, observing Zhang's resigned smile, it seemed there was no grave issue at hand. Zhang reassured him, do not be so startled. You are an ability user, Who would dare to harm you now? He cast a deep glance at Yi Ren before turning to Xiao Zhao. Go, close the door and clean this place up. Understood. Xiao Zhao, fighting back nausea, fetched a mop and trash bags, commencing the cleanup of the refuse bin's filth. Also, Comrade Xiao Yi, please prepare yourself. The state will be sending someone to meet you shortly. What? Yi Ren exclaimed, bewildered. The state was sending someone to see him? Having been an orphan his entire life, devoid of support, he had wallowed for nearly 2 decades. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Captain Zhang, there are visitors who wish to see Mr. Yi. A young officer rushed in, reporting loudly. Zhang nodded. Understood, I will be out shortly. He turned to Yi Ren and said, come, follow me. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ren endeavored to maintain his composure as he exited the interrogation room alongside Zhang. At the police station's entrance, a Hongqi sedan awaited, its black license plate indicating its significance. The car door swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The man, likely in his 30s, was tall with a square face and sharp features. Clad in a crisp military uniform, he exuded an air of gallantry. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and exquisitely beautiful, also adorned in military attire, though it could not conceal her alluring figure. The pair approached Zhang and saluted. Greetings. We are here on official orders to find Comrade Yi Ren. Zhang promptly returned the salute and gestured towards Yi Ren, saying, this is Comrade Yi Ren. Yi Ren felt a surge of nervousness. What was this? Good day, Comrade Yi. I am Zhao Guoqiang from the longing department, and this is my colleague, Bai Jia. The man extended his hand with a warm and sincere tone. Yi Ren was taken aback. By what? Bai Jia, she replied, rolling her eyes. Clearly, she was no stranger to the mockery surrounding her name. Captain Zhang, could you please arrange for a conference room? Zhao Guoqiang requested. The three soon entered an unoccupied meeting room, where Zhao Guoqiang gestured for Yi Ren to sit, while Bai Jia moved to a corner. She produced a small device and affixed it near the surveillance camera, rendering it temporarily inoperative. All right, Xiao Yi, let us begin, Zhao Guoqiang said, pouring Yi Ren a glass of water with a gentle tone. We are here primarily to gather some information from you, and we hope for your cooperation. I will certainly cooperate, Yi Ren affirmed. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. No need to be so tense. We are not interrogating a criminal. In truth, Zhao Guoqiang already possessed a comprehensive dossier on Yi Ren. The state had acted swiftly, gathering all information from the welfare institution where Yi Ren was registered to his most recent workplace. After a brief verification, Zhao Guoqiang broached the main topic. Comrade Xiao Yi, please tell us about your abilities. What specific powers do you possess? Zhao Guoqiang's gaze was intense, as if attempting to see through Yi Ren. My ability is spatial in nature, Yi Ren replied, glancing at Bai Jia, who was recording nearby, before continuing. Currently, I have developed 3 abilities: personal space, spatial teleportation, and spatial cutting. Before he could finish, Yi Ren keenly observed a tremor in Zhao Guoqiang's pupils. Not only that, but Bai Jia's fingers also quivered slightly as she took notes, indicating that both were clearly unsettled. Zhao Guoqiang swallowed hard. So it is indeed a spatial ability. Anyone who understands the implications knows that there are very few ability users in the entire Long Kingdom, let alone those with the legendary time-space abilities. It is widely acknowledged that those who possess time-space abilities are exceedingly formidable. Yi Ren inquired, what's wrong? Zhao Guoqiang replied, nothing, just a bit surprised. For Yi Ren, the situation required merely to embrace his extraordinary powers, but for Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia, there was much more at stake. Personal space, spatial teleportation, spatial cutting. Each of these abilities, when presented individually, could astound the entire Long Kingdom. Why? Because, not only in Long Kingdom, but worldwide, there was currently but one known spatial ability user, Yi Ren himself. And now, these 3 extraordinary abilities had manifested in a single individual. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia exchanged a glance, both recognizing the uncontainable excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. At this moment, only Yi Ren remained oblivious to his own significance. Comrade Xiao Yi, Zhao Guoqiang inhaled deeply, repressing his exhilaration, and spoke earnestly. Are you willing to join our longing department and serve the nation? Yi Ren was initially taken aback, but then grinned. He certainly was eager to accept this offer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to the police station in the dead of night to register. Chapter 8. What constitutes national treasure level treatment? However, after languishing for years in a state of neglect, facing this reality now left him somewhat hesitant. Observing Yi Ren's uncertainty, Zhao Guoqiang waved his hand grandiosely, stating, Comrade Xiao Yi, allow me to finish. Should you join Longyin, you will immediately enjoy the benefits of being a top-tier civil servant. Yi Ren queried, civil servant benefits? Are we finally getting on track? Zhao Guoqiang asserted emphatically, first, you will receive a special state subsidy every month. Secondly, all 8 insurances and 5 funds will be fully arranged. Additionally, you will have access to the nation's finest educational resources, receiving specialized training in any field, including but not limited to military skills, advanced technology, and foreign language studies. You will also be afforded the highest level of lifelong medical coverage, encompassing the most advanced medical technologies and services. Yiren was left utterly astonished upon hearing this. Monthly special allowances, 8 insurances, lifelong medical coverage, and educational resources. But did you think that was all? Far from it. Yiren was a spatial ability user, and the state was prepared to invest heavily to recruit him. The state has graciously provided you with a luxurious residence located in the heart of the city, regularly updated and renovated. During your leisure time, the state generously covers your expenses for dining, entertainment, and recreation within a certain limit. As for your working hours, as long as you are not on a mission, you are essentially on paid leave. Naturally, during mission execution, all expenses are reimbursed by the state, along with substantial task bonuses. Additionally, you will enjoy various privileges, such as complimentary access to all national transportation resources, including airplanes, high-speed trains, and subways. Zhao Guoqiang expounded excitedly, leaving Yi Run dazzled and yearning. This treatment is simply too good to be true. It hardly feels like serving the nation. Rather, it feels as though the nation is providing for an ancestor. Yi Run exclaimed, wow. He felt his heart racing, his breath quickening. Zhao, I haven't read much. Please don't deceive me. How could I deceive you? You are a national treasure of our dragon nation. Is it really true? Yi Run swallowed hard, his heart pounding, barely able to contain his excitement. At that moment, Bai Jia interjected, do you have any lingering concerns? Yi Run was simply too nervous to have any concerns, yet he did not anticipate Bai Jia misunderstanding him. Bai Jia continued, feel free to express any reservations. The state will do its utmost to accommodate you. Yi Run fell silent, truly silent. He was merely contemplating reporting to the state, contributing a modest effort. Yet, how could the state be so generous to him? What merits do I possess? I am willing. Great, great. Zhao Guoqiang joyfully slapped the table, his hearty laughter echoing in the interrogation room. Bai Jia also displayed a relaxed smile as she retrieved a document from her briefcase and handed it to Yi Run. This is a confidentiality agreement and staffing contract. Please review it, and if there are no issues, sign it. Yi Run accepted the document with both hands, his expression exceedingly solemn. Signing the contract would mean he was finally on solid ground, forever to dine on the nation's provisions. And how enticing those provisions are. Given the benefits Zhao Guoqiang just outlined, who could possibly resist? He had previously been a beleaguered office worker, crammed into subways and subsisting on instant noodles. And now, he was about to become a top civil servant of the state, enjoying benefits that countless people dream of. Yi Run felt as if he were in a dream. Everything so surreal. He then picked up the pen and solemnly inscribed his name on the document. Congratulations, Comrade Yi Run. From this moment on, you are a member of our longing department. Zhao Guoqiang once again clasped Yi Run's hand vigorously, his excitement palpable. Yi Run was thrilled. Yet, Zhao was even more elated. Good heavens, a spatial ability user, the only one of its kind in the world. And he is now joining our department? It felt surreal. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, patting Yi Run on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, Comrade Yi, you are now a national treasure of our dragon nation. A national treasure? Like a panda? Yi Run instinctively paused, taken aback. Can a panda compare to you? What panda possesses spatial abilities? Zhao Guoqiang retorted, if you wish, you could feast on panda meat every day. That is the treatment the state affords you. The trio exited the police station, and Yi Run settled into a discreetly luxurious Hongqi sedan. Gazing through the car window at the familiar streets, he felt a torrent of emotions. Zhao, are we heading to the airport? Indeed, we are going to the airport. The state has arranged a private plane to take you directly to the capital. Yi Run was astonished. A private plane? It was his first time boarding one. No wonder Zhao mentioned this was a unique, national-level treatment. The state had arranged everything for Yi Run, so there was no need to prepare clothing or belongings. Everything would be provided upon arrival. As the vehicle progressed, Yi Run gradually realized that not a single car was on the road. The entire thoroughfare was deserted, with only their vehicle in motion. Moreover, the traffic lights appeared to have lost their function, granting them uninterrupted passage. Yi Run felt a sense of foreboding from the eerie silence. No, this is merely to ensure your safety. The state has informed the city's traffic bureau to temporarily close the route to the airport, Bai Jia remarked calmly. Closed. Yi Run was dumbfounded. The entire traffic bureau had enacted such measures for him. The road was blocked for his sake. He understood his importance to the state. But he never anticipated such a grand display of attention. This level of regard and treatment left Yi Run utterly astonished. Soon, the Hongqi sedan arrived at Donghai International Airport. Upon disembarking, Yi Run was once again taken aback by the scene before him. The entire airport was surrounded by armed soldiers, creating an impenetrable barrier. The terminal was teeming with people. All flights had been grounded, and countless travelers were stranded in the waiting area, anxiously awaiting updates. Attention, passengers. Due to air traffic control reasons, all flights are temporarily suspended. Please remain patient and refrain from wandering. The airport announcement repeated the same message incessantly. Yet, the crowd continued to murmur, complaints and curses echoing throughout. What on earth is happening? Why has there suddenly been air traffic control? My goodness. If I miss my flight, who will compensate me for my losses? Could something have happened? Yiren swallowed hard, struggling to inquire, what is going on? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, patting Yiren's shoulder, and explained, it's still because of you. We have temporarily closed the airport, and all flights are on hold until you have safely boarded. Yiren was left speechless. Chapter 9. The ability test approaches. Wow, this treatment is astonishingly extravagant. At that moment, a fully armed squad of soldiers approached Yiren with synchronized steps. Comrade, please follow us. The lead soldier stepped forward, offering a standard military salute, respectfully stating. Yiren followed the squad through the crowded terminal. Arriving at a designated tarmac area within the airport, a silver-gray military transport aircraft stood quietly on the tarmac, its fuselage emblazoned with a prominent red flag, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Comrade, please. The soldiers escorted Yiren to the aircraft, then turned to salute, watching him board. Yiren took a deep breath and stepped into the cabin. The interior was simply arranged. Little Yi, take a seat, Zhao Guoqiang said, pointing to the seat beside him with a smile. With a slight jolt, the transport aircraft began to taxi, eventually breaking through the clouds and soaring into the sky. Yiren gazed through the window at the shrinking city below, his emotions a tumultuous blend. It truly feels like a dream. Is there something you would like to eat? At that moment, Bai Jie suddenly leaned closer to Yiren and softly inquired. A faint fragrance wafted into Yiren's nostrils, catching him off guard and causing his heart to leap. He swallowed hard and awkwardly replied, Huh, is there food on this plane? Originally, there wasn't any. However, considering that this transport aircraft will be exclusively yours in the future, a chef has been specially arranged on board. You can order whatever you desire, Bai Jie responded nonchalantly. Yiren, puzzled, asked, What do you mean this aircraft will belong to me? Don't be confused. What would you like to eat? Yiren, having grown up without experiencing particularly exquisite cuisine, found even a 30 yuan meal from McDonald's to be a considerable indulgence. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. How about a bowl of rice noodles with extra meat and egg? Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a humble request from Yiren. She gazed at him deeply, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Of course, please wait a moment. Before long, Bai Jie returned with a delicate blue and white porcelain bowl. Inside was a serving of translucent rice noodles, the broth crystal clear, adorned with a few vibrant green scallions that exuded an enticing aroma. Unable to contain his eagerness, Yiren took a bite, and a burst of delightful flavors exploded on his palate. It was exquisitely delicious, and he had never tasted such a delightful dish of rice noodles before. This is simply too delicious, he exclaimed. I'm glad you like it. However, this is not rice noodles, it is premium shark fin soup. What exactly is in this bowl? Yiren asked incredulously. Bai Jie had a complex mix of emotions. Coming from a well-off family with a military lineage, she had never known hunger. Observing Yiren's bewildered expression, she felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Without further ado, she brought over more delicacies, saying, Eat up. From now on, you can have as much as you want. Bai Jie scooped a spoonful of shark fin and presented it to him. The golden broth shimmered slightly, resembling flowing amber, while the long, tender strands of shark fin swayed gently in the soup, reminiscent of ethereal spirits dancing in water. The bottom of the bowl was clear, revealing slices of ginger and scallion, adding a refreshing touch to the dish. She gently blew on it and slowly brought it to Yiren's lips. Here, open your mouth. Yiren was taken aback. Eating shark fin was already overwhelming enough, but the fact that this beautiful sister was personally feeding him was even more astonishing. In truth, Bai Jie had her own motives. Yiren was currently the only known spatial ability user in the world. Establishing a good rapport with him would be immensely beneficial for Bai Jie. They were both adults, and she trusted he would understand. Yiren felt a bit uncomfortable. It's delicious, but I can manage on my own. The texture of the shark fin was incredibly smooth. The broth rich and flavorful, mingling with a hint of seafood and a touch of ginger's freshness, gently blossoming on his tongue. Try this, Bai Jie urged, presenting a slice of mushroom. Matsutake? Wow. Is this the legendary matsutake? The matsutake platter was artfully arranged on an exquisite porcelain dish. Each slice cut as thin as a cicada's wing, displaying a delicate beige hue. The edges of the matsutake gleamed slightly golden, releasing a unique woody fragrance that was mouth-watering. Yiren picked up a slice and placed it in his mouth, experiencing a firm yet tender texture accompanied by an indescribable natural sweetness. Now try this. What is this dark concoction, sister? Caviar. Wow. The caviar was served in a petite crystal bowl, each plump, glossy bead arranged closely, presenting a deep black hue. Occasionally, a few golden-hued pearls sparkled, enhancing their rarity. The moment the caviar touched his tongue, it gently burst, releasing subtle saltiness and sweetness, with a delicate and rich texture. Do you enjoy beef? I don't eat beef. Sorry for the mix-up, Yiren replied. I do eat, though. Is this beef? Indeed, it is Kobe beef sushi. Wait, are we in a supernatural novel or a culinary one? Yiren couldn't help but comment. Is this just filler? However, despite his protest, Yiren's body remained honest, as he had never tasted such exquisite food before. The Kobe beef sushi was neatly arranged on a bamboo tray, each piece sliced thinly. The edges presented an alluring pink hue, while the center had a slightly reddened appearance, showcasing the tender, glistening meat. The marbling was distinct, and the even distribution of fat made it resemble a work of art. Bai Jia offered it to him once more. The country values you greatly and will not neglect you. Yiren felt teary-eyed. I know the country values me, but this abundance is a bit overwhelming. As he opened his mouth to eat, the beef practically melted in his mouth, leaving behind a rich meaty aroma and a subtle sweetness. The warmth of the sushi rice and its fragrant essence combined so perfectly that it transcended mere description of deliciousness. There was also bluefin tuna sashimi, expertly sliced to an ideal thickness and arranged atop a bed of ice. The sashimi displayed an almost translucent pink hue, with slightly white edges. Each piece of tuna gleamed delicately, resembling small artworks. Yiren picked up a slice with his chopsticks and dipped it in some soy sauce and wasabi. The tuna was soft yet firm, with a smooth texture, accompanied by a hint of ocean flavor and a touch of wasabi's piquancy. Wow, that's intense, Yiren exclaimed. Bai Jia responded with a knowing smile, while Zhao Guoqiang remarked, the prestige of a spatial ability user seems to have been overshadowed by Yiren. After a sumptuous meal, the transport plane had already arrived at the capital, and the next crucial step awaited, ability testing. The spatial ability user, how exciting. Chapter 10 Dr. Chen, wow, the capital. International Airport. The silvery gray secret transport plane slowly descended onto the expansive runway, just as Yiren had surmised. Even the bustling Capital International Airport had temporarily closed its operations due to his arrival. As the cabin doors swung open, Yiren, accompanied by Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia, stepped off the plane. Is this really the capital? Yiren exclaimed with excitement, surveying his surroundings and taking a deep breath. A cool breeze filled his lungs, and he relished the essence of the city. This is the aroma of the capital. Take a moment to savor it. Come on, comrade Yi. Let us head back to the department, Zhao Guoqiang said with a smile. Yiren nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He followed Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia to a waiting black Hongqi sedan on the tarmac. As dawn broke, Yiren gazed out at the skyline. Towering buildings stood in succession, while the streets gradually filled with bustling traffic, a vivid display of prosperity. The car sped along, finally halting before a modest three-story building. The exterior was painted a pale yellow, suggesting it had seen better days. Yiren stared at the plaque at the entrance, lost in thought. It read, Sunset Red Rehabilitation and Recreation Center for the Elderly. Yiren, wait, what? Did we not agree to visit the nation's special secret department? If it weren't for Zhao Guoqiang's repeated confirmations, Yiren would never have imagined that this was the headquarters of the longing department. On the surface, our longing department appears no different from other nursing homes, yet in truth, it conceals profound secrets within. As the saying goes, the greatest concealment lies in the open. Indeed, the truly secret departments operate in this manner. With a perplexed expression, Yiren followed Zhao Guoqiang into the Zhianghong Senior Rehabilitation and Entertainment Center. The interior of the small building was equally mundane, with radiators exuding warmth. The corridor was permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant, and one could hear a few nonchalant coughs nearby. Were it not for the occasional sighting of several robust young individuals with sharp gazes in the corridor, Yiren might have genuinely believed he had entered the wrong place. Team Zhao, Team Bai. Greetings, Team Zhao. Greetings, Team Bai. In the corridor, staff members frequently brushed past Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia. They were clad in casual attire. Yet their every gesture exuded an aura of decisiveness and efficiency. They are all members of our department, and they will soon become your colleagues. Zhao Guoqiang seemed to sense Yiren's astonishment and explained with a smile. Brother Zhao, are there many superhumans in our department? Not many, fewer than 10. Zhao Guoqiang's response left Yiren astounded. Considering that Longhua has a population of over 1.7 billion, there are fewer than 10 superhumans? Is this a joke? Zhao Guoqiang sighed, his expression turning somewhat somber, and the abilities of these 10 individuals you will learn about shortly. Yiren, why are you only speaking halfway? In reality, Yiren had misunderstood. Zhao Guoqiang genuinely found it difficult to elaborate, for apart from Yiren, the other superhumans possessed abilities that were nearly of no practical use. For instance, there was the superhuman codenamed Tao Ye, whose ability was to consume food, capable of devouring a meal equivalent to that of 200 people. And then there was nothing more to say. What a ridiculous ability. What use is that? Zhao Guoqiang glanced at Yiren, acknowledging that his ability was currently the most reliable and formidable. Soon, Zhao Guoqiang led Yiren to a spacious room. The room was furnished with thick cushions, and surveillance cameras were installed along the walls. Prepare yourself. We will begin testing and recording your abilities shortly. At that moment, Bai Jia approached and gently spoke to Yiren. Yiren took a slightly nervous breath. All right. Outside the room, apart from Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia, there were several researchers in white lab coats and a few young individuals dressed in various styles. Those are the existing superhumans from our longing department, gathered here to observe. You need not pay them any mind, Zhao Guoqiang explained softly to Yiren. Yiren glanced over. The superhumans appeared to be as young as 15 or 16, with the oldest not exceeding 25 or 26. They stood nearby, their faces filled with curiosity, their gazes meeting Yiren's. Next, we will conduct a series of tests on you. Please relax and strive to showcase your genuine abilities, spoke a middle-aged man in a lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was Dr. Chun, the chief scientist of the longing department, responsible for assessing and researching the capabilities of superhumans. First, we will test your spatial ability, Dr. Chun closed the testing room door and gestured to a table in the center of the room, which was laden with various items, apples, toys, metallic objects, and even a small white mouse for experimentation. Please attempt to absorb these items into your personal space, and then share your feelings regarding the size of the space and the duration for which the items can be stored. At that moment, the atmosphere outside the room grew tense. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Yiren, fearing they might miss any detail. Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia exchanged glances, both revealing anticipation and excitement in their eyes. Just then, Yiren's gaze shifted. Here we go. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The entire table vanished from its spot, along with all the items atop it. The entire process displayed no signs or spatial disturbances, as if it had never existed at all. Dr. Chun. The sound of his tablet crashing to the floor echoed. He exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Yiren wide-eyed. That was not the intention. I meant for you to start small, for instance. Begin with the apple and gradually absorb items into your personal space to assess its capacity and limits. How could you have taken the entire table? Not only Dr. Chun, but even Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia found their pupils constricted. Witnessing the disappearance of items was a shock that words could scarcely convey. Such a large table, laden with so many objects, simply vanished in an instant. The most astonished were likely the group of superhuman youths observing. What sort of superpower is this? Oh my, I am envious. They stood rigid, utterly flabbergasted. Even the usually composed Dr. Chun could not resist adjusting his glasses. He retrieved his tablet from the floor. Examining it closely, his fingers trembled slightly. Incredible, truly incredible. Dr. Chun swallowed hard, then briskly exited the testing room, lowering his voice as he spoke to Zhao Guoqiang. According to database records, superhumans with spatial abilities who have perished required physical contact with objects to contain them, and their maximum spatial capacity did not exceed 20 cubic meters. This record is the highest in the database. In truth, spatial ability users are exceedingly rare, and not all possess a personal space. Even if they do, the largest recorded personal spaces are around 20 cubic meters, and the users must physically touch items to absorb them. But Yiren? He did not even move. He merely glanced at the table and absorbed the entire thing. Chapter 11. Transmission distance? There's no limit. Without the need for physical contact. To directly absorb into the space, I believe you comprehend the implications of this. Dr. Chen's voice trembled slightly, unable to contain his excitement. Zhao Guoqiang could not help but lick his dry lips. I fully understand. Please, continue. Inside the testing room, Yiren scratched his head. How should I respond to this? In Yiren's perception, his personal space is boundless, akin to a vast universe without limits. Indeed, you read that correctly. In Yiren's words, he feels that his personal space is as infinite as the cosmos. However, considering the sheer audacity of such a claim, he wisely decided to keep a trump card hidden. With a hint of timidity, he murmured, well, it's probably around the size of a city. Yes, compared to the concept of infinity, a city seems rather diminutive, doesn't it? With a resounding thud, Dr. Chen's tablet crashed to the ground once more. Dr. Chen exclaimed, what? You mean to say? Yiren, astonished, queried, boss. Are you bleeding? You're not about to pass out, are you? Moments later, Dr. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, trembling as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Ren. You just said how big? Yi Ren sheepishly scratched his head, just about the size of the capital city. Dr. Chen fell silent yet again, his mind racing, nearly overwhelmed by disbelief. Are you speaking human language? Who on earth possesses a personal space the size of an entire city? According to the database, the maximum is only about 20 cubic meters, you rascal. Stunned, Dr. Chen leaned against the wall as he staggered out. Zhao Guoqiang, witnessing this, hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. Dr. Chen, his facial muscles rigid, stammered. That kid just said. What did he say? What were the test results? Bai Jia looked at Dr. Chen with concern. This was the first time she had witnessed the typically unflappable Dr. Chen display such disarray. That kid. He claimed his personal space is, astonishingly, the size of a city. This was the first instance of Dr. Chen uttering an expletive since beginning his career. One can only imagine the turmoil surging within him. Zhao Guoqiang. Bai Jia. Zhao Guoqiang erupted into a fit of coughing, nearly choking on his own saliva. A city-sized personal space? Bai Jia stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. They had anticipated Yi Ren's abilities to be formidable, but never to such an outrageous extent. This was no mere record-breaking feat. It was as if the record had been ground into the earth and then desecrated. Dr. Chen, are you certain you didn't mishear him? After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Guoqiang finally regained his composure, his tone still laced with incredulity. Dr. Chen's expression was rigid. My hearing is intact. How could I possibly be mistaken? Old Chen, go back in and ask him how large an object he can store at once. Zhao Guoqiang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and spoke in a low voice. Dr. Chen forced a smile. Wait a moment. I need to gather myself, or I might just suffer a heart attack. After a full 3 minutes, Dr. Chen re-entered the testing room. May I ask, what is the maximum volume of an object you can store at once? Dr. Chen endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet his hands trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Yi Ren pondered for a moment before choosing to downplay his abilities. In truth, with his current limits of mental strength, he could effortlessly store an entire building within his personal space. However, he opted for a more modest claim, approximately the size of a single floor. Yi Ren replied after some contemplation. Yet, this statement struck Dr. Chen like a thunderclap. A single floor? That amounts to hundreds of cubic meters. What sort of creature is this boy? Dr. Chen rubbed his temples, feeling as though his mind might explode. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to regain his composure. Trembling hands meticulously recording Yi Ren's capabilities on the tablet. The crimson text boldly proclaimed, Spatial ability level. Personal space size, approximately 16,410. 54 square kilometers, measured against the area of the capital city of Longhua. Maximum storage volume, approximately 3,000 cubic meters, measured against the volume of a single office floor. Note, this individual's spatial abilities have far surpassed existing cognitive frameworks. It is advised to classify this as a top-tier national secret, strictly prohibiting any leaks. A top-tier national secret. This represents the highest classification of confidential information in Longhua. Such an indication speaks volumes about the absurdity of Yi Ren's capabilities. Dr. Chen inhaled deeply. His gaze toward Yi Ren infused with complexity. Truly, he is a monster. Yet, it is fortunate that this monster is a citizen of Longhua. Next, we must test your spatial teleportation abilities, Dr. Chen continued, reviewing the information on his tablet. According to the database, nearly all spatial ability users possess teleportation capabilities, albeit with varying strengths. The currently known record for the longest teleportation distance stands at approximately 200 kilometers. Moreover, the longer the distance, the more time is required for execution, often necessitating a brief period of preparation before activation. These are the general consensus among all spatial ability users documented in the database. Dr. Chen paused before looking at Yi Ren. Have you ever attempted to determine the farthest distance you can teleport at once? Yi Ren scratched his head. In truth, he had never thought to measure this. Hesitantly, he replied, I haven't calculated it, but I should be able to teleport anywhere across Blue Star. Dr. Chen. Yi Ren. Dr. Chen was momentarily taken aback. What does that even mean? I asked you about distance, and you responded with that? Dr. Chen furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Can you teleport directly to the president's office in Eagle Sauce? Originally intended as a jest, Yi Ren took it seriously. With a grin. He bared his teeth. Right now? Dr. Chen was astonished. No way. Are you really going to do it? Without uttering a word, Yi Ren suddenly vanished from his spot, leaving a shocked Dr. Chen in his wake. Chapter 12. Is this normal? He is not normal. Yi Ren found himself in a whirlwind. As the once spacious testing room faded from view, he had teleported directly into the Oval Office of the President of Eagle Sauce. In the center of the room stood an enormous desk, the renowned Hoover desk, a gift from the British to the president of Eagle Sauce. Crafted from walnut. Its surface was smooth and gleaming with a profound luster. Various documents and folders were neatly arranged atop the desk, adorned with the national emblem of Eagle Sauce or the presidential seal. To one side of the desk rested an antique telephone. Beneath his feet lay a heavy custom carpet, luxuriously soft and comfortable. In this office, the carpet bore a blue hue, embellished with golden borders and patterns. The walls were adorned with several large oil paintings, one depicting the founding fathers signing the Declaration of Independence. The national flag of Eagle Sauce and the presidential flag hung prominently on the walls, alongside historically significant artworks, including a finely crafted sculpture of a bald eagle. Goodness, there seems to be a slight discrepancy between reality and the photograph. Yiren stood by the wall, where one side of the office was adorned with expansive windows, offering a breathtaking view of the south lawn of the White House and the distant Washington Monument. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of cigar smoke, likely a remnant of the former president's indulgences. Although smoking had long been prohibited within the White House, who could possibly regulate the president? Such delightful little birds. With curiosity, Yiren surveyed his surroundings and casually picked up a small sculpture of a bald eagle from the desk. It felt weighty in his hand, seemingly crafted from gold, with exquisite detailing that made even the eagle's feathers distinctly visible. With a chuckle, Yiren slipped the eagle sculpture into his pocket. Just as he was about to depart, his attention was suddenly captivated by a document lying on the desk. The document was inscribed in English. Although Yiren's proficiency in the language was modest, he recognized a few words. The cover of the document boldly proclaimed in vivid red letters, "Top Secret." Beneath the crimson text, a lifelike image of a bald eagle was emblazoned. The eagle's eyes radiated a fierce intensity, as though it were poised to devour its prey. Yiren pondered, top secret document? Though he could not comprehend its contents, it would surely be wise to bring it back, wouldn't it? He seized the document and activated the spatial transfer once more, returning to the testing room. His sudden appearance startled Dr. Chun, causing him to flinch. "You, Doctor." Chun struggled to control his facial muscles, determined not to betray his surprise. This was not what he had anticipated. He had merely made a jest, never intending for Yiren to actually teleport to the White House. Yet, Yiren was anything but predictable. "Doctor." Chen's gaze fell upon the bald eagle in Yiren's hand, causing him to shudder. Good heavens, a statue from the presidential office? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to maintain his composure. "So, you really did go to the presidential office?" Yiren grinned, revealing his teeth. "Of course. You asked me to give it a try, didn't you? Just testing the waters." As he spoke, Yiren handed the small eagle sculpture to Dr. Chen. "Here. This is a souvenir from my visit." Dr. Chen's eyelid twitched violently. A souvenir indeed. This figurine was a symbol of the American presidency. What would the president's expression be if he discovered that the statue on his desk had vanished? Subsequently, Yiren presented the top secret document to Dr. Chun. "Oh, and I brought this too. Take a look and see if it has any significance." Dr. Chun accepted the document, initially dismissing it, still grappling with the fact that Yiren had instantaneously arrived at the White House. However, upon seeing the glaring red words on the cover, his expression shifted dramatically. "You took this from the president's office." Dr. Chen's pupils dilated, and his breathing quickened. He locked eyes with Yiren, his gaze filled with disbelief and shock. Yiren replied, "Yep, indeed." Dr. Chen's fists clenched tightly. This was a confidential document from the president's office, casually pilfered by Yiren. In principle, such sensitive intelligence would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire. Yet who could have anticipated that Yiren could teleport directly into the presidential residence? "You wait here for a moment." Dr. Chun hastily stepped outside and grabbed Zhao Guoqiang, exclaiming, "This guy is something else. What is going on?" Zhao Guoqiang was taken aback, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Dr. Chun gritted his teeth, fists clenched. "Just now, I wanted to test his spatial transfer ability." Zhao Guoqiang furrowed his brow. And then? Dr. Chen's lips twitched as his tone grew conflicted. Then he visited the president's office. What? Why would he go there? Wait. Zhao Guoqiang paused, suddenly realizing the implications, his eyes widening in disbelief as he grasped Dr. Chen's arm, asking incredulously, "What did you just say? Where did he go?" Dr. Chun, more agitated than Zhao Guoqiang, replied, "I was just joking around." Who knew he could actually pull it off? Does anyone understand? He was merely making a jest. And yet he managed to teleport such a distance. Zhao Guoqiang gasped, feeling as though his worldview had shattered. He teleported directly to the president's office. His voice trembled with disbelief. That was a vast distance, and to do so with pinpoint accuracy? Was he even human? This isn't a game anymore, is it? Dr. Chun rubbed his throbbing temples. In any case, his abilities have completely surpassed our understanding. Zhao Guoqiang fell silent. A sense of fear crept over him. If Yiren underwent proper training coupled with such a formidable spatial displacement ability, wouldn't he assassinating the American president be as simple as eating and drinking? He dared not contemplate further. After a moment, Dr. Chen lowered his voice, saying, according to our database, all individuals with spatial transfer capabilities must adhere to a rule. They can only teleport to locations within their line of sight. This is a widely accepted consensus among those with displacement abilities, as one cannot teleport beyond their field of vision. Yet Yiren, he has once again shattered our understanding. Dr. Chen's tone was fraught with unresolved turmoil. He did not require visual input for navigation. He could execute precise long-distance transfers solely by will. Zhao Guoqiang stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. First, a personal space the size of a city, and now, an ability to teleport with pinpoint accuracy beyond the line of sight? Was this even human? After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Guoqiang finally regained his senses, swallowing hard and murmuring, Dr. Chen, is this normal? Dr. Chen's lips twitched violently. Far from it. Yi Run is extraordinary, and in the records of all known spatial abilities, he is utterly unique. Chapter 13. The First Day at Work. A monumental achievement. As stated before, he has broken all records pertaining to spatial abilities in the database. And in a manner that is downright astonishing. Zhao Guoqiang took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He fixed his gaze on Dr. Chen, speaking slowly and deliberately. If he were a villain, the consequences would be unfathomable. Zhao Guoqiang's tone was laden with foreboding. Just consider it. With Yi Ren's extraordinary teleportation abilities, there is no place in the world he couldn't reach, especially if employed for infiltration or assassination missions. Zhao Guoqiang refrained from elaborating further. Yet the gravity of his tone spoke volumes. His mind conjured numerous images, all depicting Yi Ren engaged in acts of terrorism or insurrection. It is no exaggeration to assert that Yi Ren possesses the capability to execute such deeds. However, what instills both dread and relief in him is the fact that Yi Ren is a citizen of the Dragon Country, and moreover, a product of 9 years of compulsory education. Thus, his worldview is sound, making him a quintessential successor of socialism. Were he to have received a foreign education, he would likely be found atop a skyscraper, engaging in dubious activities under the moonlight. Dr. Chen, sharing in this sentiment, nodded gravely before stating, we must, at all costs, ensure his safety. Yi Ren's abilities will serve as the most potent weapon of the Dragon Country, a trump card that should not be revealed lightly. Yet, once unveiled, it has the potential to drastically alter the dynamics of power. At this juncture, a flicker of fervor ignited in Dr. Chen's eyes. You speak the truth. Zhao Guoqiang inhaled deeply, his gaze igniting with fervor. I shall report to our superiors to enhance his protection and training regimen. Furthermore, the data regarding his abilities will be classified as top secret, accessible only to the highest echelons of authority. Zhao Guoqiang's tone was resolutely serious, for he recognized that should Yi Ren's capabilities be exposed, he would become a target, and adversarial forces abroad would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Both men took a moment to steady their emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Ren, still in the testing chamber, scratched his head, oblivious to the gravity of the situation unfolding around him. By the way, Dr. Chen, with a serious demeanor, handed a classified document to Zhao Guoqiang, stating in a low voice. This document was obtained from the president's office of the Eagle Nation. Take a look. Zhao Guoqiang accepted the document, glancing at the title carelessly. The next moment, his pupils dilated, and his breath quickened. The cover boldly proclaimed, Super Soldier Program. What the hell? Zhao Guoqiang's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What is this Eagle Nation captain business? He hastily flipped through the document, skimming its contents at an alarming pace. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly grim, and the atmosphere in the room became stifling. When Zhao Guoqiang finally finished reading the entire document, his countenance was grave, his forehead slick with cold sweat. This is simply... His voice trembled. What does it say? Dr. Chen pressed, urgency in his tone. See for yourself. Zhao Guoqiang weakly passed the document to Dr. Chen, then lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, attempting to numb his racing heart with nicotine. Dr. Chen accepted the document and scrutinized it meticulously. The room fell into a prolonged silence, the only sound being the crackling of the burning cigarette, a reminder that time continued its relentless march. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Chen finally set down the document, removing his glasses and massaging his throbbing temples. This world has gone mad, he uttered, disbelief and shock saturating his voice. According to the classified document, the eclipse that occurred a week prior was the catalyst for everything. What had been a fleeting eclipse lasting less than 10 minutes had gone unnoticed. However, in its aftermath, individuals with extraordinary abilities began to emerge across the Eagle Nation. Abilities such as pyrokinesis, manipulation of electricity, skin hardening, and immense strength. The Super Soldier program was a clandestine initiative devised by the Eagle government to address these superpowered individuals. The plan was straightforward yet brutal, to recruit all these extraordinary beings into an army of super soldiers solely for the Eagle Nation's dominion. Having absorbed the gravity of the information, Dr. Chun inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. So, they are indeed pursuing super soldiers, Zhao Guoqiang murmured, a somber expression crossing his face. If this information is accurate, could it mean our country is also? Dr. Chun and Zhao Guoqiang exchanged a meaningful glance, a mutual understanding passing between them. Comrade Yi has made a significant contribution this time. Zhao Guoqiang suddenly recalled something, turning on his heel and striding purposefully toward the testing chamber. Indeed, Dr. Chun chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Zhao Guoqiang burst into the testing room, marching straight up to Yi Ren. Yi Ren? Before Yi Ren could react, Zhao Guoqiang enveloped him in a hearty bear hug. Well done, my boy. You have truly accomplished something remarkable this time. Ah. The unexpected embrace startled Yi Ren, leaving him bewildered as he stared at Zhao Guoqiang, completely at a loss. Brother, what is going on? You fool. You don't even realize the significance of your own achievement? Zhao Guoqiang was in high spirits, and he couldn't help but feel elated. Look at you, having just joined the Dragon Echo Division not even a day ago, and you've already made such a monumental contribution. This information about the Super Soldier program is of utmost importance. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but envision that once Yi Ren underwent systematic training and fully mastered his abilities along with other operative skills, he would become virtually invincible in intelligence gathering. Just the thought of it made Zhao Guoqiang's lips curl into an irrepressible grin. All right, let's continue with the tests. Oh, right. Let's keep testing. The next assessment focused on the cooldown limitations of Yi Ren's teleportation ability. It is well known that skills involving spatial teleportation, much like in video games, come with cooldown periods. The greater the distance of the teleportation, the lengthier the cooldown time. According to records in the database, the most powerful spatial ability, users experience a cooldown of approximately 1 to 3 seconds for short-distance teleportation. But what about Yi Ren? Brother, what is this bag for? Yi Ren inquired, pointing to a backpack in the room, curiosity evident in his voice. Oh, this backpack contains a signal transmitter. Chapter 14, Teleportation? Is this even human? Initially, Dr. Chin's plan was for Yi Ren to carry it while performing short-distance teleportation, gradually increasing the distance to ascertain the limits of his ability. However, it now seemed unnecessary. After all, how could one discuss short-distance teleportation with someone capable of instantly traversing half a planet to accurately materialize in the president's office of the Eagle Nation? Yi Ren raised his hand. What are we testing now? Dr. Chun, wielding a marker, drew 3 distinct markers in the testing room. He intended for Yi Ren to utilize short-distance teleportation to precisely navigate between the 3 markers while assessing his cooldown time. We can begin now. No sooner had Dr. Chin finished speaking than 3 shadows suddenly appeared before him, with Yi Ren darting between the markers. The speed of his teleportation was so rapid that afterimages materialized. Dr. Chun inhaled sharply, feeling as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Good heavens, a teleportation ability without cooldown. Is this even human? This is nothing short of a bug. After a few moments, Yi Ren, feeling dizzy, steadied himself against the wall and tremulously asked, "Is it ready, bro?" It was his first time utilizing spatial teleportation in such a manner. Dr. Chun stared blankly at the tablet, and according to the infrared scan records, within just 7 seconds, you've teleported a total of 63 times. Dr. Chun was utterly bewildered. This equates to Yi Ren averaging 9 transmissions per second. While others require at least a second of cooldown between each teleport, Yi Ren, this extraordinary being, achieved 9 in a single second. The disparity is astonishing. Yi Ren asked, "Have I qualified?" Upon seeing Yi Ren's emoticon-like expression and hearing his meek tone, Dr. Chin felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the tablet to the ground. Is this a matter of qualification? Do you not have any self-awareness? This result is nearly causing him a heart attack. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Dr. Chin took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He then shakily recorded the data on the tablet. ID X11 file record. Abnormal ability. Spatial abilities. Ability level, unknown. Description, X11 possesses all known spatial abilities, including but not limited to personal space and teleportation. Below is a detailed record of its anomalous capabilities. Personal space. Appendix 1. The area of X11's personal space is equivalent to the total land area of the capital city of Longhua, approximately 41,054 square kilometers, allowing for the storage of vast amounts of matter or conducting large-scale activities within. Appendix 2. Despite its vastness, the volume that X11 can accommodate is relatively limited, roughly equivalent to that of a single office building, around 3,000 cubic meters. Teleportation. Appendix 1. The maximum distance of X11's teleportation ability remains undefined. Yet observations indicate he can effortlessly traverse half of the blue planet, such as teleporting from Longwa to the office of the Eagle Sauce president, showcasing an astonishing range of teleportation. Appendix 2. X11's teleportation seemingly has no cooldown time. He can execute multiple teleportations in rapid succession, with current records indicating he can achieve a rate of 9 teleports per second, though this does not appear to be his limit. Note: X11's teleportation ability holds immense tactical and strategic value. Its lack of cooldown renders him nearly invulnerable during rapid deployment, escape, and rescue operations. Note: despite the significant advantages X11's teleportation ability provides for task execution, the potential risks of misuse must not be overlooked. It is essential to reinforce positive guidance and feedback for X11 to prevent any negative psychological impact. Recorded by Chun Anming. Due to Yi Ren's file being classified as top secret, his name was redacted and referred to by the codename X11. This is nothing short of a bug. Surely, the heavens have bestowed upon him a cheat. After completing the record, Dr. Chin slumped wearily into his chair, muttering to himself. After a prolonged pause, he prepared to continue testing Yi Ren's ability regarding object teleportation. This ability is equally crucial. Try teleporting this tennis ball to my hand, Dr. Chin instructed, picking up a tennis ball from the table and gently handing it to Yi Ren. The tennis ball was lightweight and small in size, making it a simple target for teleportation, right? Off you go. In the next instant, the ball vanished from Yi Ren's hand and reappeared in Dr. Chin's grasp. Dr. Chin nodded slightly. What did you feel? Was there any burden? According to existing records in the database, spatial ability users face strict volume limitations when performing object teleportations. The highest recorded was a spatial ability user capable of handling a 2020m object. Yet Yi Ren scratched his head, saying, I didn't feel anything. Given Yi Ren's previous performance, Dr. Chin pondered thoughtfully and found him a large wardrobe. Yi Ren effortlessly teleported it 10 meters away. Dr. Chin frowned. You didn't feel the slightest burden at all? Something is off, exceedingly so. According to the records, larger objects typically impose a significant strain on spatial ability users during teleportation. Yet Yi Ren appeared to handle it with astonishing ease. Realizing this, Dr. Chin boldly asked, Can you ascertain the largest object you can teleport? Yi Ren hesitated, extending a finger. Dr. Chin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yi Ren pointed to the wall behind Dr. Chun. I can move an entire building. Dr. Chun, what the hell? You've got to be kidding me. To make such a bold claim is enough to rattle anyone's nerves. Yi Ren asked, Do you want me to give it a try? Dr. Chin interjected. That is not necessary. Buildings have foundations. If Yi Ren were to move one, it could lead to catastrophic collapse. Yi Ren scratched his head. No proof, no truth, right? What about that crumbling fake mountain outside? He referred to the faux mountain in the courtyard of the Elderly Rehabilitation and Entertainment Center. Dr. Chin was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Before he could finish, he caught sight of Yi Ren smirking. All right. What do you mean, all right? What have you done? Moments later, several hurried staff members rushed in. Something's wrong. The fake mountain outside just inexplicably shifted 6 or 7 meters. Dr. Chen, wait, what? That fake mountain is 7 or 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long. No, that's not the point. The point is, did you just teleport that from a distance? It's worth noting that throughout the entire process, Yi Ren hadn't even moved a finger. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Others rely on physical contact for teleportation, while Yi Ren has turned it into a feat of distance. Dr. Chin gasped in disbelief. You are invincible. Truly. Chapter 15 Yi Ren. So, I'm invincible now? Yi Ren scratched his head. Can't other spatial ability users do this? Hearing his nonchalant question, Dr. Chin coughed twice, trying to mask his embarrassment. This is no longer a matter of capability. None of the recorded spatial ability users in the database can even begin to compare with Yi Ren. The gap between them is as exaggerated as a tragic chasm. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Chin forced himself to remain calm and continued to inquire. Can you perceive the maximum distance of this remote teleportation ability? After posing this question, his heart raced, for it was the query he was most concerned about. The potential applications of remote teleportation are boundless. For instance, Yi Ren could instantly teleport a fake mountain weighing dozens of tons right above the heads of his enemies, or perhaps the enemy's trenches, military installations, and the like. Harnessing gravitational potential energy, it possesses the capacity to inflict unparalleled devastation. Dr. Chin found himself hesitant to ponder further. The imagery was too exquisite, and he feared his heart could not withstand it. As for the distance of telekinesis, Yi Ren scratched his head, realizing he had no real grasp of the concept of distance. For instance, he could effortlessly teleport a rockery to some obscure corner of the universe. Distance simply was not an obstacle. However, for precise teleportation, Yiren needed a detailed mental image of the target. Considering the necessity of keeping his trump cards concealed, he ultimately decided to downplay the range. It should be around several kilometers, he estimated, having minimized the distance as much as possible. Yet, Dr. Chen still shuddered at the thought. Several kilometers. His voice trembled slightly. Just imagine, if Yiren were to teleport a boulder weighing dozens of tons directly upwards to several kilometers in the sky, what would happen upon its descent? It would obliterate everything in its path. Moreover, according to the database records, the known spatial manipulators can only achieve a teleportation distance of approximately 1,000 meters at most. Yiren's capabilities far surpass that. You could practically create artificial meteors, Dr. Chen murmured. How could anyone withstand the impact of dozens of tons crashing down from several kilometers above? Yet, Yiren's expression conveyed hesitation. Inspired by Dr. Chen, he had conceived a new application for his abilities. Meteoric descent. He realized he could teleport asteroids from the outskirts of celestial bodies directly above a target, orchestrating a grand meteor shower. Was this not more effective than a nuclear bomb? To illustrate, have you heard of the Chelyabinsk meteor incident? In 2013, an asteroid approximately 18 meters in diameter disintegrated at an altitude of 30 kilometers over Chelyabinsk, Russia, creating a dazzling fireball with an explosive yield equivalent to 30 Hiroshima bombs. Yiren asserted that as long as he wished, he could replicate such meteor strikes an infinite number of times. Expanding his imagination further, Yiren considered the possibility of exiling targets. For instance, he could select an enemy from afar and, utilizing spatial teleportation, randomly send them to some obscure corner of the universe for eternal banishment. Yiren exclaimed, "Good heavens, have I become invincible?" However, on the flip side, Yiren exhibited a classic high offense, low defense trait. Despite his nearly invincible offensive capabilities, his physical form remained that of a mere mortal. A single bullet to the head would surely spell his demise, hence his fear of ambushes. Recognizing this, Dr. Chen thoughtfully jotted down a note on his tablet. You must be assigned 1 or 2 bodyguards. According to Dr. Chen's plan, he intended to assign Yiren 2 bodyguards, one for protection and defense, and the other, should the need arise, a healer. After completing the notes, Dr. Chen remarked, "We shall conduct further tests on your spatial slicing ability another day." Rubbing his temples, he spoke wearily. Yiren had sufficiently stimulated him today, and his heart was still racing. Continuing the tests might genuinely induce a cardiac episode. But Yiren felt somewhat unfulfilled. "No buts, you should go rest, Dr. Chen waved his hand, interrupting Yiren's protests. He was genuinely concerned that Yiren's exploits would push him to the brink of a heart attack. "Little Yi, you should heed Dr. Chen's advice," Zhao Guoqiang added with a chuckle, patting Yiren on the shoulder. "Oh," Yiren replied. "Bai Jia, please escort little Yi to his dormitory and help him settle in," Zhao Guoqiang instructed Bai Jia. "Understood." Bai Jia nodded slightly, then turned to Yiren, saying, "Please follow me." Yiren followed Bai Jia out of what appeared to be a rehabilitation and entertainment center for the elderly, but was, in fact, the headquarters of a secret department of Longhua. "Sister Bai Jia, where's my dormitory?" Yiren inquired with curiosity. Having grown up in a welfare home and subsequently rented modest accommodations, he was genuinely intrigued by what sort of lodging the longing department would provide him. He held no grand expectations, just something slightly better than the 800 yuan room he had rented previously. "You'll know when you arrive," Bai Jia replied with a mysterious smile, evading a direct answer. After about 10 minutes of driving, Bai Jia brought Yiren to the front of a high-rise apartment building. The exterior of the building was strikingly modern, with glass curtain walls glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an air of grandeur. "Wow," Yiren exclaimed, his awe evident. "What's with the wow? Your dormitory is inside. Come with me," Bai Jia said, pointing to the apartment building with a smile. Yiren, Our Yigu was momentarily stunned, speechless as he gazed at the luxurious apartment building before him. "Is this really my dormitory? No way. Are you sure there's no mistake?" This apartment, both in appearance and location, was undoubtedly a top-tier luxury residence in the capital. Such a place was typically beyond the means of even the wealthy. Was it truly the state providing him with housing? What merit had he possessed? Yiren swallowed hard, struggling to voice his disbelief. "You certainly possess the qualifications. The nation places great importance on you," Bai Jia affirmed with a smile, leading Yiren into the apartment building. The interior decor of the apartment was even more breathtaking, featuring a resplendent lobby adorned with soft wool carpets, exquisite artworks gracing the walls, and a subtle scent of essential oils permeating the air. The elevator was private, taking them directly to the top floor. The penthouse boasted a staggering area of over 300 square meters, designed in a modern minimalist style, exuding an air of sophistication. Inside, all the furniture and appliances were top-tier brands, and it even included a dedicated gym, a media room, and a study. Is this really for me to live alone? Yiren stood in the center of the room, surveying his surroundings, feeling as though he were in a dream. Baijie couldn't help but tease him. What? Do you want me to move in with you? Yiren, that would be quite a punishment. Baijie. Joking aside, our Yiren was no ordinary gentleman. Did she truly believe he was some two-dimensional, foolish male protagonist? What normal person would refuse the company of a beauty like Baijie? Chapter 16. I will execute a teleportation followed by a naked choke. Ultimately, Baijie did not stay, leaving Yiren with a tinge of regret. The following morning, Yiren was groggily awakened by a knock on the door. It turned out to be the private driver arranged by the state to take him to work. This left Yiren in a state of disbelief. Good heavens, not only did he receive a lavish apartment, but now he also had a private driver for his commutes? Actually, my job is to serve as your shadow, the driver said, scratching his nose, his tone laced with respect, oblivious to Yiren's true identity. However, he was acutely aware that his assignment had been directly mandated by the state. This alone was sufficient to underscore the elevated status and identity of Yiren. Yiren was momentarily stunned. So, does this mean that if I wish to go elsewhere, you can escort me? Naturally, I am your driver. The young man replied with utmost respect. With a sense of surrealism, Yiren stepped into the luxurious Hongqi sedan, pondering how exceptionally gracious the state had been towards him. Upon arriving at the longing department, Yiren received a message from Baijie instructing him to gather at the center of the training ground. At that moment, 7 or 8 young individuals were already assembled there. They were all members of the longing department, several of whom Yiren had encountered the previous day. For instance, there stood the gluttonous king of food, who was curiously scrutinizing Yiren while gnawing on a chicken leg. Good morning, brother. Care for some chicken leg? I have plenty. Thank you, but I'll pass. Yiren felt somewhat taken aback by the other's overtly familiar demeanor. Just then, a woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit approached Yiren. She had a sleek bob haircut and striking features, yet exuded an aloofness that kept others at arm's length. I am your instructor, codenamed Nightingale. Nightingale cast a cold glance at Yiren, declaring, from today onward, you will undergo specialized training under my guidance, just like the others. As she spoke, she handed Yiren a training schedule, which he accepted. The document was densely packed with various training tasks, including 5-kilometer cross-country runs, weighted squats, combat training, and firearms shooting. Yiren was perplexed. As a superpowered individual, why must I train in such matters? Perhaps sensing Yiren's thoughts, Nightingale replied icily, your abilities are indeed extraordinary and formidable. But you must understand that without commensurate physical fitness and combat skills, even the strongest power cannot be effectively utilized. Yiren opened his mouth, hesitating to counter her assertion. No, really, is this necessary? Physical prowess has little to do with superpowers, and as for combat skills, can I simply use my spatial slicing or eternal exile? Regarding close combat techniques, I will provide you with hands-on instruction. Hands-on guidance? Absolutely. Yiren marveled at the voluptuous figure of the beautiful instructor, giving her a thumbs up. However, he soon learned the meaning of carelessness. Your movements are too slow. Be swift, ruthless, precise. On the training ground, Nightingale corrected Yiren's actions while mercilessly critiquing him. In the midst of her admonitions, she executed a swift kick aimed at Yiren's chest. Reacting instinctively, he raised his arms to block. A resounding thud echoed, and Yiren felt a numbing sensation in his arms as he was forcefully toppled to the ground. Get up and come at me, Nightingale commanded without mercy. Advancing towards him again, gritting his teeth, Yiren endured the pain in his arms. Time and again, he rose from the ground, continuing to engage in close combat with Nightingale. Though he had awakened his spatial abilities, his physical conditioning and combat skills were still at a mere ordinary level. In the face of Nightingale, a seasoned warrior, he felt like a feeble lamb being relentlessly pursued and torn apart by a fierce tigress. Dodge, strike, counterattack, Nightingale shouted as she advanced, offering loud guidance to Yiren. Yiren felt a prickle of indignation. Isn't this bullying? Nightingale, her expression unyielding, retorted. Is it too much for a man to withstand? Yiren. The provocation was effective, and Yiren found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he vanished from his original position, reappearing in Nightingale's blind spot behind her. Simultaneously, he executed the rear naked choke she had just taught him. This was a highly effective choking technique widely employed in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, mixed martial arts, and other combat systems. The practitioner wraps around the opponent's neck from behind, forming a secure X-lock with their arms to immobilize the opponent's neck and one arm. Once this lock is established, the opponent is doomed. Nightingale's expression shifted slightly. You are breaking the rules. Yiren tightened his grip around her neck. I awaken my abilities through my own merit. Why shouldn't I use them? After a few seconds, Nightingale's complexion began to turn slightly purple, and her consciousness approached the brink of unconsciousness. Only then did Yi-Ren release his hold, gasping for breath. Instructor, you lost. Nightingale remained silent, her lips pursed, her face betraying an expression of irritation mixed with embarrassment. For her, being defeated by Yi-Ren using a choke was an unbearable humiliation. Yet, deep down, she could not help but feel a surge of complex emotions. Humph. I teach you combat techniques, and you resort to cheating with your powers, and you dare to be proud of it? Suddenly, a sardonic snort emanated from a distance. Both Yi-Ren and Nightingale turned their heads in unison. A young man dressed in a white tracksuit stood nearby, observing Yi-Ren with a disdainful expression. It was Wang Chao, one of the first superpowered individuals recruited into the longing department. His ability was telekinesis. However, he could only move relatively light and small objects. Wang Chao had long harbored feelings for Nightingale, and among the young men in the department, few were not enamored with her. The aloof and stunningly beautiful instructor was irresistible to the youthful and impetuous. At this moment, seeing Nightingale giving Yi-Ren individual attention, Wang Chao felt an undeniable surge of displeasure. Instructor, who is this guy? Yi-Ren, feigning ignorance, completely disregarded Wang Chao. Nightingale interjected, mind your manners. Do not speak out of turn. While everyone else behaved impeccably in her presence, Yi-Ren displayed a complete lack of decorum. Yet, this unconventional demeanor somehow made Nightingale feel at ease. In life, one must learn to be grateful. Relying solely on powers will only lead to becoming cannon fodder during real missions. Wang Chao retorted mockingly, his gaze intentionally flicking towards Yi-Ren. Yi-Ren felt a surge of irritation. What's your deal? I would love to toss you out of the solar system. But after a moment's consideration, he restrained himself. He turned to Nightingale. Instructor, this guy is being sarcastic. Aren't you going to do something about it? Wang Chao was caught off guard by Yi-Ren's unexpected retort. Momentarily stunned, before angrily exclaiming, are you even a man? What does it mean to report to the instructor? He assumed he could provoke Yi-Ren, but did not anticipate Yi-Ren's unconventional response. Nightingale, her expression still impassive, turned her gaze to Wang Chao. Are you bored? Chapter 17, Astonishing Learning Speed. Wang Chao's expression shifted. Instructor, I just feel that this person, what does that have to do with you? Go run 10 kilometers with a weighted pack and report back afterward. Nightingale coldly interrupted Wang Chao. Wang Chao was momentarily at a loss. Instructor, this kid isn't training properly. I'm speaking on your behalf. And Yi-Ren grinned, revealing his teeth. You pathetic sycophant, go run. Wang Chao's resolve stiffened. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at Yi-Ren, preparing to retort, but Nightingale's unwavering gaze kept him in check. Nightingale then turned her attention back to Yi-Ren. You should also go run. Yi-Ren replied defiantly. I won T, Nightingale. Nightingale was momentarily taken aback. Did you think you were on vacation? In the military, obeying orders is a soldier's duty. The expression on Nightingale's face darkened. This is an order. Yi-Ren, I refuse. His attitude hardened Nightingale's fists as she stood at the periphery of the training ground, spectating the unfolding drama. Sensing the escalating tension, Bai Jia hurried over. Nightingale fixed a cold and fierce gaze upon Yi-Ren, stating, since you are here, you must adhere to the rules of the longing department. Do you believe yourself to be exceptional? Yi-Ren's temper flared. Then I shall withdraw. What are you barking about? Nightingale. Bai Jia quickly intervened, gently steering the two apart. You should sit down for a moment. I need to have a word with Instructor Nightingale. She reassured Yi-Ren before pulling Nightingale aside. Nightingale's expression darkened. Bai Jia, did you see that boy's attitude? Shouldn't he be severely punished? Bai Jia replied with a wry smile. Please, just listen to me. That child is indeed special. There are directives from above that require us to accommodate him. Nightingale was taken aback. What do you mean? We can't even punish him? Bai Jia continued. Not only can we not punish him, but we must also do our utmost to appease him to prevent any negative mentality from developing. Nightingale was left momentarily speechless, grappling with this revelation. After a pause, she questioned, why should he be so special? Bai Jia regarded her with a contemplative gaze, because he is a spatial ability user, and a unique one at that. Spatial ability? Nightingale's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon her. Yi-Ren had just teleported behind her to execute a bear choke, rendering her extensive combat experience futile. Bai Jia gently patted Nightingale's shoulder. In any case, you should soften your icy demeanor and avoid clashing with that child. You cannot best him. Nightingale fell silent. Her previously impassive expression now tinged with a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, Yi-Ren was still fuming when the oblivious Wang Chao approached to provoke him. You dare to confront an instructor on your first day? You won't end up well. Yi-Ren suppressed the impulse to banish him. Have you heard of Ling Qi? Wang Chao paused. I have, why? Yiren replied. I could slice you into 4,867 pieces in an instant. Care to test me? Wang Chao's face turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a fly. At that moment, Nightingale returned, casting a complex glance at Yiren. Wang Chao stammered. Instructor, Nightingale interrupted. Why haven't you begun your run? Did you not hear the order? Wang Chao's already pallid face grew even paler as he shot Yiren a venomous glare before sullenly retrieving a weighted vest and obediently jogging away. Taking a deep breath, Nightingale adjusted her mindset and softened her tone. I recognize your strength, but practical experience and combat skills are equally vital. Thus, I hope you will take the training seriously. Yiren raised an eyebrow, his character being one that responded better to gentleness than harshness. He was taken aback by Nightingale's unexpected concession and her lowered stance in conversation. This surprised him, as he believed that women like Nightingale, with a cool and aloof demeanor, should be exceptionally assertive. I was earnest. You were the one who bullied me. Yiren still bore lingering anger. Normally, training progressed from weak to strong, but Nightingale had immediately subdued him. Who could endure such treatment? Nightingale gritted her teeth, suppressing her embarrassment, and patiently explained, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have aimed to intimidate you. If you diligently engage in training, I promise to teach you earnestly in the future. Yiren's heart stirred, his irritation ebbing slightly. It felt gratifying to have a cold, aloof instructor yield. As long as you teach me normally, I will learn diligently. Yiren was not one to be ungrateful, and his tone grew earnest. Very well. Nightingale nodded gently, a smile finally gracing her lips. This smile was like the thawing of ice and the blooming of spring, starkly contrasting with her previously frigid demeanor. Shall we continue? Yes. During the subsequent training session, Yiren began to earnestly absorb the combat techniques and practical experiences Nightingale imparted. Perhaps it was the legendary protagonist aura at play. Yiren's learning speed astonished instructor Nightingale. She had initially presumed that someone like Yiren, who awakened such potent abilities, would possess a degree of arrogance and learn at a slower pace. Yet, she was utterly unprepared for the remarkable aptitude Yiren displayed. He absorbed knowledge and skills like a sponge, quickly grasping the essence of each lesson. It was truly astonishing, Nightingale mused. It had been a long time since she encountered someone with such an extraordinary learning speed. Furthermore, Yiren's newfound dedication significantly altered Nightingale's perception of him. After all, Yiren was an orphan who had endured hardship from a young age, which unconsciously endeared him to Nightingale. Time flew by, and at last, the day of rigorous training came to an end. Exhausted, everyone made their way to the dining hall of the longing department. Upon entering, Yiren was taken aback by the sight before him. Holy moly! Abalone rice. Lobster sashimi? Buddha jumps over the wall. Is this really a cafeteria? Yiren couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with disbelief. What a feast! The spacious and bright dining hall was filled with an array of delectable dishes, and the air was saturated with enticing aromas, rivaling a five-star hotel's lavish buffet. Is this a perk of the department? Yiren swallowed hard, recalling that before awakening his abilities, even a $30 meal from McDonald's was considered an upgrade. Hey, how about joining me for a meal? A tall, slender young man approached Yiren, carrying a plate piled high with food. He was known as the King of Eaters, a prodigious foodie. Yiren scrutinized this seemingly frail young man, struggling to reconcile his appearance with the astonishing capacity to devour food meant for 200 people. The contrast was almost comical. Chapter 18. Yiren exacted his revenge on the spot. Not bad. Quite impressive, Yiren remarked, feeling akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything appearing novel and delightful. So what do you think? Care to join? He warmly invited, gesturing to the mountain of food before him. You're quite a decent fellow. The foodie responded. Yiren, unhesitatingly, picked up a plate and began selecting his favorite dishes. By the way, I must warn you, be cautious of that Wang Chao fellow. He holds grudges. After the embarrassment you caused him today, he won't let it go easily, the foodie said, mouth full of food. No worries. I'll handle it as it comes. If he dares to provoke me, I'll make sure he regrets it. Yiren replied nonchalantly. However, before he could finish, a loud slap echoed as the plate in front of him suddenly flew into the air and crashed onto his head, steaming soup mingling with rice, meat, and vegetables. These substances instantly splattered across Yiren's face, cascading down his hair, creating a scene of utter disarray. Ha ha! Not far away, a raucous peal of laughter erupted. Yiren wiped the soup from his face, turning to glance expressionlessly in the direction of the sound. There stood Wang Chao amidst a group of onlookers, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with provocation and triumph. It was evident that this sudden onslaught was the handiwork of none other than Wang Chao. Wang Chao, you've gone too far. Tiao Tiao sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Chao, his voice laden with fury. Yet Wang Chao merely shrugged. a derisive smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Gone too far. How so? I was merely playing a prank. He emphasized the word prank with a deliberately mocking tone. You. Tiao Tiao trembled with rage, pointing at Wang Chao, but could find no words to articulate his indignation. Wang Chao, sensing his victory, turned his taunting gaze upon Yi Ren and arrogantly declared, "What's the matter? Can't take a joke? Or do you only know how to hide behind the instructor's back to report on others?" He puffed out his chest, exuding an air of invulnerability. Yi Ren slowly rose to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Wang Chao with a chilling gaze, as if looking upon a lifeless corpse. "Calm down, brother. Don't act rashly," Tiao Tiao implored, urgently grasping Yi Ren's arm. "Shall I report this to the instructor? Let them handle him," he whispered, unsure of Yi Ren's capabilities, yet aware of Wang Chao's prowess. With his entourage of sycophants, he feared for Yi Ren's safety should a confrontation arise. "No need," Yi Ren replied, his tone eerily calm. He gently pushed Tiao Tiao's hand away and took deliberate steps toward Wang Chao. Oh, not running away, but rather coming closer? Wang Chao's arrogance swelled as he witnessed Yi Ren's approach. His lackeys joined in, hollering for Yi Ren to make a move. Bang! Just as Wang Chao finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted within the cafeteria. The spectators blinked in astonishment as Yi Ren, who had stood there moments before, vanished without a trace. The next instant, they beheld Wang Chao's head being forcefully shoved into the plate before him. Soup, rice, meat, and assorted vegetables splattering down his hair, a scene reminiscent of the earlier chaos. The laughter of Wang Chao's companions came to an abrupt halt. What the hell? What just happened? The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. When Wang Chao regained his senses from the daze, he struggled to lift his head from the plate, wiping away the remnants of food and soup from his face. Utterly humiliated, Wang Chao, he was met with the incredulous, shocked, and complex expressions of those around him, igniting within him a profound sense of shame. What a joke. He, Wang Chao, had been publicly humiliated by a mere newcomer. This was an affront he could not swallow. Wang Chao roared, his eyes ablaze with rage, completely losing his composure as his psychic power erupted. The plates, bowls, and water bottles around him began to tremble violently, as if drawn by some invisible force. Hurtling toward Yi Ren. "Watch out. Get away." Chaos erupted in the cafeteria as people screamed and scattered, fearing the flying utensils would strike them. "Wang Chao, calm down. Don't cause any fatalities," Tiao Tiao shouted urgently, witnessing sharp knives and forks soaring through the air under the influence of Wang Chao's power. Yet Wang Chao, consumed by rage, was deaf to all pleas for reason. His focus was solely on Yi Ren, fixated on revenge. Die! Wang Chao bared his teeth, howling as his psychic energy surged, propelling the utensils with alarming velocity. It is well known that the faster an object moves, the greater its kinetic energy. Though they were mere utensils, being struck by them at such speed would surely result in severe injury or death. However, just as the plates were about to collide with Yi Ren, in a moment of silence, the utensils vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. This spectacle caused Wang Chao's pupils to constrict in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. What was happening? Where had those objects gone? The very utensils he had controlled with his mind had simply vanished. Meanwhile, Yi Ren stood impassively in place, his right hand firmly gripping Wang Chao's hair at the back of his head. Yi Ren stifled the impulse to dismember him with spatial slicing and activated spatial teleportation. Wang Chao felt the scenery shift before his eyes, finding himself suspended in midair. "Since you only understand violence, allow me to teach you what true violence entails," Yi Ren uttered coldly, then released his grip. Wang Chao emitted a piercing scream, his body plummeting like a broken kite from a height of 6 or 7 meters. Bang! A colossal crash resounded as Wang Chao's body hit the ground, producing a sound that made one wince at the thought of broken bones. He writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his contorted legs, letting out heart-wrenching wails. Although this fall would not kill him, it was enough to render him utterly miserable. "Quick, call a doctor." Shortly after, personnel from the Long-In department rushed to the scene. They hastily lifted Wang Chao onto a stretcher, urgently transporting him to the infirmary. Yi Ren stood outside the crowd, coldly observing the unfolding events. His gaze fell upon the twisted expression of resentment in Wang Chao's eyes on the stretcher. Good heavens, it seems he hasn't reflected at all. That gaze is quite terrifying. Perhaps I should take care of him in the dead of night? As Yi Ren contemplated this, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, Nightingale. She too had arrived at the cafeteria. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before her, she cast a weary glance at Yi Ren, seemingly at a loss for words. Yi Ren shrugged, preemptively stating he started it. Nightingale said nothing. She merely sighed softly, approaching Yi Ren and producing a tissue. With gentle movements, she began to wipe the remnants of soup and food from his face. Yi Ren was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an action from Nightingale, and the frustration within him dissipated somewhat. Let's go wash up. There's no training tonight. Nightingale spoke softly. Yeah, but that guy, I think he will retaliate against me. Before departing, Yi Ren hesitated, divulging his concerns to Nightingale. Don't worry about Wang Chao. I'll handle it, she said, furrowing her brow in thought. I'm not worried about him. I just wanted to inform you, Yi Ren replied, picking up a fork from the ground. Look at this fork. What about it? With a thought, the fork vanished from Yi Ren's hand for several seconds. When it reappeared, the prongs were still speckled with grains of rice. He extended the fork toward Nightingale, his voice unusually serene. Do you know what this means? I could easily teleport a fork straight into that fellow's heart. The Nightingale paused in her breath, fully comprehending Yi Ren's implication. With Yi Ren's capabilities, eliminating Wang Chao without anyone being the wiser would be a simple feat. Do not act rashly. The Nightingale attempted to soothe Yi Ren, though she harbored no fondness for Wang Chao. The life of an extraordinary individual could not be extinguished so casually, could it? He is no fool. How could he dare to retaliate against you? She stated. In her mind, with the conflict now brewing between Wang Chao and Yi Ren, any danger that befell Yi Ren would undoubtedly point the finger back at Wang Chao. Is he truly foolish enough to take action? However, subsequent events would prove that she had underestimated human nature and overestimated Wang Chao. In any case, I merely wanted to inform you, Yi Ren replied with a faint smile, placing the fork back on the dining table. If he dares to retaliate against me, I will kill him without hesitation. Yi Ren's message was unequivocal. Although he had never taken a life, this was indeed a male-oriented novel. In such narratives, it was commonplace for entire families to be annihilated, you see. The Nightingale gazed at Yi Ren's departing figure, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She could not deny that his earlier words had not only made her anxious, but also instilled a sense of fear within her. The teleportation ability was overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder the country endeavored to keep him appeased. This capability inherently overshadowed that of other extraordinary individuals. If Yi Ren so wished, he could effortlessly teleport any object directly into a target's heart, resulting in an instant kill. Moreover, the entire process would occur without a whisper of warning, rendering it impossible to anticipate. The more the Nightingale pondered, the more fear enveloped her, sending shivers down her arms. Fortunately, Yi Ren had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, possessing a sound moral compass. Otherwise, who in this world could sleep soundly? As Yi Ren exited the Sunset Red Rehabilitation and Entertainment Center, he immediately spotted his driver awaiting him outside. Perhaps due to the warm weather, the driver was tilting his head back, sipping iced red tea, and nearly choked upon seeing Yi Ren. Yi Ren's eyes brightened at the sight of the iced tea. Oh, you're quite the connoisseur, aren't you? The driver hesitated, uncertain whether to engage with the jest. Given their differing statuses, he pondered whether it would be inappropriate to banter with someone of Yi Ren's stature. Yet, Yi Ren was unconcerned. Once inside the vehicle, he flashed a grin. From now on, I shall call you Lauda. All right, my friend? The driver was taken aback. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm merely a humble driver. However, Yi Ren was not born into wealth. Before awakening his abilities, he was just an ordinary individual. Lauda, today I learned a powerful elbow strike from the instructor. Ha ha ha. His carefree demeanor warmed the driver's heart. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, Yi Ren returned to the opulent apartment provided by the state. He luxuriated in a hot bath within the massage tub, reveling in the sheer enjoyment. He had never experienced such indulgence in his life. Later, he reclined on the soft bed, reflecting on the day's events. From joining the Dragon's Roar department to undergoing specialized training, the commotion in the cafeteria, and his encounter with the Nightingale instructor. All of it felt like a surreal dream, filled with the extraordinary. Exhaling deeply, Yi Ren closed his eyes, attuning himself to the mysterious power coursing within him. There was something he had not disclosed to Dr. Chun. Ever since awakening his spatial abilities, he had been acutely aware of the gradual enhancement of his mental capacity. It was difficult to articulate this sensation. Initially, he perceived his mental power as a small cup. Yet now, it had likely expanded to the scale of a pond. And it continued to grow. How peculiar. Yi Ren mused, unsure of the reasons behind this increase or what its ultimate extent might be. Suddenly, he recalled the criteria regarding the strengths of extraordinary individuals that Bai Jia had mentioned. Mechanism, magnitude. Mechanisms determined the characteristics of powers, while magnitude dictated their strength. For instance, take Wang Chao. The mechanism of telekinesis is remarkably robust, allowing the movement of objects through thought. However, Wang Chao's weak mental strength resulted in a low magnitude. Thus, he could only manipulate lighter items such as plates and water bottles. Theoretically, if the magnitude reached a significant level, one could even move an entire planet with mere thought. Yi Ren stroked his chin, pondering. Yet, it was evident that the limits of human mental capacity precluded such a magnitude from existing. But how could he explain the events unfolding within himself? An almost boundless spatial dimension, virtually limitless teleportation distance, and an ever-expanding mental capacity at an unimaginable rate. Yi Ren did not even know how formidable his mental strength might ultimately become. It was quite a headache. All these mysteries lingered, yet he dared not confide in anyone. The mere awakening of spatial abilities was already astonishing enough. If he revealed all his trump cards, he feared the state might resort to slicing him open for research. Never mind, let us set these thoughts aside and scroll through my phone for a bit. Yi Ren lay on the plush bed, browsing through short videos on his phone, amusing animal clips, captivating dance routines, and thrilling game highlights. Various content flashed before his eyes, while he casually passed the time. Suddenly, a news alert popped up, its striking red headline instantly capturing his attention. Breaking news. Our scientific research vessel, Shuilong, has lost contact while conducting research in the Arctic, and the situation of the crew remains unknown. Yi Ren's heart sank, instinctively straightening his posture as he clicked on the news link. The television screen displayed a serious-faced news anchor, gravely reporting the latest developments. The Shuilong research vessel entered the Arctic Circle 3 days ago for a month-long study on climate change. However, in the early hours of yesterday, Shuilong suddenly lost contact with the ground command center, and the current situation is unclear. Chapter 20. Upcoming Rescue Mission. The scene shifted to an image of the Shuilong research vessel, its massive hull slicing through the waves in the snow-covered Arctic, appearing majestic and formidable. Yet, in the next moment, the footage transitioned to real-time satellite imagery of the Arctic, where fierce winds and blizzards raged, severely reducing visibility and raising concerns for the fate of Shuilong. The Shuilong research vessel is a domestically developed icebreaker equipped with advanced scientific equipment, holding significant importance for our polar research. There are 38 crew members on board, including several scientists who have made outstanding contributions to the field of polar climate change. The anchor continued to report, his tone laced with concern and urgency. Yi Ren's heart tightened. This can't be happening. Meanwhile, in the Dragon S Shadow Department's conference room, the lights shone brightly, and the atmosphere was notably tense. Zhao Guoqiang sat solemnly at the conference table, with the navigation chart of the Shuilong vessel and real-time meteorological data of the Arctic region laid out before him. In the conference room, senior members of the Longing Department, accompanied by several military generals clad in uniforms, sat gravely around the meeting table, their gazes fixated on the document held by Zhao Guoqiang. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is dire. Zhao Guoqiang surveyed the room with a solemn expression. The Shuilong research vessel has been missing for over 24 hours, and the fate of those aboard remains uncertain. The government has issued the highest directives, demanding that we initiate a rescue operation at all costs. Given the location of the incident within the Arctic Circle, the environment is exceedingly harsh, rendering conventional rescue forces incapable of reaching the site. Consequently, the rescue mission has been entrusted to the Longing Department. The purpose of our extraordinary abilities is to confront situations that cannot be resolved through standard means. Our preliminary plan is to dispatch a small team composed of experienced ability users and rescue soldiers to the Arctic for this mission. Zhao Guoqiang paused momentarily before continuing. However, the risks associated with this task are extraordinarily high. We must prepare for the worst. The following morning, at the training grounds of the Longing Department, Yi Ren was engaged in physical training. Nightingale stood nearby, her sharp gaze scrutinizing each of Yi Ren's movements, occasionally offering stern advice. Speed it up. Exert more strength. Mind your posture. Nightingale's voice, cold and authoritative, echoed across the training grounds. Yi Ren appeared somewhat distracted. During a brief respite, he approached Zhao Guoqiang. Brother Zhao, I saw the news yesterday, and I believe I can be of assistance. Throughout the previous night and into the morning, Yi Ren had been contemplating the matter. A famous line from the Spider-Man movie resonated within him. With great power comes great responsibility. The lives of those esteemed scientists now hung in the balance. And while conventional rescue efforts might falter, Yi Ren felt a compelling urge to act. Zhao Guoqiang set down the document in his hands, his brow furrowed. This is nonsense. You have only just joined the department 2 days ago, and you already wish to embark on a mission? I possess the capability, Yi Ren responded without hesitation. Brother Zhao, please make the arrangements. In truth, Zhao Guoqiang had contemplated involving Yi Ren in the rescue operation. However, he harbored concerns regarding the potential dangers Yi Ren might face. After all, Yi Ren was but a fledgling, newly embarking on his journey. He required time and nurturing, and the prospect of losing him was distressing. It was this multifaceted consideration that had led him to exclude Yi Ren, a formidable spatial ability user, from the team. Brother Zhao, trust me, without experiencing conflict, how can one grow stronger? Yi Run argued passionately, even going so far as to threaten, if you don't allow me to help, I will teleport to the Arctic myself. Ultimately, Zhao Guoqiang found himself swayed by Yi Ren's fervor. Very well, I consent to your joining the rescue team. But you must promise me that you will adhere to all commands, with your safety being the top priority. With a complex mix of emotions, Zhao Guoqiang acquiesced. Great. I promise to accomplish the mission. Yi Ren grinned widely, revealing his bright, white teeth. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but reflect on what a fine young man he was. Though the rescue mission had no direct connection to Yi Ren, he was nonetheless deeply concerned for the fate of the scientists from Longhua. Thus, he was willing to embrace the risks to save his compatriots. Having reached an agreement, Zhao Guoqiang escorted Yi Ren to a modestly furnished conference room. He intended to introduce Yi Ren to the other members of the team. This is someone you should know, Instructor Nightingale, the deputy team leader for this mission. Responsible for on-site command and tactical arrangements, Zhao Guoqiang gestured toward Nightingale. She remained as aloof as ever, her striking features framed by an air of impenetrable coldness. Nightingale frowned, glancing between Yi Ren and Zhao Guoqiang. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, Captain Zhao, this is unreasonable. This mission is far too perilous for him. Nightingale's concern for Yi Ren was evident. Despite his remarkable learning ability, he had only just joined the longing department. How could he be thrust into such a hazardous mission as one in the Arctic? Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his temples in exasperation. It is not I who arranged for him to be here. It is he who has arranged for me. Nightingale blinked in confusion. He threatened me, stating that if I did not agree, he would teleport to the Arctic on his own. What was I to do? Nightingale was taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief. What on earth are you thinking? Do you truly see yourself as the protagonist of some novel? If anything were to happen, it could be fatal. Yet, with the matter settled, Nightingale could only close her mouth, her expression a blend of concern and resignation. This is Li Chong, codenamed Falcon, a rescue expert from the current elite special forces, proficient in various rescue techniques and possessing extensive experience in polar survival. Zhao Guoqiang continued introducing Yi Ren to his teammates, gesturing toward a burly man with piercing eyes. Hello, Falcon stood, extending his right hand for a firm handshake with Yi Ren. He scrutinized Yi Ren with a mix of appraisal and skepticism, clearly not fully trusting this neophyte. After all, Yi Ren had only recently joined the longing department, with virtually no practical experience. To Falcon, who was an experienced veteran, Yi Ren appeared more as someone in need of protection rather than a capable comrade. The thought of having to divert his attention to safeguard Yi Ren during the rescue mission gave Falcon a headache. These two are ability users, Zhao Guoqiang continued. This is Zhang Wei, codenamed Warm Baby. A round-faced young man wearing black-rimmed glasses sat upright, his demeanor slightly anxious. Hello? Warm Baby quickly extended his hand to shake Yi Ren's. My ability allows me to control temperature variations within a limited range. Though it is rather small and limited in scope, it can be used to heat food or provide warmth, but is not particularly suited for combat. Warm Baby scratched his head, his ability indeed possessing potential, but regrettably lacking in magnitude. At least in the frigid environment of the Arctic, your ability will prove quite useful. Yi Ren reassured him. A human furnace, indeed. This is Wang Lily, codenamed Parrot. Zhao Guoqiang finally pointed to a petite girl with a ponytail who was curiously examining Yi Ren, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hello. Parrot cheerfully winked at Yi Ren, her voice bright and melodious, reminiscent of a jubilant lark. My ability allows me to mimic any sound I hear, including animal calls, which enables me to communicate to some extent with animals. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow, amused, thinking, perhaps this young lady could even chat with polar bears in the Arctic? All right, now that all the team members have been introduced, let's take a moment to get to know one another before we prepare to depart. Zhao Guoqiang stated in a serious tone. Wait, is that it? Falcon furrowed his brow. What is this child's ability? We still have no idea. Before he could finish, both Warm Baby and Parrot simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yi Ren. Zhao Guoqiang opened his mouth to respond, but Yi Ren interjected, I am a spatial ability user. Currently, I have developed abilities including personal space, spatial teleportation, and spatial slicing. Upon his declaration, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Aside from Zhao Guoqiang and Nightingale, who were already aware, the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment, particularly the Parrot girl. She covered her mouth in astonishment. Spatial ability? Warm Baby felt a slight pang of inadequacy, as his own powers suddenly seemed far less impressive by comparison. Hawk's tense expression underwent a subtle transformation, clearly indicating that the spatial ability had altered his perception of Yi Ren. All right, it's time to prepare for departure. Time is of the essence. With every passing minute, the risk to the scientists in need of rescue escalates. Hawk instinctively thought of the transport aircraft. Years of military service had accustomed him to traveling via transport planes to mission sites. Let us go? According to the original plan, the group should have been en route to the military airport to board a high-speed transport aircraft bound for the Arctic. However, with Yi Ren's involvement, the plan was abruptly altered. With a spatial ability wielder like him, who would still need to fly, you all wait here. Zhao Guoqiang gestured for everyone to remain at the training ground. Shortly thereafter, a large number of rescue supplies were brought in by transport vehicles. Upon seeing the mountain of supplies, Hawk was momentarily taken aback. What is this, Captain Zhao? Shouldn't these supplies be sent directly to the transport aircraft for airdrop at the destination? What is the meaning of presenting them to us now? Before he could fully process the situation, he watched as Yi Ren approached the towering pile of supplies and casually extended his hand. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The mountain of supplies seemed to vanish as if devoured by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. In reality, Yi Ren didn't need to physically touch them. He could collect them merely with his mind. So why did he walk over to the supplies? Of course, it was just for show. There was certainly no fluff involved. Incredible, Warm Baby exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Parrot also let out a small, excited shriek. Even the typically composed Hawk couldn't help but narrow his pupils. A flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Is this the power of a spatial ability wielder? To directly gather such a vast amount of supplies is astonishingly convenient. It was undeniable that the strategic significance of a spatial ability wielder far surpassed Hawk's initial judgment. Nightingale, witnessing Yi Ren utilize his spatial capabilities for the first time, bore an expression of uncontainable astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Yi Ren grinned widely, feeling an inner delight as he bared his teeth in a smile. This moment truly elevated my status. Here's the coordinate location. Take a look. Zhao Guoqiang handed Yi Ren a tablet displaying a satellite image, which, when magnified, revealed a view of a glacier. Zhao Guoqiang appeared somewhat anxious. What do you think? Can you teleport us there? Although Yi Ren had previously transported himself from Long Nation to Eagle Country, could he now teleport the entire group to the Arctic? Yi Ren flashed a grin. Of course. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Zhao Guoqiang felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Really? Impressive. At that moment, Hawk observed the seemingly cryptic interaction between Yi Ren and Zhao Guoqiang, and a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment, could it be? Hawk's pupils contracted as he gazed at Yi Ren. You don't mean. According to the original plan, the group should have already been en route to the airport, but in light of Yi Ren's earlier conversation with Zhao Guoqiang, Hawk began to entertain a bold hypothesis. Yi Ren raised his head and addressed the group. Are you all ready? Hawk, Nightingale, Warm Baby, Parrot. In an instant, the world before them blurred. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves enveloped in a vast expanse of white. The biting cold wind sliced against their faces like a blade. Snowflakes battered their bodies, and beneath their feet lay thick layers of snow, threatening to swallow them whole with a misstep. In the distance, colossal icebergs loomed majestically, resembling slumbering giants, exuding an aura of chilling dominance. Welcome to the northernmost point of the world. The Arctic is breathtaking. Yi Ren's voice resonated amidst the swirling snow. Oh, isn't that a polar bear? The group, still reeling from shock, shivered as the frigid wind cut through them. Have we really arrived? Good heavens. Is this the power of a spatial ability wielder? Group teleportation. How extraordinary. Listening to Warm Baby and Parrot exclaiming in admiration, Yi Ren grinned widely. Hawk exhaled a puff of white mist. First, let's retrieve the supplies and don our cold weather gear. Just moments ago, they had been in Long Nation wearing short sleeves, and now they found themselves freezing in the Arctic. The sensation was thrilling. Yi Ren concentrated, and the mountain of supplies reappeared before the group. Once everyone was fully equipped, Yi Ren turned to Hawk. What should we do next? After all, Hawk was the commander and possessed considerable experience. First, we need to locate the Snow Dragon's trail, and then devise a rescue plan based on the situation at hand. Hawk replied gravely, opening his tablet to check the last known signal from the Snow Dragon. According to satellite positioning, the last signal from the Snow Dragon was not far from their location. Let us walk over and take a look. Without precise visuals, Yi Ren was hesitant to use spatial teleportation recklessly. After all, a careless move could result in the group being embedded within an iceberg. The Arctic weather was notoriously unpredictable. Just as they had walked less than 10 kilometers, the sky suddenly darkened. The howling wind began to roar, whipping up a blizzard that reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. This is bad. A snowstorm is coming. Hawk's expression changed dramatically as he looked up at the sky, where thick clouds loomed ominously, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The wind howled like demons from hell, emitting chilling howls that threatened to tear everything apart. Chapter 22. Yi Ren, indeed. I am quite the anomaly. Warm Baby, Hurry and melt the ice to create a shelter, Hawk shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the ferocious wind. Understood. Warm Baby recognized the urgency and quickly focused, pressing his hands against the ice, attempting to follow Hawk's instructions to melt the ice and create an underground refuge. However, Warm Baby's power level was too low, causing the melting process to be painfully slow. With the blizzard closing in, the ominous curtain of snow loomed like a roaring beast, ready to engulf them, while the ice melted at an agonizingly sluggish pace. What should we do? What should we do? Parrot, her face pale with fear, clutched Nightingale's arm tightly, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror. Stay calm. Nightingale forced herself to comfort Parrot, though her own heart was heavy with worry. In the face of such terrifying natural forces, humanity appeared utterly insignificant. Hurry up. You need to go faster. Hawk, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted. But his voice was lost amidst the howling winds. Warm Baby's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembling slightly on the ice. But what could he do? He had pushed his abilities to the very limit, and the visual field before him began to twist and blur. He truly could not go any faster. Yiren exclaimed, "Hey, guys, have you forgotten about me?" He snapped his fingers. The sharp sound, though seemingly insignificant amidst the howling winds, sent a tremor through everyone's hearts. In the next moment, they felt a sudden shift, as the biting cold and the swirling snowflakes vanished without a trace. After a brief moment of confusion, Warm Baby gasped. What is going on? She looked around in bewilderment. The once all-consuming blizzard had dissipated, replaced by a clear sky and dazzling sunlight. Parrot, her face pale, clung tightly to Nightingale, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It's you. Hawk gasped, breathing heavily, his incredulous gaze fixed on Yiren. He suddenly grasped what had just transpired. But the shock within him lingered for a long time. Yiren had actually teleported them out of the blizzard's reach. Instinctively, everyone turned their eyes southeast, where the wall of howling winds and blinding snow was starkly visible, as if it had cleaved the world into two entirely distinct realms. On one side lay the hellish blizzard, while the other basked in serene sunshine. Wow, he can do that? Incredible. Regardless of the circumstances, the deadly blizzard that had nearly claimed their lives had been effortlessly dispelled by Yiren. Following this incident, Hawk's attitude towards Yiren underwent a significant transformation. Despite having known from the beginning that Yiren was a legendary space manipulator, their earlier unfamiliarity had led Hawk to unconsciously underestimate him. Now, Hawk realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. All his proud experiences paled in comparison to Yiren's seemingly overpowered abilities. Hawk patted Yiren on the shoulder, the gesture conveying unspoken gratitude. Yiren flashed a toothy grin. All right, everyone, let us take a break. Once the blizzard passes, we'll continue our journey. The group settled down to eat, slightly relaxing. Brother, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, we would have perished, Warm Baby said, her eyes filled with admiration as she munched on a custard pie. Heaven knows how immense the pressure and despair had been for him moments ago. The blizzard had loomed perilously close, and despite his utmost efforts to melt the ice, the results had been lackluster. If not for Yiren, he couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Indeed. Brother, you are amazing. Parrot gazed at Yiren with unabashed adoration. Yiren grinned widely, reveling in the moment. This round had certainly boosted his reputation. Nightingale remained silent, embodying the aloof elegance of a high-class woman, though her occasional glances toward Yiren betrayed her inner turmoil. Nobody is unafraid of death, and she was no exception. Suddenly, a few snow-white Arctic foxes appeared in Yiren's line of sight. They possessed fluffy fur and nimble bodies, bounding playfully across the snow, utterly adorable. Whoa, foxes! Yiren exclaimed, enchanted by the furry little creatures. He teleported right in front of an Arctic fox, snatching one up and affectionately petting it. The others watched in awe. Is this how you utilize spatial teleportation? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind a nearby ice mountain. In the next instant, an enormous polar bear sprang forth, rising up from behind the ice. Its colossal frame, sharp claws, and fiercely glowing eyes sent chills down everyone's spines. Be careful. Hawk's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his firearm, aiming at the menacing polar bear. Nightingale responded with equal speed, drawing her gun and maintaining her composure. Honed by years of combat experience. Captain, don't shoot. Just as Hawk was about to pull the trigger, Parrot suddenly shouted. She opened her mouth and mimicked the polar bear's roar, producing a series of deep, rhythmic sounds. The echoes of Parrot's voice reverberated across the open snowfield, indeed capturing the polar bear's attention. The bear lowered its head, tilting it in confusion as it gazed at Parrot, seemingly listening to her words. Parrot continued to imitate the polar bear's sounds, engaging in a peculiar form of communication. After a few minutes, Parrot's eyes lit up with excitement. It says it has seen the snow dragon and is willing to lead us to them. The group was astonished. Wow, can it really be like this? As the saying goes, there are no useless abilities, only useless users. With the polar bear's assistance, their mission suddenly became remarkably smooth. Following the bear, they trekked toward the last known location of the snow dragon. After a couple of hours of intermittent walking, they arrived at a vast icy sea. The polar bear approached the edge, peering down at the frigid waters before leaping into the sea without hesitation. Its massive form glided effortlessly through the water, creating splashes. Hawk stared in astonishment at the swimming polar bear. Are we supposed to swim across? Warm Baby's face paled. He couldn't swim. No need. We have rubber boats in our supplies. Hawk's gaze turned towards Yi-Run, having anticipated this scenario and prepared boats capable of navigating the icy waters. Yi-Run suggested, is there a chance I could just teleport everyone across? Hawk fell silent. It was a classic case of cognitive bias. How could he forget Yi-Run's extraordinary capabilities? Meanwhile, the polar bear had reached a massive glacier. It climbed ashore, shook off the seawater, and turned to signal for the group to follow. Let us go? Yi-Run called, then activated his spatial teleportation. In an instant, they found themselves standing atop the glacier. The polar bear was startled, shivering at the unexpected sight of these suddenly appeared humans. To the bear's understanding, such instantaneous relocation was incomprehensible. Parrot growled a few times at it. Let us follow it. The group trailed behind the polar bear as it strolled across the glacier for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, Nightingale halted, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she pointed ahead. Look, it's the snow dragon. Following Nightingale's gesture, they beheld a colossal icebreaker trapped between two massive icebergs. The vessel tilted precariously, its bow encased in a thick layer of ice, and the deck lay desolate, enveloped in an eerie silence. Found it! Hawk exclaimed excitedly, quickening his pace towards the snow dragon. Not again, buddy. Yi-Run sighed in resignation, muttering to himself as Hawk dashed away without a word. At last, when Hawk reached the area beneath the research vessel, he looked up to see Yi-Run and the others on the deck, waving in greeting. Hawk thought, damn it. How could I forget he can teleport instantly? I hope they are all still alive. On the deck, Warm Baby whispered a silent prayer. Hawk moved closer to the ship's cabin and shouted, is anyone there? We are the Dragon Kingdom's rescue team, here to save you. Yet, the only response was an overwhelming silence. Could something have gone wrong? Parrot said anxiously, her face pale. Don't panic, let us go inside and check. Hawk replied in a low voice, drawing his pistol and cautiously entering the cabin. The others followed closely behind, with Yi-Run taking up the rear, ever vigilant of their surroundings and prepared for any unexpected circumstances. Inside, the cabin was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a damp, moldy scent, mingled with the foul odor of decaying food. Is anyone there? Hawk called out again, his voice echoing through the empty cabin, yet still met with silence. They illuminated their surroundings with flashlights, meticulously searching every nook and cranny for survivors. However, aside from scattered documents, books, and various personal items, nothing else was found. Could they have Warm Baby's voice trembled as he dared not voice the horrific thought? No way. It hasn't been long. We came through a spatial transfer. Parrot insisted, unwilling to believe that the scientists had met with misfortune. Over there, something's moving. Nightingale suddenly pointed to a door at the end of the corridor and whispered, is anyone there? Yi-Run called into the storeroom. We're here. Oh my god, we're here. A few weak voices emerged from within. The group felt a surge of hope, but as they attempted to open the door, they discovered it was jammed tight and utterly unyielding. This was likely the reason the scientists could not escape. Hawk initially planned to shoot the lock off, but Yi-Run intervened, saying, let me handle this. The door was a heavy iron one, the kind that would be difficult to breach with a firearm. Can you unlock it? Yi-Run did not respond. In a fleeting moment, the entire heavy iron door vanished into his spatial pocket. Hawk was taken aback. What the hell? I didn't know you could do that. Yi-Run might not be able to pick locks, but he could certainly make doors disappear. Inside the storeroom, several scientists huddled in a corner, their faces pale, lips cracked, and eyes hollow, exhibiting signs of extreme weakness. They're still alive. Thank goodness. Yi-Run rushed forward, helping them out and offering them food and water. The scientists trembled as they accepted the provisions, yet they merely held them in their hands, devoid of any inclination to eat. What is wrong with you? Warm Baby asked with concern, having never witnessed such despairing weakness. They don't seem to be in a good mental state, Parrot observed anxiously. The scientists' eyes were vacant, their lips murmuring chilling phrases. Monster, monster. It's coming. I don't want to die. Hawk furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was far more dire than anticipated. It appeared these scientists had endured some unfathomable horror, pushing them to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a chilling draft enveloped the entire cabin. Hawk's instincts blared in alarm. He sensed danger closing in. Everyone, be cautious. Stay alert, he urged, drawing his pistol and scanning the surroundings, ready for any sudden developments. In the next moment, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. A cacophony of ice cracking echoed from deep within the ship. Soon, frost began to spread like a malevolent parasite. In the blink of an eye, the cabin was engulfed in a thick layer of ice, transforming the once warm space into a frigid hell. What is happening? What is going on? Parrot screamed in terror, her body trembling from the sudden change. Quick, get them off the ship, Hawk shouted decisively, realizing the vessel was no longer safe. However, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the research vessel shook violently, as if it would tear apart at any moment. The frost spread rapidly, and the hull began to show visible cracks. Let us go, Yi Ren declared, activating the spatial transfer to move everyone onto the ice outside the ship. They stood on the ice, shaken and disoriented, watching helplessly as the snow dragon succumbed to the encroaching ice. What in the world is that? Yi Ren gazed upward, his expression grave. The once clear sky had turned ominously overcast. Thick clouds loomed, pressing down as if to suffocate them, while a fierce wind howled, whipping up flurries of snow and drastically reducing visibility. Suddenly, a colossal, indistinct figure began to materialize amidst the storm. In that moment, an overwhelming fear gripped everyone, emanating from the very depths of their souls. What is that? Warm Baby's voice trembled, pointing at the shadowy figure within the blizzard, his body shaking uncontrollably. Mommy. Parrot's face drained of color as she tightly clung to Nightingale's arm, hiding behind her in fear. The blizzard was terrifying enough, but what lay at its heart was even more dread-inducing. Their essay saying, fear stems from the unknown, and the more obscure something is, the more it evokes humanity's primal emotions. It's a monster. A monster. Just then, the previously lethargic scientists suddenly sprang to life like startled cats, pointing at the figure in the storm and shrieking in terror, their eyes filled with an indescribable dread. It's coming. It's coming again. We're all going to die? We can't escape. We can't escape. The scientists' minds were on the brink of collapse. They abandoned all hope, sitting lifelessly on the ground. Yi Ren, Hawk shouted, casting a hopeful glance toward him. The only one capable of safeguarding them was Yi Ren, the one who could teleport. If only he could transfer them away before the blizzard struck. Yet, Yi Ren was fixated on the silhouette within the storm, striving to discern the nature of the looming threat. However, all he could perceive was a haze of indistinctness. Don't dawdle. Hurry and take us away. The research vessel emitted a distressing sound, snapping ominously in two. The thunderous roar amplified the collective fear of the unknown. Yi Ren's gaze flickered, and with a mere thought, he transported everyone several dozen kilometers away in an instant. They blinked, and suddenly found themselves upon a comparatively tranquil glacier. The howling winds and blinding snow had vanished, and the sky had returned to a serene clarity. Gasping for breath, the group was still in shock as they glanced back, only to see their previous location engulfed by a tempest of raging snow. They were saved. Warm Baby and the parrot slumped to the ground, overwhelmed with relief at their miraculous escape. Yi Ren touched his nose, realizing that he had not only rescued his companions, but also the polar bear that had guided them to the ship. In the face of the tempest, the bear had been panic-stricken, flailing about like a headless fly, convinced of its impending demise. Yet, Yi Ren had remembered it and brought it along. However, before the group could fully relax, an inexplicable chill swept over them once more. The sharp, jarring sound of cracking ice pierced their ears. Almost immediately, the previously tranquil sky above the glacier erupted into another blizzard. A colossal, indistinct shadow reappeared at the heart of the storm. It seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track them. No matter where Yi Ren transported the group, it could follow with relentless determination. What on earth was happening? This was an utterly bewildering scene. The parrot's eyes widened in terror, nearly reaching a pitch of panic. This was no natural blizzard. The falcon stood frozen, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Yi Ren's expression grew gravely serious as he fixated on the figure emerging from the storm. It became clear. The entity at the center of the blizzard was undeniably alive. A vast shadow loomed over them. Frigid winds sliced like daggers across their faces, and the swirling snow battered their bodies mercilessly. Fear, helplessness, and despair spread like wildfire in their hearts. What to do? Can you take us away again? Warm Baby's voice trembled as he cast a pleading glance at Yi Ren. In that moment, Warm Baby felt an acute sense of anguish, acutely aware of his own insignificance and frailty. His ability to control localized temperature seemed laughable against the overwhelming terror of the storm. With a thunderous crash, a massive iceberg succumbed to the storm's fury, collapsing violently. Can you still activate your ability? The falcon roared at Yi Ren, his gaze unwavering. Although he was not well versed in spatial abilities, he understood that all powers have cooldown periods. The more powerful the ability, the greater the energy expenditure and, consequently, the longer the cooldown. But now, he had no other options and could only place his hopes in Yi-Run. The harsh sounds of ice cracking echoed from all directions. Enormous fissures spread like a spider's web, swiftly fracturing the once solid ice into countless shards. An avalanche. It's an avalanche. Warm Baby shouted in terror, watching helplessly as massive ice blocks tumbled down the mountainside towards them. Truly, calamity compounded calamity. Their situation was growing increasingly dire. We're going to die here, at the hands of that monster, the scientists murmured, their eyes vacant and devoid of hope. Yi-Ren remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching avalanche and swirling snow. His heart pounding furiously. After a deep breath, he shouted, "Get away." In an astonishing moment, the tempest that had blotted out the sky seemed to be yanked away by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. The avalanche and scattered ice also disappeared quietly. The sky regained its clarity, sunlight flooding the land, as if the horrifying snowstorm had been nothing more than a fleeting nightmare. Everyone stood slack-jawed, utterly astounded by the scene before them, as if time itself had frozen. "Did you just transport the blizzard away?" The falcon stammered, barely able to believe his own eyes. Warm Baby, stuttering, was at a loss for words, his mind seemingly malfunctioning. The parrot's eyes widened, beak agape in disbelief, while Nightingale's beautiful eyes trembled, her pupils dilating in shock. Initially, they had only anticipated being moved to a safe location, but who could have imagined that Yi-Run would accomplish something so monumental? He had banished the blizzard and the avalanche. How incredible! The parrot exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Truly amazing. Warm Baby echoed, equally thrilled. Yet, before they could bask in their exhilaration for long, the chilling sounds of cracking ice resounded once more, the sky darkened ominously, and fierce winds howled as snowflakes swirled around them once again. The terrifying blizzard was reassembling. What? The group gasped in confusion. It's pursuing us, that monster. Chapter 25. You, my friend, must be the chosen one, a scientist muttered, his eyes brimming with despair. This time, Yi-Ren did not hasten to activate his spatial transport. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the enormous shadow at the heart of the storm. His mental acuity sharpened as he attempted to discern its true nature. The colossal shadow was not a solid entity, but rather a life form composed of countless ice and snow elements. Have you heard of elemental life? It resembled such a being. Lacking a fixed form, it could change at will and manipulate the surrounding ice and snow to conjure horrific blizzards. At the very center of the storm lay an ice crystal heart, radiating a ghostly blue light. This heart was the source of the elemental life form, as well as its Achilles heel. Yi-Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. With a sudden movement, the enormous shadow quivered, as if an invisible hand had torn it apart. The ice crystal heart materialized in Yi-Ren's grasp. He had succeeded, teleporting the heart and extracting it. The ice crystal heart, bewildered, had yet to comprehend what had transpired. It was only when the once dominant blizzard dissipated without a trace that the sky regained its clarity, sunlight enveloping the earth, making the previous terror feel like a mere illusion. At this moment, the ice crystal heart trembled in Yi-Ren's hand, emitting faint buzzing sounds akin to an infant's cry. Fear, unease, helplessness, and profound confusion swirled within its consciousness. Normally, as the core of an elemental life, it would be impossible for anyone to extract it so easily. After all, surrounding the heart of ice crystal is a corporeal form of elemental essence. The massive silhouette that everyone observed amidst the blizzard was indeed that very form. The density of this elemental body is exceedingly high. Even the detonation of a nuclear bomb would fail to obliterate it. Theoretically speaking, in regions dense with ice and snow, such as the Arctic and Antarctic, elemental bodies are incredibly resilient and possess extraordinarily rapid regeneration. Hence, under normal circumstances, the heart of ice crystal could not possibly be exploited as a weakness. However, alas, Yi, our protagonist, possesses extraordinary abilities. He effortlessly disregarded the formidable density of the elemental body and, utilizing spatial teleportation, forcibly extracted the heart of ice crystal. Perhaps only he, with his unparalleled prowess, could operate outside the conventional parameters. The heart of ice crystal is extraordinarily fragile, akin to the human heart, susceptible to destruction by the slightest force. Thus, a faint telepathic resonance echoed in Yi-Ren's mind. I wish to survive. I do not wish to perish. The voice was tender and feeble, imbued with fear and desperation. Reminiscent of a helpless child, Yi-Ren lowered his gaze to the heart of ice crystal in his hand. Remarkably, it still retained some semblance of telepathic capability. He inquired, "What is your name?" "I do not have a name." The voice remained delicate and weak, almost childlike. After pondering briefly, Yi-Ren asked, "Where do you come from?" "I do not know." The ice spirit weakly explained, "I was born during the solar eclipse a week ago. I suddenly gained consciousness. Yet I do not know who I am or what I am meant to do. And then you began to manipulate ice and snow, creating blizzards? I was simply afraid. I wanted to protect myself. The ice spirit's voice was laden with grievance and helplessness, as if it were a lost child seeking a way home. What is the actual situation? The solar eclipse from a week ago had induced certain anomalous effects that were yet unknown to humanity. These effects inexplicably granted a portion of humans, including Yi-Ren, extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the eclipse also catalyzed the emergence of peculiar beings like the ice spirit. As a nascent life form, the ice spirit inherently feared everything, much like an infant crying upon birth. Its cries conjured the terrifying blizzards. The blizzards led to an accident involving a research vessel, and the curious ice spirit's first encounter with humans frightened the scientists aboard. Why were you pursuing me? Yi-Ren raised an eyebrow. I do not possess any cough syrup. The ice spirit fell silent, as it sensed a powerful mental wave emanating from Yi-Ren. This wave surpassed anything it had ever perceived before, igniting a profound curiosity within it. The blizzard was merely a manifestation of its inability to fully control its powers. In any case, the misunderstanding had been resolved. Yi-Ren prodded the outer layer of the heart of ice crystal, contrary to his expectations of hardness. It felt soft to the touch and pulsed faintly. He conveyed his friendly intent to the ice spirit. Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. The ice spirit. Upon confirming that Yi-Ren would not crush it, the ice spirit gathered its elemental form to envelop and protect its heart. However, it did not transform back into the towering figure of frost. Instead, it morphed into a fluffy little snowball, gently leaping onto Yi-Ren's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. The ice spirit. I have found my protector. Although the ice spirit had only been born for less than a week, its learning speed and intellectual capacity were remarkably high. As previously mentioned, it sensed an incredibly terrifying mental wave from Yi-Ren. Furthermore, Yi-Ren had effortlessly extracted its most vulnerable core with a mere flick of his finger. In light of these factors, the ice spirit profoundly realized that this tall and slender being before it was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Despite being a naturally born elemental life form, its instinct to seek strength compelled it to follow this powerful ally rather than remain alone in solitude. How adorable! Exclaimed the parrot girl beside them, her eyes wide with amazement as she fixed her gaze on the snowball perched on Yi-Ren's shoulder. Is it now your pet? Oh, great one. The warm-hearted companion was equally astonished, unable to reconcile the charming little snowball before him with the terrifying blizzard creature it had once been. A pet, perhaps? Yi-Ren grinned, gently stroking the soft fur of the ice spirit. Who could resist such a fluffy snowball? The ice spirit contentedly squinted its eyes, gently rubbing against Yi-Ren's neck. Among those present, only the instructors Falcon and Nightingale wore serious expressions, unlike Warm Baby and the parrot, who were captivated by the cuteness. They were acutely aware of the ice spirit's terrifying potential. As a newly formed elemental life, the extent of the ice spirit's abilities remained unknown. Just imagine. It had only been born a week, yet it could effortlessly conjure blizzards and avalanches. The ice spirit's capabilities revolve around manipulating elements such as ice and snow. However, what was even more daunting was its potential scale. If it was so powerful from birth, how formidable would it become as time passed? Ultimately, could it possess the capability to plunge the world back into an ice age? It was truly unfathomable. The mere thought of this scenario made Falcon swallow hard. He glanced at Yi-Ren, who was playfully teasing the ice spirit, his emotions complex. Yi-Ren was on his first mission, and he had inadvertently acquired an elemental life form as a pet. Goodness, surely you are the chosen one. Chapter 26. Over 3,000 kilometers. Instant teleportation? The rescue mission had largely concluded. At this point, most of the scientists had recovered from their mental breakdown. The lead professor sheepishly approached Falcon, inquiring if he could request him to return to the research vessel to retrieve the important backup data. That data represented the culmination of their years of work in the Arctic, and its loss would render their efforts moot. No problem. Falcon initially intended to make another trip to retrieve the data from the research vessel. However, Yi-Ren scratched his head. Am I truly so inconsequential? Before he could finish speaking, Yi-Ren snapped his fingers with a hint of annoyance. With a resounding crack, the nearly fractured snow dragon vessel materialized before them. It lay quietly atop the glacier, resembling the remains of a colossal steel beast. The scientists. Goodness, what an incredible ability. This is extraordinarily convenient. Falcon wore a complex expression, unable to contain his thoughts on why he had come on this mission. It felt as though he were merely a tourist. Essentially, Yi-Ren had been doing all the heavy lifting, and most importantly, he executed everything flawlessly. Please, your actions make us appear quite inept. The Nightingale instructor seemed to penetrate the Falcon's thoughts, her expression impassive as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You ought to feel elated. This rescue mission has concluded with such ease. The Falcon replied, indeed, if it weren't for Yi Ren. Not to mention, just the journey to the Arctic via transport aircraft would require a considerable amount of time. And no one can guarantee that the scientists wouldn't encounter unforeseen mishaps during that interval. How does the saying go? A slight deviation leads to a 1,000-mile error. Those scientists, ensnared in peril, might have met a different fate had they been delayed by even a minute. For instance, had Yi Ren not been present to navigate the blizzard conjured by the ice spirit during our initial encounter, it would have surely spelled doom for us all. The Falcon sighed, gazing at Yi Ren's silhouette, his expression laden with complexity. He finally grasped why spatial ability users were held in such high regard by the nation. Such individuals were akin to real-life bugs in the system. However, what the Falcon remained oblivious to was that Yi Ren was exceptional. At least according to all the databases known within the Dragon Kingdom, no spatial ability user had ever been comparable to Yi Ren. At that moment, the scientists had boarded the fractured research vessel. It had taken them but a brief time to exclaim, "We found it! We found it!" They rushed out of the cabin, clutching several hard drives tightly, their joy unmistakable. "This is splendid, truly splendid." The elderly professor trembled as he caressed the hard drives. In a sense, he could accept his demise, but he yearned to bring this crucial data back to his homeland. "Thank you, comrades. Thank you for saving us." At that moment, the scientists bowed gratefully to Yi Ren and the others. They had believed themselves doomed, waiting for death with little hope remaining. Yet, they were astonished to find that the nation had dispatched a rescue team comprising ability users, pulling them back from the brink of death. "You're all too kind, esteemed colleagues. This is merely our duty." Although Yi Ren was an orphan, he held a deep-seated respect for these scientists who dedicated themselves to their country. The homeland would never abandon any of its citizens in need of rescue. After a round of mutual gratitude, a thought struck. "By the way, where's the transport aircraft? We must hasten to return this data to our country. Those hard drives cannot withstand these extreme cold conditions for long. They must be sent back for backup as soon as possible." However, the scientists could not spot the rescue aircraft and momentarily found themselves at a loss. "The transport aircraft?" They chuckled and shook their heads, turning their gaze toward Yi Ren. "Look, our transport is right there." The scientists paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet their intellect kicked in almost instantaneously, their pupils constricting. "No way. The direct distance from the Arctic to our country is at least 3,000 kilometers. Could it be that we can teleport back with your abilities? This can't be true, can it?" Instant teleportation over 3,000 kilometers surpasses the limits of their imagination. Is there truly such an extraordinary ability user in this world? Indeed, there is. Yi Ren grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Let's go." In the next instant, the surrounding space distorted and shifted. The once blanketed ice and snow landscape vanished in an instant, replaced by the familiar training ground. The scientists were left aghast. After a brief silence, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. "What? Are we dreaming?" They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that they had traversed over 3,000 kilometers from the Arctic back to the Dragon Kingdom in the blink of an eye. Was this what it meant to possess spatial abilities? Such an advantage seemed almost otherworldly. In any case, the rescue mission had been completed successfully. Not only had the missing scientists returned, but they were all intact. It is worth noting that they had faced peril in the Arctic, under normal circumstances. One would expect at least severe frostbite. However, thanks to Yi Ren's ability to teleport, the scientists emerged with merely mild discomfort, save for an increased urgency to relieve themselves. "Well done." To commend Yi Ren's extraordinary contributions, Zhao Guoqiang requested a special commendation ceremony from his superiors. Who understands the significance of this? On the very first day Yi Ren joined the longing department, he obtained classified intelligence from the Eagle President's office. By the third day, he was directly involved in a national emergency rescue mission, successfully retrieving the scientists who had gone missing in the Arctic. This level of achievement is unprecedented, if not unmatched. Moreover, since Yi Ren was recruited into the department by Zhao Guoqiang also garnered attention and accolades from his superiors. This caused a smile to spread across Zhao's face, as he increasingly found Yi Ren to be a remarkable asset. "This kid truly shines like a beacon of fortune." The commendation ceremony took place in the department's hall, with all members present to witness this momentous occasion. The atmosphere within the hall was solemn and dignified. A bright red national flag hung at the podium, flanked by an array of flowers and greenery. The deputy minister of the longing department, a sprightly old general with graying hair, personally awarded Yi Ren a gleaming gold medal. "Comrade Yi Ren, you exhibited outstanding bravery and fearlessness during this Arctic rescue operation, mitigating significant losses for our nation and earning honor for the people. On behalf of the longing department, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and highest respect to you." The old general's voice was resonant and warm, and his weathered hands bore the calluses of years spent gripping a weapon. Yiren stood tall, executing a standard military salute. I absolutely love serving the people. The old general replied, Comrade, you can omit the initial part. Yiren had held that sentiment for quite some time, and finally seizing the opportunity, he shouted it out with glee. What a relief. The audience erupted into thunderous applause that seemed to last an eternity, except for one person, Wang Chao, whose expression was dark and stormy. Chapter 27. The benefits of maximum mental power after the commendation ceremony. Yiren was bestowed with a series of generous rewards, including a substantial monetary bonus, special allowances, and property deeds for real estate located in the capital's prime area. In truth, these accolades were largely symbolic. Bai Jie mentioned while presenting Yiren with his rewards. Yiren, you need not rush into perilous missions. The nation will not neglect you. Yiren paused, a sly grin forming on his face. Oh, Bai Jie, are you expressing concern for me? Bai Jie indeed felt concern for Yiren. Upon learning he had joined the team on the rescue mission to the Arctic, she was deeply worried. After all, Yiren was currently the only known spatial ability user globally, and he had yet to fully mature. What if something unfortunate befell him? Bai Jie sighed softly. Yes, I am indeed worried about you. There is no need for you to undertake such dangerous tasks at this moment. Yet, Yiren interrupted her mid-sentence. Bai Jie gazed at him in a daze, for she noticed that Yiren's playful smile had vanished. He was now earnest, his eyes clear as he spoke. Upon discovering my extraordinary abilities, my initial reaction was to report to the state. Do you understand why? Bai Jie instinctively shook her head. It is because, at the tender age of 4, the orphanage took me in, and from that day forth, I have never known hunger. I no longer have to scavenge for remnants left by others, nor do I sleep on the cold pavement. When my stomach aches, there is medicine available for relief. For an orphan like me, the state has truly bestowed upon me a home. Bai Jie, momentarily speechless, slightly parted her lips and gazed at Yiren in a trance. She had perused Yiren's dossier, which depicted him as an optimistic and spirited young boy. Yet, the simplistic words overlooked the struggles hidden behind his smile. Yiren raised his head and grinned. The director taught me to be grateful, so I aspire to serve my country. Bai Jie fell into a long silence, then suddenly extended her hand gently, enveloping Yiren in her soft, ample embrace. Yiren, with a heart full of compassion, Bai Jie softly declared, from now on, this will be your home. If you desire, I can also be your family. Yiren. He remained silent, savoring the enticing aroma of milk. Bai Jie may have noticed, but she deemed it insignificant. Since this child seemed to relish it, she decided to indulge him. As night fell, Wang Chao gathered a group of his raucous friends, feasting on midnight snacks in the opulent dining hall while derisively belittling Yiren. Humph. It's merely a stroke of luck that he awakened such an impressive ability. What a facade. Wang Chao scoffed. I bet his achievements this time are entirely fabricated, all orchestrated. His words immediately incited agreement from the others. Indeed, it's rather strange. How could a newcomer achieve such significant merits so swiftly? There must be some hidden agenda. Perhaps someone is deliberately elevating him. Wang Chao grew increasingly animated, slamming his hand on the table as he rose to his feet and proclaimed, I'm preparing to challenge him to an unrestricted brawl. Let us see if he dares to face me. His declaration stirred a commotion among the crowd. Wow, a spectacle awaits. I'm here for the drama. Wang Chao was intent on publicly humiliating Yiren, seeking to obliterate his dignity. The following day, on the training grounds, Wang Chao deliberately raised his voice in front of everyone, ensuring all could hear. A man should engage in what men do. Do you dare accept my challenge? Certainly. I accept your challenge, Yiren replied calmly. His composed response left Wang Chao momentarily speechless. Aren't you supposed to be rattled? Why are you so unfazed? I provoked you in front of everyone to incite your anger, to make refusal impossible. Yet Yiren's nonchalant demeanor struck Wang Chao as a profound insult. Goodness, so in your eyes, I hold no weight at all. Wang Chao's expression darkened ominously. Fine, very well, Wang Chao hissed through gritted teeth. In 3 days, I will be waiting for you in the arena. The loser will kneel and call the other father. With that, Yiren waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, further igniting Wang Chao's fury. He seethed with jealousy, a glimmer of vengeful delight flashing in his eyes. For Yiren to kneel and call him father, that was merely superficial. Wang Chao had grander plans in store. He had enlisted his family to procure specialized weapons through clandestine channels, a cache designed to maximize the potential of his telekinesis. Just wait. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes as he watched Yiren's retreating figure, a sinister smirk curling his lips. The news of Yiren accepting Wang Chao's challenge quickly spread. Upon learning of this, Instructor Nightingale was exasperated and sought out Yiren. I know you're formidable, but it's better to be cautious, better safe than sorry. In truth, Nightingale's concern stemmed from an instinctive worry. With Yiren's extraordinary capabilities, who could truly harm him? The high-ranking officials of the longing department, upon hearing of Wang Chao's challenge, initially contemplated intervening. After all, their thoughts mirrored those of Nightingale, better safe than sorry. However, Yiren had assured Zhao Guoqiang that he was determined to fight in this arena and intended to declare before all, "I will make him kneel and call me father." Consequently, the longing department tacitly allowed the challenge, though it appeared to Wang Chao as an endorsement. Wang Chao mistakenly believed he had official backing and grew increasingly arrogant, disregarding Yiren entirely. In the ensuing 3 days, Yiren continued to learn various combat techniques under instructor Nightingale. To enhance Yiren's combat prowess in a short time, Nightingale focused on teaching him lethal techniques. She showed a clear bias, hardly considering Wang Chao as a contender. If Yiren could master these lethal techniques, a single close-range teleportation could swiftly conclude any confrontation. However, during the training, something occurred that left Nightingale utterly astounded. She discovered that Yiren, like a parched sponge, voraciously absorbed all her skills. Indeed, Yiren's capacity for learning transcended the definition of genius. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Every technique taught by Nightingale was grasped by Yiren with astonishing ease. Was this even reasonable? It was completely irrational. It defied all logic. For instance, Nightingale had trained from a young age to develop her formidable physical prowess and coordination, providing the foundation for her precise execution of lethal techniques. Yet Yiren, he had never undergone professional training, yet his physical abilities, after just 3 days of instruction, rivaled Nightingale's strength. Moreover, he had seamlessly integrated all the lethal techniques he had learned. This was profoundly abnormal. Nightingale muttered to herself, feeling as though her worldview was crumbling. Only Yiren understood that his extraordinary learning ability was perhaps linked to the ever-expanding limits of his mental prowess. Chapter 28. The arena begins. Wang Chao's hidden cards. 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. The day of Yiren's duel with Wang Chao had finally arrived. Within the training grounds of the longing department, a square arena designated for combat training was already set up. The area surrounding the arena was teeming with spectators, nearly all members of the longing department in attendance. Even the chef from the dining hall wheeled in a cart to join the excitement. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sodas. Don't miss out. Look at that. What is a business mindset? Making a profit here. Here he comes. Wang Chao is arriving. Whoa, Yiren is here too. Who will emerge victorious? A stir rippled through the crowd as Wang Chao strode into the training ground, flanked by a throng of boisterous friends, his demeanor arrogant and self-assured. Today, he had donned an all-black outfit, appearing exceptionally fit and capable. In contrast, Yiren opted for a simple t-shirt, entering the arena alongside instructor Nightingale. What a pretense. Wang Chao sneered dismissively at Yiren, a cold smile playing on his lips. For now, put on your act. In a moment, I shall demand your sincere apology. Brother Chao, are you confident? His companions inquired of Wang Chao, but do not misunderstand. They had made a wager regarding who would emerge victorious. If Wang Chao were to lose, it would cost them several months' worth of wages. With resolute assurance, Wang Chao replied, I might lose. But the probability of that is quite low. Goodness, the match has yet to commence, and already he is making grand declarations, causing his friends to feel a twinge of concern. Surely, Brother Chao is not resorting to underhanded means to secure victory, is he? In truth, their suspicions were not unfounded. Wang Chao, with a knowing chuckle, had indeed procured a batch of new stimulants from his family to ensure his triumph in this competition. These substances could significantly enhance his mental acuity, allowing his mind to operate at lightning speed. However, such drugs typically come with considerable side effects. But Wang Chao was beyond caring at this juncture. Earlier that morning, he had mixed the stimulant with his drink. Now, he felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, his energy surging as if he had ignited a powder keg. Previously, his abilities were limited to moving a dumbbell with sheer willpower. Now he felt capable of lifting a small van. This was a sure win. Nightingale instructor, do you think he can prevail? Among the crowd below the arena, Warm Baby and the parrot huddled close to Nightingale. Victory is assured, Nightingale responded with her characteristic aloofness. In the spectator area, Zhao Guoqiang, Bai Jia, and several high-ranking officials from the longing department had taken their seats, ready for the match to begin. Wang Chao and Yiren ascended the stage simultaneously, standing face to face with a mere 2 meters separating them, the air thick with tension. Youth, let me reiterate the rules. There are none. You may utilize your abilities until one of us is incapacitated or concedes. Wang Chao coldly fixed his gaze on Yiren, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Let us begin. I can hardly wait to hear you kneel and call me father. Such excessive banter, Yiren replied coolly, amidst the charged atmosphere on stage. The onlookers below were increasingly anxious, particularly those unfamiliar with Yi Ren, who had only recently joined the department. Could this absolute novice contend with the seasoned Wang Chao? The match commenced. With Zhao Guoqiang's command, Wang Chao launched the first assault, prepared to witness the might of capital. With a swift motion of his hand, dozens of gleaming blades shot forth from behind him. These were his trump cards. Each blade was custom-made from a special alloy, lightweight, yet razor-sharp. Under Wang Chao's telekinetic control, they moved with a lifelike agility. Whoosh! The blades whirled rapidly, producing a piercing sound as they hurtled towards Yi Ren from all directions. Their relentless assault sending shivers down the spines of the spectators. What on earth is that? So many blades. Is this telekinesis? Gasped the crowd in astonishment. Wang Chao's abilities seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Zhao Guoqiang furrowed his brow, murmuring under his breath, while Bai Jian nodded gravely in agreement. On the stage, Wang Chao observed Yi Ren encircled by the blades, a cruel smile curling on his lips. It is not too late to concede. Yet Yi Ren's response was merely to raise a single middle finger. Fool! Wang Chao's expression darkened ominously, and without holding back, he willed 3 blades to surge towards Yi Ren. This was the maximum he could control with precision. Any increase in number would diminish accuracy. He was confident that even a spatial ability user could not evade these blades, given the notorious delay inherent in activating abilities, commonly referred to as startup time. But not for Yi Ren. He was capable of instantaneous action. Watch out! The parrot girl gasped, her heart racing. Swish! The blades vanished into thin air. To the astonishment of the crowd, the next moment revealed the 3 missing blades had reappeared right behind Wang Chao. Thud! 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 The rapidly spinning blades plunged into Wang Chao's body with ferocious force. Wang Chao howled in agony, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as his body trembled violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Hiss! The spectators gasped collectively, their expressions reflecting shock and sympathy. Was this brutality beyond comprehension? Yi Ren had somehow transmitted Wang Chao's own blades behind him? How excruciating must that be? Even those who had fervently supported Wang Chao were rendered speechless, their mouths agape as they absorbed the unfolding drama on stage, time seemingly frozen. Yi Ren remained impassive, watching Wang Chao with an eerie calm. It is not too late to concede. He echoed Wang Chao's earlier taunt, igniting a fire of rage within Wang Chao. Stifling the searing pain, Wang Chao's eyes blazed with fury. You dare! His gaze brimmed with venomous hatred, wishing nothing more than to obliterate Yi Ren. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his willpower to forcibly extract the blades from his wounds. Thud! The 3 bloodied blades shot forth once more, this time aimed directly at Yi Ren's neck. Is this lunatic serious? Zhao Guoqiang and the others watched in horror as Wang Chao, now utterly deranged, lost all semblance of reason. Yi Ren's heart raced, but his heightened mental acuity allowed him to perceive time as if it had slowed. He could discern the blades' trajectories and the subtle glints upon their edges. Yet to the average observer, the blades moved with such velocity that they left phantoms in their wake, an impossible speed to track. But Yi Ren was able to respond and adapt in time. Chapter 29. Wang Chao is dead? What does that have to do with me? In a swift motion, Yi Ren's eyes flickered, and with a mental command, the 3 blades vanished once more. The next scene was utterly horrifying. Wang Chao let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently before crashing to the ground, curling up in agony. A noticeable indentation appeared in his abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the arena crimson. The crowd below was left in stunned silence. This cannot be. The spectators gasped in disbelief, the implication dawning upon them. Had that area already lost its integrity? Wang Chao, has he transformed into a eunuch? An indescribable phantom pain surged through him, compelling all the male witnesses to instinctively clench their legs. Even Instructor Nightingale couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Yi Ren is ruthless. I woke up for the early shift. How dare you undermine me? Wang Chao bellowed, clutching his groin, his voice a cacophony of despair and agony. Who among my family understands? All I sought was Yi Ren's life, yet he retaliated by rendering me impotent. Setting reality aside, does he not bear even the slightest fault? So is this it? Just 2 words from Yi Ren shattered Wang Chao's defenses. He couldn't comprehend, truly couldn't grasp, that in his pursuit of victory in this arena, he had not only resorted to drugs, but had also expended exorbitant sums on custom-made composite metal blades. Despite all he had sacrificed, why had it culminated in such a dismal outcome? Is talent truly that paramount? Does all the effort one exerts in life fail to bridge the chasm of innate ability? Wang Chao felt a sense of desolation. Yi Ren's instantaneous spatial teleportation extinguished any flicker of hope he harbored for victory. The mechanism of psychic abilities was formidable, yet alas, Wang Chao's level was insufficient, compounded by Yi Ren's overwhelming prowess. Just consider the most crucial aspect, the ceiling of mental strength. The upper limit of mental strength dictates the magnitude of one's abilities. If Wang Chao's mental capacity is 10, Yi Ren's must be augmented by 3 additional zeros. There was simply no possibility of competing on equal footing. The disparity was so vast that by the time Wang Chao realized this, it was far too late. I refuse to accept this, he murmured, his eyes filled with fury, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to raise his voice. Shame, humiliation, and resentment, an amalgamation of negative emotions engulfed him like a relentless tide. You have lost. Call me father. Yi Ren looked down upon Wang Chao, sprinkling salt upon the wounds of his already shattered dignity. You must be dreaming. Wang Chao gritted his teeth, forcing those words through clenched jaws. He would rather perish than submit to Yi Ren. He had never addressed even his own father by anything but his full name. When had he ever endured such humiliation? What a disgrace to lose and not even acknowledge it, utterly laughable. Call me father. Call me father. Call me father. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted into a raucous uproar. They waved their arms excitedly, shouting loudly. Each voice struck Wang Chao's already battered pride like a heavy hammer. Even those seated at the podium, including Zhao Guoqiang, regarded Wang Chao with indifference, showing no inclination to intervene. In their eyes, Wang Chao had brought this upon himself. Having lost, he must face the corresponding consequences. Wang Chao fell into despair, isolated and abandoned by the world. His once proud familial background and now meaningless abilities felt as though they had been stripped away, leaving him naked and exposed to the scorn and ridicule of the onlookers. Ultimately, under the weight of immense pressure and humiliation, Wang Chao's mental defenses crumbled completely. Father! He nearly screamed, the words escaping him in a hoarse, desperate cry. Tears mingled with blood streamed down his cheeks. Woe is me. After submitting, Wang Chao wept uncontrollably, his soul and dignity teetering on the brink of annihilation. He felt his life had irrevocably unraveled. Everything he had once held dear had disintegrated into nothingness, rendering him akin to a lost dog. Yet, what tormented him most was Yi Ren's reaction. Yi Ren disdainfully took a step back, wrinkling his nose in contempt, and remarked, I have no desire to have a worthless son like you. This statement was the final straw, shattering the last vestige of hope within Wang Chao's heart. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had departed, with only the unceasing tears silently narrating his despair and anguish. The arena battle concluded with Wang Chao's mental breakdown. He was carried away on a stretcher, resembling a mere shell of a man, vacantly departing the training grounds. The once vibrant Wang Chao had now become a thorough failure, evoking profound pity. Impressive bro. Shall we add each other as friends? Are you in need of a boyfriend? Those who were equally adept as Yi Ren now flocked to him, their faces adorned with smiles, eager to curry favor with the formidable young man before them. Meanwhile, Wang Chao's so-called friends departed the training ground, their expressions grim, muttering angrily, what a worthless fool, making me lose money. Damn it, I should have known better than to trust him. What a piece of trash. That's several months' salary down the drain. How infuriating. Yi Ren approached Instructor Nightingale with a grin. So, how did I perform? Not too shabby, right? Nightingale regarded Yi Ren with a penetrating gaze, unsure of how to respond. The spatial abilities proved to be even more formidable than anyone had anticipated. The gifted truly are fearsome. As the workday drew to a close, Bai Jie suddenly approached Yi Ren. Wang Chao is dead. Bai Jie gazed at Yi Ren with a serious expression. Yi Ren shrugged. So what if he is dead? Someone like him is hardly worth mourning. Bai Jie sighed after a few moments of silence. The doctors discovered a blade in his brain tissue. You were responsible for that, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Yi Ren became agitated. Hey, don't make baseless accusations. We can't speak without evidence. Wang Chao's death is unfortunate. Though we did have a minor conflict today. But do I seem like the type to kill someone over a disagreement? Yi Ren widened his innocent eyes. It certainly wasn't me. I suspect Wang Chao may have used his psychic powers on himself. Does that make sense? Bai Jie rolled her eyes in exasperation. But he had no external injuries. That blade must have entered his brain out of nowhere. Are you really not going to explain? Yi Ren's smile faded as he looked at Bai Jie earnestly. Yes, it was me. What of it? Bai Jie, after nearly half a minute of silence, averted her gaze. Next time, remember to dispose of the evidence after someone dies. I've already destroyed the blade. No one can pin anything on you. Yi Ren exclaimed, what the hell? Sister Bai Jie, why am I suddenly feeling a bit attracted to you? Chapter 30. Yi Ren was furious, and the consequences were dire. On a sunny weekend morning, the world was resplendent with light and the sweet songs of birds. Meaningless humming. Yi Ren was in exceptionally high spirits. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he carefully stuffed a thick stack of cash into his backpack. This was the reward and bonus granted to him by the state after his last rescue mission, amounting to a six-figure sum. Today, he planned to return to the orphanage to pay a visit to the elderly director. Oh, the old man must be overjoyed to see such a fortune. Yiren smiled, his eyes brimming with warmth and nostalgia. At the tender age of 4, he found a home where he could savor hot meals every day. Back then, he was as frail as a stray cat. Had it not been for the director's kindness, he might have perished on the streets from starvation. In Yiren's memories, the director was always a benevolent and gentle figure, patiently instilling in the children the virtues of integrity and kindness, the importance of diligent study, and the duty to serve their country. He was like a beacon of light, illuminating Yiren's once bleak existence. The old man must be proud of my success now, right? Yiren murmured as he gazed out the window. A sleek black Hongqi sedan awaited downstairs, its polished surface glinting in the sunlight. Morning, Lauda. Yiren greeted the driver with a smile as he opened the car door and settled in. Good morning. Are we heading to the mall now? Lauda respectfully inquired as he started the engine. Indeed, I wish to purchase some gifts to fill these boxes, Yiren replied, opening the trunk to stow away several large suitcases. He had prepared toys and snacks for the children of the orphanage, as well as nutritional supplements and clothing for the director and his wife. Yiren had no intention of using spatial teleportation for his return. That would lack the necessary ceremonial flair. Knowing that the director enjoyed lively gatherings and cherished the joyful faces of children, he resolved to return in a more grandiose manner. An hour later, laden with gifts, Yiren arrived at a secret military airport on the outskirts of the capital. A silver-gray transport aircraft awaited him. This was essentially a dedicated transport plane bestowed upon Yiren by the state, though he normally wouldn't to utilize it. But who will pilot the plane? He pondered. Isn't that me? Lauda replied. Yiren was taken aback. Goodness, Lauda, you can fly a plane too? Following the driver into the cockpit, Yiren watched in awe as Lauda skillfully flipped various switches. Hey, Mr. Yi, don't underestimate me, Lauda chuckled. From planes to tanks, there's no vehicle I can't operate. Yiren couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The driver arranged by the state was indeed extraordinary. We won't crash, will we? Yiren joked. Of course not. It's not like this is a helicopter. Lauda laughed heartily. Upon arriving in Donghai City, another Hongqi sedan was already waiting at the airport. Let me handle this, Mr. Yi. Lauda placed the gifts into the trunk of the sedan, then started the car towards the coordinates of the orphanage that Yiren had provided. As he gazed out at the swiftly receding scenery, Yiren's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. In his memories, the orphanage's exterior walls were always weathered, and the ivy in the corners grew wild. Yet, the two-story building was filled with warmth and laughter. The director was like a grandfather to him, kind and gentle. It was thanks to his careful guidance that Yiren had stayed on the right path, avoiding a fate of becoming a lost soul. Before long, Yiren arrived at the entrance of the orphanage. Gazing at the somewhat aged two-story building before him, he felt a surge of emotions. The exterior walls were peeling, and the ivy had withered considerably, giving it a somewhat desolate appearance. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the orphanage's large door and stepped inside. However, the orphanage was eerily quiet. The hall, which should have been filled with laughter, was now desolate. Only a few children huddled in the corners, their fearful eyes watching him intently. Yiren paused, sensing that the atmosphere was amiss. What's wrong, kids? He attempted to greet them, but they merely cowered further, afraid to respond. Just then, an elderly lady with graying hair and a bandaged arm emerged unsteadily from a room, clutching a broom. Upon seeing Yiren, she froze for a moment, then suddenly dropped the broom, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Little Ren. The tremor in her voice was palpable, her eyes filled with astonishment. It's me, Lu Granny, I've returned. Is it really you? Truly you, Little Ren, Lu Granny exclaimed, gripping Yiren's hand, her murky eyes welling with tears that streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Granny, what happened? How are you hurt? Yiren asked, noticing the bandage on her arm, his heart tightening with concern. Oh, it's nothing, I just had a little fall. Don't worry, she quickly waved her hand, trying to mask her injury, not wishing to burden Yiren with anxiety. A fall? How could it be so severe? Yiren furrowed his brow, unconvinced by her words. Moreover, he sensed that the atmosphere in the orphanage was decidedly unsettling. The children were all cowering in the corners, their expressions rife with fear. Lu Granny, please tell me the truth. What on earth has happened? Yiren's tone turned serious, as he instinctively felt that something terrible must have transpired in the orphanage. Lu Granny hesitated, reluctant to reveal the truth, fearing it might embroil Yiren in trouble. Where's the director? Why isn't he here? Yiren looked around, noticing the absence of the director, and his unease grew. The old man. Upon hearing Yiren's inquiry about the director, Lu Granny could no longer hold back her tears, suddenly covering her face and weeping uncontrollably. He is in the ICU. What? Yiren felt a ringing in his ears, disbelief etched on his face as he anxiously asked Lu Granny, what happened to the director? How could he end up in the ICU? It's all those damned beasts. Lu Granny sobbed, stammering as she recounted the harrowing events to Yiren. A few days prior, a group of superpowered delinquents had stormed the orphanage, intent on robbery. The director had valiantly tried to stop them, but was brutally beaten by the deranged assailants, sustaining severe injuries. The old man. He might not make it. Lu Granny's voice broke, her sorrow overwhelming. At this point, Yiren was consumed with rage. Those damned beasts. Are they seeking death? Chapter 31. The state machinery in motion. Find the culprits. Lu Granny, please don't panic. Yiren restrained his fury, gently patting Lu Granny's back in an attempt to comfort her. Now that I'm here, the old man will surely be all right. Lu Granny, with tears in her eyes, choked out, but those fiends were too brutal, and I don't have enough money. It was well known that the ICU was a financial black hole, with treatment costs soaring into the thousands per night. Lu Granny and the director had dedicated their lives to the orphanage, living in poverty, and had barely saved anything over the years. The old gentleman has been residing in the ICU these past few days, which has only exacerbated the already dire circumstances of Grandmother Lu. It is often said that money is a source of trouble, yet a lack of it renders one utterly immobile. Do not worry, Grandmother Lu. I possess ample funds, Yiren declared, thrusting his backpack onto the ground and unzipping it, revealing a stack of crimson banknotes. Grandmother Lu's murky eyes widened in disbelief, and she stared in astonishment. Xiaorun, where did you acquire such a fortune? A flicker of fear crossed her mind, suspecting that Yiren may have engaged in illicit activities, for how could an ordinary individual possibly amass such a sum of cash? I am currently serving the nation, Yiren reassured her, dispelling her concerns with a single phrase. With a sudden turn, Yiren shouted towards the guard stationed at the entrance of the welfare home. Lauda, step inside. Coming, Mr. Yi. Lauda responded promptly, hastening to enter. Yiren briefly recounted the situation to Lauda, whose expression turned gravely serious upon hearing the news. Mr. Yi, please remain calm. I will contact the higher authorities immediately. Lauda, while serving as Yiren's personal driver, also functioned as a vital communication link established by the state. Whenever Yiren faced any urgent needs, he could relay them through Lauda. Lauda dialed a special number, stating, report to the chief. This is Xiao Song. Mr. Yi has encountered some difficulties. After a detailed account of the events, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a deep, authoritative voice responded, understood, Xiao Song. Please inform Comrade Yiren that we are taking this matter very seriously. Assistance will be forthcoming shortly. After hanging up, Lauda lowered his head slightly and assured Yiren, rest assured, Mr. Yi, the state has dispatched the finest medical resources to ensure the director's safety. Additionally, relevant departments will send personnel to secure the welfare home and investigate the identities of the assailants. All wrongdoers will ultimately face justice. Yiren nodded, though his countenance remained dark and stern. Grandmother Lu, you should accompany me to the hospital. Your injuries also require proper attention, he urged, glancing at her bandaged hand. I'm just an old bone. It's nothing. Grandmother Lu instinctively shook her head. Do not worry about the financial aspects. I am currently serving the nation, and there will be no costs incurred. After saying this, Yiren exchanged a knowing glance with Lauda. Indeed, Lauda affirmed, given the special nature of Mr. Ye's work, he receives unique state benefits. You need not worry about medical expenses, as the state will cover everything. Very well, then I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Lu finally acquiesced. But what about the children at the welfare home? Do not fret. Professionals from the relevant departments will temporarily oversee the welfare home. He reassured her. Xiaorun, you have truly grown up and accomplished so much. Tears glistened in Grandmother Lu's eyes once more. After ensuring everything was in order, Yiren stood alone in the empty hall of the welfare home, clenching his fists as he gazed around the desolate space. It was within this very hall that he first felt the warmth of a family. It was also here that he met the old gentleman, the one who had altered the course of his life. Now, however, the director lay in the ICU. Those brutes shall not escape justice. A glint of near-maniacal fury flashed in Yiren's eyes. The wrath of Yiren even attracted the attention of the highest echelons of the state. At all costs, apprehend the perpetrators immediately. Orders cascaded down from the top tiers of the government. The Ministry of Public Security, the National Security Bureau, the Longing Department, all vital state agencies sprang into action. They mobilized elite forces, employing satellite tracking and cyber surveillance. Under the machinery of the state, within less than half an hour, leads began to emerge. Report. According to the Sky Eye surveillance system, we have identified the criminal group. They were a 5-member team of superpowered criminals who had already fled to Tingyan City. A document was remotely encrypted and sent to Yiren's phone. containing photographs and information about the 5 young individuals. Name, Ma Long, codename, Bull. Ability, physical enhancement. Description, possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, with impenetrable defensive capabilities. The leader of the group. Name, Zhao Liang, codename, Prophet. Ability, observation and prediction. Description, appears capable of predicting upcoming events through meticulous observation. The strategist of the group. Name, Sun Hao Zhou Qiang, codename, Twins. Ability, mental link. Description, the two share a mental link, allowing for silent communication. Name, Wu Di, codename, Phantom. Ability, invisibility. Description, this target seems capable of freely and extensively becoming invisible. As he perused the document showcasing the youthful faces, a cold murderous intent flickered in Yiren's eyes. These were merely 16 or 17-year-olds, yet they had already shed the constraints of morality, choosing to exploit their abilities for malevolence. These brutes believed that their powers exempted them from the law. Tingyan City, is it? Yiren's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhao Guoqiang calling. Hello, Xiaoyi, do not act impulsively. The longing department has already intervened in this case, and the police will fully cooperate. We will ensure those scoundrels face justice. Zhao Guoqiang's tone was laden with concern, aware of Yiren's unstable emotions. However, Yiren coldly retorted, Zhao Gu, I am also a member of the longing department. I will take charge of this matter. I will locate them, and then. Yiren's voice trailed off, his tone turning icily resolute. I will torture them before ending their lives. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Zhao Guoqiang could only manage a bitter smile, feeling utterly powerless. He understood Yiren's character and recognized the intensity of his current rage. No amount of persuasion would sway his decision. Sighing helplessly, Zhao Guoqiang could only pray that they would apprehend the criminals before Yiren had the chance to exact his own brand of justice. Act swiftly. We must capture the criminal group before he does. Zhao Guoqiang commanded, his voice grave. Understood. The members of the longing department responded, all mobilizing at once. Chapter 32. The time for torture approaches. The state apparatus had already begun its pursuit. It was believed that the criminal group would soon be brought to justice. Yet Yiren was unwilling to let matters conclude so simply. The group of spirited delinquents had not caused a fatality, so they were unlikely to receive the death penalty. At worst, they would serve time in prison. Yiren desired their demise, and thus he must first locate them. However, Zhao Guoqiang had not provided Yiren with precise coordinates or footage, leaving him unable to pinpoint the criminal group's location. After a moment of hesitation, Yiren dialed Bai Jia's number. Sister Bai Jia, could you do me a favor? Bai Jia had already surmised the purpose of Yiren's call, yet she found herself unable to comply. Sister Bai Jia, please inform me of the real-time whereabouts of those brutes. This request is against protocol. Bai Jia hesitated. In principle, she should not divulge such confidential information to Yiren. She had been explicitly warned by her superiors not to allow Yiren to seek vengeance on his own. Sister Bai Jia, I implore you, this matter is of utmost importance to me. A rare note of pleading tinged Yiren's voice, causing Bai Jia's heart to soften in an instant. With a deep sigh, she closed her eyes, as if steeling herself for a fateful decision. If I were to end up in prison because of this, you must remember to visit me and bring my favorite matcha cake. Upon hearing Bai Jia's words, a flicker of a smile finally graced Yiren's face. Rest assured, Sister Bai Jia, should they dare to act, I will ensure they understand the consequences. Bai Jia shivered at his words. She knew Yiren was a man of his word. The boy's capabilities were truly formidable, and if he were to unleash his fury, it seemed no one could stop him. When an individual wields absolute power, one that renders the law inconsequential, the only chains that bind him are the moral codes of his own heart. No one wishes to witness Yiren losing control. The state yearns for stability, as does Yiren himself, with both parties' objectives aligned. Yet, in certain matters, Yiren must heed the call of his conscience. Ding dong. Bai Jia sent Yiren a link. Upon opening it, he found a real-time coordinate, complete with detailed annotations and scene footage. The time is ripe. With a flicker of thought, Yiren activated the spatial teleportation. 5 ruffians were seated in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel. Their table was laden with cash and an assortment of gold and silver jewelry, including a set of gold adornments they had just seized from an elderly couple. The couple had pleaded desperately, even bowing before them, but the brutes remained unmoved, only escalating their violence until the couple was on the brink of death. Ha ha, these old folks are quite wealthy, Man Yo boasted, donning a gold necklace around his neck with a smug expression. With this money, I'm going to buy a limited edition supercar and race every day. Ghost chimed in, his eyes gleaming with greed. We want to go to Las Vegas. Somehow, one of the twins joined in the raucous cheer. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The five exchanged wary glances, their paranoia heightened since their descent into crime. They felt as though everyone was a potential informant. What are you afraid of? I'll get the door. Man Nyo, bolstered by his enhanced physique, stood up to open it. Yiren stood expressionless outside the door. His icy gaze, reminiscent of a reaper from the depths of hell, caused Man Nyo's heart to constrict in fear. The temperature in the room plummeted, an inexplicable chill enveloping the space like a malevolent specter. The five men realized the visitor did not come in peace. Man Nyo was the first to act, instinctively throwing a punch at Yiren's face. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. With his current physical prowess, he could indeed shatter a human skull with a single blow. He aimed to kill. Die. Man Nyo was confident. For the concept of physical enhancement was indeed exaggerated. His body had been comprehensively and astonishingly fortified, capable of tearing steel apart with ease. This included his agility. Even the motion of his punch was so swift that, even if Tyson were present, he would struggle to evade it, the air crackling with the sound of his strike. Thus, Man Nyo was convinced that Yiren could not avoid his blow. Yet, his folly sealed his grim fate. Yiren's mental acuity far surpassed that of any ability user, allowing him to perceive time as if it had slowed down when he concentrated. He could clearly see Man Nyo's fist approaching, as if in slow motion. In the hotel suite, a decorative painting hung on the wall, an abstract oil painting. Vibrant colors swirling into distorted lines and patterns. In an instant, as the painting vanished, Man Nyo's body jolted violently. He opened his mouth in agony, yet no sound escaped. Ugh! Man Nyo collapsed, disbelief and terror filling his eyes. He felt as if his very being were being torn apart, the excruciating pain threatening to render him unconscious. What is happening? What is going on? Man Nyo looked down, only to behold a scene that sent chills down his spine. The painting had inexplicably embedded itself within his body. Ghost, Prophet, the twins. The remaining four stared wide-eyed in horror, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. What in the world is this? Ghost's voice trembled. That painting. How could it be lodged inside Man Nyo as if it were a glitch in a video game? The sight was utterly bizarre. The prophet's face turned pale. His ability of meticulous observation combined with deduction now felt utterly futile against Yiren's instantaneous teleportation. How could one predict the unpredictable? Yiren approached Man Nyo, looking down at him from a superior height, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Ugh! Man Nyo groaned in agony, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His body convulsed violently, as if it were on the verge of expiring. Yet, Man Nyo did not succumb immediately. As a physical enhancement user, he was impervious to blades and bullets, his physical prowess vastly amplified. Thus, even with a painting lodged within him, he did not die on the spot. However, his current state was more agonizing than death itself. How painful! Man Nyo struggled to utter a few words, his eyes pleading. He would rather meet his end than endure such inhumane torment. Yet Yiren cruelly curled his lips into a smirk. Pain is precisely what you deserve. Death would be too merciful for you, Man Nyo. Chapter 33, Paying the Price, Blood for Blood. Ugh! Man Nyo knelt on the ground, moaning in agony. Blood pouring from his mouth. The amount of blood loss would be unbearable for an ordinary person, but his enhanced physique had also augmented his blood production capabilities. The crimson liquid stained the floor, the abstract painting grotesquely embedded in his body. With each breath he took, he was met with excruciating pain. The others in the room trembled in fear. No, don't. The prophet's face was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His once proud predictive abilities now rendered useless against Yiren's extraordinary powers. However, Yiren's abilities manifested without any forewarning, without a trace of anticipation. How could one possibly predict this? A monster. He is a monster. The prophet screamed in terror within his heart, feeling the imminent threat of death for the very first time. It was a fear that penetrated to the marrow of his bones, rendering him nearly breathless. The twins trembled in sheer fright. Apart from their ability to establish a psychic link, they possessed no means of offense whatsoever. These two useless beings were merely here to provide comic relief and fill up word count. Brother, we're done for. Zhou Chang's voice quivered as he grasped Sun Hao's hand tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, yet this lifeline was as fragile as gossamer. Brother, in our next lives, I still want to be your brother. Sun Hao's expression was more ghastly than one of weeping. Only the phantom, at the moment Yiren appeared, activated his invisibility. Like a wraith, he vanished from the room in an instant. He sought to escape. However, Yiren stepped forward, forcefully shutting the door and locking it. Did you truly believe you could flee? Yiren narrowed his eyes slightly, declaring that none would escape today. I have an early class. The phantom cursed wildly within, feeling as though he were a rat trapped in a cage, with no avenue for escape. Now, it is your turn. The prophet watched as Yiren advanced step by step, his breath quickening. He knew all too well that there was no way to elude this monster. His mind raced, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. We surrender. The prophet suddenly fell to his knees, cradling his head with trembling hands, speaking rapidly. We are not yet 18. Moreover, we have never taken a life. We wish to confess. We can make amends. According to the law, minors who commit crimes can receive leniency. He attempted to bind Yi Ren with legal constraints, believing that the might of state law was the strongest force on earth. No one could escape its judgment. Yet upon hearing his words, Yi Ren could not help but let out a cold laugh. Who told you I adhere to the law? Why you can't? The prophet's face drained of color, his words tumbling out in a disordered frenzy as he collapsed to the ground. A dampness spread in the region of his trousers, a foul odor permeating the air. He had insisted that Man Neo and others only engage in robbery without taking lives, all to exploit the juvenile protection laws and the absence of murder when caught. He fancied himself a master tactician, yet Yi Ren did not play by the rules. Law? In the face of absolute power, law is but a flimsy sheet of paper, easily torn. Yi Ren ignored his pitiable state, slowly raising his right hand and pointing at him. Why you can't? The prophet lay on the ground, his pupils trembling as though shaken by an earthquake. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded as the door to the room was flung open with tremendous force. Freeze! Police! Drop your weapons! Hands on your head! A battalion of fully armed SWAT officers surged into the room like a torrent of steel, surrounding the entire suite. Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jie swiftly followed, appearing before Yi Ren. Xiaoya, please, remain calm. Zhao Guoqiang stood at the forefront, attempting to reason with Yi Ren. Hand these individuals over to us. I assure you, they will face the full weight of the law. Yet Yi Ren appeared oblivious to his words, coldly fixating on the prophet, his gaze betraying no hint of emotion. Dean, he is like a grandfather to me. Yi Ren's voice was soft and distant, as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself. He has always taught me to be a good person, to abide by the law, and to serve my country. He would often say that good people will surely be rewarded, while evildoers will face punishment. Yi Ren's voice cast a pall over the atmosphere in the room. Everyone, including the SWAT officers, fell silent, quietly listening to Yi Ren's narrative. A heavy stone weighed upon their hearts, suffocating them. From Yi Ren's tone, they discerned a profound sorrow, an irreconcilable hatred. Allow me to be willful just this once. Yi Ren's voice lowered. I wish for these scoundrels to pay the price. Blood for blood. The prophet, upon witnessing Yi Ren's beast-like gaze, was paralyzed with terror. He began to wail hysterically. Officer, help, help me. I confess. I will disclose everything. I will say anything. Please, save me. You. Zhao Guoqiang sought to persuade him once more, but as he opened his mouth, in the next moment, Yi Ren and the 5 spirited youths vanished from the hotel suite. Oh dear. Zhao Guoqiang could not help but chuckle wryly, realizing that Yi Ren had transported them using spatial manipulation. Yi Ren appeared with the 5 in a desolate expanse. Before him stretched a long iron track, surrounded by an oppressive and silent atmosphere. The tracks extended into the distance, the rusted rails glistening coldly under the moonlight, resembling 2 ancient serpents winding through this barren land. Small stones scattered between the tracks swayed gently with the wind, producing faint rustling sounds. In this forsaken terrain, the only source of light emanated from a few dim street lamps at a nearby abandoned factory. Their beams barely illuminated the overgrown paths flanking the tracks. Sparse wild grasses swayed in the night breeze, punctuated by the occasional chirping of insects, enhancing the desolation and solitude. A gust of cold wind swept through, carrying the distant rumble of an approaching train, hurtling towards them with unstoppable momentum. As the sound drew nearer, the tracks began to tremble slightly, as if the very earth were yielding to the impending steel beast. The train's headlights pierced the darkness like the gaze of death, illuminating everything ahead. The blinding light reflecting coldly off the tracks. An atmosphere of suffocating tension permeated the air, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. And no, the twins knelt in supplication, the prophet's eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, the phantom attempted to escape by relying on his invisibility. But the entire space was within Yi Ren's perception. Teleport. The phantom had barely taken 2 steps when his vision blurred, and he found himself transported to the center of the tracks. Chapter 34. The locomotive crushed the phantom. This startled him, prompting an immediate leap to flee once more. However, the moment he took a step, Yi Ren teleported him back again. Above the tracks, the invisible phantom reappeared and vanished repeatedly under Yi Ren's control. What is this? Is this a golden experience requiem? Ultimately, he emitted a desperate and piercing wail. Stop torturing me, please. Let me go? Yi Ren, Everything around felt so tranquil yet laden with menace, as if the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation. As the roar of the train grew louder, The massive engine loomed like a ferocious beast. Ah, let me go? Let me go? I will never dare again. I was wrong. I was wrong. The phantom completely broke down, collapsing on the tracks, weeping uncontrollably in his pleas, as the terror of death engulfed him entirely. Yiren stood at a distance, gazing upon the figure before him as one might regard an insignificant ant. It was not that one was unaware of their impending doom. Rather, they were acutely aware of the certainty of death. His voice pierced the silence, chilling to the bone, reminiscent of the slow creaking of the gates of hell. No, no. The specter's eyes widened in terror, a maelstrom of fear and despair coursing through him like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. He attempted to cry out, to emit even the faintest whisper of a plea for salvation, yet an invisible force constricted his throat, rendering him utterly voiceless. Desperately, the specter lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with fright and supplication. He could only watch in horror as the blindingly radiant locomotive barreled towards him, a monstrous steel beast from the depths of hell, roaring with a deafening cacophony. Clang, clang, clang. The locomotive screamed through the night, its beams of light slicing through the darkness, yet failing to illuminate the cloaked specter. As the train drew near, an oppressive weight enveloped the air, the thunderous roar threatening to rupture eardrums. No, I do not wish to die. There is so much I have yet to accomplish. I have not lived enough. Fleeting images flashed through the specter's mind. The indifferent faces of his parents during their divorce, the cruel act of slaughtering a kitten to vent his frustrations, and an array of sins he had committed. In but a moment, all would dissolve into nothingness. Boom! In that instant, the locomotive collided with the specter, producing a heavy, muffled thud. His body was instantly torn apart by the overwhelming force, blood, bones, and viscera scattering under the tremendous impact, creating a grotesque tableau of carnage. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, inducing waves of nausea. Fragments of his being spiraled through the air like leaves caught in a tempest, ultimately cascading to the ground with a soft, fragmented sound. Look closely. In that very moment, the specter's form was compressed into a singular mass, only to explode under immense pressure. Blood and tissue erupted outward like a geyser, forming a crimson vortex. The sounds of snapping bones were sharp and jarring, accompanied by the grotesque crunching of organs, creating a series of spine-chilling noises. Those remnants traced arcs in the air, some striking the ground directly, while others became ensnared in nearby branches or thickets. The train did not slow. It continued its relentless advance, as if oblivious to the tragedy that had just transpired. Only the bloodstains and severed limbs bore witness to the horrific event. The twins clung to one another, their faces etched with terror and despair. The horrific scene before them was indelibly imprinted in their minds, a permanent shadow upon their souls. But how long could such a shadow endure? They were destined to be next. The prophet had utterly crumbled, collapsing to the ground, enveloped in a paroxysm of panic. Though the bull bore excruciating pain, disbelief lingered in his eyes. The train had not stopped. The driver remained blissfully unaware that he had just crushed a soul, because the specter was invisible. He is dead. The bull's voice trembled as the realization struck him. Death was so achingly close. Even with his enhanced physical capabilities, should he be struck by the train, his fate would not differ greatly from that of the specter. Most likely, he would merely be reduced to a scattering of flesh. Yiren stood not far off, coldly observing the scene unfold. These scoundrels were unworthy of lament. Who would be next? Yiren's frigid voice, akin to the decree of death itself, reverberated through the stillness of the night. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining few, save for the immobilized bull, were fervently bowing, their foreheads striking the gravel-strewn ground, producing a sound that was painfully grating. Soon, their brows were broken open, revealing stark white bone and vivid crimson flesh. Yet, they dared not cease, for they understood that to halt meant certain death. Each bow was accompanied by a dull thud, the jagged stones lacerating their skin, blood mingling with dirt, staining their foreheads and cheeks. Their eyes brimmed with tears, while sweat mingled with mucus, cascading down their faces. They appeared utterly disheveled, yet their pleas for mercy continued unabated. Please, spare us. We shall never dare again, they cried, their voices piercing the silence with haunting intensity. We were wrong. We truly erred. We are willing to accept any punishment, as long as we can live. Yiren remained expressionless. To recognize one's faults does not guarantee forgiveness. Such a notion is folly. There is no reprieve, for punishment equates to a dead end. Did you not consider this scene when you looted the welfare institution, injuring the director? Upon hearing Yiren's words, the group of empowered individuals trembled, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Was the reason for their impending demise merely due to the robbery of that welfare institution? Was it truly for such a trivial offense? Regret surged within them, an overwhelming tide of remorse. Alas, life offers no opportunities for redemption. In the next moment, Yiren activated his spatial transfer once more, transporting the remaining 4, including the bull, to a different location. It was a mire, reeking of decay. Where's this? The twins gazed around in terror, realizing they were ensnared in muck that reached their knees, utterly immobilized. The air was thick with the stench of rotting vegetation, coupled with the unsettling cries of unknown creatures, sending chills down their spines. The sludge was viscous and heavy, as though alive, grasping their legs with tendrils, each step a Herculean effort. Instinctively, they scanned their surroundings. Above them, a dense canopy obscured most of the light, with only a faint glimmer filtering through the leaves. Towering trees surrounded them, their trunks stout and encrusted with moss and vines. Every so often, bubbles would surface in the muck, gurgling ominously, as if something writhed beneath the swamp's depths. The air felt as though it had solidified, suffocating in its density. The fetid aroma emanating from the mire intensified, becoming nearly unbearable. They began to struggle desperately, attempting to escape the quagmire, yet the more they fought, the deeper they sank. Fear and despair enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with oppressive dread. Whimpering, they could only hear each other's frantic sobs and the sound of the mire sucking at their legs, rendering everything utterly hopeless. Chapter 35. Is it cruel? You deserve it. Yiren stood at the edge of the swamp, his gaze ultimately settling upon the twins. You share a telepathic bond, do you not? A cruel smile graced Yiren's lips. Then the agony you feel is shared, is it not? Upon hearing this, the twins' pupils constricted in horror, their scalps prickling. What on earth did he intend to do? No. Please, no. They fought with all their might to escape, desperate to evade the horror that loomed ahead. Yet, in the face of Yiren's divine-like power, their struggles appeared utterly futile. With a mere flick of his hand, he initiated a swift, decisive action. Swish. One of the twins was abruptly transported deep into the swamp, akin to a turnip being thrust into the ground. He plunged headfirst into the mire, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. A deluge of sludge surged into his mouth and nostrils, suffocating him. Ugh! As he was forcibly thrust into the depths of the swamp by Yiren, his world was instantly engulfed in chaos, his head buried in the viscous muck. An unprecedented terror swept over him. The cold, slippery embrace of the mud felt as though countless icy serpents coiled around his face, mercilessly dragging him into the abyss of darkness. His legs kicked futilely in the air, but these desperate motions yielded no relief. A torrent of sludge poured into his mouth and nose, swiftly filling his oral cavity, the repugnant stench overwhelming his senses. Gurgle. He attempted to breathe, only to find that each inhalation drew in more muck. Each exhalation escaped as a desperate gurgling sound, a final lament of life. His hands groped in search of something to grasp, even the elusive air, but all that surrounded him was an endless void of darkness and viscous mud. Gasp! His eyes widened in fear, tears pooling in his sockets, mingling with the encroaching sludge, blurring his vision. With each passing second, his struggles became increasingly futile. The muck seemed to possess a will of its own, binding him tightly, not allowing a single breath of air into his lungs. His throat began to spasm, his chest feeling as though it were crushed beneath a boulder. Every attempt to breathe morphed into a torturous ordeal. In this despair, he could sense the flame of his life flickering, gradually extinguishing. His consciousness began to fade, the world before him dimming. Ultimately, his body ceased to struggle, fully submerging into the swamp, every motion succumbing to silence. The other twin, witnessing this harrowing scene, covered his mouth and nose in terror, desperate to stave off the omnipresent sensation of asphyxiation. Yet, the agony clung to him like a parasite, transmitting clearly to his mind through their psychic bond. He howled in anguish, his body convulsing violently, his eyes bulging, blood vessels erupting in his sclera. He felt as though he too were on the brink of suffocation. He fought desperately to escape this torment, to flee from the mire of death. Yet all was in vain. The choking pain intensified. Eventually, his consciousness too began to blur, his struggles growing increasingly feeble. The twins' psychic connection became the bridge through which they shared their demise. The death of one heralded the execution of the other. The twins were no more. The swamp returned to its eerie silence, allowing the mire to consume the bodies. Yiren turned his gaze to the prophet, who looked up in despair. Please, spare me. I truly have never taken a life. Yiren merely regarded him coldly, his voice a mere whisper. You are not worthy of sympathy. The prophet, in his desperation, realized that all his pleas and justifications were utterly futile. He had erred. He thought that as long as he did not kill, he could evade the law, remain unscathed. But he forgot that in this world, there exists a power that transcends the law. It is the absolute strength, the very essence of evil. That is what you are. Yiren's voice was icy and piercing. The reason you have not killed is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a fear of facing the death penalty. You are devoid of basic empathy and moral restraint. Had you possessed greater power, the consequences would be unfathomable. The prophet screamed in agony. This is twisted logic. We are human. We have rights. Yet, before he could finish, Yiren interrupted. Human rights? You dare speak of human rights? Yiren scoffed disdainfully. You are nothing but a pack of beasts. The prophet, in despair, fell silent. All his scheming, all his arguments, appeared so pale and powerless before Yiren's absolute might. Yiren glanced at a stone at his feet. Since you can foresee, let us see if you can survive. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stone the size of an egg materialized above the prophet's head, plummeting towards him like a meteor. The prophet's pupils constricted sharply. His foresight manifested extraordinary acuity at that moment. He sensed the stone's presence almost as soon as it appeared, his body instinctively reacting. He rolled to the side just in time to narrowly evade the stone's onslaught. Phew! The prophet gasped, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Yiren's voice rang out again. Two. As the words fell, two stones appeared simultaneously above the prophet's head. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. Gritting his teeth, he dodged once more. This time, he succeeded again. But the weight of his situation bore down heavier upon him. Yiren was toying with him, mocking him. 4. Yiren's voice was cold and merciless. Like a death knell. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For stones descended upon the prophet from different directions. He exerted every ounce of energy to evade again. 8. 16. As Yiren's voice escalated, an increasing number of stones descended like a torrential rain. Though the prophet could evade most attacks through meticulous observation and foresight, his body could not wholly escape unharmed amidst such a barrage. As the stones multiplied, his movements grew frantic. Bang! A stone struck hard against the prophet's knee, the sound of shattering bone resounding clearly. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing heavily into the mire. 36. Yiren's voice echoed once more, and the prophet, in despair, realized he had nowhere left to hide. Stones rained down upon him like a relentless storm. Bang! 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 The stones continued to pummel his body, each impact sending shockwaves of excruciating pain coursing through him. The prophet's body was battered and bruised, blood seeping from multiple wounds, mingling with the mud. His garments were tattered, revealing skin mottled with bruises. At that moment, the prophet's foresight reached its limits. Chapter 36. The Evisceration of Despair. He writhed in madness, attempting to evade the stones falling like rain, but it was futile. Bang! 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 The stones relentlessly struck him, each collision sending waves of piercing agony. Stop! Please stop! He cried out in a chilling wail, pleading, hoping Yiren might show him mercy. However, Yiren merely gazed at him with an impassive expression, devoid of any trace of compassion, not even furrowing his brow. The number of stones continued to multiply. He could only watch helplessly as those stones fell mercilessly like rain. Ultimately, the prophet's body was crushed and twisted beyond recognition, his limbs bent at grotesque angles, his clothing torn to shreds. His exposed skin was marred by bruises and wounds, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, mingling with the earth to form a pool of crimson. His eyes, half open, had lost their former luster, now only reflecting a dull hue. Now, only the bull remained. Yiren approached the bull and snapped his fingers lightly. Whoosh! The abstract painting that had been embedded within the bull's body was instantly transmitted out. The wound on the bull's abdomen began to heal at a visible pace. The muscles surrounding the wound began to writhe as if they had come to life, rapidly filling the ghastly fissure. The bright red blood gradually receded, and new skin emerged at the site of the wound, covering the damaged tissue. The bull's complexion shifted from pale to a restored hue, and his body ceased to tremble. He looked down at his abdomen, where there had once been a gaping wound down to the bone, now transformed into an unsightly scar. Clearly, the bull's enhanced abilities had also augmented his self-healing capabilities. Truly remarkable. Even Yiren couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The mechanism of the bull's abilities was indeed formidable. Alas, he had crossed paths with Yiren. The bull raised his head, glaring at Yiren with venomous resentment, his eyes filled with defiance and rage. You won't die a good death. Yiren chuckled, a cold and cruel smile gracing his lips. You should be more concerned about your own fate. The bull gasped for breath, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his lowered gaze. Passivity was not in his nature. He sought to resist. Since death was inevitable, why not fight back? Die? He lunged forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Yiren. However, the bull's vision blurred, and his body uncontrollably vanished from the spot, only to reappear in his original position. An indescribable terror and despair enveloped the bull as he howled. How do I fight? How do I even fight? He was like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Yi Ren tilted his head, observing the bull with keen interest. Your body is rather intriguing. If you were to lose your internal organs, would you still survive? The bull's scalp prickled at these words. He seemed to understand what Yi Ren was about to do. No, just kill me. I beg you, grant me a swift end. The bull howled, preferring immediate death over enduring such inhumane torment. Yet, Yi Ren only laughed cruelly. Kill you? That would be too merciful. The moment the bull laid hands on the old dean, his fate was sealed. Whoosh! A blood-soaked liver suddenly appeared at Yi Ren's feet. Simultaneously, the bull clutched his abdomen in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. He felt as if his body were being torn apart, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. His liver had been extracted by Yi Ren. This was merely the beginning. The bull's anguished cries echoed through the silent marsh, reminiscent of a demon's wail from hell. He writhed on the ground like a fish on the brink of drowning. However, the self-healing ability of a body-enhanced individual exceeded even his own imagination. Remarkably, the bull could still survive after losing his liver. In truth, the bull's ability was to comprehensively enhance his physical constitution, which included the functionality of his organs. After his liver was removed by Yi Ren, his other organs swiftly began to compensate for its functions. Simultaneously, new liver tissue began to proliferate wildly within him. An incredible vitality. Yi Ren clicked his tongue in admiration. What a pity that you encountered me. Whoosh! Another bloodied spleen appeared at Yi Ren's feet. The bull's screams reverberated through the heavens once more. Kill me. Just kill me. He pleaded in despair, preferring instant death to enduring this unendurable torment. Is this not enough? Yi Ren would not grant him such mercy. This was only the beginning. He continued to utilize spatial transmission, extracting the bull's organs one by one. Kidneys, stomach, intestines, lungs. Everything was ruthlessly removed from the bull's body by Yi Ren. At Yi Ren's feet lay a small mountain of flesh and blood. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Yet, astonishingly, the bull was still alive. His heart continued to beat with tenacity. If one were to open his body at that moment, they would find that, apart from the feebly beating heart, his interior was utterly hollow. No organs remained. Yet, despite this, he was still alive. The human body is truly marvelous. Even Yi Ren felt a hint of astonishment. The bull's enhanced abilities had surpassed his understanding. Such vitality was comparable to that of a cockroach. You shall slowly experience death in your agony. Upon uttering these words, Yi Ren pretended to turn away, which ignited a flicker of hope in the bull's dimming pupils. Was he leaving? Could he live? The bull's vacant gaze sparkled with newfound light, his pupils gradually refocusing. The hope of life reignited in the dying embers of his existence. He struggled to crawl toward the pile of mangled organs. When he finally touched the scattered entrails on the ground, the bull trembled as he ripped open his abdomen, enduring excruciating pain. He then began to shove the organs back into his body one by one. With each organ's return, a surge of granulation tissue erupted, reconnecting the severed blood vessels and nerves. With the return of each organ, the bull felt a warm and powerful force coursing through him. The bright red granulation tissue spread like fine tendrils, rapidly mending the ruptured blood vessels and nerve endings. The muscles and skin surrounding the wounds began to transform, growing and healing at an astonishing pace. I can survive. I can survive. The bull's eyes brimmed with ecstasy. However, just as he reveled in his joy, a sharp pain suddenly radiated from his heart. He let out a piercing scream, the agony surpassing any he had previously endured. What is happening? The bull writhed in torment on the ground, instinctively clutching his chest, only to horrifically realize the heartbeat had vanished. The bull trembled as it lifted its head, its gaze fixed upon the slender figure not far away. He isn't left. Yi Ren merely stood there silently, yet his presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain. At his feet, a vibrant crimson heart pulsed faintly, seemingly the last testament of vitality. That was his heart. In an instant, the bull comprehended that Yi Ren had never departed. He had remained here all along, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, quietly relishing in his anguish and despair. You didn't truly believe I had left, did you? Yi Ren chuckled softly, his tone laced with mockery and derision. Yet it chilled the bull's blood like ice from the depths of hell. To instill hope, only to shatter it with one's own hands. That is the most brutal torment. Upon the damp earth, the scarlet blood flowed along its delicate veins, each thread of crimson narrating the fragility and brevity of life. Unsurprisingly, the blood saturated the ground beneath, forming a deep red stain. It resembled a tragic painting, evoking an ineffable sense of sorrow and beauty. The bull's gaze remained locked on that heart, his eyes betraying a torrent of uncontainable despair and yearning. His body, weakened by the loss of his heart, battled with each breath that came with excruciating pain. Yet, an unyielding will to survive propelled him forward, inching toward that singular source of life. He reached out, his fingertips trembling, leaving trails of blood upon the ground. The bull's body writhed like a dying worm in the mire. The heart, so close. A flicker of hope ignited anew, a glimmer of ecstasy flashing in his murky eyes. As long as he could return the heart to his body, he could live. He could survive. However, just as he was about to touch that heart, a loud and heavy sound shattered the silence. Thud! Yiren lifted his foot and, without hesitation, crushed the heart beneath it. With that motion, the heart was instantly flattened. Blood and flesh splattering. It morphed into a blurred mass of gore, mingled with dirt, unrecognizable from its original form. No, the bull let out a desperate roar, a sound akin to the lament of a dying beast, filled with anguish and unwillingness. His eyes, once glimmering with a hint of hope, instantly dulled and became hollow. Losing all radiance, Yiren looked down upon the bull from his elevated stance, devoid of any emotion, and coldly declared, "It's over." The bull's body quivered violently before it collapsed entirely, lifeless. His once proud enhanced physique ultimately could not salvage his existence. He perished, succumbing beneath Yiren's foot, engulfed by his profound despair and terror. In the fleeting moment before the bull's consciousness was swallowed by absolute darkness, he pondered, is it merely for robbing a welfare home? The muddy swamp returned to a chilling silence, interrupted only by the harsh caws of a few crows in the distance, as if calling the souls of the deceased. Yiren stood quietly, observing the gradually cooling corpse of the bull, inhaling deeply. Only at that moment did he awaken from the almost frenzied thirst for blood. Realizing the sheer madness and cruelty of his previous actions, I might have inadvertently killed them all. Though Yiren muttered softly, he held no regrets. He slowly closed his eyes, the kind and gentle smile of the elderly director surfacing in his mind, alongside the innocent faces of the children raised in the welfare home. I did nothing wrong, Yiren murmured under his breath. With a swish, the space warped, and Yiren's figure vanished from the swamp, leaving behind a scene of blood and dismembered organs that silently recounted the events that had transpired. "Mr. Yi, you've returned." The guard, sipping iced red tea, was startled by Yiren's sudden appearance but quickly regained his composure, thinking, now that's professionalism. He then relayed the news of Yiren's return to Zhao Guoqiang and his direct superiors. "Captain Zhao, Mr. Yi has returned." This brief statement caused Zhao Guoqiang on the other end of the line to spring to his feet, a heart that had been suspended finally at ease. "Understood. Stay safe and continue to protect Mr. Yi." "Yes." After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his temples and ordered the cessation of the pursuit of the criminal gang. He understood that since Yiren had returned, it was likely that those 5 scoundrels were now scattered in disarray, within a pristine, high-end single-patient care room. The air was infused with a faint scent of disinfectant and calming floral notes. The elderly director lay quietly on the hospital bed, his breathing steady, vital signs stable. With the aid of the nation's top medical resources, the director's injuries had shown remarkable improvement. It wouldn't be long before he would recover and be discharged. Yiren stood outside the ward, gazing through the glass window at the slumbering elder, his mood gradually easing. "What a stubborn old man," Yiren murmured, a gentle smile playing on his lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cascaded through the window, enveloping Yiren in a warm glow. The guard beside him stared, captivated by the scene. He appeared almost like a descending deity, as the remnants of the sunset faded and the corridor lights illuminated, casting a slightly cold ambience. A deep voice resonated behind Yiren. "Xiao Yi." Yiren turned to see Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jie standing at the end of the corridor, both bearing somber expressions. Bai Jie opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, but was silenced by Zhao Guoqiang's piercing gaze. "We'll settle this later," Zhao Guoqiang said, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Bai Jie could only close her mouth in resignation, clearly aware that her act of providing coordinates to Yiren had been exposed. Yiren understood the situation as well, and he faced Zhao Guoqiang calmly, his voice resolute. "Each person is responsible for their own actions. Sister Bai is innocent. Any punishment should be directed at me." Zhao Guoqiang scrutinized Yiren deeply. "Directed at you? Such words are easily spoken. The country is treating you like a revered ancestor, fearing your wrath. Who would dare to truly punish you? What if you turned dark and ended up serving the eagle sauce?" After a lengthy silence, Zhao Guoqiang finally sighed in resignation. Alas. Rubbing his temples, he softened his tone. "Comrade Xiao Yi, your actions this time have severely violated multiple laws of our nation. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" "I do," Yiren replied calmly, "but I do not regret it." Zhao Guoqiang found himself at a loss for words, grappling with Yiren's obstinate attitude. He took a deep breath, striving for composure, and ultimately could only wave his hand in defeat. "How about this? You will write an 800-word reflection, followed by a fine of 500 yuan. This matter shall simply be put to rest. Yi Run, Chapter 38, Yi Ren's New Ability, Sixth Sense? Upon hearing this, Yi Ren was left utterly dumbfounded. Not my friend. I have resorted to vigilante justice, directly eliminating 5 underage, superpowered brats. And all I receive in return is a mere online reflection and a 500 yuan fine? What kind of punishment is this? Yi Ren grinned widely, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth, resembling a certain creature. All right then, I assure you I will not err again. Zhao Guoqiang and Bai Jia exchanged glances, both recognizing a shared sense of helplessness and wry amusement in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware that, given Yi Ren's temperament, he would likely be unable to restrain himself in similar situations in the future. Yet what could the state do? They could only placate him. As days turned into weeks, Yi Ren's life seemed to return to a semblance of tranquility. He diligently adhered to his training regimen, immersing himself in various combat techniques and practical experience, leading a life that was both fulfilling and orderly. However, beneath the calm surface, an undercurrent of unease lurked. One day, Yi Ren was, as usual, sweating profusely on the training ground, while instructor Nightingale meticulously guided his movements. Aim for the carotid artery. A single strike is all it takes. Nightingale's voice, cold and stern, echoed across the training arena. Yet, Yi Ren appeared somewhat distracted. He felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. An inexplicable anxiety clung to him like a parasite, rendering him unable to concentrate. Something was amiss. Yi Ren furrowed his brow, an incessant itch of restlessness gnawing at his insides. It was an ineffable premonition, as if something ominous was on the verge of transpiring. The scent of danger lingered in his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. Suddenly, Yi Ren instinctively activated his spatial teleportation, narrowly evading instructor Nightingale's swift kick. Are you feeling unwell today? Nightingale halted, her brow slightly furrowed, concern evident in her gaze. Yi Ren's performance today was indeed wildly out of character. Instructor Nightingale, Yi Ren opened his mouth to explain, only to find himself at a loss for words to articulate that strange sensation. Are you overly fatigued? Perhaps it would be best to rest today. Nightingale's tone softened as she worried whether there was a physical issue plaguing Yi Ren. It's not that I can't describe it. Yi Ren shook his head, yet he remained unable to shake off the persistent anxiety. Let's call it a day. Everyone disperse. Instructor Nightingale announced to the other superpowered individuals still training. Then her gaze settled on Yi Ren. You will accompany me to the infirmary. In the infirmary, various medical devices hummed softly as they operated. Yi Ren lay on the examination table, allowing the doctor to manipulate an array of instruments. His brow remained furrowed, the anxiety within him showing no signs of abating. Strange, all the test results appear normal, the doctor remarked, a puzzled expression crossing his face. However, your cerebral activity is extraordinarily high, nearly thousands of times that of an ordinary person. How can this be? Instructor Nightingale found this revelation equally astonishing. Yi Ren suddenly sat up, his realization dawning upon him. It was intuition, it was the sixth sense. My sixth sense is warning me of something. His voice was low and urgent, a grave look flashing across his eyes. Meanwhile, in a small third-tier city in the northern reaches of Longhua, a ragged homeless girl huddled in a street corner, her disheveled hair and the foul odor emanating from her person causing passers-by to recoil in disgust, as if she were a harbinger of disease. Beneath her tattered garments, faint traces of her once pretty visage could be discerned, now obscured by filth. The brightness of her eyes dulled to lifelessness. Yet, a group of 15- and 16-year-old ruffians encircled her, their faces twisted into cruel and mocking smiles. Hey, what are you hiding here for? Have you stolen something? One of the ruffians kicked the girl, his tone brazen and taunting. The girl remained silent, clutching whatever she held tightly, her body trembling slightly, seemingly overcome by fear. Lost your tongue, have you? Speak up. Another ruffian shoved the girl violently, causing her to stumble and nearly fall, exposing her slender neck hidden beneath her long hair. Ha ha ha. The ruffians erupted into shrill laughter, shamelessly humiliating the homeless girl as if toying with a defenseless creature. Brother Wong, this beggar seems to be holding something. One sharp-eyed ruffian noticed the object in the girl's embrace and inquired curiously. Let us see what it is. The ruffian known as Brother Wong approached menacingly, wielding a wooden stick. He swung it down violently toward the girl's head. Bang! The stick struck her with brutal force, blood gushing from the wound, staining her unkempt hair and cheeks crimson. The girl emitted a voiceless wail, and the object she held fell to the ground. It was a newborn kitten, its pure white fur glistening, its eyes barely open, appearing fragile and helpless. Ha! It's a little cat. The ruffians, suddenly intrigued, surrounded the kitten, kicking it cruelly as if it were a lifeless toy. The kitten emitted faint cries for help, but soon fell victim to the ruffians' merciless torment. The girl observed the scene before her, momentarily stunned, before an uncontrollable wave of anguish erupted from within her, akin to a volcanic eruption. Her once murky eyes suddenly filled with madness and despair. She let out a silent scream, her formerly delicate face now contorted with rage, her pupils turning a ghastly white. An indescribable force of terror descended in that instant. The once clear blue sky was swiftly shrouded by dense, dark clouds. The sun's rays were completely obscured, plunging the entire world into a state of gloom. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap tore through the heavens, reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar, instilling fear in all who heard it. The clouds converged into a colossal vortex, swirling and connecting heaven and earth, resembling an inverted tornado, its edges flickering with lightning that illuminated the surrounding area. A fierce wind howled, causing trees along the streets to sway precariously, as leaves and debris were swept into the air, forming a chaotic whirlwind. Why is it suddenly thundering? Good heavens, this looks like something out of a movie. Quick, film it. Post it on Kuaishou. The once arrogant ruffians remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Boom. Crack. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot down from the vortex's center, striking one of the ruffians with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 39, The Weather Child? His body was instantly pierced by the terrifying energy, his skin carbonizing under the intense heat, his clothes turning to ash, leaving only a charred corpse crumpled on the ground. Its limbs twisted and face unrecognizable. His hair stood on end, muscles taut, as if he remained frozen in the act of filming until the very last moment. Run. The other small creatures, terrified beyond measure, scattered in a desperate bid to evade the terrifying force descending from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of lightning struck, each bolt unerringly hitting the small beasts. They emitted heart-wrenching cries as their bodies were instantly reduced to charred remnants under the onslaught of electricity. Some were even obliterated into fragments, strewn across the ground. The air thick with the acrid scent of singed flesh. Even as the small creatures lay vanquished, the ominous phenomena in the sky did not cease. The colossal vortex continued to whirl, the lightning unabated. The girl remained, cradling the lifeless kitten, kneeling upon the frigid ground. She gazed up at the terrifying sky, silent tears cascading from her dull, lifeless eyes. She longed to weep, to wail in anguish, yet no sound escaped her lips. She was mute, unable even to cry out. This scene was all the more heartrending. As her tears flowed silently, the once rampant lightning gradually dissipated. Yet, in its stead, a far more dreadful calamity emerged. A torrential downpour, descending from the heavens. It could scarcely be described as rain. It was as though the celestial river had burst its banks, the ocean had surged forth. Within mere minutes, the streets were inundated, the water level rising past the ankles. The roadside drainage systems buckled under the strain, sewage mingling with rainwater, surging chaotically through the streets. The water level continued to rise at a visibly alarming rate. A flood. Run for your lives. Help! Help! Oh heavens, how could this be? The once bustling city was suddenly plunged into a state of panic and chaos. People fled in all directions, their cries for help echoing through the air. Despair enveloping the entire city. Vehicles struggled through the floodwaters, the cacophony of horns only serving to exacerbate the confusion. Low-lying buildings were swiftly engulfed, and those who could not escape had no choice but to ascend to higher floors, desperately awaiting rescue. Yet, the most disheartening reality was that the flood had arrived with unparalleled swiftness and ferocity. The city's drainage system was utterly incapable of managing such a deluge. Communication lines were severed, power grids collapsed, and the entire city had transformed into an isolated island, completely cut off from the outside world. Strangely, amidst the flooded streets, the girl remained kneeling in place, clutching the kitten's lifeless body. The rain seemed to fear her, forming a circular vacuum around her. The surging floodwaters parted before her, creating an invisible barrier that shielded her from harm. However, instead of feeling reassured, she was engulfed in greater terror. She gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before her, trembling in fear, tears flowing uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair. The more frightened she became, the heavier the rain fell. It was as if this terrifying flood was controlled by her very emotions. Meanwhile, within the National Disaster Monitoring Center, the blaring alarm resonated throughout the hall. Bright red warning lights flashed erratically, the screens displaying harrowing real-time footage. Report: a catastrophic flood has struck Longshan County, with water levels continuing to rise. The situation is dire. A staff member, pale-faced, reported, his voice trembling with anxiety. Immediately activate the emergency response plan, mobilizing all rescue forces for a full-scale operation. The command center leader decisively issued the highest order. However, As the disaster monitoring staff reviewed satellite images and meteorological data, they uncovered a shocking anomaly. This flood was not a natural disaster. The rainfall in Longshan County was far from sufficient to trigger such a massive inundation. Furthermore, the flood's reach was confined solely to the county area, while surrounding regions remained eerily calm. This is highly abnormal. An expert pointed at the data on the screen. His expression grave. This is highly likely to be a disaster instigated by an ability user. The news quickly reached the longing department. What? An ability user capable of submerging an entire city. Upon hearing this, Dr. Chin's face grew exceedingly serious. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, rapidly analyzing the available intelligence in his mind. The capability to manipulate such a vast volume of water must indicate an extraordinarily formidable level of power. He realized that this incident was of utmost significance. Dr. Chin hurriedly sought out Zhao Guoqiang. Team Zhao, the situation is urgent. We need to organize ability users and rescue teams immediately to Longshan County. Otherwise, this disaster could claim countless lives. The rescue team, composed of ability users from the Longing Department and elite military forces, quickly assembled. However, the road to Longshan County had been obliterated by the flood, bridges collapsed, and vehicles were rendered immobile. Rescue transport aircraft were unable to land in the small county due to the inclement weather, and supplies could not be delivered to the disaster area in a timely manner. Time ticked away, and the lives of the trapped populace hung by a thread. The rescue operation had reached a stalemate. At such a moment, our brother Yi is just like last time. Zhao Ge, let me handle it. The eager Yiren instantly captured everyone's attention, but this time was different. Good. Zhao Guoqiang slammed his palm on the table. This was the very phrase he had been waiting for, approved. With a powerful spatial ability user like Yiren, it would be foolish not to utilize him. His powers were sufficient to disregard all obstacles, transporting rescue supplies and personnel directly to the disaster zone. Inform the Disaster Relief Department to immediately send all rescue supplies here. Zhao Guoqiang barked urgently at the communicator. Yes. At the Longing Department's training ground, several military trucks laden with rescue supplies were slowly arriving. Team Zhao, the supplies have arrived. May I ask? A camouflaged officer approached Zhao Guoqiang, saluted, a hint of confusion in his tone. Typically, these supplies should be directed to the airport, not delivered here. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a young man in a black t-shirt. It was Yiren. He walked over to the towering pile of supplies. Xiao Yi. This is the first batch of disaster relief supplies, all set. Zhao Guoqiang stepped forward, addressing Yiren. All right, I understand. Yiren nodded, his gaze sweeping over the perplexed and astonished transport soldiers and disaster relief personnel, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended his hand, gently caressing a massive shipping container before him. Let us go. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The enormous container vanished without a trace before the eyes of all present. The crowd. The officer who had just transported the goods was so startled he shivered, instinctively standing at attention. Chapter 40. Yiren and the Heavenly Soldiers descend. What the? This is terrifying. The transport soldiers and disaster relief officials rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could such a massive container simply vanish? Yiren paid no heed to their astonished expressions, continuing to extend his hand as if grasping something in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, containers filled with mineral water and food, bundles of medicine and tents, all disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In mere seconds, the once towering pile of relief supplies was entirely absorbed into Yiren's spatial dimension. This spectacle left the transport soldiers and officials utterly dumbfounded, their breath caught in their throats, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally managed to swallow hard and exclaimed in disbelief, How did he do that? Is this what they call a supernatural ability? The power of space is terrifying. While the transport personnel merely needed to deliver the supplies, Yiren had to consider far more complex matters. Zhao Guoqiang observed the astonished expressions of those around him and couldn't help but smile subtly. Who could understand the plight of their family? The Longing Department had long been in a rather awkward position before Yiren's arrival. Initially envisioned as a trump card for the nation, responsible for tasks beyond the scope of conventional military forces, the reality was that the supernatural beings within the Longing Department were shockingly weak. Let us not even mention the utterly useless abilities of someone like Fan Fan. Even Wang Chao, a telekinetic with some merit, couldn't last more than 3 seconds against modern military forces. However, everything changed with the emergence of Yiren. This remarkable individual exhibited an extraordinary level of supernatural prowess right from the start, capable of teleporting across vast expanses of blue star and possessing a spatial dimension of astonishing size. It was Yiren's presence that solidified the Longing Department's status as the nation's trump card. To put it simply, Only Yi Run is the true ace of Longhua. Don't be so surprised. You will gradually acclimate to this. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled at the still-shocked soldiers. With the disaster relief resources now adequately stocked, it was time for the army and volunteers to spring into action. Report. The disaster relief team and volunteer groups have assembled. Yet, many in the crowd appeared quite perplexed. Excuse me. A young volunteer raised their hand and asked, what are we supposed to do now to reach the disaster area? Shouldn't we be boarding transport planes or high-speed trains? What is the meaning of gathering in this remote area? The government surely hasn't built a transport station out here. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang stepped to the front of the line. Comrades, there is no need for concern. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiren snapped his fingers. Snap. In the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The originally orderly ranks of soldiers and volunteers began to vanish one by one into thin air. Huh, where did they go? What is happening? Zhao Guoqiang was also stunned. Wait, you should have waited for me to finish before teleporting. Yiren replied. Huh, didn't we already begin? Yiren, valuing time, thought it best to proceed immediately. Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his temples and decided that since they had already started, they might as well send everyone at once. However, those still on the square who had yet to be teleported wore expressions of mild panic, understandably frightened by the unknown. Everyone, don't panic. They've already been transported to the disaster area. Zhao Guoqiang shouted from the platform. Upon hearing this, the massive crowd of rescue soldiers and volunteers widened their eyes in astonishment. Teleportation? No way, am I dreaming? For these ordinary individuals, supernatural abilities were merely concepts confined to fantasy. Yet, who could comprehend that actual superhumans existed in reality, and they were part of a national team? In Longshan County, the flood wreaked havoc, transforming the entire city into a veritable swamp. Numerous low-lying buildings were submerged, debris floated along the streets, and the air was filled with the panicked cries for help. Despair and fear enveloped the city. Help! Someone save us! My child! Those trapped in high-rise buildings waved their arms in desperation, crying for aid. However, their voices were drowned out by the torrential rain and howling winds, rendering them feeble and powerless. At that moment, a battalion of soldiers clad in rescue gear abruptly appeared on the flood-ravaged streets, followed by a second and third wave. Despite it being their first experience with teleportation, the soldiers of Longhua swiftly adjusted their demeanor and commenced their rescue operations. Yiren arrived with the final group of volunteers in Longshan County. With a flicker of his eye, he commanded, "Come forth." The life rafts that had been prepped in his spatial dimension were instantaneously dispatched to every corner of the city. Thousands of life rafts. The precision of dispatching them to various locations showcased just how formidable Yi Ren's mental prowess had become. The civilians trapped in the flood gazed at the suddenly appearing life rafts and the rescue teams, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. It was as if Yi Ren had descended from the heavens to save them. Was this a miracle? We're saved. I knew the government would send help. Survivors wept with joy, rushing towards the soldiers and volunteers in camouflage, as if clutching a lifeline. Everyone, don't panic. Don't crowd. We will safely evacuate you. The soldiers shouted, maintaining order and guiding them aboard the life rafts. Comrade, hurry. Get the child on board. A young volunteer strained to rescue a mother and her child from a crumbling building. Thank you. Thank you. The mother sobbed as she held her child tightly. Yi Ren, not directly engaging in the rescue efforts, kept his gaze fixed on a certain direction in the city center. His potent mental acuity bestowed upon him an extraordinary intuition, or perhaps what one might call a sixth sense. Yi Ren's brow furrowed, his expression grave. He could distinctly sense a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from that direction. It was nearly as formidable as the ice spirit. Speaking of the ice spirit, the little creature had been temporarily left in the Arctic. As she was still in her juvenile phase, removing her from the Arctic would hinder her development. Chapter 41. Despair and Redemption from Yi Ren. Yi Ren murmured softly to himself, his thoughts racing as he initiated another spatial teleportation, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Meanwhile, in the heart of Longshan County, the filthy homeless girl remained knelt in the depths of the alley. Cradling the lifeless body of a kitten, silent tears streamed down her dull, lifeless eyes. A vast vacuum had formed around her, creating an invisible barrier that parted the surging floodwaters before her, shielding her from harm. Yet, rather than finding solace in this, she was gripped by greater terror. Gazing at the apocalyptic scene unfolding around her, her body trembled uncontrollably as tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with despair. Why had it come to this? She had no desire to harm anyone. All she wished for was to survive. Yet, how had it culminated in such devastation? Surely, for someone like me, death would be a preferable outcome. If she were to perish, this catastrophe would cease, benefiting everyone. But why should it be so? If life were an option, who would wish for death? I do not want to die. I do not want to perish. Yet, If I survive, others might suffer. This seemed an insurmountable conundrum of despair. Yiren appeared atop the building at the end of the alley, guided by an instinct that led him to the homeless girl and the peculiar vacuum phenomenon surrounding her. Is it her? Yiren exhaled, retrieving his phone to call Zhao Guoqiang. Xiao Yi, what's the situation on your end? Zhao Guoqiang's voice was laden with concern. What have you discovered? I have encountered a psychic. She appears to be the source of this flood. Yiren paused, carefully choosing his words before continuing. She seems to be the origin of this deluge. What? Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed, disbelief flooding his tone. You found her? What are you? Yiren interrupted. Her emotional state is precarious. I can sense it. Do not allow anyone to approach me. He feared the intrusion of unwitting individuals could provoke her, spiraling the situation further out of control. Understood. Please exercise caution. Zhao Guoqiang's tone turned grave. I will immediately secure your area and prevent anyone from approaching. All right. I'll handle it from here. Yiren ended the call, inhaling deeply as his gaze returned to the girl. He could distinctly feel the sorrow emanating from her. In fact, he could see the profound despair reflected in her hollow, mournful eyes. A wave of compassion surged within him. At that moment, the homeless girl, with a vacant expression, picked up something from the ground. A shard of glass. Yiren's pupils dilated. Oh no. Almost simultaneously, the girl forcefully thrust the shard toward her heart, a hint of a relieved smile gracing her lips. However, the anticipated excruciating pain failed to arrive. Whoosh. Yiren's figure appeared like a wraith, instantaneously materializing before her. In that critical moment, he swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the sharp glass shard. Crack. The shard penetrated Yiren's palm as effortlessly as piercing tofu. Blood gushed forth, dripping through his fingers, staining the girl's tattered clothing and even splattering her pale cheek. The intense pain caused his fingertips to tremble violently, yet he gritted his teeth, gripping the glass shard with all his might. His knuckles turned a sickly white from exertion, but it seemed he felt no pain, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the girl. The girl stared blankly at Yiren, her hollow pupils gradually losing their white luminescence, replaced by an expression of incredulous shock. Her mind was a blank slate, as if thought had abandoned her. Only her quivering eyelashes and the tears cascading down her cheeks bore witness to the tumult within her heart. The homeless girl parted her lips, seemingly wishing to speak. Yet no sound escaped. She simply gazed, incredulous, at Yiren's blood-soaked hand, her despair and fear slowly being supplanted by an indescribable emotion. Was it shock, confusion, or an ineffable anguish? Yiren, enduring the searing pain, slowly extracted the glass shard from his hand and cast it aside. Clatter. Blood continued to flow from the wound. Yet he felt no pain, his focus remaining on the girl. Do not be afraid. I will not harm you, he softly uttered, his tone tender enough to evoke tears. Yiren sought to soothe the girl's heart, which was already shattered. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixated on his bloodied hand. She abruptly covered her mouth, tears spilling forth once more, silently weeping. Her shoulders quivered slightly, her internal defenses collapsing anew. Once again, she had caused harm to another. The girl could no longer suppress the fear and guilt surging within her. She desperately covered her face, tears pouring forth like a torrential flood. Why? Why has it come to this? She silently cried within, loathing her own impotence. She resented the calamity she had unleashed upon the world, resented her inability to control that terrifying power. With her cries, the rain intensified, turning ferocious once more. Raindrops pelted the rooftops and streets with the ferocity of hail, producing a deafening roar. The flood, seemingly attuned to her despair, roared back with renewed ferocity, devouring everything in its path. Yiren, sister, please do not weep. At this rate, the entire city will become an ocean. It's all right. It's all right. There's no need to fear. Yiren gently reassured her. Under his comforting words, the girl gradually calmed. She struggled to rein in her emotions, stifling the tears that threatened to spill over. A faint sob escaped her throat, reminiscent of a wounded creature's whimper, evoking deep sympathy. Yiren gazed upon her pale, helpless face, a surge of inexplicable compassion swelling within him. What a pitiable girl. Her heart must ache profoundly. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved an unopened custard pie from his belongings, offering it to her. Here, this is for you. This is my favorite snack. It's delicious, Yiren said with a smile, a hint of nostalgia lacing his tone. The custard pie brought back memories of his time in the orphanage, where he cherished the rare occasions he could indulge in such treats despite the harsh conditions. Even as his circumstances improved later, he could never forget the taste of the custard pie. The girl gazed at the custard pie in Yiren's hand with trepidation, but did not reach for it. She had not tasted proper food in ages, let alone something that appeared so delectable. Take it. It's truly delicious, Yiren insisted, gently placing the custard pie into the girl's trembling hands. At that very moment, boom! A brilliant flash of lightning descended from the heavens, like the wrath of the skies, striking without warning. Yi Ren's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively activated his spatial teleportation, narrowly evading that lethal blow. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was extraordinarily high, endowed with a sixth sense. Otherwise, that bolt of lightning would have carbonized him on the spot. Boom! In that fleeting moment when the thunder struck, Yi Ren glimpsed the terror and despair reflected in the girl's eyes. She harbored no desire to harm anyone, nor did she wish to unleash this calamity. Yet she found herself powerless to control her formidable powers. Fear, trepidation, helplessness. When these negative emotions consumed her heart, the sky would unleash its devastating thunder. The wandering girl, she watched as Yi Ren vanished into thin air, only to reappear abruptly at a distance. A flicker of incredulity flashed in her hollow gaze. So, he too possesses extraordinary abilities. If that were the case, she was not a solitary monster. She had kindred spirits. An indescribable joy surged within her heart. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She wished to harm no one further, nor did she want to witness anyone perish because of her. This scene left Yi Ren in contemplation. He seemed to grasp something profound. You cannot control your emotions, and your emotions directly provoke your powers, am I correct? Yi Ren inquired softly. The girl nodded silently, yet tears could no longer be restrained. They cascaded down her dirt-streaked cheeks like pearls from a broken string. This was her first experience of being understood. Others regarded her as a monster, a harbinger of misfortune or disaster. Only Yi Ren, for the first time, articulated the words she had long harbored within, making her feel as though she had grasped a lifeline after nearly drowning. She had yearned to speak, to explain, to apologize to those who had shunned her, yet no sound escaped her lips. Only her silent sobs, amid the relentless rain, seemed particularly helpless and despairing. Perhaps her feelings of grievance could no longer be contained. The rain intensified. It poured down like a torrential waterfall from the sky. To paraphrase the great Li Bai, it seemed as though the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. The more her emotions fluctuated, the heavier the downpour became. The greater the rain, the more lives were lost. The more lives lost, the more her emotions spiraled. It resembled an inescapable vicious cycle, awaiting an unfortunate soul to break it. But who would that soul be? I can take you away from here. Yi Ren gazed at the girl and spoke gently. In doing so, no one would perish because of you again. He paused, then revealed his bloodied right hand. Would you be willing to come with me? The wandering girl. Without hesitation, she nodded, tears once again blurring her vision. She cared not where she would go, nor did she fear the dangers that awaited. As long as she could avert this catastrophe, as long as she could cease to harm others, she would even be willing to sacrifice herself. Yi Ren said nothing more. He extended his hand, gently grasping the girl's icy fingers. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Ren activated his spatial teleportation. The surrounding space warped instantaneously, and the once narrow and dim alley vanished. In its place emerged a vast, magnificent azure sea. Yi Ren and the girl materialized in the heart of the Atlantic Ocean. The colossal waves churned, the sea breeze howled, bringing with it a briny scent. Above the town of Longshan, the heavy clouds and relentless rain miraculously dissipated at that moment. The sky returned to clarity, sunlight flooding the land, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, almost simultaneously, the sky above the Atlantic darkened with ominous clouds, lightning crackled, and torrential rain poured down, accompanied by howling winds and towering waves. The girl, witnessing this familiar scene, trembled in fear, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet Yi Ren held her hand firmly. Do not fear, this is the Atlantic Ocean. No matter how heavy the rain, it cannot drown us. Yi Ren comforted softly, his voice cutting clearly through the tumultuous winds. The girl stared blankly at Yi Ren, as if, in that moment, she finally comprehended the essence of his words. Indeed, this was the Atlantic. No matter how fierce the storm, it would not result in a flood disaster. Finally, she could relinquish her worries and fears. The girl took a deep breath, striving to control her emotions. As her heart gradually settled, the intensity of the rain began to diminish. The raging winds ceased their howling, and the towering waves gradually calmed. Ultimately, only a serene sea remained, shimmering under the sunlight, akin to a vast mirror reflecting the azure sky and the drifting white clouds. Yi Ren, wow, this ability is something I yearn for as well. It's undeniably impressive. With his exceptionally high mental capacity, Yi Ren could keenly sense the wandering girl's fragile, chaotic psyche. He extended his hand. I can teach you how to control it. Here, it refers to her powers. The girl hesitated for a moment, then looked up, disbelief evident in her eyes. Is it truly possible? She had grown accustomed to being viewed as a monster, to being feared and shunned. She had even lost hope, believing she could never escape this dreadful curse. Yet, Yiren was telling her she could control it? Come, give me your hand. Yiren held out his palm, inviting her to place her hand upon his. The girl instinctively recoiled, her gaze dropping to her grimy hands. Then glancing at Yiren's clean attire, she hesitated to reach out, fearing she might soil him. Yiren seemed to see through her concerns. He did not withdraw his hand, but instead clasped hers directly. Her fingers were icy, trembling slightly, yet Yiren showed no disdain, instead tightening his grip. Relax. Controlling your powers is akin to eating a freshly grilled sausage. It may be hot at first, but you will get accustomed to it. The wandering girl, although that analogy is rather peculiar. But what does freshly grilled sausage taste like? She had never tried it. Chapter 43, New Member, Dragon Girl. Yet Yiren's voice seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually calming the girl's previously frantic heart. She lifted her gaze, meeting Yiren's clear eyes. In them, she beheld sincerity and encouragement, along with a trace of tenderness that made her heart flutter. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain control over her emotions. Yiren, mental strength is the essence that propels the powers of an ability user, much like an engine requires fuel to ignite. However, Yiren discovered he could guide the girl's spirit with his mental strength. This sensation was utterly marvelous. How could one encapsulate that feeling? Spiritual resonance. Indeed, it is precisely this enchanting experience. If one were to liken the mental capacity of an ordinary psychic to a modest cup, then the mental capacity of the wandering girl resembles that of a vast cauldron. The limits of one's mental capacity dictate the magnitude of their abilities. And through her exceptional psychic mechanism, she can incite natural disasters. This raises a pertinent question. To guide her, must not the guide possess a mental capacity surpassing hers? This inevitably brings to mind a certain exceptional individual. His mental capacity, at present, is akin to the vast Atlantic beneath his feet. Indeed, they are not of the same caliber. Thus, for Yiren, it was remarkably effortless to guide the girl as she gradually learned to master her emotions. Upon realizing her emotional state was stabilizing, she immediately grew anxious and attempted to withdraw her hand, only to be firmly held by Yiren. Experience this sensation a little longer. I may not always be by your side. Just as Yiren finished speaking, he noticed a sudden and intense fluctuation in the girl's emotions. Was she afraid of his departure? Contemplating this, Yiren couldn't help but grin. With generous benefits and weekends off, have you considered serving the nation? The wandering girl. Life is indeed rife with such dramatic twists. Mere moments ago, she was a vagabond, and now she is on the verge of becoming a member of the national team of psychics. Come, let me take you back to register. You are officially on solid ground now. With a swift teleportation, Yiren brought the frail and helpless wandering girl back to the longing department. Concurrently, the situation in Longhuan County had been resolved, and thanks to Yiren's timely spatial transport, there were no casualties. Moreover, upon Yiren returning with a psychic capable of flooding an entire city, the head of the longing department warmly praised him. What a young hero. You are truly a blessing for our great nation. I have a granddaughter who wishes to meet you. Alongside Zhao Guoqiang, who had just returned from Longhuan County. They were both bewildered by the accolades from their superiors. Little Yi, we have gathered information on this child. Bai Jie, clad in sheer black stockings, her long, elegant legs accentuated by high heels, delivered the dossier to Yiren. As anticipated, the tragic fate of the wandering girl stemmed from her rural parents' preference for sons. They callously abandoned her in their quest for a male heir. Alas, Bai Jie sighed, her eyes filled with compassion as she perused the girl's file. Perhaps, you should be named Long Nu, Yiren suggested after a moment of contemplation. Long Nu suits your abilities perfectly. The girl nodded timidly, still unaware that her life was about to be irrevocably transformed by Yiren. Under Bai Jie's guidance, Long Nu proceeded to the bathroom, cleansing herself of the grime and donning a fresh outfit. When she re-emerged, Yiren was momentarily taken aback. Is this really the same person? The once disheveled wandering girl now appeared as if reborn, her stunning beauty capable of leaving any man astounded. Her delicate features, fair complexion, and alluring figure exuded a captivating allure, as though she had stepped out from a painting. Particularly striking were her clear, timid eyes, which invoked an instinctual desire to cradle her gently. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Even the usually aloof instructor Ying could not help but express her admiration. Long Nu timidly nodded, her large eyes curiously scanning her surroundings. Everything here felt so novel and foreign to her. However, the sensation of cleanliness after her bath was infinitely more pleasant than her previous life of wandering. I have some matters to attend to. Please take her to the cafeteria for a meal. Bai Jie winked at Yiren before striding away in her high heels, her slender waist swaying. Yiren, wait. What was that wink for? I assure you, my intentions with this girl are purely innocent. Am I the type to be swayed by appearances? By the way, how could this girl grow so much when she hardly had enough to eat? Truly remarkable. As Yiren pondered this, his gaze instinctively shifted toward Long Nu. Long Nu's face flushed, her small hands trembling as they covered her chest. Upon entering the cafeteria of the longing department, the young girl was left in awe by the sight before her. You call this a cafeteria? It looks like a 5-star buffet. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Or would you like me to help you choose? Yiren explained with a smile, picking up a plate and selecting an array of delicacies for her. Abalone, lobster, shark fin, sea cucumber. He piled the plate high and placed it before Long Nu. Yet, she merely stared at the mountain of food, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. With her head bowed, her hands tightly clasped, her eyes reflected uncertainty and trepidation. I see you're anxious. Yiren spoke gently. It's all free. Please eat. Long Nu shook her head vigorously. She had simply never tasted such foods before. With a sigh, Yiren picked up a piece of abalone and brought it to her lips. Here, try this. Long Nu hesitated, lifting her gaze to meet Yiren's gentle eyes. Her heart fluttering slightly. Gradually, she opened her mouth and took a bite of the abalone. Is it delicious? Yiren inquired with a smile. Long Nu pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes. Delicious. So delicious. I've never eaten anything so exquisite in my life. Observing her pitiful expression, Yiren couldn't help but smile. He pointed to a nearby heavy eater. Look, that fellow's ability is to consume. He can eat enough for 200 people. You can eat to your heart's content. We can afford to feed you. With a glutton in their midst, Long Nu finally relaxed and began to eat. Initially cautious, she soon devoured her food with wild abandon, yet her manner was endearing rather than off-putting. When she reached for a chicken leg, Yiren decided to tease her. Is it tasty? Long Nu paused, glancing at the chicken leg she had taken a bite from, and timidly extended it toward Yiren's mouth. Yiren, wait. Am I being flirted with? Chapter 44, Explosive Psychic, Focus. Yiren did not refuse Long Nu's kind gesture. Opening his mouth to take a bite of the chicken leg, as he chewed, he spoke to her. From now on, you will no longer endure hardship. This is your new home. Long Nu nodded shyly, tears glistening in her eyes. For her, merely surviving had once been a luxury. Now, thanks to Yiren's presence, her fate was irrevocably altered. Not only had her life of wandering come to an end, but she would also enjoy delicious meals daily, wear clean clothes, and reside in a comfortable room. More importantly, she felt the warmth of Yiren's care. This sensation was something she had never experienced before. A few days later, on an afternoon, last night, did you not rest well? Your dark circles are rather pronounced. Perhaps you should forego training today and catch some sleep? How amusing. At 3 in the morning yesterday, I undertook a mission for the nation to intercept a batch of foreign materials. Why not come over? I shall give you a massage. Thank you, Nightingale. While the other superhumans engaged in training, Yiren reclined on the soft, ample thighs of Instructor Nightingale, indulging in a head massage. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just look at how fortunate this Yi fellow is. Suddenly, a news notification popped up on Yiren's phone, and the words in the headline sent a jolt of anxiety through him. Shocking. A mysterious organization orchestrates global terror attacks, plunging multiple countries into chaos. Instinctively, Yiren tapped on the news link, and his screen filled with harrowing images, burning buildings, mangled corpses, and panicked crowds. The report stated that a mysterious organization had recently executed several terror attacks worldwide. Their targets included government institutions, military bases, transportation hubs, and densely populated public areas. These acts of terror resulted in significant casualties and instilled fear and chaos across numerous nations. The foreign situation is quite tumultuous, Yiren muttered softly, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. His abrupt awakening from a mission last night seemed to be connected to these foreign forces. Ever since the last eclipse, the world has descended into disorder. Nightingale gently added, a group known as the Sons of the Sun is quietly ascending in foreign lands. This organization comprises self-proclaimed superhumans who consider themselves chosen ones. Arrogant and haughty, they believe that possessing superpowers places them above the law and morality. In plain terms, these insufferable individuals seek to establish privileges for themselves in various countries, aspiring to become so-called privileged humans. To achieve this aim, they are willing to employ any means necessary, including acts of terror. Focus. He is a senior official within the Sons of the Sun organization. Following that eclipse, he acquired the ability to trigger explosions and was swiftly selected and absorbed into the organization. Focus is a Caucasian, and his blue eyes constantly flicker with a chillingly frenzied light. Recently, he has been active around the globe, executing a series of horrifying terror attacks. He has destroyed government buildings, military bases, and even launched an assault on the United Nations headquarters. Each of his actions has resulted in numerous casualties, plunging nations into panic. This time, Focus's target is the Dragon Nation. So-called art is merely an explosion, and this country severely lacks an appreciation for the beauty of art. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of his hotel, Focus gazed down at the vibrant nightscape of the Magic City, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Allow me to show you what true art is. His target this time is the iconic landmark of the Magic City, the Magic City television tower. Focus intends to create a cataclysmic explosion that will unveil his artistic masterpiece to all the people of the Dragon Nation. Dragon Shadow Department. Comrade Xiao Yi. Here is the task. Take a look. Zhao Guoqiang was instructing Yi Run as he handed over a document detailing the mission's particulars. Just a trivial matter, a simple transport. Yi Run grinned. The task was straightforward. Transport a batch of mysterious military goods to a secret military base in the Lobnor region using his spatial abilities. Originally, the difficulty of such tasks was not insignificant. The nation had even specially trained a group of covert transport units for these kinds of missions. After all, the transport process is far from simple, with countless foreign eyes watching along the way. Ensuring the safe arrival of the goods at their destination requires considerable time and effort, not to mention the high level of difficulty. However, ever since Yi Run came into the picture, he could instantaneously traverse vast distances with a mere wave of his hand, delivering goods directly to their destination. What a dimensional reduction strike in the realm of logistics. Yi Run sipped on his ice-cold soda while awaiting the military's delivery of the mysterious goods. Just then, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him like a tidal wave. Yi Run furrowed his brow. Something feels off. He crumpled the soda can in his hand, his expression turning grave. His keen sixth sense warned him that something dreadful was about to transpire. Zhao, the map. Quickly, bring me the map. Yi Run suddenly shouted at Zhao Guoqiang. Urgency lacing his tone. Huh, the map? What do you need the map for? Zhao Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback. Yi Run's sudden outburst left him bewildered. Nevertheless, he promptly complied, turning to retrieve a map of the Dragon Nation from his office and hurriedly returning to Yi Run's side. Yi Run snatched the map from him, unfurling it on the table, closing his eyes, and taking a deep breath as he concentrated on sensing the source of his unease. Where could it be? His brow furrowed. And at that moment, his ever-strengthening mental power began to manifest, attempting to capture the faintest premonition of what was yet to come. Suddenly, Yi Run's eyes snapped open, and he pointed to a location on the map. There it is. Magic City. Trouble is brewing here. Yi Run's pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, within a bustling commercial center, throngs of people created a scene of prosperity. Ha ha ha, how lively it is. Focus stood by the railing on the third floor of the mall, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, a manic smile gracing his face. His deep blue eyes sparkled with a disturbing madness, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast greedily stalking its prey. Focus leaned against the railing, and from his palm emanated a blinding orange glow. The light intensified, growing more radiant and searing, akin to a miniature sun on the verge of explosion. Let the explosion commence. Art. With a low growl, his voice resonated with twisted delight and a morbid thrill. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar. The terrifying energy erupted instantly. Chapter 45. When did he arrive there? The third floor of the mall crumbled as if struck by a meteor, collapsing in an instant. The reinforced concrete structure was torn apart by the explosion into countless fragments, flying in all directions like deadly shrapnel, claiming innocent lives. The mall was instantly engulfed in chaos and panic. People screamed in terror, crying out and fleeing in all directions. In an instant, the mall became a scene of carnage, a hellscape of suffering. Focus stood outside the ruins, observing the horrific scene before him, a look of utter satisfaction etched on his face. He was a psychologically twisted individual, reveling in the chaos and terror he had wrought, finding a perverse sense of fulfillment in the screams and cries of the people. Life is so fragile, and I am the deity controlling life and death. He emitted a nonsensical, frenzied laugh. However, just as he was basking in this morbid delight, the shrill ring of his mobile phone abruptly shattered the moment. Impatiently, he retrieved the device and glanced at the caller ID, noting it was another senior official from the organization. On the other end of the line emerged a deep voice, laced with palpable anger. Zhujiao, I'm on an early shift. Why did you act prematurely? Do you have any idea how this disrupts the entire plan? The owner of that voice was codenamed Hacker, possessing the formidable ability to infiltrate and commandeer any electronic device. He was one of the core members of the Sons of the Sun organization. The hacker was responsible for intelligence gathering and strategic deployment, serving as the brain of the entire operation. Zhujiao, unfazed, chuckled softly, holding the phone at a distance before leisurely responding, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. Hacker, don't be so anxious. I merely stretched my limbs a bit, warmed up, and at 1T effect the plan. But you, hiding away in the shadows, tapping away at your keyboard. Aren't you worried about your bones rusting? His gaze drifted towards the inferno consuming the distant shopping mall. A frenzied glint igniting in his eyes as he licked his lips, revealing a hint of a perverse grin. I was merely seized by a whim. Seeing so many ants congregated together, I couldn't resist relishing their desperate wails. It's far more entertaining than your tedious data. On the other end, the hacker inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his simmering rage. He recognized Zhu Jiao's erratic nature and his disdain for authority, yet this was not the time for a quarrel. Zhu Jiao, you must understand, Long Country is not like those smaller nations. They are shrouded in mystery and possess immense power. Don't find yourself in a predicament. The organization will not risk a rescue. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiao scoffed disdainfully. I say, hacker, you are far too cautious. To me, they are merely a bunch of inferior beings. I could crush them with a single hand. His inflated confidence rendered him impervious to any counsel. Self-proclaimed as a new breed of humanity, Zhu Jiao believed his abilities sufficed to obliterate all obstacles and annihilate any target. Tonight, I shall detonate the Magic City television tower as planned, allowing the entire Long Country to witness my artistry. Let them tremble in despair and fear. With that, Zhu Jiao hung up the phone and strode away with an air of indifference, leaving behind chaos and lamentation. The blaring police sirens pierced the tranquility of the Magic City. As the normally bustling streets became populated with flashing police lights and armed officers patrolling diligently. Within the command center of the relevant authorities, a warning directive from the Longyin Department was received. It was a precautionary alert issued by Yi Run, and within 10 minutes after the alert, an explosion erupted at the mall. Citywide Level 1 alert. Immediately seal off all entrances and exits to the Magic City. Scrutinize all hotel and in-check-in information, with particular focus on foreign personnel. Strengthen security measures for critical facilities, especially iconic structures. Commands cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The entire Magic City tensing as if it were a drawn bowstring, entering a heightened state of alert. Yet for Zhu Jiao, all of this was merely an inconsequential interlude. He sauntered down the empty streets, observing the panicked police with a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Foolish ants. What good will it do you to turn the entire city upside down? His meticulously forged identity, crafted by the hacker, served as the perfect shield. Even if an investigation led back to him, the database would only reveal him as a benign foreign teacher visiting for leisure, an ordinary white man devoid of any threat. More importantly, he bore no illegal explosives. His extraordinary powers were the most lethal and covert weapon imaginable. As night descended and the city lights flickered to life, the Magic City television tower, this towering steel behemoth reaching for the clouds, radiated an enchanting glow in the darkness. Zhu Jiao arrived at his predetermined location. Standing at the base of the tower, unable to resist gazing up at the magnificent structure, excitement gleaming in his eyes, he adjusted his collar. Akin to an artist preparing for a performance, readying himself for the grand masterpiece. Enjoy the art, he murmured to himself, his voice imbued with twisted delight. Tonight, I shall present you with an unforgettable pyrotechnic spectacle. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt his formidable powers begin to surge, the surrounding air seemingly igniting with heat. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Longyin Department was fraught with tension. Haven't we identified any suspicious targets yet? Zhao Guoqiang paced anxiously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Report. No anomalies have been detected at this time. A staff member called out loudly. Damn it. What about Yiren? Report. Mr. Yi left 5 minutes ago. The Magic City television tower was closed to the public at night, yet Zhu Jiao stood boldly on the observation deck. Behind him traces of heat distortion that had melted the surroundings. He surveyed the brilliantly lit city below, his deep blue eyes alight with a frenzy and a desire for destruction, like a beast poised to strike. Waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to its prey, he proclaimed, Now, let me commence this grand performance. He raised his right hand, a blinding orange light coalescing in his palm. The brilliance intensified, growing ever hotter, resembling a miniature sun on the verge of explosion. Yet at that moment, he felt a stir of unease. Zhu Jiao furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. He spun around abruptly, and where there had been nothing but emptiness, a figure now stood. When did that guy appear there? Chapter 46. What is one-sided domination? Yi Ren had indeed arrived via spatial teleportation, silently and without any warning. He stared at Zhu Jiao with a furrowed brow. A strong sixth sense warned him that this foreigner was exceedingly dangerous. An ability user from Long Country? Zhu Jiao narrowed his eyes, excitement creeping into his tone. Come on, don't disappoint me. Other individuals appear as fragile and laughable as ants in my eyes. But you? Please, give me some amusement. I desperately need to relieve my stress. Since Zhu Jiao spoke in English, Yiren could hardly comprehend him, perceiving only a cacophony of noise. What are you babbling about? I'm about to initiate the teleportation. A pair of handcuffs materialized in Yiren's hand, their silver sheen causing Zhujiao's pupils to constrict. He keenly realized that Yiren might be more intriguing than any ability user he had encountered before. What kind of ability is this? How fascinating. But surely it couldn't be spatial manipulation, for the occurrence of time and space abilities was exceedingly rare, so much so that one might instinctively overlook them. Zhujiao's smile began to widen, ultimately erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, finally someone worthy has arrived. He laughed until he was nearly doubled over, tears almost streaming down his face. I am, however, before he could finish his words, a glimmer of madness suddenly flickered in his pupils. This audacious individual actually disregarded the principles of martial ethics, resorting to deceit and ambush. A metal shard shot forth from his poised fingers, trailing an orange blaze through the air, aimed directly at Yiren. Boom! Smoke billowed, dust swirled, and the deafening sound of the explosion reverberated across the observation deck of the Magic City TV tower, echoing relentlessly. The shockwave from the blast shattered the surrounding glass, sending shards raining down like droplets of rain, producing a crisp cacophony. Zhujiao stood near the epicenter of the explosion, his countenance darkened to a terrifying degree. The confident smile that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a grave expression of disbelief. His deep blue eyes were fixated on the center of the explosion, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of that place. Is he dead? He murmured softly, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yet, apart from the obliterated ground and the scattered debris, the area was devoid of life. How could this be possible? Zhujiao's incredulity erupted into a low growl. Filled with horror, he could not fathom that his meticulously planned ambush had fallen flat. How had that fellow vanished? A thought struck him like a lightning bolt, sending a shiver through his entire being. Could it be? That dreadful notion began to materialize in his mind, compelling him to draw a sharp breath. It was inconceivable. There could not be a space-type ability user in the Dragon Country. The mere idea sent chills down his spine. Space-type ability users were legendary beings, wielding the power to manipulate space itself. Records of such individuals were exceedingly rare, yet any ability touching upon time and space was astoundingly potent. If the opponent truly possessed space manipulation abilities, cold sweat began to bead on Zhujiao's forehead. Is this what the Dragon Country is like? My newly awakened powers. Please don't toy with me. I must remain calm. It's improbable for a space type to be so rare. Zhujiao shook his head vigorously, striving to expel this terrifying thought from his mind. He repeatedly reassured himself that this was merely an accident, that Yiren must have employed some other ability. Perhaps an exceptionally rapid movement, or a power capable of concealing his presence. It had to be swift movement or some other ability. He continued to comfort himself, attempting to persuade himself that this was nothing more than a coincidence. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated behind him, ghostly and silent. What nonsense are you babbling? Zhujiao spun around abruptly, his heart racing. You. He was struck with sheer terror as his pupils constricted, as if witnessing something utterly incredulous. Standing behind him was, astonishingly, Yiren. He had appeared behind him completely unscathed. Yiren's exceptionally high mental prowess not only endowed him with formidable precognitive abilities, but also allowed him, when concentrating, to trigger a unique effect of time dilation. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, the faster one moves, the slower the corresponding speed of others becomes. Thus, at the precise moment Zhujiao launched his ambush, Yiren had already foreseen his actions. In his perception, time seemed to slow down, granting him ample opportunity to observe Zhujiao's movements and evade the attack through spatial teleportation. Zhujiao, he already regretted coming to the Dragon Country. Was it too late to withdraw now? Yiren, observing Zhujiao's increasingly flustered demeanor, had already discerned the truth. This fellow's ability must be capable of causing explosions upon contact. Right? Suddenly, Zhujiao swung his right hand violently, hurling a multitude of metal shards like a torrential downpour. The shards trembled violently in midair, radiating an orange glow as they surged towards Yiren. Zhujiao's intentions were unmistakable. He aimed to create an explosion with these shards. Even if he couldn't eliminate Yiren, he could at least cover his escape. Yet, he was woefully mistaken. Snap! Yiren merely snapped his fingers, and all the shards, which were mere inches from him, suddenly vanished without a trace. Zhujiao. Zhujiao, what the hell? His pupils dilated as an ominous premonition surged within him. He then widened his eyes in disbelief. The vanished shards reappeared, but this time, inexplicably surrounding him. The dense cluster of shards emitted a perilous orange glow, encasing him like a colossal metallic cage. Zhujiao, oh no. A wave of profound fear surged from his heart. He had never anticipated that Yi Ren could manipulate spatial teleportation to instantaneously transfer the shards he had thrown back to his vicinity. Initially, in his plans, these shards would at least cause some trouble for Yi Ren, buying him time to escape. But Yi Ren had exceeded all his expectations. As Zhu Jiao witnessed the trembling shards, their brilliance reaching blinding heights, he exclaimed, "Damn it!" Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosions erupted in sequence, the violent shockwaves sending Zhu Jiao flying. He plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. As the flames and dust settled, Zhu Jiao struggled to rise, his body exposed. His clothing shredded by the force of the explosion. His form flickered with a dazzling golden-orange glow, resembling a blazing fireball radiating an astonishing heat. Yi Ren was astounded. What the hell? A fireman? Chapter 47. Yi Ren had a bold idea. Do you think this is the end? I scoff. Zhu Jiao struggled to his feet, gasping for breath. Blood oozed from various wounds across his body, yet he seemed impervious to pain. His entire being radiated a chilling orange glow, akin to a miniature sun on the brink of explosion. He bore a ferocious expression, his eyes bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth in a menacing threat. My ability is not merely a simple explosion. I can trigger fusion reactions. Goodness, this fellow's abilities are terrifying indeed. It is well known that the overwhelming power of nuclear weapons derives from fission or fusion reactions. According to Einstein's mass energy equivalence equation, even a few grams of matter can unleash unfathomable energy when converted entirely into energy. And Zhu Jiao's ability mechanism was to induce nuclear fusion reactions. Unfortunately, his scale was insufficient. Due to his limited mental capacity, he could only produce small explosions. However, he possessed a trump card, self-detonation. He could initiate a self-fusion, resulting in a catastrophic nuclear explosion capable of annihilating half a city in an instant. This was his ultimate trump card, and the reason he had always been unafraid. He believed that no one would dare to sacrifice the safety of a city merely to capture him. No one could bear such a tremendous cost. Zhu Jiao was convinced that by revealing this trump card, he could seize control of the situation and turn the tide. Do you understand? A nuclear explosion. I am a human-shaped nuclear bomb. He howled madly, his voice hoarse and piercing, like a demon from the depths of hell, resonating through the stillness of the night sky, causing the eardrums of those nearby to reverberate. His eyes were filled with madness and exhilaration, reminiscent of a cornered beast fighting for survival, attempting to intimidate Yi Ren with his last vestiges of insanity in a bid for a fleeting chance at life. So let me go. Otherwise, I will drag everyone in this city down with me into the grave, or let you all be reduced to ashes in the fury of my wrath. The intensity of his voice sharpened to an unbearable pitch as he frantically channeled the power within him, the orange-red glow becoming increasingly blinding. He was a desperate gambler, wagering all his chips on a final self-detonation, trying to coerce Yi Ren into submission with a threat of mutual destruction. However, he was met with disappointment. Yi Ren's expression bore no trace of fear or concern. Yi Ren coldly remarked, "What on earth are you babbling about? Speak in coherent Mandarin, if you can." The intensity of Focus's arrogance gradually morphed into confusion, ultimately culminating in a state of incredulous terror. He had believed his threat would instill dread in Yi Ren, only to discover that his words were utterly incomprehensible to him. Focus sputtered, "Damn it." His face flushed crimson as he managed to utter a rather unrefined attempt at Mandarin. He felt a surge of despair. His earlier hysteria now appeared comical due to the language barrier. If Yi Ren couldn't understand him, what leverage did he have left to threaten him? At that moment, Focus regretted not having studied Mandarin more diligently. Yet, did Yi Ren truly not comprehend? Of course. Yi Ren understood, but he was no fool. He had inferred the general gist of Focus's intentions and was convinced that if Focus truly detonated himself, the ensuing nuclear fusion explosion could indeed devastate half the city. But did he truly possess the opportunity to do so? Yi Ren's calm demeanor acted as an invisible pressure, causing Focus to struggle for breath. He felt like a stripped clown, left only with ridicule in front of Yi Ren. He surveyed his surroundings, but everything appeared hellish in his eyes. After an endless wave of despair, Focus's expression twisted into a grimace. "I swear I will blow us all up," he screamed hoarsely, the energy within him surging violently. The orange-red light resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, distorting the very air around him. "Here it comes. It's going to be massive. I'm about to unleash a human nuclear explosion," Yi Ren replied, with that lengthy wind-up. "Who are you trying to scare?" In the next moment, Focus suddenly blinked, and the scenery around him shifted abruptly. The once brightly lit cityscape transformed into a blinding sun and an endless expanse of desolate desert. The hard concrete beneath his feet morphed into soft sand, and a wave of heat hit him, carrying with it a dry, barren essence. Yi Ren clapped his hands. "Welcome to the Sanima Desert." Focus exclaimed, "What is happening?" He looked around in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. What had just transpired in the blink of an eye? How could this be? This was impossibility incarnate. A surge of panic gripped him as he trembled at the bizarre environment surrounding him. Go ahead and explode. Yi Ren's voice came from behind him, tinged with mockery. Do it. Focus's composure shattered, his mental state crumbled. What have you done? He stammered, his voice dripping with despair. According to his original plan, any mention of self-detonation, a threat of mutual destruction, would surely command some respect, for who could disregard the safety of hundreds of thousands of lives in half a city? Yet, Yi Ren had transported him to the desert. Am I playing a game here? Let us just restart. Even if he could self-detonate hundreds of times here, it would be utterly futile. Focus was utterly defeated, and his final card had lost its worth. But this man truly knew how to adapt. He suddenly kneeled before Yi Ren. I was wrong. Please let me go. He pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. I don't want to die. I still have so much to accomplish. Focus regretted not the lives he had taken, but rather being caught by Yi Ren. Yi Ren looked down upon him. No? You must give me a grand fireworks display today. Focus trembled, utterly broken. He never fathomed that there were indeed spatial ability users in Long Country. Faced with Yi Ren, who could teleport at will, Focus found himself utterly powerless. Escape? How could he possibly escape? Only one choice remained. I'll explode with you. Focus suddenly raised his head, attempting to refute, only to realize the world before him was spinning. The next moment, he was horrified to find his perspective had shifted. He was no longer standing, but was instead looking at a headless corpse from a strange angle. That corpse was, unmistakably, his own. Focus's consciousness plunged into a brief void as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Where's my head? Why is my body still moving? Just as he was engulfed in terror, he saw Yi Ren. Yi Ren stood beside his lifeless body, coldly observing him. Focus finally connected the dots. Yi Ren had cleverly utilized spatial teleportation to discreetly sever his head. Why you? Focus's consciousness surged with tumultuous emotions. He wished to roar, to curse, but found himself unable to produce any sound. He could only watch Yi Ren, gazing at his calm and indifferent face. Focus sorrowfully realized he could no longer even self-detonate. Yi Ren's formidable mental power forcibly controlled his corpse. Yi Ren stroked his chin, intrigued as he surveyed Focus's headless body. I just had a bold idea. Focus exclaimed. What are you planning to do with my corpse, you bastard? Yi Ren continued. Well, since no one wants it, it would be a waste to let it go to waste. A corpse that can self-detonate? It would be a shame to simply use it as fireworks. Therefore, let us say we need to add a little flair to this. Focus could hardly believe it. He had come to Long Country to orchestrate a terror attack. But who could understand his plight? This damned Long Country had even turned his death into a weapon. Yi Ren simply smirked. Yi Ren, what a thrill. This round has granted us dozens of nuclear bombs as trump cards. In the future, if there's a demand, we can simply teleport the nuclear explosion remnants directly to the target location. Who could possibly withstand such a thing? Zhu Jiao suddenly feels an overwhelming urge to cry. Mother, I long to return home. The Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. There are formidable individuals among its people. Yi Ren lowered his gaze, fixating on Zhu Jiao's head, which was on the verge of losing consciousness. That head of yours is quite unsettling to behold. Zhu Jiao, what do you intend to do? What on earth are you planning? Yi Ren, I'll make you soar. With a swift teleportation, Yi Ren sent Zhu Jiao's head soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. Up here, Zhu Jiao beheld a vista previously unknown to him in this lifetime. Gazing upward, he saw an expanse of azure sky, pure and crystalline, devoid of any impurities. Occasionally, a few white clouds drifted by lazily, light and free, taking on various forms as if nature had whimsically scattered them. Under the sun's rays, these clouds exhibited a spectrum of whites, their edges even tinged with a delicate golden hue. At the periphery of Zhu Jiao's vision, the sun hovered on the horizon, its glow soft and warm, casting a golden and orange hue across the entire sky. Zhu Jiao, it's truly beautiful. Such a magnificent sight is both his first and last. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to the Dragon Kingdom. Accompanied by such thoughts, a deafening roar erupted above the clouds. In the moment preceding the explosion, the sky appeared unusually tranquil, as if everything was holding its breath in anticipation. Initially, all was still, then an invisible pressure began to coalesce in the air. Soon after, the atmosphere surrounding Zhu Jiao's head distorted, as if being pulled by an unseen force. Then, a blinding light erupted from near Zhu Jiao's head, resembling the sun bursting forth in the sky, the intense rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the entire world. This brilliance was not of a singular color, but encompassed a spectrum akin to a rainbow. From the core's white-hot radiance, it expanded outward, gradually transforming into yellow, orange, then red, culminating in the edges of purple and blue. This luminous sphere rapidly expanded, forming a colossal orb. It spun slowly in the air, much like a star in the cosmos. Following the light came a thunderous roar, a sound akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, crashing through the clouds to strike the ground, impossible to ignore. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave emanated from Zhu Jiao's head, radiating outward in all directions. The clouds were torn apart by this force, creating a vast circular void. The clouds at the edges were compressed into peculiar shapes, resembling blooming flowers. As time passed, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. At that moment, the once peaceful clouds were rent asunder, revealing a clearly visible circular void. The sole testament to this spectacular explosion, Zhu Jiao's head, along with everything else, vanished entirely in the light of the nuclear blast. Yiren, witnessing all of this, Yiren couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Goodness, it's fortunate I teleported that fellow out of the city. Otherwise, if a nuclear explosion had occurred there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Within 5 minutes of the nuclear explosion, the relevant authorities in the Dragon Kingdom detected anomalies in the desert. Alarm. Intense energy fluctuations detected in the heart of the Sanima Desert. Suspected nuclear explosion. The shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the base, and the soldiers on duty in the monitoring room felt their pupils constrict, breaths quickening as they hurriedly reported. What? A nuclear explosion? How could this be? We haven't conducted any nuclear tests. Could it be the enemy's nuclear test? The slightly anxious murmurs echoed within the monitoring room, soldiers exchanging glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The soldier on duty trembled as he swiftly operated the equipment before him, pulling up satellite surveillance footage of the incident location. The next moment, the scene displayed on the screen caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The once tranquil desert now billowed with a colossal mushroom cloud, obscuring the sky. As if the apocalypse had descended, the blinding light, even through the satellite monitoring screen, emanated a searing heat, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its path. Such a level of nuclear explosion. A young soldier exclaimed in horror, his voice quivering. Report immediately. Another soldier hurriedly seized the phone, dialing the general's direct line. The soldier's voice, filled with fear, came out in broken fragments as he endeavored to convey the situation to General Li Weigua. Soon, a middle-aged officer adorned with military stars rushed over upon hearing the news. When he laid eyes on the massive mushroom cloud displayed on the screen, his breath caught in his throat. Whose nuclear bomb is this? He muttered, disbelief lacing his tone. No notification of any nuclear tests, nor any warnings of enemy attacks. How could a nuclear explosion occur so suddenly? On the surface, General Li Weigua appeared composed. Yet internally, he was in a state of panic. You would be too, for this was a nuclear explosion, and one that transpired without any forewarning. Was there no signal captured prior to the explosion? Report, General. None. Typically, the base is equipped with the latest sensor monitoring matrix system. Even the most advanced intercontinental missile, armed with a nuclear warhead, cannot hide from the system's watchful gaze. This nuclear explosion appeared as if from thin air. The soldier swallowed hard, still grappling with disbelief. It was as if a ghostly nuclear explosion had occurred. The general furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Surely that nuclear bomb couldn't have materialized out of nowhere. Soldier, Chapter 49, General Wang's battle of wits with the air. Although difficult to comprehend, that nuclear explosion indeed seemed to have appeared from thin air. General, based on the feedback from the footage, we've conducted a preliminary analysis. The explosive yield of this blast is equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT, with a radiation radius. Another soldier cautiously reported, his voice rife with tension. Does that mean it's comparable to the Tsar Bomba? General Li Weigua's pupils constricted abruptly, goosebumps prickling his skin. The Tsar Bomba, the most powerful nuclear weapon in human history, possessed an explosive yield equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT, capable of annihilating a large city. Such a terrifying weapon had long been banned by the United Nations, and no nation would dare to tamper with it openly. Yet now, in the desert, a blast of Tsar Bomba magnitude had occurred. What in the world is going on? General Li Weigua inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He realized that the urgent priority was to ascertain the explosion's origin and take measures to address any potential aftermath. Immediately, seal the information. Strictly prohibit any leaks. At the same time, dispatch reconnaissance teams to the incident site for investigation. It is imperative to uncover the source of the explosion. Yes, the entire base descended into a heightened state of alert, with everyone shaken and unsettled by this sudden nuclear explosion. General Li stood before the monitoring room's window, gazing at the distant, dissipating mushroom cloud, his eyes filled with gravity and apprehension. The sudden emergence of the nuclear explosion left him breathless, a weight pressing heavily upon his chest. Where on earth did it come from? Surely, it cannot have been instantaneously transported here, the bustling metropolis of Magic City. An international hub of prosperity now found itself shrouded in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Soldiers armed to the teeth patrolled the streets, while armored vehicles and tanks traversed the thoroughfares, the wailing of sirens shattering the night's tranquility. Following the explosion at the shopping mall, the military swiftly locked down the entire city and initiated a comprehensive search to uncover the hidden supernatural entities. Within the makeshift command center, Zhao Guoqiang of the Dragon Shadow Department was engaged in a hushed conversation with a military officer clad in uniform. This officer, named Wang Taijun, was a senior commander within the Magic City Military District. He was a robust figure, his countenance stern, with piercing eyes that shone like those of a hawk. Exuding an aura of ironclad military discipline, Wang Taijun had long harbored curiosity about the enigmatic and discreet Dragon Shadow Department. He was aware that its members were endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet he held his own distinct perspective on the matter. Captain Zhao, I have always been intrigued by your Dragon Shadow Department. I've heard that you are all supernatural entities, but I wonder how reliable they truly are? Wang Taijun inquired, his tone laced with a hint of scrutiny and condescension. Zhao Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback. He sensed the subtle undertone in Wang Taijun's voice, but paid it no mind as he patiently elaborated. Rest assured, they are indeed reliable. He paused before continuing. Members of the Dragon Shadow Department undergo rigorous selection and training, making them far more capable than ordinary soldiers. Wang Tiejun's gaze flickered momentarily before he abruptly interrupted Zhao Guoqiang. Yet I maintain that the military is the most dependable force for safeguarding the nation. He shrugged, adding, those supernatural abilities are, at their core, unstable forces. They cannot be completely controlled, and their wielders cannot guarantee absolute loyalty. In contrast, our soldiers possess unwavering discipline and absolute obedience, making them the most trustworthy guardians. Zhao Guoqiang could not help but frown. At that moment, a soldier under Wang Tiejun's command rushed in with urgent news. Report. The information department has transmitted an emergency message. The soldier's voice was frantic and tense, interrupting the debate between Zhao Guoqiang and Wang Taijun. What news? Wang Taijun sprang to his feet, his keen eyes fixed on the soldier. The soldier, not daring to delay, promptly handed a document to Wang Taijun. Report. We intercepted some data from the external network and found a video of supernatural entities participating in terrorist attacks abroad. Wang Taijun took the document and began to scan through it swiftly. Zhao Guoqiang leaned closer, their gazes locked, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The video projected on the tablet displayed a figure wreaking havoc in various cities around the globe, causing explosions and chaos, each act resulting in immense destruction and loss of life. Damn it, this is nothing short of madness. Wang Taijun gritted his teeth, unable to fathom how one individual could be so cold-blooded and cruel. Zhao Guoqiang furrowed his brow, perusing the analytical report from the information department, his expression solemn. His ability appears to trigger explosions, preliminarily determined to initiate a nuclear fusion chain reaction, Zhao Guoqiang stated, pointing to the text in the report. Wang Tiejun's complexion changed abruptly. He shot up his head, his eyes wide with horror. Are you implying he can induce a nuclear explosion? Zhao Guoqiang took a deep breath, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as he nodded. The magnitude of the ability was indeed beyond his expectations. A terrifying mechanism that sent shivers down his spine. Wang Tiejun's face oscillated between shades of pale and ashen. Visions of a nuclear detonation within the city haunted his mind, conjuring images of an unimaginable catastrophe. Wang Taijun gripped the heavy document tightly, his gaze drifting from it to the overcast sky outside the window. The sirens continued to wail, echoing like the growls of ancient beasts, reverberating in his ears. Each sound struck at his heart, deepening his sense of foreboding. He slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, seemingly attempting to quell the tumult within. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, they were filled with fatigue and helplessness. Beads of perspiration had formed on his forehead, tracing delicate paths down the sides of his face. His lips pressed into a thin line, trembling slightly, revealing the internal struggle and unease he felt. Damn it! He abruptly turned, his gaze sweeping past Zhao Guoqiang, who stood quietly nearby, his expression considerably more composed, for Zhao Guoqiang held unwavering confidence in Yi Ren. However, Wang Taijun was unaware of this pivotal figure. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes, yet it was eclipsed by an overwhelming fear of the unknown, a dread of the calamity that might ensue. This fear clutched at his throat like an invisible force, nearly suffocating him. Wang Taijun finally spoke, his voice hoarse. We must consider all possible options, including allowing him to leave. The words seemed to squeeze out from the depths of his heart, steeped in resignation and bitterness. His shoulders sagged slightly, as if bearing the weight of the city's fate. In that moment, he chose to compromise with the focus of their concern. The statement drained him of energy, his shoulders slumping, and he appeared to age significantly in an instant. Outside, the sirens continued their relentless chorus. Yet, to Wang Tiejuan's ears, they sounded like the tolling of death's bell, striking rhythmically against his heart. Chapter 50. General Wang was taken aback. No, we absolutely cannot allow him to leave, Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed, lifting his head abruptly. Letting the focus leave is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. It is still possible to negotiate while he is trapped in the city. But what if he departs and carries out further terrorist attacks in another city of Longhua? Once we lose the initiative, we will be perpetually trailing behind. Not let him leave. Wang Tiejuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto Zhao Guoqiang, his chest heaving violently, each breath infused with uncontainable fury. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing the documents and cups to tremble and emit a faint clatter. His voice, thick with emotion, burst forth. Do you understand what you are saying? That is a nuclear explosion. The lives of millions in this city hang in the balance with our every thought. He pointed at the tablet screen displaying the video of the supernatural entity, disbelief flooding his voice. According to the analysis from the information department, if this guy detonates himself, he could reduce half of Magic City to ruins. Tell me, can we afford that loss? However, Zhao Guoqiang maintained his composure, his gaze steady, as if an unseen force bolstered him. General Wang, I understand your concerns. But I must assure you, our Dragon Shadow Department possesses the capability to address this crisis. Because he believed in Yi Ren, he would undoubtedly resolve everything. Wang Tiejuan's eyes widened, veins bulging, as if he were on the verge of explosion. On what grounds should I place my trust in you? Merely because of your half-baked espers? I have heard rumors that your department is merely harboring a cadre of inept individuals, mere gluttons, incapable of even lifting a dumbbell with their minds. He pressed forward, nearly confronting Zhao Guoqiang. Tell me, how can you assure me that those inept beings can thwart focus? What guarantees do you have for the safety of millions of lives? Wang Tiejuan's voice reverberated through the command room, each word seemingly laden with immense weight, constricting the hearts of all present. Zhao Guoqiang remained undeterred, his gaze as unyielding as steel. General Wang, that is a matter of the past. Please place your faith in Comrade Yi Ren. He possesses the capability to manage this crisis. I care not for your so-called Comrade Yi Ren. Wang Tiejuan's voice emerged almost as a growl, his finger jabbing forcefully at Zhao Guoqiang. Trembling slightly with indignation, are you wagering the lives of half a city on whether he is trustworthy? This is criminal. Do you not comprehend? This is an act of crime. Zhao Guoqiang inhaled deeply, fully aware of Wang Tiejuan's heightened agitation. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied in a measured tone, General Wang, I am not gambling. I merely have faith in Comrade Yi Ren, for he is no ordinary esper. Wang Tiejuan's fists clenched tightly. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Guoqiang, bellowing, Do you grasp the gravity of what you are saying? We are dealing with a nuclear explosion. A nuclear explosion. Wang Tiejuan's finger quivered with disappointment and rage as he directed it at Zhao Guoqiang. Eventually, he took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tempest of anger within. No longer engaging in debate, he abruptly turned to the communications officer and commanded with fervor, Lift the blockade at once. All units, return to base. What? The communications officer stood frozen. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Wang Taijun, questioning whether he had misheard. You heard me correctly. Execute the order immediately. Wang Tiejuan's voice brooked no dissent. Imbued with an undeniable authority, the officer, unable to hesitate further, swiftly relayed the command. Zhao Guoqiang sighed in resignation, cognizant that, according to military protocol, he was merely there to assist the local forces and had no authority to countermand Wang Tiejuan's orders. Alas, he was left to witness what he perceived as an egregious error in judgment. As Wang Tiejuan's orders disseminated, the atmosphere in the entire city of Magic Capital began to shift. The once heavily fortified streets saw armored vehicles and tanks gradually retreating. Soldiers hastily packed their gear, preparing to return to base. The tense ambience gradually dissipated, the wails of sirens fading into the night, replaced by a subtle tranquility. However, just as Wang Taijun anticipated that Focus would seize this opportunity to depart ostentatiously, no sign of him materialized. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly grave. Wang Taijun paced anxiously, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with confusion and unease. What is happening? Why has he not emerged? Wang Taijun muttered to himself, having expected Focus to leave the Magic Capital promptly upon learning of the blockade's lifting. After all, he should have understood that Wang Taijun would never risk the lives of countless individuals on a gamble regarding his willingness to self-detonate. Yet the current circumstances defied all expectations. Focus had vanished as if into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Could he be harboring another nefarious scheme? A chilling premonition flickered in Wang Tiejuan's mind as he abruptly raised his head. Regulatory Department. Are you certain he has not departed the magic capital? The radio crackled with the regulatory department's negative response. Surveillance from every location had failed to capture any footage of Focus's departure. What could he possibly intend? Wang Taijun felt a wave of dread wash over him, unable to comprehend Focus's motives. This unsettling unknown gnawed at his peace of mind. Why had he not left? The atmosphere in the command center grew suffocatingly tense. At that moment, a figure appeared silently beside Zhao Guoqiang. It was Yi Ren. Hey there, Yi Ren greeted casually. What the hell? Wang Taijun exclaimed, startled by Yi Ren's sudden appearance. His body trembling involuntarily. He instinctively recoiled, a chill running down his spine, disbelief flooding his eyes. When had this individual materialized? How had he made no sound? The temporary command center was heavily fortified. How could anyone have infiltrated so stealthily? The only explanation was that he had simply materialized out of thin air. Wang Taijun felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken, staring at Yi Ren, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon seeing Yi Ren's arrival, Zhao Guoqiang sighed in relief and tentatively asked, Comrade Xiao Yi, have you located that foreign esper? Yi Ren nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, I have found him. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Guoqiang and Wang Tiejuan's pupils dilated. Where is he? They almost chorused, their eyes wide with anticipation and tension. With a calm demeanor, Yi Ren replied, he has been blown up. Wang Taijun. What? Zhao Guoqiang, blown up? Once again, Zhao Guoqiang and Wang Taijun exclaimed in unison, astonished. When did this happen? Why did we not hear a single sound? Yi Ren explained with an air of nonchalance. I sent him to the Sahara Desert to blow up. Wang Taijun. What? General Wang was utterly flabbergasted. The Sahara Desert? How far is that from the magic capital? And how did you transport him there? Wang Taijun felt as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, everything feeling so unreal. In his mind, the threat of Focus's self-detonation had seemed an insurmountable dilemma. After all, once he detonated, he would take half the city with him, and no leader could withstand such a threat without capitulation. Yet Yi Ren, faced with Focus's seemingly insolvable threat, he had merely transported him away. Blow up? In the desert. He can explode as he pleases. What had once been an unfathomable problem had been resolutely resolved by this extraordinary individual. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Taijun turned to Zhao Guoqiang and declared, You are remarkable, I concede. Zhao Guoqiang grinned widely, his teeth gleaming. He had known all along that placing his trust in Yi Ren was undoubtedly the right choice. The following morning, major news outlets reported on the terror attack that had unfolded in the magic capital the previous night. On television, a strikingly beautiful female anchor delivered the news with a grave tone. Last night, a major terror attack occurred in our city. A foreign terrorist orchestrated an explosion in a central shopping mall. Fortunately, no fatalities were reported, and the terrorist has since been neutralized by our security forces. The investigation is ongoing. The news coverage made no mention of espers, merely depicting Focus as an ordinary terrorist. Yi Ren, Zhao Guoqiang, and the others had already returned to the longing department. Comrade Xiao Yi, you are far more capable than any transport aircraft. Thank you for your patronage. The delivery fee is Vivo 50. Just kidding, Zhao. Bai Jia's office occupies a serene corner of the longing department headquarters, far removed from the bustling work areas, exuding an air of tranquility. The office is adorned with simplicity and elegance, featuring a dark-hued desk firmly positioned at the center, upon which rests a laptop and neatly organized stacks of documents. The bookshelves are filled with a myriad of professional tomes and folders. A Hatsune Miku doll graces the sofa nearby, while sunlight filters through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows that dance across the floor, infusing the room with warmth. The faint aroma of coffee wafts through the air, emanating from an exquisite cup resting on the desk, still steaming. Yi Ren followed Bai Jia into the office, both settling onto the sofa. Sister Bai Jia, why did you call for me? After the mission, we have to write reports, and I know you find it tedious, so you narrate. And I'll take care of the writing. Yi Ren, sister, you are my goddess. Bai Jia rolled her eyes dramatically, yet a smile played at the corners of her lips. Enough flattery, let us focus on the report. Yi Renhua, look how considerate Sister Bai Jia is. She knows I despise writing task reports, so she is graciously taking over. Whoever marries her in the future will surely be blessed. Bai Jia's expression turned serious as she gently closed the folder in her hands and gazed at Yi Ren. Are you ready? Always prepared. Bai Jia's voice carried a note of earnestness, her eyes reflecting her dedication and commitment to the task at hand. Now, please recount in detail the events of last night. I need to document everything comprehensively. With that, Bai Jia opened her laptop and began typing rapidly, crafting the report. Yi Ren nodded in agreement, and began to elaborate on the confrontation with focus. My sixth sense detected a threat, and I could sense his location, so I found him at the television tower. Then we had a bit of a tussle. As Yiren narrated, Bai Jia's expression shifted from serious and focused to one of astonishment, particularly when she heard about Focus-S intention to threaten with a nuclear explosion involving half the city's population. Bai Jia's heart trembled. I sent him straight to the desert. Self-detonation wouldn't do him any good. Bai Jia's hands paused slightly over the keyboard as she caught her breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a subtle light. Is this the prowess of a spatial ability user? How terrifying. Such an unconventional method of resolution. Surely, no one besides Yiren could replicate it. And then, I dismembered him. His body parts are also fusion materials, all stored in my spatial pocket. Yiren spoke these words with an air of calmness, as if recounting a mundane event. Bai Jia, wait. You mean to say you're currently carrying dozens of nuclear bombs with you? Bai Jia gasped in shock, her expression transforming into one of disbelief. Yiren grinned widely. Indeed. You can't be serious. Bai Jia inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She rubbed her temples and placed her slightly trembling fingers back on the keyboard to document this segment. Half an hour later, Bai Jia printed the polished report and approached Zhao Guoqiang's office, gently knocking on the door. Come in, Zhao Guoqiang's voice called from within. Bai Jia entered and handed the report to Zhao Guoqiang. Captain Zhao, I've organized Yiren's report. Zhao Guoqiang took the report and began to read it intently. As the lines of text unfolded before his eyes, his expression morphed from serious to utterly astonished. Dozens of nuclear bombs. He never anticipated that Yiren would execute such a daring maneuver. He had effectively turned Focus into pieces. Now, he resembled a mobile nuclear arsenal. This matter necessitated a direct conversation with the leadership. In the top-level conference room of the Longyin Department headquarters, several leaders sat with grave expressions. A report detailing the Focus incident lay before them. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, and the leaders' faces reflected their seriousness. What are your thoughts on this matter? Began a high-ranking official seated at the head of the table, his voice deep and resonant, exuding an aura of authority. I find this utterly unacceptable, exclaimed a middle-aged leader, his tone forceful. How could he conceal the remains of nuclear bombs? Such audacity is beyond belief. Indeed, those are dozens of nuclear bombs. How can we allow him to safeguard them? Another leader chimed in, furrowing his brow. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediate action must be taken to retrieve those nuclear remnants. We cannot permit such dangerous weapons to be in private hands. The leaders exchanged fervent opinions, the atmosphere in the conference room growing increasingly tense. The high-ranking official at the head of the table fell silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop as he pondered. I have a word to share. Please listen attentively. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly rose. Since Comrade Yiren did not voluntarily submit them, it indicates his reluctance to do so. We must not compel him. The other leaders were momentarily taken aback. But no buts. Zhao Guoqiang interrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that we cannot provoke his resentment. The leaders fell into silence, all too aware of Yiren's significance and his temperament. If they were to forcibly reclaim those nuclear remnants, it could likely incite Yiren's negative emotions, a scenario that the nation would absolutely wish to avoid. The thought of such consequences was unbearable for them. Chapter 52, Nuclear Fusion Reaction in Slumber. Well, let it be for now. The elderly figure at the head sighed. If Comrade Yiren wishes to keep them, then let him do so. Yes. Zhao Guoqiang saluted, a slight smile creeping onto his face. What a remarkable situation. Dozens of nuclear deterrent weapons being privately held by Yiren is unprecedented in the history of the Long Kingdom. But what can we do? After all, our Yigo is currently cherished and nurtured by the state. At this moment, Yiren had already departed from the Longyin Department. He hummed a cheerful tune, striding lightly back to his home. One more game of Black Myth before sleep. However, after the 27th encounter with the Tiger Vanguard, Yiren finally activated the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow with a blank expression. After all, Yigu's spatial abilities were essentially a colossal cheat, accompanied by a notification sound. The Tiger Vanguard was struck down by Yiren's blow, rendered a fool. Revenge accomplished, time for sleep. Yiren yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and collapsed onto his soft bed. Although it was already midday, the bright sunlight streaming through the window did nothing to diminish his desire for slumber. He closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading. Yet just as he was on the verge of drifting into sleep, an unusual sensation suddenly surged within him. Yiren was astonished to discover that his psychic power limit had, astonishingly, increased once again. Previously mentioned, ever since he awakened his spatial abilities, he has discovered that the upper limit of his mental power has been growing at an astonishing rate. Almost every day brings forth new changes. Initially, He believed this rapid increase was merely a consequence of his recent awakening. However, as time progressed, he realized that this growth showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it became increasingly swift and pronounced. Yiren could even distinctly sense that each day, his mental power reached new heights. With the continuous rise in his mental capacity, he also noticed a marked improvement in his control over his spatial abilities. It felt as if this power had seamlessly integrated into his very being, allowing him to manipulate it at will. Surely, this could not be a negative development. With such thoughts in mind, Yiren closed his eyes once more and drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Yiren discovered that he radiated light. He beheld his hands, his body, indeed every part of himself glowing. This luminescence was pure and natural, as dazzling as the sun. He could even feel a steady flow of energy generated within him, circulating and accumulating. Veins of energy began to appear faintly on his skin, mapping out pathways that interconnected his body into a vast energy network. As the brilliance intensified, Yiren found himself levitating. He was no longer merely standing upon the ground, but floated in the air like a true sun. However, in his dream state, Yiren remained unaware that his physical form in the real world began to emit a faint orange glow. Should someone wander nearby with a radiation meter, they would observe the radiation levels soaring at an extraordinary rate. Yiren slept soundly until the break of dawn. Upon awakening, he stretched and yawned, sitting up. Yet, the moment his hand grazed the mattress, he was taken aback. What on earth? How did this mattress transform? Yiren stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. The once soft and comfortable mattress had become wrinkled and desiccated, as if it had been baked dry. Its surface was riddled with tiny cracks, resembling parched earth, having lost its former luster and vitality. The formerly smooth fabric had turned coarse, speckled with small charred spots, possibly the result of prolonged exposure to high temperatures. A gentle touch revealed that the material had hardened, entirely devoid of its original elasticity. Even a slight press produced subtle cracking sounds. A faint burnt odor lingered in the air. Yiren was perplexed. Just the night before, the mattress had been perfectly fine. How could it have transformed so drastically overnight? Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar dream from the previous night. Could it be? What on earth was happening? Baffled, Yiren decided not to dwell on it for the moment. Lauda, my mattress is broken. Could you please contact the manufacturer for a replacement? I understand, Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Lauda promptly picked up the phone. After a few transfers, he managed to reach the country's leading mattress manufacturer. That day, the CEO of the top mattress enterprise in Longwa broke into a cold sweat. His mind was consumed by a single sentence. You are contributing a mattress for an important national talent. He was utterly stunned upon hearing this. Despite his significant success, he had never imagined that one day, a government representative would call him for collaboration. He hastily selected the finest materials, handcrafted by experienced artisans, striving for perfection in every step. To ensure swift delivery, the military was even mobilized for transportation. Can you believe that all this was merely for Yiren to acquire a new mattress? Such is the treatment reserved for national treasures. She wouldn't still be foolishly waiting for me, would she? Upon entering the hall of the longing department, Yiren's gaze was immediately drawn to a figure in the corner. The dragon girl stood there, radiating an unusual allure. Clad in simple attire, her hair cascading naturally, she appeared fresh and unpretentious. Her large, sparkling eyes glimmered with cautious light, resembling a timid creature recently liberated from the wilderness, still wary of its surroundings. The dragon girl stood with her hands gently clasped, occasionally rubbing her palms together, a subtle gesture that betrayed her inner tension and unease. A faint blush tinged her cheeks, possibly from shyness or discomfort in this new environment. Whenever someone passed by, she would lower her head slightly, avoiding eye contact. Yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at her surroundings. However, upon spotting Yiren entering, her expression visibly relaxed. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, as if she had found a familiar face amidst a vast sea of strangers. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward, hurrying towards Yiren. As the distance closed, her steps grew lighter, and a smile gradually graced her face. When she finally reached Yiren, she instinctively leaned closer to him, as if seeking an invisible shield of protection. Looking up at Yiren, her eyes conveyed unmistakable trust and reassurance. Yiren intended to pat her shoulder, but inexplicably, he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. This simple act momentarily startled her, yet her smile blossomed even brighter. You don't need to wait here for me every day, you know. Let us head in. Chapter 53. The only God-level ability user? As Yiren entered the training ground with the dragon girl, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The surrounding ability users regarded them with complex expressions, filled with envy, jealousy, and even a hint of resentment. Hey, did you see that? She practically glued to him. Waiting here for brother E every day, a young man whispered. his eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, such a powerful ability user, yet before him, she behaves like a docile kitten. It's truly a mix of admiration and jealousy. Another chimed in, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Who knows what kind of karma he accrued in his past life to end up with such a beautiful and capable girlfriend? Girlfriend? Who spread that rumor? Are they really a couple? Just look at the way the dragon girl gazes at him, her eyes practically brimming with affection. Ugh, I'm so envious. Yiren, what can I say? Listening to the murmurs around him, he felt quite pleased. Especially the adoring gazes directed towards the dragon maiden truly exhilarated Yiren. Attention, everyone. At that moment, the voice of Instructor Nightingale shattered the cacophony of the surroundings, her cold yet powerful words resonating throughout the training ground. Clad in a form-fitting black training suit that accentuated her flawless physique, Instructor Nightingale's delicate oval face bore no expression, save for her sharp eyes sweeping over the crowd. Her beauty transcended mere appearance. It was her icy, aloof demeanor that captivated all. Every movement emanated an undeniable aura of authority. And even her stance exuded an elegance that incited an overwhelming desire for conquest. Let's move out. It's time to assemble. Yiren, accompanied by the Dragon Maiden, joined the ranks, only to discover a familiar figure standing at the forefront of the formation. Oh, isn't that Dr. Chen? Instructor Nightingale introduced him. Dr. Chen wore a smile as he adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before he spoke slowly. Greetings, comrades. I am here today to announce an important matter regarding the formal establishment of the ability classification system for ability users. Upon hearing this, expressions of astonishment spread among the crowd. Ability users will be classified? Even Yiren felt a twinge of anticipation, pondering his own extraordinary abilities. Surely, they must be classified at the highest level. Dr. Chen's authoritative voice reverberated within the training ground. Brimming with confidence, I trust you have all noticed the significant increase in the number of ability users, both domestically and internationally, in recent times. He paused, surveying the crowd before continuing. The emergence of ability users presents both opportunities and challenges for the Dragon Kingdom. On one hand, we can harness their powers to bolster national security and promote development. On the other, we must confront the accompanying instability and prevent these forces from threatening social order. Therefore, to better manage and integrate these emerging powers, I am announcing a significant decision. The Dragon Kingdom government has officially established a classification system for ability users. These words ignited a flurry of discussion among the attendees. Curiosity and anticipation sparked as they exchanged glances. Dr. Chen elaborated. This classification system has been meticulously crafted after extensive discussions and evaluations. We will categorize ability users into 5 levels, from lowest to highest. They are human level, earth level, heaven level, immortal level, and divine level. He then began detailing the characteristics of each level. Human level. The strength of abilities does not surpass the limits of the human species. Earth level. Surpassed human limits. A level that renders mass tactics ineffective. Heaven level. Ability users at this level can cause disaster-level impacts, posing a significant threat to human society. Immortal level. Akin to the deities found in myth, possessing the power to alter reality. As for divine level, Dr. Chen paused, his gaze momentarily resting on Yiren before he continued. The criteria for determining divine level are solely 2, time and space. When the ability mechanism pertains to the space-time domain, and its magnitude is sufficiently powerful, it can be classified as divine level. Naturally, the concept of divine level is merely theoretical, specifically tailored by the Dragon Kingdom government for the extraordinary Yiren. According to the original database records, previously encountered space-type ability users had only been classified as immortal level, as none possessed Yiren's terrifying mental capacity. In essence, while their mechanisms may suffice, their magnitude fell short. Yet Yiren was different. Both the size of his personal space and his teleportation abilities far exceeded the limits of any recorded space-type ability user. Thus, the concept of divine level could be seen as a classification devised solely for Yiren. Of course, this merely constitutes the basic classification. The specific level assessment will require a comprehensive evaluation of each ability, user's mechanism, and mental magnitude. At this juncture, Dr. Chen cleared his throat. Next, our longing department will conduct comprehensive capability assessments for each ability user to determine your respective levels. We hope everyone will cooperate actively, as the results will be updated in your files. With the conclusion of Dr. Chen's remarks, a brief silence enveloped the scene, soon followed by an eruption of fervent discussions. Each individual began to envision their standing within the new system, some exhilarated, others apprehensive. Now please follow me. Dr. Chen led everyone to a spacious plaza at the headquarters of the longing department. Before we commence the evaluations, I would like to introduce a special ability user. As Dr. Chun introduced her. All eyes turned towards the figure standing in the center of the plaza. Baize stood there, embodying the very essence of the gathering, tall and statuesque. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her shoulders, seemingly glimmering softly in the sunlight. Though clad in a simple yet elegant white lab coat, her astonishing physique remained unmasked. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to a finely crafted work of art, particularly her captivating eyes. Notably, Baize bore faint dark circles beneath her eyes, which, far from diminishing her allure, added an air of languid charm to her presence. She appeared to exist in a state of half-sleep, imparting a sense of drowsy nonchalance. Yet, this very demeanor exuded an indescribable elegance, as if she could maintain her composure and poise at any time and place. Her codename was Baize, and her ability allowed her to perceive the mechanisms and magnitudes of other ability users. Chapter 54. The Glutton Stands Up. Upon Dr. Chin's introduction of Baize's abilities, all the ability users were left utterly astonished. The capability to directly perceive the mechanisms and mental limits of others undoubtedly represented an exceedingly rare and powerful gift. Standing at the back of the crowd, Yiren felt a momentary jolt upon catching sight of Baize. Her formidable mental capacity allowed him to keenly sense that her own mental strength was equally formidable. What was that saying again? The substitutes shouldn't cross paths. The invisible attraction between two powerful mental entities drew them together involuntarily, compelling Baize to glance in Yiren's direction. Baize. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes, unaware of the confidentiality surrounding Yiren's file. She was taken aback to discover another ability user with such formidable mental prowess within the longing department. Yiren. After their eyes met, Baize languidly smiled before averting her gaze. Now, I invite Comrade Baize to conduct the ability level assessments. Dr. Chin adjusted his glasses, instructing everyone to form a line, approaching Baize one by one for her to perceive their abilities. The first to step forward was the previously introduced parrot girl. Visibly anxious as she approached Baize, her hands nervously wringing together, her eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Baize smiled at her, saying, "No need to be nervous. Relax and showcase your abilities to the best of your capacity." The parrot girl gently closed her eyes, her breath gradually becoming calm and profound. Soon, a sound emerged from her throat, initially faint but quickly transforming into a peculiar and piercing melody, awakening the instinctual reactions of every living being around her. As this strange note lingered in the air, an invisible force seemed to permeate the atmosphere. What followed was even more astonishing. From all directions, a diverse array of animals began to converge upon the square. First came flocks of agile birds, soaring low or circling overhead as if guided by an unseen hand. Sparrows, magpies, swallows, and the like. Their wings shimmered in the sunlight, twirling above the parrot girl's head. Subsequently, the creatures on the ground also began to respond to this call. The little kittens outside the yard, as well as the yellow dog belonging to the watchful security guard at the entrance, all gathered. Even the tiniest insects, such as butterflies, bees, and ants, surged forth in droves. Animals and insects encircled the parrot girl, forming a magnificent ring. They maintained a respectful distance from one another, yet exhibited an extraordinary calm, devoid of any signs of chaos or fear. Quite something indeed. It must be said, it was rather spectacular. This ability could prove invaluable for surveillance or intelligence infiltration, the crowd whispered among themselves. As time passed, beads of sweat began to accumulate on the parrot girl's forehead, her complexion turning pale, until Baize gently reminded her, "You may cease now." The parrot girl opened her eyes and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "May I ask what my ability level is?" Baize smiled slightly and glanced at Dr. Chun, signaling him to take note. "Your ability level is assessed as human level." The parrot girl sighed, her mood evidently dampened. She had originally harbored dreams of awakening her powers to become a superhero akin to those in movies, only to discover that she was merely a low-level human ability user. Baize, sensing her disappointment, gently reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. Human-level ability users are, in fact, the most common demographic. Over 99% of our longing department members fall within this category." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wait, 99%? Who comprises the remaining 1%? Are there truly that many at the human level? The parrot girl also widened her eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Baize confirmed with a nod, and even among those at the human level, the disparities could be vast. She paused briefly before elucidating. It is akin to the difference between a frail individual and an Olympic weightlifting champion. Despite both being human, the chasm in capabilities is monumental. After another brief pause, Baize continued, "Moreover, crossing a level, such as moving from human to earth level, signifies a fundamental metamorphosis, akin to transforming from a human into an elephant, no longer existing on the same plane, making such disparities insurmountable. Different species cannot compete on the same stage. Let us not entertain the notion that humans can craft tools to vanquish elephants, even in terms of sheer physical strength. A single stomp from an elephant could prove fatal to a human. The divide is indeed colossal. In summary, Baize's words lifted the parrot girl's spirit somewhat. At the very least, she was not the sole human-level ability user. Next, Warm Buddy. With a hint of nervousness, Warm Buddy approached Baize, took a deep breath, and soon his body began to emit a soft red glow, raising the ambient temperature. Baize attentively sensed Warm Buddy's ability, and after a moment, she shook her head slightly, stating, assessed as human level. Warm Buddy's power, at best, could transform him into a human-shaped heater, which was quite useful for warming in winter. Of course, if he were to embrace an enemy closely and unleash his full power, he could potentially roast them alive. Yet at this scale, Baize could only classify him as human level. Upon hearing the result, Warm Buddy felt a tinge of disappointment but did not exhibit much emotional turmoil. After all, he had long known that his ability was not particularly formidable, and being classified as human level was to be expected. Next, Glutton. With Baize's call, the anxious food connoisseur hurriedly stepped forward. His ability was unique, and the department staff had prepared food in advance. Do I just eat? Indeed, use your full capacity. After taking a deep breath, Glutton's mouth began to open slowly, seemingly defying the laws of nature. His jaw expanded outward to an astonishing degree. Approximately 4 to 5 meters high, wide enough to allow an adult to enter freely. The interior of his throat was pitch black, resembling an unfathomable abyss, where even light could not escape its grasp. As Glutton's throat expanded, a tremendous suction force emanated from his mouth, drawing in everything on the dining table, exquisite silverware, various dishes, and even the heavy wooden tabletop, all swallowed into the depths of his voracious maw. Yiren, whoa, what the hell? This guy is hiding his true abilities. Playing the fool to eat the tiger? You've set the bar high. How am I supposed to keep up now, you rascal? The crowd instinctively took 2 steps back. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone was astonished. Is this the same Glutton? His power is astonishing. Glutton slowly closed his mouth, still feeling unsatisfied. Is that all? I could eat more. Baize smiled gently. That will suffice. Your ability level is assessed as Earth level. Glutton. Red bean paste. His eyes widened in shock, hardly able to believe his ears. He had been assessed as an Earth level ability user for so long. Other ability users had looked down upon him, considering his power merely a means for eating, devoid of any combat prowess. Yet, unexpectedly, he was classified as an Earth-level ability user? This was utterly unbelievable. Why am I Earth-level? Glutton asked incredulously. Baize explained. Your stomach possesses a certain spatial effect, capable of engulfing nearly 10 cubic meters of material, and your digestive capabilities are astonishing, able to process even metals. If you train diligently, your abilities have significant potential for enhancement. It's on. Glutton clenched his fist, finally ready to rise from being merely known as a glutton. After a series of assessments, the ability users in the square had nearly completed their evaluations. Dr. Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh, disappointment etched on his face. Aside from Glutton, the rest of the ability users were all classified as human level. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Baize gazed at Dr. Chen's expression, which was reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation, and could not help but stretch languidly. Do not lose heart. After all, there are still 2 tests remaining. They may yet surprise you, she said. Dr. Chen instinctively glanced at Yi Run and the Dragon Maiden. These 2 were indeed the hope of the entire village. Baize beckoned to the Dragon Maiden, signaling her to step forward. Do not be afraid. Just relax, she encouraged, her voice gentle and melodious, imbued with a certain magic that seemed to soothe the soul. Now, try to unleash your power. The Dragon Maiden took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. In the next moment, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, becoming shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder and lightning erupting. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief, what on earth is happening? As the Dragon Maiden activated her extraordinary abilities, the atmosphere around them transformed dramatically. The sky appeared to be cloaked by a massive, inky veil, with dark clouds rapidly coalescing into dense layers. Lightning slithered like silver serpents through the clouds, tearing apart the heavens, while thunder rumbled incessantly, as if even the cosmos were incensed by a wrathful deity. A ferocious wind followed, sweeping across every inch of the ground. Sand and stones were lifted into the air, forming walls of dust. Trees swayed violently in the gale, emitting piercing howls as if pleading for mercy. This was far more exaggerated than the onset of a typhoon. Above the Dragon Maiden, a colossal black vortex spiraled ominously. Its edges flickered with eerie blue lightning, as a cacophony of thunder resounded from within. Is this truly a natural disaster? Can such devastation be wrought by extraordinary powers? This is terrifying. Even Dr. Chun could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, his eyes wide as he beheld the swirling vortex, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. Indeed, this was a force of catastrophic proportions. Bai Zai, too, felt a stir of emotion as she softly urged, "Dragon Maiden, you may cease now." The Dragon Maiden slowly opened her eyes, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and realization, as if she had yet to comprehend what she had unleashed. As she regained her awareness, the strange phenomena in the sky quickly dissipated. "Your power has been assessed at the celestial level. See celestial level." The Dragon Maiden was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Bai Zai, her eyes wide with shock. Am I truly celestial? Overwhelmed by this monumental revelation, she felt her mind buzzing. After a brief spell, a wave of elation surged within her, prompting her to leap towards Yi Ren, excitedly shaking his arm like an exuberant pup. "Yi Ren, all right, I understand you're impressive. You're going to dislocate my arm." The Dragon Maiden was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in her eyes, for she knew that without Yi Ren's intervention, she might not have survived. He had altered her fate, showering her with warmth and affection she had never experienced before. Finally, it was Yi Ren's turn. Bai Zai had intentionally left him for last, partly due to the unique nature of his abilities and partly because she felt a tinge of curiosity about him. Yi Ren approached Bai Zai, ready to demonstrate his powers through spatial transmission. Yet Bai Zai raised her hand to halt him. "Yi Ren, your abilities are rather unique, and there is no need to exhibit your power mechanism. Simply give me your hand." Yi Ren paused, slightly taken aback. "My hand?" Bai Zai nodded, explaining. "I will establish a mental link with you to gauge the magnitude of your abilities." A mental link? Yi Ren had never encountered such a concept before. Tentatively, he extended his hand towards Bai Zai. As her fingertips brushed against his palm, a connection was forged. Mental link. In truth, Bai Zai harbored a modicum of selfishness. Until now, she had not encountered anyone, apart from Yi Ren, who possessed an extraordinary mental prowess akin to her own. Thus, she yearned to glimpse into his psyche. The so-called mental link was akin to two individuals bearing their souls to one another, a profound communion of spirits, a higher form of interaction. However, she believed her mental limits far surpassed Yi Ren's, and thus she felt confident in assuming a dominant position during this exchange. Yet, Bai Zai was soon to discover the extent of her misjudgment. The instant her mental energy brushed against Yi Ren's, her smile froze in disbelief. What? Something is amiss. She realized she had transformed into a small fish, insignificant, agile, and bewildered. Bai Zai desperately searched for the manifestation of Yi Ren's mind, but found nothing. Where is he? Just as confusion engulfed her, an epiphany struck. Wait, this isn't water. This is his mental ocean. Bai Zai was jolted to the realization that she was swimming in the vastness of Yi Ren's psyche. The disparity between their mental strengths was akin to that of a small fish lost in an ocean, a gap so profound it defied description. She was utterly flabbergasted, never having imagined the existence of someone with such formidable mental power. It was a realm she could neither comprehend nor envision. By the heavens, this defies logic and magic. Chapter 56, Yi Ren, an unclassified extraordinary ability user. Bai Zai felt her worldview shatter. She had always considered herself the pinnacle of mental ability. Yet now it seemed she was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. In the presence of Yi Ren, she felt like a stumbling infant, weak and ignorant. Her mental essence quivered in Yi Ren's expansive psyche. She dared not make any sudden movements, fearing to provoke the sovereign of this mental ocean. Yet, Yi Ren's mental sea remained eerily calm. There were no surging waves or tumultuous storms, only a profound silence, as if it were the culmination of time and the end of space. Bai Zai, in her fish form, appeared utterly alone and helpless in this stillness. She felt akin to a castaway stranded on a desolate island, devoid of hope and unable to find an escape. What am I to do now? She pondered, panic-stricken. Whose mental manifestation can encompass an entire ocean? Until now, she had believed herself to be among the highest echelons of humanity, at least in terms of mental capacity. After all, she was Bai Zai, the awakened one with extraordinary perception. It was rare to find anyone in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone the world, who could rival her in mental prowess. But now, in comparison to Yi Ren's mental limits, she felt utterly insignificant. This revelation left Bai Zai bewildered. Humans, due to their species' limitations, had their mental capacities capped. It was akin to the notion that a human could live no longer than a century. Both mental and lifespan potentials had their boundaries. But what about Yi Ren? He seemed to possess no limits whatsoever. This left Bai Zai unable to suppress her doubts. Could this fellow truly be human? At that moment, Bai Zai felt a wave of warmth envelop her. It was a warmth that defied description, akin to the gentle sunlight of winter caressing one's skin, warm, light, and languorous, making one yearn to bask in its embrace. This sensation stemmed from Yi Rin's mental essence. Baize found herself almost instantly entranced by this warmth, feeling an unparalleled comfort and relaxation, as if all her troubles and sorrows had vanished without a trace. How delightful, how incredibly delightful it was. She realized she had overestimated her own capabilities. Initially believing she could dominate the mental link, she soon discovered how gravely mistaken she was. She had become lost within Yi Ren's vast mental ocean, her entire psyche now imbued with his essence. Nevertheless, Baize could not resist. Damn it, wake up, just wake up. She must not be tainted by his will, otherwise her spirit would be molded into his shape. Yet, despite these thoughts racing through her mind, she found herself helplessly reveling in the joy. For Yi Ren's mental expanse was immense, rendering Baize's resistance as insignificant as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Gradually, her consciousness began to blur. She could no longer think clearly, nor could she control her actions. Instead, Yi Ren's shadow grew ever clearer in her mind. Eventually, Yi Ren noticed something was amiss with Baize. He willingly severed the mental connection. In reality, they both opened their eyes simultaneously. Yet, Yi Ren's gaze was one of confusion, while Baize's was filled with complexity. Yi Ren, sister, are you all right? All right. How could that possibly be? The situation is dire. Exceedingly dire, to the point that Baize felt like crying. She let out a deep sigh, her tone laden with helplessness and frustration. This is bad. Yi Ren, what do you mean bad? Baize did not answer his question, but instead rubbed her temples. She had been too arrogant, committing a grave error. Only Yi Ren remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still asking what was going on. Baize felt unable to respond, wondering how she could possibly explain this. Should she tell him that her mental essence had already morphed into his shape? Yi Ren's shadow had been indelibly marked in the depths of her soul. Though it felt somewhat embarrassing to admit, the impact was akin to a mental brand. Ah, how vexing. Why had things escalated to this point? Baize felt an overwhelming urge to cry, acknowledging her initial selfishness. Yet typically, a mental link merely deepens the spiritual impression between two individuals, manifesting as a heightened understanding of each other. However, she had never anticipated that Yi Ren's mental capacity would be as vast as the ocean. This led to a situation that should never have occurred: mental assimilation. Ordinarily, this concept existed only in theory. No one could truly achieve mental assimilation solely through a mental link. But that was under normal circumstances. Yi Ren was an anomaly. There was not a single aspect of him that was ordinary. Baize felt utterly miserable. Simply put, her mind was now filled with Yi Ren, his appearance, his voice, his essence. Yi Ren had become an inseparable part of her soul. How she longed to cry. Truly, she wanted to weep. Baize's eyes were already reddened, and she mournfully whispered within her heart, I have become someone who cannot live without him. This was irreversible. Baize would inevitably think of Yi Ren at any time and place, and each thought would bring her joy and exhilaration. Despite her clear awareness, she could not resist this feeling. Ultimately, it was her own initial selfishness that had caused this predicament. She had merely wished to delve deeper into Yi Ren's abilities, never expecting to entangle herself in such a manner. The gaze Baize now directed at Yi Ren was imbued with uncontainable tenderness, leaving Yi Ren feeling perplexed. Yi Ren, sister, why do you seem a bit off? Baize quickly averted her eyes, striving to suppress her feelings for Yi Ren. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, her mind was filled with thoughts of him, causing her immense distress and unease. At that moment, Dr. Chen could no longer contain himself. Comrade Baize, what is Yi Ren's ability level? After a moment of contemplation, Baize ultimately shook her head. I cannot determine his level. Dr. Chen, what? What do you mean, you cannot determine the level? Dr. Chen was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the ability levels already been established? How could there be a situation where one could not determine the level? Baize took a deep breath and explained. To be honest, his mental power limit has surpassed my understanding. What I can confirm is that he has undoubtedly transcended 5 levels, reaching an unparalleled unknown. Stunned, Dr. Chun was genuinely taken aback. He had merely wanted her to confirm whether Yi Ren had attained the exclusive divine level assessment. Yet she was telling him that not only had he reached it, but he had exceeded it. Chapter 57. Is there no limit to mental power? Dr. Chun furrowed his brow, his expression complex. Well, regardless, there must be some limit to his mental power, right? Baize let out a bitter smile, gesturing for Dr. Chun to follow her aside. Dr. Chun then? Once they were away from earshot, Baize lowered her voice and provided Dr. Chun with an incredulous answer. When I was in the mental link with him. From my perspective, his mental power limit is infinite. Dr. Chun, what? Hearing this, Dr. Chin's pupils abruptly contracted, and his scalp prickled with shock. He was truly bewildered. Infinite? How could that even be possible? How could a human's mental power be infinite? Dr. Chen felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. And it was precisely because even Bai Zhe could not sense Yi Ren's mental power limit that she had assigned him this unprecedented evaluation. Indeed, it was a one-of-a-kind assessment. Meanwhile, Yi Ren remained blissfully unaware of the commotion he had caused, eagerly discussing lunch options with the Dragon Maiden. Come on, come on. You wouldn't still be waiting for me to eat, would you? With her adorably naive expression, Yi Ren realized he had guessed correctly, though the girl appeared charming. Describing her as big-chested and brainless was not far off. It seemed all her nourishment had gone into her physique. After all, he had hardly encountered anyone of her caliber in reality. The dragon girl obediently followed behind him, resembling a little shadow. Bai Zhe gazed at the retreating figures of Yi Ren and the dragon girl, her emotions a swirl of complexity. Although she understood that her inability to control her feelings stemmed from the influence of the spiritual imprint, knowing this and experiencing it were two distinct matters. Bai Zhe found herself inexplicably trailing Yi Ren all the way to the cafeteria. After Yi Ren and the dragon girl settled at a table, Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Would you mind if I sat here?" Yi Ren blinked in surprise. "But there are plenty of empty seats around. I don't mind." Relieved, Bai Zhe promptly took the seat to Yi Ren's left. The dragon girl on Yi Ren's right blinked shyly, sensing something peculiar in Bai Zhe's gaze directed at Yi Ren. Both Yi Ren and the dragon girl were avid food enthusiasts, their table laden with an abundance of delectable dishes, while Bai Zhe merely ordered a modest vegetable salad. She wasn't particularly hungry. Her sole desire was to share a meal with Yi Ren. Even such a simple act brought her genuine joy. "Is this all you're eating?" Yi Ren inquired, glancing at the pitiful salad in front of her. Bai Zhe instinctively replied, "Yes, I'm on a diet." With grace, she lifted her fork, spearing a small piece of lettuce and savoring it thoughtfully. Her movements were gentle and unhurried, each detail exuding a languid charm, akin to a drowsy kitten. Even the act of wiping her mouth seemed endearing. Yet beneath her elegant facade, Bai Zhe's heart was a tempest of turmoil. She felt on the brink of a mental breakdown. Logically, she knew she should not seek further connection with Yi Ren. She was acutely aware that her fondness for him was not genuine, but rather a consequence of that damned spiritual imprint. I must remain calm. This is merely the effect of the imprint, not true love. She strained to rein in her emotions, yearning to regain her composure. However, the more she attempted to suppress her feelings, the more they surged uncontrollably. Yi Ren's shadow had indelibly etched itself into the depths of her soul, becoming an inseparable part of her existence. Bai Zhe even dared not look at Yi Ren, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal her innermost thoughts. She dreaded the prospect of acting irrationally, perhaps even impulsively kissing him. Oh no, that would be utterly embarrassing. The more she tried to repress her feelings, the more agitated she became. Unbeknownst to Yi Ren, who was engrossed in conversation with the little mute girl, Bai Zhe glanced at their intimate exchange, a pang of bitterness rising within her. She knew full well that this unwelcome emotion was merely a consequence of the spiritual imprint. I cannot succumb to this. I must not let him affect me. I must control my feelings. Yet, control eluded her. Bai Zhe found herself fantasizing about the bliss of being with Yi Ren. Oh, how maddening. She shook her head vigorously, striving to expel these inappropriate thoughts from her mind. I've lost my mind. Realizing that lingering in this state could lead to reckless actions, Bai Zhe forced herself to conclude, I just remembered something I need to attend to. I must take my leave. Yi Ren responded, Hey, what about your salad? Gesturing to the untouched dish before her, feeling it was a waste. Having grown up in an orphanage, he loathed wastefulness. Bai Zhe opened her mouth, almost instinctively saying, I haven't eaten much. Do you want it? Yi Ren hesitated. Is that appropriate? I don't want to seem ungrateful. Bai Zhe's eyes brightened. It's fine. It tastes pretty good. I just lack the appetite. You can eat it for me. Yi Ren exclaimed. Why do you look so excited? Just as he pondered whether to accept, the little mute girl silently slid the salad in front of herself, crunching on the vegetables with delight. Seeing this, Bai Zhe sighed and stood up to leave. Yi Ren hardly noticed her abrupt departure, still fixated on the salad. Can I have a taste? He asked. The dragon girl, typically compliant to Yi Ren's wishes, surprisingly shook her head. She had no desire for him to eat the leftover salad. After a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone and began typing. Does she like you? Yi Ren was taken aback by the question, then laughed. Don't be ridiculous. We've just met, and we're hardly familiar with one another. However, the dragon girl persisted, shaking her head as she typed. She definitely likes you. Yi Ren grinned. Oh wow, that would be delightful. I have a thing for strong women. Unfortunately, Bai Zhe had already departed and did not hear their banter. Otherwise, she might have secretly celebrated with champagne that evening. What? Not following. Savor it. Chapter 58. Is the Dragon Kingdom's professor kidnapped by Eagle Sauce? Upon returning home, Bai Zhe, overwhelmed by her inner turmoil, stripped off her clothes and stepped into the shower. The icy water cascaded from the showerhead onto her fair skin, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yet, even the chill could not extinguish the fervent flames burning within her heart. This is truly maddening. Baizé couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If only she had not formed a mental link with Yiran, none of this would have transpired. Now, it was too late for regrets. What was she to do? She slapped her forehead in frustration, realizing that there was no remedy for regret in this world. The events had unfolded, and all she could do now was find a solution. At that moment, a wisp of ethereal white mist suddenly emanated from her chest. The mist gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into a fluffy little creature. The creature was entirely snow white, devoid of any blemish, with large bright eyes resembling two black gemstones. It appeared incredibly adorable, evoking an irresistible urge to cuddle it. Don't be sad. Sometimes misfortunes can lead to blessings. The little creature comforted her in a soft, melodic voice. This little beast had come into existence after Baizé awakened her powers. She gazed at it with a bitter smile. How can misfortune lead to blessings? This is nothing short of a catastrophe. Xiaobai, do you have any way to dispel the spiritual imprint? Dispelling the spiritual imprint? The little creature tilted its head, its fluffy ears twitching gently. Well, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Baizé sighed. Baizé let out a helpless sigh and said, What am I supposed to do? Master, why not consider a different perspective? Xiaobai replied, her big, watery eyes blinking innocently. Since you cannot escape the influence of the mental imprint, why not embrace it and courageously pursue him? Baizé's heart skipped a beat. Embrace it and boldly pursue? This suggestion was undeniably tempting. However, her gaze suddenly dimmed, and she slumped into the bathtub like a deflated balloon. But Xiaobai. Baizé's voice was filled with bitterness and resignation. As someone whose life could end at any moment, is it truly necessary for me to do this? It turned out that Baizé was afflicted with a rare and incurable disease. She had tried countless remedies, all to no avail. Master, why are you speaking such disheartening words again? Xiaobai said, pouting in discontent. It is precisely because you are aware of your mortality that you should live life without regrets and pursue the happiness you desire. Baizé stared blankly at Xiaobai, her words illuminating her mind like a sudden revelation. Indeed, it was precisely because life was finite that every moment should be cherished, and one should bravely chase after their happiness. Suddenly, Baizé had an epiphany. Xiaobai, you are right. I know what I must do. She rose from the bathtub. Yet her reflection in the mirror revealed that she was merely conversing with herself. Meanwhile, the International Biological Gene Research Summit was grandly held in the capital of the Eagle Nation. Top biologists from around the world gathered to exchange the latest scientific achievements. Professor Li, representing the Dragon Nation, was invited to deliver a keynote speech as an authority in the field of genetic engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the recent solar eclipse, I have discovered a unique phenomenon of genetic mutation, he proclaimed, presenting his hypotheses and theoretical deductions. His brilliant lecture garnered admiration and applause from all the experts present. However, none could have anticipated that a conspiracy against Professor Li was quietly brewing. After the summit, as he prepared to board his flight back to the Dragon Nation, he encountered unforeseen trouble at the airport. Your visa has expired. Please come with us to rectify it. But wait, where are you taking me? I must call the police. You can't do this. The customs officials of the Eagle Nation, citing his expired visa, temporarily detained him, claiming further investigation was required. Professor Li argued vehemently. But the customs officers ignored him, displaying a rude demeanor as they subjected him to a rough search and interrogation. It dawned on Professor Li that he might be ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap. Oh no, these foreigners wouldn't dare to harm me, would they? He maintained a facade of calm, while discreetly using a portable communication device to encode a distress message and send it to his wife's phone. Upon receiving the message, his wife instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation urgently convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. This is outrageous. The Eagle Nation is being blatantly provocative. Professor Li was a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. How dare they treat him in such a manner? Very well. If the Eagle Nation seeks conflict, let them face the consequences. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceedingly tense, with the leaders' faces filled with anger and concern. Professor Li must have uncovered something significant, prompting the Eagle Nation to suddenly detain him. His safety was crucial to the future development of the Dragon Nation, and failure was not an option. Activate the emergency plan immediately. We must ensure Professor Li's safe return at all costs. The highest-ranking leader issued instructions with unwavering authority. However, a monumental challenge loomed over the rescue operation. They had no idea where Professor Li was being held. The Eagle Nation's officials adamantly denied any involvement, claiming they had never detained Professor Li and were unaware of his whereabouts. The customs officers displayed a duplicitous attitude, delaying time while mobilizing their military. As time ticked away, Concerns for Professor Li's safety became increasingly dire. "Just tell me where he is, and I will bring him back in a heartbeat," said Yi Ren, stepping forward. Zhao Guoqiang had no doubt about Yi Ren's capabilities. As compared to traditional rescue methods, Yi Ren possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, the pressing issue remained. No one knew Professor Li's location. This left everyone in despair. "How about I give it a try?" A voice startled everyone. It was Bai Zhe. She appeared more fatigued, with noticeable dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had little rest. In truth, she had come specifically to see Yi Ren, only to arrive and hear about Professor Li's kidnapping. Bai Zhe nodded slightly. "My special abilities should allow me to locate him." This warranted an explanation of Bai Zhe's extraordinary abilities. Her mechanism was remarkably powerful. Omniscience. Yes, it was precisely the omniscience you imagine. If she wished, she could comprehend everything. However, despite its might, her abilities were limited by the constraints of human mental capacity. Bai Zhe asked Zhao Guoqiang for a satellite map, which momentarily took Yi Ren by surprise. It looked familiar. He had previously used his instincts and the map to predict the chaos caused by a self-destructive ability user in Magic City. Chapter 59, The Rescue Mission? Spatial Teleportation. At that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly winked at Yi Ren. "If you help me, it might be easier." Yi Ren asked, "How do you want me to assist you?" Bai Zhe had just conceived a bold idea. She wanted to establish a mental link with Yi Ren once more. Of course, it wasn't for the sake of holding hands. Rather, by forming this mental connection, she could utilize Yi Ren's vast mental capacity as a backup support to enhance her omniscience. It was absolutely not for hand-holding. Please, do not misconstrue this. As for the side effects of the mental imprint from the link, well, since she had already taken on his form, it no longer mattered. Yi Ren was blissfully unaware of Bai Zhe's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would be overjoyed. Who wouldn't like an older sister? I must see who wouldn't like her. Let's take her out for 1,000 facials. At the moment Bai Zhe grasped Yi Ren's hand, her heart raced uncontrollably. A wave of indescribable sweetness and joy washing over her. How vexing. Why was she so elated over something as simple as holding hands? "Yi Ren, are you trembling?" Bai Zhe stammered. "Am I?" Maintaining a facade of composure, Bai Zhe's breathing had become rapid. "So are you ready?" "Always prepared." The instant the mental link was established, Bai Zhe once again experienced the brilliance of fireflies competing with the moonlight. "I am but a diminutive firefly, while Yi Ren stands as the unattainable full moon." Ah! Bai Zhe's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Ordinarily, when she unleashed her extraordinary abilities, she would merely perceive Professor Li's coordinates on the world map. However, upon linking her consciousness with Yi Ren's, the situation swiftly transcended the ordinary. Bai Zhe, she beheld a planet, a spinning blue orb. It took her a few moments to realize that this very planet was the blue star beneath her feet. Astonishingly, she could observe every corner of the blue star as if granted a divine perspective. Goodness, is this omniscience? Thanks to Yi Ren's immense mental prowess, Bai Zhe experienced her abilities in a manner she had never imagined. As previously mentioned, extraordinary powers are determined by two metrics, mechanism and magnitude. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. With Yi Ren's extraordinary mental strength involved, Bai Zhe was exhilarated. She sensed that this was not the limit of her abilities. Attempting to further expand her omniscient capacity, she once again broadened her divine viewpoint. Goodness, is that the moon? And is that Venus? Wait, this still isn't the limit. How far can it extend? Bai Zhe forced herself to halt, a wave of fear surging within her. Yi Ren's mental strength instilled a sense of dread. Retracting her perception back to the blue star, she almost instantaneously locked onto a small island. Bai Zhe surveyed everything on the island, which was heavily fortified and seemingly erased from satellite maps, clearly intent on remaining undiscovered. Subsequently, she opened her eyes and, with a complex expression, declared, "Found it, right here." She pointed to a specific area on the map, marking its location. Yi Ren also opened his eyes and, noticing she had found it, instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but was unsuccessful on the first try, as Bai Zhe instinctively tightened her grip. "Yi Ren, Bai Zhe." The two exchanged glances, and Bai Zhe, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. Although Yi Ren was slightly surprised, he did not dwell on it, considering this was only their second encounter. In any case, they had acquired the coordinates. Yi Ren grinned, "Leave the rest to me." The subsequent steps were straightforward. They would teleport to find Professor Li and then return. This task was as easy as breathing. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled wryly, unable to refute Yi Ren, for what he said was indeed accurate. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and an officer clad in military uniform stepped inside. "Greetings, comrades. I am Zhang Yong, the head of the Special Operations Unit of the Longwa military." The middle-aged officer approached the group and saluted, stating, "According to superior orders, we ask for your cooperation in completing this rescue mission." Yi Ren, He wanted to express that such formality was unnecessary. Wasn't it merely a matter of a few teleportations? Why involve the military? Was this an attempt to complicate things? However, the military had a different perspective. Zhang Yong scrutinized Yiren for a few seconds before slowly shaking his head. The members of our Special Operations Unit are elite soldiers who have undergone rigorous screening and training. They possess extensive combat experience and exceptional military acumen. I trust them more. In plain terms, the military did not have confidence in Yiren's ability to complete the task. From the worst-case scenario, preparations needed to be made. Thus, I hope you will cooperate with us in our actions, as this will maximize the likelihood of mission success. Yiren frowned slightly. He disliked the feeling of being directed by others. However, this was understandable, as the military could not place all their hopes on him alone. Soon, the military's Special Rescue Unit, Blade, assembled at the Longing Department. The team leader, codenamed Thunder, age 35, was robustly built with a stern visage and sharp gaze. Sporting a crew cut, coming from a military family, he had undergone strict military training from a young age, participating in various international military competitions and achieving remarkable results. He was later selected for the Blade Special Forces, where he earned significant accolades in numerous combat operations. He stepped out of the transport plane with 4 elite soldiers. Boss, isn't this our first time teaming up with those extraordinary individuals? There was one time before, but that extraordinary individual was an ear of wind, didn't he follow orders, and ended up perishing. Oh, I remember now. Let us hope this one is obedient. Let us hope. To me, extraordinary individuals are merely a bunch of arrogant fools. The moment Thunder laid eyes on Yiren, his brow involuntarily furrowed. He thought Yiren appeared too young. It is widely known that the younger one is. The less composed they tend to be, and the less composed they are, the more likely they are to cause trouble. However, he could not refuse the superior's orders and could only sigh silently, hoping this young man was of sound mind. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Team Leader Thunder, the commander for this mission. Hello, I am Yiren, an ability user of the space category. Upon hearing space ability user, Thunder paused momentarily. He couldn't help but scrutinize Yiren a few more times. Although he was not very familiar with the Longing Department, space ability indeed sounded impressive. Now that they had gathered, and with the coordinates secured, it was time to depart. According to the plan, we now Thunder instinctively began to lay out the plan based on his seasoned experience. However, before he could finish, he and his 4 elite teammates felt a flash before their eyes. When they regained their senses, they found themselves at the edge of Black Prison Island, surrounded by dense jungle, with glimpses of some structures visible in the distance at the island's center. Chapter 60. Yiren's new ability? Divine Perspective. Thunder. Others. Oh my goodness. Compared to traditional rescue mission protocols, this one was evidently different, whose mission begins with directly crossing space to reach the destination. It is crucial to understand how to infiltrate the target location, a skill in itself. Typically, penetrating a heavily fortified place like Black Prison Island is no trivial task. Let us not even mention the sonar radar detection systems that cover the island. Within a radius of several kilometers, various surveillance devices monitor everything from the sky to the sea. Without proper authorization, whether by transport plane or submarine, they would be intercepted by automatic weaponry. But Yiren? His spatial teleportation directly bypassed all intrusion detection systems. Those expensive devices that the Americans invested in became mere decorations. One must admit, having such an advantage is remarkable. At this moment, Yiren's maneuver left Thunder and the others astounded. Especially Thunder, who hadn't even finished his sentence. Yiren nodded slightly. Captain, I do not wish to follow your commands. I will be acting independently from here on. Yiren was the type to express his intentions up front. After all, this was supposed to be a relatively simple rescue mission. All it required was a few teleportations on their part. However, you insisted on meddling, imposing challenges upon my comrades. It must be acknowledged that the military faces its own difficulties. Differing stances lead to divergent decisions. Yiren respects the methods employed by military leadership, yet he is unwilling to adhere to them. Moreover, he possesses the prerogative to disregard any regulations, for in the end, will the nation not still have to placate him? It is preposterous. What does it mean to be a national treasure-level psychic? Tactical leaning back. Lei Ming, disobeying orders? That is unacceptable. Where is he? Lei Ming's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to retort, but the words never escaped his lips. In an instant, Yiren vanished from before him. Lei Ming hiss. Lei Ming damn. Captain Lei Ming was somewhat vexed, but the immediate priority was to rescue Professor Li, so he chose to momentarily disregard Yiren. As the captain of the elite Blade Special Forces, he was seasoned and battle-hardened. Having successfully infiltrated Black Prison Island, the next steps would be manageable. Thus, he commenced laying out a clear operational plan. First, we shall eliminate the external surveillance cameras and infrared sensors. Next, We will infiltrate the island's interior to scout the enemy's troop deployments and defensive installations. Once we locate Professor Lee, we will devise a means to incapacitate the island's power facilities and seize the opportunity to rescue him. The elite team members nodded resolutely, ready to comply. Each of them was a rare gem among soldiers, endowed with exceptional military acumen and extensive combat experience. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, exuding an air of solemnity. And what of Yiren? He appeared atop the island's signal tower, a slight furrow in his brow as he surveyed the entire island. His immense psychic potential granted him an extraordinarily heightened sixth sense. Yet this time, Yiren's sensations were unlike those before. He felt as if he had acquired a divine perspective. He could perceive Black Prison Island in a hazy third-person view. Yiren discerned the surveillance cameras concealed among the foliage. He beheld sentinels stationed atop the towers, their sharp gazes sweeping across the surroundings, rifles at the ready. He even glimpsed enemies hidden within the buildings, patrolling, on alert, or resting. The positions, numbers, and even the weaponry of each individual were vividly etched in Yiren's mind. The island's entire defense system appeared utterly transparent to him, devoid of any secrets. Yiren mused, before arriving here, I was certain that I lacked such a divine perspective. What on earth is happening? Aren't there supposed to be some systems to explain this? Why are we left in the dark? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as he had already located Professor Lee through this godlike vantage. And he had also identified the nefarious individual stirring a sense of murderous intent within him. Professor Lee, I have come to rescue you. Within a luxurious villa at the heart of Black Prison Island sat Arthur Hoffman. At 48 years old, he was a high-ranking official in the CIA, responsible for the operations on Black Prison Island. Towering and robust, he sported a neatly cropped hairstyle, a hawkish nose, thin lips, and a cold, ruthless gaze that instilled fear. A prominent scar beneath his left eye was said to be a remnant from the Vietnam War, fueling his animosity towards Asians. Arthur was proficient in various combat techniques, with sharpshooting skills and an expertise in interrogation and torture, particularly adept at psychological warfare. He could effortlessly dismantle the mental defenses of his targets. None who had endured his torment had escaped his clutches. At this moment, Arthur sat in the dining room, where a lavish oak table was laden with sumptuous delicacies. Exquisite cutlery gleamed with a silver sheen, and the air was thick with tantalizing aromas, complemented by a bottle of 1982 Waha. In stark contrast to this opulent setting sat Professor Lee, who appeared utterly disheveled. Beasts. His clothes were tattered, hair disarrayed, and his face bore evident bruises and bloodstains. His entire being was marred with blood, clearly a victim of recent brutal interrogation. Arthur Hoffman elegantly picked up his knife, slicing a piece of steak to savor slowly, all the while regarding Professor Lee with keen interest, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In your dragon country, there is an old saying, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Arthur spoke deliberately in a somewhat imperfect rendition of Dragon Country's language. His hawk-like eyes sent shivers down Professor Lee's spine. He abruptly raised his head, and despite his weakened state, he spat defiantly. Bah, you shameless bastards. I curse your ancestors for generations. In the heat of the moment, Professor Lee's Sichuan Chongqing accent slipped through. Truly, one who refuses a toast must drink a penalty. Arthur Hoffman set down his knife, his expression darkening. I shall give you one final opportunity. If you agree to collaborate with us, I assure you will experience the best treatment, wealth, and all that comes with it. He paused, his tone chillingly ominous. You should be aware that we Americans are the mightiest nation on this planet. If you acquiesce, we can even grant you citizenship, allowing you to enjoy unparalleled glory and power. But if you refuse, Arthur's voice turned frigid, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, each sound resonating like a hammer upon Professor Lee's heart. Lingqi, the punishment of your dragon country, I find quite appealing, and I hope you will too. Curse it all. If I yield, my name will match your mother's. Professor Lee's throat moved, and he spat a mouthful of blood and phlegm at Arthur. One must concede. Professor Lee was indeed a man of spirit. Chapter 61. Yiren makes his entrance. A swift strike. Arthur wiped the spittle from his face with an impassive expression. Very well. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame me for being ungracious. Arthur Hoffman sprang to his feet, striding to Professor Lee's side. He seized Lee's hair and forcefully slammed his head onto the table. With a resounding thud, blood immediately oozed from Lee's forehead. Take him to the dungeon. Water torture. I want him to truly understand what despair means. At Arthur Hoffman's command, two burly soldiers entered, roughly dragging Professor Lee from the dining room. Arthur watched Lee's retreating figure with increasing disdain. Humph. One who refuses a toast must drink a penalty. Let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. Bring Dr. Smith to me. I have matters to discuss. Arthur Hoffman resumed his seat, lifting his glass and gently swirling it. The crimson liquid within swirled like the blood of a demon. Suddenly, a series of urgent gunshots erupted from outside. Arthur Hoffman, what? Arthur jumped to his feet, his brow furrowing, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. What is happening? Why are there suddenly gunshots? He had not immediately considered an invasion, for the existence of Black Prison Island was known only to the CIA and no one else. Moreover, he was confident that with the impregnable intruder defense system of Black Prison Island, it was impossible for anyone to infiltrate undetected. Yet, his extensive experience and cautious disposition prevented him from being complacent. Arthur Hoffman warily drew his handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and inspected the magazine. Subsequently, he crouched low, stealthily advancing towards the entrance of the dining hall. He hastened to the doorway, thrusting the massive door open with a sudden force. However, the scene that greeted his eyes caused his pupils to constrict instantaneously, and his heart plummeted. 2 soldiers lay silently in the corridor of the villa, surrounded by an eerie stillness. The dim yellow light filtering through the corridor sconces cast a chill over the entire scene. The soldiers' bodies were contorted, assuming an unnatural posture, as if they had not had the chance to react at the moment of their demise. Most shocking was the condition of their heads. 2 heavy rifles were inexplicably embedded deep within their skulls, nearly completely submerged, leaving only the stocks exposed. Blood and brain matter mingled and flowed across the corridor floor, creating a gruesome pool of red and white, glaring and terrifying under the light. The manner of their deaths was eerily bizarre, as if some supernatural force had snatched away their lives in an instant, leaving them without a chance to utter a cry. Arthur Hoffman, WTF. His pupils dilated sharply. He gasped, nearly choking, as his heart raced. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet to his head. What was happening? What in the hell was going on? The grotesque manner of the soldiers' deaths was simply too unsettling. Wait. Arthur suddenly recalled that the 2 soldiers had been tasked with escorting Professor Lee to the dungeon. Damn it. Could it be a jailbreak? He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see Professor Lee, and beside him stood Yi-Ren. Superpowered. They were extraordinary beings. In that moment, Arthur Hoffman understood that this young man before him was no ordinary individual. Without hesitation, he raised his handgun and pulled the trigger towards Yi-Ren. Bang! The shot echoed through the silent corridor, the bullet racing towards Yi-Ren's forehead with the scent of death. This old man's marksmanship was truly commendable. He was no mere marksman from the movies. This bullet was aimed directly at Yi-Ren's forehead. Caution! Professor Lee instinctively lunged forward, attempting to push Yi-Ren aside. However, just as he initiated his movement, he felt the world blur before his eyes. Whoosh! Yi-Ren, with him in tow, had inexplicably shifted sideways half a meter. The bullet grazed past Professor Lee's ear, striking the wall and sparking a shower of flames. Arthur Hoffman, FUCK? A heavy weight settled in Arthur's heart. Indeed, he had encountered an extraordinary being. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. As a seasoned veteran, he understood all too well that facing an extraordinary being head-on with only a handgun was perilously risky. The more experienced one was, the more they valued their life. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Hey, are you alright? Yi-Ren steadied Professor Lee, huh? What just happened? Professor Lee stared blankly at Yi-Ren, his mind a void, still reeling from the unbelievable scene. How did we dodge the bullet? Professor Lee stammered in confusion. Having lived for over half a century, he had never witnessed such an unfathomable occurrence. I'm from the longing department, an extraordinary being here to rescue you, Yi-Ren patiently explained. Specifically sent to save me? The longing department. Professor Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. After a few tremors of his lips, tears welled in his eyes. I knew the country wouldn't abandon me. I just knew it. Frankly, when he was first captured and brought to Black Prison Island, he felt utterly hopeless. This place was isolated from the world, and even if the Long Kingdom wanted to rescue him, it would be a Herculean task to locate him. But who would have imagined that it had only been a short while before the nation dispatched extraordinary beings to his aid? It was impossible not to feel moved. He had always believed that there must be some hidden departments within his country. Yi-Ren found himself at a loss for words. For according to Zhao Gu, prior to the appearance of his spatial abilities, the entire longing department bore little resemblance to a center for extraordinary beings. The abilities of those extraordinary individuals were all rather lackluster. Just as Professor Lee remained engulfed in his emotional moment, Yi-Ren suddenly furrowed his brow, his sixth sense activating involuntarily. This is bad. We need to leave here quickly. Just as Yi-Ren's words fell, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated throughout Black Prison Island, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. The red alarm lights flickered incessantly, casting the entire island in a hue of blood. Subsequently, the electrified barbed wire surrounding Black Prison Island crackled with high-voltage electricity, shimmering with blue arcs as if it were a venomous serpent poised to strike. The nearby waters were also electrified and sealed off, ripples forming on the surface as fish were occasionally electrocuted, surfacing belly up. The island's automated fire systems also activated. Their dark muzzles aimed skyward, producing a chilling metallic clatter, mercilessly shooting down even passing birds. Within mere minutes, Black Prison Island transformed into a heavily fortified steel fortress, impenetrable to even a fly. Chapter 62, Thunderous Shock. Damn it. Arthur Hoffman was utterly infuriated. He intended to trap Yi Ren and Professor Lee on Black Prison Island, ensnaring them like fish in a barrel. Did this old man truly believe he could thwart them? Yi Ren cast a glance at the ceiling where the alarm lights flashed incessantly, rolling his eyes in exasperation. His tone was relaxed, entirely dismissive of the defenses of Black Prison Island. After all, in the face of absolute spatial teleportation abilities, such contraptions were mere toys. What was that saying? In the face of time and space, all physical rules are but a dimensional reduction attack. However, Professor Lee, at that moment, was far from joyful. His complexion was pale, and his breathing rapid. He was in a heightened state of anxiety. Young comrade, the entire Black Prison Island is now sealed off, surrounded by high-voltage electric fences, armed vessels deployed on the sea, and various automated fire systems. How do we escape now? Yi Ren, wait, how do you know this so clearly? Goodness, have you activated full map visibility? In truth, Professor Lee had observed all this when he was brought here, which was why he felt such despair. The entirety of Black Prison Island resembled a colossal cage, leaving him with little hope of escape. Yi Ren patted the professor's shoulder. I understand your urgency. But don't panic, let me take the lead. No sooner had he spoken, both of them vanished into the corridor. Meanwhile, Captain Thunder was lying in ambush with 4 elite team members beside a patch of grass. They were meticulously surveying their surroundings, striving to identify an avenue for breakthrough. However, the defensive system of Black Prison Island proved to be even more formidable than they had anticipated. Each step they took was fraught with difficulty, and any miscalculation could easily compromise their objective. Boss, the defense system here is utterly insane. We find ourselves at a complete loss, murmured one team member, his tone laced with frustration. Indeed, boss, our lack of infiltration equipment renders a straightforward breach virtually impossible. Another team member chimed in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Captain Lei Ming furrowed his brow, astonished that the defenses of Black Prison Island were so impenetrable, far exceeding their expectations. Just as despair began to settle in, he was abruptly startled as 2 figures materialized before him. It was Yi Ren and Professor Lee. Oh my god, Captain Lei Ming gasped, instinctively tensing his muscles and raising his firearm, aiming it at Yi Ren. Yet Yi Ren remained acutely alert. As previously mentioned, when his focus reached its zenith, he triggered a time dilation effect. In Yi Ren's perspective, everything unfolded in slow motion, while from the outside, according to Einstein's theory of general relativity, his speed was nothing short of astonishing. In the very instant Captain Lei Ming raised his weapon, Yi Ren, like a flash of lightning, extended his hand to grasp the barrel, deftly redirecting it away. Mind your aim, Yi Ren remarked nonchalantly. Captain Lei Ming's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Ren, unable to fathom how he had failed to perceive Yi Ren's movement. The speed and strength of this young man were utterly terrifying. Wasn't it stated in the documents that he had only recently joined the longing department and had scarcely been trained? How could he possess such agile reflexes and formidable power? Stunned, Captain Lei found himself at a loss for words, and when he finally recognized the identity of the person standing beside Yi Ren, his eyes widened in shock. What is that? Professor Lee, how did our rescue target manage to come out? Captain Lei Ming and the other 4 elite team members were momentarily dumbfounded, their disbelief evident as they looked at Yi Ren and Professor Lee. Just moments ago, they had been racking their brains for a way to infiltrate the heavily guarded buildings at the island's core, attempting to disable the infrared systems. Yet in the blink of an eye, Yi Ren had managed to rescue Professor Lee. Was this even within the realm of possibility? Especially on Captain Lei Ming's face, shock and bewilderment were unmistakably etched. How could it be that, given the defense system of Black Prison Island, a successful rescue of Professor Lee would typically require hours, if not longer? Yet here was Yi Ren, accomplishing everything in under 10 minutes. It was as if he were cheating the game. How could one still play without being banned? If all abilities were this extraordinary, wouldn't it be better for ordinary people to simply restart the game? I told you this mission was straightforward, yet you all insisted on complicating it for me. Yi Ren shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Captain Lei and the others felt a wave of shame wash over them, rendered speechless. Indeed, had it not been for the military's insistence on their participation in the operation, Yi Ren would have already teleported back to Long Country with Professor Lee. Now, however, the entire defense system of Black Prison Island was fully activated. Leaving this place would prove to be no simple feat. Just then, a surge of intense intuition surged through Yi Ren. He abruptly looked up. A combat drone had locked onto their position from high above. The whirring of the drone's propellers resonated ominously. Following Yi Ren's gaze, Captain Lei Ming's heart plummeted. Oh no, it's a drone, he involuntarily exclaimed, his complexion turning ghastly. The MQ-9 Reaper drone, a high-altitude, long-endurance reconnaissance and strike unmanned aerial vehicle developed by the American military, could carry a variety of weaponry, including Hellfire missiles, laser-guided bombs, and machine gun pods. In essence, the MQ-9 Reaper was a combat aircraft devoid of a pilot, specifically designed for delivering high-density firepower against ground targets. Captain Lei instinctively reached for his disruptor, attempting to interfere with the drone's signals, but it was already too late. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The MQ-9 Reaper had locked onto its target, and the machine gun pod beneath it unleashed a torrent of firepower. The dense stream of bullets hurtled toward Yi Ren and the others at supersonic speeds, seemingly intent on shredding them to pieces. In that critical moment, Yi Ren concentrated his thoughts, teleporting himself, Professor Li, Captain Lei Ming, and the other 4 team members sideways, narrowly evading the barrage. Boom, 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 boom. The hail of bullets struck their previous positions, sending dirt flying, trees splintering, and cracking sounds echoing in succession as the ground was nearly overturned. Everyone gasped for breath, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. They stared at Yi Ren in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock and terror. Chapter 63. Completed the mission in under half an hour? You saved us. That was a supersonic barrage. Without you, wouldn't we all be left with bruises and contusions? Yet, Yi Ren had pulled them back from the brink of death in such an inconceivable manner. Was this the power of space manipulation? It could certainly be deemed the realm of the divine. The other team members, still shaken, panted heavily, their gazes fixed on the nearby craters, their spines tingling with dread. At that moment, Yi Ren suddenly inquired, Captain, may I ask you something? Is that armed drone valuable? Captain Lei Ming responded with a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by Yi Ren's abrupt question. However, instinctively, he nodded. Of course it's valuable. That thing costs at least $20 million, and it's a secret weapon of the Americans. Yi Ren broke into a grin. That's excellent. He then extended his finger, lightly pointing at the armed drone in the sky. In the next moment, the drone, which had been circling high above, abruptly vanished from sight. It then reappeared right before them. The drone's propellers continued to spin at high speed, emitting a deafening roar that caused Captain Lei Ming and the others to instinctively take a few steps back. They stared in terror at the drone that had seemingly materialized out of thin air, their hearts racing. What on earth? Could you kindly give us a heads up before pulling off such audacious maneuvers? You nearly gave me a heart attack. At that moment, Captain Thunder's interference device emitted a shrill buzzing sound. Almost immediately, the drone's propellers gradually ceased their rotation and the lights on its body extinguished. Captain, you brought this contraption with you, Yi Ren remarked, nudging the drone's metallic frame with the tip of his shoe, producing a clattering noise. Captain Thunder, feeling a buzzing in his head, stammered, bring it where? Back to Dragon Country. This is the most advanced armed drone from Eagle Sauce. The captain felt as though he were in a dream, everything so surreal. What the hell? Captain Thunder stuttered, his mind nearing overload. No worries. It's not like we're not getting it for free, Yi Ren replied nonchalantly, suggesting they bring it back for the military's higher-ups to study, to see if they might be able to replicate, reverse engineer it. Captain Thunder could not help but twitch his lips. Don't say it. With our Dragon Country's reverse engineering prowess, if we had a complete physical sample of this, Eagle Sauce might just see a rebranded version of it on the battlefield. In that case, allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the nation. Taking a deep breath, Captain Thunder attempted to calm himself. The immediate priority was to ensure Professor Li's safe departure from this place. The terrifying firepower unleashed by the armed drone had created quite a commotion, attracting the attention of nearby soldiers who were hastily approaching. Professor Li instinctively panicked, fully aware that being surrounded by those soldiers would lead to dire consequences. We need to. Professor, please remain calm, Captain Thunder urged, maintaining his composure while instinctively searching for cover. The 4 elite teammates beside him instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at the advancing soldiers. Yet Yi Ren remained unfazed, saying, "What's the rush? Let us go?" With a snap of his fingers, a gesture that was perhaps unnecessary, but mainly for show, he recalled a great figure who once said, "If awakening extraordinary abilities is not for the sake of showmanship, it would be utterly meaningless." Following the sound of the snap, everyone felt a blur before their eyes. When they regained their senses, the surrounding scenery had undergone a dramatic transformation. Just a moment ago, they had been engulfed in the eerie jungles of Hell Island. Now, they found themselves back in Dragon Country. The sun shone brightly, The air was fresh, and the training grounds exuded vitality and vigor. This sudden change left them momentarily dumbfounded. Professor Lee, the Blade Squad, with their minds blank. Captain Thunder and the others could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. It wasn't until they recognized their surroundings and the curious members of the Dragon Hidden Department approaching that they slowly lowered their weapons in astonishment. Particularly Professor Lee, whose lips parted as if he wanted to speak, but felt as though his throat was constricted. After pondering for a long time, he ultimately said nothing. Who understands what it's like, being abducted by the government in a foreign land, thinking one is destined to sacrifice for the country? Who would have thought that the tides would turn so swiftly, and before one even realizes it, they'd be rescued back to their homeland? Only Yiren maintained his composure throughout. He even had the leisure to wave at Bai Jie, who was jogging towards them. Sister Bai Jie. Bai Jie rushed to the group, first glancing at the still-shocked Professor Lee. Then, with a complex expression, she turned her gaze to the grinning Yiren, her face a mixture of incredulity and admiration. You. Bai Jie took a deep breath and checked her phone. Very good. Excellent. From her throat, she struggled to articulate. Your rescue mission, round trip, took less than half an hour. You must understand, according to the coordinates provided by Zay from the satellite map, Hell Island is located in a remote area of Eagle Sauce. Normally, even with Dragon Country's fastest supersonic fighter jet, the journey would undoubtedly exceed half an hour. Not to mention accounting for infiltration, searching, and rescue time. But what about Yiren? Before Zhao Guoqiang could even brew a cup of tea, Yiren had already returned with Professor Lee. Damn. Indeed, in this day and age, who still relies on traditional rescue methods, Yiren has shown Bai Jie what it truly means to have an advantage. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Jie let out a long sigh, releasing the pent-up frustration in her chest. She finally understood why the nation's highest echelons treated Yiren with such caution. No wonder the entire country sought to hold him in high regard. The benefits he could bring to the nation were beyond mere words. Just look at this rescue mission. Without his extraordinary abilities, relying solely on the Blade Squad and traditional rescue methods, it would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the mission might not have been successfully completed at all. Total annihilation would be the norm, while success would be exceedingly rare. Never underestimate Eagle Sauce. After all, it is the only empire in today's world. Yet what is the reality? In less than half an hour, even less time than that, Yiren returned with Professor Lee unscathed. Chapter 64. And he even brought back the Eagle Sauce drone. Professor Lee had not lost any limbs. Apart from appearing slightly dazed, he had not missed a single piece of himself. What an incredible achievement. Bai Jie turned to Professor Lee. Professor, are you alright? Huh. I don't know. Only then did Professor Lee snap back to reality, his face contorted in confusion. To be honest, he found everything so surreal. He even questioned whether the beast from Eagle Sauce had injected him with some concoction, and what he was seeing now might just be an illusion. Perhaps he was still asleep on that island. Yiren gave him a thumbs up. As expected of a scientist, your imagination is quite rich. Professor Lee, my head is spinning right now. Subsequently, the dazed Professor Lee was escorted by medical personnel to the infirmary for physical and psychological treatment. Meanwhile, in Zhao Guoqiang's office, he was preparing tea for Zhang Yong, the head of the Special Operations Group of the Dragon Country military. When discussing serious matters, Dragon Country people often enjoy sipping tea while conversing. It has become a cultural norm. Zhang Yong intended to praise his own Blade Squad, showcasing their strength before Zhao Guoqiang. However, just as he took a sip of tea, before he could even speak, he was interrupted by a subordinate reporting. Report, Commander. The rescue mission has been successfully completed, and the target, Professor Lee, is safe and sound, currently undergoing psychological counseling. Uft. Cough, cough. Zhang Yong nearly sprayed Zhao Guoqiang with tea. He was first taken aback, then furrowed his brow as he stood up to glance at the clock on the wall. Then, incredulously, he questioned his subordinate. What are you saying? It's only been a little over 10 minutes. How can you declare the mission accomplished? The subordinate swallowed hard and stood at attention to continue his report. Report, sir. The comrades from the Dragon Hidden Department brought the rescue target into the training ground unexpectedly. We witnessed it firsthand. Zhang Yong's lips twitched, his overwhelming shock rendering him speechless. Ultimately, it was Zhao Guoqiang who cheerfully set down the tea set, saying, Chief Zhang, I believe our department's capabilities are not inferior to those of the Blade team. This remark caused Zhang Yong's cheeks to twitch slightly, as though he had been dealt a stinging slap across the face. The two hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the successful completion of the mission, he exclaimed, Comrade Xiao Yi, impressive. I knew you would accomplish it. Yiren replied with a grin. It was quite simple. Really, not much difficulty at all. This straightforward statement made Chief Zhang behind Zhao Guoqiang raise an eyebrow in disbelief. Not difficult. A multinational rescue mission, especially one to an isolated island, and you call it easy? Generally, Tasks of this magnitude are deemed exceedingly challenging. Yet, the young men from the Dragon Hidden Department not only completed it with ease, but also did so in less than half an hour. Zhang Yong was engulfed by a complex mix of emotions. He admitted that he had underestimated the Dragon Hidden Department, a faction rumored within the military to be comprised entirely of inept superhumans. Clearly, it was far from the simplicity it appeared. How did you find this mission? Zhang Yong inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Lei Ming and the members of the Blade team. Please, you ace operatives, don't let me down. However, reality often strays from one's expectations. Lei Ming hesitated, a bitter smile plastered on his face, his emotions a tumultuous blend. How shall I put it? Without us, this mission would have been even easier for Comrade Yi. Zhang Yong's expression darkened, a question mark slowly forming above his head. Captain, what do you mean by that? His face turned grim, especially as he observed Zhao Guoqiang's wide grin. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The Blade team, his pride and joy, had performed so poorly on this mission. How could he accept that? At that moment, Zhang Yong's gaze fell upon the armed drone behind Lei Ming. What? The drone sat silently, its lights extinguished and propellers stilled. Yet, its massive frame and menacing weaponry exuded an intimidating aura. Isn't this the secret drone from the intelligence department? The one belonging to the Eagle Gang? Zhang Yong's pupils constricted, incredulity lacing his voice as he pointed at the drone. The information regarding this drone was scant within Dragon Country. After all, the Eagle Gang was adept at concealing such technology. In modern warfare, these drones represented the trump cards. How could they be easily exposed? Yet, here it was, an actual specimen before them. Zhang Yong's heart raced, excitement almost causing his eyes to bulge. Lei Ming let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head in resignation, then gestured toward Yi Ren with admiration in his gaze. Report, sir. This was casually retrieved by Comrade Yi. Zhang Yong, what? Wait, what? You not only successfully rescued Professor Li, but also brought back the most advanced secret drone from the Eagle Gang. Yi Ren flashed a toothy grin. Just brought it back casually. Zhang Yong, you casually brought it back. Seriously? Zhang Yong's fists clenched in disbelief. He felt a sudden tightness in his chest. The burdens of middle age weighing him down. Especially after being stirred up by Yi Ren, his mind buzzed. Look, this is an intact drone, without a scratch. Its value is immense. Though Zhang Yong was a man who valued his reputation, he was also capable of humility. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He approached Yi Ren, without a moment's hesitation, saluted him, and slightly bowed. Comrade Yi, I represent the nation in expressing our gratitude for your extraordinary contribution. Not only had he successfully completed the mission and rescued Professor Li, but he had also returned with a secret weapon from the Eagle Gang. Such an achievement surely warranted the highest commendation. Yi Ren grinned widely. Of course, just have the country transfer the funds directly to my account. Let us not bother with empty formalities. The tangible benefits are what truly matter. Zhang Yong was taken aback. Wow, this young man. He gave a thumbs up. I appreciate your sincerity and straightforwardness. It's refreshing compared to those hypocrites outside. Chapter 65, Returning to Slaughter Island? A modern killing god. In truth, had anyone else been in his place, even if they uttered the same words as Yi Ren, punctuation unchanged, the outcome would have been entirely different. At the very least, they would have faced reprimand for political errors. But who would dare reprimand Yi Ren? He was a national treasure. Fortunately, Zhang Yong wasn't impulsive otherwise. Had he spoken any unflattering words, he might have found himself retired by afternoon. The reason for retirement? Naturally, it would be due to displeasing a national treasure. And the government would have to provide an explanation. Do you comprehend the worth of our brother Yi in Dragon Country now? Tactical withdrawal. Alas, this was merely the beginning. It was far from over. Yi Ren, feigning indifference, waved his hand, though internally he was elated. I still need to return. Comrade Xiao Yi flashed a smile, showcasing his bright white teeth as he continued. Zhang Yong what? Zhao Guoqiang what? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Guoqiang and Zhang Yong were momentarily stunned. A collective question mark popping above their heads. Wait, what? The mission has already been exceeded. Why go back? Comrade Xiao Yi, the mission has been completed. Isn't it unwise to return now? Zhao Guoqiang opened his mouth, subtly suggesting Yi Ren not to do so. After all, their essay saying, seek wealth and stability. You've already accomplished your mission. Going back now would be taking unnecessary risks. However, Yi Ren shook his head, his gaze abruptly sharpening. A hint of chilling resolve lacing his tone. How could this matter simply conclude? Professor Li attended the biotechnology summit with the best of intentions. Yet what did you, the Eagle Nation, do? You outright kidnapped Professor Li and coerced him into servitude. This is intolerable. At least for me, Yi Ren, it is absolutely unbearable. Moreover, I harbor a grudge. Arthur Hoffman shot at me, clearly aiming for my life. That individual has already secured a place on my death list. No one can save him. Not even Jesus. Until I have annihilated everyone on that island, my heart will not find peace. Zhang Yong. Zhao Guoqiang. Goodness gracious. Are you the modern-day killing god by qi? Zhang Yong and Zhao Guoqiang nearly had their eyes pop out upon hearing Yi Ren's words. Is this still even human speech? And there was more. Yi Ren's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Zhang Yong. I heard from Captain Lei that the drone is worth at least $20 million, right? Zhang Yong paused for a moment, instinctively nodding in agreement. Yi Ren grinned, a devilish smile spreading across his face. I assumed there might not be just one drone on that island. Zhang Yong trembled. What the hell? This young man? All right. So this is how we're playing it. I must support this. Only Zhao Guoqiang appeared conflicted, genuinely fearing that Yi Ren might turn the tables on him. At this moment, the mute dragon girl in the crowd, upon hearing Yi Ren express his intention to return to Black Prison Island, was immediately filled with worry, her delicate face reflecting her concern. She didn't want Yi Ren to risk himself again. After all, he had just returned. Why would he venture into danger once more? However, before the dragon girl could act, a languid voice drifted from beside her. I will go with you. The crowd instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, revealing it to be Bai Zhe. Although her dark circles appeared to have deepened, the enchanting glimmer in her eyes radiated unwavering determination. Without waiting for Yi Ren to decline, she continued, I can assist you. As the possessor of omniscient abilities, her powers complemented Yi Ren's remarkably well. The quintessential aspect of her omniscience is pinpoint teleportation. With Bai Zhe's omniscient powers aiding him, Yi Ren could potentially achieve centimeter-level precision in teleportation. What a ridiculous combination. The dragon girl, seeing Bai Zhe act before her, pouted, feeling a twinge of displeasure. It was clearly my turn first. She silently took a few hesitant steps forward, then timidly grasped Yi Ren's arm, conveying her desire to accompany him. Yi Ren, what are you two doing here, not even sisters? This is not a social outing. We are going to cause chaos and slaughter, not to go on a trip. He gazed at the two distinct beauties before him, one a timid little lowly with a cherubic face and ample bosom, the other a charming and reliable older sister. Yi Ren suddenly felt an indescribable nuance. Good heavens. It felt as if he might be presented with a romantic option at any moment. Was he playing some sort of gal game? Oh no, am I surrounded by beautiful women? As his mind replayed this whimsical scenario, despite the thrill it brought him, Yi Ren realized practically that this was not feasible. No, you cannot go. Yi Ren firmly rejected them. Dragon girl, Bai Zhe. Both ladies were taken aback. Yi Ren contemplated. If it were just him, he could take risks at will. After all, the delayed effect of spatial teleportation granted him a high margin of error. However, if he brought others along, he would have to constantly ensure their safety, hindering his ability to fight with full force. Moreover, Yi Ren's gaze swept over Bai Zhe's voluptuous figure and the dragon girl's petite charm. I fear I might succumb not to the enemy, but to distraction from my companions. As a man, a healthy and capable man, how could he resist looking? Especially the dragon girl, who was particularly unfair, with a pure and adorable lowly face but a bosom that could rival an E-cup. Each time he thought of this, he was overwhelmed with a heart-stopping thrill. Upon hearing Yi Ren's refusal, disappointment etched across the faces of Bai Zhe and the dragon girl. Comrade Yi, I have a suggestion. How about this? Zhao Guoqiang approached, proposing, we can attach a miniature recorder to your chest, allowing us to receive real-time footage of what you see via satellite signals. This way, we can promptly understand your situation and provide necessary support. Support, indeed, was merely a jest. The primary aim was to see Yi Ren's condition in real time. At the very least, the longing department could continuously monitor his whereabouts. Should any unexpected situation arise, they could swiftly respond. Alright then, originally, it was to be Yi Ren's task, but Bai Zhe swiftly took the miniature recorder, approaching him like a wife adjusting her husband's tie, wafting a fragrant breeze as she gently attached it to Yi Ren's collar. Yi Ren, is it just my imagination? Why does it feel like the older sister is looking at me with such gentle and affectionate eyes? But at that moment, Yi Ren had no time for further thoughts. After donning the recorder, he activated spatial teleportation, disappearing in an instant before the crowd. Chapter 66, Spatial Cutting. Despairing Soldiers. Let us go to the war conference room. Zhao Guoqiang led the group, hastily making their way to the conference room. Upon opening the projector, they eagerly anticipated seeing Yi Ren's actions on Black Prison Island. Meanwhile, on Black Prison Island, Arthur Hoffman's expression was grim as thunderclouds. He stood in the monitoring room of the island's headquarters, his eyes fixed on the multitude of screens, veins bulging on his forehead. Where the hell is he? I demand to know where he is. Arthur Hoffman roared. Since Yi Ren's appearance, he had ordered the entire Black Prison Island sealed off and mobilized all forces for a thorough search. He even dispatched the latest sensor drones, determined to dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth the intruder. Yet, to his utter shock, they could not find a trace of Yi Ren. Let alone the intruder Yi Ren. They couldn't even locate Professor Li's shadow. Across all the surveillance footage, apart from the soldiers coming and going, there was nothing else to be found. Report, Commander, we have searched the entire island, but still have not discovered any signs of the intruder, a soldier cautiously reported, his voice trembling. Fuck. FCUK. Arthur Hoffman took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. This island is easy to defend, but hard to attack. As solid as a fortress. Even if you manage to enter, don't expect to escape under full lockdown. The reason we cannot find him must be that he is hiding. But according to reason, having deployed sensor drones alongside a multitude of personnel for a thorough search, how could the intruder, accompanied by Professor Li, possibly evade capture? Arthur Hoffman felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, a vague intuition hinting that he had overlooked something of utmost significance. What could it be? Yi Ren completed his teleportation, materializing once again in the corridor he had vacated. The 2 soldiers, their heads embedded in rifles, had already been removed, leaving only the dried bloodstains on the ground, silently narrating the events that had just transpired. Yi Ren furrowed his brow, striving to concentrate. That indistinct panoramic view reemerged, yet compared to the initial instance, he noticed the clarity had somewhat diminished, as if the resolution of a mobile phone had faltered, rendering the image slightly distorted. No, why had it weakened even further since the last time? Yi Ren momentarily felt disoriented. Nevertheless, it was still sufficiently functional. At least he could discern the target's location. He swiftly pinpointed Arthur Hoffman's position. Found you. However, just as Yi Ren prepared to teleport, an unsettling sensation washed over him. His sixth sense activated once more, and his gaze sharpened, fixating on the corner of the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps, 2 fully armed soldiers came into view. They patrolled in tandem, rifles in hand. Upon spotting Yi Ren, they momentarily froze before instinctively shouting into their radio channel, "Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted! Repeat, enemy spotted!" Simultaneously, they almost reflexively raised their weapons, aiming at Yi Ren. Yet, at the moment they were about to pull the trigger, a chilling sensation coursed through their hands, followed by an excruciating pain. In disbelief, they looked down, only to be horrified to discover that their hands, along with their rifles, had vanished without a trace. What? Where are my hands? In place of their limbs were smooth cross-sections, as if severed by a razor-sharp blade in an instant. Blood vessels and nerves were exposed, gushing forth a torrent of blood under immense pressure. The soldiers screamed in agonizing horror, clutching their bloody stumps and staggering backward. Yet they could never comprehend what had so stealthily deprived them of their hands and weapons. Yi Ren paid no heed to their wails. He merely stared at them coldly, as if observing 2 insignificant ants. With a dull thud, the 2 soldiers collapsed to the ground, their lifeblood seeping away. In the fleeting moments before their consciousness faded, they realized their severed arms had been transferred beneath Yi Ren's feet. What manner of monster is he? Despair flickered in the soldiers' eyes as their awareness gradually slipped away. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of Black Prison Island's headquarters, Arthur Hoffman's expression shifted as he heard the soldiers' anguished cries emanating from the radio channel. Damn it! This place is no longer safe. A profound sense of unease surged within him. This intruder was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Prudently, Arthur Hoffman resolved to abandon the surveillance room without hesitation. He promptly turned and dashed toward the emergency exit, determined to reach the dungeons of Black Prison Island. He considered it the safest refuge. Arthur traversed a series of cold, dimly lit corridors, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the desolate tunnel, imbued with a sense of unnatural urgency. Finally, he halted before a massive iron door. This door was not only hefty, but also reinforced with layers of bulletproof steel. Appearing virtually indestructible, the door featured a complex locking mechanism, including a digital keypad and a biometric scanner, evidently designed to thwart any unauthorized access. The surface of the door bore the marks of time, with patches even beginning to rust, yet this did not compromise its sturdiness. Flanking the doorframe were high-intensity red LED lights, capable of illuminating every corner even in the dim environment. Arthur's fingers trembled slightly as he inputted a series of codes into the keypad. After completing the sequence, he pressed his finger against the adjacent fingerprint scanner. With a mechanical whir, the heavy door began to creak open, emitting a deep rumble. The air grew increasingly humid, a musty odor assailing his senses and causing him to grimace. The dungeon was enclosed by thick concrete walls, adorned with rows of surveillance cameras ensuring every corner was under watch. Smith, cease the administration of the sedative immediately. Prepare to open cell number 5. Arthur shouted into the radio as he sprinted toward the depths of the dungeon. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his pupils constricting in alarm. Yi Ren had inexplicably materialized directly in his path. With a stoic expression, he stood there, clutching an automatic rifle seized from the soldiers. The dark muzzle was aimed squarely at Arthur Hoffman. Chapter 67. The Metamorphosis Ability User, Buster. Arthur instinctively swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his heart raced. Years of survival experience in the Eagle Nation compelled him to raise his hands and surrender. As a seasoned high-ranking CIA official, Arthur was acutely aware that as an ordinary individual, in such close proximity to an automatic rifle, he had no means of resistance. Moreover, he valued his life. He did not wish to perish. "Don't shoot. I surrender," Arthur implored in English, striving to maintain his composure. "My survival holds greater value for you." Yi Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly regarding Arthur Hoffman. His finger rested lightly on the trigger, an action that heightened Arthur's fear, causing his muscles to tense and tremble. "Listen, I can provide you with a wealth of confidential intelligence. As long as I live." "Live?" Yi Ren inquired through his earpiece. "Brother Zhao, what do you think?" Upon hearing Yi Ren's words, Zhao Guoqiang's heart stirred. Arthur Hoffman was a high-ranking official of the Eagle Nation CIA. If they could capture him alive, his value would far exceed that of simply eliminating him. "If possible, little Yi, try to take him alive. Once we have extracted all the information from him, you may dispose of him as you see fit." Zhao Guoqiang's tone brimmed with excitement. If they could glean any confidential information regarding the Eagle Nation from Arthur Hoffman, it would be an immense gain for the Dragon Nation. Yi Ren relaxed his grip, allowing the automatic rifle to fall under the influence of gravity. Yet, mid-air, it vanished, absorbed into Yi Ren's spatial storage. Arthur witnessed this scene in its entirety, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes. Moments later, Yi Ren vanished from sight, appearing behind Arthur Hoffman. Without giving Arthur a chance to react, he seized Arthur's arm and twisted it violently. This technique was learned from Instructor Nightingale. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, Arthur Hoffman's arm joint was dislocated by Yi Ren with a decisive force. Arthur emitted a muffled grunt. The intense pain rendered him momentarily blind, nearly causing him to faint. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly resonated from the depths of the dungeon. The sound was akin to the cacophony produced by composite metal being violently struck. It was deep and heavy, causing one's heart to tremble in response. "Yi Ren, what is happening?" Yi Ren frowned slightly, gazing in the direction from which the sound emanated. In the depths of the dungeon, a shadow was slowly moving. Although Arthur Hoffman was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, upon hearing that sound, he surprisingly endured the agony, and a glimmer of wild joy flickered in his eyes. He had painstakingly escaped to the dungeon precisely because of this. There was still a glimmer of hope. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the shadow gradually revealed its true form. It was a giant towering over 3 meters tall. Its skin was a dark red, as if seared by fierce flames. It was covered in grotesque scars and twisted muscle fibers, resembling a demon that had crawled out of hell. The giant's head was completely bald, devoid of any hair, only possessing a contorted and terrifying visage. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs. Viscous drool dripped from the corners of its mouth, emanating a nauseating stench. The giant's arms were extraordinarily robust, with muscles bulging, and even its hands were abnormally large, with nails as sharp as blades glistening ominously. This giant, named Buster, was a supernatural being from Northern Europe. He was an exceedingly rare shapeshifter, capable of transforming his body into an immensely powerful, impervious muscle-bound giant. However, after awakening his supernatural abilities, Buster's intelligence regressed, rendering him incapable of returning to his former human state. Consequently, he became a beast driven solely by destruction and hunger. The Eagle Sauce government exerted tremendous effort to capture him, imprisoning him within the confines of cell number 5 in the Black Prison Island dungeon. To control this monster, Dr. Smith administered large doses of tranquilizers daily, keeping him in a state of stupor. Until just now, when Arthur Hoffman ordered the cessation of gas supply, Buster had finally awakened. Yi Ren's pupils suddenly constricted, his acute sixth sense activated once more. Danger was approaching. He swiftly executed a lateral teleportation, moving approximately 2 meters away. Boom! Just as Yi Ren completed the spatial transfer, a deformed iron door flew past the spot where he had stood moments before. The door struck the wall with a thunderous crash, embedding itself deeply. One can only imagine the sheer terror of that kinetic energy. Yi Ren furrowed his brow and focused his gaze. In the depths of the dungeon, the creature known as Buster was charging towards the exit. He barreled through without regard for his surroundings. Whether it was reinforced concrete or composite metal, everything before him was as fragile as paper. Everything in his path was sent flying by his brute force. Moreover, Buster was covered in a multitude of injection sites, with numerous tubes still attached. swaying in the air as tranquilizing gas escaped with his movements. This scene sent a shiver down Yiren's spine. This was a matter of survival. That creature resembled a tank from within, exaggerated to the extreme. Upon witnessing Buster's emergence, Arthur Hoffman did not hesitate to turn and flee. As he ran, he screamed into the radio, "Smith, prepare to seal the dungeon and release all prisoners." Arthur Hoffman was not a traditional villain with diminished wit. On the contrary, he was exceptionally clever. One does not ascend to such heights without intellect. To survive, he had to plunge the dungeon into utter chaos, thereby creating a chance for his escape. Boom! In the depths of the dungeon, Buster's massive form charged towards Yiren like a heavy tank. His terrifying size granted him extraordinary linear acceleration, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Swift as he was, would it be of any use? Not a chance. Yiren merely executed a lateral spatial transfer, effortlessly evading Buster's charge. The speed of spatial transfer was instantaneous. It was a momentary shift faster than light itself. Bang! In the next instant, Buster's colossal form collided forcefully against the dungeon wall. The violent impact caused the entire dungeon to tremble. The thick wall caved in, exposing the internal composite metal concrete structure. Those previously indomitable metal structures were now twisted and deformed. Buster, where is he? The person who should have been smashed to bits by my charge. Chapter 68, The Invincible Space Cutter. Clatter, debris, and dust flew about, as if the entire dungeon were on the verge of collapse. However, Buster appeared unfazed. He merely shook his head, shaking off the rubble and dust that clung to him. This creature, like a bewildered beast, scanned the area in search of Yiren. Yiren raised an eyebrow. Indeed, those with enhanced physical abilities were increasingly less human. He then retrieved the automatic rifle he had previously confiscated from a soldier. The dark muzzle was aimed at Buster's immense form. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets rained down upon Buster. Clang, clang, clang. The 5.56mm rifle bullets struck Buster's skin, merely sparking a shower of sparks. They then ricocheted harmlessly away, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Not only could they not penetrate his defenses, but they felt akin to mere tickles to Buster. Ha ha ha. Buster emitted a mocking laugh filled with a peculiar wisdom, akin to a kindergartner's younger cousin. His derisive, booming laughter made those watching from the Dragon Hidden Department's command room thousands of miles away tense with anxiety. What on earth is this monster? Is he going to be all right? Zhao Guoqiang and others gazed at the screen, where the titan-like Buster loomed, their breaths quickening uncontrollably. Bai Zai's brows were furrowed, her body slightly tensed, her heart racing at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, the mute dragon girl clenched the edge of her clothing tightly. Her reddened eyes filled with concern as they remained fixed on Yiren on the screen. Outside, the sky began to rumble with thunder and lightning, as if a terrifying storm were brewing. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary. In the next moment, Yiren casually tossed the automatic rifle aside. Thud! At the very moment when Buster launched his charge once more, Yiren gently snapped his fingers. In the next instant, a chilling occurrence transpired. Buster's legs, which resembled colossal pillars, inexplicably vanished into thin air. Boom! Due to inertia, Buster's immense upper body lunged forward abruptly. His hulking form, akin to a small mountain, skidded several meters across the ground before crashing down before Yiren, sending a shower of debris flying. Buster was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively lowered his head, his pupils trembling in shock. Where are my legs? From the knee down, his lower legs had completely disappeared. In their place was a smooth, even cross-section, as if severed by an extraordinarily sharp blade in an instant. The exposed blood vessels and nerves gushed forth, saturating the ground in a horrific crimson hue. Ah! Buster emitted a deafening, anguished scream. He flailed his arms wildly, attempting to rise. Yet without his legs, he could only thrash about on the ground like a headless fly. Under normal circumstances, one might consider that, given Buster's physical resilience, the prospect of amputation was not merely improbable, but utterly fantastical. The military of the Eagle Nation possessed ample authority to speak on this matter. Buster's skin, as hard as carbon alloy, could effortlessly withstand sustained bombardment from large-caliber bullets. Not to mention the density of his muscles and bones, which soared to staggering levels. The Eagle Nation government had even resorted to air-to-ground anti-tank missiles in their attempts to capture him. Yet, even the devastation wrought by such missiles had only managed to leave Buster momentarily dazed for a few seconds. The explosive force had carved a massive crater into the ground surrounding him, leaving Buster with naught but a few superficial wounds. This exemplifies the terrifying extent of Buster's defenses. Logically, there are very few weapons in this world capable of inflicting harm upon him. However, he never anticipated encountering Yiren, a master of spatial manipulation. Before Yiren's ability to slice through space, Buster's once mighty defenses crumbled like fragile paper, utterly defenseless. Spatial cutting, an assault that entirely disregards the laws of physics. Yiren could directly affect the internal structure of his targets, severing at levels even smaller than cells. One must ponder, is there anything immune to spatial cutting? The answer is none. Just then, Arthur Hoffman had successfully escaped from the dungeon. A gaunt, slightly stooped man sporting a receding hairline, his sparse gray hair thinning atop his head, was rushed to support Arthur by several soldiers. He wore thick black-rimmed glasses, behind which were deep, icy blue eyes. Due to prolonged sleepless nights, heavy bags hung beneath his pale complexion. Clad in a white lab coat, he perpetually exuded the scent of antiseptic. Alexander Smith, aged 55, was a doctor of biology, a genetic engineering expert, and the chief scientist of Black Prison Island. Hailing from a wealthy family in the Eagle Nation, he displayed prodigious intelligence from a young age. Graduating from Harvard's biology department at 17, he entered a secret military research facility. He was virtually devoid of moral scruples, having participated in numerous inhumane experiments, achieving significant breakthroughs. Recruited by the Eagle Nation's CI 2 months prior, he became the chief scientist at Black Prison Island, tasked with researching how to control and mass-produce individuals with abilities akin to Buster's. He glanced at the writhing Buster on the ground, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. "How are you?" "Not well at all, damn it." Arthur Hoffman gritted his teeth, pointing at his dislocated right arm, sweat streaming down his face. Dr. Smith examined Arthur's injuries, his brow furrowing slightly. Then without hesitation, he seized the arm and twisted it sharply. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound of bone grinding. Arthur Hoffman's right arm was set back into place. Hiss. Arthur inhaled sharply, the pain instantly alleviating considerably. "I have liberated all the prisoners within the dungeon and have requested fire support from the military." Dr. Smith adjusted his glasses, his calm demeanor sending chills down one's spine. "In 10 minutes, the military will initiate a saturation bombardment of Black Prison Island." 10 minutes. Arthur's pupils constricted. "Yes, Arthur. We must hastily proceed to the helipad and board a helicopter to escape. As for the soldiers on the island," Dr. Smith's gaze remained unwavering. "They are merely expendables. We need not concern ourselves with them." Chapter 69, An opportunity given is useless. Inside the dungeon, Buster's massive body struggled to move across the ground. Lacking legs, he could only rely on his arms to crawl forward, resembling a gigantic flesh worm. The once blood-red, fierce glint in his eyes was now filled with terror, an emotion he had never experienced before. After all, he had previously been an impervious monster. No firearm could breach his defenses. The Eagle Nation had only managed to capture him through deceit, using gas to render him unconscious. But now, the agony of losing his legs and the uncertainty of the unknown plunged Buster into a profound, bone-deep dread. Grr. Buster emitted a sound akin to a beast's whimper, his trembling gaze fixed upon Yiren. Gone was the arrogance of wanting to smash Yiren into a pulp. Yiren spoke softly, his tone calm, yet chilling. "You must be in great pain. I shall grant you release." Buster, terrified, screeched and, using his arms, crawled away from Yiren. Yet, after only a few movements, his arms suddenly stiffened. Then, a wave of relaxation washed over him, as though a tremendous burden had been lifted. Buster's head simply rolled off his neck. Grr. The severed head rolled a few times before finally coming to rest at Yiren's feet. The twisted, ghastly visage still bore the expression of fear and despair. The smooth, even cross-section at the neck remained, and only half a second later did blood spurt forth like a fountain, staining the ground in a shocking crimson. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Yiren couldn't help but shake his head, stepping back a few paces to avoid soiling his shoes with blood. At that moment, he looked around and noticed that the iron doors of all the rooms in the dungeon had silently swung open. Clank, clank. The heavy chains dragged across the ground, emitting an eerie sound. One by one, prisoners emerged from the rooms, some mad, some deformed, others shrouded in darkness. They were ragged, bloodied, and some even missing limbs. Yet, in their eyes lingered a chilling madness. They found themselves imprisoned in this isolated dungeon of the Black Prison Island for a myriad of reasons. Years of confinement and torment had thoroughly warped their minds. They had transformed into a pack of beasts released from their cages, yearning for bloodshed and liberation. The moment they laid eyes on Yiren, they surged towards him like a horde of zombies. The cacophony created by the charge of hundreds was even more oppressive than that of a stampede. Yet, in the face of these surging prisoners, Yiren displayed no hint of fear. He merely sighed softly, his gaze filled with compassion. "Alas, let there be liberation." With that gentle sigh and a crisp snap of his fingers, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, amidst the frenzied cries of the prisoners, an invisible force quietly descended. It was like an intangible blade, silently obstructing the prisoner's path of charge. Oblivious to this, The prisoners continued their relentless advance. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a series of sharp, clear slicing sounds. Splat, splat, splat. Each sound echoed like the tolling of death's bell, heralding the end of life. The instant each prisoner encountered that cutting line, their bodies were sliced apart with surgical precision. The upper and lower halves, propelled by inertia, slid forward a short distance before collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the dungeon floor was drenched in blood, with entrails scattered about. The air quickly filled with a pungent metallic scent, rendering it difficult to breathe. Some prisoners, despite being severed, did not die immediately. They gazed in horror at their half-formed bodies, emitting desperate wails. Their cries reverberated in the enclosed space, amplifying the dread and oppression. The entire dungeon transformed into a slaughterhouse. A mountain of corpses amassed. Blood and entrails mingled, creating a hellish tableau. At the moment Yi-Ren unleashed the spatial slicing, he closed his eyes. He did not wish to witness this gruesome scene or the despair etched on the faces of the prisoners. A touch of sympathy, but not much. He then activated spatial teleportation once more. In the next instant, he vanished from the dungeon, reappearing on the surface of Black Prison Island. However, the moment he completed the teleportation, Yi-Ren felt countless icy murderous intents locking onto him. Click, click, click. Yi-Ren slowly opened his eyes to find numerous fully armed soldiers of Black Prison Island had already aimed their guns at him. There were at least hundreds, even thousands, of gun muzzles reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. You all. A complex expression flickered in Yi-Ren's eyes as he took a deep breath and calmly said, "If you surrender now, you might still survive." Yet, the response to Yi-Ren was the sound of soldiers pulling their triggers. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As the triggers were pulled, the gunfire roared like thunder. Countless bullets erupted from the barrels, slicing through the air, leaving trails nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. These bullets coalesced into a dense barrage, capable of tearing any living being to shreds. However, faced with this torrential rain of bullets, Yi-Ren could not help but shake his head. Why? Is living not preferable? Did you squander your opportunity? With a thought, Yi-Ren enveloped himself in a layer of spatial distortion. Mirror reversal. The space around Yi-Ren twisted. The bullets, originally hurtling towards him, miraculously altered their course upon contact with this warped space. The speed of the bullets did not diminish. Instead, they reversed direction, returning with the same velocity. Every bullet that had been aimed at Yi-Ren transformed into a deadly projectile targeting the soldiers. Splat, splat, splat. Accompanied by the sound of bullets piercing flesh, the grim symphony of death echoed across the ground. The soldiers who had fired upon Yi-Ren were instantaneously riddled with their own bullets. Their bodies crumpled like rag dolls, collapsing to the ground as blood stained the earth. Why must it be so? Yi-Ren gazed at the bloody scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. I had given you a chance. He shook his head, not mourning the soldiers' demise for even a moment. What arrived next on the battlefield was. Yi-Ren lifted his gaze toward the skyline. There. A helicopter was already flying away, reduced to a mere speck. You thought you could escape? Chapter 70. Gunshot teleportation into the heart. Inside the helicopter, Arthur Hoffman and Dr. Smith finally relaxed. They believed they had escaped from peril. Damn, who on earth is that guy? Arthur Hoffman gritted his teeth, his tone rife with anger and fear. He appeared to be from the Dragon Nation, primarily due to his seemingly spatial abilities. But how could that be possible? Calm down, Arthur. You're likely mistaken. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Dr. Smith adjusted his glasses, speaking coldly. Moreover, in 10 minutes, the entire Black Prison Island will be engulfed in flames. However, just as Dr. Smith bent down to clean his glasses, he suddenly froze. His pupils dilated in shock as he realized that the armed soldier who had been seated beside Arthur Hoffman had inexplicably transformed into Yi-Ren. You. Dr. Smith emitted a sharp gasp, staring in horror at Yi-Ren. His body instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a terrifying monster. Damn it, when did he appear? Could it truly be spatial powers? Dr. Smith's mind raced with the nearly impossible conjecture, causing his body to tremble. Meanwhile, upon hearing Dr. Smith's exclamation, Arthur Hoffman turned sharply. The moment he laid eyes on Yi-Ren, his pupils constricted and his heart raced. FCK. Arthur Hoffman instinctively cursed. As an experienced CIA operative, he was well versed in various combat techniques. He chose not to flee. The confines of the helicopter left him no room to escape. Thus, he opted for combat. Fight. Exciting. Arthur Hoffman threw a powerful punch toward Yi-Ren's face. His speed was remarkable, and his strength formidable. If that punch connected, it could easily shatter an adult's nasal bone. However, to Yi-Ren, Arthur Hoffman's movement appeared excruciatingly slow. As previously mentioned, when Yi-Ren concentrated, his heightened mental capacity granted him a time dilation effect. In Yi-Ren's perspective, Everything around him seemed to transform into slow motion. Arthur Hoffman's punch was reduced to a sluggish crawl, akin to a snail's pace. He effortlessly evaded Arthur Hoffman's attack, then extended his hand to seize Arthur Hoffman's wrist. Crack! How could he endure this? After all, he had been meticulously taught hand-to-hand combat techniques by instructor Nightingale. In an instant, Arthur Hoffman's arm was dislocated once more. Ah! This time, Arthur Hoffman could no longer contain himself, letting out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain caused darkness to cloud his vision, and he felt as if he were on the brink of fainting. It hurt. It hurt terribly. It felt as if he were being trampled by a horse. Just not long ago, this very arm had been dislocated by Yi Rin and subsequently reattached by Dr. Smith. And now this again. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, leaving a damp patch on the seat. His face, already pale from fear, now bore an even more ghastly hue. And the contorted expression seemed to silently convey the immense suffering he was enduring at that moment. Yi Rin turned his head to regard the trembling Dr. Smith. The latter had just shakily raised his handgun, attempting a futile resistance. His trembling fingers struggled to pull the trigger. However, when Dr. Smith met Yi Rin's icy gaze, he shuddered as if plunged into a millennia-old frozen abyss. Those eyes were deep and dark, akin to a stare emanating from the very depths of hell, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. A wave of overwhelming terror instantly engulfed his entire being, prompting him to instinctively drop the handgun and raise his hands high above his head in surrender. I surrender, truly surrender. You've hit him, so you can't hit me anymore, right? Yi Rin, Arthur Hoffman. What a remarkable teammate this is. This act of surrender saved Dr. Smith's hands. Yi Rin despised being threatened with a firearm and had initially contemplated severing this fellow's hands with spatial slicing. A wise decision, he commented blandly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Yet Dr. Smith exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the helicopter's pilot had his own ulterior motives. Observing that both Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman were being held captive by Yi Rin, he, as a minor character, realized the opportunity for glory had arrived. He envisioned the honor medal bestowed by the CIA, picturing himself promoted to a renowned pilot. He saw himself ascending to the pinnacle of life. For a moment, his mind was consumed by greed and desire. Without a moment's thought, he maneuvered the helicopter with one hand while the other swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Yi Rin's head. His face, already flushed with anxiety, now turned a deep shade of liver red. All he could think was that if he could just eliminate this guy, he would be free to enjoy the rest of his life. Die, the pilot bellowed. However, the anticipated gunshot never echoed. The pilot paused, incredulous as he glanced down at the handgun in his hand, only to find it had vanished. In its place, a searing pain erupted in his chest. It felt as though something had forcibly lodged itself within his ribcage. The pilot's complexion instantly turned ashen, his mouth agape in agony as he struggled to breathe, only to realize he could not inhale a single breath. His heart was crushed by the handgun that had inexplicably appeared within his chest. The pilot's face still bore the remnants of impending triumph, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated rapidly, his gaze turning hollow and ultimately dimmed as he slumped helplessly against the cockpit. The helicopter spiraled out of control, careening wildly through the air like a headless fly. Dr. Smith screamed in terror, gripping the armrests of his seat tightly. His complexion shifted from white to purple, his stomach churning violently, nearly ejecting the lunch he had consumed. Arthur Hoffman was utterly terrified, his spirit shattered. As he looked at Yi Rin in dread and exclaimed, "You lunatic! Are you insane? Do you even realize what you are doing?" Yi Rin frowned and clicked his tongue. "What can I say? Why are you in such a rush? If I truly intended for you to die, you would have long been gone, all right." With a thought, he activated spatial teleportation. In the next moment, the three of them vanished from within the helicopter. On Black Prison Island, Yi Rin materialized on the ground with Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman. Both Smith and Arthur wore expressions of lingering terror, only to find that the surrounding scenery had transformed. They soon caught sight of the helicopter plummeting towards the sea in the distance, resembling a bird with broken wings. Helplessly tumbling, with a resounding crash, it plunged into the ocean, sending up a massive splash. Chapter 71, Spatial Confinement. Spatial Lockdown. Arthur Hoffman. Alexander Smith. They gazed at Yi Rin in disbelief, their eyes filled with terror and astonishment. This guy, could he truly be a spatial ability user? Dr. Smith stared blankly at the wreckage of the downed helicopter on the ocean's surface, his voice trembling. He was horrified by Yi Rin's abilities. After all, anyone who wielded powers that intertwined with time and space was an exceedingly rare entity, a terrifying force often referred to as the domain of gods. Yet upon hearing this, Yi Rin's displeasure surfaced. He glared at Dr. Smith, his tone unfriendly. "Who are you calling rare?" "Who?" Those present might find themselves stifling a laugh. At this moment, Dr. Smith's complexion suddenly turned pale, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes. Wait, he recalled. Before boarding the helicopter, he had contacted the military. In 10 minutes, there would be a saturation bombardment over the entire Black Prison Island, utterly annihilating all life on the island. Damn it. We need to get out of here quickly, Dr. Smith shouted in panic. In 10 minutes, this place will become an inferno. Hearing this, Yiren lifted his gaze towards the horizon. In the azure sky, a few white clouds drifted leisurely. The surface of the sea shimmered with light, and the distant calls of seagulls punctuated the serene atmosphere. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. Yet beneath this calm facade lay a suffocating aura of impending doom. Yiren seemed to have caught a glimpse of black fighter jets racing towards Black Prison Island on the horizon. They moved with incredible speed, like bolts of black lightning tearing through the sky, leaving behind white trails. Those were the latest F-17 Sparrowhawk fighters developed by the Eagle Sauce military. Their bodies were streamlined, covered with a special stealth coating, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, reminiscent of futuristic steel predators. The Eagle Sauce military, determined to eradicate Black Prison Island, spared no cost in dispatching an entire squadron, 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighters. These aircraft were armed with precision-guided missiles, prepared to deliver a surgical strike on the entire Black Prison Island. Dr. Smith closed his eyes in despair. However, just then, Yiren suddenly activated his headset and spoke to Zhao Guoqiang on the other end. Brother Zhao, could you find me an open space? The larger, the better. An open space? What do you need that for? Upon hearing Yiren's words, Zhao Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback, and then his pupils dilated in disbelief as he inquired, "Are you, my friend, contemplating?" Yiren flashed a grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his tone imbued with a hint of exhilaration. "Indeed, since the Eagle has bestowed upon us such a grand gift, we can hardly refuse it." Correct. Yiren's objective was, astonishingly, to seize all 12 of the Eagle's F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed, his skin prickling with goosebumps, his heart racing at an alarming pace. Yiren's audacious plan was utterly insane. 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets. Yiren actually intended to capture them all and bring them back to the Dragon Kingdom? "I have found it." Baize's voice was soft yet composed, as if merely stating an uncomplicated fact. Yet those 3 simple words made Zhao Guoqiang's heart leap. Mere seconds later, Baize utilized his unique ability to locate a suitable site. It was a clandestine military base situated in the northeastern Dragon Kingdom, equipped with a large airport capable of accommodating 12 fighter jets. One must admit, the omniscient nature of this ability is utterly preposterous. Alas, the scale and mechanism are equally significant, and among humanity, only Yiren possesses such boundless mental prowess. Baize provided Yiren with the precise coordinates of the base and a detailed visual representation of the surrounding environment for accurate navigation. Meanwhile, on Black Prison Island, Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman exchanged glances. Although Arthur had succumbed to despair, Dr. Smith still sought a glimmer of hope for escape. However, reality was merciless. They had been cornered by the monstrous Yiren, with no visible avenue for salvation. It was as if they were 2 insects ensnared in a spider's web, helplessly watching the shadow of death approach. At that moment, a deafening sonic boom echoed from the distant horizon. The sound shattered the tranquility that enveloped Black Prison Island. Both men looked up in alarm. 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets appeared in the sky above Black Prison Island like specters of darkness. Their speed was astonishing, resembling black lightning as they traced elegant arcs through the air. "This is Sparrowhawk 1, target locked, requesting permission to strike." The squadron leader intoned gravely into the radio. "Sparrowhawk 1, permission granted," came the voice from the command center. Yet, just as Sparrowhawk 1 was poised to press the missile launch button, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the radio channel. What in the world is happening? The pilots' voices were laced with disbelief and terror, as if they were grappling with an unfathomable occurrence. "Command center? Sparrowhawk 1, what is happening? Respond. Respond." The command center urgently called, but all that remained on the radio was a torrent of static. On Black Prison Island, Yiren's vision was filled with the array of fighter jets. He merely extended a finger and lightly tapped. In the next instant, something astonishing transpired. The entire formation of fighter jets came to an inexplicable halt in midair. 12 fighter jets, defying the laws of physics, hovered impossibly in the sky. Their velocity plummeted from supersonic to 0 in an instant, as if time itself had frozen. This was due to Yiren forcibly confining that segment of space. Within that space, nothing moved. The air ceased to flow, sound halted its transmission. Even light seemed to stand still. Had the pilots not been wearing oxygen masks, they might have suffocated to death from the spatial confinement. "What is happening? Doctor?" Smith and Arthur Hoffman gaped in astonishment at this unbelievable scene. Their minds were blank, nearly rendered catatonic. They could neither comprehend nor imagine the terrifying power that could accomplish such a feat. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 72. 12 Fighter Jets. Yi-Rin snapped his fingers. In an instant, all 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets vanished into thin air. They seemed to have been erased by an invisible giant hand, disappearing from above Black Prison Island in an instant. This was because Yi-Rin had employed spatial teleportation, transporting them to a secret military base located 1,000 miles away in the northeastern Dragon Kingdom. Thank you to our American allies for the generous gift of fighter jets. Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman had utterly lost their capacity for rational thought. They stood there, staring blankly at the empty sky, like marionettes with their strings cut. Where are the fighter jets? They were just up there in the sky. Arthur Hoffman trembled as he rubbed his eyes, as if trying to confirm he was not hallucinating. Dr. Smith offered no reply, merely murmuring vacantly, "The spatial power is just so unreasonable." As a doctoral expert in biology and genetic engineering, Dr. Smith harbored an extraordinary fervor and obsession with those possessing special abilities. He firmly believed that these individuals were the next stage of human evolution. Those endowed with divine gifts should transcend ordinary people, even rising above laws and morals. And he, as an ordinary man, could only watch helplessly as these superpowered individuals reveled in unimaginable strength. He felt a deep-seated resentment. He too yearned for special abilities. In pursuit of this goal, Dr. Smith conducted various morally reprehensible experiments at any cost. He attempted to artificially create individuals with special abilities through genetic modification and drug injections. However, his experiments consistently failed to yield groundbreaking results, until he was recruited by the CIA and brought to Black Prison Island, where he encountered metamorphic abilities like those of Buster. Dr. Smith saw a glimmer of hope. After poring over extensive CIA internal documents, he was acutely aware that spatial ability was among the rarest and most elusive of all powers. To say it was 1 in a billion would be an understatement. After all, those touched by the mechanisms of time and space stood nearly in the realm of the divine. Yet, he could never have imagined that he would actually encounter a spatial ability wielder. Furthermore, this spatial ability wielder was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The mere thought of this twisted Dr. Smith's expression into something grotesque and contorted. As the sole superpower in the world, the United States possesses an intelligence system that is anything but naive. They have meticulously gathered information on all the extraordinary individuals across the globe and constructed an extensive database, which includes some exceedingly rare space-time manipulators. However, when comparing the abilities of these recorded space manipulators to that of Yi-Rin, they pale in comparison. No one possesses the terrifying magnitude that he does. After all, while mechanisms determine strength, it is magnitude that sets the upper limits. Within the annals of the United States database, the most ludicrous record of spatial teleportation merely details a directional transfer across a distance of approximately 200 meters. Moreover, such teleportation is incredibly taxing. The individual who executed it fainted immediately afterward. In the vast majority of instances, a spatial manipulator must physically contact the object they wish to transport, a nearly unbreakable rule. Yet, Yi-Rin's ability to effortlessly teleport a dozen fighter jets and an array of soldiers across thousands of meters is truly unprecedented. Dr. Smith is certain that there are no records of a spatial manipulator of his caliber within the United States database. This implies that Yi-Rin's abilities have transcended their comprehension. Reaching an unparalleled pinnacle, he is a true monster. Dr. Smith mutters to himself incessantly. Meanwhile, in a clandestine military base located in northeast Dragon Country, a man named Zhou Jiangwo is perplexed. What urgent matter could Zhao Guoqiang possibly need him for? Zhou Jiangwo, the commander of the Dragon Air Force, is a revered veteran, bearing the weight of numerous accolades. Despite nearing 60 years of age, he remains tall and imposing, exuding an inherent authority. Clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, he stands straight as an unwavering pine tree, having cultivated a demeanor of calm amidst chaos over years spent in high office. Yet, at this moment, his seasoned eyes are filled with confusion and uncertainty. Not long ago, he received an urgent communication from the Longing Department, where Zhao Guoqiang spoke in a tone of great urgency, stating that there was an important matter requiring his immediate presence at the base to await supplies. Although General Zhou is unaware of the specifics, he hastens to the location with all speed. But what are these supplies that warrant such anxiety and haste? In a state of bewilderment, General Zhou can only wait patiently. Just then, on the cleared runway, 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets materialize out of thin air. General Zhou Jiangwo exclaims in astonishment, "What in the world is happening?" The seasoned general, momentarily taken aback, feels his heart nearly leap from his throat. Despite his extensive experience, he had believed his heart to be as cold and hard as ice. Yet he finds himself unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. Rubbing his eyes in an attempt to confirm that he is not imagining things, he realizes that this is indeed reality. The jets, having appeared seemingly from nowhere, maintain their airborne posture, their rear engines still flickering. However, they are ensnared by some invisible force, immobile and unable to move. General Zhou can hardly comprehend the scene before him. Inside the cockpits, the pilots are engulfed in confusion and terror. Just moments ago, they were preparing to execute a bombing mission over Black Prison Island, and now they find themselves in this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by armed soldiers from the Dragon Country. Their weapons aimed squarely at them. What has transpired? Where's this place? My God, I am surrounded by soldiers from the Dragon Country. After a brief moment of disorientation, the pilots recognize this as a supernatural phenomenon. They attempt to maneuver their jets to escape, only to discover that their aircraft remain utterly still. Overwhelmed by despair, they see no avenue for flight. Ultimately, they extinguish their engines, open their cockpit doors, and raise their hands in surrender. What other choice do they have? They certainly do not wish to meet their demise. To be inexplicably transported here is akin to a dimensional assault, after all. While the United States plays with technology, Yiren wields supernatural abilities. What hope do they have? Game over. Restart. Chapter 73. Teleporting the entire Black Prison Island back to Dragon Country? General Zhou Jiangwo gazes at the 12 F-17 Sparrowhawk fighter jets before him, his heart racing as if he has been rejuvenated by 2 decades. He strides toward one of the jets, trembling as he caresses the smooth surface of its fuselage, his eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. The sensation is electrifying. As the commander of the Dragon Air Force, General Zhou is well acquainted with the advanced aircraft developed by the United States. The F-17 Sparrowhawk is their latest 5th-generation marvel, boasting capabilities such as supersonic cruising, adaptive stealth coatings, and a highly compatible weapon system. The estimated cost of each jet is between $60 to $90 million. Nations around the world covet this aircraft, yet the United States has imposed stringent technological embargoes, preventing others from acquiring related advancements. And now, Zhao Guoqiang has delivered a dozen intact F-17 Sparrowhawks. The value of this acquisition is beyond measure for Dragon Country. How on earth did you accomplish this? Without further ado, General Zhou hastily retrieves his phone and dials Zhao Guoqiang, his voice trembling with excitement. Calm down, General, Zhao Guoqiang chuckles on the other end. All credit goes to our comrade, Xiao Yi. General Zhou momentarily falters, taken aback. He had not yet grasped the significance of this information, which has been classified as top secret, but Zhao assures him he will have ample opportunities to meet this individual soon. Good heavens! General Zhou's pupils dilate in shock. As he inhales sharply, has your department truly uncovered a prodigious talent? You could say that, Zhao Guoqiang replies with a wry smile. Indeed, before Yi Ren's emergence, the entire Longyin department was regarded as a mere joke, but the circumstances have changed. In any case, these fighter jets are now in your capable hands. Excellent. Excellent. General Zhou nods vigorously. The military technology department will dispatch personnel to begin technical analysis, and soon Dragon Country will be able to reverse engineer even more advanced fighter jets. Yi Ren's contribution is truly a monumental achievement. Meanwhile, on Black Prison Island, Arthur Hoffman slumps helplessly to the ground, fully aware that his fate is sealed. The ability to transport 12 fighter jets at will signifies that Yi Ren is beyond any comprehension he possesses. Faced with such a godlike entity, he recognizes that he has no chance of survival. Arthur Hoffman relinquished his struggle, akin to a fish laid bare upon the butcher's slab, entirely at Yi Ren's mercy. Dr. Smith fared slightly better, yet he too abandoned rational thought. The harrowing sight of 12 fighter jets vanishing into the ether left him utterly speechless. Yi Ren cast a glance back at the 2 men, stroking his chin as he descended into contemplation. This Black Prison Island undoubtedly harbored numerous treasures. Thus, Yi Ren pressed the earpiece and spoke. Brother Zhao, I believe there are still plenty of valuable items on this island. On the other end, Zhao Guoqiang paused momentarily, then gasped in shock, his expression betraying an uncontrollable twitch at the corners of his mouth. All right. Is that how you want to play it? Are you planning to empty the entire Black Prison Island? Upon this realization, Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed excitedly, no worries. You can gradually transport everything over. I can ask Bai Zhe to continue scouting for locations. Yet, it soon became evident that Zhao Guoqiang's thoughts were overly simplistic. Yi Ren, possessing a distaste for cumbersome tasks, would hardly embark on such laborious endeavors. Thus, with a grin, he declared, let us find a larger sea area. I'll relocate the entire island. Zhao Guoqiang responded in disbelief. What did you just say? Are you serious? Move the entire island. Instantly, Zhao Guoqiang's mind conjured an image of the satellite map of Black Prison Island. This was an expanse exceeding 10 square kilometers. Did this kid speak in a comprehensible manner? 10 square kilometers of island. What a concept. To put it into perspective, that area is equivalent to 1,400 standard football fields. If that is still not illustrative enough, the area of the Forbidden City in Long Country is 0.72 square kilometers, meaning Black Prison Island is roughly equivalent to 14 Forbidden Cities. And now, Yi Ren was audaciously claiming he wished to relocate the entire island? Zhao Guoqiang's throat went dry. His voice constricted. Comrade Yi, are you certain you can accomplish this? Yi Ren shrugged nonchalantly. With some effort, it's feasible. Although he had previously concealed some of his abilities during the competency test, he felt it no longer mattered. Having recognized his own formidable prowess, Yi Ren was undaunted. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guoqiang steadied himself, knowing that if Yi Ren claimed he could do it, then he certainly could. All right, I will make the arrangements immediately. Baizhe averted her gaze slightly, activating her omniscient abilities once more. Mere seconds later, she identified a suitable location, a remote area in the Yellow Sea. Devoid of islands or shipping lanes, ideal for housing Black Prison Island. Found it. The coordinates are. Baizhe relayed the information to Zhao Guoqiang. He promptly contacted a naval unit station near the Yellow Sea, instructing them to proceed to the designated area for surveillance and to assist the Longing Department in receiving the materials. Materials? The naval colonel, Lin Hai, was thoroughly perplexed by the sudden orders. A young officer in his early 30s, Lin Hai had graduated with top honors from the Long Country Naval Academy and was highly regarded within his ranks. Yet, he found himself bewildered by this unexpected mission. Why were they to receive materials in the open sea? Was it some sort of airdrop? With a mind full of questions, Lin Hai led a fleet of destroyers swiftly toward the specified location. However, upon arrival, he beheld an unforgettable spectacle. An island materialized seemingly out of thin air within the vast waters. His heart felt as though it had ceased beating in that moment of astonishment. The sight before him made his pupils constrict violently. Indeed, what had once been a tranquil, mirror-like sea now abruptly bore a newly risen island. As if it had been forcibly torn from another dimension and flawlessly embedded in this boundless expanse of ocean. Sunlight slanted down, the shimmering water reflecting the sudden appearance of this island, which resembled a seed cast carelessly by the sea god, taking root and flourishing instantaneously into a colossal entity. The trees upon the island were lush and verdant, their vibrant green a stark contrast to the surrounding azure waters. Lin Hai, stunned into silence, Lin Hai's breath caught involuntarily in his throat. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, desperate to ascertain whether he was hallucinating. Yet, the island remained vividly within his line of sight. What on earth was happening? Lin Hai's mind was a blank slate, utterly incapable of comprehending the spectacle unfolding before him. Not just he, but every member of the naval crew stood equally dumbstruck, their minds blank with disbelief. Chapter 74, Combination Technique. Targeted Explosive Teleportation. This supernatural scene left Officer Lin Hai in a state of profound shock for several moments. He quickly resolved to dispatch naval personnel to the island for exploration. However, before he could take action, Yi Ren materialized beside him via spatial teleportation. He saluted Lin Hai. You must be Colonel Lin, as mentioned by Brother Zhao. I've delivered Black Prison Island. The subsequent matters will be your responsibility. Lin Hai, struggling to swallow, Lin Hai gazed at Yi Ren, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate a response. Ultimately, he stammered out a single word, wait. It wasn't he that he was aloof. Rather, he was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Yi Ren executed another spatial teleportation, bringing Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman back to the Longing Department. Look at that. With spatial teleportation, one can traverse the world at will. At the Longing Department, in the interrogation room, Dr. Smith and Arthur Hoffman were each detained in separate chambers. Professional interrogators were diligently questioning them, attempting to extract further intelligence regarding the Eagle's sauce. Name, Alexander Smith. Age, 55 years. Occupation, Doctor of Biology, Genetic Engineering Expert. Dr. Smith cooperated fully with the interrogator's inquiries, aware that in order to survive, he must demonstrate his worth. We have already grasped some leads concerning the secret experiments of Eagle's sauce, one interrogator stated coldly. What would you like to know? Dr. Smith inquired. For instance, the super soldier program. The interrogator fixated his gaze on Dr. Smith, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon hearing the term super soldier program, Dr. Smith's expression shifted dramatically. He was taken aback. Isn't this plan supposed to be perfectly concealed? How did Long Country come to know about it? However, Dr. Smith could not fathom the truth. On his very first day within the Longing Department, Yi Ren had teleported to the presidential office and casually retrieved intelligence documents. Originally, Dr. Smith had intended to keep this plan under wraps. Yet now, given that the Long Country was already aware, he had no choice but to confess in order to ensure his own survival. The Super Soldier program was a top-secret initiative being conducted by the Eagle Sauce government, wherein they sought to. However, just as Dr. Smith prepared to divulge further details about the Super Soldier program, suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his head. Ugh, Dr. Smith groaned, clutching his head in agony, his complexion instantly paling. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes appeared bloodshot, as if they might burst from their sockets. The interrogators furrowed their brows. What are you pretending for? Don't play tricks. Yiren was taken aback. At that moment, while enjoying a cold drink outside, his sixth sense activated once more. His pupils constricted, and he abruptly materialized in the interrogation room. You bastard. Yiren seized Dr. Smith, unable to waste time on pinpointing the location, executing a random teleportation. In an instant, they found themselves within the confines of an unfinished building. The next moment, Dr. Smith's head exploded like a bomb. Boom. The violent explosion created a massive crater in the ground. The entire structure trembled perilously from the force of the blast. Yiren, having timely utilized teleportation, narrowly escaped the explosion, though his heart raced with apprehension. Good heavens! Had it not been for his sixth sense, allowing Dr. Smith to detonate within the Dragon Hidden Department would have obliterated the entire building. Truly ruthless. Yiren furrowed his brow, reflecting on how the American government would go to such extremes to prevent the leakage of classified information. Wait, what about Arthur? He teleported back to the interrogation room of the Dragon Hidden Department. At that moment, Arthur Hoffman's head began to contort unnaturally, much like Dr. Smith's. His facial muscles twisted and spasmed, his eyes bulged, and his scalp flushed with an eerie red, as if something were trying to burrow out of his skull. Arthur gritted his teeth in agony. Save me. I don't want to die. Help me. Shut up. Yiren's gaze hardened, and he made a resolute decision. It was impossible to save him. However, the information in his mind was of paramount importance, given his high-ranking position within the CIA. Did he truly believe that self-detonation would render him untouchable? Then, before he could explode, he would extract all the information from his mind. Yet, despite Yiren's astonishing mental prowess, he was unable to directly read another's memories. This required the assistance of a psychic. Who could it be? Bai Zhe. Yiren flashed in front of Bai Zhe, grasping her hand urgently, saying, I need your help. Bai Zhe's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable softness. All right. A simple affirmation instantly elevated this elder sister's reliability to the utmost. What is the charm of a mature woman? I need you to establish a mental link with me. And then without further ado, as soon as Yiren initiated, Bai Zhe intuitively understood what she needed to assist him with. Both closed their eyes simultaneously. In the next moment, Bai Zhe felt her consciousness being drawn into an infinite ocean. Mental link established. The vastness of her mental power seemed boundless, enabling Bai Zhe to unleash abilities she had never dared to conceive before, such as memory theft. She opened her eyes, her other hand pressing against Arthur Hoffman's temple. In merely half a second, Bai Zhe nodded slightly. All extracted. Good. Yiren prepared to activate space teleportation, sending Arthur Hoffman to a remote wilderness. Just then, however, Bai Zhe firmly grasped Yiren's hand, her beautiful eyes glimmering with indescribable emotion. Send him to the place in my mind. It turned out Bai Zhe, utilizing her omniscience ability, had pinpointed the location of the CIA headquarters. Since the CIA intended to use Arthur Hoffman and Dr. Smith to destroy the Dragon Hidden Department, why not turn the tables and exploit this to their advantage? The next moment, a vivid image appeared in Yiren's vision. It was a towering skyscraper, heavily guarded, surrounded by armed soldiers and surveillance cameras. That was the CIA headquarters. Yiren asked in surprise, is this really the case? Thanks to you. Bai Zhe's voice resonated in Yiren's mind. I can synchronize everything I see into your consciousness. With a thought, Yiren transported Arthur Hoffman to the location depicted in the image. It was a spacious and brightly lit office, where a well-dressed man sat behind a desk, engrossed in documents. The sudden appearance of Arthur Hoffman startled him. Oh shit, who are you? However, before the man could react, Arthur Hoffman's head exploded like a bomb. Boom. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the entire floor in flames. Thick smoke billowed, fire soared, and screams echoed incessantly. This floor was one of the core departments of the CIA, housing a wealth of classified intelligence. This explosion was undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster for the CIA. All of this was synchronized and transmitted to Yiren's mind through the mental link established by Bai Zhe. Yiren gazed at the blazing CIA headquarters, his breath catching in his throat. Then, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. The CIA was reaping what they had sown. Bai Zhe observed Yiren's captivating expression change, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. However, before Yiren could bask in his delight for long, the mental link suddenly severed. Bai collapsed before him, and Yi Run, quick to react, caught her, only to find her complexion pale and unconscious. Yi Ren, what on earth happened? Without a moment to ponder, he teleported Bai to the infirmary. The scent of disinfectant permeated the air, while the stark white walls and ceiling reflected the harsh fluorescent lights, rendering the entire room exceptionally cold. Bai lay quietly on the hospital bed, her once fair skin now alarmingly pale, her lips devoid of color. Doctor, what is wrong with her? Yi Ren inquired anxiously. The doctor handed over Bai's medical records, shaking his head helplessly. Her condition is highly unusual. We have never encountered a similar case before. In simple terms, she suffers from a rare neurodegenerative disease. We cannot ascertain the exact cause, but it is evident that her brain's neurons are degenerating. The doctor's words made Yi Ren's heart sink. The brain could collapse at any moment. Was there any difference between that and being on the verge of death? Is there any way to save her? Yi Ren pressed. I'm sorry, but this disease seems to be linked to her abilities, and we have no means to help. The doctor replied helplessly. At that moment, Bai regained consciousness, rubbing her temple, and, upon seeing her surroundings, inferred what had transpired. Initially, she intended to conceal from Yi Ren that she was at risk of dying at any moment. Yet now it seemed she could no longer hide it, so she decided to be honest. With a smile, Bai said, "Don't worry about me. I've always been quite lucky." Yi Ren furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "How could one not be concerned?" Wait. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He fixed his gaze upon Bai, realizing that her peculiar affliction stemmed from her excessively potent ability, which was not matched by her mental fortitude. Consequently, each time she wielded her powers, it inflicted tremendous strain upon her brain, leading to irreversible damage over time. However, a solution was not beyond reach. Yi Ren's eyes gleamed with a spark of hope as a bold notion took root in his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Come, let us establish a mental link. I shall assist you in expanding your mental capacity. Bai was taken aback. But, my friend, the limits of human mental capacity have long been predetermined. It's akin to a bucket. Its capacity is fixed. Once filled, it overflows, yet its volume remains unchanged. Yi Ren shrugged. Just because others cannot does not imply that I cannot. In truth, during their initial mental connection, Yi Ren had already discerned this disparity. In comparison to him, Bai's mental limit was exceedingly meager. Almost instinctively, he endeavored to share a fragment of his mental strength with her. This was why, during their first link, Bai experienced an irresistible warmth. It was Yi Ren's attempt to assist. The outcome, as they both knew, was that Yi Ren had only just conceived the thought and had yet to take action. But merely the thought alone had already imprinted his essence upon Bai's psyche, binding her to him. In fact, even without such an effort, Bai would have formed an indelible mark, much like how celestial bodies exert gravitational pull. Yi Ren's vast, boundless sea of mental energy naturally left traces upon the diminutive mental manifestations of others. In any case, Yi Ren's proposal stirred something within Bai. She pressed her lips together and said, "Then, shall we give it a try?" Truthfully, she was not particularly concerned about whether her mental limits could be enhanced, as such a notion seemed far-fetched. She believed that if she remained devoid of hope, disappointment would not follow. What mattered more to her was the profound sense of satisfaction and connection that arose from establishing a mental link with Yi Ren. It was a joy and bliss beyond words. The connection of souls yielded pleasures that far surpassed those of the corporeal realm. So indulge in it. Savor it. This sensation is truly addictive, my dear. Come. Yi Ren extended his hand, knowing that the establishment of the mental link relied on Bai's initiative. Bai reached out her delicate hand, her cool fingers intertwining with his. Are you ready? Then let us commence. Sister, why are you making this so solemn? Mental link established. As the mental link formed, Bai felt herself transform once more into a small fish, appearing amidst an endless ocean. Though it was not her first experience, she could not help but marvel. You are truly immense. No human has ever manifested a mental presence of such magnitude. Just look at Bai. She was already among the T1 class of mental capacity holders. Yet, in comparison to Yi Ren, she was but a fish in the vast ocean. She swam joyfully within Yi Ren's sea of consciousness, reveling in the euphoria of their souls intertwining. At that moment, Yi Ren actively released a sliver of his mental energy. Prepare yourself. I am about to begin. Please be gentle. Yi Ren thought. Does this sister not realize she is teasing me? She must be doing it on purpose. Yi Ren concentrated, focusing more intently than ever before. Given the sheer vastness of his mental energy, it was akin to guiding a hair-thin stream through an ocean. However, the immense limit of his mental power also granted him remarkable precision, allowing him to delicately siphon off a thread of mental energy to infuse into Bai's mental manifestation. Bai gasped. In an instant, She sensed her limits being tested. Even in reality, her body involuntarily quivered. Yiren hastily halted. Wait, my dear. I have only just begun. You are already finished? It was no exaggeration. He had genuinely drawn forth but a hair-thin stream of mental energy from his vast sea. Yet it was already overwhelming for Baizé. In reality, they both opened their eyes simultaneously. Gradually, Baizé's expression shifted from flushed to one of astonishment. Baizé exclaimed, My mental capacity has doubled. Chapter 77, A Safe? An Introduction to Spatial Cutting. The following day, the military of the Dragon Kingdom discovered a perplexing artifact while clearing Black Prison Island. It was a safe, unremarkable in appearance. Forged from heavy steel and coated with a layer of black anti-rust paint. The front featured an intricate 20-digit combination lock, flanked by a biometric scanner. Surrounding the safe were several robust steel reinforcements, securely anchoring it to the wall. Clearly, the owner of the safe held the contents within in high regard, which warranted such stringent security measures. There must be crucial intelligence contained within this safe, remarked a military officer named Wang Hai, one of the officials dispatched to oversee Black Prison Island. Still unable to open it? Another officer furrowed his brow. They had attempted countless methods to no avail, as their violent attempts had nearly triggered a self-destruct mechanism within the safe. Are we truly at an impasse? Wang Hai's expression darkened. If they persisted with brute force, they risked obliterating both the safe and its vital intelligence. Reluctantly, the military abandoned their violent approach in favor of seeking alternative solutions. They enlisted the expertise of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost cryptography and mechanical engineering specialists, hoping to decipher the combination lock and biometric scanner through technical means. Yet, despite their varied attempts, the experts found themselves utterly stymied. Alas, the specialists lamented, something so deeply concealed must hold great significance. How on earth can we unlock it? Perhaps we should contact the Dragon Hidden Department and see if their gifted individuals can offer any assistance? One officer suggested. After all, the talents within the Dragon Hidden Department were renowned, and they possessed the ability to speak persuasively. Who knows, they might just succeed. Just do it. Wang Hai agreed with the proposal. Dragon Hidden Department. Comrade Xiao Yi, there is a predicament that may require your expertise. In Zhao Guoqiang's office, he relayed the pertinent details regarding the safe discovered on Black Prison Island to Yiren. The encryption technology of this safe was exceedingly advanced. Brute force would trigger a self-destruct sequence, and technical methods had proven ineffective. The military hopes you can assist. Do you have a means to do so? Zhao Guoqiang politely prepared a cup of tea for Yiren. It is imperative to cater to this esteemed individual, for it was he who effortlessly brought the entirety of Black Prison Island under our control. Yiren smirked, a trivial matter, with a snap of his fingers. Both he and Zhao Guoqiang vanished from the office in an instant. On Black Prison Island, Wang Hai was in a state of utter frustration, pondering how to crack the safe. Suddenly, before his very eyes, two figures materialized out of thin air. What the? Wang Hai nearly leaped from his seat, especially as the soldiers from the Dragon Nation widened their eyes in shock and instinctively raised their weapons. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Guoqiang's brow. Calm down, comrades. Lower your weapons. I am Zhao Guoqiang from the Longing Department. After wiping his forehead, he turned to Yi Run with a wry smile. Little Yi, you could at least give me a heads up next time so I can prepare everyone. Your sudden appearance is rather alarming. I will certainly do so next time. Yi Ren replied cheerfully, still holding his teacup. Truth be told, Zhao Guoqiang felt a touch of helplessness. Yi Ren's spatial teleportation ability was exceedingly overpowered. He could reach any destination in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for reaction. Is this the safe? Yi Ren inquired, pointing at the safe embedded in the wall. Yes, indeed, Wang Hai nodded vigorously. We attempted every conceivable method but have been unable to open it. Moreover, this safe is equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. If we resort to brute force, we risk obliterating its contents. Yiren chuckled. No worries, leave it to me. Wang Hai was taken aback. What do you plan to do? Without answering, Yiren strode confidently towards the safe. The surrounding scientists, witnessing his audacity, hastily interjected. Comrade, please, do not act recklessly. Yes, the data inside is crucial. If the self-destruct mechanism is triggered, our efforts will be in vain. The experts voiced their concerns, their well-meaning interference only serving to heighten the tension. Yi Run, growing weary of their admonitions, retorted, Are you instructing me on how to do my job? I brought this entire island here. The experts fell silent, instantly chastened. Yi Run slowly extended his hand, causing the collective heartbeats of the onlookers to quicken. Was he about to proceed? Then, in a steady tone, he addressed Zhao Guoqiang. Brother Zhao, could you hold my teacup for a moment? The others were taken aback. Zhao Guoqiang exclaimed, What the hell? His resolve faltered. Could we not maintain a semblance of seriousness at such a moment? He did not touch the safe. Instead, his palm hovered mere centimeters above it. At that moment, Yi Ren's eyes sharpened. Spatial cutting. With a crisp sound, the external metal structure of the safe was effortlessly severed as if it were mere tofu. The thick steel plates crumbled before Yi Ren's spatial cutting prowess. Wait, what? It opened just like that. The surrounding experts gaped in astonishment, their shock rendering them speechless. They had tried every method without success. Yet Yi Ren had merely glanced at it and effortlessly breached it. However, before the experts could fully recover from their astonishment, Yi Ren furrowed his brow, his heightened mental acuity detecting that the safe concealed 4 or 5 miniature sensors within. These sensors were linked to the safe's self-destruct protocol. Should they detect the removal of any contents, the self-destruction would be triggered immediately. Upon hearing this, the experts' faces paled in alarm. What? Don't move. Quickly. Fetch the pulse disruptor. However, Yi Ren found the task cumbersome. Extending his hand, the paper document within the safe instantaneously teleported into his grasp. Simultaneously, he issued a sharp command, bind. Instantly, the external space of the safe was enveloped in an invisible barrier. Spatial confinement, also referred to by Yi Ren as the binding technique, was now in play. Chapter 78. Goodness, what is happening inside this island? Bang! The next moment, the miniature explosives within the safe detonated. Fiery flames and shockwaves erupted like a roaring beast. Yet, the flames and shockwaves were curiously confined within a narrow square area, unable to spread outward. They defied the laws of physics and reality, as if sealed within a transparent glass container, writhing and roaring in vain. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the constraints of spatial confinement. My heavens, this is unbelievable. The surrounding experts, along with the officer Wang Hai and the soldiers, watched in awe as the expanding flames and shockwaves collided with the edges of the spatial confinement, akin to crashing against an invisible wall. They were forcibly distorted and refracted, ultimately returning to their original confines in a perpetual cycle. This scene left everyone speechless. Yulonging department is quite different from the rumors, Wang Hai stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. He could only stare blankly at Zhao Guoqiang, his heart racing. Zhao Guoqiang grinned. Ever since Comrade Yi arrived, our department has truly risen to prominence. Yi Ren withdrew his hand, casually handing the paper document to Wang Hai. He then reclaimed his teacup from the still grinning Zhao Guoqiang. Are there any other safes, or the like? I can assist with those as well. Yes, there are. Thank you so much. Wang Hai nodded excitedly. Click, click, click. Boom, boom, boom. Before Yi Ren's spatial cutting ability, the security measures designed by the finest experts from the Eagle Nation crumbled like mere paper, utterly ineffective. Regardless of whether it was a password lock, fingerprint recognition, iris verification, or voice print identification, all were rendered useless with a mere flick of his fingers. Those safes and vaults were laid bare like eggshells, revealing their concealed treasures. With this single maneuver, Yi Ren had saved the Dragon Nation military at least 3 months' worth of resources and manpower. The superhumans in your longing department are simply extraordinary. Wang Hai and the other officers marveled at Yi Ren's nonchalant demeanor. The prevailing narrative had painted the longing department as a haven for incompetence. Yet the reality was starkly different. Just as Yi Ren was about to breach the final vault, he suddenly furrowed his brow, keenly sensing something amiss. It was an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. What could it be? Yi Ren instinctively slowed his movements, meticulously attuning himself to his surroundings. Comrade Xiao Yi, what is the matter? Zhao Guoqiang inquired, having noticed Yi Ren's unusual demeanor. There seems to be something down below, Yi Ren replied, pointing to the ground, a hint of gravity in his tone. He gradually crouched down, placing his hand on the ground, closing his eyes to concentrate his mental energy. Omniscience. Yi Ren attempted to employ the omniscient ability of Bai Zhe to investigate. However, after a night, this ability had diminished to a level that rendered it nearly ineffective. Wait a moment, I'll fetch Bai Zhe, Zhao Guoqiang said. In the next instant, Yi Ren vanished from his position, on his way to find Bai Zhe. The others around them reacted. Wang Hai swallowed hard. Where did he go? Zhao Guoqiang replied. He probably returned to our department. I don't even know where Bai Zhe is. Wang Hai, bewildered, exclaimed, come on. We are in the northeast. How far is it to your department? He just teleported back that quickly? Zhao Guoqiang maintained a stoic expression. What do you think brought us here? That gentleman has shattered the limits of all known spatial ability users in the internal database. Don't even mention the teleportation from Black Prison Island to the Longing Department. On his very first day, he even managed to sneak a confidential document from the President's office at the other end of Blue Star. Moments later, Yi Ren returned, hand in hand with Bai Zhe. The elegant and alluring intellectual lady dressed splendidly today, donning a woolen sweater with a white lab coat, striking a pose reminiscent of a protagonist in a novel, complemented by her signature dark circles and weary gaze. Who could resist such charm? There's a long object down there. Could you take a look? Sure, Baizé replied, establishing a familiar mental link. Almost immediately, her pupils trembled slightly. Her delicate form tensed up, and upon noticing this, Yiren couldn't help but grow anxious. What's wrong? What did you see? Baizé shook her head gently. Nothing. I accidentally probed too deeply into the Earth's core and was momentarily dazzled. Yiren responded, Sister, take it easy. Why delve into the Earth's core? Are you exploring an underground civilization? Yet, one couldn't entirely blame Baizé. After all, once she established a mental link with Yiren, she felt like an old vehicle equipped with a planetary engine. The enhancement in her abilities was beyond description. After exploring the subterranean expanse of Black Prison Island with her omniscient powers, she tilted her head slightly. A charming gesture she had learned online, utterly adorable. Despite being nearly 30, her playful demeanor showcased an endearing contrast. Yiren, do you like the island management? Of course not. What on earth are you talking about? Yiren exclaimed, astonished. There were plenty of onlookers. Sister, why the theatrics? Baizé shared the images she had perceived through the mental link with Yiren, his entire being tensed, his pupils constricting in disbelief. What the hell? An island management? He gasped. For deep beneath the ground, they had discovered a colossal tubular object. This cylindrical structure, with a diameter exceeding 5 meters and a length of at least 100 meters, was embedded deeply in the earth, resembling the skeletal remains of some ancient behemoth. What island management? Zhao Guoqiang and the others were equally bewildered. Yiren swallowed hard. Stand back. I'm going to extract this island management. Stand back. Wang Hai and the others were momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, exchanging glances. What do you mean by island management? What is it? I'm about to bring it out. Yiren's eyes glinted as he extended his palm toward the deeply embedded tubular structure. In the next moment, a massive tubular object, exceeding 5 meters in diameter and over 100 meters in length, materialized on the surface. What the hell? This is the island management. It looks so thick and solid. What material is it made of? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gazed at the immense structure before them. This was simply overwhelming. Chapter 79. The island nation's superpowered individual, the puppeteer. Soon, the nation's foremost materials scientists and physicists received an emergency dispatch from the military, directing them to Black Prison Island. They conducted comprehensive analyses and studies on the colossal tubular object, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that left everyone astounded. This material is nearly indestructible, one materials scientist exclaimed with excitement. Its hardness, toughness, and all other physical properties far exceed any materials we currently know. I firmly believe that not even nuclear weapons could destroy it. Is it really that impressive? Wang Hai couldn't help but exclaim. If we could apply this material to weaponry, a physicist's eyes gleamed with fervor, we would possess an invincible spear and shield. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai and the other officers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. An invincible spear and shield. This is simply. Wang Hai struggled to contain his excitement as he approached Yiren, sincerity etched on his face. Comrade Yiren, we wish to. Wang Hai stammered, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, this discovery was made by Yiren, who had even used his superpowers to extract it from beneath the earth. If the military sought to benefit from it, they needed to consider Yiren's perspective. General Wang, I understand what you want to say, Yiren interrupted, smiling. As long as the financial compensation is adequate, everything is negotiable. Wang Hai was momentarily stunned, then gave a thumbs up. I appreciate your straightforwardness. It's refreshing compared to those hypocritical individuals outside. Yiren mused that since this object was quite sizable, sharing a portion wouldn't be an issue. As for the remainder, it could be kept for future use, just in case. Wang Hai and the other military personnel displayed expressions of joy. With such a nearly indestructible material, the military strength of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly see a monumental enhancement. However, they soon encountered a new dilemma. How on earth do we cut this thing? Wang Hai and the other experts exchanged awkward glances, embarrassment written all over their faces. Indeed, if they couldn't even cut it, how could they process it further? Little comrade, Officer Wang Hai turned to Yiren, seeking assistance. Let me handle it. Everyone stepped back a bit. Yiren gestured for everyone to withdraw, then slowly extended his hand, hovering it above the tubular structure. With a silent spatial cut, the edge of the tube was instantaneously sliced to form a smooth incision. Following this, Yiren effortlessly cut off several pieces of scrap, each nearly the height of a person, as if slicing through tofu. This is as smooth as eating Dove chocolate. Previously, they had attempted various methods, but could not leave a single mark on the island management. Yet, Yiren merely twitched his fingers and effortlessly sliced it open. Truly extraordinary. Wang Hai could not help but exclaim. Even the most indestructible of mysterious materials pales in comparison to the cutting edge of space. Well, let you all research and tinker with these. Yi-Run waved his hand, indicating that he would take care of the rest. He casually stored the remaining island tubes into his personal space. By the way, I have another request. At this moment, Yi-Run suddenly spoke up. I hope the military can prioritize a few sets of armor made from the island tube material for me. Wang Hai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, of course, comrade. How many sets do you find suitable? Yi-Run glanced at Bai Zhe. 3 sets. 1 for her, 1 for me. And 1 for Long Nu. After a pause, if there are any leftovers, please prepare a set for Instructor Ying and Sister Bai Jie as well. Oh. And by the way, let's get a set for Brother Zhao too. Zhao Guoqiang, I get 1 too. He was astonished, having thought of himself merely as a bystander. Not expecting Yi-Rin to consider him. If materials are insufficient, feel free to ask me again. After all, the island tube is so large and currently serves no purpose. Yi-Rin was quite generous. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe, who stood nearby, felt profoundly moved when Yi-Rin glanced at her just now. She instinctively covered her mouth and slightly lowered her gaze. My goodness, that man immediately thought of me. Boo-hoo. She was on the verge of bursting with the urge to do something sweet for him, almost reaching her limit. In that case, tonight I shall continue to call out his name, 0721. What? Didn't understand? There will be an elder in the comments section to enlighten you. Report. The intelligence documents retrieved from the safe have been fully analyzed. At that moment, an intelligence analyst rushed in, holding a document analysis report, his face brimming with excitement. Please take a look, sir. Wang Hai solemnly took the report, not having started reading it yet. Meanwhile, Yi-Rin could not contain his curiosity. Can I take a peek? Wang Hai hesitated for a moment, then with a wry smile handed it to Yi-Rin. Normally, who would dare snatch something from a military officer? But alas, the other party was Yi-Rin. What could he do? He could only indulge him. According to this report, the CIA of the Eagle Nation has engaged in a secret transaction with an island nation esper codenamed Puppet Master. Puppet Master? Upon seeing this codename, Yi-Rin's brows involuntarily knitted together. The document revealed that after the eclipse incident, a family named Shimada emerged in the island nation. This family, once an inconspicuous minor player in the island's underworld, has recently surged forth, swiftly unifying the entire underworld of the island nation. The patriarch of the Shimada family is a young man under 30, possessing the ability to manipulate the actions of others, and has unified the entire underground world of the island in just a few months. This young man is naturally the Puppet Master, and his ability to consolidate power in the underworld cannot be separated from the covert assistance of the CIA. This scoundrel, Yi-Rin raised an eyebrow, seemingly envious of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus the CIA supported him, and it is likely that this matter is connected to us as well. The fact that this intelligence was carefully hidden in a safe indicates its significance. Unfortunately, the clues are too scant. Yi-Rin turned to Zhao Guoqiang. How about I make a trip to the island nation? He was indeed eager to go to the island nation to gather more information about the Puppet Master and ascertain the nature of the dealings between the CIA and the Puppet Master, as well as their ultimate goal. I approve, Zhao Guoqiang said meaningfully, looking at Yi-Rin. For this mission, I will not impose any conditions on you. You may pursue whatever you wish. He paused for a moment and added, however, during your actions, please try not to harm civilians. Yi-Rin grinned. Rest assured, I am not one to take out my frustrations on innocent bystanders. He is well aware of who deserves to live and who does not. I might as well cosplay as an island male gunman. Chapter 80. The informant controlled by the Puppet Master. Zhao Guoqiang hesitated, his thoughts swirling. Then, after some contemplation, his eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. It's not over yet, Yi-Rin exclaimed. And what about that Yasukuni shrine? Wouldn't it be quite amusing if it suddenly exploded? Is that all? No. Yi-Rin chuckled with glee. And the nuclear wastewater, I will ensure it is properly handled. Upon hearing this, not only Zhao Guoqiang, but even Wang Hai regarded Yi-Rin with newfound respect. A hero, a righteous cause. After all, the island nation has indeed been a bit too audacious in recent years. It is time to let some fool remedy this group of little monkeys and remind them of the fear they once experienced. When Yi-Rin returned to the longing department with Zhao Guoqiang, they discussed the specific details of the mission. The little mute Long Nu listened outside the door for quite some time. Unable to restrain herself, despite her timid nature, she longed to accompany Yi-Rin on the mission, because if Yi-Rin were absent for several days, she would feel incredibly lonely. The little mute could not speak, but her big, watery eyes gazed at Yi-Rin with a pitiful look. Oh dear, it softens one's heart. I want to go too. I can help you. Bai Zhe could no longer hold back. After all, this sister had fallen madly in love, wanting to cling to Yi-Rin every moment. Unfortunately, Bai Zhe, comrade, since the recent eclipse, many traces of espers have appeared within the Dragon Kingdom. and we need you to stay back and assist us with locating and exploring abilities. You cannot leave, Zhao Guoqiang earnestly explained. It was not that he intended to create obstacles, but it was the reality that the situation at home was currently unstable. The state machinery required an information-type esper-like by Zhe for assistance. As for Long Nu, Zhao Guoqiang looked at the little mute with a bittersweet smile. You are our department's ace. Aside from Comrade Yirun, you are the strongest esper and must remain to safeguard the department just in case. The little mute, though she desperately wanted to accompany Yirun, she was a sensible person. Zhao Guoqiang had already laid it out clearly. After all, apart from Yirun, she was the most formidable. If any unexpected events occurred while Yirun was away, they would need her to maintain order. Ultimately, the two women left Zhao Guoqiang's office. One filled with sorrow, the other with grievance. I have already arranged a first-class ticket for you for tomorrow morning. Zhao Guoqiang handed Yirun a ticket and a photograph, stating that on the plane, there would be an informant who would provide you with more intelligence and hints for the next steps. Yirun accepted the ticket and photo. The woman in the picture was a beautiful flight attendant. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and exquisite in appearance, especially her large, bright eyes, which seemed to possess a voice of their own. Her name is Fujiwara AI, an intelligence officer from the Dragon Kingdom who has been undercover in the island nation for 5 years, performing excellently. Once you board the plane, find a way to contact her, Zhao Guoqiang explained, then paused before continuing. Remember, exercise utmost caution. The waters in the island nation are very deep, and the CIA has operated there for many years. Our understanding of them remains quite limited. Yirun nodded. Rest assured, my visit will surely make the entire island nation lively. Early the next morning, Yirun headed to the airport to board his flight to the island nation. As soon as he settled in, a gentle and melodious voice graced his ears. Sir, may I offer you something to drink? Yirun lifted his gaze to find a stunning flight attendant standing before him, smiling as she inquired. For a moment, he was taken aback. He had already found his contact upon boarding. Are you the one? Do you want juice, sir? Very well, please hold on. Fujiwara AI interrupted Yirun, presenting him with a glass of juice accompanied by a small card. Yirun closed his mouth, contemplating that since he had already located his informant, perhaps he could directly transport her to a secluded place for an exchange of intelligence. However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from doing so. After all, she was a flight attendant, and her sudden disappearance would likely cause complications. An hour later, the announcement aboard the plane resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the stratosphere. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about. Yirun glanced at the card's information and rose to head towards the restroom. Indeed, upon entering, he found Fujiwara AI standing within, her back turned to him. Comrade, don't come any closer. Something is not right. To his astonishment, Fujiwara AI lowered her voice, urgency and a hint of tremor lacing her tone. Suddenly, she moved. Without warning, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and thrust it fiercely towards Yirun's chest. Oh no. Fortunately, Yirun's sixth sense activated once more, allowing him to foresee the impending danger. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Swiftly, he countered with a grappling maneuver, pinning Fujiwara AI against the wall. What is this? Yirun keenly observed something amiss. Fujiwara AI's eyes were filled with panic. She was unable to control her body, her mouth the only part that could move. You must leave quickly. I can't control myself. At that moment, Fujiwara AI abruptly ceased her struggle, violently twisting her own arm until it broke. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in the cramped space. Yirun momentarily froze, incredulous at the scene before him. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The controlled Fujiwara AI leveraged her fractured limb to break free from his grasp. With her other hand, she fiercely aimed the dagger at her own heart. Despair clouded Fujiwara AI's face. She did not wish to die, but her body was utterly beyond her command. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her heart, Yirun firmly grasped her wrist. I see it. A fierce glint flashed in Yirun's eyes. The dagger in Fujiwara AI's hand vanished, and in its place, unusual pale threads materialized, ensnaring her limbs. The other end of the threads pierced through the ceiling, connecting to an unknown origin. Gazing at the eerie pale threads, a bold thought surged into Yirun's mind. Sever them. In the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. Snap! 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 The pale threads, under Yirun's scrutiny, snapped cleanly apart. Originally, he had merely attempted to sever them with his mind, but he never anticipated such effortless success. It was as though he encountered no difficulty whatsoever. Yirun, seriously, puppeteer? Is that all you've got? Initially startled by seeing Fujiwara AI under control, he now found the adversary to be nothing more than a flimsy candle, easily shattered with a mere glare. Ah! Fujiwara AI's body suddenly went limp, collapsing into Yirun's embrace. After a considerable time, She finally regained a semblance of control over her own body. What have you done? Fujiwara AI displayed an expression of disbelief, her eyes still filled with residual fear. Yet, she could feel her body returning to her command, and that sensation was exquisite. Yiren helped her up, but the pain from her broken arm rendered her pale, cold sweat cascading down her brow, causing her to once again lean against Yiren. I am sorry, I'm a bit weak. It's all right, I don't mind, Yiren replied, beaming radiantly like a cherished grandparent before the readers. However, at that very moment, a tremendous rumble erupted. The entire airplane suddenly began to jolt violently. The cabin lights flickered erratically, items from the overhead compartments tumbled down, and passengers screamed in panic, the scene descending into chaos. What is happening? Is the plane encountering turbulence? My God, why are we descending? Yiren's pupils constricted as the sense of impending crisis he had foreseen intensified. The source of this peril lay within the cockpit. He could not spare a moment for Fujiwara AI. Furrowing his brow, he dashed toward the cockpit. Sir, unauthorized personnel are not permitted in the cockpit. An attendant instinctively blocked Yiren's path, unsure why the plane was suddenly careening, yet her professionalism compelled her to intervene. However, Yiren merely spared her a fleeting glance. In the next instant, the flight attendant felt a blur before her eyes as Yiren's figure vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Of course, he had teleported. Yiren disregarded the metallic door of the cockpit, teleporting directly inside. Before him lay a scene of utter disarray. Various indicator lights on the control panels blinked frantically, alarms blared, and the aircraft was plummeting rapidly. Inside the cockpit, the two pilots lay motionless on the floor, dead. Yiren's heart sank. He quickly approached the pilots, squatting to examine their condition. However, upon seeing the limbs of the pilots' lifeless bodies, his pupils dilated in shock. Pale strands of psychic energy tightly bound their limbs, reminiscent of maggots clinging to bone. Puppeteer. In an instant, Yiren grasped the situation. This accursed ability user from the island had killed the two pilots. Raising his hand slightly, the corpses of the two pilots instantly teleported behind him. He had intended to transport them out of the cockpit to avoid hindrance. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The two corpses abruptly rose, their heads turning to face Yiren. Their eyes had long lost the spark of humanity, now a dull gray. Their pupils expanded into a misty void. In the next instant, the two corpses attacked Yiren like marionettes. What the hell? A necromancer? Yiren cursed inwardly. He had not anticipated that the puppeteer possessed such a repulsive ability. It must be said that the puppeteer's ability mechanism was indeed remarkable. He could manipulate targets from a distance, and if his psychic capacity was sufficiently potent, he could expand his own army like a true necromancer. Moreover, those puppets he controlled were, in essence, truly immortal. Regardless of whether their heads were blown off or their hearts shattered, the puppeteer controlled their limbs, thus theoretically rendering any method to break his control ineffective. However, unfortunately for him, he had encountered Yiren, whose psychic power was limitless. Yiren merely willed it, effortlessly severing the pallid mental threads entwining around them. The corpses promptly collapsed to the ground, akin to marionettes whose strings had been cut. What? Why did Yiren not resort to spatial slicing to reduce the bodies to mere sticks? Because he possessed a sense of benevolence. The two pilots had perished before even uttering their names. He ought to at least grant them the dignity of intact remains. With a thud and a thump, the two lifeless bodies fell, their limbs flaccid and sprawled. Yiren gazed at the severed mental threads, attempting to tug at them with his hand. Yet he was met with failure. The corporeal form could not directly touch the mental strands, and upon their severance, they rapidly vanished from sight. However, the puppeteer on the other end wore a decidedly unpleasant expression. What on earth was happening? He was utterly bewildered, for since awakening his abilities, he had never encountered a situation where his puppets had been disconnected. Who was the individual that severed the bond between him and his puppets? How had this been accomplished? A sense of foreboding stirred within him, prompting him to furrow his brow. He approached the window, only to witness a star twinkling in the clear sky. What the hell? Why is my ominous star shining? Meanwhile, within the passenger aircraft, the radio channels in the cockpit were inundated with the anxious inquiries of the control tower. The voices echoed like a death knell in the confined space. This is the Tokyo Air Traffic Control Center, Flight JBL 666. Please respond. JBL 666, please respond. What is happening? Why is Flight JBL 666 not responding? Is there a malfunction? The radar indicates they are rapidly descending. They've lost control. They're going to crash. The dispatcher's tone grew increasingly frantic, imbued with dread and apprehension. It was evident that the control tower had grasped the impending catastrophe facing Flight JBL 666. Yet Yiren remained remarkably composed. Why was he so calm? Because he could not comprehend Japanese. The content of the radio transmissions was to him akin to the chirping of birds, merely a cacophony. However, the other passengers and flight attendants were in sheer panic. After all, the aircraft was in a steep nosedive towards the ground, and it would not be long before they all faced a dire fate. What on earth is going on? Why is the plane continuing to descend? Are we going to crash? I'm not ready to die yet. Oh heavens, I don't want to perish. I'm still young. I have so much left to accomplish. Though the flight attendants had undergone professional training and could maintain composure in various emergencies, they too now displayed expressions of despair, their carefully applied makeup failing to conceal the fear and helplessness in their eyes. The cabin was filled with the terrified cries and desperate screams of passengers, along with the curses and frantic outbursts of those resigned to their fates. The entire aircraft descended into chaos, resembling a hellish purgatory where each individual awaited the final judgment of fate. Yet Yiren simply snapped his fingers, invoking a spatial confinement. Snap! With the crisp sound of his fingers, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire aircraft. A plane capable of carrying hundreds had, in a manner that would astonish even the divine, completely defied the laws of physics and hovered in midair. The previously turbulent flight suddenly stabilized, as if gently cradled by an unseen hand. At that moment, even time seemed to stand still. The passengers, Chapter 82, the Boeing aircraft that appeared out of thin air. The plane has stopped? Gradually, the panicked passengers began to regain their composure, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion and uncertainty. What on earth just transpired? Moments ago, the entire plane was in violent turbulence, and now it has inexplicably become steady? However, as those seated by the windows beheld the motionless scenery outside, they were rendered speechless. As if petrified. Look outside. My heavens. What is happening? A miracle. We are witnessing a miracle. The clouds ceased their drifting, and the distant peaks seemed frozen in time. Everything within their line of sight stood still, as if the pause button had been pressed. This supernatural sight overloaded their minds. They struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, merely gazing vacantly out the windows as if ensnared in a dream, particularly at the rear of the aircraft. A foreign individual clad in athletic attire bore an expression of astonishment. He had genuinely thought he was about to meet his end. He nearly succumbed to the urge to elbow the window. Fujiwara AI sought out a medical kit, striving to stabilize her fractured arm. At that moment, Yiren executed a spatial teleportation, bringing Fujiwara AI into the cockpit. Fujiwara AI. The young lady wore an expression of shock. What had just transpired? How had she inexplicably found herself in the cockpit? Do you speak Japanese? Yiren posed an absurd question. If Fujiwara AI did not speak Japanese, how could she operate as an informant in the island nation? Yiren awkwardly scratched his head and continued. Inform the control tower to clear a runway. I am preparing to land the aircraft. Fujiwara AI was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the earlier shock. Upon hearing Yiren's declaration, her mouth fell agape, displaying an endearingly dazed expression. You can fly a plane? Of course not. As Yiren spoke, he suddenly recalled his dedicated driver. He could operate a transport aircraft, so surely he could manage this passenger plane, right? Sigh. I miss you, my friend. How wonderful it would be if you were here. Fujiwara AI swallowed hard but quickly regained her composure, for she was an experienced intelligence officer. Having undertaken countless perilous missions, her psychological fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She settled into the pilot's seat, grasped the radio transmitter, inhaled deeply, and spoke fluently in Japanese. This is Flight JBL 666. We are encountering a unique situation and urgently request an emergency landing. Please clear a runway immediately. We will manually control the aircraft for landing. The control tower erupted in chaos. The radar indicated that Flight JBL 666 was suspended in midair, neither ascending nor descending. It was inexplicably hovering. But for goodness sake, a passenger aircraft is not a helicopter. How could such a feat be accomplished? They initially suspected a radar malfunction and were urgently troubleshooting the issue. Just then, Fujiwara AI's voice rang out once more, causing the tower personnel to question their sanity. Communications from Flight JBL 666 have been restored. They claim they will manually control the aircraft for landing. But their plane was hovering in midair, right? What is going on? What should we do now? Should we follow their instructions? The staff in the control tower felt an eerie chill. They had never encountered such a situation before. This was utterly unfathomable. Fujiwara AI's voice echoed once more. Please do not question. Clear a runway immediately. The tower dispatcher hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to comply with Fujiwara AI's request. After all, if Flight JBL 666 were to indeed crash, the consequences would be unimaginable. All aircraft, attention. All aircraft, attention. Flight JBL 666 is preparing for an emergency landing. Please clear runway 24L immediately. Repeat, please clear runway 24L. As the tower controller's orders echoed, every aircraft began to maneuver urgently, yielding a safe passage for flight JBL 666 to land. Fujiwara AI turned to Yi-Run. The airport is ready. What do you intend to do? The plane is still quite a distance from the airport. Should they glide over first? But hadn't Yi-Run just claimed he couldn't pilot a plane? Could it be on autopilot? Fujiwara AI's mind was in disarray, unable to think clearly. In the next moment, Yi-Run concentrated intently. Prior to departure, he had specifically linked with Hakuzu for nearly an hour, aiming to briefly attain omniscience. Although he was uncertain why Hakuzu had rolled his eyes with a rather displeased expression when the mental link was severed, the utility of the omniscient ability soon revealed itself. He locked onto Tokyo Haneda International Airport's runway 24L. Transmission. With Yi-Ren's soft murmur, spatial transmission activated once more. In a silent instant, the entire passenger aircraft vanished from the sky, as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a colossal passenger plane appeared out of thin air on runway 24L at Tokyo Haneda International Airport. It materialized effortlessly. There was no war. No sound of slicing through the air, not even the subtle noise of landing. The aircraft, like a phantom, came to a steady halt on the runway. Yi-Ren then turned off the engines and lifted the spatial constraints. Fujiwara AI was left utterly dumbfounded. She gazed blankly at Yi-Ren, his calm profile reflecting in her eyes, stirring an involuntary flutter in her heart. This man was remarkable. The personnel in the control tower, the crowd within the airport, even the passengers in the waiting area, were all rendered speechless, as if they had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. Was this a trick? What was happening? Where did that plane come from? Am I dreaming? Am I seeing things? The entire airport erupted into chaos, having never encountered such a bizarre spectacle, utterly shattering their understanding. After all, a massive passenger aircraft had inexplicably appeared on the runway. This was beyond their comprehension. In the days that followed, the events at the airport would evolve into a renowned urban legend known as the Phantom Aircraft. No one knew the true nature of the entity that had saved the plane, nor who had orchestrated it all. Some speculated it was aliens. Others believed it was a ghost, while others claimed it was divine intervention. In any case, countless theories emerged, yet the truth remained elusive. And what of the architect behind it all? Our dear Yi-Ren donned a mask and exited the aircraft alongside the other passengers. Aside from Fujiwara AI, no one was privy to the truth. The little stewardess, Fujiwara AI, watched Yi-Ren's departing figure, her eyes glistening as if they could shed tears. Chapter 83, The Puppeteer, Shimada Musashi. Yi-Ren strolled through the streets of the island nation, ostensibly admiring the cherry blossom girls, which he indeed was. Just kidding. He was actually mulling over his forthcoming action plan. Yi-Ren had already conferred with AI and obtained more clues. Presently, the Shimada family had nearly unified the entire underworld of the island, wielding immense power with tendrils reaching into various sectors, even causing the island's government to tread cautiously around them. After all, the Shimada family controlled the economic lifeblood of the island nation. A slight misstep could trigger profound economic upheaval. Yi-Ren's objective was to infiltrate the Shimada family's stronghold and locate the ability user known as the Puppeteer. He aimed to uncover the details of his dealings with the CIA and their ultimate intentions. Then, well, he would take a stroll through the Yasukuni Shrine, relish in the fireworks, and have a heartfelt discussion with the nearest prime minister before addressing the nuclear waste situation and observing the demeanor of those governmental officials. Yi-Ren meandered to the periphery of the Shimada family's estate. This area had once been affluent, but had been forcibly acquired and remodeled by the Shimada family. Hanamura was the name bestowed upon this region now. Hanamura was a fortress-like enclave, heavily fortified with towering walls, dense electric fencing, countless surveillance cameras, infrared alarms, and patrolling guards in full combat gear, resembling a small fortress. After a brief wander outside, several members of the Shimada family, clad in black suits and no masks, approached with a menacing demeanor, urging him to leave. These individuals were clearly seasoned enforcers, armed with sidearms and knives. Their crude, aggressive language exuded arrogance, clearly emboldened by the Shimada family's influence. "Hey, you punk, get lost. This is no place for you. Look any further, and I'll break your legs." Yi-Ren. Just as I was feeling restless, it seems I've been handed a pillow. With a mere thought, spatial transmission activated. The three of them vanished from their spot, unnoticed by anyone. Simultaneously, Yi-Ren and his two unfortunate adversaries appeared at a remote dock in the island's waters. This area was desolate, with only a few cargo ships moored at the shore. Before the members of the Shimada family could comprehend what had transpired, they felt the ground beneath them transform into tumultuous seas. Plop, plop. The two plunged into the water, sending up two massive splashes. Coughing and sputtering, they struggled desperately to swim back to the shore, but the frigid water left them shivering uncontrollably. Yiren stood at the dock, looking down at them from above. How does nuclear waste taste? Looks rather palatable, doesn't it? Seems like you two are taking in quite a bit. When they finally managed to scramble back onto the shore, soaked and in utter disarray, Yiren gazed down at them without a flicker of emotion. Now, go ahead and keep barking. The two, still rattled, regarded Yiren with wide-eyed terror. They were no fools. They realized they had provoked a formidable opponent. One of them, named Watanabe Aikiru, fancied himself an elite enforcer of the Shimada family, accustomed to acting with impunity. Though shaken by Yiren's spatial transmission, he mustered his courage and lunged to draw his sidearm. Unfortunately, his American draw was far too slow. Yiren merely cast him a disinterested glance. Spatial transmission. Watanabe Aikiru found his hand empty, his firearm having vanished into thin air. What? Ichiro Watanabe gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening with astonishment as he instinctively lowered his head to look. However, in the next moment, a searing pain erupted in his skull. Crack! The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, and the no mask he wore shattered instantly. Blood sprang forth. The muzzle of a pistol had inexplicably emerged from his forehead. Ah! This horrifying scene prompted Jiro Tanaka to scream in terror. He crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, an unpleasant odor emanating from his trousers. After all, this spectacle was far too surreal, more exhilarating than any horror film he had ever seen. Yiren approached Jiro Tanaka with an impassive expression, towering over him as he spoke in a frigid tone. Now, I shall ask you questions, and you will answer. Should you dare to lie, your fate will mirror his. Why yes. Jiro Tanaka nodded repeatedly, like a bobblehead. He was utterly terrified by Yiren's methods, and any thoughts of resistance had evaporated. At this moment, one might wonder how communication was possible given the language barrier. This is where the portable translator gifted to Yiren by AI Fujiwara comes into play. With its simultaneous translation feature, communication was no longer an issue. Yiren's interrogation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Answer too slowly, lose a point. With a swift motion, Jiro Tanaka's finger was severed, an invisible blade slicing through the air. Answer too vaguely, lose a point. With another swift motion, his second finger was cut off, tears streaming down his face from the pain. After several instances of spatial slicing, Jiro Tanaka had divulged every piece of information he possessed. The interrogation techniques taught by Instructor Nightingale are indeed effective, Yiren mused. He had gleaned some insights regarding the Shimada family from Jiro Tanaka's confessions. It turned out that the current head of the Shimada family, Musashi Shimada, was the esper known as the Puppeteer. 2 months prior, Musashi Shimada had orchestrated a surprise attack, seizing the opportunity during a gathering of numerous Yakuza leaders, utilizing his powers to control them and incite them to slaughter one another, ultimately resulting in a significant number of deaths among the family heads. With this astonishing assault, bolstered by the covert support of the CIA, Musashi Shimada swiftly unified the Yakuza across the island, ascending to the status of a dominator in the underworld. What is the CIA's purpose in supporting Musashi Shimada? Yiren pondered, stroking his chin. Please, spare me. I've revealed everything. Jiro Tanaka pleaded on the ground, weeping profusely. He had completely broken down, devoid of any will to resist. Yiren smirked disdainfully. Cowardly and spineless, you have certainly made your mark in this life. But at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence of the dock. Yiren looked down at Jiro Tanaka with an impassive expression. A bullet was ensnared by the spatial barrier, forcibly hovering before Yiren's forehead. Jiro Tanaka's eyes widened in horror as he shrieked, "It wasn't me. I have no control over my body." Chapter 84. Infiltration? Prepare for rampage. In an instant, Jiro Tanaka's body moved uncontrollably. However, the bullet did not strike Yiren. Yiren swiftly seized him, instantly dissolving him into nothingness. Spatial compression. Boom. Jiro Tanaka's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The expression of despair and terror on his face was forever frozen in that moment. Yiren gazed at Jiro Tanaka's corpse, a flicker of solemnity crossing his features. He pondered inwardly. Could it be that the entire Shimada family has fallen under Musashi Shimada's control? I had intended to engage in stealth. Yet, since I have been exposed, I shall not hesitate to unleash my full might. Meanwhile, within the central building of the Shimada family, a traditional Japanese courtyard, Musashi Shimada sat upright, his demeanor grave. Before him knelt an elderly woman named Chiyo Aso. Her hair was white and thin, her face lined with wrinkles, yet her gaze was piercingly sharp. Chiyo Aso was the spiritual medium of the Shimada family, and in truth, she had been an esper even before the eclipse. Her family had inherited the ability to foresee the future for generations. However, that ability had been rather weak until the eclipse occurred, which remarkably amplified it. Musashi Shimada held great respect for Chiyo Aso. Lady Chiyo, how do you feel? Musashi Shimada inquired respectfully. Chiyo also slowly opened her eyes, which had turned a peculiar shade of gray. Her voice raspy, she replied, "The effects of the hallucinogen have begun to manifest. I will require some time to enter the proper state." With that, she shakily retrieved a wooden box filled with various pigments and brushes. Chiyo also poured the pigments onto the ground and began to paint, her brush dipping into the colors as she crafted clear images. As she painted, she muttered incomprehensible incantations. Her voice grew increasingly hoarse, more grating, as if it were the wailing of demons from the underworld. Musashi Shimada waited in silence, his heart tightening with each passing moment. Chiyo also needed to consume the hallucinogen to enter a specific state, allowing her to portray her foresights through her art. Musashi Shimada seldom employed Chiyo Aso's prophetic abilities, but this time, he had seen the ominous star of his demise shining brightly. He knew that something momentous was about to transpire. As time passed, the patterns on the ground became increasingly intricate and clear. Finally, when the last stroke was made, Chiyo Aso's pupils returned to their normal hue. She and Musashi Shimada gazed down at the images, their expressions abruptly shifting. The painting depicted a raging sea of flames engulfing the entire Shimada family courtyard. All structures were reduced to ruins, smoke billowing and flames soaring into the sky. Amidst the collapsed wreckage stood a solitary figure. Although the man's features were obscured, his imposing stature and commanding presence were impossible to disregard. If Yeren were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. How could he be depicted so handsomely? Lady Chiyo? Where am I? Musashi Shimada's voice trembled slightly. Chiyo also pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the image and said, "You are here." Musashi Shimada's gaze followed her finger, and his expression turned ghastly. In that corner lay a headless corpse, dressed in the same attire as his own, adorned with the distinctive family ring he wore. Undoubtedly, the headless body was his own. "I am dead." Nonsense. How could I possibly die? Musashi Shimada shook his head in disbelief. He is the patriarch of the Shimada family, the sovereign of the underworld in the island nation, a puppeteer possessing the ability to manipulate others. The good times have only just begun. How could he meet an untimely demise without savoring them fully? Damn it. Shimada Musashi's emotions began to spiral out of control. He abruptly stood up, kicking over the paint and brushes of Asuchiyo, bellowing, "Are you cursing me? Get out of my sight." Asuchiyo sighed. She was well aware that Shimada Musashi was beyond reason at this point. Trembling, she rose to her feet and said, "Lord Shimada, the future I perceive is not necessarily absolute. You still have the opportunity to change it all." Shimada Musashi remained silent, yet his gloomy eyes radiated a murderous intent. Asuchiyo shook her head in resignation and turned to leave the courtyard. She understood that Shimada Musashi had embarked on an irreversible path, with only destruction awaiting him. Shimada Musashi watched Asuchiyo's departing figure, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Bring me my men." Several members of the Shimada family, clad in black suits, rushed in, bowing in unison and respectfully proclaiming, "Patriarch." He commanded, "Relay my orders. The family is to enter a state of heightened alert. All personnel stand ready. Any suspicious individuals must be dealt with ruthlessly." Yes. The members of the Shimada family promptly took their leave, swiftly disseminating the orders. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire Shimada clan. Yeren teleported back to the outskirts of Hanamura. The once tranquil and harmonious Japanese-style residential area was now teeming with members of Hanamura in black suits. These previously elegant buildings were now shrouded in an air of foreboding. The sentinels, like hawks, were intensely focused, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. They all donned various masks, obscuring their faces, revealing only their cold eyes, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell. Such a beautiful place wasted. Yeren muttered under his breath, just as one of the lackeys spotted him. "Who goes there?" With his shout, alarms blared throughout Hanamura. Wailing. The piercing sirens sounded like a death knell. Meanwhile, within the central building of the Shimada family, Shimada Musashi paced anxiously in his room. Upon hearing the alarms, his heart tightened. He gazed at the prophetic drawings scattered on the floor, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Is it happening?" Shimada Musashi murmured. A throng of Shimada family members surged towards the outskirts of Hanamura, eager to catch their prey. Most wielded machetes, while a few brandished firearms. Watching the oncoming Shimada family members, who appeared akin to NPCs, Yeren couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the soldiers on Black Prison Island, you lot are utterly pathetic. How can you still be wielding machetes in this day and age? It's laughable. Facing them, Yeren slowly raised a finger. "Listen, you are surrounded. There is still time to flee." Chapter 85. A path of overwhelming domination. "Kill him. Charge. Bastard." With a roar, The lackeys of Hanamura charged at Yiren like rabid dogs. Brandishing their machetes, their faces contorted in rage, they howled as if intent on tearing Yiren to shreds. Yiren shook his head slightly. I offered you a chance. Why didn't you cherish it? With a mere thought, an invisible, space-cutting line formed along the path of the charging lackeys. This line severed the fabric of space, razor-sharp and impervious to all defenses. My body. The foremost lackeys, oblivious to the impending danger, collided with the space-cutting line, their bodies instantly cleaved in twain. Yet this was merely the beginning. The relentless sounds of slaughter echoed as if a slaughterhouse machine had been activated. Due to inertia, many upper halves of the corpses flew forward, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed wounds, staining the ground crimson, especially with their masks. The grotesque visages combined with the bloodied carnage created a scene of sheer terror. Even Yiren, the orchestrator of this chaos, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. I can't use this method again. It's too revolting. Perhaps I should just send them to the Atlantic, a feast for the sharks, Yiren mused. With another thought, the heavy door before him shattered into countless equilateral squares, the sound echoing like a cascade of falling blocks. This was the aftermath of the door being severed by the space-cutting line. Yiren strode directly into Hanamura. With each step he took, the surrounding buildings and flora were sliced into numerous geometric fragments. The once exquisite garden transformed into a wasteland, littered with scattered squares and debris, resembling a vast abstract art exhibition. Like a harbinger of death, where Yiren tread, not a blade of grass remained, and corpses lay strewn about. The Hanamura members who had not been turned into 2.5-dimensional pieces by the space-cutting line were paralyzed with fear at the sight before them. As Yiren approached, their terror rendered them incapable of fleeing. Before they could emit a single cry of despair, their bodies were reduced to dense cubes of flesh by the space-cutting line. Blood drenched the ground, turning the Hanamura courtyard into a hellish landscape. And this was merely the prelude. Yiren continued deeper into Hanamura, and wherever he went, buildings crumbled and vegetation was reduced to dust. The members of Hanamura were obliterated like ants. Just then, Yiren's gaze fell upon a second-floor platform. A lackey clad in a suit and donning a red demon mask knelt halfway, cradling an RPG rocket launcher, its muzzle aimed at Yiren. Oh, an RPG? Yiren raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not expected the Hanamura members to possess such heavy weaponry. So, those who had wielded machetes were mere cannon fodder, utterly disregarded? However, Yiren would not grant this individual the opportunity to fire the rocket. With a thought, he activated his spatial teleportation ability. In the next moment, the lackey who had locked onto Yiren felt an emptiness in his grasp. The RPG rocket launcher had vanished into thin air. Before he could comprehend the bewilderment, his pupils dilated in terror as he held his breath. For he beheld Yiren wielding the very RPG rocket launcher he had just been holding. This sight sent chills down his spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. But it mattered little. After this moment, his heart would forever remain still. Yiren raised the RPG rocket launcher, aiming it at the second-floor platform. Indeed, a man should wield a cannon. Yiren's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a radiant smile brimming with excitement. With a deafening roar, a rocket propelled from the cannon's mouth, soaring towards the second-floor platform. Boom! The rocket struck the platform with unerring precision, engulfing it in a cataclysmic explosion of shockwaves and flames. The structure above crumbled instantaneously, reduced to a heap of rubble, with debris and splinters flying in all directions. Standing below, Yiren remained untouched by the dust cascading from above, his figure devoid of any speck of grime. Gazing upon the scene, he beamed with the same elation as Wang Erniu from the neighboring village, who had just been accepted into Peking University. The exhilaration of this launch was indeed intoxicating. Casually, Yiren discarded the RPG tube onto the ground, which vanished into thin air mid-fall. Simultaneously, two henchmen trailing behind him raised their handguns, preparing to ambush him. However, in the next instant, they were struck by a sharp pain in their chests. Damn it! Thud! Thud! The RPG tube had been teleported into their ribcages, and they perished instantly. What a heart-wrenching sight indeed. The tube remained grotesquely attached to their corpses, creating an eerie tableau. Yiren continued his forward march without a backward glance, as if strolling leisurely. As he delved deeper into the flower village, he encountered an increasing number of its inhabitants. The members of the flower village behind him began to wield rifles, unleashing a torrent of gunfire, bullets raining down upon Yiren like a deluge. Yet, Yiren merely flicked his fingers nonchalantly. The heads of those assailants detached from their bodies as if severed by a razor's edge. Blood gushed forth from the severed necks like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The decapitated heads promptly appeared behind Yiren, cascading down like raindrops, forming a small mound. Before him, Countless headless corpses fell like harvested wheat. Blood pooled and flowed, converging into a river of crimson that meandered through the flower village. The remaining members of the Shimada family, adorned with masks, were utterly paralyzed by fear in the face of Yi Ren's brutality. Naturally, who wouldn't be terrified? This man before them was akin to a demon from hell. No attack could harm him, and a mere glance was enough to send their heads rolling. In an instant, many discarded their helmets and fled in panic, desperate to escape this hell on earth. Monster. He is a monster. Run. If we don't flee now, we'll lose our lives. Mommy, I'm scared. The pervasive dread spread through the hearts of the people like a plague, rendering them oblivious to commands or loyalty. Consumed only by the instinct to survive, Yi Ren paid no heed to these fugitives. He understood that most of them were merely laboring to support their families, serving the Shimada family out of necessity. As the saying goes, what is the point of risking your life for a mere 100,000 yen a month? Chapter 86. Indeed, ninjas are a necessary element. Yi Ren strode into the inner sanctum of the flower village. This area was the domain of the core members of the Shimada family, characterized by a more refined environment and exquisite architecture. As Yi Ren walked through this beautiful locale, his footsteps echoed in the tranquil courtyard with remarkable clarity. He noticed several elderly individuals, women, and children, members of the Shimada family, cowering in their rooms, trembling with fear and helplessness. Confronted with these despairing and defenseless souls, Yi Ren paused and proclaimed, "I shall grant you 1 minute to choose whether to stay. Those who remain will meet the same fate as those on the ground." No sooner had he spoken than some astute women rushed out with their children, hastily covering their eyes to shield them from Yi Ren's visage. One must admit, they were quite thoughtful, fearing that their children might harbor resentment upon seeing his face. Then came the elderly, typically frail, who suddenly summoned newfound vigor to flee for their lives. Look, an old man with a cane was moving as if propelled by the wind. And over there, how is someone with a wheelchair running? Yet, a portion remained unmoved, perhaps paralyzed by fear or shock. Yi Ren checked his phone. Time's almost up. A minute elapsed, and he snapped his fingers. Spatial cut. A series of thuds echoed throughout the elegant Japanese-style residences as heads fell to the ground. After completing this grim task, Yi Ren lifted his gaze ahead, where a man with a distinctly different aura suddenly appeared. He was a gaunt figure clad in black samurai attire, a katana at his waist, his body marred by gruesome scars. He bore no mask, and his weathered face was etched with numbness and emptiness. "Outsider, please." The man croaked, his hollow gaze fixed on Yi Ren. He was Ichiro Shimada, the elder brother of Musashi Shimada, once a core member of the Shimada family. After Musashi usurped power, he manipulated Ichiro to murder his own wife and children. Musashi was a beast, having slain his own family. One can only imagine Ichiro's torment and hatred towards Inada Hanzo. Tragically, he now stood under the control of the very man he despised, obstructing Yi Ren's path. Ichiro's vacant eyes quivered. "Please, kill me." Though Yi Ren was unaware of Ichiro's tragic plight, he discerned the weight of his suffering and resolved to respect his choice. "As you wish." Before he could finish, Ichiro's body was seized by Inada Hanzo's influence. He abruptly drew his katana and charged at Yi Ren. Whoosh! The blade transformed into a streak of silver, its speed astonishing even to Yi Ren. Ichiro unleashed a velocity and strength that surpassed human limits. Clearly, he too was an ability user. However, Yi Ren focused intently, entering a time-slow state. In this state, his perception and reaction speed surged dramatically. Everything around him slowed. Akin to a movie in slow motion, he effortlessly sidestepped Ichiro's katana, his gaze landing on the pale spiritual threads binding Ichiro. Yi Ren intended to sever these threads with his mind, striving to liberate Ichiro. Yet, the puppeteer would not grant him that opportunity. Hanzo forced Ichiro into a relentless assault, attempting to disrupt Yi Ren's rhythm. But was it effective? It was laughable, akin to an insect attempting to halt a moving vehicle. Yi Ren, expressionless, activated spatial restraint, instantly immobilizing Ichiro in place. The katana hovered in midair, waiting for Yi Ren's judgment, yearning for an end to his torment. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Severed. As Yi Ren's voice faded, the mental threads that had controlled Ichiro Shimada instantaneously snapped apart. Ichiro's body trembled violently, his pupils constricting in shock. What was happening? He felt as though his body had returned to his command. The sensation of being manipulated had vanished. He gazed at Yi Ren in disbelief. How could this be accomplished? It was commonly understood that control could only be lifted by the puppeteer themselves, and no other means existed to break free from such manipulation. Yi Ren released the spatial confinement. Although you might wish for me to end your life directly, your eyes reveal that you still harbor a deep-seated vendetta. Upon hearing this, Ichiro's fists clenched resolutely. Tears, murky and sorrowful, streamed down his face as he bowed deeply to Yiren. He then grasped his katana tightly and strode deeper into Hanamura without a backward glance. He was determined to avenge his wife and daughter by personally concluding matters with Musashi Shimada. In truth, had Yiren chosen to, he could have effortlessly annihilated Musashi Shimada in an instant, bringing this farce to a swift end. He could have, for instance, simply obliterated him with a nuclear explosion. Yet, he refrained from such actions, for that would be far too mundane, would it not? An interesting tidbit: cats often play with their prey not out of hunger, but for the sheer enjoyment of witnessing their struggles. A famous saying goes, if one possesses extraordinary abilities yet chooses not to wield them for anything meaningful, then such power is utterly devoid of significance. In this moment, Yiren reveled in the delight of this cat-and-mouse game. As Ichiro dashed into the depths of Hanamura, a group of individuals clad in black stealth attire suddenly obstructed the courtyard entrance. Ah, ninjas? Yiren's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He then furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. What's this? Donning night attire in broad daylight? Is this some sort of cosplay? These ninjas were small in stature, yet agile in movement, wielding katana and shuriken. They appeared around Yiren like phantoms. Kill him. With a low command, the ninjas launched a simultaneous assault on Yiren. These ninjas could be considered elite foes, as one among them was capable of enchanting his katana. Flames blazed along the blade's edge. Another ninja flickered like a specter, his speed astonishing, clearly possessing the ability to move at high velocity. Yet another ninja's form fragmented into multiple clones, each bearing weapons and attacking Yiren. One even managed to curve his shuriken mid-flight by rapidly shaking his wrist. Yiren smirked. Such flamboyance. Were these attacks directed at an ordinary individual, they would likely prove overwhelming. However, unfortunately for them, they had encountered Yiren. Spatial confinement. The swiftly attacking ninjas were instantly frozen mid-air, resembling statues, utterly immobile. Observing this spectacle, Yiren let out a sharp hiss. Well, a time-stop ability. I must remark upon this. What? You don't comprehend? Take a moment to ponder. If you still can't grasp it, then it seems you are a good child. Chapter 87. Musashi Shimada in a panic. This is the price of 70, perish. Yiren extended his finger and gently tapped. Spatial slicing. In the next moment, the heads of those ninjas were severed from their bodies. Blood gushed forth from the severed necks like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The bodies of the ninjas collapsed like marionettes deprived of their strings. The mere thought of the 70 incident caused Yiren's heart to ache. His gaze suddenly fell upon a trembling figure not far away. It was the sole surviving ninja, who possessed the ability to create clones. He had used his clones for the attack while his true self remained hidden at the back, thus managing to extend his life for a fleeting second. Now, he gazed at Yiren with trepidation, his body trembling with fear. How did one manage to escape? Yiren looked at him, his tone tinged with deliberate mockery. Please, don't come any closer. The ninja quivered in fright, hastily forming hand seals, then threw a rapidly detonating smoke bomb at his feet. With a whoosh, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings. Yiren's vision was obscured by the mist. Attempting to employ trivial illusionary tricks, Yiren's lips curled into a faint smile. Within the fog, the ninja conjured multiple illusory clones in an attempt to confuse Yiren. Did he dare to flaunt such petty skills before me? Yiren locked onto the entire area of the mist and activated his spatial slicing ability. The entire fog, along with the fleeing ninja, was instantaneously transformed into a multitude of orderly cubes. Countless cubes scattered across the ground like building blocks. Yet upon closer inspection, they were not mere cubes. They were clearly human bodies, sliced into countless pieces. Bloodied and mangled cubes, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, reflected a nauseating crimson glow. Some cubes displayed distinct skin textures, while others revealed stark white bones, intestines, organs, and skeletal remains. Everything had been meticulously sliced into cubes, strewn across the ground, forming a grotesque tableau. Is this all they have to offer? Yiren shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. He had anticipated that the Shimada family ninjas would provide him with some amusement, yet it appeared he had overestimated their capabilities. After all, he had not even entered a serious state. He crushed these foes as easily as swatting a mosquito. It was not so much that the ninjas were weak, rather, it was simply due to the overwhelming strength of one individual. After all, these ninjas, if isolated and placed elsewhere, would be regarded as boss-level Esper entities. Especially the fire Esper capable of enchanting his katana. How impressive. Alas, his flare lasted but 3 seconds before meeting his end. Very well, let us wrap this up and return to my game, Yiren muttered to himself, turning toward the core area of Hanamura. Along the way, members of the Shimada family stood trembling in place, too terrified to impede Yi Ren. They had been thoroughly frightened by the power Yi Ren had displayed, perceiving him as a divine being descending upon them. At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder resonated from the sky. Following this, torrential rain cascaded down, enveloping the entire Hanamura in a shroud of rain. The ominous sky and dense raindrops added an eerie atmosphere to the village. Yet, remarkably, not a drop of rain touched Yi Ren. Above him, the space was inverted like a mirror, preventing any raindrops from approaching him. As they bizarrely hung suspended in midair before being deflected away, this scene was utterly incomprehensible to the onlookers. They had never witnessed such a violation of physical laws and logical understanding. Yi Ren paid no heed to the reactions of these NPCs. Ultimately, he arrived before a traditional Japanese courtyard. In the courtyard, adorned with artificial hills and flowing streams, exotic flowers and rare plants flourished, creating an enchanting scenery. Yet at this moment, an ominous atmosphere pervaded the air. Yi Ren's gaze fell upon a figure kneeling in the center of the courtyard. It was Ichiro Shimada, who had plunged his own katana into his chest, his head bowed low, clearly lifeless for some time. The torrential rain quickly soaked his garments, rendering him akin to a spectral relic. Yi Ren regarded Ichiro Shimada's corpse and silently exhaled a sigh. Ultimately, he had not achieved his longed-for vengeance. Nevertheless, Yi Ren did not feel surprised. Shimada Musashi, his eyes gradually chilled. He lifted his gaze towards the opposite end of the courtyard, where a man stood. That man was none other than Shimada Musashi himself, his countenance dark and his eyes brimming with fury and deeply concealed terror. Behind him loomed a towering figure clad in a black suit, clutching a black umbrella to shield Musashi from the downpour. "We bear no enmity. Why do you persist in this?" Shimada Musashi inquired, his tone frigid. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his voice trembled imperceptibly. After all, Musashi's heart was already in turmoil. The indifferent expression on Yi Ren's face sent shivers down his spine. The armed members of the Shimada clan had been decimated by Yi Ren alone, and he bore not a single stain of blood. How could Shimada Musashi not be afraid? Yet he did not wish to perish. He yearned to survive and to continue relishing his supreme power. Lighting incense to pay homage signifies pride in the Genji? Yi Ren retorted with a derisive laugh, a flicker of mockery glinting in his eyes. Musashi, perplexed, queried, "What are you saying?" Yi Ren paused for a brief moment. "I apologize for the confusion. It merely reminded me of that summer in 2016. Musashi, bewildered, exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" His eyes were filled with confusion and disorientation, utterly unable to comprehend Yi Ren's words. What incense? What summer of 2016? What was the connection? Yi Ren's gaze suddenly sharpened. With renewed focus, he clearly perceived the numerous pale spiritual threads connecting Shimada Musashi's hands. These threads, akin to spider silk, surged toward the sky before cascading down, binding the limbs of others. Behind Shimada Musashi stood numerous members of the Shimada clan, adorned with crimson demon masks. Though they merely served as background figures, their sheer numbers and imposing presence were formidable. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. But Yi Ren? He simply raised a finger and made a casual horizontal gesture. Disconnection. This seemingly simple action caused Musashi's pupils to constrict. He sensed that all those he had controlled had, in that instant, slipped from his grasp. "Nanny." Musashi trembled, realizing that his greatest trump card had failed him so easily. However, Musashi's panic lasted only a fleeting moment. In truth, those Shimada clan members he controlled were unaware they had ever been manipulated. Although Musashi's abilities were impressive, the limits of his mental capacity were a significant drawback. Unlike Yi Ren, who possessed boundless mental prowess, Musashi could control only 3 individuals at once. Thus, those people were merely passively connected by the spiritual threads and had not been genuinely controlled. "Those who wish to live may depart now," Yi Ren stated calmly, gazing at the Shimada clan members. Yet, not a single soul moved to leave. They were core members of the Shimada clan, and naturally, they would not abandon their leader. "It seems you have chosen to accompany him to the grave," Yi Ren remarked softly. At that moment, the white bodyguard behind Shimada Musashi suddenly sprang into action. He passed his umbrella to another minion and charged toward Yi Ren like a raging bear. The bodyguard's formidable physique and muscular build made him resemble a small truck as he barreled forward, exuding an intimidating force. Yi Ren, expressionless, noted, "What era are we in to resort to close combat? Just because you stand 2 meters tall, do you think yourself a human tank? Surely, brandishing a firearm would be far more reliable than charging in with brute strength." Spatial transfer. In the next moment, the bodyguard's figure vanished from sight. Where is he? The ensuing spectacle in the courtyard caused every heartbeat to falter. The once serene artificial hill erupted with a cacophonous crack, as if some colossal force struggled within. Stones flew in all directions amidst a cloud of dust, and the entire hill appeared to come alive, contorting and deforming. As the dust settled, onlookers were horrified to discover that the exquisitely crafted hill had morphed into a grotesque sculpture. The bodyguard's form had melded into the very structure of the hill, limbs, torso, and head forcibly wedged within the stone's crevices, leaving only tattered clothing and bloodied remnants exposed. This macabre tableau resembled a divine prank, forcibly embedding a living being within solid rock. The bodyguard's expression was frozen in that final moment of terror and despair, eyes wide and mouth agape, as if silently screaming. The boundary between his body and the hill became indistinct, blood and debris coalescing into a nauseating mixture. This scene not only astonished all present, but also inflicted an unprecedented psychological shock upon the members of the Shimada clan. An atmosphere of suffocating dread enveloped the air, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They had never witnessed such a horrific method nor encountered such a formidable entity. In their eyes, Yi Ren had transcended the realm of humanity. He had become a deity wielding the power of life and death. Why? I have done you no wrong. Shimada Musashi stammered, his voice quaking. Yi Ren remained silent and snapped his fingers once more. Spatial transfer. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard, save for Shimada Musashi, vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, in the distant waters off Fukushima, unusual ripples surged across the sea's surface. Amidst the splashes, numerous figures plummeted from the void, crashing heavily into the waters tainted by nuclear waste. The frigid sea instantly drenched their clothing, surging into their mouths and nostrils, ushering in a suffocating sensation that spread panic within their hearts. In this contaminated expanse, unidentifiable particles floated upon the water, shimmering with an eerie glow under the sunlight. As they descended, the surrounding seawater grew increasingly murky, as if summoned by the specter of death, pulling them into the abyss. In the final moments of life, their eyes brimmed with despair, yet it was all too late. In that instant, within the courtyard, only Yi Ren and Ishida Musashi remained. Ishida Musashi took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain his composure. He slowly unsheathed his katana, pointing it at Yi Ren, and declared, "Let us engage in a duel between men." He knew that under normal circumstances, he would surely be no match for Yi Ren. Thus, he deliberately employed a tactic of provocation, hoping to entice Yi Ren into a fair confrontation. Should Yi Ren acquiesce to his request, a glimmer of hope would remain. Yi Ren regarded Ishida Musashi with a sardonic smile. Haha, spatial cut. In an instant, Ishida Musashi's right hand, along with his wrist, fell away. The severed hand remained tightly gripping the katana, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Yi Ren teleported to stand before Ishida Musashi, towering over him as he coldly stated, "What standing do you possess to compete with me?" Ishida Musashi, in excruciating pain, was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he stifled his cries of agony to preserve his dignity. Yi Ren's gaze shifted. Spatial confinement. An invisible barrier enveloped Ishida Musashi's wound, halting the flow of blood. Yi Ren had no intention of ending Ishida Musashi's life just yet. "What was the content of your transaction with the CIA?" Yi Ren inquired, his tone frigid. "CIA? What CIA?" Ishida Musashi glared at Yi Ren, his voice trembling with pain. "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Oh, shall I assist you in recalling with a grand memory restoration technique?" A mocking glint flickered in Yi Ren's eyes. "I swear, I truly have no knowledge of any CIA." Ishida Musashi gritted his teeth, shouting desperately, "I only wish for the Ishida family to stand at the pinnacle of the Yakuza." Still unwilling to speak, Yi Ren scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness. "In our dragon country, we possess unique interrogation techniques. Have you heard of Lingchi?" He continued, unleashing his spatial cutting ability. In an instant, Ishida Musashi felt several delicate slices of flesh removed from his body. Ishida Musashi could no longer contain himself, letting out a piercing scream, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. He finally broke down, shouting, "I know nothing. I truly know nothing. Know nothing? I shall help you remember." Yi Ren sneered, his gaze icy. "I have never dealt with the CIA. Why would I care?" Ishida Musashi howled in despair and terror. "In any case, I am doomed. I might as well fight back." Ishida Musashi made a reckless decision. He risked his own mind shattering, draining every ounce of his mental energy to unleash a psychic manipulation against Yi Ren. Countless pale threads of psychic energy surged toward Yi Ren like a spider's web. "As long as I can control him, I will win." Ishida Musashi prayed with trembling eyes. Chapter 89. The Captive Little Girl in the Basement? However, how could he possibly succeed? Yi Ren was too indifferent to even bother severing those threads with his mental force, swiftly initiating a spatial cut. He interrupted Ishida Musashi's spellcasting before it could even begin. "With me, you are merely playing a game of chance." The air was instantaneously cleaved apart by an invisible spatial blade. An unseen, sharp edge swiftly sliced through Ishida Musashi's neck. His head detached from his body without warning, falling to the ground in silence, clean and decisive. With the high pressure pumping within, copious amounts of blood erupted from Ishida Musashi's neck, gushing forth like a fountain. The ground was instantly stained crimson. His ghastly visage was forever frozen in time. As his body collapsed, his abilities ceased. Yi-Rin gazed at Ishida Musashi's head, his brow slightly furrowing. The intelligence from Black Prison Island and the information Ishida Musashi had provided were utterly incongruous. There was surely something amiss. It seemed he would have to investigate his main residence. Yi-Rin muttered to himself as he stepped into Ishida Musashi's main house. One cannot overlook the architect's aesthetic sensibility. The courtyard sprawled with grandeur, exquisitely designed. Surrounding the courtyard were meticulously pruned trees and flowers, lush and vibrant, evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. Passing through the front yard, an elegant Japanese structure came into view. Built with traditional wooden architecture, its deep brown surface bore the marks of time, yet still radiated an antique luster. The roof was adorned with slate tiles, and beneath the eaves hung several antique lanterns, imparting a warm and mysterious ambience even in daylight. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the first sight that greeted him was a spacious reception hall. Inside were several low tea tables and cushions, with exquisite calligraphy adorning the walls, featuring works from renowned masters. In one corner stood an armor rack, seemingly narrating untold stories. Continuing further, a long corridor stretched before him, with numerous closed doors lining each side. At the end of the corridor was an exit leading to the back garden. Through the half-open door, a glimpse of lush greenery could be seen. Koi fish glided leisurely in the pond, and the distant sound of trickling water could occasionally be heard. Yi-Rin. Ah, the refreshment of water has brought me such delight. Subsequently, Yi-Rin meticulously searched through Ishida Musashi's main residence, but found no clues related to the CIA. This left him somewhat bewildered. However, as previously mentioned, his extraordinarily high mental capacity bestowed upon him a terrifying insight. There was something concealed beneath the ground. Yi-Rin glanced down, discovering that beneath the mansion lay an expansive, subterranean structure. Yet, he made no attempt to decipher the mechanism to access the basement, for he saw no reason to waste time. Spatial teleportation. In the next moment, Yi-Rin's figure vanished from the original location. Simultaneously, his form materialized within the basement. The atmosphere of the basement starkly contrasted with the elegance of the main residence. It was dark and damp, filled with a repulsive stench of decay. Bloodstains marred the walls, while various medical instruments and human remains lay scattered about. Yi-Rin's gaze settled upon a surgical table in the center of the basement. Remnants of human tissue and mottled brown blood still lingered there. Yi-Rin's brow furrowed tightly. Savages, absolute savages. Indeed, it is no surprise that these islanders exhibit such behavior. To even call them human is a generous elevation. These individuals possess neither conscience nor empathy. Yi-Rin ventured deeper into the basement, where he encountered further evidence of grotesque human experimentation. The space was littered with filthy, blood-stained operating tables, and the stench of decaying human tissue and bones permeated the air. At that moment, Yi-Rin's gaze was suddenly drawn to a cage nestled in the depths of the basement. Within it was a ragged, filthy young girl, seemingly no older than 13 or 14. Upon hearing Yi-Ren's footsteps, the girl slowly lifted her head, revealing a pair of heterochromatic eyes that captured his attention. Her left eye was a deep azure, reminiscent of the vast ocean, while her right eye gleamed a brilliant golden, akin to the sun. Such exquisite heterochromia appeared strikingly out of place on the frail form of a young girl. Initially, her expression bore a vacant and numbed demeanor, but upon seeing Yi-Rin, a glimmer of hope flickered within her eyes. She struggled to part her lips to speak, yet no sound emerged. Her throat was hoarse from prolonged deprivation of water. "Please, save me," she finally managed to utter, her voice ragged and faint, yet imbued with a desperate hope. "Anyone, please save me." Tears welled in her eyes as she extended a trembling hand toward Yi-Rin through the bars of her cage. Her fingers were gaunt and bony, resembling withered twigs, as if they might shatter with the slightest touch. Yi-Rin crouched before the cage, his gaze fixed upon the girl. In a corner of the cage lay 2 plates. One contained remnants of murky water, evidently meant for her to drink, while the other bore traces of spoiled leftovers. "She looks quite pitiable, does she not?" Yet, Yi-Rin maintained an impassive expression, observing her as one might an animal in a zoo. The girl pleaded again, "Please, save me." Yi-Rin retorted, "Are you putting on a show? How disgusting. I could easily end you." He unleashed a torrent of scornful words, leaving the girl dumbfounded. In that instant, her pupils narrowed in shock. Her ruse had been uncovered. This innocent facade concealed the true mastermind behind the malevolence. She was Shimada Yueying, the mother of Shimada Musashi, who had awakened a psychic ability following an eclipse, granting her the power to implant subconscious suggestions in others, thereby altering or erasing their memories and even manipulating their actions. Shimada Yuing was ruthless, employing any means necessary to achieve her ends. She had even hypnotized her son, Shimada Musashi, to act as her intermediary with the CIA, subsequently sealing away his memories related to her. In this moment, she was wielding her powers to create illusions, attempting to deceive Yiren. She disguised herself as a pitiful little girl to elicit his sympathy, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal intent. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Yiren's mental fortitude was boundless. His formidable psychic strength allowed him to effortlessly pierce through illusions and grasp the underlying truth. Before Yiren, her disguise appeared utterly ludicrous. Chapter 90. An unexpected gain, heterochromatic eyes. Yiren gazed at the girl in the cage with a look of revulsion. If you were in my position, you would be disgusted too. For in Yiren's perception, there was no innocent little girl. Instead, he saw a woman well into her 60s, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. This elderly woman, in her desperate attempt to act, was disheveled and clad in tattered garments. If this guise had adorned a young girl, it might evoke sympathy, but upon an elderly woman, it was grotesque. She huddled in the cage, trembling, and emitted a voice that was a pitiful mimicry of a child. Fortuitously, Yiren's mental resilience was exceptional. Had he summoned others to witness this farce, he might have been compelled to purge his stomach on the spot. Shimada Yuing, realizing her deception had been unveiled, let out a piercing shriek. Her heterochromatic eyes fixated intensely on Yiren, a strange glimmer flashing within them. Mental corruption. This was her trump card. She could inject her will into the minds of others, forcibly altering their memories and even reshaping their personalities. A chilling cackle escaped her lips, reminiscent of a sinister elder. Since you have slain my son, you shall become my son. Yet, in the very next moment, a harrowing wail erupted from her. She pressed her hands tightly against her eyes, blood seeping through her fingers. What is happening? She cried out in terror, her brain feeling as though it were on the verge of exploding, the excruciating pain rendering her nearly incapacitated. Yiren remarked, "Why must you torment yourself so? Your mental prowess has no limits." To Yiren, her attempt at mental corruption was laughable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. As her psychic energy sought to invade Yiren's mental realm, it was repelled by his infinite psychic strength. It was as though a small car had collided with an indomitable mountain. The car was utterly obliterated, while the mountain remained unscathed. How can this be? I refuse to believe it. Shimada Yuing's voice became hoarse, filled with disbelief and profound anguish. Human mental capacity has its limits. The brain, as the most critical and enigmatic organ, can only exert a certain degree of psychic force. Once that threshold is reached, one cannot grow stronger. Until now, Shimada Yuing had not encountered a failure in her mental manipulation. Alas, she had now encountered Yiren. Even Bai Zhe, with a mental capacity ranking among the top tier of humanity, appeared as a mere firefly next to the moon in comparison to Yiren. How could she pose even the slightest threat to him? Shimada Yuing trembled. Her formerly cunning and vicious heterochromatic gaze now lost its focus, staring blankly at Yiren. She seemed to perceive an indescribable horror before her. What are you? You are not human. The searing pain in her brain was rendering her nearly incapable of coherent thought. Meanwhile, Yiren remained untouched, having not even activated any subconscious mental defenses. He passively endured her psychic assault, while she spiraled into near-total mental collapse. Abba abba abba. Shimada Yuing began to babble incoherently, spitting out meaningless syllables in disjointed utterances. Her once sharp and malevolent gaze became vacant, replaced by an abyss of confusion and madness. It is abundantly clear that the woman, in the throes of mental collapse, has succumbed to madness. Yiren exclaimed, "No, please, refrain from your lunacy for just a moment." He was taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. Initially, he had intended to employ the torturous interrogation method taught by instructor Ying to extract information about the CIA's dealings from Shimada Yuing. However, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Amidst her derangement, Shimada Yuing suddenly emitted a bizarre cackle akin to that of a night owl, only to transition abruptly into inconsolable sobbing, uttering incomprehensible phrases. In the next instant, she performed an act that sent chills down Yiren's spine. She forcibly gouged her own eyes out. The sickening sound of her actions reverberated through the air, accompanied by the nauseating squelch of flesh. The two eyeballs fell to the ground, producing a sharp clink reminiscent of glass marbles. Blood gushed from her empty sockets like a torrent breaking free from a dam, instantly staining her cheeks crimson, trickling down the creases of her face like serpentine streams of gore, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. Good heavens, you are truly ruthless. Even for one accustomed to the macabre, Yiren could not suppress his astonishment. To obliterate one's own eyes with bare hands, such audacity was quintessentially Japanese. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the two fallen orbs, he found himself momentarily entranced. The peculiar irises emitted an extraordinary luminescence. An instinctive sense whispered to Yi Ren that these eyes might possess some unique utility. Thus, he swiftly collected the two orbs into his personal space. Acquired special item, heterochromatic eyes. Meanwhile, Shimada Yuin succumbed to unconsciousness due to excruciating pain and excessive blood loss. Yi Ren conjured a spatial confinement to staunch her bleeding. She could not perish just yet. Subsequently, he meticulously scoured the basement and surrounding areas, yet found no valuable leads. Alas, have the clues run dry? He mused, shaking his head in resignation. At this juncture, the omniscient ability he had acquired from Baizé had waned to a point of ineffectiveness. I shall return to seek her assistance, he concluded, grateful for her teleportation capabilities which spared him undue complications. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ren vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in the identification chamber of the longing department, Baizé sat at a table, flanked by the long-absent Dr. Chun, who was diligently recording data on a tablet. Opposite them stood a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years. Bloody hell, it's igniting. With a furious shout from the boy, his hair began to flicker and blaze like flames. The temperature in the room surged palpably. Localized fire control? What could the thermal threshold be? Dr. Chin murmured to himself, pondering whether mental capacity correlated with age. Just then, Yi Ren materialized silently beside Baizé, startling the boy into extinguishing his fiery mane. Yi Ren? Baizé sprang to her feet, her typically weary visage lighting up with a radiant smile. Though her dark circles appeared more pronounced, she seemed more languid than ever, possibly due to her nocturnal escapades. Are you busy? I have a matter requiring your assistance. Yi Ren glanced at the flame-headed youth before hesitating. Baizé, without a moment's pause, shook her head. Not at all. I am not busy in the slightest. What can I assist you with? I am at your service. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow. Sister, are you perhaps overreacting? Dr. Chun interjected. We are still in the midst of calculations. You two may proceed with your matters. The boy, feeling overlooked, exclaimed, Am I to be so blatantly disregarded? He then marveled at Yi Ren's sudden appearance. Wow, he is so cool. In an instant, Yi Ren and Baizé vanished from the identification chamber, leaving the bewildered boy and Dr. Chin behind. Uncle, shall we continue? The boy inquired. Dr. Chin retorted. I am merely a few years your senior. Call me Chicken Feather Uncle. The boy paused. All right, Chicken Feather Uncle, shall we continue? Dr. Chun was left speechless, contemplating the boy's astonishing naivety. Within the main residence of the Shimada family, Yi Ren suddenly posed a question. Is that fiery-headed captain a recent addition to the department? Baizé, unable to suppress her delight due to the mental imprint she shared with Yi Ren, struggled to maintain composure as she replied in a gentle tone. The fiery-headed captain? What a name you've given. That child is still in his internship. Yi Ren smirked. I sense he has quite the admiration for you. Baizé was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. As an omniscient being, she could certainly sense the boy's infatuation, a naive affection characteristic of adolescence, easily perceptible to anyone. Yet, in her heart, there was only room for Yi Ren. A big sister like you is simply a lethal allure for such a budding young lad, Yi Ren teased. However, he remained oblivious to the adoring gaze Baizé cast upon him, one filled with fervent longing that seemed to melt her very being. I long to kiss him. I can hardly contain myself. I want to be transformed into a cream puff by him. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, Baizé was jolted back to reality by Yi Ren's gentle pat on her shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything strange. She stammered. Yi Ren arched an eyebrow. Are you unwell? Your face is quite flushed. Baizé inhaled deeply. Though she was on the brink of wanting to push Yi Ren down right then and there, she maintained an outward calm. It must be the heat here. Let us focus on the task at hand. Please, take my hand, the kind where our fingers intertwine. The moment their fingers intertwined, Baizé trembled slightly, as if electrified, and could not suppress a soft gasp. Is something the matter? Yi Ren inquired. Baizé, maintaining her composure despite her trembling voice, replied, No, it's nothing. She then endeavored to quell the overwhelming joy bubbling within her. Next came the familiar process of memory extraction, as Baizé gently placed her delicate hand upon Shimada Yuin's temple. Moments later, her expression shifted to one of profound distress. Yi Ren noticed her discomfort. What is it? Have you uncovered something? Baizé took a steadying breath, suppressing her nausea. A pack of brutes. She began to relay the memories she had retrieved to Yi Ren. Originally, the transaction between the CIA and the Shimada family involved the procurement of various experimental records detailing the inhumane human experimentation conducted by the Japanese bioengineering unit on the people of the Dragon Kingdom. These records had been meticulously preserved in secrecy by Shimada Yuin, passed down through generations of her ancestors. In exchange for this invaluable information, the CIA facilitated Yuin's ascension to the pinnacle of the Japanese underworld, effectively establishing her as a puppet for American interests in Japan. Upon hearing this, Yi Ren's expression turned exceedingly grim. Damn, you speak the truth. Indeed, they are beasts. Yi Ren could hardly fathom that the CIA's objective was merely to acquire that experimental data. And Shimada Yuin, she is an accomplice to their heinous deeds. For the sake of her own ambition and power, she willingly surrendered those appalling records to the CIA. Very well, I shall settle this score with them. A cold glint flashed in Yi Ren's eyes. Initially, he had intended to complete his mission and depart, but now he had altered his course of action. He resolved to hold accountable the descendants of the Japanese bioengineering unit. In the past, this unit had committed unspeakable atrocities against the Dragon Kingdom, mercilessly slaughtering countless compatriots and conducting barbaric human experiments. This blood debt must be repaid in kind. I shall ensure that these beasts pay with their blood. I will assist you. Baize grasped Yi Ren's hand tightly, her expression conveying all that needed to be said. Even if Yi Ren embraced darkness and turned against the world, Sister Baize would stand resolutely by his side. Under the mental link, Baize's omniscient abilities were unencumbered. With Yi Ren's nearly boundless mental energy at her disposal, her perceptive range surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire island nation as she began her search for the retired personnel of the Japanese bioengineering unit and their descendants. In less than half a second, she found them. She transmitted all the information she had gathered through their mental link to Yi Ren. These records detailed the myriad crimes committed by the Japanese bioengineering unit, along with a list of the demons who participated in the human experiments and comprehensive information about their progeny. Excellent, thank you. No need for such formality. There's no need to thank me. Baize had half a sentence left unspoken, her desire for Yi Ren to pay in flesh suppressed by sheer will. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Yi Ren's eyes as he regarded Baize. I will escort you home. I will handle the ensuing matters. If possible, please try to avoid harming the innocent. In the next moment, Yi Ren activated his spatial teleportation ability, transporting Baize back to the Dragon Shadow Department. As for you. Yi Ren turned his gaze towards the barely conscious Shimada Yuin, his expression devoid of warmth. He lifted her as one would refuse to hold on to refuse, bringing her to the central square of Hanamura. He surveyed the once exquisite and elegant Japanese garden before him, a chilling glimmer passing through his eyes. You are not worth mourning, you wretched creature. Yi Ren then retrieved a pulsating mass of flesh radiating a blinding orange light from his spatial pocket. It was the nuclear fusion corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a penchant for nuclear annihilation. As Yi Ren spoke, he tossed the nuclear fusion corpse into the air. Chapter 92. Time for Reckoning. He then erected a spatial confinement barrier around himself as a protective shield. In the next instant, the nuclear fusion corpse underwent a transformation from matter to energy under nuclear fusion reaction, unleashing a terrifying nuclear explosion. Boom! With a deafening roar. The entire world seemed to tremble. The nuclear fusion corpse reacted violently in the air, instantly releasing energy akin to the apocalypse, flooding the entire space with an intense brilliance. The dazzling orange light illuminated the entire area in an instant, followed by a blinding flash that rendered it impossible to behold. After the glow faded, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, obscuring the sun. The center of the mushroom cloud revealed a profound darkness, while its edges billowed with ash and smoke, rapidly dispersing to cloak the sky. On the ground, the shockwave radiated outward in concentric circles from the epicenter, obliterating everything in its path. The once refined Japanese garden was now reduced to scorched earth and debris. Buildings lay in ruins, trees uprooted, and the ground fractured into deep crevices. The air was thick with a pungent odor, a noxious blend of smoke and dust rendering visibility nearly impossible. In the distance, the former Hanamura was no more. It had been replaced by a desolate wasteland. Yi Ren stood within the protective barrier he had constructed, isolating himself from the outside world. He observed the unfolding chaos with an unsettling calm, devoid of any emotional turbulence. A massive cloud of dust was swept up by the shockwave, surging forth with the force of a tsunami, engulfing everything in its path. The debris obscured the sky, plunging the world into a dim twilight. The sound waves generated by the nuclear explosion reverberated like a roaring beast, echoing relentlessly. The sonic boom pierced through buildings, through crowds, and through the entire city, ensuring that half of the metropolis bore witness to the thunderous cacophony. Countless Japanese citizens felt the ground tremble beneath them, their faces contorted in terror as they looked up to see billowing smoke and the mushroom cloud rising from Hanamura, a sight reminiscent of the apocalypse, inducing a state of panic. The deeply ingrained fear of nuclear catastrophe awakened their primal instincts to flee, run. Run. Quick, run. The end of the world is upon us. Mother, I'm scared. In an instant, a multitude of Japanese citizens scrambled in chaos. They flailed about like headless flies, the streets descending into pandemonium. Screams, cries, and curses rang out in a chorus, reverberating throughout the city, transforming it into a hellish nightmare. Yet their frantic actions proved futile. The nuclear explosion's impact was not overwhelmingly vast, with the epicenter confined to Hanamura. The streets further afield remained largely unscathed. Those panicking citizens, having run a considerable distance, gradually realized this fact. They halted, panting heavily as they gazed toward Hanamura, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. People murmured among themselves. Yet none comprehended the true nature of the calamity that had transpired. Only those residents closest to Hanamura bore witness to the horrifying spectacle of the nuclear explosion. Each was rendered pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably as if they had gazed upon something unspeakably terrifying. It was too dreadful, too dreadful. I saw it. I saw the mushroom cloud. That is a nuclear explosion. They stammered incoherently, their eyes brimming with profound terror. For the Japanese people, nuclear explosions are an indelible shadow. The atomic bombs dropped by the United States on Hiroshima and Nagasaki inflicted catastrophic damage, leaving the Japanese populace with enduring psychological scars. Now, the nuclear explosion at Hanamura rekindled the fear deep within their hearts. They were terrified of history repeating itself, terrified of becoming victims of nuclear devastation. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the nuclear explosion at Hanamura was not the work of the United States. It was merely the overture to Yi Ren's reckoning. He stood in the heart of the ruins of Flower Village, surrounded by devastation, as if the apocalypse had descended. The structures lay shattered under the force of the shockwave, with the remnants engulfed in flames. The inferno raged, thick smoke billowing into the air, saturating it with a pungent stench. Broken steel bars, shattered glass, and collapsed walls painted a grim tableau. This scene mirrored the ominous visions previously foreseen by Chiyosu, as if the gears of fate were turning inexorably along their predetermined path. Inoue Kosan. Yi Ren gazed at the scene before him, his eyes betraying no emotion as he softly uttered a name. In the next moment, he executed a spatial teleportation, departing the ruins. Yi Ren arrived at the territory of his first target. This target was named Inoue Kosan, a former member of the 71st Biochemical Unit of the island nation. He had participated in wars of aggression and conducted inhumane experiments on the people of the Dragon Kingdom. This man was a deranged fiend, taking pride in his atrocities. And now he had become a frail old man in his 70s. His dwelling was nothing remarkable, merely an ordinary apartment building. Compared to true powerhouses, he resembled nothing more than the detritus of a bygone era. Yi Ren stood outside the apartment building, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the commonplace structure. He extended a finger and gently tapped. Spatial severance. In an instant, the entire facade of the building was severed. Walls crumbled, glass shattered, and one side of the edifice vanished, revealing the inner workings and the bewildered occupants within. An earthquake! Help! Panic ensued among the inhabitants of the building as they stared in horror at the unfolding chaos, oblivious to the cause. The terrified masses scrambled to flee the building. Yet the floor where Inoue Kosan resided was ensnared in a spatial confinement, forming an isolated realm. Inoue Kosan was utterly unaware of the situation at hand. He gazed in terror at the building, as though cleaved by divine intervention, his eyes wide with disbelief and profound dread. Who are you? Inoue Kosan stammered, his voice trembling. He attempted to rise, but soon realized his legs were unresponsive. Yi Ren paid no heed to Inoue Kosan's inquiry. He merely regarded him coldly, devoid of any compassion. Inoue Kosan, a member of the 71st Unit, had partaken in unspeakable bacterial experiments and vivisection. Yi Ren slowly recited Inoue Kosan's crimes, his voice echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell, cold and unyielding. Inoue Kosan's complexion turned increasingly pallid as the grim realization dawned upon him that his death was inevitable. He comprehended who Yi Ren was and the heinous acts he had committed in the past. Yet, in that moment, his thoughts turned to his family. Chapter 93. The sins of the father must be borne by the son. Please, spare my family, Inoue Kosan implored, his voice quivering. They are innocent. He yearned for Yi Ren to show mercy towards his son, daughter-in-law, and his 7-year-old grandson. Yi Ren's expression remained impassive as he regarded Inoue Kosan, his eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion. Did you ever spare those people? Yi Ren asked coldly. Inoue Kosan's body convulsed as if struck by lightning, leaving him paralyzed. In the past, he had been beseeched for mercy by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, implored to spare their families. Yet, he had cruelly laughed in their faces, rejecting their pleas, and had even escalated the torment of those subjected to his experiments for his own amusement. Now, the tables had turned. and he found himself pleading for compassion. Aye. Inoue Kosen struggled to articulate his thoughts, but despair and regret overshadowed him. Yiren disregarded Inoue Kosen entirely. Retrieving a fusion core from his spatial compartment, it was a severed finger, radiating an intense orange glow. Time for reckoning. Yiren flung the fusion core before Inoue Kosen. In the next instant, a nuclear explosion erupted. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly engulfed Inoue Kosen and his family. The entire building was reduced to rubble, with numerous nearby structures cracking under the strain. A cacophony of shattering glass ignited screams of chaos. Yiren surveyed the ruins, his expression unyielding. Finishing off is a commendable habit. He activated his spatial abilities once more, harnessing spatial tremors to inflict further destruction. Only after confirming Inoue Kosen's complete demise did he teleport to his next target. The next target was named Kato Eiji, the son of Kato Danmizu, a former member of the 71st Biochemical Unit of the island nation. Kato Danmizu had unleashed bacterial weaponry upon countless innocent civilians of the Dragon Kingdom before meeting his end on the battlefield. While Kato Eiji had not directly participated in those crimes, he was acutely aware of his father's actions and, devoid of any remorse, regarded him as a heroic figure. Believing he had made a grand contribution to his nation, he inherited his father's legacy by joining an extremist right-wing organization in the island nation, actively engaging in various anti-China activities, even clamoring for retribution against the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet such individuals are often oblivious, used as pawns, and once their utility is exhausted, they lose their worth. Currently, Kato Eiji resided in a remote town in the countryside of the island nation. He was unmarried and childless, idling away his days in frivolity, with gambling as his sole passion. When Yiren found him, he was in a pachinko parlor, fervently playing the slot machines. It appeared he had just suffered a loss, for he was vociferously cursing at the machine. Baka Yuru. This cursed machine must be rigged. How could I possibly keep losing on such a lucky day? Kato Eiji railed, banging on the machine while shoving coins into it with fervor. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his beard unkempt, emanating a potent odor of sweat and smoke, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yiren's figure materialized within the parlor like a specter, silently observing the scene. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on Kato Eiji, who was still berating the slot machine. Yiren slowly raised a finger and snapped. Spatial teleportation. In the next moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The entire pachinko parlor, along with the upper space of the ceiling, vanished without a trace. It was as if it had been erased by an eraser, disappearing into thin air. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, the sound of collapsing structures echoed ominously. The vanished top-level building reappeared there, its fractured walls and shattered glass raining down like a deluge, producing a deafening cacophony. The patrons of the parlor, including Kato Eiji, all looked up in terror. What happened? What's going on? Was that an earthquake? My God, what is happening? Hurry, get out of here. The crowd erupted into chaos, scrambling for the exits. Kato Eiji, too, frantically sought to escape, tumbling and scrambling towards the door, but thud. He collided forcefully with an invisible barrier, blood gushing from his nose and staining the ground crimson. Kato Eiji clutched his nose, wailing in agony. Yiren lingered in front of Kato Eiji, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed down coldly at him. Kato Eiji, your father, Kato Danshue, was involved in inhumane vivisection experiments and used biological weapons to slaughter countless civilians in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it is your turn to pay for your father's sins. Kato Eiji was momentarily stunned, then his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. This has nothing to do with me. Why should I atone for the deeds of the previous generation? It's not my fault. Yiren observed his impotent fury. That was my father's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Let me go? As Kato Eiji's anguished screams intensified, Yiren produced a finger. A fusion finger trembling violently and radiating a blinding orange light. No. Kato Eiji instinctively screamed in madness. Yiren then lifted the spatial confinement. In an instant, another violent nuclear explosion erupted. Boom! A terrifying shockwave engulfed Kato Eiji. A colossal mushroom cloud surged into the sky, obscuring the sun. The gambling den was reduced to rubble, a desolate wasteland. The path of reckoning continued. Yiren silently teleported to his next target, a bustling amusement park. This time, his objective was a young woman named Matsuda Yukaina. Matsuda Yukaina's father, Matsuda Ichiro, had also been a member of the Biochemical Unit 71 of the island nation, and not just an ordinary soldier, but an officer responsible for numerous projects. Unlike the previous obstinate targets, Matsuda Yukaina was an exceedingly rare individual. A Japanese person with a conscience. She fully understood the horrors of war and the ugliness of human nature, acknowledging the heinous crimes committed by her father. Over the years, She had endeavored to atone for her father's transgressions and educate her children about history, instilling in them the lessons of war to prevent the repetition of tragedy. Alas, she lived in an island nation that outwardly appeared modern but was, in essence, feudal. At this moment, Matsuda Yakina was enjoying precious time with her 4-year-old child at the amusement park. Her work kept her exceedingly busy, leaving her little time to spend with her child. After her divorce from her child's father, she had become a weary single mother. Recently, she had finally managed to carve out time to bring her child to the amusement park they had longed to visit. Strawberry flavor, right? All right, you wait here for me. She instructed her child to wait on a bench beside the carousel while she went to buy ice cream. The little one obediently sat on the bench, holding a blue balloon, gazing curiously and excitedly at the vibrant surroundings, occasionally bursting into peals of laughter. "Excuse me, coming through," she said as she approached the ice cream stand, ready to queue for her purchase. Suddenly, Yiren appeared before her without warning. "Matsuda Yakina, your father, Matsuda Ichiro, was a demon, but alas, he is already dead. Now it is your turn to atone for his sins." At the sound of Yiren's words, Matsuda Yakina felt as if struck by lightning. Her mind went blank instantaneously, as though the ability to think had evaporated, leaving only a buzzing in her ears. She gazed incredulously at the strange man before her. In the next moment, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, like a leaf in a tempest. On the verge of being scattered, an indescribable fear surged within her, nearly overwhelming her ability to stand. She realized that this day had ultimately arrived. I. Matsuda Yakina attempted to articulate something, to explain, to plead for forgiveness from Yiren, but no words would come. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping her throat, rendering her voiceless, only able to emit intermittent whimpers. Her face turned as pale as parchment, her lips quivering like a flickering candle flame, ready to extinguish at any moment. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, soaking her hair and dampening her collar. A fear unlike any she had ever known completely consumed her. Matsuda Yakina fought against her fear, trembling hands covering her mouth to stifle her cries. The sudden appearance of Yiren and his frigid judgment had made her acutely aware of many things. Please, spare me," she implored Yiren desperately. My child cannot be without a mother." Her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes, yet she struggled to hold them back. Yiren remained silent for a moment, sensing Matsuda Yukina's terror and despair, as well as her love for her child. "However, your child will accompany you to hell to atone for the sins committed by your father." Upon hearing Yiren's words, Matsuda Yukina's pupils constricted abruptly. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt an unexplainable courage, a surge of bravery overcoming her fear of death. Yet, she still made a humble request. A mother's last plea. "The child is innocent. He is so young and knows nothing. I can die. Can you spare him?" Yiren remained silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, "All right." That single word, though brief, felt as heavy as a mountain, bringing Matsuda Yakina immense relief. "Thank you." She even bowed sincerely to Yiren before wiping away her tears. Putting on a brave facade, she returned to her child with the purchased ice cream. She forced a smile and knelt down, gently telling her child, "Sweetheart, Mommy has to go to work suddenly and will be out of the country for a long time. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I'll call Daddy to come pick you up. You stay here and don't run off, all right?" The child, blissfully unaware of his mother's distress, nodded happily while licking his ice cream. "Okay." Matsuda Yakina patted her child's head, her eyes moistening once more. "I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Mommy can't be here to watch you grow up." Trembling, she dialed her ex-husband's number, hearing his impatient voice on the other end. This time, she did not muster the strength to argue as she typically would. After allowing him to vent his frustrations, she entrusted her child to him, for apart from her ex-husband, she had no one else to rely on, even though he was far from an ideal figure. "Remember what Mommy taught you. Always strive to be a good person." "I will." After her final admonition, Matsuda Yakina took a deep breath and returned to the spot where she had spoken with Yiren. She was prepared to face her death, awaiting the arrival of judgment. Yet, the anticipated demise did not come. She looked around in bewilderment, only to discover that Yiren had already departed, leaving behind a white card. Bending down, she picked up the card, which bore a line of text: "Take your child to the Dragon Kingdom and spend your remaining days atoning for the sins committed by your father." Matsuda Yakina was taken aback, her gaze fixated on the words inscribed on the card, her mind a blank canvas. She could not fathom why Yiren would act in such a manner, why he would release her, or why he would allow her to journey to the Dragon Kingdom with her child. But soon, enlightenment dawned upon her. Yiren was bestowing upon her an opportunity, a chance for redemption. Tears streamed down Matsuda Yukina's face, no longer born of fear, but rather of joy, tears of overwhelming happiness. She clutched the card tightly, as if grasping the very essence of hope. Her life was destined to change from that moment forth. Having left the amusement park, Yiren continued his path of reckoning. Aside from Matsuda Yakaina, a rare embodiment of normalcy, his other targets were, for the most part, a collection of individuals incapable of confronting their own history, wretches devoid of remorse, and even proud of their forebears' misdeeds. Yiren harbored no compassion or reluctance towards these individuals. One after another, he unleashed nuclear devastation, sending them straight into the depths of hell. Within a mere half-hour, he orchestrated over 100 nuclear explosions, nearly encompassing the entire map of the island nation. Mushroom clouds rose and fell, akin to the very heralding of the apocalypse. The island's government was plunged into a state of utter panic, mobilizing every resource in a desperate attempt to uncover the source of the explosions, yet ultimately achieving nothing. Yiren's reckoning was nearing its conclusion. He casually chose a ramen shop to sit down and ordered a bowl of noodles. On the television within the establishment, breaking news unfolded. Breaking news. Multiple unidentified explosions have occurred across our nation. The casualty figures remain unknown, and the police are conducting an exhaustive investigation. The news footage incessantly showcased the devastation wrought by the nuclear blasts, mushroom clouds obscuring the sky, flames soaring, and the ground left in utter ruin. The ramen shop was steeped in an atmosphere of dread. Patrons whispered nervously, yet none comprehended the gravity of the situation or the impending events. Fear had spread like a plague across the island. Chapter 95. The fear imbued in the bones of the islanders. As Yiren slurped his noodles, a sudden commotion erupted outside the shop. Bang! Alert! Alert! Lock and load. All units, prepare to fire at any moment. Yiren paused, placing his chopsticks down, and raised his gaze toward the window. A significant contingent of armed police, clad in black uniforms, encircled the ramen shop, each officer wielding a riot shotgun. Their expressions gravely serious. The gleaming metal of their weapons shone coldly, aimed directly at the patrons within. The once vibrant atmosphere of the ramen shop fell into a hushed silence. Diners gazed fearfully at the armed officers outside, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The shop owner stood frozen behind the counter, his complexion ashen and hands shaking, utterly at a loss for what to do. With an impassive demeanor, Yiren set down his bowl. He retrieved a stack of yen from his belongings and handed it to the shopkeeper. It's not as delectable as depicted in anime. Take the others and leave. The shopkeeper, as if awakening from a dream, momentarily forgot to accept the money before hurriedly shouting out loud. The patrons finally snapped back to reality, rising en masse toward the exit. The armed officers grew increasingly tense, their eyes fixated on the shop's entrance, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Once all the diners had evacuated, only Yiren remained inside. Nonchalantly, he wiped his mouth and ambled toward the door, gazing at the fully armed police. Yiren's expression remained stoic as he met the gaze of the officers, his eyes as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of warmth. Although the armed police feigned composure, they were, in truth, drenched in sweat, their hearts racing. They could sense the overwhelming aura of intimidation radiating from Yiren, as if he were a primordial beast ready to pounce. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, cowered behind the armed officers. Brandishing a loudspeaker and tremblingly addressing Yiren, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and disarm, or we will open fire." Upon hearing this, Yiren couldn't help but smirk. Open fire? With what? His tone dripped with disdain and mockery. In the next instant, Yiren activated his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. Whoosh! The riot shotguns in the hands of the armed officers vanished in an instant. All the weapons were transported to the ramen shop behind him, forming a small mountain of firearms. A few even slid down from the apex, producing the distinct sound of metal scraping. The armed officers exchanged bewildered glances. Rooted to the spot, they stared in disbelief at their empty hands, hearts constricting as a wave of indescribable terror washed over them. Deprived of their weapons, they felt as powerless as lambs awaiting slaughter. What is happening? Where are my guns? What on earth just occurred? Upon witnessing this, the official who had previously commanded Yiren to surrender trembled uncontrollably, his legs turning to jelly as he nearly collapsed. Especially when faced with Yiren's mocking gaze. It felt as though he was staring into the eyes of the Grim Reaper, who could claim his life at any moment. At that moment, several hundred meters away on a building rooftop, a group of snipers had locked onto Yiren through their scopes. They too had witnessed the incredible scene unfold, their faces frozen in shock. "Baka, is that guy a monster? When can we fire?" Just as their fear escalated and their hearts raced, a command came through their earpieces: "Open fire." In the next instant, the snipers simultaneously squeezed their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The sniper round shot towards Yiren at supersonic speeds from various angles. However, Yiren was far from unprepared. Mirror reversal. From the moment he appeared at the ramen shop's entrance, he had already reversed the space surrounding him. As the bullets were about to make contact with his body, they struck an invisible barrier. Their trajectories instantaneously altered, flying back in the direction from whence they came. Uft, uft, uft. The bullets penetrated the barrels of the sniper rifles, then accurately struck the heads of the snipers. Blood and brain matter splattered, staining the rooftop ground crimson. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The armed officers had yet to comprehend what had transpired. They merely felt a ripple pass before Yiren. The superiors, secure in their safe havens, were acutely aware that all the snipers they had deployed had perished. A gaggle of incompetence. Yiren gazed at the armed police, who stood there in stunned silence, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with disdain. It was not that he held these little devils in contempt. Rather, they were simply unworthy of anyone's regard. Slowly, Yiren raised his right hand and pointed skyward. I now present you with a choice, he declared. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Either vanish from my sight at once, or— he paused, a glint of icy menace flashing in his eyes. I shall make you vividly recall what history truly entails. No sooner had he spoken than a violently trembling mass of flesh appeared in midair, radiating an intense orange-yellow glow akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The temperature around them surged dramatically with its emergence. Spatial transfer. Spatial confinement. This was a nuclear fusion carcass, pinned in midair by Yiren's spatial abilities. An undeniable terror surfaced in the eyes of the islanders. They gazed in horror at the searingly bright mass, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The ingrained memories of nuclear devastation filled them with dread. What in the world is that? The radiation levels are rising. Is that a nuclear weapon? The logistics personnel, sheltered in the rear, cried out in panic. Their voices, transmitted through communication devices, reached the ears of the armed officers on the front lines, who were already paralyzed with fear from Yiren's display of power. In that moment, upon hearing the term nuclear weapon, their mental fortitude shattered completely. Baka, run for your lives. That's a nuke. We're doomed. Mama, I don't want to die. Chapter 96. Matsuda, the coward, pleads for mercy. They could no longer concern themselves with orders, discipline, or duty. Weapons were discarded as they scattered in all directions, fleeing in a panic. The commanders were equally flustered, feeling the primal fear emanating from their very souls. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone, fall back immediately, they shouted hoarsely, urging everyone to flee as far as possible, their disarray evident. Yiren observed the islanders, who resembled lost dogs in their flight, and couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, a nation once ravaged by nuclear fire. Their reaction was quite predictable. Just moments ago, they had been fervently intent on capturing him, and now they scampered away like frightened animals. Such absurdity. Yiren dismissed these pathetic creatures from his mind, focusing instead on activating his spatial transfer ability. Spatial transfer. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself at the infamous Yasukuni Shrine, a place dedicated to Class A war criminals from the Second World War, emblematic of island militarism and reviled by peace-loving individuals worldwide. Ordinary people would not venture here, and those who did were seldom of good character. Standing before the malevolent edifice of the Yasukuni Shrine, Yiren's eyes flashed with uncontainable revulsion. Spatial transfer. With a mere thought, he transported the nuclear fusion carcass to the very heart of the shrine. Spatial confinement released. In the next moment, a nuclear explosion erupted. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire Yasukuni Shrine was instantly engulfed by a horrific surge of energy. The shockwave from the explosion spread like a tsunami in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Flames illuminated the Tokyo night sky, and a massive mushroom cloud billowed upwards. Visible to all the city's inhabitants, a terrifying yet awe-inspiring spectacle. The fire blazed high, and thick smoke billowed forth. The Yasukuni Shrine, this den of iniquity, was reduced to ashes in an instant by Yiren's spatial detonation, taking with it the wretched souls who had come to pay their respects. Yiren surveyed the scene before him, his expression devoid of any emotion. He harbored no mercy for those heinous war criminals or the unrepentant militarists who still walk the earth. Those who dare harm my homeland shall face retribution, no matter the distance. The mushroom cloud from the Yasukuni Shrine's explosion shot into the heavens, obscuring the sun. The dazzling orange-yellow glow illuminated the Tokyo night sky, casting light upon the fears dwelling within the hearts of the islanders. In places untouched by the nuclear blast, the islanders gazed in horror at the crimson sky, trembling like wild dogs. Many elderly islanders fell to their knees, clasping their hands together, bowing repeatedly towards the heavens, murmuring fervently, "Oh, heavenly deity, grant us redemption. We have sinned, we are truly repentant." please forgive our transgressions. They understood well the multitude of sins their nation had committed during its imperialistic wars against the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, in the aftermath of their defeat, the island government had deliberately obscured the truth, revising textbooks and glorifying their acts of aggression, leaving the younger generation unaware of the true history. However, the older generation was all too aware. They had lived through those dark days, witnessed the atrocities of island militarism firsthand, and endured the suffering and calamity brought by war. Thus, when they saw the Yasukuni shrine obliterated by a nuclear blast, their fear and despair were palpable. They perceived it as divine retribution, a punishment for the sins of their past. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was orchestrated by Yi-Ren. Having completed his grim task, the sky was now utterly shrouded in darkness. Yi-Ren could not suppress a yawn. Throughout the day, he had scarcely rested, engaging in teleportation, interrogations, and unleashing his might. To be frank, it was quite exhausting. Where should he sleep tonight? Yi-Ren mused aloud, then closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts. He attempted to utilize the omniscient abilities he had learned from Baizé to pinpoint Matsuda Yukina's location. Alas, as time passed, his omniscience had weakened to the point of near ineffectiveness. In the hazy images, he could barely make out Matsuda Yukina's silhouette. I should be able to manage, he remarked as he opened his eyes, unable to refrain from a sardonic comment. Why does this feel akin to being depleted of energy? The effectiveness is far too brief. Without precise location data, Yi-Ren felt somewhat at a loss. After all, accurate spatial transfer required a clear visual reference. Oh well, a rough estimate will have to suffice. He recalled the fleeting image that had flashed through his mind and activated his spatial transfer ability. In the next moment, his figure appeared out of thin air within an ordinary apartment. The living room was furnished with simple yet cozy decor. A television was on, broadcasting an animated show. However, Yi-Ren was indifferent to the unfolding drama, his gaze firmly fixed upon the two individuals in the living room. One of them was Matsuda Yukina, the woman whose life he had spared. At this moment, she was engaged in a heated argument with another person. The other was a short, rotund middle-aged man, sporting a noticeable beer belly, Matsuda Debien, Matsuda Yukina's ex-husband. Yo, so you really have a gigolo hiding in your home? Matsuda Debien bellowed, completely oblivious to Yi-Ren's presence. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yi-Ren, unleashing a torrent of profanities. Yi-Ren merely raised an eyebrow, while Matsuda Debien gritted his teeth. I've always said you're no good. You put on a facade of innocence while secretly flirting with other men. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi-Ren interjected. Is that how you speak? Matsuda Yukina, exasperated, replied, We're divorced. Can you please stop harassing me? Divorced? So you think that gives you the right to bring strange men home? I'm telling you, that is unacceptable. Matsuda Debien shouted, storming towards Yi-Ren in a fit of rage. Yi-Ren thought to himself, this bloated fool actually thinks he can take me on? This is intolerable. I just learned some grappling techniques. With a swift motion, he brought Matsuda Debien crashing to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Matsuda Debien shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Yi-Ren had been diligently training under instructor Nightingale, and his combat skills had vastly improved, allowing him to easily dominate the average man from the island. Bakayuru, who do you think you are? I swear I'll call the police on you. Matsuda Debien seethed, trembling with rage as he lay on the floor. At that moment, the television blared breaking news. Breaking news. Unexplained explosions have occurred in multiple locations across our nation, with casualties currently unknown. The police are conducting a full-scale investigation. The screen displayed scenes of devastation, mushroom clouds blotting out the sun, flames erupting, and chaos reigning on the ground. The footage then shifted to a video of Yi-Ren being surrounded by armed police at a ramen shop. According to police sources, this man is suspected of being connected to the recent explosions. We urge the public to remain vigilant. The camera zoomed in on Yi-Ren's sharply defined features and his icy gaze, now starkly illuminated on the television screen. Upon recognizing Yi-Ren, Matsuda Debien fell silent, his eyes widening in horror, mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. His body trembled uncontrollably, his expression a masterpiece of shock and fear. He had realized that the man before him was the very terrorist linked to the recent explosions. In an instant, Matsuda Debien's composure shattered. He felt a warm sensation spreading in his trousers. Had he truly been so frightened that he lost control? Yi-Ren looked down at Matsuda Debien, who lay crumpled on the floor like a defeated dog, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He stood up and brushed off his clothes before walking over to the living room sofa, pondering how to handle the situation. How shall we deal with him? Yi-Ren asked casually, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if he were inquiring about dinner plans. Matsuda Yukina, taken aback by his nonchalance, stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. She had gleaned from the news that Yi-Ren was decisive and merciless, often resorting to extreme measures. Matsuda Debien, trembling with fear, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in a desperate plea for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to do this again. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. He scrambled towards the door, forgetting to put on his shoes, fleeing the apartment in a panic. The image of his frantic escape bore no resemblance to his earlier arrogance. Yiren could not help but chuckle at Matsuda Debien's retreating figure. What a pathetic coward. Sighing, Matsuda Yakina watched the farce unfold, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She could hardly fathom why she had ever been attracted to such a man. It was a grave error in judgment. Thank you, Matsuda Yakina said, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. She turned to face Yiren, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Intelligent individuals often ponder deeply, especially women. She suspected Yiren had ulterior motives for visiting, though in reality, he had merely stopped by out of curiosity. Yet, Matsuda Yakina did not share this perspective. Biting her lip, she slowly approached Yiren, delicately gathering her lustrous black hair into an elegant updo. Her alabaster neck glimmered enticingly under the light. Then, she gradually knelt before him. Yiren was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Sister, what are you doing? Matsuda Yakina lowered her head. Before Yiren could process the situation, she began to unfasten his belt. Yiren exclaimed, What are you doing? He was genuinely startled, hastily standing up and gripping his trousers nervously. While he had often admired the allure of Japanese housewives in various contexts, the current scenario was rather overwhelming for him, especially given that she was a woman who had already borne children. Matsuda Yakina paused, lifting her head with a glimmer of hesitation in her eyes. Then, please wait a moment while I freshen up. With that, she stood and walked into the bathroom. Yiren thought to himself, what is happening here? His eye twitched as he realized that remaining here would likely lead to disastrous consequences. He needed to leave before his rational mind was overtaken by desire. With that thought, Yiren activated his spatial teleportation ability. Meanwhile, Matsuda Yakina was in the bathroom, mentally preparing herself, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. After a while, she emerged wrapped in a towel, expecting to find Yiren in the living room. However, upon entering, she found the room completely empty. Stunned, she gazed at the vacant space, her mind a blank slate. After a prolonged moment, she finally snapped back to reality. Has he left? She sighed softly, her expression a complex mix of emotions, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Amidst the relief of liberation, there lingers an undeniable frustration at unfulfilled desires. Oh, the complexities of the human heart. Upon his release, Yiren found himself devoid of a destination and thus decided to dial his informant, Fujiwara AI. Upon learning of Yiren's need for a place to rest, Fujiwara AI expressed an exceptionally warm invitation for him to visit. What? You wonder why Yiren doesn't opt for a hotel? TSK, don't ask. It is merely a necessity of the narrative. Before concluding the call, Fujiwara AI requested, could you possibly arrive in half an hour? Although puzzled, Yiren acquiesced to her request. Once the call ended, Fujiwara AI took a deep breath and swiftly rushed into the bathroom. After indulging in a refreshing shower, she meticulously applied a delicate layer of makeup, followed by the careful preparation of a sumptuous candlelit dinner. Finally, she adorned herself in a seductive black lace evening gown that accentuated her flawless figure. After ensuring her appearance was impeccable with a satisfied nod before the mirror, she was ready just in time. With a sigh of relief, Fujiwara AI composed herself and approached the door, patiently awaiting Yiren's arrival. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Fujiwara AI promptly opened the door, presenting a captivating smile. You're here. Yiren was momentarily taken aback by the exquisitely adorned Fujiwara AI. Her appearance was indeed enchanting, with her refined makeup, alluring gown, and those mesmerizing eyes that seemed to glisten with allure, rendering him unable to look away. Please, come in. Fujiwara AI gently grasped Yiren's arm and guided him into her cozy apartment. Chapter 98. The top male gunner of the Japanese server? Fujiwara AI's apartment, though modest in size, was adorned with a warm ambience. Soft lighting, elegant fragrances, and scenic paintings gracing the walls fostered a sense of comfort and relaxation. Please take a seat here. She gestured to a chair by the dining table, smiling warmly. Once Yiren settled into his seat, Fujiwara AI offered him a glass of red wine. Here you go. Yiren accepted the glass and took a gentle sip. I actually prefer cola a bit more. Fujiwara AI paused, evidently surprised that he would express such a sentiment in this context. However, she did not seem dismayed. Instead, she chuckled and retrieved a bottle of soda from the refrigerator. Yiren felt a rush of satisfaction. This fizzy drink is just delightful. Fujiwara AI could not help but chuckle at the unexpected pairing of soda with a candlelit dinner. Such a lack of romance. She then took a seat across from Yiren, elegantly savoring her meal while playfully flirting with him. At times, She would gaze deeply into his eyes with a seductive look, while at other moments, her delicately manicured fingers would lightly brush against his arm. Yi Run, not oblivious to the shift in dynamics, sensed that something was amiss. This realization became strikingly clear when Fujiwara AI suddenly exclaimed as her utensils clattered to the floor. With a flirtatious glance, she ducked beneath the table, remaining hidden for an uncomfortably long time. Yiren gasped sharply, pulling at his pants. "Sister, don't do this to me. Why does this posture seem so familiar?" It was not merely a casual encounter. Why do Japanese women seem to have a penchant for such boldness? Had Fujiwara AI been influenced by her time in Japan? Fujiwara AI pouted slightly, raising her head reluctantly, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "We are all adults here, and we have our needs," she murmured softly, excitement lacing her tone. "Rest assured, we shall not discuss love, only pleasure." In simpler terms, it was a no-strings-attached arrangement. And Yi Run, a typical man, found himself taken aback when he discovered that Fujiwara AI was, in fact, a maiden untouched until now. Afterward, as he lay in bed, his mind blank, he pondered, "Why are you a virgin? What's wrong? I've never been in a relationship. Being a first-timer is perfectly normal. But your reaction towards me. Do not feel burdened. I do not require you to take responsibility." After a moment of silence, Yiren realized he could not simply abandon her after taking her virginity. That would make him a cad. "What was your original name?" Fujiwara AI hesitated before softly replying, "Song Ishua." "Yiren what? Song what? Song Ishua? Wow. What a peculiar name. Just consider it." Regardless of the events that transpired, Yiren could no longer turn a blind eye to her well-being. "Little comrade, you should return to the dragon country after today. Do not remain in this perilous land." Song Ishua blinked innocently. "Why? This is my job. I cannot bear the thought of you alone in this treacherous land. Return home, and I shall arrange your work. This land is far from safe." Yi Ren was determined not to leave Song Ishua behind, for better safe than sorry. Song Ishua teased, "Didn't we agree it was just a night of pleasure? Why do you wish to meddle in my life?" Yi Ren was taken aback. "You're not happy?" "Not at all. I find it quite delightful," she replied, her eyes narrowing playfully into crescent shapes. The following morning, upon awakening, Yi Ren found himself alone in bed, a fleeting sense of loss washing over him. After experiencing the warmth of having a soft, fragrant companion by his side, the emptiness felt oddly unsettling. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes and recalling the previous night's fervor, he could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Rising from the bed, he soon discovered that Song Ishua was no longer in the bedroom. As he stepped into the living room, he spotted her in the kitchen, clad in an apron, busily preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Yi Ren's presence, she smiled brightly. "Awake? Breakfast will be ready shortly. Go wash your face and brush your teeth." While chewing his food, Yi Ren addressed her, "After you finish packing your things, I'll take you back to the dragon country." Song Ishua paused for a moment, then inquired, "Is it that urgent?" "Yes," Yi Ren nodded slightly. "I plan to cosplay as the top male gunner from the Japanese server today, which will make things quite dangerous." Song Ishua. Before she could voice her thoughts, Yi Ren interrupted, "I'll speak with Brother Zhao and have the government arrange a better job for you." Yi Ren's requests were naturally taken very seriously by the authorities. Once he spoke, the government would fulfill any request they could, and for those they could not, they would find a way to accommodate. "Do you understand the weight of a national treasure?" Tactical lean back. Following this, Song Ishua hastily packed her belongings. "I'll book the nearest flight right now." Then before she could finish her sentence, Yi Ren gently patted her head and activated a spatial transfer. Song Ishua, huh?" When she regained her composure, she found herself back in the dragon country, standing before a rehabilitation and entertainment center for the elderly. Not long after hanging up the phone, Brother Zhao hurriedly emerged. "You must be Comrade Xiao Song, right? Come in. Please take a seat while we stamp your file upstairs. I've entrusted the matter regarding Song Ishua to Zhao Guoqiang." Yi Ren settled onto the sofa, switching on the television. At that moment, the Prime Minister of the island nation stood at the site of the Yasukuni Shrine, addressing a multitude of media reporters engaged in a live broadcast. "We strongly condemn the terrorist attack that occurred last night. We will never succumb to the forces of terrorism." Everything unfolded precisely as Yi Ren had anticipated. The explosion at the Yasukuni Shrine had incited a tremendous social uproar. The Prime Minister was obliged to calm the populace. Once he made an appearance, everything would be manageable. As Yi Ren confirmed the footage, an idea struck him. Spatial transfer. In the next instant, his figure materialized behind the Prime Minister of the island nation. With a mischievous intent akin to a cat playing with a mouse, Yi Ren blended into the crowd, arms crossed, gazing at the Prime Minister who continued to speak fervently. The Prime Minister, known as Abe Shinsuke, was an ardent sycophant of American interests. Hailing from a traditional political family in the island nation, his lineage had wielded power for generations. As the carefully groomed heir of his family, Abe Shinsuke received elite education from a young age and exhibited exceptional political prowess. He was adept at manipulating political machinations and harbored a profound disdain for Dragon Country, viewing it as the greatest threat to his nation while incessantly attempting to incite discord between the two countries. During his tenure as prime minister, he fervently promoted the resurgence of militarism in the island nation. He altered textbooks to glorify aggressive wars and downplayed the history of invasion. Through various means, he enticed the new generation of island youth to harbor animosity and hostility towards Dragon Country. A thorough hypocrite, he outwardly projected a facade of peace-loving, yet covertly expanded military armaments, seeking to reignite war. His every action betrayed him as a profoundly malevolent leader. I firmly believe that through the collective efforts of all citizens of the island nation, we shall overcome the challenges before us, rebuild our homeland, and restore the island nation to greatness. Abe Shinsuke delivered his impassioned speech, his voice resonating clearly through the microphone to every ear present. As he neared the conclusion of his address, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The citizens were inspired by his rhetoric, each brimming with excitement, as though they could envision the resurgence of their nation. However, at that moment, a sharp metallic sound shattered the harmony of the scene. Click! The clear sound of a weapon being loaded rang out. The surrounding crowd turned in unison toward the source of the noise. There stood Yi Ren amidst the throng, brandishing a black, anti-explosive shotgun, its muzzle aimed directly at Prime Minister Abe Shinsuke. This sight immediately provoked screams from the onlookers, plunging the entire scene into chaos. What the hell is that? He has a gun. Run. He's about to shoot. Panic-stricken cries filled the air as people fled in all directions, creating utter disarray. Meanwhile, Abe Shinsuke's bodyguards stood frozen, their expressions dumbfounded, as if paralyzed by fear. Some were even mesmerized by the sight of a JK beauty, only snapping back to reality when the screams of the crowd jolted them. Yet, by then, it was far too late. Yi Ren had already chambered a round, disengaged the safety, and aimed, all in one fluid motion. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, a mist of crimson erupted from Abe Shinsuke's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape as if unable to fathom the reality of the situation. In the next heartbeat, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to lifelessness. After all, Yi Ren was not wielding a homemade firearm. This was an anti-explosive shotgun, with a 12mm caliber and hundreds of pellets. A close-range hit was unequivocally fatal. Even a deity could not save him now. After executing his deed, Yi Ren blew gently on the barrel before turning and melting back into the crowd. The other bodyguards, slow to comprehend, rushed toward Yi Ren, but just as they approached, spatial transfer. Yi Ren had vanished without a trace, leaving them bewildered, pushing through the crowd with blank expressions. In truth, Yi Ren had not teleported far. After all, the island nation was quite small, and attempting to flee too far would have meant crossing international borders. The television screens in nearby shops and the advertisements on buildings continuously broadcasted the news of the Prime Minister's assassination and the explosion at the Yasukuni Shrine. Passers-by engaged in animated discussions, for the Prime Minister's assassination was indeed monumental news. Let us try a box. Yi Ren arrived at a roadside takoyaki stall, purchasing a steaming box of takoyaki. He then took a seat on a park bench, leisurely enjoying his dish. Who would have imagined that this youth, grimacing from the heat of the takoyaki, was the newly crowned top male shooter in the Japanese server? Oh wow, incredible. Now that's a true hero. This guy is definitely one of us. Only we would dare to do such a thing. I bet he was the one who blew up the Yasukuni Shrine. At that moment, Yi Ren overheard a wave of excited chatter nearby. The voices brimmed with enthusiasm and joy, starkly contrasting with the subdued atmosphere surrounding the other islanders. Unable to contain his curiosity, Comrade Xiao Yi turned to investigate the source of the commotion. Two young international students from Dragon Country walked side by side, cradling their phones, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They wore broad smiles that radiated joy, reminiscent of blooming flowers on a hillside. What a pity. If only this hero weren't wearing a mask, I would have worshipped him, lamented one bespectacled student. Indeed, the explosion at Yasukuni Shrine accomplished what I wished to do, but dared not. The other student replied, shaking his head, grinning so hard his eyes narrowed to slits. Yi Ren, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile slightly. After finishing the last takoyaki, he approached the two students from behind and gently tapped one on the shoulder. Comrade, the best is yet to come. Stay tuned for the news. The student replied, huh? After Yi Ren spoke, he turned and walked away, leaving the two students exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. They stared at Yi Ren's retreating figure, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. Do you know him? One of the boys finally asked, bewildered. No, but he called me comrade and mentioned something about a good show. The other replied, equally confused. After a brief pause, their eyes suddenly widened, a daring hypothesis taking root in their minds. No way. Could that young man just now be the hero we were discussing? Yiren was now contemplating how to call out each of the island officials who supported the dumping of nuclear wastewater. Zhe was excused. She was likely preoccupied. Below is a direct, complete English translation of the provided Chinese text. It is translated as is, with no added content, no personal emotion, and no alteration of meaning. She had already been troubled enough by the Shimada family matter, and at that time she had been busy. It wouldn't be right to make her drop her work every time something came up. But there was no shortage of solutions. This was the internet age, after all. So Yiren directly took out his phone and searched online. Very quickly, Brother Yi locked onto his first target, a government minister of the island nation, Taro Tanaka. Taro Tanaka was a stubborn right-wing extremist, leaving aside his extreme hostility toward Longwa. His stance on the discharge of nuclear wastewater alone was aggressively firm in support of releasing it. This old bastard not only ignored the strong opposition from the international community and neighboring countries, but also repeatedly made irresponsible statements in public, claiming that the nuclear wastewater was safe after treatment and could even be drunk. Drink it directly, huh? Fine. Looking at Taro Tanaka's hypocritical and ugly face on his phone screen, Yiren narrowed his eyes slightly. In a moment, I'll make you drink your fill. At this moment, inside the office of a certain government minister in the island nation, Taro Tanaka's office was located on a high floor of the building, with a wide view that allowed Mount Fuji to be seen in the distance. The office was covered with thick wool carpets. Several landscape paintings by famous artists hung on the walls, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the room, creating a calm and solemn atmosphere. Behind the massive desk, Taro Tanaka was not handling official business. Instead, his gaze greedily fixed on the woman sitting on the sofa opposite him. Please don't do this. A young woman wearing an office uniform, black stockings, and high heels sat uneasily on the sofa. Her head was lowered, broken sobs escaping her lips. Her face filled with humiliation and pain. This woman was the wife of one of Taro Tanaka's subordinates. Her name was Sakurako Fujiwara. Sakurako Fujiwara was a young and beautiful married woman. Her husband was an ordinary low-level manager. Taro Tanaka had coveted her beauty for a long time. Finally, a month ago, he used work as an excuse to make things difficult for her husband. Madam, your husband is really too careless to make such a serious mistake, Taro Tanaka said with a sinister smile. He stood up, and with that movement, Sakurako trembled slightly. So, madam, you don't want your husband to lose his job because of this, do you? Chapter 100. The classic island nation stereotype Minister Tanaka. Please, he is still waiting for me to come out, Sakurako pleaded softly, trying to awaken Taro Tanaka's conscience. However, Taro Tanaka turned a deaf ear. He grabbed her and violently tore at her clothes. Think more about your husband. Taro Tanaka sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. As long as you behave and listen to me, I'll make sure he gets promoted and has a bright future. In order to protect her husband's job, Sakurako had no choice but to submit to Taro Tanaka's coercion and agree to become his plaything. Yiren's figure suddenly appeared outside the office door. So, madam, you don't want your husband to lose his job because of this, do you? The moment he appeared, he heard the obscene sounds coming from inside the office. Yiren, the stereotypes just got reinforced again. Unable to help himself, Yiren muttered a complaint, then shifted his gaze to the side of the office door. A short, chubby middle-aged man in a suit was pressing himself against the door, his face flushed and breathing rapid. A complex, indescribable emotion flickered in his eyes, pain, unwillingness, mixed with excitement and ecstasy. He pressed his ear tightly against the door, trying to hear more clearly. Taste it. Really savor it. Yiren was stunned. Holy shit. As expected of the island nation, what a top-tier cuck. This guy was actually feeling excited because his wife was being used by her superior? The stereotype deepened once again. The middle-aged man noticed Yiren's presence and froze, staring at him blankly. When did you get here? He asked in panic, his eyes darting around guiltily. Yiren ignored him, only casting him a look of disgust. The next second, Yiren activated his ability. Spatial teleportation. The heavy metal door instantly vanished and reappeared behind Yiren, crashing to the ground with a loud boom. Ah! Sakurako screamed. Clutching her body in terror, her eyes filled with fear and shame. Taro Tanaka stared blankly at the scene, completely stunned. After several seconds, he finally reacted. Baka, who let you in here? Get out. He pointed at Yiren and roared in rage. Taro Tanaka had been in power for too long. His mind was muddled, and he actually tried to suppress Yiren with his authority. Yiren frowned and covered his eyes in pain. What kind of human tragedy is this? Too blinding. Absolutely eye-searing. Yiren regretted not knocking first. If he had, his eyes wouldn't have suffered like this. But what was done was done. Yiren had had enough. Spatial cut. An invisible spatial blade instantly swept between Taro Tanaka's legs. Taro Tanaka let out a piercing scream, clutching his crotch and collapsing to the ground. The pain of losing one's manhood was indescribable. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sakurako felt heat splash against her. She instinctively thought, so much is he going to die? But when she turned around and saw clearly, her eyes widened in shock. Good grief. It was like a burst water pipe. He really might die. Yi Rin then used spatial confinement to seal the wound, preventing him from bleeding to death. Pull your pants up. Suppressing the urge to kill him, Yi Rin said coldly. Taking advantage of Tanaka's screaming, Sakurako hurriedly pulled up her skirt and fled the office. She burst into tears and threw herself into her husband's arms, crying pitifully. He did this to me. Fujiwara Takashi listened to his wife's broken words and saw her disheveled appearance, but his eyes were vacant. The next second, he violently shoved her away. I'm going in to protect Minister Tanaka. Sakurako froze. She stared in disbelief at her husband's retreating back, even forgetting to cry. She had thought that even if he didn't cherish her, he would at least comfort her. But instead, he abandoned her without hesitation to curry favor with the superior who had harmed her. How could this be? Sakurako stood there blankly, her heart filled with grievance and numbness. Is this what men of the island nation are like? Fujiwara Takashi rushed into the office and saw Taro Tanaka rolling on the floor, clutching his crotch and howling in agony, the screams nearly piercing his eardrums. Despite the harrowing scene unfolding before him, Takahiro Fujiwara exhibited no hesitation. He immediately lunged forward. Kneeling beside Taro Tanaka, "My Lord Tanaka, are you all right?" Fujiwara inquired anxiously, his voice tinged with deep concern. His gaze revealed an almost fervent loyalty, as if Tanaka were the most vital presence in his existence. Ignoring Tanaka's disheveled state, he hastened to extend his hand in an attempt to assist his superior. At that moment, Tanaka's face contorted in agony, sweat and tears mingling as they dripped onto the floor. Struggling to open his eyes, he glimpsed Fujiwara kneeling beside him, a surge of anger flooding his heart. Despite the searing pain, he managed to utter, "You fool. Call a doctor at once." "Yes." The servile Fujiwara nodded frantically, his humility palpable. Yejin observed the absurdity of the scene before him, unable to suppress a shake of his head. How profoundly ironic this moment was. At that juncture, Fujiwara, in a fit of confusion, suddenly turned to glare at Yejin, exclaiming, "Baka, how dare you harm Lord Tanaka? You're dead meat." Yejin found himself at a loss for words. Was this man truly lacking in intellect? A rational person would be terrified upon seeing him. The audacity of Fujiwara to speak to him in such a manner was beyond comprehension. With a snap of his fingers, Yejin activated his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Yejin, Taro Tanaka, and Takahiro Fujiwara vanished from their location. When Fujiwara and Tanaka regained their bearings, they realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar setting. They stood amidst a vast concrete complex, surrounded by towering water storage tanks. Prominent radioactive symbols adorned the tanks, and the air was thick with a pungent chemical odor. This was none other than the nuclear wastewater storage facility of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. What have we come here for? Are we still in our homeland? Both Tanaka and Fujiwara gazed in shock at the scene before them. Chapter 101. Come. Drink the radioactive water. Yejin's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "You should find this place quite familiar." Upon hearing this, Tanaka, gritting his teeth against the pain in his lower body, surveyed his surroundings. When his eyes fell upon the radioactive symbols, his face drained of color. Fukushima? This is the Fukushima nuclear power plant. Tanaka's voice trembled with fear. Yejin snapped his fingers, and a barrel of nuclear wastewater materialized before Tanaka. This barrel of radioactive waste was destined for transport to large containers, to be subsequently discharged into the ocean. A glaring radioactive symbol was affixed to the surface of the plastic barrel. "You claim this substance is drinkable. Now, I challenge you to consume it," Yejin said with an air of mockery. Tanaka's pupils constricted in terror as he stared at the radioactive water, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite having publicly asserted that the treated wastewater was safe and even potable, those were merely lies to placate the populace. He could never bring himself to drink such a thing. "I'll die? Drinking it will kill me." After all, hadn't the fish along the coast perished in droves after the radioactive water was released? I. Tanaka was gripped by fear, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet Yejin's gaze rendered him immobile. After a moment of stunned silence, he collapsed to his knees, weeping profusely, begging Yejin for mercy. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please, I beg you, spare me. I promise I will never make the same mistake again," Tanaka implored, repeatedly bowing his head. His abject posture starkly contrasted with his previous facade of righteousness. Yejin regarded Tanaka's performance with an expression devoid of emotion, feeling not a flicker of sympathy. This old fool was a consummate hypocrite. Spatial severance. Yejin chose to ignore Tanaka's pleas for mercy and directly unleashed his spatial severance ability. An invisible blade of spatial energy swiftly sliced through Fujiwara's ankle. This is a warning. Fujiwara let out a heart-wrenching scream as his left foot was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Will you drink or not? Yejin asked coldly. Tanaka shuddered in terror, witnessing Fujiwara's agony, and finally succumbed to despair. In a desperate bid for survival, he shakily lifted the lid. The eerie green glow reflected off his face. Tanaka closed his eyes, plunged his hand into the container, and lifted some of the liquid, emitting an unsettling green light to his lips. The moment the nuclear wastewater entered his mouth, Tanaka felt as though he had swallowed a ball of searing fire. The burning sensation radiated from his throat to his stomach, inducing violent retching. Ugh! He knelt on the ground, heaving uncontrollably, yet all that emerged was a meager amount of clear liquid and gastric juices. Yejin regarded him with a cold stare, devoid of any compassion. You can't handle just a sip? Finish the whole barrel. Upon hearing Yejin's words, Tanaka shot up his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound despair. He trembled as he pointed at the towering barrel of nuclear wastewater, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "How could I possibly finish all of this?" Yejin sneered, "If you can't finish it, then you shall perish." Tanaka's body convulsed violently. He understood that Yejin was not jesting. If he did not consume the entirety of the nuclear wastewater, he would indeed meet his demise. Gulp. Tanaka struggled to swallow his saliva. With trembling hands, he once more scooped up a handful of nuclear wastewater, closed his eyes, and drank as though facing death with resolve. However, this time, the agony was even more intense. Tanaka felt as if his throat were being scorched by fierce flames, the excruciating pain forcing a dry heave from his lips. Ugh! He writhed on the ground, attempting to expel the nuclear wastewater, but it was futile. You reap what you sow. You must bear the consequences of your own actions, Yejin remarked, glancing at Fujiwara, who was still howling beside him, clutching his severed foot. If you cannot finish it, let your dog accompany you. Upon hearing Yejin's words, Tanaka grasped at a lifeline. He hurriedly crawled to Fujiwara's side, suppressing his gag reflex, and helped him to his feet. Fujiwara, if you help me finish this barrel of nuclear wastewater, I'll make you the president. You'll rise above others. Tanaka tempted Fujiwara, convinced that he would seize this opportunity to agree to his request. After all, Fujiwara had always been his loyal dog. However, Tanaka was unprepared for Fujiwara's vehement rejection. Are you insane? You want me to drink that? Are you trying to kill me? Fujiwara roared, his eyes brimming with fear and fury. Though he was a coward, he was not foolish. The radioactive wastewater, if ingested, could indeed be lethal. How dare you refuse me? Tanaka Taro gazed incredulously at Fujiwara Takashi, astonished that he would dare defy his orders. And what of it if I refuse you? Fujiwara Takashi, equally incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Tanaka Taro and shouted, "What do you take me for? Do you presume I am your lapdog, to drink whatever you command? You ungrateful wretch! I am your superior." Superior? You are nothing but a despicable scoundrel who toys with another man's wife. You. Tanaka Taro trembled with rage, pointing at Fujiwara Takashi, yet words failed him. Slap. Fujiwara Takashi delivered a resounding blow to Tanaka Taro's face. This slap is in defense of my wife. Tanaka Taro staggered, stars dancing before his eyes as he clutched his face, utterly astonished by Fujiwara Takashi's audacity. You dare strike me? And what of it? Fujiwara Takashi bellowed, seizing Tanaka Taro by the collar and forcefully hurling him to the ground. You vile adulterer, I shall see you dead today. Yiren observed the unfolding drama from the sidelines, a quiet spectator to this canine conflict. What an entertaining spectacle. Yet, after a brief moment, he grew weary, his expression darkening as he coldly declared, "Is a mere brawl all you think will suffice? You must drink it all today." They both realized they were trapped, unable to escape their grim fate. Trembling, they lifted the container of eerie, green-glowing radioactive waste and began to gulp it down. Ugh, ugh, the intense nausea, accompanied by a burning sensation in their throats and stomachs, compelled them to retch repeatedly. The very thought of consuming contaminated water intensified the burning within them. Under the weight of psychological torment, both men teetered on the brink of collapse. Chapter 102, The Foreknowledge of Death, Yamaguchi Ichiro. I can't take any more. Tanaka Taro's face was ashen, his voice weak. He felt as though a conflagration raged within his stomach, a searing pain that rendered him nearly breathless. I too cannot continue. Fujiwara Takashi groaned in agony, sensing the specter of death encroaching upon him. Cannot finish? It seems there is still ample room in your belly. Yiren spoke indifferently, activating his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In the blink of an eye, a copious amount of radioactive wastewater was instantaneously transported into Fujiwara Takashi's stomach. Fujiwara Takashi emitted a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his abdomen in torment as he collapsed to the ground. His belly visibly swelled, resembling a balloon inflating to the point of rupture. Boom. At last, Fujiwara Takashi's stomach exceeded its limits, exploding with a gruesome ferocity. Gory remnants of intestines and organs splattered everywhere. Tanaka Taro, witnessing the horrific scene, was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness. You. He trembled, pointing at Yiren, yet words eluded him. Yiren looked down upon Tanaka Taro, his gaze icy as he stated, I offer you a chance. Name all those who supported the dumping of this radioactive waste, and I shall grant you a swift end. Hearing Yiren's words, Tanaka Taro despaired, realizing his fate was sealed. Perhaps in his newfound acceptance, he laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with malice and insanity. I want them to accompany me in death. Behold, this is the nature of the islanders, clinging to a shred of hope. Tanaka Taro barked like a mad dog. Abe Taro. It was his proposal for the handling of the radioactive wastewater. And Kishida Ichiro, Suga Yoshihida, Sato Koji. Tanaka Taro ranted, naming a plethora of island politicians, all of whom were complicit in the heinous act of dumping radioactive waste. He shifted all blame onto others, as if absolving himself of guilt. Now, grant me a swift end. Tanaka Taro pleaded once more, utterly broken, yearning for a quick conclusion to his misery. However, Yiren merely scoffed. Do you truly believe I would grant you a swift end? Yiren had no intention of releasing Tanaka Taro so easily. This man was guilty of unspeakable atrocities, dumping radioactive waste into the ocean, the repercussions of which were all too apparent. Frankly speaking, he was a scourge upon human civilization. Yet, such selfish individuals never consider the broader implications. They are solely concerned with immediate gain. Thus, Yiren remained silent, once again activating his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In an instant, more radioactive wastewater was transported into Tanaka Taro's stomach. Tanaka Taro let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing on the ground in agony. Resembling a fish on the verge of death, his belly swelled once more, threatening to burst at any moment. Yet this time, Yiren refrained from allowing that to happen. He meticulously controlled the force of the teleportation, feeding the radioactive waste into Tanaka Taro's stomach incrementally, allowing him to savor the agonizing embrace of death. Tanaka Taro cried out in torment, his body convulsing as if enduring hellish torture. Yiren watched him coldly, devoid of any compassion. Drink. Continue to drink. Tanaka Taro's body quaked violently. He fought desperately to expel the radioactive waste, but to no avail. His stomach had surpassed its limits, and torrents of radioactive liquid surged forth from his esophagus, nasal passages, and even his eye sockets. Ugh, ugh. Tanaka Taro emitted pained wails, his body feeling as if it were being torn asunder. As time progressed, his belly grew larger and larger, appearing on the verge of explosion. His skin began to change hue, shifting from its natural tone to a ghostly pallor. Finally, upon reaching an insurmountable threshold, Tanaka Taro's stomach could endure no further pressure, and it erupted violently. Boom. Stomach, muscle, skin, the frail flesh disintegrated into fragments in an instant. A deluge of human tissue sprayed everywhere, yet as it approached Yiren, it was reversed by a mirror-like effect. Unable to finish even a can, Yiren regarded Tanaka Taro's lifeless body, his expression betraying no emotion. For such a heinous sinner, he felt no pity whatsoever. Were it not for time constraints, Yiren would have relished in torturing him further. Next, it was time to pay a visit to the next esteemed guest. Yiren murmured softly, for Tanaka Taro had just revealed a most remarkable list. It contained the names of all the island politicians who had supported the dumping of radioactive waste. Let us proceed to name them one by one. Spatial teleportation. 10 minutes earlier, in the living room of a modest villa, an elderly man with graying hair was joyfully playing with his little grandson, his face alight with a benevolent smile, resembling a typical kind-hearted elder. However, this elderly man is nothing short of a demon. He is Ichiro Yamagishi, the former prime minister of the island nation. During his tenure, Yamagishi fervently supported the construction of nuclear power plants. Moreover, following the Fukushima nuclear disaster, he actively promoted the plan for discharging nuclear wastewater. In pursuit of his political interests, he sacrificed not only the future of the nation, but potentially that of the entire world. Grandpa, this toy is so much fun, the little grandson exclaimed joyfully, handing the toy to Ichiro Yamagishi. With a warm smile, Yamagishi accepted the toy, ready to play with his grandson, when suddenly he felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Fragments of images flashed in his mind. In truth, Ichiro Yamagishi is a superhuman. However, the conditions for his powers to manifest are rather stringent, which is why he has only just realized his extraordinary abilities. Premonition of death. Yamagishi possesses the ability to foresee his own demise. Yet, due to the low magnitude of his mental capacity, he can only perceive this premonition 10 minutes prior to his death. Grandpa? What's wrong? His grandson inquired, looking at him with concern. Nothing, dear. Grandpa just remembered that he has some work to attend to. Why don't you go and play with the nanny for a while? Yamagishi gently patted his grandson's head, speaking with a tender tone, although a tempest of turmoil raged within him. All right, Grandpa. The little boy nodded obediently before skipping out of the living room. Yamagishi then promptly instructed the nanny to take his grandson away from the villa. Shortly thereafter, he dialed a mysterious phone number. Moshi Moshi. A deep male voice answered on the other end. I need to enter the safe house, Yamagishi replied in a grave tone. Understood. I will assist you. The coordinates to the safe house have been sent to your mobile device. Please proceed there immediately. We will ensure your safety. After ending the call, Yamagishi rose and departed from the villa. Meanwhile, Yiren had also uncovered Yamagishi's address online. Gazing at the photo of the villa displayed on his computer screen, a cold smile crept across his lips. Spatial teleportation. In the next instant, Yiren materialized outside Ichiro Yamagishi's villa. Where is he? Has he fled? Unfortunately, the old man had foreseen his own death, leaving Yiren with nothing but disappointment. Simultaneously, Yamagishi arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the phone call. It was a concealed underground refuge, specifically designed to provide emergency shelter for the nation's political elites. The entrance to the refuge was hidden beneath a temple. Navigating through a lengthy corridor, Yamagishi arrived at a heavy metal door. Please enter, former Prime Minister, the commanding officer stationed outside input the password. And the metal door slowly creaked open. Upon entering the refuge, Yamagishi was greeted by a spacious interior, lavishly decorated with all manner of amenities. The refuge boasted not only comfortable bedrooms, a dining room, a gym, and a recreation room, but even a small swimming pool. After all, the affluent never forget their hedonistic tendencies, regardless of the circumstances. Yamagishi-kun, you've arrived. Long time no see, Yamagishi-senpai. Mr. Yamagishi. As Yamagishi stepped into the refuge, he noticed a considerable gathering of prominent political figures from the island nation. They greeted him warmly, as if they were old friends reunited. Yet Yamagishi keenly sensed the unease and fear lurking behind their smiles. Surveying the room, he recognized many familiar faces, heavyweights in the political arena. These individuals, who typically held themselves in high esteem, now resembled lost souls hiding in this lightless underground sanctuary, a testament to their profound fear. Minister Aso, you are here as well. Yamagishi approached the crowd and greeted Taro Aso. Aso nodded, his complexion grim and brow furrowed, as though burdened by some troubling thoughts. The Prime Minister has been assassinated. The Yasukuni Shrine has been razed, and mysterious explosions have erupted across the nation. Aso whispered, something monumental is about to transpire. Yamagishi's expression remained stoic. Yet he comprehended Aso's implication. These events, interconnected, clearly indicated that someone was orchestrating a reckoning against the nation's political leaders. The storm is brewing, the winds are rising. Yamagishi spoke in a low voice. Instantly, the atmosphere in the refuge grew even more oppressive, with the political figures murmuring among themselves, speculating on who could be orchestrating such a plot, their faces etched with terror and anxiety. Could it be the Dragon Nation behind this? Highly likely. They have always harbored resentment towards us. What should we do? Are we to remain hidden here indefinitely? At that moment, a message circulated within their internal chat group. Taro Tanaka has gone missing from his office. This news struck like a bombshell, plunging the refuge into an icy silence. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they realized that they might not be as safe as they had once believed. Meanwhile, Yiren furrowed his brow. The list provided by Taro Tanaka included many names. He scoured the internet for information on those politicians, locating their addresses and workplaces, and then activated his spatial teleportation ability. Where is everyone? All gone. Yet, without exception, he found himself empty-handed. Those cunning politicians from the island nation seemed to have vanished without a trace. Initially, he had hoped to rely on his own abilities, but it appeared that he would need some extraordinary means to succeed. Yiren sighed in resignation. They all prefer to hide. These island politicians are like a pack of sewer rats. In light of this, he decided to contact Hakuzu for a direct location. No matter how deeply they concealed themselves, under Hakuzu's capabilities, it would be a mere jest. Just then, Yiren's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, young comrade. A slightly hoarse voice greeted him on the other end, surprisingly speaking the language of the Dragon Nation. Who are you looking for? I know what you seek. Come to this location to meet, the caller said tersely before hanging up, sending Yiren a map coordinate. Fearless and audacious, Yiren did not hesitate. Spatial teleportation. In the next instant, Yiren found himself in a simple yet somewhat desolate small park. Did you call me? Just then, he heard the sound of tires screeching as a middle-aged man stepped out of a black sedan. Upon seeing Yi Ren, the man paused, taken aback by how quickly Yi Ren had arrived. Yes, the individuals you seek are all here, the middle-aged man nodded, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Yi Ren. As Yi Ren accepted the note, his pupils constricted. Who are you? He asked, his gaze piercing into the middle-aged man before him. I have been lurking in the island nation for over 30 years. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. My name is Li Jiangguo, and I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Yi Ren, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the man before him. 30 years ago, I was dispatched by my country to the island nation for an undercover mission, Li Jiangguo continued, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. What was initially meant to be a 3-year assignment had morphed into 3 more years, and then 3 additional years. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed, and he had ascended to an extraordinary position. As he recounted this, Li Jiangguo could not help but emit a bitter smile. Despite being an undercover agent, he had become a central figure within the political circles of the island nation, which was precisely why he possessed knowledge of the coordinates for the safe house. Yi Ren felt an immediate surge of respect for this man before him. This was the true embodiment of a hero. For the sake of his country, he had concealed his identity and infiltrated an enemy nation for over 30 years, silently contributing to the homeland. Li Jiangguo shook his head. My time is running short, but your arrival has rekindled my hope. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent cough, his complexion paling and his breath becoming erratic. What is wrong with you? Yi Ren inquired, his concern evident. I have lung cancer, and it is already in its advanced stages, Li Jiangguo replied with remarkable composure. You must be from that department. Here to settle accounts with those politicians? Yi Ren hesitated. His actual mission was merely to investigate the dealings between the CIA and the Shimada family. As for the other matters, those were entirely his own volition. However, at this point, there was no turning back. Indeed, these high-ranking little devils are guilty of numerous heinous acts, and I am here to bring them to justice. Li Jiangguo's face lit up with admiration upon hearing Yi Ren's response. Suddenly, he regained his vigor, proclaiming, Excellent. I shall assist you. Chapter 104. The Foreknowledge of Death by Yamashita Ichiro. Li Jiangguo then laid out the plan he had meticulously prepared. I will disguise you as my personal bodyguard and take you into the safe house. Then we shall capture those beasts in one fell swoop. He had waited 30 long years for this day. After hearing Li Jiangguo's strategy, Yi Ren could not help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly a cunning mastermind. However, Yi Ren pondered that there was no need for disguise. With the coordinates in hand, he could simply go alone. But then he reconsidered. Li Jiangguo had been undercover for over 30 years and was now in the late stages of lung cancer. He undoubtedly wished to make a grand move, so he would certainly want to participate in this operation. Understanding this, Yi Ren resolved to play the supporting role, ensuring that Li Jiangguo could stage a magnificent performance. Seizing Li Jiangguo's shoulder, Yi Ren activated his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In the next instant, the two vanished from the small park. When Li Jiangguo regained his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting. Not far from them stood a seemingly ordinary temple. Li Jiangguo stared blankly at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for what had transpired. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, What the hell? This is right outside the safe house, isn't it? Impressive. You truly are from that department. He shook his head in disbelief, his voice quivering with astonishment. Yi Ren's maneuver had surpassed Li Jiangguo's comprehension. Basic skills. No need for pretense, Yi Ren replied with a casual smile. Please, come in, Congressman Yamashita. 2 guards, armed with rifles, saluted Li Jiangguo respectfully. Thank you, Li Jiangguo nodded, gesturing to Yi Ren. This is my personal bodyguard. He will accompany me inside. Very well, please enter. Thanks to Li Jiangguo's overt identity as an undercover agent, everything proceeded smoothly. Upon entering the safe house, Yi Ren quickly identified the island nation as politicians gathered in the conference room. Most of the individuals listed by Taro Tanaka had already arrived, though a few were still absent. Yi Ren thought to himself, my hands are itching. I long to eliminate this wretched group immediately. However, he restrained himself, intending to orchestrate a grand scheme. At that moment, following the assassination of Prime Minister Abe, the Yasukuni shrine had been reduced to ruins. Mysterious explosions had erupted across the nation, plunging the entire island into a state of panic. Consequently, the political elite had decided to gather all key figures within the safe house to devise strategies to prevent further deterioration of the situation. Just a few more to arrive. Yi Ren silently counted. Are you all right, Yamashita-kun? An elderly man clad in a kimono, stout in stature, approached Li Jiangguo with a concerned expression. This man was Taro Aso, the current chief cabinet secretary of the island nation, and he was among the extremely dangerous targets listed by Taro Tanaka. You jest, sir. How could I not be well? Li Jiangguo replied cheerfully, as if he shared a profound friendship with Taro Aso. Yi Ren observed silently, inwardly marveling at Li Jiangguo's exceptional performance as an undercover agent. He was able to interact so harmoniously with these politicians, earning their trust in the process. As time ticked away, more and more individuals filled the conference room, and Yi Ren's target figures gradually assembled. Only a few remained. The hunting time was about to commence. Just then, Yamashita Ichiro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his pupils constricting sharply. He had seen it. He had glimpsed the future 10 minutes ahead. Foreknowledge of death. A deluge of nuclear wastewater cascaded down from the sky, engulfing the entire safe house in an instant, drowning everyone, including himself, in the toxic tide. The wastewater glowed with an eerie green light, like hellfire consuming all in its path. Cold sweat drenched Yamashita Ichiro's back as he felt his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. How could this be? He stammered, fear gripping his heart. Even after taking refuge in the safe house, he was still unable to escape death? No, there was still a chance. Yamashita Ichiro took a deep breath. Striving to calm himself, he could not exhibit any signs of distress. Otherwise, he would arouse suspicion among others. Rising to his feet, he walked towards the exit of the conference room. He entered the restroom, locked the door, and turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face. The icy water brought him a moment of clarity. Taking a deep breath, Yamashita Ichiro endeavored to maintain his composure. I have seen the visage of the puppet master. He is Yamashita's bodyguard? He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his face pale. Could it be that guy? Trembling slightly, he realized he had to devise a way to survive. Glancing at his watch, he noted that fewer than 8 minutes remained until the death he had foreseen. Ichiro Yamagishi took a deep breath and swiftly exited the restroom, making his way towards the exit of the safe house. Mr. Yamagishi, where are you headed? Inquired the Self-Defense Forces commander stationed at the exit. A look of confusion etched on his face. It is no longer safe here. The assailant has infiltrated. Upon hearing Yamagishi's words, the commander's heart skipped a beat, his expression shifting to one of shock. What nonsense? When did the assailant get in? This is a safe house, surrounded by armed guards. How could anyone breach it? Yet, he found himself compelled to trust Yamagishi's assertion. Alert! Alert! All personnel, assume combat readiness. The commander bellowed. However, his orders came too late. Inside the conference room, Renyi furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Why are there so few politicians left? The politicians within the safe house had received news and were attempting to leave under various pretexts. We can wait no longer. With a thought, Ren activated his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In the next moment, a massive lead-lined water tank materialized at the safe house's exit. The prominent nuclear radiation symbol and the eerie green liquid emanating from it sent the fleeing politicians into a frenzied panic. What the hell is that? How did it appear? What is happening? They cried out in terror. None of you shall escape today, Ren declared coldly, removing his cap and gazing at the frightened group with a chilling intent. The safe house still harbored several personal bodyguards for the politicians, who promptly drew their weapons, aiming them at Ren, but they had yet to pull the trigger. Li Jiangguo suddenly brandished his handgun, firing several shots at the remaining bodyguards. Bang, bang, bang. He surveyed the surroundings like an enraged lion. No one anticipated that Li Jiangguo, ostensibly an ally, would suddenly turn against the bodyguards. Chapter 105, Thirsty are we? Drink up. Ren then snapped his fingers. Spatial cut. The remaining bodyguards fell to the ground without even a scream, their bodies sliced into chunks of meat, blood gushing forth and staining the entire conference room. The reckoning begins now. Ren's cold gaze swept over the politicians, who were now screaming in terror. Outside the safe house, a multitude of Self-Defense Forces soldiers had encircled the entire temple. Report, Commander. The door to the safe house cannot be opened. It is blocked from within. A soldier rushed to the commander, delivering the latest updates. What is happening? The commander growled. Damn it. What transpired inside? He roared. Blast it open. Use heavy firepower to breach it. But the safe house was designed to be bomb-proof. The soldier cautiously reminded him, even with heavy firepower, it would be difficult to breach. I don't care, the commander shouted, his sole desire being to rush into the safe house and discover what had transpired. Meanwhile, inside the safe house, the politicians were in a state of utter panic. They huddled in corners, hands over their heads, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter. Many among them were so terrified that they had soiled themselves, a foul odor permeating the air. Mr. Yamashita, Mr. Yamashita. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly called out to Li Jiangguo in a hushed tone. Mr. Yamashita, we've dined together before, do you remember? This individual, Koji Sato, served as the Minister of Finance and had attended numerous banquets with Li Jiangguo, establishing a nodding acquaintance. Yet, Li Jiangguo regarded him with a blank expression, devoid of any pity. Mr. Sato, Did you ever consider the consequences when you supported the nuclear wastewater discharge plan? Li Jianguo responded coldly. I Koji Sato stammered. His face contorted with fear. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He wept and pleaded, regretting his choices. Had he known he would end up in such a dire predicament, he would never have supported the discharge plan. But in this world, there are no remedies for regret. Mr. Yamashita, I beg you, for the sake of our past meals together, please save me. Koji Sato implored once more, his eyes filled with desperation. Meals together? Rin could not help but let out a cold laugh. I even took a photo with your prime minister. You see where he is now? Upon hearing Rin's words, Koji Sato's body trembled violently. It suddenly dawned on him why Rin appeared familiar. It was because the prime minister, Abe Shinzo, had been shot by him. A group of scoundrels, sacrificing the future of the entire world for your selfish interests. You all deserve to die, Rin proclaimed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Mr. Yamashita, I beg you please. Koji Sato continued to plead in desperation. Li Jianguo suddenly chuckled coldly. Since everyone is aware now, I shall no longer play along. The assembled individuals momentarily paused in confusion. I am an undercover agent infiltrating your nation, a senior operative from the Dragon Kingdom, code name Yamashita Chizhui. Li Jianguo's voice rang out powerfully, resonating with authority. An undercover agent? A Dragon Kingdom operative? How can this be? The politicians finally grasped the situation, their faces contorting in fear as they stared at Li Jianguo. They could not fathom that this person they had trusted was, in fact, a Dragon Kingdom agent. You. Koji Sato trembled uncontrollably, pointing at Li Jianguo but unable to articulate his thoughts. He could not believe that the individual he had so desperately implored for mercy was, in fact, the very Dragon Kingdom citizen he loathed. Rin grew weary of wasting words on these wretches. He strode directly to one of the politicians, seizing him by the collar and roughly dragging him before the others. This man, Shintaro Ishihara, served as the Minister of the Environment and was one of the primary architects of the nuclear wastewater discharge plan. Please, spare me. I beg you. Shintaro Ishihara pleaded with Rin, his body quaking incessantly, as if he were a leaf in the wind. Rin regarded him impassively, devoid of any compassion. Drink. Rin commanded coldly. Spatial teleportation. In the next instant, a plastic barrel filled with nuclear wastewater materialized before him. Rin grasped Shintaro Ishihara's head and forcibly plunged it into the toxic liquid. Gurgling sounds ensued as Shintaro Ishihara struggled desperately, his body convulsing violently in the nuclear wastewater. Yet, he could not escape Rin's grip, forced to watch as the eerie green liquid surged into his mouth and nostrils. Drink. Drink up. Rin coldly remarked. Gurgle, gurgle. Shintaro Ishihara's mouth, nose, and even ears were filled with nuclear wastewater. He emitted a painful wail, his body convulsing violently. Yet soon, Ishihara's struggles grew feebler. His eyes rolled back. Foam spilled from his mouth, and he appeared on the verge of suffocating to death. Wanna die? It's not that simple. Rin let out a cold laugh and released Ishihara's head. He greedily inhaled the fresh air, his body heaving like a drowning man, his eyes brimming with a desperate thirst for life. Cough, cough, cough. However, just as he managed to catch his breath, Rin once more plunged his head into the nuclear wastewater. Keep drinking. Rin coldly commanded. Gurgle, gurgle. Ishihara emitted gurgling sounds once again. Mr. Yamashita, please spare us. We promise we will never discharge nuclear wastewater again. Grant us another chance. We truly understand our mistakes. The politicians of the island nation, cowering in the corners, witnessed this scene, trembling in fear. They all bowed before Rin and Li Jianguo, pleading for mercy, desperately imploring Rin to spare them. Yet, upon hearing their pleas, Rin could not help but laugh. Did these scoundrels consider the ramifications when they pushed for the nuclear wastewater discharge plan? They sacrificed the future of the entire world for their own interests, and now they come begging for mercy? Truly laughable. Do you think a few flattering words can atone for your sins? Rin spoke coldly, his eyes filled with derision and disdain. Don't be anxious. I believe you must be feeling thirsty now. With a snap of his fingers, spatial transfer. In the next moment, numerous barrels of nuclear wastewater materialized within the safe house, filling the entire space. Drink. All of you drink. Chapter 106, Spatial Cutting. Spatial Compression. Rin coldly stated. Drink until I am satisfied, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing Rin's words, those island politicians seemed to grasp a lifeline. They were unwilling to relinquish this faint hope, scrambling toward the nuclear wastewater, eager to drink. Thud, thud, thud. Gurgle, gurgle. Gag. The safe house was suddenly filled with the sounds of swallowing, vomiting, and anguished wails. These once lofty politicians, in their fight for survival, cast aside all dignity. They crawled on the ground like wild dogs, greedily lapping up the liquid emanating a strange green glow, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy in the world. The more they drank, the more they suffered. The more they suffered, the more they craved to drink. For they knew that only by drinking until Yi-Ren was satisfied would they stand a chance of survival. Yi-Ren coldly observed the scene before him, devoid of any compassion. Do not stop. Keep drinking. His voice, akin to a death knell from hell, incessantly prodded the nerves of those island politicians. One by one, they drank until their bellies bulged, their faces pale, foam spilling from their mouths, as if they would perish at any moment. Yet, they dared not cease. They feared that if they paused, they would be killed by Yi-Ren. They could only continue drinking, until they could no longer bear it. Gag. At that moment, one politician could no longer endure. He suddenly vomited, the liquid glowing with an eerie green light splattering everywhere. I truly cannot drink anymore. Please spare me. His face was streaked with snot and tears as he pleaded with Yi-Ren, his voice hoarse and trembling, eyes filled with despair. Yi-Ren regarded him expressionlessly, devoid of any mercy. I can't shake the feeling that you are putting on a performance for me. Yi-Ren snapped his fingers. Spatial transfer. In an instant, the body of that politician vanished from sight. The remaining island politicians, still desperately drinking the nuclear wastewater, widened their eyes in horror. They looked up in terror, only to find that the politician had been transported inside a barrel of nuclear wastewater. Gurgle, gurgle. A deluge of nuclear wastewater surged into his mouth and nose. He struggled desperately, attempting to escape this terrifying prison, but it was to no avail. Soon, that politician was drowned within the barrel of nuclear wastewater. This sight rendered the remaining, gasping island politicians even more silent with fear. Yi-Ren, having grown weary of the farce, decided it was time to conclude this performance. Spatial transfer. Yi-Ren snapped his fingers once more. In the next moment, torrents of nuclear wastewater cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the entire safe house. Help! I don't want to die. The island politicians let out desperate cries. They were knocked to the ground by the surging nuclear wastewater, which mercilessly consumed them. Yi-Ren and Li Jiangguo stood at the center of the safe house. The nuclear wastewater surrounding them seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to encroach upon them even a fraction. Spatial confinement. The space around the two formed a regular geometric cube, sheltering Yi-Ren and Li Jiangguo within. No matter how the flood raged outside, it could not touch them. Li Jiangguo exclaimed, "What a relief. Truly exhilarating." He had never felt this liberated in his life. Since infiltrating the island nation, he had suppressed the fury within him. He had witnessed the vile faces of these politicians and heard their inhumane plans, yet felt powerless to act. Now, with Yi-Ren's emergence, he finally had the opportunity to avenge the innocent victims. Let us go, there are no living souls left here, Yi-Ren stated, activating his spatial transfer ability. Spatial transfer. In the next moment, their figures materialized outside the safe house. The self-defense force officers stationed outside, upon seeing Yi-Ren and Li Jiangguo suddenly appear, instinctively raised their weapons, surrounding the two. The dark muzzles of guns pointed squarely at Yi-Ren and Li Jiangguo. Don't move. Raise your hands, a commanding officer shouted. However, Yi-Ren appeared to be deaf to his command, standing there with an air of indifference, a faint look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. What are you worthless fools going to do? Yi-Ren's voice dripped with derision and contempt. Spatial decomposition. With a mere thought, the heavy artillery positioned behind the troops, such as armored vehicles and tank cannons, were instantaneously decomposed into countless tiny fragments. Following this, spatial compression. Yi-Ren snapped his fingers once more. In the next instant, the scattered fragments reassembled. A massive block of black metal appeared before the self-defense force officers. It is a dense metal block, forcibly compressed together by countless components through the formidable ability of spatial compression. Yi-Ren's miraculous technique sent shivers down the spines of all the self-defense personnel present, instilling a terror they had never before encountered. They had never witnessed such a horrific power, nor such a bizarre capability. A monster. He is indeed a monster. One of the self-defense members, unable to endure the fear swelling within him, screamed in despair. He abandoned his weapon and fled. Run. We are doomed. Mother, I do not wish to die. His actions seemed to unleash Pandora's box. The others hastily discarded their arms and scattered in panic. In the blink of an eye, the once fierce self-defense officers had vanished completely, leaving only a few commanders exchanging glances in bewilderment. For the glory of the Empire. The commanders shared a desperate glance and drew their military blades, adopting a stance that suggested they were ready to embrace death. They understood that they faced an insurmountable monster. Yet, as soldiers of the island nation, they were bound to defend the Empire's honor to the death, even at the cost of their lives. Yi-Ren looked upon these commanders, who appeared as foolish as clowns, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Glory? What does a beast know of glory? Spatial severance. In the next instant, an invisible blade of space sliced through. Thud, thud, thud. The heads of those commanders rolled to the ground as if they were ripe watermelons. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. "Uncle, let us depart." Yiren turned to Li Jianguo and said. Due to Yamayama Ichiro's tip-off, some politicians on the list had received advance warning and fled the safe house. This is troublesome. Yiren furrowed his brow, realizing that it would require considerable effort to bring them all to justice. "Do not worry, I have a gift for you," Li Jianguo suddenly proclaimed. Chapter 107. The Mysterious Yada no Kagami. Over the years, I have been secretly laying the groundwork. Li Jianguo slowly revealed. I have bribed their subordinates and installed locators in their phones. Now, I possess the locations of all of them. With that, Li Jianguo handed his phone to Yiren. Yiren took the phone and glanced at the screen, which displayed a map densely marked with red coordinates. "Impressive, uncle." Yiren could not help but exclaim. He had not anticipated such an ace up Li Jianguo's sleeve. Looking at the coordinates on the phone screen, a faint smile crept onto Yiren's lips. "Uncle, allow me to show you something entertaining." Before Li Jianguo could gather his thoughts from his confusion, Yiren bent down and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. "Watch this." As he spoke, he clenched the stone in his hand, activating his spatial teleportation ability. Spatial teleportation. In the next moment, the stone vanished from Yiren's grasp. Simultaneously, on a highway several dozen kilometers away from the temple, a black sedan sped along, containing a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He was one of the names on the list, known as Saga Yoshihide, a staunch supporter of the nuclear wastewater discharge plant. He believed he had successfully escaped the safe house and evaded danger, ready to breathe a sigh of relief. Saga leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes in an attempt to relax his taut nerves. However, at that moment, thud, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest. Saga widened his eyes in disbelief and looked down. To his horror, a sharp stone had protruded from his chest, the very stone that Yiren had just teleported. Saga emitted a pained groan as his body convulsed violently. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his chest, staining the seat and the interior of the car. The driver, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with fear. He screamed in terror and slammed on the brakes. Screech, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of tires skidding. The car lost control and crashed into the roadside barrier. Boom! The vehicle flipped over, rolling several times on the highway before coming to a stop. Inside, Saga Yoshihide had already succumbed. His heart had been completely pierced by the stone. Yiren observed the motionless coordinate on his phone representing Saga Yoshihide, a faint smile gracing his lips. Next, he picked up another stone from the ground and repeated the previous action. Spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation. Yiren activated his spatial teleportation ability multiple times, accurately sending stone after stone into the bodies of the fleeing politicians. Li Jianguo, watching from the side, was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such an efficient and swift method of assassination. To kill from a distance through spatial teleportation was simply unpreventable. Truly remarkable, those from that department. Li Jianguo could not help but exclaim. Prior to becoming an undercover agent in the island nation, the Longing Department had only recently been established, so he was unaware of the subsequent rumors that it had become a useless organization. Yiren chuckled. "Not bad, just some trivial skills," he said, returning the phone to Li Jianguo. Meanwhile, Yamayama Ichiro was hiding in an abandoned warehouse. His face was pale, his body trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Damn it, this fellow's foresight ability is indeed quite remarkable. He had once again foreseen his own demise, prompting him to disperse all those around him to evade tracking. Yamayama Ichiro did not wish to die. He still desired to live and continue enjoying wealth and power. After much contemplation, he realized there was only one place left in the entire island where he could survive. That was the Yada no Kagami. It was an organization established by the first emperor of the island nation, and after years of evolution, it had become an extraordinary independent force. Moreover, its members were incredibly powerful beings, some of whom even Yamayama Ichiro had no knowledge of. Only there could I preserve my life," Yamayama Ichiro muttered, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. He drew a sharp blade and, gritting his teeth, plunged it into his abdomen. Thud! The sharp edge easily pierced through his skin and muscle, blood gushing forth and staining his clothes. Yamayama Ichiro gritted his teeth against the searing pain, trembling hands retrieving a thumb-sized badge from the wound. The badge was pitch black, intricately carved with a vividly depicted 8-headed serpent, exuding a strange and sinister aura. This badge was the only means of contacting Yada no Kagami, and only a select few were deemed worthy to implant it within their bodies. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Ichiro Yamagishi trembled as he crushed the badge in his hand, which transformed into a cloud of black powder that dispersed into the air. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, the gaping wound in his abdomen continuing to bleed profusely. His breath grew increasingly faint, and his consciousness began to blur. I can't possibly die like this, he murmured softly, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Just as his awareness was on the brink of plunging into darkness, two figures emerged from his shadow like phantoms. One of them was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white hunting attire, tall and graceful. She possessed long, lustrous black hair, porcelain skin, and eyes that sparkled like stars. A gentle smile graced her face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, instilling comfort and reassurance. She was Kagayaheim, endowed with formidable healing abilities that could mend any injury in an instant. The other figure was a diminutive man dressed in black, his appearance unkempt with tousled short hair and dark skin, bearing sharp eyes akin to those of a hawk. He wore a long-nosed mask. This was Karasa Tengu, capable of manipulating shadows and teleporting to any place with a shadow. These two were messengers of the Yada no Kagami, tasked with guiding every individual who sought contact with the celestial realm. This looks rather dire, Kagayaheim remarked as she approached Ichiro Yamagishi. She extended her delicate hand and gently pressed it against his wound. Healing. A wave of warm energy surged into Ichiro's body, and the injury on his abdomen began to close at a visible pace, the flow of blood ceasing. Ichiro's condition rapidly improved, and his spirits were revived. I'm still alive. Of course you are, Karasa Tengu replied coldly. Let us depart. With a swift motion, he activated his shadow walking ability, and the three figures vanished into the shadows, leaving behind an empty warehouse. Chapter 108. What does contrast cuteness mean? Meanwhile, Yiren was unable to locate Ichiro Yamagishi. With no other options, he reluctantly sought the assistance of Baizei. Although he was hesitant to trouble her, he found himself with no alternatives. Spatial transfer. In the next moment, Yiren appeared out of thin air in the lobby of the longing department. Yiren surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the previously quiet department was now bustling with activity. People were coming and going, brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. Additionally, numerous unfamiliar faces filled the space. Some were youthful, while others appeared more mature, but without exception, each individual sported an internship badge on their chest. Clearly, they were all newly recruited superhumans who had just joined the department. Times have changed, Yiren couldn't help but muse. Since the eclipse incident, an abundance of superhumans had emerged worldwide, including within Longwa. The longing department, responsible for handling supernatural occurrences, had naturally expanded its ranks. Wow, our Nightingale instructor is incredibly impressive. Stop being so amazed. She's the type you can't handle. When it comes to the Nightingale instructor, it has to be Bai Jia who truly captures my heart. Ah Bin, you're so lewd. Who would have thought her name was really Bai Jia? As Yiren walked down the corridor, he overheard a group of young men whispering not far away. They huddled together, chatting animatedly as they made their way toward the cafeteria. Yiren couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, how could someone be named Bai Jia? What? You don't get the Bai Jia reference? The older commentators in the comments section would surely enlighten you. Laughs. Yiren continued to listen in on the conversation. Though the Nightingale instructor is impressive, she clearly isn't the type to be trifled with. Her aura is simply too strong. A tall, slender boy sighed, a hint of fear in his tone. Yeah, I feel like she could knock me out with a single punch. I much prefer the gentle Baizei. Another boy nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with longing. Ha, Sister Baizei has such a great figure, especially when she wears her white lab coat. Wei, can you be a bit more serious? A companion interjected, pushing him away with a look of disdain. Cough, I was just saying. Wei chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the topic. By the way, what type of men do you think Sister Baizei likes? I think she would prefer someone mature and responsible, someone earnestly analyzed. After all, Baizei always seems to be yawning, looking as if she hasn't slept enough. She surely needs someone to take care of her. I believe she might like someone sunny and cheerful, someone who can make her laugh. Another person disagreed, asserting that although Baizei appeared languid, she likely yearned for attention. I like the dragon girl. Such delicate and cute girls are the way to go. You guys who prefer older women are just disgusting. A small-statured boy interjected, his expression filled with disdain. By the way, do Baizei and the dragon girl have boyfriends? Someone suddenly asked, his tone brimming with anticipation. Probably not. Another boy replied uncertainly, after all, we just joined. Doesn't that mean we have a chance? The group of young men instantly became excited, eagerly preparing for action. A chance? What are you thinking? Someone like Sister Baizei would ever look at us. A more mature boy couldn't help but pour cold water on their enthusiasm. She treats everyone with indifference. It's clear she has a jaded personality. Do you really think she would date? The young men fell silent. Their spirits deflated like balloons losing air. At that moment, Yiren, who had been quietly listening, couldn't hold back any longer. You can't say that. I feel that Baizay's personality is quite approachable. His remark elicited laughter from the group. Haha, brother, you must be new here, right? You don't know our sister Baizay's true nature. Exactly. Sister Baizay is notoriously aloof. She hardly cares about anything beyond work. Brother, when did you join our department? I've never seen you before. Yeah, what is your ID number? Which class are you in? Just as the group bombarded Yi Ren with questions, the door to Baizay's office suddenly swung open. Huh. Baizay yawned, appearing drowsy as she stepped out. Her dark circles seemed to have intensified, and she radiated an aura of fatigue. But in the next moment, she suddenly froze. Yi Ren. Baizay's eyes widened in surprise, the previous drowsiness vanishing in an instant. She gazed at Yi Ren standing in the corridor, blinking in disbelief. Her expression transforming into one of joy and unmistakable excitement. Baizay hurriedly approached Yi Ren, her heels clicking against the floor, her white lab coat fluttering in the breeze. Her smile radiated like the warm sun of spring, a stark contrast to her previous languid and fatigued demeanor. If it weren't for the onlookers around, Baizay felt she might simply succumb to her overwhelming joy and leap into Yi Ren's embrace. She endeavored to temper her emotions, forcing herself to remain composed before Yi Ren, who among her family could possibly understand. The urge to rush forward and engage in intimate antics with this youth was nearly unbearable, yet she restrained herself. Although her inner self had transformed into that of a love-struck character, her exterior maintained a semblance of calm, her cheeks merely tinged with a delicate flush. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the glistening admiration in her gaze directed at Yi Ren. The boys surrounding Yi Ren were left utterly dumbfounded by Baizay's sudden exuberance. They instinctively stood at attention, their nerves palpable. However, before they could react, Baizay had already grasped Yi Ren's hand, her face flushed, completely disregarding the bewildered expressions of the boys nearby. You're back? Did you complete your mission? Her voice was infused with delight. It was merely a simple act of holding hands, yet why did it feel so exhilarating? The profound sense of fulfillment filling her heart was almost overwhelming in its bliss. Unbeknownst to Yi Ren, Baizay's inner turmoil was rich and complex. While she outwardly maintained an air of tranquility, not yet. I've encountered a bit of trouble and will need your assistance again, Yi Ren replied with a wry smile. Baizay's face lit up with a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Helping you is my utmost priority. I would do anything for you. Yi Ren was left pondering. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or did Baizay seem to exhibit an almost submissive demeanor? Chapter 109. Entering the Yada realm. Shaking his head, Yi Ren cast aside such thoughts and proceeded to explain the situation regarding Yamamoto Ichiro to Baizay. She appeared to listen intently, nodding fervently. Yet, in truth, her gaze was fixated on Yi Ren's face, and the more she gazed, the more her lips curled into a smile. Yi Ren felt a chill run down his spine. Sister, are you still listening? Baizay snapped out of her reverie, stifling a yawn. I apologize, I just spaced out. Could you please repeat that at a slower pace? Her aim was simply to hear Yi Ren's voice once more. The contrast between Baizay's earnest attentiveness and her usual disinterested demeanor was striking, leaving the surrounding boys in a state of shock. Was this truly the languid, weary Baizay they had always known? How could she smile so radiantly at a man? What manner of person was he? Their expressions were a blend of astonishment and confusion, as if their entire worldview was crumbling. Then, with both hands, Baizay intertwined her fingers with Yi Ren's. I'm ready. Let us proceed. Yi Ren was taken aback. It's merely a mental link. Why speak of it so peculiarly? And your expression, filled with such anticipation, makes you resemble a character from a story. Suppressing his urge to jest, he allowed Baizay to guide him as they established the mental connection. With her eyes closed, Baizay activated her unique ability. Empowered by Yi Ren's boundless mental fortitude, her omniscience flourished anew. Her consciousness enveloped the entire archipelago, every corner and detail vividly manifesting within her mind. Found it. Baizay effortlessly pinpointed Yamamoto Ichiro's location, though her tone carried a hint of surprise. But this place is rather peculiar. As she spoke, she relayed the coordinates and environmental images to Yi Ren through their mental link. Upon receiving the visual transmission from Baizay, Yi Ren was momentarily taken aback. The image depicted Yamamoto Ichiro hiding within a vast underground chamber, a bizarre, colossal circular hollow located deep beneath the archipelago, marked by evident signs of alteration and development. How could this exist beneath the archipelago? Yi Ren queried, bewildered. Can people actually live in such a place? These young Japanese certainly possess some ingenuity. Regardless, thank you, Baizay. It's good to be of assistance. A joyous smile illuminated Baizay's face. Yi Ren withdrew his hand, ready to continue with the task at hand, but Baizay instinctively clung to him. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow. Baizay reluctantly released his hand, Her earlier comment about the intimate connection brought forth by the mental link resonating deeply within her. The indescribable satisfaction and joy of their souls intertwining was an experience she could no longer resist, and each mental connection intensified that sensation. After all, Yi Ren's unintentional mental encroachment had shaped Bai Zai's spirit in his image. Bai Zai appeared slightly bashful, a demeanor she had never exhibited before. Her character was typically characterized by an indifferent attitude toward all matters, never one to become flustered. Yet now, her shy gaze left Yi Ren momentarily speechless. "What is it? You can," Bai Zai stammered, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Ultimately, she surrendered, lowering her head slightly while grasping Yi Ren's hand. She then gently placed his hand atop her head. Yi Ren realized, "You wish to be patted on the head." Bai Zai remained silent, her shyness rendering her nearly speechless. The impulsive action had been a spontaneous urge. After all, she had long suppressed her desire for intimacy with Yi Ren, and her rationality was on the verge of being overwhelmed by her emotions. Upon regaining her composure, she was mortified by her own actions. At 30 years of age, to actively seek a man's affection in such a manner was undeniably embarrassing. If this were a comic, Bai Zai would be blushing furiously, steam practically rising from her head. Yi Ren, speechless, could only observe her. After rewarding Bai Zai with a moment of tender affection, Yi Ren resolved to proceed with his unfinished mission. Yamamoto Ichiro was still alive. Spatial transfer. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving Bai Zai standing alone in the corridor, momentarily dazed. As reality dawned upon her, a wave of despondency washed over her face. She instinctively touched her head, as if still feeling the warmth of Yi Ren's hand. Then she stifled a yawn. The vitality that had surged within her upon Yi Ren's arrival dissipated like mist. Her once vibrant demeanor resembled a flower wilting under the absence of sunshine. The surrounding boys were utterly entranced, gazing at Bai Zai's stark transformation. Their expressions contorted as if witnessing something unfathomable. Goodness, am I hallucinating? Did Bai Zai actually allow a man to pat her head? And she looked so blissful, so adorably like a puppy. So Bai Zai has already found someone special, it seems. Moreover, it was that very man. One by one, they experienced an epiphany. Their hearts shattered, feeling as though they could never love again. Meanwhile, Yi Ren had successfully entered the realm of Yaki. Surrounding him was a lush forest. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground, while the air was suffused with the fragrant scents of earth and grass. Not far away stood an ancient cluster of Japanese architecture. The rooftops, adorned with black tiles, were embellished with red lanterns that gently swayed in the breeze. Alongside the buildings fluttered several enormous banners, each embroidered with a fierce, writhing Yaki serpent, rustling in the wind. In the open space before the structures, numerous ninjas from the island nation were engaged in their training. Could this truly be the Yaki realm? Yi Ren glanced skyward, being situated in the cavernous depths. Sunlight did not reach this place. Yet, it did not seem dark at all. The overhead rock walls were embedded with peculiar stones that emitted a soft glow. Having recently connected with Bai Zai, he was now capable of briefly utilizing his omniscience ability. In an instant, Yi Ren activated his divine perspective, and the entirety of the Yaki realm unfolded vividly within his mind. Chapter 110, The Shocking Yatengu After a Millennium. Yi Ren effortlessly pinpointed the location of Yamamoto Ichiro. Through his divine perspective, he observed Yamamoto Ichiro following closely behind a short man. "Is it safe here?" Yamamoto Ichiro's tone was tinged with unease. "Of course," Yatengu replied coldly. "There are no entrances or exits in the Yaki realm. The only way to enter or leave is through me." Yatengu's shadow manipulation ability allowed him to traverse any shadowed area, making him the sole key to entering and exiting the Yaki realm. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Ichiro finally felt a sense of relief. That's good, he murmured, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "You should rest here for now. I will arrange for food and clothing," Yatengu said, guiding Yamamoto Ichiro to an unoccupied room and indicating that he should stay there. The room was small yet exquisitely decorated, brimming with traditional Japanese aesthetics. "The Yaki realm will handle the recent events. Once the commotion subsides, you may depart," Yatengu reassured him. Yamamoto Ichiro nodded gratefully. "I appreciate your help." He believed he was finally safe and could breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as Yatengu was about to turn and leave, Yi Ren appeared silently on the path Yatengu had taken. Yatengu. A wave of indescribable horror washed over him as his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he attempted to activate his shadow manipulation ability to flee, but stop. Yi Ren simply extended a finger and gently pointed toward Yatengu. Spatial confinement. In the next moment, an invisible spatial barrier enveloped Yatengu, freezing him in place. His face was etched with shock and disbelief. It felt as though he were trapped in an invisible cage. Unable to move, even finding it difficult to breathe. What kind of ability is this? The confined Yatengu could not even utter a sound, only screaming internally. Yamamoto Ichiro, hidden within the room, initially thought he was finally safe. Yet, upon witnessing Yatengu immobilized, he trembled in fear and collapsed to the ground. He had seen Yi-Ren's face in his premonitions of death. Now, seeing Yi-Ren standing before him, he was so terrified that he lost control, unable to utter a single word. Yi-Ren momentarily ignored Yamamoto Ichiro and curiously approached Yatengu. "Let me see what manner of creature you are," he said. Reaching out to remove Yatengu's mask, instantly, an utterly disfigured face was revealed. It was marred with grotesque scars, the nose and mouth twisted and deformed, creating a visage that was horrifying beyond measure. It could even be deemed repulsively ugly, causing Yi-Ren to involuntarily click his tongue. "Quite a peculiar appearance," Yi-Ren remarked, shaking his head, then releasing Yatengu from the spatial confinement, allowing him to speak. However, the moment Yi-Ren lifted the confinement, Yatengu emitted a sharp, wailing roar. The sound was excruciatingly piercing, akin to a demon from hell. Yi-Ren felt as though his eardrums might shatter. Seizing the opportunity while Yi-Ren was distracted, the shadow beneath Yatengu's feet suddenly surged as if alive, twisting and contorting, attempting to envelop him and draw him into the shadows. Yatengu sought to utilize shadow manipulation to escape. Yet, how could Yi-Ren's spatial confinement be so easily undone? The confined space utterly disregarded the teleportation properties of shadow manipulation, rendering Yatengu's ability ineffective in an instant. For the first time, terror appeared on Yatengu's face. Since awakening his powers, he had never encountered such a situation. His shadow manipulation had always been infallible, yet today, he found himself bested before a mere youth. Yi-Ren rubbed his ears, his expression turning angry, and then delivered a resounding slap across Yatengu's face. Smack! The crisp sound reverberated around them. "Why are you screaming so loudly?" Yatengu, dazed from the blow, glared at Yi-Ren, wanting to utter some harsh words, but smack! Yi-Ren struck him again. "What are you staring at? Who do you think you're intimidating with those wide eyes?" Yatengu gritted his teeth in humiliation. Smack! Yi-Ren delivered yet another slap, leaving Yatengu reeling. "Are you playing mute here?" After a few resounding slaps, Yatengu finally submitted. His face bore a mixture of humiliation, pain, and impotent fury, presenting a sight that was almost nauseating to behold. "Speak. What is this place? Who is in charge here?" Yi-Ren finally broached the main topic. Yatengu hesitated for a moment before retorting, "How did you even enter here?" His curiosity was genuine. As previously mentioned, there were no entrances or exits in the Yaki realm. The only way to enter this underground space was through his shadow manipulation. Yet Yi-Ren, he had directly teleported in. Yi-Ren chuckled. "I ask you a question, and you dare to retort." With that, he snapped his fingers. Spatial severance. In the next instant, the room behind Yamamoto Ichiro collapsed in an instant. Boom. The once exquisite Japanese structure proved as fragile as tofu before the spatial severance, instantly cleaving into countless uniformly sized geometric cubes. The cubes scattered like building blocks across the ground, producing a cacophony of sound and raising a cloud of dust. Gazing at the scene before him, the Tengu's pupils abruptly constricted, his mouth agape in disbelief. Truly, it was as if a dagger had pierced his very soul. This spatial manipulation, surely it cannot be real. What manner of ability is this? The tremor in Tengu's voice was palpable, his eyes brimming with terror and astonishment. Yi-Ren, dismissive of further dialogue, issued a direct threat. "I shall inquire one final time. Where are we, and who is the leader here? Fail to provide an honest answer, and I shall slay everyone in this vicinity." His tone was frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Tengu swallowed hard, acutely aware that Yi-Ren was not jesting. He was a man of his word. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he capitulated. "This is the Yada Upper Realm," he stammered, realizing that further silence could cost him his life. "This realm has existed since time immemorial, housing members of several prominent families." With a deliberate tone, Tengu continued. "The Yada Upper Realm is maintained to uphold the balance of the island nation, where the patriarchs of each family pay homage to the spiritual totem of the islanders. The Yada no Orochi." Yi-Ren furrowed his brow. "Yada no Orochi? Does it truly exist?" Before Tengu could respond, a sudden commotion erupted. Chapter 111. The Bewilderment of Oda Hideyoshi. Whoosh. 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 The sound of slicing air resonated from every direction as a multitude of extraordinary ninjas materialized like phantoms. Emerging from the surrounding woods, rooftops, and even beneath the ground, they encircled Yi-Ren with alarming swiftness. "Oh!" Yi-Ren observed the torrent of ninjas approaching, his brow knitting slightly. It became apparent that Tengu's anguished howl had drawn the attention of the prominent families within the Yada Upper Realm. These extraordinary ninjas donned various family garbs, Yet their faces were concealed behind identical masks, revealing only their leering eyes, reminiscent of malevolent specters risen from the depths of hell. Behind them stood the leaders of the families, each exuding an air of distinction far surpassing that of the foot soldiers. Yi Ren's gaze traversed the assembly of family heads until it finally settled on one man. This individual appeared to be in his 30s, possessing an effeminate visage and a tall, slender frame. He wore the traditional loose garments of the island, a katana sheathed at his waist. Yi Ren's interest peaked, for this man bore a pair of heterochromatic eyes. The left was a deep azure, while the right glimmered a golden hue, strikingly similar to that of Oda Yuka. Oda Hideyoshi. He was the second son of Oda Yuka, inheriting the bloodline of the Oda clan, and at the tender age of 6. His remarkable innate talent had secured him a place within the Yada upper realm. He, too, possessed formidable psychic abilities, surpassing even Oda Yuka in mental capacity. He could effortlessly manipulate the thoughts and actions of others, and, akin to Oda Musashi, control up to 30 individuals simultaneously with his puppet mastery. Yi Ren mused, how intriguing. As previously mentioned, Yi Ren possessed a hidden passive ability. Upon slaying or establishing a mental link, he could assimilate the mechanisms of the opponent as powers. However, as time elapsed, these learned abilities were ephemeral, gradually diminishing until they vanished entirely. Not long ago, he had dispatched Oda Musashi and Oda Yuka, effectively acquiring knowledge of the Oda clan's abilities. Regrettably, that knowledge had waned to a near ineffectual state. Yet, upon beholding Oda Hideyoshi's heterochromatic eyes, Yi Ren felt a sudden surge of psychic power. Eager to experiment with this newfound strength, he adeptly unleashed it for the first time. His eyes shimmered with a captivating kaleidoscopic hue, reminiscent of the vast cosmos. Simultaneously, a myriad of pale, spectral threads cascaded from the heavens, ensnaring the limbs of the extraordinary ninjas like a spider's web. Nanny, what is happening? I cannot move my body. The encircled extraordinary ninjas cried out in panic, each feeling ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. They struggled desperately against the control of the spectral threads, but to no avail. This spectacle caused the pupils of all present to constrict in horror. Particularly, Oda Hideyoshi was taken aback, retreating a half-step, his demeanor akin to a wild dog startled awake. He fixated on Yi Ren, his voice quivering. Only members of the Oda clan can wield the power of puppetry. Who are you? He could not fathom how an outsider had mastered the bloodline abilities of the Oda clan. Moreover, he sensed that Yi Ren's control surpassed even his own. Yi Ren, unfazed by Oda Hideyoshi's inquiry, chose instead to indulge in the experimentation of his puppet ability. Now dance for me. With a mere thought, the extraordinary ninjas manipulated by the spectral threads began to move involuntarily. What followed was a bizarre display of contortions, a chaotic blend of acrobatics, calisthenics, and even a moment where one ninja appeared to swallow a shuriken whole, rather gruesome, as the tip protruded from his throat, eliciting a sense of horror. Family, allow me to demonstrate another feat. Let us see a chest-crushing act. Yi Ren gestured, prompting one ninja to emit a terrified scream as he sped toward a nearby boulder. Bang! He collided with it, producing a thunderous sound. The boulder did not crack. Rather, it was the ninja's skull that shattered. Hearty laughter erupted from Yi Ren. Yet none dared to join in, for a profound dread enveloped the atmosphere. The sensation of being unable to control one's own body, subjected to the whims of another, was an utterly despairing experience. Oda-san, please save me. A cry for help was directed at Oda Hideyoshi. Meanwhile, Oda Hideyoshi stood with a pallid complexion, transfixed by the unfolding scene. This power, a legacy of his family, was now wielded by an outsider. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from Yi Ren, as though he were confronted by an insurmountable mountain, rendered insignificantly small like an ant. Damn it! Oda Hideyoshi inhaled deeply, attempting to counter Yi Ren's puppet control with his own abilities. He sought to sever the spectral threads binding him to the extraordinary ninjas. However, as he focused his power, he beheld a veritable storm of threads swirling through the air. Instantly, he felt a chill race down his spine, and his limbs trembled. What? The dense web of spectral threads resembled a tumultuous sea, rolling through the sky. In stark contrast, the threads he could conjure seemed but a trivial ripple in the vast ocean. Is he truly human? Ishida Hideyoshi's lips trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound terror. He had never encountered such an immense psychic power, nor had he ever seen a more formidable esper. In the face of Yi Ren's boundless mental energy, he felt as insignificant as a mere ant, liable to be crushed into dust at any moment. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Ishida Hideyoshi made an unexpected decision to flee. He actually turned and ran. He decisively abandoned resistance, akin to a beleaguered stray dog, sprinting frantically towards the distant woods. It is worth noting that Ishida Hideyoshi was a prominent figure within the Yata realm, the head of the Ishida clan. It soon proved that Ishida Hideyoshi had made the most prudent decision at that moment. For just as he fled, Yiren grew weary of his puppet technique. With a mere thought, he executed spatial severance. Slit, slit, slit. Accompanied by a series of faint slicing sounds, the Esper ninjas under Yiren's control were instantly bisected. Their necks revealed impossibly smooth cross-sections. Following that, blood erupted under atmospheric pressure, gushing forth like a fountain, producing a sound reminiscent of a spurt. As the air became saturated with a pungent metallic scent, in the blink of an eye, the once lively Esper ninjas lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Their deaths gruesome. This scene left the heads of the other clans in shock. Each of them, paralyzed with horror, their pupils constricted, momentarily forgotten how to breathe. These ninjas were the elite they had painstakingly trained since childhood, consuming countless resources to cultivate their talents. Yet now, they had not even a chance to unleash their abilities before being mercilessly slaughtered by Yiren. How could they possibly accept this? Yiren gazed at the terror-stricken clan heads, a slight smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a cheerful young man basking in the sun. He spoke, "I am not a demon, so I shall offer you a choice." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Submit to the Dragon Kingdom, or... Yiren paused, his smile unwavering. "I shall annihilate this place." Such a simple statement sent chills down every spine. They held no doubt regarding the authenticity of Yiren's words, for he had proven his might through his actions. In that instant, it felt as if the entire Yata realm had plunged into an eerie silence. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the heavy breaths of the clan heads could be heard. They were weighing the pros and cons, pondering their choices, to submit to the Dragon Kingdom and cling to life, or to resist fiercely, defending their ludicrous honor, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by Yiren. After a brief silence, one clan head suddenly roared, "The glory of the great Sun Empire cannot." He wished to express something, to assert his resolve, to uphold their ludicrous dignity. Even now, he had covertly activated his ability, his skin faintly glowing red, a sign of flames igniting. However, with a mere thought, Yiren executed spatial severance. Slit. In an instant, that clan head's body was sliced into thousands of neatly shaped geometric cubes. The remnants fell to the ground like raindrops, creating a cloud of dust. The faint red glow on the corpse extinguished in an instant. This story reminds us that a skill with an excessively long wind-up can be swiftly eliminated by a zero-frame initiation. The other clan heads, witnessing this, fell silent, gazing at Yiren with trepidation. Their eyes reflected not only fear, but also profound struggle. Yiren casually glanced at his phone, noting the time with nonchalance. "It is nearly time." His unremarkable tone struck like a death knell, causing each clan head's heart to seize. They knew they had no time left to hesitate. Life or death. In that moment, one clan head, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed to his knees, lowering his noble head. Yiren. Yiren thought to himself that he had not anticipated their kneeling. It must be said, the Japanese are indeed adept at bending and yielding. This kneeling posture was so fluid, it could only be achieved through countless repetitions. We, the Fujiwara clan, are willing to submit. We are willing as well. With the first to lead, the remaining clan heads hastily knelt, humbly expressing their submission. They all understood that in this world, nothing was more precious than life. If survival meant relinquishing dignity and glory, they were willing to pay that price. These prominent families controlled the economic lifeblood and political resources of the island nation. Their submission signified that the entirety of the island would fall under the dominion of the Dragon Kingdom. Excellent. Yiren nodded in satisfaction. His objective had been achieved. Upon returning, he would have Uncle Zhao negotiate with the higher-ups, and soon the map of the Dragon Kingdom would be updated. If anyone were to ask what the largest island of the Dragon Kingdom was, everyone could answer without hesitation, Ribbon Island. Yiren nodded slightly. You have made the right choice. However, just at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the distance. Boom! With a deafening roar. The very ground of the Yata realm trembled violently. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged slowly from afar. Their steps were synchronized, each footfall seemingly pressing upon the hearts of all present, inducing a feeling of suffocation. These 3 were the heads of the 3 most powerful and enigmatic families in the Yata realm. The foremost figure was a towering man clad in dark red battle armor, his face shrouded by a Hanya demon mask. Oni Wangmaru. He was the head of the Oni family. The inheritors of the Oni clan's bloodline possessed the demon transformation ability, allowing them to transform into a demonic form, thereby enhancing their strength, speed, defense, and recovery capabilities across the board. Behind Oni Wangmaru followed numerous members of the Oni family, all donning Hanya masks, their auras formidable and their gazes fierce, unmistakably not to be trifled with. Bones Cemetery. This was a gaunt elder. Yet his body was rippling with muscle, his skin adorned with bony protrusions. He was the head of the Bones Cemetery family, possessing the undying armor ability. This allowed him to extend his bones outward, forming an indestructible skeletal armor, vastly enhancing his defensive capabilities, while also enabling him to attack with bone spikes. Yagyu Ikaninryu. The third figure was a seemingly refined middle-aged man, carrying a beautifully adorned katana upon his back. He was the head of the Yagyu family, harboring the katana spirit ability. By sacrificing his own vital energy, he could unleash the terrifying 100 slashes through his katana, delivering a flurry of strikes in a mere instant, an embodiment of ultimate speed. The heads of the three prominent families, surrounded by their respective kin, confronted Yi Ren, creating a tense standoff. The Tengu, previously ensnared by the confines of space for half a day, felt a wave of relief wash over his previously sullen and furious visage upon the arrival of the three family representatives. He exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. To him, the presence of the three families signified the imminent resolution of the crisis at hand, for they were the true core of the Yagi upper realm, while the other clans merely served as embellishments. Kabamaru, Kasozu, and Yagyu Ichinryu loomed before Yi Ren like towering mountains, emanating an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate. Each bore the weight of countless battles etched into their very beings. Yet, in the face of these formidable titans of the Yagi upper realm, Yi Ren remained utterly unperturbed. His countenance unchanged, even failing to lift his eyelids. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, he appeared to regard the three most powerful figures of the realm with complete indifference. Kabamaru's eyelids drooped slightly as he fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Ren, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. He then inquired solemnly, "What brings you to intrude upon our Yagi upper realm?" Yi Ren's gaze swept over the trio. His tone as indifferent as the still waters, surrender, or face death. This simple yet thunderous declaration reverberated ominously in the ears of those present. "Arrogance," Kabamaru retorted, his face contorting with indignation. After a deep breath, he suppressed his rising fury and gestured towards a clan member behind him, speaking in a grave tone. "Kitchen, eliminate him." Kitchen, a member of the Kabamaru clan, hesitated briefly, glancing nervously at the lifeless forms of the previously slain adept ninjas beside Yi Ren. "Am I really supposed to go? Is this for real?" Kabamaru patted his shoulder reassuringly. "You will prevail." With the stakes laid bare, Kitchen found himself unable to retreat. He activated his unique ability, Demon Transformation. With a thunderous roar, Kitchen's physique underwent a radical transformation. His already imposing stature swelled further, his skin adopting a dark crimson hue as if scorched by flames. Cracked patterns reminiscent of solidified lava emerged upon his body, grotesque and fearsome. A pair of curved, sharp black horns sprouted from his head, glinting with a metallic sheen. His visage twisted into a horrific semblance, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. His once normal eyes morphed into blood-red slits, radiating a predatory gleam that chilled the spine. His mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of interlaced, jagged fangs that seemed capable of rending anything asunder. His hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, gleaming ominously, as if they could effortlessly slice through steel. Now in his demon transformation, Kitchen exuded an oppressive aura that felt as though he had clawed his way from the very bowels of hell itself. His physical attributes, strength, speed, and defense, were dramatically augmented to an alarming degree. "Kneel," he bellowed, then leaped with astonishing speed, plunging towards Yi Ren at subsonic velocity. His speed was so intense that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Kitchen's claws lunged for Yi Ren's throat, as if intending to rip his head from his shoulders. Yet, in the face of Kitchen's overwhelming onslaught, Yi Ren's expression remained unchanged, still bearing that air of serene nonchalance. He merely snapped his fingers. Spatial compression. With a resounding thud, the space surrounding Kitchen was instantaneously compressed to the size of a basketball. The immense pressure reduced his form to a mere mass of flesh, akin to a crushed basketball. The next moment, that lump of flesh flopped to the ground, utterly lifeless. This scene caused Kabamaru, Kasozu, and Yagyu Ichinryu to twitch involuntarily at the corners of their mouths. They could hardly fathom such an outcome. Kitchen had been annihilated in an instant, unable to withstand even a single strike from Yi Ren. Within Kabamaru's heart surged a tide of profound unease. He could not comprehend what Yi Ren had just done, nor how Kitchen had been so effortlessly dispatched. In the absence of understanding regarding the enemy's abilities, it was evidently perilous to act recklessly. Doubt crept into Kabamaru's mind. Yet, Yi Ren would not grant him the luxury of hesitation. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to Kabamaru. his lips parting to utter a single word, slash. Spatial cutting. The moment Kibemaru caught Yi Ren's gaze, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw himself to the ground. This action saved his life. In that instant, an invisible blade of spatial energy whistled past above him. With a series of chilling cutting sounds, the Kibemaru clan members behind him were instantly severed in two. Their bodies crumpled to the ground like rag dolls, blood staining the earth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of elite Kibemaru warriors lay dead. Kibemaru, still prostrate on the ground, bore witness to this horror. His body trembling uncontrollably. Was this still human? Was this the extent of human capability? In an instant, dozens of Kibemaru elites had been slain. What kind of power was this? Kibemaru could no longer afford to hesitate. He knew that if he did not fight with all his might, he too would perish here. Roar. Kibemaru unleashed a deafening roar, then swiftly completed his own demon transformation. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, his skin turning dark red, sharp horns sprouting from his head, and his hands morphing into deadly claws. Now transformed, Kibemaru's speed reached its zenith. He became a streak of shadow, charging towards Yi Ren. Boom. Kibemaru's velocity was so tremendous that it created a sonic boom. He aimed to engage in close-quarters combat, leveraging the immense strength and speed afforded by his demon transformation to tear Yi Ren apart. Yet, in response to Kibemaru's lightning-fast assault, Yi Ren merely extended a single finger toward him, declaring, binding spell. Spatial confinement. In the next moment, Kibemaru's body became ensnared as if grasped by an invisible hand. Freezing midair, his supersonic dash halted abruptly, defying the laws of physics. The grimace of rage on Kibemaru's face lingered as he found himself utterly immobilized. Until this moment, he suddenly realized that Yi Ren's extraordinary ability was actually of the spatial type. However, realizing this now was far too late. Gue Wangwan found himself trapped in a spatial confinement, helplessly watching as Yi Ren prepared his next move. Yi Ren gazed at Gue Wangwan, suspended in midair, his tone still indifferent. Since he refused to submit, then perish. Spatial compression. With another snap of his fingers, a resounding boom echoed. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the space surrounding Gue Wangwan's body was instantly compressed into a spherical form. The immense pressure rapidly transformed Gue Wangwan's physique into a mere spherical mass. The flesh of a carbon-based life form proved incredibly fragile under such spatial compression. Gue Wangwan, the head of the Gue Wang family, one of the three great clans, was thus swiftly annihilated by Yi Ren. The Gue Wang family was, consequently, obliterated. This scene made the remaining leaders of the other two great clans, the Guizhong family and the Yagyu family, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They had initially believed that the combined strength of the three great clans would be sufficient to deal with this intruder from the Yaki upper realm. Yet, they were mistaken. Yi Ren's might far surpass their imaginations. It was only now that they comprehended the terrifying existence they had provoked. Chapter 114, The Divine Maiden on Myoji. Guizhong and Yagyu Ikinoryu exchanged glances, each perceiving a profound trepidation in the other's eyes. They understood that alone, neither could hope to match Yi Ren's prowess. Their only chance of survival lay in uniting their forces. In times like these, we must resort to righteous collective assault, Yagyu Ikinoryu solemnly stated. Agreed. Guizhong nodded. How many heads have changed in the Yaki upper realm over the years? Have things truly improved? It's merely a change of soup without altering the medicine. The Dragon Kingdom has its own reasons to boast about its divisions. Well, what do you lot represent? What is the current state of the Yaki upper realm? Just a handful of individuals. What use is your alliance? Can you even fight? If not, do you even comprehend your limitations? And righteous collective assault? You've truly lost all semblance of dignity. In the next instant, Guizhong activated his extraordinary ability, Undying Armor. His skeletal structure burgeoned like vines, forming a formidable bone armor upon his exterior. This skeletal armor was extraordinarily resilient, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Yagyu Ikinoryu unleashed his ability, Blade Soul. His skin instantly turned a vivid crimson, as if engulfed in raging flames. The katana he held, sheathed at his side, radiated a dazzling red light. As though imbued with life, Blade Soul allowed him to burn his own vitality, significantly enhancing his attack power and speed. Both activated their extraordinary abilities simultaneously, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. However, Yi Ren remained expressionless as he uttered a single word, freeze. Spatial confinement. In an instant, Guizhong and Yagyu Ikinoryu felt their bodies stiffen, rendering them motionless. The expressions on their faces became frozen. At that moment, they truly grasped the chasm that lay between them and Yi Ren. A gap as vast as the heavens. Any extraordinary ability was utterly futile in the face of spatial-type powers. What does it mean to feel utterly hopeless? As if one's heart were extinguished? Yi Run, oh Yi Run, indeed a man among men, a true force to be reckoned with. Just as Yi Ren prepared to use spatial compression once more to erase the two of them completely, his sixth sense suddenly activated. He sensed an overwhelming danger. In the next moment, a pitch-black star-like light suddenly plummeted from the distant sky. The speed of that light was astonishing, akin to teleportation, arriving before Yi Ren in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Yi Ren executed a spatial shift, moving sideways 10 meters to evade the dark star. However, upon evading the starlight, his brow furrowed slightly. He realized that the starlight had not been aimed at him. Even if he hadn't dodged, it would have merely landed beside him. With a sizzling sound, the black flames erupted from the impact point of the starlight. These black flames burned as if alive. The ground was scorched, creating a bottomless pit that emitted a pungent, charred odor, as if the very air had been incinerated. Yi Ren looked up towards the origin of the falling starlight. There, he beheld a woman floating in the air, adorned in the garments of an onmyoji and veiled in mystery. Her bare feet seemed ethereal, not touching the ground, giving her an otherworldly grace. Though her visage was obscured, her enchanting figure suggested that she was a woman of striking beauty. Her onmyoji attire was richly embroidered with intricate patterns, radiating an aura of mystique. She was the enigmatic onmyoji of the Yaki Upper Realm. No one knew her true name, nor her origins. She seldom appeared before the world, manifesting only during significant upheavals in the Yaki Upper Realm. The members of the great clans held her in deep reverence, referring to her as the Divine Maiden. The eyes hidden behind her veil quietly scrutinized Yi Ren. At that moment, she suddenly spoke. "Please, cease your actions." Her voice, as melodious as a lark, was sweet and soft, imbued with a magical charm that made one yearn to be entranced. Yi Ren felt a stir within his heart. This was the most exquisite voice he had ever heard. The Divine Maiden continued, "Please do not create unnecessary conflict. It benefits neither of us." Yi Ren, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. Since this place can harbor the likes of Yamamoto Ichiro, it is evident that the rats are all congregated in their own den. None of you are virtuous. The Divine Maiden fell silent for a moment before replying. The Yaki Upper Realm does not intervene in the governance of the island nation. This is a pure land of inheritance, unrelated to the mundane world. Yi Ren could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter brimmed with derision and disdain. Yi Ren released the spatial confinement on Guizhong and Yagyu Ikinoryu, then pointed towards the kneeling leaders of the great clans. Do you believe these words? The clan leaders, each with their heads bowed, dared not utter a sound. Of course, they did not believe. Although the Yaki Upper Realm ostensibly refrained from interfering in the governance of the island nation, it had long been covertly manipulating all affairs. Many of the island nation as politicians were mere puppets supported by the Yaki Upper Realm. Yi Ren's gaze fell once more upon the Divine Maiden. What do you think? The Divine Maiden looked at the clan leaders in confusion, her beautiful eyes behind the veil filled with incomprehension. In her understanding, the Yaki Upper Realm was not to interfere with external governance. This was a sacred haven for the bloodlines of the island nation's great clans. The most gifted descendants of each clan were sent to the Yaki Upper Realm for nurturing and development. Yet, how could human nature be so simply satisfied? As time has progressed, the realm of Yada no Kami has transcended its original purpose as a mere site of inheritance, gradually evolving into the epicenter of power for the island nation. The fluctuations of governance, policy formulation, and even military actions within the nation must be deliberated upon within the confines of Yada no Kami before reaching a conclusive determination. Thus, the myriad transgressions committed by the island's government, including the heinous act of discharging nuclear wastewater, can be attributed to Yada no Kami as the true puppeteer behind the scenes. The goddess recognized this unsettling truth and could not suppress a faint sigh. For centuries, you have remained unchanged. Her voice resonated with disappointment and resignation. The goddess had initially believed that the establishment of Yada no Kami would guide the island towards a righteous path. Alas, she was mistaken. Ultimately, Yada no Kami succumbed to the corruption of power and desire, transforming into a repository of filth and depravity. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of feelings as they fell upon Yi Ren. I once made a vow to protect this place on behalf of another. Although her voice was gentle, it carried an unwavering resolve. Should you insist on instigating war, I will not retreat. Yi Ren chuckled. War? His smile was laced with derision. A group of sinners dares to accuse me of instigating war? Chapter 115. I shall never be a slave. Yi Ren paused, his tone turning icy. Very well, if you refuse to submit and atone for your sins, then let me settle the score. His gaze swept over the goddess and the heads of the prominent families like a razor's edge. In the next instant, he unleashed Space Cleave. The goddess sensed imminent danger and, without hesitation, formed a seal with her right hand, activating a teleportation talisman. Her form abruptly vanished from her original location, reappearing behind Yiren. Simultaneously, her fingertips revealed a talisman, which emitted a faint golden glow, intricately adorned with complex runes. The goddess hurled the talisman towards Yiren. Demon-breaking arrow. In the instant the talisman ignited, a golden phantom of the demon-breaking arrow shot forth, hurtling towards Yiren. The arrow's velocity was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it reached Yiren's presence. Yiren, are we playing a game of Onmyoji here? He merely snapped his fingers. Mirror space. The space surrounding Yiren instantly inverted. The demon-breaking arrow collided with the inverted space, reflecting back along its original trajectory. Whoosh! The speed of the demon-breaking arrow increased. The goddess, caught off guard, felt the arrow pierce through her shoulder. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped the goddess, her breath becoming somewhat labored. Yiren furrowed his brows, observing her. Why did you not aim for my heart with that shot? He discerned that the goddess was holding back, her attacks deliberately avoiding his vital points. The goddess fell silent, clutching her wounded shoulder as golden light flickered from her right hand. In the blink of an eye, her injury began to heal at an astonishing rate. Her once delicate skin restored as if it had never been harmed. Why didn't you employ a technique that sends others flying? The goddess lightly tapped the void with her toes, lifting herself into the air. Dots of inky starlight emerged behind her, reminiscent of stars encircling the moon. Amaterasu. The starlight represented the eternal flame of Amaterasu, a legendary fire said to never extinguish, originating from the surface of the sun. While it was conceptually impressive, in reality, Dio had no use for it. Yiren narrowed his eyes. Bind. Space confinement, the ultimate skill of spatial abilities. The goddess, suspended midair, was instantaneously immobilized. Yiren looked up, gazing at the goddess. His expression shifted slightly, realizing with astonishment. Good heavens! Beneath that Onmyoji attire, she was utterly devoid of substance? Yiren, how can someone take to the field in such a state of nudity? Legends speak of the 4 divine beasts, vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, while men generally favor the white tiger. But why? Contemplate that deeply. At this moment, Yiren spoke with a conflicted expression. I've been itching to voice my thoughts since earlier. This is not merely an extraordinary abilities narrative, is it? Why has it suddenly taken on a fantastical tone? What on earth is this Onmyoji technique? This was a grievance that needed to be aired. Holding it in was unbearable. Moreover, observe how my complaints have effortlessly added more than 10 additional words. Venting. How refreshing. The goddess. In truth, even before the solar eclipse, there existed numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities. What does this signify? Extraordinary powers have existed for an exceedingly long time. And who says Onmyoji techniques are not a form of extraordinary ability? Onmyoji techniques are, in fact, a unique mechanism of extraordinary abilities. Thus, Onmyoji practitioners are indeed extraordinary beings, albeit with a more specialized mechanism. The mechanism of Onmyoji can manipulate the physical laws of reality through spells, talismans, and other means to create wondrous phenomena, such as the Amaterasu flame just released by the goddess, along with teleportation talismans and demon-breaking arrows. These are all manifestations of her extraordinary ability. It may sound impressive, but in the island nation, the number of Onmyoji practitioners is exceedingly scarce, as only a select few prominent families are eligible to inherit these techniques. Furthermore, most Onmyoji lack the mental capacity required to fully unleash their extraordinary abilities. It is worth noting that Onmyoji techniques trace their origins back to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. The magicians of the Dragon Kingdom were, in fact, the earliest Onmyoji practitioners, possessing the power to distort reality, though in those days, it was not referred to as extraordinary ability, but rather as sorcery. Subsequently, some magicians from the Dragon Kingdom formed relationships with the island's inhabitants. Thus, the Onmyoji of the island nation are, in truth, descendants of those magicians from the Dragon Kingdom. Onmyoji techniques originated from the Dragon Kingdom. However, due to their mixed heritage, they diluted the pure bloodline of extraordinary abilities. Consequently, the Onmyoji of the island nation are far inferior in prowess compared to the pure-blooded magicians of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the concept of genetics is a curious one. The genes of the islanders are inherently inferior to those of the Dragon Kingdom. This may be attributed to the island nation's diminutive size. A region's environment nurtures its people, after all. Returning to the goddess, who remained fixed in the sky, her pallid countenance betrayed her inner turmoil. Despite exerting every ounce of her strength to break free from the spatial confinement, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yiren, when the great sage subdued the 7 fairies, he went off to steal peaches. But I am different. I, Yiren, shall take a moment to appreciate the beauty of the white tiger's sacred beast. I must say, it truly is a sight to behold. Space confinement is the most formidable control skill within spatial abilities. It can ensnare a target within an isolated space, rendering them immobile and unable to employ any techniques. Although the goddess is deemed the deity of Yada no Kami, she is ultimately just an onmyoji. She cannot even part her lips, and to unleash her extraordinary ability, she must perform incantations or gestures to initiate her spells. She is akin to a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, struggling in vain to escape. Yiren raised his right hand. You mentioned that you once pledged to protect this place on behalf of another, correct? After a brief pause, then, even if I have already slain you once, you are now free. As the words fell, Yiren clenched his palm, and the spatial confinement was subsequently lifted. The goddess descended gracefully, akin to a phoenix that had fallen into the mortal realm, her gaze toward Yiren imbued with complexity. Why not simply kill me? She inquired. Yiren's thoughts were rather straightforward. He required a healer. Abilities of healing were exceedingly rare, particularly those capable of rapid recovery, scarcer than golden rats. Encountering the goddess. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? A living healer held undeniable value, did they not? Yiren flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine, orderly teeth. Your healing ability is immensely valuable. It would be a pity to end your life so swiftly. Now that you are free, how about we strike a deal? The goddess sighed softly, her heart laden with bitterness. You wield the knife, while I am but the fish on the chopping board. You can take my life at will. What right have I to refuse your proposal? Yiren's smile brightened further. I am no demon. Here is my proposition. You will work for me for a time, until I find another with healing abilities. In exchange, I shall spare your life. To Yiren, this deal seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the goddess's life was in his grasp, and he offered her a chance to live. However, much to Yiren's surprise, the goddess shook her head. Her expression was placid. I refuse. Yiren's smile gradually faded. It turned out that due to her healing abilities, she had lived for centuries, and she had long grown weary of life. Thus, she would rather embrace death than consent to become his servant. Chapter 116. I shall acquiesce to you. Proceed. I am prepared. The goddess proclaimed, closing her eyes. Her neck arched like a swan awaiting her fate at Yiren's hands. This attitude left Yiren momentarily stunned. He had initially believed that the goddess would agree to his proposal for the sake of survival. To his astonishment, she preferred death over becoming his subordinate, leaving him at a loss. Yet, Yiren swiftly concocted a new idea. Humans, after all, possess weaknesses, do they not? He retrieved a violently trembling core fusion artifact from his spatial storage. You may not fear death, but you still have attachments. If you refuse, I shall obliterate this place. Yiren weighed the core fusion artifact in his hand, his tone icy. Then, I will annihilate everything outside. Upon hearing this, the goddess's expression shifted. You. She attempted to voice her protest, but Yiren interrupted her, his demeanor unyielding. The suffering of countless beings is no trivial matter. I am, at heart, a compassionate individual and truly wish to avoid such a course. Kneel and acknowledge your error, and we can let this matter rest. What say you? The goddess's emotions surged violently. Indeed, she was unafraid of death, having grown indifferent to it. However, that did not mean she could accept the death of millions on the island due to her actions. In a fit of humiliation, she rebuked Yiren. Despicable. Yet Yiren merely smiled mockingly. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and are you aware of the crimes your nation has committed? I feel no moral qualms in dealing with you, the guilty party. As he spoke, both his gaze and tone brimmed with lethal intent. He was not jesting. Should the goddess refuse his terms, he would indeed obliterate the realm of Yachikami, perhaps even the entire island nation. The goddess regarded the core fusion artifact in Yiren's grasp, her heart rife with turmoil. She sensed from his tone that he was not merely trying to intimidate her. He was indeed capable of carrying out his threats. She could not afford to gamble. She did not wish to condemn so many to death. Ultimately, the goddess, in her humiliation and reluctance, lowered her once proud head. She understood that her choices had been stripped away. She could only choose to submit. I shall heed your words. Yiren, witnessing the goddess's submission, immediately broke into a radiant smile. He slowly extended his finger, gently lifting her veil. What are you hiding? Let me take a look. Humans are peculiar beings. The more one is denied, the more one desires to see. What remains unattainable stirs restless longing, while that which is possessed is taken for granted. Beneath that veil lay a face exquisitely beautiful. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate to the touch. Her eyebrows were slender and graceful, arched like a crescent moon. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, bright as stars. Her nose was petite and refined, perfectly sculpted. Her lips were lush and vibrant, blooming like flowers. Each feature of hers was flawless, harmoniously combining to form a visage of breathtaking beauty. Yi Ren mused, though I am somewhat reluctant to admit it, for a fleeting moment. I was genuinely astounded. What a marvel, truly akin to a celestial being. The goddess turned her head away, feeling somewhat flustered, attempting to evade Yi Ren's gaze. Yet he seized her veil and pulled it away. What are you hiding from? You are now mine. The goddess trembled slightly. I understand, but... Upon the complete unveiling of her countenance, the long-silent Yatengu exclaimed incredulously, Kagayaheim? The tone of Yatengu was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that the goddess would be Kagayaheim. Realizing that her identity could no longer remain concealed, Kagayaheim had no choice but to confess. It turned out she bore two identities, one as the healer and guide, Kagayaheim, and the other as the goddess responsible for maintaining balance in the Yachikami realm. She cast a bitter glance at the heads of the various clans, having once thought that her loss of freedom, in exchange for the survival of others, would evoke their gratitude. Yet, in reality, these ungrateful islanders knew nothing of gratitude, being selfish and self-serving. They even rejoiced that Kagayaheim had shielded them from Yi Ren's wrath. Contemplating how to exploit her for greater gain, Kagayaheim's heart grew cold. She harbored no further expectations of these islanders. Yi Ren surveyed the assembly and declared loudly, From this day forth, the realm of Yachikami belongs to the Dragon Nation. This signified that the entire island nation had essentially fallen under the dominion of the Dragon Nation. The heads of the various clans bowed their heads, too fearful to speak. They understood that they had no options left. Yi Ren's strength was overwhelming. Should they resist, it would surely lead to their demise. Thus, they could only opt for submission. You speak the truth, one clan head quavered. The others echoed in agreement. We too choose to submit. We are willing to bow to the Dragon Nation. Yi Ren nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Excellent. In our Dragon Nation, there exists a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. He then turned to Kagayaheim and said, It is time for us to depart. Kagayaheim instinctively nodded. Yet before she could fully comprehend, she suddenly felt a shift before her eyes. Yi Ren, accompanied by Kagayaheim, executed a spatial transfer, returning to the longing department. Kagayaheim was utterly astounded by Yi Ren's extraordinary long-range spatial teleportation. In her understanding, spatial ability users were already a rarity, and those capable of long-distance teleportation were even more scarce. At that moment, the Dragon Maiden was solitary in a corner, as she was not accustomed to mingling with groups. Apart from Yi Ren, she preferred the solace of her own company. However, upon witnessing Yi Ren's return, her eyes sparkled with delight. The Dragon Maiden joyfully ran towards Yi Ren, her silent demeanor conveying just how much she had missed him. She tightly grasped the hem of Yi Ren's garment. Gazing up at him with her glistening eyes, Yi Ren affectionately ruffled her hair and, unable to contain his warmth, replied, I have matters to discuss with Uncle Zhao. The Dragon Maiden, feeling a tinge of disappointment, pouted and typed on her phone, I miss you so much. This unabashed affection momentarily left Yi Ren speechless, as he found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that the once exceedingly shy Dragon Maiden would express such candid sentiments. Clearly, their time spent together had profoundly altered her feelings toward him. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ren gently responded, Well, I miss you too. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Maiden beamed, her eyes narrowing into a delightful slant, reminiscent of an adorable kitten. Satisfied, she squeezed his hand. Yi Ren then beckoned to Kagayaheim, saying, Come along with me. Kagayaheim silently trailed behind him, while the Dragon Maiden walked closely beside Yi Ren, occasionally casting furtive glances at the unexpectedly beautiful woman, filled with both curiosity and caution. Chapter 117, The Enigmatic Yi Ren. Kagayaheim had since redonned her veil, as she was not used to revealing her true self in the presence of others. Having lived for several centuries, she had grown accustomed to solitude. However, her inherently aloof demeanor had become one of her alluring characteristics. Yi Ren swung open the door to Zhao Guoqiang's office and strode in with casual confidence. Uncle Zhao? I'm back. Zhao Guoqiang was busy reviewing documents, a handful of goji berries floating in his thermos. He smiled with relief upon seeing Yi Ren. You're back? How did it go? Yi Ren grinned and replied, Everything has been taken care of. The realm of Yatagarasu has now submitted to the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Guoqiang, bewildered, asked, What on earth? What realm are you talking about? He was momentarily dazed, recalling that he had simply sent Yi Ren to Japan for a straightforward investigation into the CIA's dealings with the Shimada family. How had it escalated to the realm of Yatagarasu, and submission to the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Ren succinctly reported the earth-shattering events he had accomplished in Japan. Zhao Guoqiang was left in a state of disbelief. Are you saying that the entire core leadership of Japan has been subdued by you? Yi Ren smiled broadly. Indeed. Such an astonishing revelation left Zhao Guoqiang momentarily speechless. He glanced at Yi Ren, then at Kagayaheim and the Dragon Maiden standing behind him, his facial muscles twitching. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure. He turned to Kagaya-hime, asking, "And who might this be?" Yiren answered, "This is my captive. Given her healing abilities, I decided to keep her close." Kagaya-hime slightly bowed, stating, "I am now his possession, entirely at his command." Zhao Guiqiang, not daring to be lax, promptly reported everything Yiren had mentioned to higher authorities. Soon, this information reached the central government, which took it very seriously and convened an emergency meeting. After thorough deliberation, it was decided to dispatch diplomats to Japan. On one hand, it was to confirm the veracity of Yiren's claims. On the other, to negotiate with the Japanese government. After all, Japan had now become a mere possession of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was imperative that the Dragon Kingdom swiftly took control of Japan. Meanwhile, within the realm of Yatagarasu, the heads of the Bone Tomb and the Omamori families were deliberating their next steps. Though they had superficially submitted to Yiren, how could they genuinely accept such a fate? Both were elite ability users in Japan, possessing formidable power and ambition. They could not resign themselves to being subservient to a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, they could not deny that Yiren's strength was overwhelmingly superior. They were no match for him, and any resistance would likely lead to a grim end, akin to the fate of Oni King Maru, leaving them without even a complete corpse. Thus, they reluctantly chose to temporarily submit. However, they had not abandoned hope. "What shall we do now?" the head of the Bone Tomb family inquired. "Are we to become mere dogs of the Dragon Kingdom?" The head of the Omamori family shook his head, replying, "Certainly not." After a brief silence, he continued, "Perhaps we could seek assistance from the Eagles." The head of the Bone Tomb family's eyes twitched at this suggestion. "You speak wisely. It is well known that Japan is a pawn of the Eagles. The upper echelons in Japan have maintained close ties with the Eagles. Without the Eagles' support, how could Japan have repeatedly provoked the Dragon Kingdom? They were confident that the Eagles would not turn a blind eye. Yatagarasu, let us out." They swiftly rallied their family members and had Yatagarasu guide them out of the realm. Once outside, the head of the Yagyu family utilized the satellite phone left by the Eagles to contact the CIA. He briefly explained their current predicament. The CIA was more than willing to accept their allegiance and promised assistance. At that moment, within the CIA, Dino Pierce, one of the leaders in the Department of Supernatural Abilities, hung up the phone. Tall and impeccably dressed in a suit, with meticulously styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, he projected an air of scholarly sophistication akin to a university professor. However, in truth, he was a cunning and ruthless manipulator. Although Pierce possessed no supernatural abilities, he had adeptly established the Department of Supernatural Abilities with his exceptional intellect and cunning, managing the abilities under the government's auspices. After ending the call, Pierce immediately contacted the CIA's supernatural agent, Flicker. Flicker, whose real name was Clarice Ferguson, was an alluring Latina beauty with lustrous black hair, captivating brown eyes, and sun-kissed skin. Yet, these attributes were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal detail was that Flicker was also a spatial ability user. She had been captured by Eagle authorities while attempting to illegally cross into their territory. Pierce recognized her potential and leveraged her freedom as a bargaining chip to enlist her in the Department of Abilities, where she became wholly obedient to his commands. Her extraordinary power was the ability to create spatial portals, enabling her to transport herself or others to distant locations. However, she had to concentrate and accumulate energy to manifest these portals. The farther the destination, the greater the energy expenditure required, and vice versa. "Blink, you have work to do." Blink, who was engrossed in music through her headphones, immediately perked up. She nodded, then closed her eyes, beginning to focus her mind. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, a shimmering veil of light, reminiscent of the Aurora Borealis, materialized before the heads of the Liu family and the Bone Tomb family. The heads of the Liu and Bone Tomb families, accompanied by their kin, traversed through the luminous barrier. In the next instant, they found themselves within the confines of the CIA organization. The abrupt shift in space caused everyone's heart rates to quicken. Was this the essence of spatial abilities? "Welcome to Eagle Sauce." Pierce's voice resonated from behind them. Kagaya's heart raced uncontrollably, echoing like a drum within her chest. She struggled to maintain a calm facade, but internally, her emotions were tumultuous, akin to raging seas. The Bone Tomb and Liu family members, along with the Yatengu, had vanished without a trace. The answer was tantalizingly close. Kagaya inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the chaos within her. Stealing a glance at Yiren, she noted with relief that he was curiously surveying his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to her distress. However, just as she thought she could escape detection, Yiren suddenly spoke. "They truly fled." This seemingly innocuous statement thundered in Kagaya's ears like a clap of lightning. She jolted, forcing herself to inquire, "What do you mean?" Yiren regarded her with a knowing smile, retorting, "Do I appear to be a fool?" He paused, his tone taking on a playful lilt. I intentionally left them here. This revelation struck Kaguya like a bolt from the blue, shattering the last remnants of hope within her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi-Ren. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated under his control. He had anticipated their escape and deliberately crafted an opportunity for them to flee. Kaguya's mind went blank. She could not comprehend Yi-Ren's motives. Why would he do such a thing? Was he truly that confident? A tide of questions surged within her, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She stood there, seemingly frozen, as Yi-Ren's words echoed incessantly in her mind. This man was far more inscrutable than she had ever imagined. Yi-Ren grinned as he retrieved his phone, launching the surveillance software. The screen immediately displayed footage and sound. It revealed that Yi-Ren had stealthily implanted a minuscule embedded camera onto the surface of Bone Tomb and Lu Isenlong's skin via spatial transmission. This camera was exceptionally small, no larger than a grain of rice, and its color closely matched that of human skin, making it nearly undetectable. Yi-Ren had foreseen their flight and made preparations in advance. Through this camera, he could monitor their every move in real time. Time to net them, Yi-Ren said, his eyes narrowing with delight. Kaguya glanced at the screen, her expression shifting as she turned her head away. She understood that the Lu and Bone Tomb families were doomed. Sure enough, Yi-Ren extracted a finger from his spatial pocket. Once the spatial confinement was released, the finger erupted with a dazzling golden light and began to tremble violently. It was undergoing a chain reaction. Should it reach fusion, it would unleash a catastrophic explosion. Go. Yi-Ren directed the nuclear fusion finger towards Bone Tomb's forehead via spatial transmission, making it appear as though he had sprouted a tentacle. Within the CIA's Department of Abilities, just as Pierce finished his welcome, a piercing scream erupted from behind him. It came from a frail individual named Ajay Kumar, codenamed the Prophet. As suggested by his title, his ability was to foresee the future. However, due to limitations in his mental capacity, he could only glimpse 3 seconds ahead. He had just foreseen the explosion 3 seconds in advance, prompting his terrified scream. At that moment, another ability wielder reacted. His name was Marcus Bell, a burly Caucasian known as the Knight's Shield. His power allowed him to create barriers using sound waves. Following the Prophet's scream, he employed his ability to generate a protective shield. However, due to the suddenness of the situation, he could only erect a barrier in front of himself and his companions. In the next heartbeat, boom! The nuclear explosion from the fusion finger obliterated Bone Tomb, Lu Isenlong, and their associates into mere ash. The shockwave from the explosion rebounded off the sound barrier. Yet, the Knight's shield turned pale, blood streaming from his nostrils. A consequence of the overwhelming mental strain causing his capillaries to rupture. Pierce was taken aback by the unexpected mini-nuclear blast. Fortunately, thanks to the timely sound barrier erected by the Knight's shield, they remained unscathed. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as Bone Tomb and the Lu family, reduced to dust. As the smoke cleared and tranquility returned, the aftermath was harrowing. Despite being a minor nuclear explosion, it had nearly destroyed an entire floor. The ceiling and floor were riddled with massive craters, while the walls were marred with cracks, threatening to collapse at any moment. Simultaneously, the building's load-bearing columns bore significant fissures, teetering on the brink of collapse. This place is coming down. Pierce urgently commanded Blink. Hurry. Open a portal and get us out of here. Blink, still reeling from the explosion, was momentarily paralyzed, trapped in a state of mental shutdown. She stood frozen, as if robbed of her ability to think. Blink, what are you waiting for? Pierce bellowed. Open the portal. In his desperation, he slapped Blink across the face, startling her back into reality. She quickly attempted to concentrate and open the portal. However, her mental state was highly unstable, her fingers trembling. I can't do it. Blink strained to summon the portal, but her efforts failed 2 or 3 times. The portal either collapsed immediately or simply would not open. Now, Pierce's expression was one of sheer rage, his eyes wide with desperation. Yet, it must be said, Blink responded to this treatment, after being scolded. She finally sobbed as she opened the portal. Quickly, Pierce had no time to spare and leaped into the portal. The other side was just a short distance from the CIA building, on the ground outside. After all, the portal was opened in haste, and thus its range was limited. Pierce and his companions successfully traversed the portal, escaping to the outside world. They emerged, disheveled and covered in dirt, their appearances a stark contrast to their previous states. Pierce gazed at the crumbling CIA building, his expression grim. Inside the structure remained numerous CIA personnel, now left to hopelessly await their demise. These individuals were vital assets to the Eagle Nation's government. Within the realm of Yaki, Yi-Ren, having transmitted a fusion bomb, still felt a sense of insecurity. Was it truly effective? As the saying goes, surviving a great calamity often invites a follow-up strike. Yiren pondered that a single nuclear device might not suffice. So he resolved to deploy another. After all, when the Eagle Nation obliterated Hiroshima, they dropped 2 bombs in one go. He could not afford to be stingy, else they might doubt his capabilities. Thus, the young comrade extracted a fragment of liver from his spatial inventory. Being larger than his previous device, its potency would naturally be greater. Yiren transmitted the liver fragment into the CIA building once more. Boom! Pierce's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed yet another small-scale nuclear explosion erupt within the CIA headquarters. The previously blasted floor was instantly shattered, leading to the entire building collapsing in an instant, reduced to mere rubble. The shockwave from the collapse swept through the vicinity, causing a chain reaction that devastated numerous surrounding structures. In an instant, casualties were countless. Pierce stood frozen in place, staring at the ruins before him, his mind blank. The CIA headquarters had been obliterated. Chapter 119, The Eagle Nation's Counterattack. Remote detonation? Pierce gazed at the apocalyptic scene before him, rendered speechless. The once towering CIA headquarters had become a wasteland, thick smoke billowing and flames reaching skyward. The wail of fire engines grew nearer, their piercing sound reverberating in the air. Yet it could not dispel the gloom within Pierce's heart. Behind him, the superhumans bore complex expressions, silent. Flicker's eyes still reflected terror. The knight's shield appeared as pale as a ghost, and even the usually composed seer wore a furrowed brow, torn between words. Pierce took a deep breath. Striving to regain his composure, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "It's me, Pierce." His voice was low and hoarse. "General Barton, I believe I am in full agreement with your proposal now." A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Excellent. Pierce, you have made a wise choice. The coordinates will be sent to your phone shortly." After ending the call, a shadow flickered in Pierce's eyes. Soon, a text message arrived containing a set of coordinates. He relayed the coordinates to Flicker. Despite still reeling from shock, he steeled himself and concentrated on opening the portal. On the other side of the portal lay a heavily fortified military base. As Pierce and his group stepped through, a burly man in military attire approached them. With short golden hair and a hawk-like nose, his gaze was sharp as a falcon. "Mr. Pierce, welcome to the Pentagon." The man saluted and introduced himself. "General George Barton, Minister of Defense of the Eagle Nation, sends his regards." Pierce returned the salute, replying in a solemn tone, "General Barton, it is a pleasure to meet you." It appeared that the Eagle Nation was not entirely united, as the Defense Department had previously sought to integrate Pierce's superpower division but had been rebuffed. With the CIA's visible headquarters now destroyed, Pierce recognized the gravity of the situation. "General Barton, I accept your proposal. From this day forth, I and all present shall be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense, and we will do everything in our power to contribute to the nation's security." General Barton smiled satisfactorily. "Very well, Mr. Pierce. I trust you will not disappoint me. Now, let us discuss how to retaliate against this act of terror." Barton led Pierce and his group through layers of security into a vast control room. Inside, hundreds of servers operated at high speeds, their low hum filling the air with a faint mechanical scent. Barton gestured towards the servers, addressing Pierce. "Did you know? Every electronic device produced by the Eagle Nation is embedded with backdoor programs, allowing us to remotely control these devices at any time." Pierce's pupils constricted slightly at this revelation. He understood Barton's implication. "You intend for me to incite war?" Pierce asked in a low voice. Barton grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. No, Mr. Pierce. The war has already begun." He approached a server and skillfully input a series of commands. "Mr. Pierce, you now possess backend access. Please make what you deem to be the correct decision." Pierce's finger trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he seized control of the server. At that moment, he understood that Barton had placed the fuse of war directly in his hands. What a thought! What a notion! Did you not grasp it? Barton sought to incite war, but wished to avoid bearing the blame afterward. Thus, he needed a scapegoat, someone who would publicly instigate the conflict, ensuring that any repercussions would not ensnare him. This person was none other than Pierce. "Do not disappoint me, Pierce." He realized he had no path of retreat. As Barton had said, the war has already begun. He murmured, "The war has indeed commenced." He first targeted the electronic communications devices within the Dragon Kingdom, such as Apple phones. Though the majority of these devices were produced in factories within the Dragon Kingdom, what difference did it make? On the surface, every component appeared normal. But once assembled, they transformed into weapons. Now, they were poised to become instruments of the Eagle Nation's counterattack. Pierce input a string of code, initiating the battery overload program. Whirring sounds intensified as the servers accelerated, their indicator lights flashing frantically as if burdened by immense strain. In a city within the Dragon Kingdom, on the playground of an elementary school, children played in groups during their recess. A small boy excitedly showed off his brand new Apple phone to his friends. Look, my parents just bought me this yesterday, the latest Apple 16 Pro. Isn't it awesome? His companions gazed at him with envy, some reaching out to touch it. The boy, beaming with pride, was about to showcase his gaming prowess when suddenly, the phone screen flickered before it began to heat up. Huh, what is happening? The boy wondered aloud. In the next moment, the phone erupted in a deafening explosion. Boom! The violent sound reverberated, sending the children into a frenzy of screams and desperate flight. The shockwave from the blast knocked a young boy to the ground, his face grotesquely mangled and bloodied. The surrounding children stood frozen in terror, some pierced by shrapnel from the explosion, blood streaming from their wounds. The air was filled with cries and screams, a cacophony of panic. Such tragic scenes unfolded repeatedly across the Dragon Kingdom. Numerous Apple devices exploded one after another, resulting in significant casualties. Hospitals overflowed with the injured, while doctors and nurses scrambled in a frenzy to provide care. The government responded swiftly, issuing urgent notifications through various channels, urging citizens to abandon their Apple devices, phones, tablets, and more. Yet, many remained skeptical. They stubbornly dismissed the warnings as mere rumors, even mocking those who believed them as foolish. It was only when they themselves faced disfigurement or disability from the blast that they lamented their naivety. I can't see my face. My hand, it's gone. Oh, the pain. I can't lose my limbs. I refuse to be disabled. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in a palpable atmosphere of terror. Meanwhile, in the island nation, Yi Ren received an urgent directive from Zhao Guoqiang. Xiao Yi, return to the Dragon Kingdom for support immediately. Upon receiving the message, Yi Ren's expression darkened. What the hell? This is a game to them. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed spatial transmission and instantly returned to the Dragon Shadow Department. Chapter 120. Detonating Tesla batteries? Yi Ren inquired. Uncle Zhao, please elaborate on the situation. Zhao Guoqiang promptly recounted the unfolding Apple explosion crisis. After listening, Yi Ren's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Those barbaric Yankees have no boundaries. Truly despicable. He quickly deduced that this was retaliation from the Americans following the nuclear obliteration of the CIA headquarters. Attacking innocent civilians? Truly, the most tragic victims of war are the ordinary people. Our department has dispatched a multitude of ability users to assist the nation in managing this crisis. Zhao Guoqiang informed him. Among them, a new ability user may prove invaluable. This newcomer, Lin Xiaolong, was merely 12 years old. His unique ability allowed him to invade electronic devices with his mental power, encoding directly within the chips to manipulate all electronic devices remotely. Despite his youth, Lin Xiaolong exhibited a maturity and composure beyond his years. He was diligently attempting to suppress the detonation codes within the Apple devices, yet his mental reach was limited, rendering his efforts inefficient. How's it going, Xiaolong? Zhao Guoqiang asked. Lin Xiaolong shook his head, his complexion somewhat pale. I've been trying to control the nearby devices, but it's futile. Due to his insufficient mental capacity, even with an effective ability, he could not stop the explosions of Apple devices within the Dragon Kingdom, unless I can directly breach the servers at the Pentagon. But that's unrealistic, he lamented, acknowledging the advanced firewalls that would thwart his efforts. First, we need to destroy all potentially explosive Apple devices, Yi Ren stated solemnly. However, Zhao Guoqiang shook his head in resignation. It's not so simple. Many have been brainwashed by foreign media. They believe it impossible for outsiders to implant backdoors in their devices and are reluctant to trust the government or abandon their phones. Yi Ren's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Who asked for their opinions? He said coldly, I intend to enforce the destruction. His concern was not for the lives of those enamored with foreign products, but rather the risk of collateral damage to innocent lives. Where's Baze? I'm here, came the response as Baze entered, clad in her white coat. The coat swayed slightly with her brisk movements, accentuating her reliable and mature demeanor. Truly, she was the dependable older sister of their team. Without needing to utter a word, they shared an understanding. Yi Ren extended his hand, and Baze intertwined her fingers with his. Mental link established. With Yi Ren's mental power as a backup, Baze's omniscient ability was instantly unlocked. The divine perspective activated. In an instant, she pinpointed the location of all Apple devices across the Dragon Kingdom. Found them. Leave it to me. Upon receiving the location data, Yi Ren immediately activated spatial transmission. Just then, the National Cybersecurity Monitoring Agency reported that the explosions had ceased. Zhao Guoqiang breathed a sigh of relief. Did you collect all those Apple devices? Yi Ren smirked coldly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He had no intention of dragging civilians into the conflict, but the Americans had disregarded the rules of engagement. Since they had targeted ordinary people with remote detonations, Yi Ren would no longer hold back. Baze, lock onto the offices of the American government and military bases. Understood. In the state of their mental link, verbal communication was unnecessary. Baze activated her omniscient ability once more, opening her divine perspective. Her gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, reaching the distant shores of America. Locked on, Yiren nodded slightly. Let us return the favor in full measure. In the next moment, a multitude of Apple devices materialized within the American government offices, military bases, intelligence agencies, and other critical locations. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds rang out incessantly, flames soaring and thick smoke billowing. Countless mid to high-ranking officials within the American government perished in the chaos. To the American government, the lives of these upper-class individuals were far more valuable than those of ordinary citizens. Their deaths would inflict severe losses upon the government. The Pentagon, too, was not spared from the devastation. Numerous Apple devices were transported within its confines, triggering a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of destruction reverberated, flames erupting and smoke enveloping the area. The Pentagon, a symbol of American military might, now lay shattered and crumbling. Pierce was also caught in the blast, sustaining minor injuries but not facing any life-threatening danger. However, witnessing the carnage had driven him to the brink of insanity. His eyes burned with fury, teeth clenched, resembling a wounded beast. Damn God, bring it on. He furiously pounded the keyboard, using backdoor access to trigger explosions in other electronic devices. This time, his target was Tesla electric vehicles. With their higher battery density, a Tesla explosion could rival that of a C4 bomb. Should a widespread explosion of Tesla vehicles occur within the Dragon Kingdom, the consequences would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Shadow Department, Yiren felt a throbbing in his temples, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding his senses. His sixth sense was activated. He understood that danger was approaching, and it was of a perilous nature. However, the sixth sense is not infallible. Yiren is acutely aware of the imminent peril, but remains oblivious to its precise nature or origin. This veil of uncertainty breeds an unsettling anxiety within him. At that moment, Lin Hao's youthful voice unexpectedly pierced the tension. I detect a substantial amount of signals being transmitted via satellite into the territory of Long Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yiren's heart tightened with alarm. What kind of signals? He inquired. Lin Hao pursed his lips, stating, overload signals. Their target this time is a vehicle, the electric control system within a Tesla. They intend to detonate the high-density energy battery embedded in the car. The gravity of his words sent a shiver through the group. Yiren inhaled deeply. Sister Baize, shall we attempt this once more? He had initially planned to employ the same tactic, allowing Baize to pinpoint their location before he teleported. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Baize had recently utilized her divine perspective, pushing her body to its limits, and further exertion could jeopardize her brain. Very well. Let us proceed again, Baize acquiesced, rubbing her temples in a bid to dismiss the encroaching dizziness. Yet Yiren discerned her distress. Should she attempt it once more? The repercussions could be dire. What if she were to become a vegetable? After all, the most crucial aspect of a person is their mind. Yiren was selfish. He would never allow Baize to be harmed, not even if she willingly offered herself as a sacrifice. Chapter 121. A spiritual link with the Dragon Maiden. Electromagnetic pulse. At that moment, inspiration struck Yiren like a bolt of lightning. No, there was another way. Dragon Maiden. Her extraordinary ability to summon storms could be meticulously controlled. If she could generate a colossal thunderstorm beneath the atmosphere of Long Kingdom, the resulting electromagnetic pulse would be sufficient to obliterate the satellite signals and even destroy electronic chips. I am truly a genius, Yiren exclaimed. Children, read more books and newspapers, indulge less in snacks, and sleep more. This truly proves beneficial. Without further contemplation, Yiren activated spatial teleportation, bringing the Dragon Maiden to his side. Little Dragon Maiden, listen closely. Yiren spoke urgently. Our nation is on the brink of a grave crisis, and only you can avert it. The little mute nodded timidly, sensing the urgency and seriousness in Yiren's tone, signaling him to continue. You must fully unleash your powers and create a thunderstorm over Long Kingdom. Yiren explained. Utilize the electromagnetic pulse generated by the storm to annihilate the Tesla's chips in one fell swoop. The Dragon Maiden's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yiren. You want me to conjure a thunderstorm that envelopes the entire Long Kingdom? How is that even possible? Despite her extraordinary mental prowess far exceeding others, she too had her limits. She could at most generate a storm over an entire city, but to cover the whole kingdom? That was akin to chasing a mirage. It was as if a teacher or superior were pointing directly at you, commanding, go and create a nuclear bomb. Just because she could handle a 112 doesn't mean she could craft nuclear weapons by hand. Trust me, you can do it. Yiren grasped the Dragon Maiden's hand tightly, urging her on. I know your potential far surpasses this. Yet, the situation was growing increasingly dire. and the Dragon Maiden was on the verge of tears. Large droplets glistened in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. She desperately wished to aid Yiren, to contribute to her nation, but the reality was that she felt utterly powerless. Do you think this is like writing a novel? Just when it matters, I can suddenly break through my limits. What a joke. Such things do not happen in reality. My mental capacity is finite, and it is already locked. This sense of helplessness filled the Dragon Maiden with profound anguish and inner turmoil. Baize, observing this, felt her heart ache and softly sighed, halting Yiren from speaking further. Then, taking the Dragon Maiden's small hand, she spoke solemnly. I have a method that will temporarily liberate your abilities, allowing the thunderstorm to cover the entire nation. Upon hearing this, Yiren's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Hurry. If there was a solution, why hesitate? However, Baize could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. You may be thrilled, but what is the cost? The solution was relatively simple. Baize would establish a spiritual link between Yiren and the Dragon Maiden. This way, the Dragon Maiden could temporarily draw upon Yiren's limitless mental energy as a backup supply, thus fully unleashing her extraordinary powers. But what was the price? No one understood the cost better than Baize herself. After all, she had impulsively formed a spiritual link with Yiren, resulting in nightly calls to his name before she could sleep soundly. Baize did not wish for the Dragon Maiden to endure a similar fate. Moreover, Baize harbored selfish motives. She did not want the Dragon Maiden to fall for Yiren as she had, especially since Yiren had caught her eye first. Why should she share him with a mere child? Yet, as she observed the Dragon Maiden's gaze towards Yiren, she noticed an utter purity, devoid of any impurities. As crystalline as a clear stream, Baize realized, even without the imprint, the Dragon Maiden had already fallen hopelessly in love with him when he rescued her. If not for Yiren, the Dragon Maiden would have perished. That wandering little girl had been saved by his kindness. Thus, the red thread of fate had long since bound them together. Baize's heart swelled with mixed emotions, and she let out a resigned smile. Perhaps this was destiny. Given that, she could only let things unfold naturally. With a soft sigh, Baize took Yiren's and the Dragon Maiden's hands, serving as a conduit to establish their spiritual connection. Relax, do not resist. Although resistance would be futile, as that fellow's mental ocean could breach any defense. The Dragon Maiden closed her eyes, experiencing the unique sensations brought forth by the spiritual connection. Her spirit materialized as a small fish, swimming through the vast expanse of Yiren's mental ocean. She felt an unprecedented warmth, as if enveloped in her mother's embrace, providing an overwhelming sense of comfort and security. The Dragon Maiden felt herself being unconsciously infused with Yiren's essence. She seemed to merge with him, becoming one. This sensation was exquisite and utterly unfathomable. The Dragon Maiden nearly lost herself in the rapture of their spiritual union, unable to extricate herself. Just as she was on the cusp of losing her identity, Baize's spirit, manifesting as a small fish, appeared before her. Save the joyous activities for later. You need to focus on the task at hand now. The Dragon Maiden understood without words. In this communion of spirits, thoughts transcended language. Yiren, too, remained diligent, opening his heart to exude warmth. This would facilitate the Dragon Maiden's easier absorption of his mental energy, enabling her powers to be unleashed. However, Yiren remained oblivious to the profound consequences of his actions, which had led to the Dragon Maiden and Baize being even more deeply infused with his spirit. What was once a mere superficial imprint had now etched itself into their very souls. With the support of Yiren's mental energy, the Dragon Maiden experienced a complete liberation of her extraordinary abilities. Effortlessly, she summoned a dense mass of dark clouds that blanketed the nation. Thunder rumbled ominously, deafening in its intensity. A fierce wind howled, kicking up dust and debris. Torrential rain poured from the heavens. For the first time, the Dragon Maiden realized just how terrifying her powers could be. She even harbored a premonition that this was not her ultimate limit. With Yiren's mental energy bolstering her, she felt that if she willed it, she could conjure a thunderstorm across the globe in an instant, delivering a devastating strike. The thought sent shivers down her spine, and she hastily focused her mind, channeling the storm to release an electromagnetic pulse wave within the lower atmosphere of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! In a deafening roar, the electromagnetic pulse swept across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 122, Baize's plan to subdue Kagaiheim. ZZ. Countless invisible electromagnetic pulses, akin to unseen blades, precisely sliced through the Tesla car chips scattered throughout the city's corners. In an instant, all the car chips overloaded and short-circuited, rendering them inoperative. Pierce's counterattack plan was thus rendered a complete failure. Within the Pentagon of Eagle Sauce, Pierce gaped in disbelief at the offline data displayed on his computer screen. How could this be possible? He could not fathom how the Dragon Kingdom had countered his assault. Everything had seemed to be under his control. So why had it ultimately collapsed? Pierce was perplexed. Mr. Pierce, it appears our plan has failed. General Barton's voice resonated from behind him. Pierce turned to face General Barton, his fists clenched tightly. I refuse to accept this. He seethed. I cannot believe we lost just like that. General Barton appeared unfazed, patting Pierce on the shoulder. Mr. Pierce, has your resolve already faltered? This war has only just begun. Who says we have lost? Upon hearing this, a flicker of alarm crossed Pierce's eyes, and he took a deep breath. General Barton, please give your orders. In the Dragon Hidden Department, Yiren severed the mental link. The Dragon Maiden lingered, reluctant to part ways, as the joy of their spiritual connection was indescribable, an experience that was undeniably addictive. Baize, similarly supported by Yiren's mental energy, found that wielding such a magnitude of extraordinary ability pushed her mind to the brink. They both required a period of rest to recover. How long that would take remained uncertain. Wait. Suddenly, Yiren recalled that he had Kagayaheim at his disposal. She possessed healing abilities. Hastily, Yiren summoned Kagayaheim. Can you see if you can heal them? Kagayaheim intended to raise her hand to unleash her healing technique. But fearing Yiren might retaliate, she silently approached the Dragon Maiden and Baize, gently placing her hand on their foreheads. Healing. As golden light flickered, the nearly exhausted minds of the two women regained their vitality in mere moments. The Dragon Maiden and Baize blinked, feeling an unprecedented clarity of mind, as if they had been reborn. This is incredible. The little mute excitedly typed on her phone to show Yiren. However, upon witnessing this, Baize's expression grew complex. She thought to herself, if Kagayaheim had healed her sooner, she would not have needed to establish a mental link with the Dragon Maiden and Yiren. Oh dear. The realization made her regretful. Had she known Kagayaheim's healing abilities were so potent, she would have sought her assistance much earlier. This way, she could have avoided involving the Dragon Maiden in a mental link with Yiren. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became, unable to resist glaring at Kagayaheim. Kagayaheim raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was going on? She was merely providing treatment, yet this person seemed to lack gratitude. Yiren also couldn't help but click his tongue in dissatisfaction towards Kagayaheim. Why were you holding back? You could have simply healed Baize right away. Kagayaheim shrugged. I dared not act rashly. To put it plainly, you never asked me. How was I to know to do so? This was, after all, reasonable. As Kagayaheim was compelled to serve Yiren as his captive, not as someone who would willingly open her heart to him. Yiren found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Baize's gaze flickered, her mind racing with calculations. Now that they already had the Dragon Maiden, why not draw Kagayaheim into their ranks as well? Baize contemplated extensively. At 30 years of age, she was no longer a girl acting on impulse. She was rational, mature, and dependable, fully aware of the significance of Kagayaheim's healing abilities. Her presence was a safeguard that could instantaneously alter the course of events. Thus, it was imperative to bring her into their fold. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Baize proposed firmly, you two should also engage in a mental link. Despite her reluctance to let any other woman interact with Yiren, Kagayaheim's healing powers were too valuable to ignore. If she could forge a genuine connection with Yiren, his safety would be significantly ensured. For Yiren's sake, Baize was willing to suppress her personal desires and make this choice. Yet, Yiren was momentarily taken aback. The young man did not grasp Baize's good intentions and looked at her in bewilderment. Why? Kagayaheim also expressed her resistance. I do not wish to do that. Naturally, she was averse to Yiren and had no desire to establish any mental connection with him. However, she had no authority to refuse. Baize looked at Yiren, her tone resolute. Trust me. Yiren naturally trusted Baize. After all, she would never harm him. Thus, Baize took Yiren and Kagayaheim by the hands. And despite Kagayaheim's reluctant expression, she established a mental link between the two. In an instant, Kagayaheim felt as though she had transformed into a small fish, swimming in an endless, warm ocean. This ocean was vast and gentle, enveloping her in an indescribable sense of safety, happiness, and fulfillment, granting her unparalleled comfort and ease. Kagayaheim, this was an unconscious manifestation of spiritual infusion. She reveled in the warmth of the ocean for a while before a sudden realization struck her. Wait, is this ocean a manifestation of his spirit? In an instant, Kagayaheim felt her worldview shatter. What kind of virtuous spirit could be manifested as an infinite ocean? Kagayaheim, how could this be possible? After all, her own manifestation was merely that of a small fish, in stark contrast to Yiren's vast spiritual ocean, which resembles the cosmos. The feeling of insignificance is utterly indescribable. At this moment, Yiren's spirit is unconsciously permeating Kagayaheim's psyche. Gradually, Kagayaheim becomes enraptured by the euphoria arising from this spiritual communion, unable to extricate herself. It feels as though she is ensconced in paradise. experiencing an unprecedented sense of happiness and fulfillment. Both her body and mind find ultimate relaxation and delight. As time ticks away, the spiritual connection abruptly severs. In reality, Kagayaheim suddenly opens her eyes. A fleeting emotion of longing and reluctance flickers within her pupils. She had been immersed in that exquisite spiritual fusion just moments ago. How could it vanish so suddenly? Yet, in the next instant, her heart jolts, and she realizes something is amiss. What is happening to her? Why does she feel such emotions towards him? She had always detested this fellow. Kagayaheim, something is definitely wrong. Very wrong. Chapter 123. What a magnificent crystal palace this is. He is her adversary, forcing her to work for him. Yet, why does she now feel an inexplicable sense of dependence on him? A chilling sensation suddenly fills Kagayaheim's heart. She does not understand why she is transformed in this manner. She wishes to resist this feeling, but she discovers she is utterly incapable of doing so. Yi-Ren has indelibly imprinted himself upon the depths of her soul. Kagayaheim has irrevocably taken on his essence. Baizé observes Kagayaheim's struggle and turmoil, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Indeed, no one can withstand his spiritual infusion. Kagayaheim, too, experiences the longing to think of him at every moment, the impulsive desire to topple him and indulge in their passions. The mere thought brings Baizé an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Finally, someone understands her feelings. However, the next moment, she glances at the dragon girl and finds the little mute girl fixated on Yi-Ren as well. Well, that dampens her delight. Now, all three of them have been shaped by him through the spiritual link. How will they navigate the days to come? At this point, it seems that nearly everything has reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, Yi-Ren inadvertently catches sight of Song Yixue. She is passing by, holding a stack of documents. And upon noticing him, she offers a faint smile before turning to continue on her way. Yi-Ren, what gives, sister? Why act as if you didn't see me? Back in the land of the rising sun, they had shared intimate moments. Why now does she pretend not to know him? Yi-Ren hastens after her, directly inquiring, what do you mean? Why the sudden coldness towards me? Song Yixue is momentarily taken aback, her gaze evasive. I didn't mean to. Oh, really? Yi-Ren points to himself. Are you trying to sleep with me and then leave me hanging? Song Yixue. This is a role reversal. Isn't it? She can't help but smile ruefully, whispering, I saw you seemed busy, so I didn't want to interrupt. Just moments ago, she had seen Yi-Ren surrounded by Baizé and the little dragon girl, alongside a mysterious Kagayaheim veiled in a scarf. This sight left her feeling somewhat inadequate. How could she compete with such women? It seemed utterly impossible. She is just an ordinary woman, fully aware of her limitations. However, Yi-Ren does not share her perspective. After all, Song Yixue and he had shared a marital bond. Thus, their relationship must be firmly established, and he cannot tolerate her pretense of unfamiliarity. Song Yixue steals a glance at Baizé, the little dragon girl, and Kagayaheim, who are nearby, and then lets out a quiet sigh. Let us talk over there. Yi-Ren follows her to a more secluded spot. I believe it's better for us to remain ordinary colleagues. It's for the best for both of us. Song Yixue's words leave Yi-Ren momentarily speechless. Are you serious? He feels a flicker of anger. Yes, she nods earnestly, continuing, I know you are exceptional. But the disparity between us is too great. I am a rational person, and I have come to terms with reality, so. She pauses before proceeding. It's best for us to be ordinary colleagues. It's for your sake and mine. In truth, deep down, Song Yixue likely harbors feelings for Yi-Ren. After all, he is handsome, powerful, and a master at his craft, a true virtuoso in the art of pastry making. Most importantly, he has saved her life. Yet, she is acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that lies between them. Yi-Ren is a trump card for the longing department and the entire Long Kingdom. As for her, Song Yixue is merely an undercover agent embedded in the land of the rising sun, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. The differences in their identities, status, and capabilities are vast. If they were to be together, she would only become a burden to Yi-Ren. She does not wish to hinder his progress. Thus, the rational Song Yixue believes she is making the best decision. However, Yi-Ren is not pleased. Young Yi, despite his often carefree demeanor, is a man of great responsibility. Having taken Song Yixue's first time, he feels he must shoulder that responsibility. No, Yi-Ren declares resolutely, I disagree. Song Yixue is momentarily taken aback. Listen here, Song Yixue, although what I'm saying may sound awkward, melodramatic, and even ludicrous, I do have some feelings for you. Though this affection may have arisen from our intimacy, emotions do not lie. Song Yixue, what a relationship born from intimacy. It's truly overwhelming. She wants to say more, but Yi-Ren swiftly silences her. Savor it, ponder it. After a considerable pause, Song Yixue, with a rueful smile, wipes her mouth. I don't want to wait until you cool off and then abandon me, leaving me heartbroken like a dog. That one tea happened, Yiren assures her earnestly. If we continue in this vein, someone will accuse you of padding the word count. Song Ishua. Yiren. This narrative is meant to be mindless entertainment. The romantic subplot has reached its conclusion. Let us not drag it out any further, shall we? Although Song Ishua does not fully understand Yiren's words, at this juncture, she has no choice but to acquiesce. Oh, understood. I will follow your lead. Yiren takes Song Ishua's hand, walking out boldly. Bai Zhe and the others are watching, and Song Ishua's lips twitch. She feels too bashful to handle this. Instinctively, she tries to pull away, but Yiren holds her firmly. As the mature and reliable Bai Zhe observes Yiren's recent actions with Song Ishua, she had already deduced the situation, so she is not overly surprised. However, the little mute girl reacts differently, as she is still young. Upon witnessing Yiren holding Song Ishua's hand, the little girl feels as though struck by lightning, her mind blank. After a long moment, she suddenly covers her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. This revelation is an overwhelming blow for the little dragon girl. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow. The little dragon maiden, with a heart full of indignation, turned and fled, her actions purely instinctive in their desire to escape. Kagaya's reaction was minimal, she merely remained silent, as if all of this was of no concern to her. Yet, deep within, she grappled with a tumultuous inner conflict. Due to the mental influence she was under, her thoughts were consumed by Yiren. Consequently, she experienced a whirlwind of jealousy and affection, a complex tapestry of emotions. She was acutely aware that her feelings were far from normal, yet she found herself utterly unable to resist. How infuriating. Song Ishua watched the little dragon maiden's retreating figure, unable to suppress a wry smile born of exasperation. What are you dawdling for? Go after her. She gently urged Yiren, nudging him. You know what to do, right? Yiren nodded confidently. Don't worry, I understand. Song Ishua, pragmatic and rational, recognized that Yiren's approach to romantic entanglements could not possibly be straightforward. Such simplicity would lack intrigue. Without needing to elaborate, the young girl from earlier was undoubtedly one of her own. As for the present company, Bai Zhe, Song Ishua extended her hand in a gesture of goodwill. Hello. I hope to foster a friendly relationship with you, especially since I've been in this country for quite some time. Bai Zhe regarded Song Ishua intently, but chose silence. Both were astute individuals, aware that engaging in mindless conflict would be futile. Instead, they chose to coexist peacefully, a choice beneficial for all. Yiren located the little dragon maiden, who had shrunk into a corner, her mute demeanor heart-wrenchingly pitiful. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Dragon Maiden, you are immensely important to me. The little dragon maiden looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, ready to speak, only to hear Yiren continue, in my heart. You are like a sister to me. The little dragon maiden's reaction was immediate and heart-wrenching. Who wants to be your sister? Nearby, Song Ishua winced at the exchange. This is what you meant by understanding. How insensitive. Her fists clenched in frustration. Bai Zhe, holding back a laugh, restrained Song Ishua. Don't rush him. He's doing it on purpose. But we can see it clearly. That girl clearly has feelings for him, and his words must be hurting her, Song Ishua retorted. Bai Zhe yawned. You're underestimating him. Suddenly, Yiren crouched down to meet the little dragon maiden's gaze, softening his tone as he took her small hand. Couples may break up, spouses may divorce, but family will always be there for each other, won't they? The little dragon maiden. With those few words, the tear-streaked little dragon maiden ceased her weeping. She looked up at Yiren, her eyes shimmering with hope. Can we be family? She typed on her phone. Yiren paused for a full 3 seconds. What a peculiar storyline. What? You don't understand? No worries. The comment section will surely enlighten you. With a face that seemed on the verge of tears again, Yiren sighed in resignation. Yes, we can be family. Instantly, the little dragon maiden's tears transformed into laughter. She wiped her eyes and extended her pinky, making a promise gesture. Yiren understood. All right then, let's make a pinky promise for 100 years, no changing. Nearby, Song Ishua gasped in astonishment. This fellow had an impressive grasp of the situation. Initially thinking he was merely on the first level, she now realized he was operating on a whole different plane. As evening descended, the workday drew to a close. Comrade Song, it's time to leave, Song Ishua announced. I know what you want to do, but I must return home, she added. Yiren, momentarily confused, overlooked the fact that Song Ishua had family who missed her dearly after so many years undercover. With a cheerful tilt of her head, she suggested, why not come home with me to meet my parents? At the mention of parents, Yiren, an orphan, felt an immediate wave of pressure. Perhaps another time. He turned to Kagaya, initially planning to have Zhao Guoqiang arrange accommodation for her. However, to his surprise, Kagaya declined, stating, my purpose is to be there for you when you are in peril. Hearing this, Yiren chuckled. You don't mean to suggest living together, do you? He jested, not expecting a serious response. Yet Kagaya's silence seemed to imply acquiescence. Red bean paste? Yiren asked, to which Kagaya replied, yes. Goodness, what a peculiar conversation. However, Yiren dismissed it, unaware that Kagaya's psyche had begun to take on his essence due to their mental connection, mistaking her shyness for mere timidity. He kindly offered, my home is quite spacious, with plenty of empty rooms. Kagaya's mind raced with possibilities, and she felt an unexpected surge of panic. Damn it. Why did images of intimate scenes flash through her mind? What was happening? Yet, why did she feel a strange anticipation? This was wrong. Shouldn't she feel repulsion instead? Her emotions tangled. Kagaya's face, hidden behind her veil, revealed her inner turmoil. Yiren's dedicated driver awaited at the door. One might wonder why he chose to drive rather than teleport home. The answer was simple, the joy of being served. Having endured a difficult childhood, Yiren now relished the comforts of life. Moreover, if he teleported home, his driver would be out of a job. How could he bear that? Long time no see, buddy, the driver joked. After becoming familiar, he found it easy to banter with Yiren. Upon noticing Kagaya, who was cloaked in mystery, he paused but did not pry further. Once home, Yiren casually invited Kagaya to choose any room. Kagaya, suppressing the impulse to say she wished to share his bed, opted for the room next to his. Yiren, amused, remarked, just don't sneak into my bed at night. Kagaya turned away, her centuries-old demeanor now ignited by Yiren's influence. Akin to kindling yearning to blaze, Yiren misinterpreted her reaction as irritation stemming from his joke, oblivious to her struggle against the urge to act on her impulses. As night fell, Yiren lay in bed, contemplating his right hand, marveling, my mental capacity has increased once more. As previously mentioned, he experienced daily growth in his mental prowess, akin to the universe's relentless expansion, impossible to halt. Compared to the beginning, Yiren realized that his mental limits had soared to an unfathomable height. Yet he could still sense that it was escalating wildly. The exhilaration was palpable, but it also stirred considerable concern. It was akin to a balloon perpetually inflating. Surely, there must be a limit? If it continued beyond that threshold, wouldn't it eventually burst? It seemed implausible, though. If the protagonist were to perish, what would the audience have left to behold? Murmured Xiaoyi. As his mental faculties expanded, Yiren discerned that his mastery over spatial abilities had reached an astonishing level. Although he had not actively sought to develop them, he found that his powers of teleportation, storage, cutting, compression, and confinement had escalated to a magnitude capable of obliterating a planet. Yiren harbored a strong instinctive feeling. If he truly desired it, he could instantaneously transport the moon to the orbit of Jupiter. Moreover, he sensed an elusive intuition guiding him, a feeling he had previously neglected amidst his busyness. Now that he had some leisure, Yiren resolved to follow that instinct. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and extended his right hand, then suddenly yanked it back. Mirror space. In a fleeting moment, a sharp crack echoed, and the space shattered like glass. Yiren's pupils constricted at that instant of fragmentation. A powerful suction drew him inward. The so-called mirror space exists as a subspace tethered to the primary realm. All physical laws within the mirror space are uncertain. Gravity, wind speed, temperature, everything is in constant flux. Simultaneously, everything within the subspace can be manipulated at will. For instance, duplication, rotation, overlap, and even arbitrary destruction and reconstruction. However, all of this necessitates sufficient mental energy to sustain it. Yiren suppressed his astonishment and forced himself to calm down, gazing at his surroundings. With a mere thought, gravity shifted, and Yiren began to float above his bed. The walls unfurled like petals, revealing the nightscape outside. Everything in the subspace mirrored the primary realm. Apart from the absence of humanity, all the buildings were identical. Yiren extended his hand, and in an instant, the streets before him were reconstructed at his mental command. The streets replicated and rotated continuously, creating a bizarre, kaleidoscopic effect. Skyscrapers seemed to warp like twisted clay, while the streets appeared as if carelessly crumpled paper, transforming into a surreal spectacle. As he lifted his gaze, a replica of a city manifested above him, perfectly coinciding with the city beneath his feet. As though it were meant to be, Yiren's heart raced. He felt as if he were a deity in this realm. Overwhelmed by the exhilarating sensation of unrestrained freedom, Yiren could not help but burst into laughter. This was beyond delightful. He felt akin to a child who had just received a wondrous new toy, eagerly yearning to explore further. Just as Yiren was about to shatter the entire city within the subspace into fragments, his sixth sense suddenly activated. An intense sense of impending danger engulfed him. Yiren swiftly turned his gaze to the distance, only to behold a vast expanse of darkness advancing from the edge of his vision. It was indescribable, or perhaps, it was a nauseating chaos. Chapter 125, Emergent Urgent Mission. It bore no shape, No color. It was pure darkness, sheer void. The indescribable blackness rapidly engulfed the city like a viscous substance. Everything consumed by it was left in a state of nothingness. Merely gazing at it sent chills down Yiren's spine. He was overtaken by a profound sense of unease. With a flicker of thought, the space behind Yiren shattered, and he was instantly returned to the primary realm. Gasping, he lay on his bed, breathing heavily. Everything around him was calm and serene. The earlier experience felt like a mere nightmare. What was that? Yet he knew it was not a dream. Within the subspace lurked an entirely unknown entity. That thing instilled in him a deep-seated terror, a fear that originated from the very depths of his soul, rooted in the instinct for survival. Yiren struggled to regain his composure. He had never encountered anything like it before. It transcended human understanding and imagination. He felt as though he were a frog at the bottom of a well, suddenly exposed to the world above. Perhaps he would return tomorrow to investigate further. Yiren mused. Although that entity was terrifying, it ignited his curiosity, compelling him to uncover what it truly was. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A secure communication from a special channel? Yiren, unwilling to delay, promptly answered the call. Uncle Zhao, what brings you to contact me at this late hour? Xiao Yi, would you be able to take on some extra work? Zhao Guoqiang's voice sounded urgent. There is an expedited mission that requires your presence. Yiren furrowed his brow. What is going on? The diplomats we dispatched to the island nation have gone silent. Their last communication indicated they had arrived at their designated hotel, and since then, we have heard nothing. Zhao Guoqiang explained. We suspect they have been detained. Yiren's expression darkened. Do those little devils still have the audacity to act like this? Who gives them the courage? So what do you need me to do? Yiren inquired. We plan to send a small team to the island nation for a rescue operation, Zhao Guoqiang stated. The team will include several new ability users and 2 experienced officers. New ability users? Yiren questioned. Can't I just go by myself? Recently, we VE had a number of newcomers in the department, and they require opportunities for training. Zhao Guoqiang clarified. The 2 experienced officers will lead the team, providing them with valuable experience. After a brief pause, Zhao Guoqiang continued. However, for this mission, I hope you can assist throughout. What I mean is, if the situation becomes critical, you can step in to help them. Zhao Guoqiang's tone turned serious. I wish for these newcomers to gain practical experience, and you are their safety net. In an instant, Yiren grasped Zhao Guoqiang's intent. In essence, he was to serve as a mentor for the team, responsible for safeguarding these newcomers while allowing them the chance to grow through real combat, only intervening if absolutely necessary. This was akin to guiding a low-level character through a dungeon in a video game, where the veteran player allows the novice to contribute until the moment they are on the brink of demise, at which point the veteran would step in to save them. Understood, Yiren replied. Should I come over now? Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yi. Just as Yiren stood up and began to dress, he heard a rustling sound from the adjacent room. The sound was intermittent, as if someone were stifling something. What could that be? You, Kagaya Haim. Are you not sleeping at this hour? What are you stealthily up to? Yiren wondered, proceeding to the door of the neighboring room and gently knocking. Hello. Are you all right? The voice inside abruptly ceased, leaving Yiren momentarily taken aback by the sudden silence. After a pause, he heard a cold, faint calm voice belonging to Kagaya Haim reply, I'm fine. Yiren waited a few seconds before the door creaked open, revealing Kagaya Haim at the threshold. She was not veiled, showcasing her exquisitely beautiful face. However, her complexion was slightly flushed, and her breathing appeared somewhat hurried, with her large, watery eyes filled with a dreamy haze. What is that scent? Yiren could not help but inhaled deeply. Kagaya Haim exclaimed. And no. She pressed her small lips tightly together, her body tensed as if she were struggling to suppress something. Yiren dismissed any further thoughts. Prepare yourself. We are about to embark on a mission. Understood, Kagaya Haim instinctively responded, but then she realized something was amiss. Why was she so inclined to heed his words? When he asked her to prepare, she complied without hesitation. Did she, like a little dog, eagerly follow his command? Moreover, why did she feel an inexplicable thrill at being needed by him? What on earth was happening? The part of her that should have detested him was increasingly out of sorts. Just moments ago, she had been unable to resist thinking about him. This is bad. Things have truly taken a turn for the worse. Kagaya Haim felt her emotions spiraling, her face clouded with confusion. Once Kagaya Haim was ready, Yiren snapped his fingers, and together they utilized spatial teleportation to return to the longing department. Despite the late hour, the longing department was still ablaze with light. Zhao Guoqiang awaited them in the office. Comrade Xiao Yi, you've arrived, Zhao Guoqiang said. Allow me to introduce you to the team for this mission. He gestured towards several individuals standing in the office. The Falcon and Nightingale instructors need no introduction, I presume? Yiren nodded, waving at the two, and even winked at Nightingale. The usually aloof Nightingale couldn't help but curve her lips into a subtle smile, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, she swiftly resumed her serious demeanor. As for the Falcon, he had previously collaborated with Yi Ren on a polar rescue mission, well aware of Yi Ren's capabilities. I must properly introduce these new comrades, Zhao Guoqiang continued. This individual is codenamed Sunfire. His ability is pyrokinesis, allowing him to ignite his hair as a means of attack. Yi Ren instinctively nodded. Ah, right, I remember you, Captain Firehead. Sunfire, his impression of Yi Ren quite vivid, recalled how his crush, Sister Baize, had flirted with Yi Ren earlier that day. Just the thought made Sunfire's smile appear somewhat forced. Nevertheless, he remained polite, bowing slightly to Yi Ren. You can just call me Redhead. Very well, Captain Firehead, Yi Ren replied. Chapter 126. The Big Shot leads. All is steady. With that, Yi Ren turned his gaze to the next individual. This is Shirley. His ability allows for the petrification of his body, from his internal organs to his skin. Shirley was a burly, dark-skinned young man from the northeast, exuding an air of earnestness. Stone Man, huh? Yi Ren exclaimed. Shirley chuckled innocently. How did you know? Bro, I'm a fantastic stone man. Zhao Guoqiang smoothly introduced the third individual, a young woman. This is Wind Shadow. Her ability is to sense and manipulate airflow. Though her mechanism is simple, her mental capacity has even garnered praise from Baize. Wind Shadow was petite, sporting short green hair, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity as they focused on Yi Ren. I've heard Sister Baize mention you several times. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yi Ren grinned, displaying his teeth in a cheerful smile. Lastly, Zhao Guoqiang introduced the final member. This is Lingyue. Her ability is rather unique, allowing her to absorb lunar energy and materialize her thoughts. You will understand more about this later. Lingyue was tall and had a rather average appearance. Her expression nearly devoid of emotion. She merely glanced at Yi Ren before averting her gaze. This mission is of utmost importance, and I expect each of you to give it your all, Zhao Guoqiang said gravely. Additionally, Comrade Xiao Yi, I entrust them to you. Yi Ren nodded in acknowledgement. The primary objective of this mission is to rescue the detained diplomats of Long Country, Zhao Guoqiang stated, handing Yi Ren a document. The document meticulously outlined the mission's goals and plans. The operation was codenamed Solar Cycle, aiming to rescue the Long Country diplomats held by the government of the island nation, as well as to subdue said government. After all, one must retaliate against oppression. The plan was straightforward. The team would infiltrate the island nation, launching a direct assault on the government building, locating the interim prime minister, and demanding the release of the detained Long Country diplomats. Should they encounter resistance, the team was authorized to employ forceful deterrents. After reviewing the document, Yi Ren furrowed his brow slightly. Where did these little devils find the audacity to resist us? He pondered, having already controlled the entire Yaqi upper realm, with the core echelon of the island nation submissive to Long Country. Who dared to embolden these little devils to defy Long Country? Zhao Guoqiang sighed, explaining, it's likely that the eagles have been in contact with them. Eagles? A flicker of cold light flashed in Yi Ren's eyes. What are they plotting? What else could they be plotting? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. We are not yet at the stage for direct confrontation. They can only send the island nation to attempt to bite us. Humph. Yi Ren scoffed. Should I just obliterate the eagle's White House? Let us not be hasty, Zhao Guoqiang cautioned. War is not a game. Once it begins, the consequences are unpredictable. The entire nation of Long Country understood Yi Ren's immense strength, yet none had a clear concept of just how formidable he truly was. In any case, Comrade Xiao Yi, even a lion must exert all its strength to catch a rabbit, Zhao Guoqiang reminded him. The little devils are not terrifying, but the forces behind them are what we must remain vigilant against. Yi Ren remained silent, merely exhaling a sigh. What a hassle. Could we not simply unleash unparalleled might and unify the world to establish a centralized Long Country? At this moment, a certain Comrade Shi-Er likely had something to say. All right, let us set off. Zhao Guoqiang saluted, wishing them good fortune. Yes. The group promptly returned the salute and turned to leave the office. What is our next course of action? Falcon Instructor inquired intelligently, turning to Yi Ren. Yi Ren glanced at Kagaya. Let us go. It's time to return to your homeland. This time, they are digging their own graves. You understand my meaning. Kagaya remained silent. Had this been earlier, she might have felt vexed by the people of the island nation. Yet now, her spirit had taken the form of someone else, leaving her little mind to dwell on such matters. After all, just moments ago during their conversation, her thoughts had been solely on Yi Ren. Are you all prepared? Yi Ren turned to address the group. The big shot is leading the way. We are all set. Young Firehead exclaimed excitedly. Yi Ren cast a sweeping glance around before effortlessly snapping his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. They stood within a spacious, brightly lit hall, adorned with opulence, its polished floor gleaming like a mirror. The walls were embellished with exquisite calligraphy and paintings. seemingly of considerable worth. The hall was devoid of any occupants, illuminated only by a few dim wall sconces that cast elongated shadows. A subtle scent of sandalwood lingered in the air, yet it carried an oppressive weight. The group murmured in confusion, "Where are we? What just happened?" The somewhat naive Shirley could no longer contain his curiosity. "The office of the Japanese government," Yi-Rin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment, nearly choking on their disbelief. "Wait, we arrived just like that?" Their gazes toward Yi-Rin were now imbued with a mix of complexity, as they began to grasp the magnitude of his power, which far exceeded their expectations. "Now, you may commence your tasks. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility." Yi-Rin gestured casually. His nonchalant demeanor only intensified the group's enigmatic feelings. On one hand, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. On the other, a disheartening sense of insignificance. "All right, enough dawdling," Commander Nightingale interjected. "Let us proceed according to plan." The group snapped back to reality, regrouping their resolve as they advanced toward the temporary residence of the Prime Minister. Along the way, they inevitably encountered resistance from the nighttime self-defense forces. However, these soldiers were easily overwhelmed by the coordinated efforts of the four extraordinary beings. "Those who are unafraid of death, come forth." Yin Yang's hair ignited into flames, swirling forth like a fiery dragon, incinerating the obstructing soldiers into ashes. "They do not comprehend our language," Shirley remarked, transforming his body into solid rock, bulldozing through the soldiers like an unstoppable tank. Feng Ying moved with an elegance akin to dance, her fingertips unleashing razor-sharp gusts of wind, silently yet devastatingly effective. As for Ling Yu, she exhibited formidable prowess. With a mere flick of her fingers, the self-defense officers were pierced through their chests by luminous discs akin to the moonlight. In terms of raw combat effectiveness, Ling Yu's overwhelming presence surpassed even the combined might of the other three. Meanwhile, Nightingale and Falcon, the two ordinary instructors, remained behind, observing the unfolding spectacle. "Care for some sunflower seeds?" Yi-Rin inquired. "I'll have a few," Nightingale replied. "Thank you," Falcon added. The trio merely watched the ensuing chaos unfold. Ultimately, with the four extraordinary beings' collaboration, the team surged forward with unstoppable momentum, swiftly arriving at the doorstep of the Prime Minister's temporary quarters. Chapter 127, TAA's Trap Counterattack. Shirley forcefully kicked open the door to the Prime Minister's room. "Don't move. Hands on your head. You have the right to remain silent." However, upon entering, he discovered the room was utterly vacant. The expansive chamber contained only a massive desk and a few chairs, devoid of even a bed. "Where is everyone?" Shirley queried, bewildered. "Do not drop your guard. There may be a trap," Commander Nightingale cautioned. "This place feels off." Feng Ying suddenly spoke up. "What do you mean?" Nightingale asked. "I sense something unusual in the airflow." Feng Ying frowned. "Don't you smell that nauseating stench?" At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the corner of the room, causing everyone to become alert, their gazes turning toward the source of the noise. Emerging from the shadows was a grotesque figure, shrouded in bandages, hunched over as it shuffled forward. The creature was emaciated to the point of skeletal fragility, its limbs disconcertingly elongated. It wore a breathing mask and carried a peculiar canister on its back. The figure stumbled forward, mumbling in English, "Help me, help me." The group recoiled in disgust at the sight of the creature. "What in the world is that?" Shirley couldn't help but exclaim. "Who knows?" Yin Yang replied with disdain. "Whatever it is, let's burn it." With that, flames erupted from Yin Yang's hair, transforming into a fiery dragon aimed at the creature. Yet, at that moment, Yi-Rin furrowed his brow. His sixth sense had been triggered. A powerful sense of impending danger surged within him. He abruptly turned, only to find that the once open door had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a smooth, mirror-like metallic wall, radiating a cold, silvery sheen. "What is happening?" Shirley was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to touch the metallic surface. However, the instant his fingers made contact, a piercing scream escaped his lips. "Ah!" The metallic wall, as if alive, began to flow like liquid, instantly ensnaring Shirley's arm. His entire limb became ensconced in the metallic substance, rendering him immobile. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out in anguish. "Shirley!" Yin Yang's face paled, disregarding the bandaged creature before him. He rushed forward, attempting to extract Shirley from the metallic grip. "Damn it!" Nightingale, witnessing the chaos, promptly drew her firearm and fired multiple rounds at the metallic wall. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, the bullets merely sparked upon impact, failing to penetrate the resilient surface. The wall exhibited an extraordinary toughness and resilience. Meanwhile, outside the room, a short, stout Mexican man with a pair of small mustaches stood firm. His hands were connected to the liquid metal. Carlos Hernandez, codenamed Furnace, was a member of the TAA organization. The TAA, formerly known as the Superpower Application and Development Bureau, was a newly established department formed by the American government in conjunction with the military. His task was to seal the room once he ran and the others entered. "I have succeeded. Blink, it's your turn," Furnace whispered through his earpiece. At that moment, a spatial portal suddenly materialized within the sealed room. On the other side of the portal stood a stunning Latino woman, clad in a form-fitting outfit. She was none other than the American superpowered individual, Blink. Soon after, several bandaged figures stumbled through the portal into the room. Now, 3 grotesque creatures filled the chamber. Their bodies were swathed in bandages, obscuring their faces, revealing only pairs of crimson eyes that gleamed with torment through the fabric. Before the portal closed, Yiren swiftly caught a glimpse of the scene on the other side. Yiren, he had seen enough. Just then, the grotesque creatures emitted a chilling wail. They hunched over, collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently. Suddenly, numerous orifices sprouted from their backs, writhing like octopus tentacles, releasing a noxious green mist. Not good. Hold your breath. The faces of Yin Yang and his companions turned ashen, and they hastily covered their mouths and noses, attempting to evade the encroaching poisonous fog. However, the speed at which the toxic mist spread was alarmingly swift. They had no time to dodge. Among them, Lingyu, positioned closest, inadvertently inhaled a substantial amount of the noxious vapors. Cough, cough, cough. Instantly, Lingyu's complexion paled to a ghastly hue. Clutching her chest, she began to cough violently, her body swaying precariously as if she might collapse at any moment. Feng Ying rushed forward to support Lingyu, his expression fraught with concern. Lingyu's gaze became unfocused, her pallor deepening, and her lips took on a purplish tinge. Yiren glanced toward the direction where the teleportation portal had vanished, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. First, save the people. With a mere flick of his hand, he executed space cutting. The 3 venomous creatures were instantaneously severed into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Yet, in the very moment of their demise, their carcasses erupted with an even more potent cloud of poisonous fog. The room was instantly filled with the toxic haze. Cough, cough, cough. Yiren fought against the dizziness and nausea, activating spatial teleportation to transport everyone outside the sealed room. In the next moment, they found themselves in the corridor. Fresh air flooded their lungs, bringing a measure of relief. "Are you all right?" Kagayaheim instinctively reached out to support Yiren's arm. Yiren waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had been poisoned. Although he had surrounded himself with a layer of mirrored space throughout the ordeal, the poisonous fog was not a projectile attack. The mirroring effect could not obstruct the instantaneous spread of the mist. At that moment, Yiren felt lightheaded. His internal organs ached faintly, as if innumerable needles were piercing him. "Do not move. I shall heal you." Kagayaheim's thoughts were consumed with Yiren. Seeing him in pain made her wish she could bear the burden in his stead. She quickly extended her hand, attempting to employ her healing powers on Yiren. Yet, he grasped her hand firmly. First, save her. Battling through the sensation of dizziness, Yiren pressed her hand against Lingyu. After all, Lingyu had inhaled the most significant dose of the toxic mist and was now in grave danger. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her lips were violet, and her breathing was faint, as though she might cease to breathe at any moment. However, Kagayaheim wished to say something, but Yiren shook his head, his tone resolute. First, save her. With no other choice, Kagayaheim relinquished her intention to treat Yiren and turned her focus to Lingyu. Healing. Chapter 128. Pierce. My plan is flawless. Kagayaheim furrowed her brow, casting a worried glance at Yiren. She had intended to heal him first, but felt powerless to defy his command. Thus, she began to heal Lingyu, her hands shimmering with golden light, and Lingyu's complexion visibly improved. Simultaneously, she kept a watchful eye on Yiren's condition, contemplating that if anything were to happen to him, she would have to prioritize his rescue. Yet, the next moment left her astounded, for Yiren's complexion was visibly brightening. In a matter of mere breaths, his previously ashen face regained its rosy hue. Exhaling a long breath, he released a faint green cloud of poison. With the expulsion of the toxin, Yiren was restored to full health. Kagayaheim. This scene left Kagayaheim utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How did he heal himself? She was at a loss for understanding. But soon, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Yiren approached Yin Yang and Shirley, placing his hands upon them. Both Yin Yang and Shirley had also inhaled some of the poisonous mist. While their symptoms were not as severe as Lingyu's, their complexions were far from favorable. "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Shirley asked, bewildered. "Do not speak." Yiren interrupted him, concentrating intently. Golden lights sparkled from his hands, rapidly enveloping Yin Yang and Shirley. They immediately felt a warm current surging from Yiren's palms into their bodies, coursing through their limbs. This warmth swiftly dispelled the toxins within them, repairing their damaged cells. Yin Yang and Shirley were left astonished. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, Kagayaheim was even more shocked. She recognized at once that Yi Ren was employing her healing ability. However, he was clearly not a healer. How could he wield her healing powers? As previously mentioned, Yi Ren's passive skill allowed him to randomly learn the abilities of enemies he defeated or mentally linked with. Just yesterday evening, he had linked with Kagayaheim, thus retaining this ability. Moreover, thanks to his limitless mental capacity, he had fully unlocked the terrifying potential of her healing power. In the blink of an eye, Shirley and Yin Yang were restored to health. Meanwhile, Kagayaheim was still busy healing Lingyu. As the original wielder of the ability, she had not even managed to exploit its full efficacy. And you too. Yi Ren turned his gaze to Falcon and Nightingale, who also bore the effects of the toxic mist, their complexions slightly pale. Especially Nightingale, whose typically cool demeanor was betrayed by her ashen face. Yi Ren approached Nightingale, and before she could react, he grasped her hand. Nightingale instinctively parted her lips. Yet, golden light emanated from Yi Ren's palm, swiftly spreading over her form. The warmth nearly compelled Nightingale to gasp aloud. Her body was visibly mending. Once the healing was complete, Yi Ren released her hand. But Nightingale's heartbeat showed no signs of slowing. Damn it, is it a myocardial infarction? No, it's the feeling of excitement. After Yi Ren finished healing the others, Kagayaheim also completed her treatment of Lingyu. Lingyu weakly remarked, I'm fine now, thank you. However, Kagayaheim paid her words no heed. She stared at Yi Ren in astonishment, filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Her tone was laced with incredulity. Kagayaheim suddenly felt like a mere tool. Yi Ren could heal himself, yet insisted on her presence. This made her feel deceived, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to restrain herself from questioning, then why do you still need me by your side? Yi Ren, it's rather difficult to explain. Was he to divulge to Kagayaheim that his passive skill allowed him to learn the abilities of other power users through mental links? Thus, he required her presence? Yi Ren could only offer a vague response. It's different. I learned it from you. Upon hearing this, Kagayaheim's anger flared even more. Do you take me for a fool? What do you mean you learned it from me? Your healing ability is clearly stronger than mine. Yi Ren, if you leave, I would lose this ability. So I cannot be without you. Kagayaheim. Kagayaheim. The final words sent Kagaya's heart racing. I can't be without you. Her face, concealed beneath her veil, flushed a deep crimson, and her legs instinctively tightened together, causing her speech to falter. Am I truly that significant to you? Yi Ren nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. Indeed, you are very important. After all, as a healer, one must be gentle and reassuring. Kagaya. On the surface, Kagaya feigned calmness. Yet internally, she was overwhelmed with a delightful embarrassment. She took a deep breath, attempting to quell her tumultuous emotions, though her voice still trembled slightly. I understand. Turning her back to Yi Ren, she sought to conceal her current shyness. She gently bit her lip, striving to suppress the overwhelming urge to leap into his arms. What should I do? It seems I have genuinely developed feelings for him. Yet, he is undoubtedly my adversary. He has coerced me into working for him. I should be harboring resentment. But why do I now feel an inexplicable sense of dependence on him? Why does his mere utterance bring me such profound joy? Kagaya's heart was a tempest of contradictions and turmoil. She was at a loss as to how to face this sudden surge of emotions. She wished to resist these feelings, but found herself utterly incapable of doing so. After all, Yi Ren had indelibly etched himself into the depths of her soul. Ahem. The Falcon instructor cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention back to him. So, what shall we do next? Yi Ren turned around, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. That group of white-skinned individuals has plotted against us. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. He smirked coldly. Come, let us deal with them. Meanwhile, in the nuclear war shelter located directly beneath the government office building, the interim prime minister was present with the TAA's ability users, including Pierce, Flicker, and Forge. The interim prime minister, appearing as servile as a dog, bowed deeply before Pierce. Mr. Pierce, what is the situation now? He inquired cautiously, his voice laden with anxiety. Pierce chuckled. My plan is flawless. Those ability users from the Dragon Kingdom should all be dead from the poison in the sealed room, with no chance of survival. Chapter 129. Truly, poor Yi Ren. Upon hearing this, the interim prime minister let out a sigh of relief. He quickly nodded and bowed profusely. That is excellent news. Mr. Pierce, you are truly wise and formidable. I am in awe of your strategic brilliance. As Pierce listened to the prime minister's flattery, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He harbored a disdain for the insincerity of the islanders, but simultaneously relished the feeling of being admired. Suddenly, the oracle behind him let out a piercing scream. Ah! What is it? Pierce's brow furrowed. The oracle, pale and trembling, pointed behind Pierce, stammering. "Teach, they're coming." "What?" Pierce's expression shifted dramatically. He spun around, but saw nothing. "What is coming?" he barked. "Stop screaming and speak clearly." Yet, the oracle remained ghostly pale and shook uncontrollably, gesturing behind Pierce, incoherently stating, "I saw it. I saw that they would appear here in 3 seconds." Pierce. At that moment, Yi Run, accompanied by Kaguya and others, abruptly materialized before them. Pierce. "What the hell is this?" Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend how Yi Ren and the others had breached his defenses. He had sealed the room completely with Forge's assistance, and even sent Flicker to transmit 3 poisonous insects for widespread extermination. How could they appear here unscathed? This defied logic, magic, and reason. Pierce was utterly baffled. However, Yi Ren would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. "I'm up, instant kill." Yi Ren initially intended to swiftly dispatch them with a wave, utilizing spatial slicing for a clean sweep. However, he suddenly recalled Uncle Zhao's directive for him to remain with the newcomers to provide them an opportunity for growth. If he acted too swiftly, what purpose would this mission serve? Sigh, look at me, playing both father and mother. I need to care for the newcomers as well. Thus, Yi Ren turned to them and declared, "What are you waiting for? Go." The group. Only then did Yin Yang and the others realize Yi Ren was prompting them to take action. Indeed, otherwise, this mission would yield nothing beyond mere spectating. Charge! 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 Flames erupted from Yin Yang's hair, transforming into roaring fire dragons that surged toward Pierce and the others. Shirley's form morphed into solid rock, barreling forward like a tank in a savage charge towards Pierce and his cohort. Swish, swish, swish. Ling Yu merely flicked her fingers, summoning several razor-sharp crescent moons from thin air. These moons danced through the air like the scythes of death, slicing toward Pierce and his group. Bang, bang, bang. Wind Shadow extended her hands, grasping the air towards Pierce and the others. She compressed the air into visible projectiles, then unleashed them as air cannons. In an instant, the underground nuclear war shelter erupted in flames and explosions, resembling a hellish inferno. Within the subterranean facility, numerous members of the self-defense forces, tasked with guarding the interim prime minister, were mercilessly slaughtered under the assault of Yin Yang and the others, reduced to bloody heaps, as if they were mere vegetables. The disparity between ability users and ordinary individuals was akin to a dimensional obliteration. Under the onslaught of Yin Yang and his comrades, the self-defense personnel had no chance to retaliate, swiftly annihilated into nothingness. And what of Yi Ren, Falcon, and Nightingale? They were casually munching on seeds, watching the spectacle unfold. "Yi Ren, don't forget to give me advertising fees for the 5 spice seeds." At that moment, the Falcon instructor voiced his unease. Those eagle sauce people have yet to make a move. He was concerned for Yin Yang and the others, as there were numerous formidable ability users within the TAA organization. However, before he could finish his sentence, Pierce had already commanded, "Attack." The TAA members sprang into action. Forge's hands morphed into liquid metal, snaking toward Yin Yang like 2 giant serpents. Another ability user, named Jack Thompson, codename Phantom, possessed the ability to create illusions, inducing hallucinations, clearly a mind-based power. With a flicker of his pupils, he conjured a fog of illusions that enveloped Yin Yang and the others. Yin Yang found himself ensnared in the illusion. What a massive faucet. Yi Ren. There was no need to mention the upper limits of Yi Ren's mental strength. In the face of such an absolute disparity, the illusions were utterly ineffective. He observed that everyone, including the Nightingale instructor, was ensnared in an illusion, witnessing disparate scenes. The imagery possessed a touch of humor. For instance, that fellow, Yin Yang, was scratching his hair and wailing, "The restorative. I need the restorative, the top-tier shampoo. I'll go bald, woe is me." Yi Ren could not help but let out a deep sigh, muttering, "Make sure to settle that advertising fee." In the midst of the illusion, all present beheld various terrifying sights and heard an array of horrifying sounds. Their spirits were subjected to tremendous shock. "Get away. Away with you filthy women." Shirley shrieked, clutching his chest in a manner reminiscent of a victim of injustice. Yi Ren interjected, "What? Aren't you Nintong?" Ling Yu and Feng Ying were also affected by the hallucination. However, their mental fortitude surpassed that of Yin Yang and Shirley. Thus, after a brief disorientation, they successfully extricated themselves. Ling Yu stood calmly in place, her eyes radiating a chilling light. "How dare you force me to relive those unbearable memories?" With a mere flick of her fingers, she conjured several razor-sharp moon discs from thin air. These discs danced through the air like the scythes of death, hurtling toward Jack Thompson, the illusionist. Quick, too quick, like the swift shadow of the moon. Illusory Jack let out a scream, unable to evade in time as one of the moon discs severed half of his head. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Damn it, Pierce cursed, astonished that Ling Yu could resist the effects of the illusion. The forge hastily retracted its liquid metal, transforming it into a shield, erecting it before Pierce. Clang, clang, clang. The moon discs collided with the metal shield, emitting a jarring metallic clang. Sparks flew. Yet, the moon discs could not penetrate the metal shield. Ling Yu furrowed her brow, surprised by the formidable defense of the forge. Just then, another ability user entered the fray. Chapter 130. She is also a space-type ability user? Her name was Catherine Jones. Codename, Enchantress. It is worth noting that she was the romantic interest of the illusionist, as both were psychics with numerous shared topics of conversation, primarily revolving around their abilities that allowed for some rather delightful play. Consider it, ponder it deeply. She glared at Ling Yu, her eyes bloodshot, and then quietly hissed. End it. Ling Yu's gaze instantly turned hazy, as if she had lost her self-awareness, standing motionless. Success. Upon witnessing this, Pierce was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Catherine could so easily dominate Ling Yu. However, before his smile could fully blossom, it froze upon his face. For behind Ling Yu, a moon disk suddenly materialized. Sizzle. Huh. Catherine emitted a sudden, chilling scream. Then, unexpectedly, Pierce felt his breath catch for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief. She was eliminated? Another one? But she had clearly been under Catherine's control. How could she still launch an attack? At that moment, Ling Yu's eyes regained their clarity. She coldly regarded Pierce and declared, disgusting, utterly disgusting, repulsively so. Pierce. Now Pierce comprehended. That woman was perhaps never truly under Catherine's control. She had merely feigned compliance, seizing the moment to strike. Such profound cunning. Men should do what men ought to do. Not far from Ling Yu, Shirley transformed into a colossal rock giant, swinging his massive fists toward the enemy before him. The opponent was bloodied and frothing at the mouth from the assault. The scales of victory seemed to tilt decidedly in favor of the Dragon Hidden faction. Nevertheless, Pierce remained composed, his dark gaze fixated firmly on Yi Ren. His instincts warned him that among all present, it was Yi Ren who had been munching on seeds. That posed the greatest threat. Yi Ren, crunching, who on earth invented this thing? Crunching, it's truly perplexing. Crunching, Nightingale, while others are engaged in battle. You sit here watching the spectacle and munching away, it's exceedingly rude. With that, she extended her small hand. Please, another handful of caramel-flavored ones. Pierce observed this scene, but felt no fear. On the contrary, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, murmuring, today, they shall all perish here. It turned out that Pierce had long harbored a plan. He was never one to act recklessly. His ascent to one of the leaders of the TAA organization was not due to any superpower, but rather his meticulous intellect and strategic prowess. Pierce discreetly signaled to Flicker. Understanding the cue, Flicker promptly closed his eyes, concentrating to accumulate energy. After approximately 2 minutes, 6 teleportation portals suddenly appeared within the underground shelter. These portals were evenly distributed in every corner. However, the other side of the portals did not lead to an escape route, but rather to specially designed, sturdy alloy cages. Within these cages were the TAA's experimental subjects, the Titan soldiers. These Titan soldiers were no longer human. Each stood over 3 meters tall, their musculature highly developed. Resembling small tanks, their skin bore a sickly pallor, marred by grotesque scars as if they had endured countless tortures. Numerous liquid tubes were inserted into their backs, continuously delivering sedatives into their systems. Roar. As the flow of sedatives ceased, these Titan soldiers let out deafening roars. They violently pounded against the alloy cages, striving to break free. Crack, crack, crack. The alloy cages emitted a series of excruciating metallic twisting sounds, as if they could be torn apart by the Titan soldiers at any moment. This. Yin Yang and the others stared wide-eyed at the Titan soldiers, resembling small giants, their minds somewhat befuddled. Were these things even human? They had never encountered such a terrifying monster. These Titan soldiers were nothing short of humanoid weapons. Pierce grinned. For God's sake, give up resistance. It will be a more merciful end. In the next instant, the 6 alloy cages shattered with a resounding crash. 6 Titan soldiers charged through the teleportation portals like untamed wild horses. Oh no! Yin Yang and the others turned pale, instinctively looking to Yi Ren. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the Titan soldiers, they realized they were utterly no match for these monsters. The ground cracked beneath the onslaught of the Titan soldiers. The walls collapsed with their assaults. The entire underground shelter trembled violently under the relentless attacks of the Titan soldiers. Meanwhile, behind Pierce, Blink, and the other superhumans of TA, a portal conjured by Blink materialized out of thin air. On the other side of the portal lay the corridor they had traversed to arrive here. Evacuate, Pierce bellowed. This was his strategy, to lure Yi Ren and his companions into a trap and then, utilizing Blink, summon experimental Titan soldiers to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. They could then swiftly escape through the portal, unscathed. Hurry, Blink urged urgently. At that moment, however, Yi Ren paused his snacking on sunflower seeds. Sister Nightingale, could you hold this for me? He said, extending the seeds to Nightingale beside him. He then lifted his head, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Did you think I would let you leave? He intoned softly. Don't ask. It's simply for show. If superpowers aren't for show, what purpose do they serve? The next instant, Yi Ren unleashed Spatial Lock. Spatial Lock. In an instant, the entire underground nuclear war shelter was ensnared in a stasis. Those attempting to flee, including Pierce and his comrades, suddenly felt their breaths hitch, as if the very air had thickened. All the portals opened by Blink collapsed under the properties of the Spatial Lock. The entire space solidified, akin to gelatin set in time. Boom, boom, boom. Following the collapse of the portals, violent spatial fluctuations erupted. Simultaneously, Blink suffered a backlash from the collapsing portals, blood gushing from her nostrils. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, but Pierce quickly supported her. What is happening? A foreboding feeling surged within him. The portals Blink had formed should have required only a modicum of energy to maintain, rendering them nearly impervious to collapse. But now, he too is of the spatial realm. Blink murmured, her gaze fixed on Yi Ren, her voice trembling. At her words, Pierce's expression shifted dramatically. In truth, he had harbored a vague suspicion since Yi Ren had transported his group, yet he had not dared to confirm it until this moment, when he trembled internally with the realization. Yi Ren, too, was a spatial superhuman. Moreover, his spatial powers were evidently more formidable than Blink's. Pierce understood that he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 131. The war has begun. At this moment, Blink was consumed by despair. She was utterly incapable of summoning a portal, or rather, her abilities had been suppressed to the point of unusability under Yi Ren's spatial confinement. What on earth was happening? She could not comprehend it. Mom, I just want to go home, Blink sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she covered her mouth. She wished to say something, to defend herself, to plead for Yi Ren's mercy. Yet, words failed her, her throat constricted. Help! Help! Stop! She gasped, her once delicate and beautiful visage now marred by fear. She felt akin to a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web, struggling futilely against the inevitable grasp of death. No, perhaps she was already dead? In the next moment, a line of crimson appeared around Blink's neck. Then, her head, filled with terror and despair, simply fell from her shoulders, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Pierce's feet. The expression on her face remained frozen. Perhaps it was fate. As her eyes fortuitously locked onto Pierce's gaze, Pierce stared blankly at Blink's lifeless form, his mind a void. She was dead? Just like that? She was an exceedingly rare, spatial superhuman. She was his most cherished trump card. How could she possibly be dead? Perhaps it was all predestined. Spatial superhumans are notoriously difficult to kill, at least in theory. After all, abilities intertwined with the concepts of space and time are unfathomably complex. But alas, she had encountered a far more unreasonable adversary. However, before he could even mourn for the TAA members, Yi Ren coldly raised his hand. I have nothing to say to you. I'm tired of this, so please die. The next instant, Yi Ren's finger flicked lightly. Spatial cutting. Splat, splat, splat. Accompanied by a chilling sound of severance, plumes of blood erupted within the shelter. Pierce, the Forge, the Enchantress, the Seer, their bodies were instantly sliced into numerous uniform polyhedra, scattering across the ground. Blood stained the floor, the walls, and the very air. In the blink of an eye, the underground nuclear war shelter was left with only Yi Ren and a few trembling Titan soldiers. The Titan soldiers, who should have been devoid of sensation and fear, as their brains had been surgically stripped of emotions and pain prior to the mutations induced by their powers, now felt fear. This fear even suppressed their innate brutality. Disgusting, Yi Ren remarked, averted his gaze from the Titan soldiers. Spatial compression. Bang. The robust Titan soldiers were instantly crushed into fist-sized meatballs. With a series of thuds, the meatballs fell to the ground, creating several sizable craters. Ling Yue, Feng Ying, and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to process what had just transpired. After all, it had all occurred in the blink of an eye. Yi Ren had obliterated the TAA superhumans and even the grotesque Titan soldiers in an instant. His overwhelming power left them momentarily dazed, staring blankly at the ground strewn with cubic remnants of corpses. After a while, Ling Yue finally let out a soft sigh. Too monstrous. So powerful it's suffocating. It's hard to fathom that such abilities are within human grasp. Ling Yun was acutely aware of the information Yi Ren had revealed during his previous actions. as the most potent superpower. Spatial mechanics paired with the instantaneous annihilation of all opponents was truly exceptional. Feng Ying instinctively nodded in agreement, her gaze towards Yi Ren imbued with a hint of admiration. Everyone realized that had it not been for Yi Ren's intention to provide them with practical combat experience, he could have easily concluded the mission single-handedly. Reflecting on this, their emotions grew even more complex. Sigh, Shirley scratched his head, his voice deep and resonant. What was the point of fighting? Yin Yang sighed in response. I feel utterly useless. Feng Ying shot him a glance. Be more confident. Remove that feeling. I initially thought you were a major asset, but instead, we've been relying on Yeye for support. She referred to the earlier skirmish. The image of Ling Yu standing alone against 3 opponents remains vivid in memory. Yet, despite the accolades showered upon her, Ling Yu finds it impossible to smile. Her gaze is perpetually fixed on Yi Ren. The chasm between them feels insurmountably vast, rendering even the desire to bridge that gap utterly futile, ultimately morphing into a bitter smile tinged with resignation. Ling Yu is, at heart, an exceedingly proud individual. Though she possesses an unremarkable appearance, a commonplace personality, and an ordinary family background, she once believed she would lead a mundane existence, much like countless others. It was only after awakening her extraordinary abilities, realizing that her unique powers and mental prowess eclipsed those of numerous other gifted individuals, that her pride began to flourish. She had earned that right. However, now, she finds herself considerably more composed, murmuring to herself in a self-soothing manner. Never mind. What is the point of comparing with a perverse individual? It corrupts my moral compass. Yi Ren, perplexed, feels an inexplicable sense of being scorned. With the dissolution of the TAA, the remnants of Japan's political figures succumb swiftly to their knees, disregarding the late hour. Many, clad in their nightwear, scramble towards the Prime Minister's residence in disarray. Once there, these politicians, disheveled and disarrayed, kneel in a row, heads bowed, silent as if awaiting judgment. Stripped of their usual polished appearances, Yi Ren, finding little interest in their plight, feels only disgust for these individuals who have lived comfortably. Where are the people? Inquires Instructor Nightingale, referring to the diplomats from the Dragon Kingdom. At her words, the kneeling Japanese politicians tremble, cold sweat breaking out as if they have been marked by death itself. Nightingale's face hardens as she demands, I ask again, where are they? Her voice, chilling as ice, only deepens their terror. One of the politicians, wearing a face of despair, stammers a response. The Dragon Kingdom's diplomats, they have already. He falters, unable to utter the final words. What do you mean, have already? With a forceful slam of the table, Nightingale bellows, what have they done? The politician shivers in fright and hastily proclaims, they are dead. Chapter 132, A Bold Move Dead. Nightingale's eyes widen in disbelief. How dare you? Her tone brims with incredulity. She had only anticipated imprisonment, but never imagined these misguided souls would dare to slay diplomats sent by the Dragon Kingdom. The politician, face contorted in sorrow, protests, it wasn't me. We dared not. They were killed by those from the Eagle Nation. The specifics elude the small-time politicians. They only know that lives have been lost in a most undignified manner. Under the command of Pierce, TAA members had opened fire upon encountering the Dragon Kingdom's diplomats. And the repercussions? War had long since been ignited, had it not? Scoundrels! Nightingale clenches her fists, nails digging into her palms, crimson blood oozing through her fingers. Yet she remains oblivious. Upon hearing the confirmation of death, silence envelopes the room, a heavy stillness. Yin Yang and others wear expressions of fury and hatred, their fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the pressure, teeth grinding audibly. They yearn to strike against the Eagle Nation, to rend the perpetrator's limb from limb. The light casts a shadow on Yi Ren's face, obscuring his features, revealing only a chilling, penetrating gaze. In the next moment, he rises. Good, very good. He exhales these 3 words slowly, his tone eerily calm. With a casual gesture, he points into the air. Suddenly, a cluster of corpses, trembling violently and emitting a blinding orange glow, plummets to the ground with a crackling sound, akin to dumplings falling into boiling water. These remains are the fusion meat chunks he has long preserved for use. Witnessing this spectacle, Nightingale's heart skips a beat, instinctively exclaiming, calm down. Yi Ren, stay calm. She understands him well. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he possesses an obstinate temperament, unyielding to anyone. When such a disposition is coupled with his formidable strength, it becomes truly terrifying. Yi Ren nods slightly. I am quite calm. His voice remains steady, yet beneath that calmness lurks a chilling undertone. Actually, he pauses, lifting his gaze to sweep coldly across the kneeling politicians. About a week ago, I contemplated a question. His voice, though soft, resonates clearly in the ears of everyone present. With my abilities, why can I not simply erase all of the Dragon Kingdom's enemies from existence? Hearing his serene tone, Nightingale trembles anew. An ominous realization dawns upon her. At this moment, her mind buzzes, as if swarming with bees celebrating a raucous party. It is coming. Something monumental is approaching. She cannot help but recall that everyone knows Yi-Run is extraordinarily powerful. Precisely because of his strength, the entire Dragon Kingdom cherishes him as a strategic deterrent. Even the highest-ranking officials regard him with utmost importance. Yet, it seems everyone overlooks a crucial point. Just how powerful is he? Powerful enough to annihilate the world? And now, Yi-Run is poised to reveal the answer to Nightingale. He lowers his gaze to the fusion critical remains on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. Were it not for the spatial confinement, these would have triggered an unstoppable nuclear explosion the moment they materialized in this realm. Every molecule within each cell would transform from mass to energy, capable of erasing this city from the map in an instant, and it can be divided into 62 pieces. Yi-Run murmurs to himself, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, envisioning the Eagle Nation far beyond. Yet, the Eagle Nation comprises only 50 states. He pauses, the chill in his smile intensifying. That will suffice. Nightingale. Others, what the hell? Not my friend. This statement carries substantial weight, doesn't it? Everyone's CPU's nearly overheated. What on earth are you planning? Nightingale quickly inhales deeply, instinctively clutching Yi-Ren's arm, disregarding everything else. Stay calm. You must remain calm. She cannot fathom the consequences if Yi-Run were to follow through. The entire world would descend into chaos and panic. Countless innocent lives could be lost as a result. She must intervene. Yi-Run casts a forlorn glance at Nightingale, his deep-set eyes reflecting a semblance of pain and guilt, as if he wears a bitter smile. In truth, it's my fault. His voice carries a rasp, weariness, and an undercurrent of helplessness. I believe that by eliminating the threat posed by the eight-headed serpent in the upper realm, the island nation would acquiesce without resistance, which is why I sent individuals here. He paused, his tone growing increasingly somber. However, unexpectedly, they perished in this place. Nightingale felt a lump in her throat. She was at a loss for words to comfort Yi-Run. With a determined bite of her lip, she enveloped Yi-Ren's head in her embrace, holding him tightly. It is not your fault, she said, her voice tinged with a slight choke and a trace of compassion. You are not a deity. How could you always be right? After a brief pause, she continued, I understand you are very angry, but... Nightingale's attempt to speak was interrupted as Yi-Run freed himself from her embrace. He smiled softly and replied, I act with discernment. Noticing Nightingale's expression, which suggested she still had much to say, Yi-Run inhaled deeply. I know what you are worried about, but I can no longer endure it. I believe they cannot wait any longer either. Nightingale was taken aback. What? Yi-Run looked up, grinning at the screen. Everyone is waiting for me to make a bold move. Nightingale's confusion deepened. Without further explanation, in the next moment, Yi-Run vanished before everyone. Along with him, the remains of the nuclear fusion lay scattered on the ground. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, the politicians of the island nation, kneeling, exchanged bewildered glances, not daring to breathe. They were perplexed by the occurrence and had no inkling of Yi-Ren's whereabouts. Their sole desire was to survive. An eerie silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by Nightingale's rapid breathing echoing in the room. TSK. Nightingale gazed at the emptiness before her, finally letting out a bitter sigh. Yin-Yang anxiously inquired, Where's Big Brother? Nightingale remained silent, her mood growing heavier. She had no idea what Yi-Run might do, but she harbored a faint premonition. An unprecedented war was about to unfold, one that would alter the very fabric of the world. Yi-Run materialized in Baize's office. It was deep into the night, and the longing department was eerily quiet. Only the sensor lights in the corridor flickered occasionally, casting an ominous glow on the deserted hallway. Inside the office, Baize was seated at her desk, seemingly engrossed in reviewing documents. The soft light illuminated her form, accentuating her elegant silhouette. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a professional skirt suit, exuding a poised sophistication and the intellectual allure of a mature woman. What? Why are you dressed so provocatively? A friendly reminder. Our dear comrades possess omniscience. Ever since Yi-Run had infused her with a surge of mental energy, elevating her mental capacity, her omniscient abilities had been further unlocked. She could now discern Yi-Ren's preferences and occasionally foresee his arrivals. Baize sensed something and raised her head, her face brightening as Yi-Run appeared before her. Instinctively, she offered a gentle smile. You're back. Such words, reminiscent of a newlywed wife greeting her husband. However, upon noticing the gloom overshadowing Yi-Ren's expression, she quickly furrowed her brow. What's the matter? Who upset you? Yet, being omniscient, Baize activated her powers in the next moment. Instantly, she comprehended the situation and Yi-Ren's intentions, prompting her to smile once more. She stood up, adjusting her glasses. Go ahead and do what you must. I will always support you. Yiren replied. Oh dear, as much as I hate to admit it, this feeling is quite delightful. There was no need for excessive words. A mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding. Truly, she was the reliable and mature older sister. Merely contemplating this brought a smile to Yiren's face. Thank you. Before Baizé could reciprocate with a smile, Yiren paused and continued. I still need the little mute. Baizé responded. Darn it, how frustrating. But I must maintain a smile. In the next moment, Yiren took Baizé's hand, and they vanished from the office. They reappeared in a cozy bedroom. This was the dormitory arranged for the little mute. Although called a dormitory, it resembled a small apartment. Considering the little mute's past experiences and personality, the department's psychologist had recommended renovations to the apartment, though it felt somewhat cramped. Such spaces often foster a greater sense of security. A faint scent of lavender wafted through the room, with pink curtains blocking the moonlight outside, allowing only a gentle glow to illuminate the space softly. The little dragon girl lay on the bed, sleeping adorably in a black nightgown that revealed her delicate arms and long legs. Clutching a large pillow, her rosy lips were slightly puckered, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow over her eyelids, enhancing her cuteness. Despite her innocent visage, her figure, Yiren was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the pillow, which was fashioned in his likeness. However, due to its stuffing, the pillow had lost its original shape. What once was a sharply defined, handsome face now appeared round and adorably silly. Yiren couldn't help but chuckle affectionately. She truly clings to me, even in her sleep. Beside him, Baizé's expression was somewhat frozen. She had deliberately donned a mature manslaying ensemble today, complete with black stockings. But for what purpose? Moreover, she herself was quite clingy. Yet, she understood her persona as the gentle, dignified mature woman and must not let it falter. But it was a struggle to suppress her feelings. She could only take a deep breath, striving to maintain her gentle smile. At that moment, Yiren suddenly stroked his chin. By the way, where's Kaguya? Baizé replied, huh? Yiren shrugged. Oh, forget about her. She won't be needed in these chapters. Let her have her fun. Baizé. Perhaps sensing something, the little mute suddenly blinked awake, her eyes still hazy. Ooh, she yawned sleepily, propping herself up and tilting her head to look at Yiren, her eyes reflecting a delightful daze. A soft, sweet nasal sound escaped her, adding to her charm. Dressed in a loose black lace nightgown, she was undeniably voluptuous. Well known to be an impressive E-cup, it is widely acknowledged that girls prefer to be unconfined while sleeping. Thus, when the straps of her nightgown slipped off her shoulder, Yiren's eyes widened involuntarily, and he instinctively held his breath. That flawless skin, the enticing curves, and that alluring silhouette, truly breathtaking. Yiren found it mesmerizing. Baizé averted her gaze slightly, her irritation growing. This was becoming increasingly difficult to bear. How unfair. Why could the little dragon girl, despite her malnourished past, grow so voluptuous? Just then, the little mute, who had been gazing at Yiren, suddenly broke into an adorably silly grin. Ah, behold, this young lady appears to be under the impression that she is ensnared in a dream. However, such a notion is hardly surprising. Prior to being enveloped by Yiren's essence, she frequently found herself dreaming of him. Not to mention, only recently had she established a mental connection with Yiren, transforming her entire psyche into his likeness. With a lively bounce, the little mute leapt from her bed, charging forth with the reckless exuberance of a young calf, and collided directly into Yiren's embrace. Yiren coughed, since awakening his extraordinary abilities. This was the first time he had sustained such a profound impact. At that moment, the little mute emitted a garbled, childlike voice. I like. Yiren. Taken aback, Yiren exclaimed, wait, when did the little mute learn to speak? He quickly glanced down, noticing her clinging tightly to him. Her cherubic face nestled against his chest, her wide, sparkling eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. Those eyes radiated affection and dependence. The two of them remained locked in an intense gaze for several moments. The little mute. At this juncture, it seemed the little mute became acutely aware of the tangible reality surrounding her. She furrowed her brow in an attempt to comprehend the situation, and then, her eyes widened in shock. She was jolted into full awareness. Upon glancing at her attire and posture, her face flushed crimson. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Embarrassed and flustered, the little mute hastily released Yiren and stumbled back a few steps, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Baizé sighed softly. Perhaps you should adjust your strap. His eyes are practically glued to you. At this remark, Yiren furrowed his brow. I.e., maintain vigilance with one eye while the other is on watch. It is only natural for my gaze to wander. Baizé rolled her eyes in exasperation. Your eyeball is nearly on the verge of dropping into her deep sea, and you still claim it is wandering. In any case, Yiren cleared his throat, swiftly shifting the topic. Let us pause the emotional narrative here, otherwise we shall once again be criticized for verbosity. We have a significant undertaking ahead of us. Upon hearing this, both the little mute and Baizé immediately adopted serious expressions. The little mute began tapping away on her phone. What do you need me to do? Yiren flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine, pearly teeth. Join me in blowing up the White House. Chapter 134. Another seer emerges. Just as Yiren's words fell, far across the expanse of blue star, in the tumultuous Queen Street, a black man suddenly gasped. A look of dread spreading across his face. No way, that person is back. He then began to breathe rapidly, stumbling into a nearby alley. He fished out a vial of pills from his pocket, an anxiolytic medication, or one might refer to it as a drug. After all, this is a capitalist nation where many regions permit the legal use of marijuana. In such an environment, pharmaceutical companies often package narcotics for legal sale. His hands trembled with anxiety, and due to his nerves, a single pill fell to the ground. Ordinarily, he would never waste it, as each tablet was crucial to his survival. Yet now, he had no time for such thoughts. He hastily swallowed the pill, and as its effects rapidly set in, his tense demeanor instantly calmed. Simultaneously, his eyes turned an eerie white. Premonition. The man, originally known as Ma Luo Wada Fa, had merely been an ordinary gang member. However, following a recent solar eclipse, he discovered he possessed extraordinary abilities. His power was that of foresight. Unfortunately, due to his long-standing drug use, his powers were highly unstable, only manifesting fully when under the influence. Yet since Yiren's emergence, Ma Luo Wada Fa's precognitive abilities had become increasingly erratic. He frequently experienced ominous visions without warning, depicting horrific scenes that instilled dread and despair. For instance, he had foreseen Pierce's demise. In those visions, he always beheld Yiren's cold and unfeeling visage. Just moments ago, his ability had activated once more. In this latest premonition, he glimpsed a multitude of fragments that sent shivers down his spine. The imagery and scenarios were alarmingly vivid and terrifying. I have warned them. Why do they not believe me? Ma Luo Wada Fa's scalp prickled with anxiety, his body trembling. He had penned numerous anonymous letters to the government, yet had never received a response. Naturally, how could a mere gang member garner the attention of those in power? Taking deep breaths, Ma Luo Wada Fa steadied himself as the drug began to take effect. At the White House. This was the residence and office of the Eagle Sauce president. Surrounding the White House were layers of barbed wire and high walls, with numerous guards and agents patrolling incessantly, ensuring its safety. At this moment, the president sat at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, his hair impeccably styled, he appeared both formidable and dignified. Yet for reasons unknown, the president felt an unsettling disquiet. Abruptly, he rose and approached the window, gazing out at the Washington night. In the distance, the Washington Monument loomed majestically, while the Capitol was ablaze with light. The Potomac River flowed serenely. Everything appeared so tranquil and idyllic. Yet, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Left eye twitches signify fortune. Right eye signifies misfortune. What does it mean when both eyes twitch simultaneously? He endeavored to dispel his unease, yet found it impossible. Perhaps I should seek solace in prayer at the church. Just then, the red telephone on his desk rang suddenly. This telephone was the highest level hotline, only ringing during significant emergencies. This is the president. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. Mr. President, this is Secretary of Defense Patton, came a steady voice from the other end. We have encountered a predicament. What kind of predicament? The president furrowed his brow. 20 minutes ago, we lost contact with Mr. Pierce and all TAA members, General Patton said gravely. Simultaneously, we have also lost control over the island nation. What? The president's expression shifted dramatically. A surge of profound unease welled up within him, and his eyelids twitched even more violently. Something monumental seemed poised to transpire. General Patton, what exactly has happened? The president inquired anxiously. You must provide me with an explanation. Mr. President, I believe this is a signal. General Patton's voice grew increasingly fervent. The Dragon Nation has declared war on us. Declared war. Upon hearing this, the president gasped in shock. How is this possible? He asked incredulously. How dare they? Mr. President, we do not have time to debate this matter. General Patton spoke urgently, requesting permission. We must prepare to respond immediately. General Patton. The president decisively ordered the mobilization of all troops to the highest state of readiness. Yes, Patton replied, and promptly hung up the phone. The president set down the receiver, yet his unease remained unabated. Little did he know, an even graver calamity loomed ahead. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley of Queens, Malavord twitched like a spasm-ridden patient, the impending vision crystallizing in his mind. He beheld the White House reduced to ruins amidst a raging inferno. The sky was stained a blood-red hue, and a colossal mushroom cloud soared into the heavens. He witnessed this horrific explosion transpiring in the heart of every state within the Eagle Nation. Following the detonation was a cataclysmic downpour and thunder, as if the world had been plunged into a post-apocalyptic abyss. The entire map of the Eagle Nation was shrouded beneath inky black clouds, torrential rains, and flickering lightning descending from above. The urban drainage systems succumbed to the relentless deluge, transforming the city into a veritable ocean. Outside the metropolis, a multitude of tornadoes, like divine retribution, began their merciless onslaught, instilling a profound sense of despair. No, no, no. Malavord cried out in desperation. He yearned to flee, to evade this catastrophe, yet he discovered there was no escape. For this disaster would engulf the entirety of the Eagle Nation. Oh God, save us! Malavord knelt upon the ground, clasping his hands together, fervently praying. However, his prayers went unanswered. The clouds in the sky thickened, lowering ominously. The thunder grew louder, closer. The rain intensified, more ferocious. The world seemed to have reached its cataclysmic end. The imagery in his mind abruptly ceased, and he jolted back from his convulsions, his face drenched in cold sweat and terror. No, I must stop this. The vividness of his premonition had etched itself indelibly in his mind, an indelible horror. Chapter 135. The Eagle Nation teeters on the brink of destruction. Malavord, disregarding everything else, stumbled out of the alley, waving his arms frantically in a bid to hail a passing vehicle. Beep. The piercing sound of brakes echoed as a police car came to a halt before him. Two white officers emerged, gazing with furrowed brows at the seemingly deranged black man before them. Sir, please raise your hands and squat down, one officer commanded, placing a hand on his weapon, adopting a classic American standoff stance. Grasping at straws, Malavord stammered, Officer, you must report this. It will be too late otherwise. Calm down, the other officer interjected. What assistance do you require? The Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation. Malavord pointed skyward, his voice hoarse with urgency. They are going to attack us. They seek our annihilation. The two officers exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with skepticism. I'm serious. Malavord desperately pleaded. I have seen the future. A disaster is imminent. The Dragon Nation will obliterate us. You must believe me. Yet, the officers remained unconvinced. They regarded him with an air of amusement, as if he were merely a jester performing for their entertainment. Are you on drugs? One officer sneered, forcefully pushing Malavord down. The other pressed his knee against the back of Malavord's neck, stating, Your mental state appears unstable. I am not on drugs. Malavord gasped in despair. I am serious. You must believe me. The Dragon Nation is preparing to attack. They will destroy us. The Dragon Nation? The other officer scoffed. Who do you think you are? Captain Eagle? They have. Malavord shouted hoarsely. I saw it. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They used nuclear weapons. However, before he could finish, one officer produced a tranquilizer from Malavord's person. Enough. Case closed, the officer declared disdainfully, discarding the tranquilizer onto the ground. Just another drug-fueled lunatic. It is a well-known fact that those under the influence tend to ramble nonsensically. No, I did not. Malavord cried in desperation. You must believe me. I truly saw the future. A disaster is upon us. Please, believe me. Yet, no matter how fervently Malavord explained, the two white officers remained unconvinced. They merely mocked him, as if he were a clown dancing for their amusement. Shut up, you damn black fool. One officer bellowed. All right then, he has done performing. The officer increased the pressure of his knee against Malavord's neck. Gasping for breath, Malavord felt the world around him blur. He wished to struggle, to cry for help. But no sound escaped his lips. I cannot breathe, he managed to utter, his voice barely a whisper. In tribute to the legendary Floyd, the master of endurance. Yet, the two white officers paid no heed to his words. Oh no, wait. Or perhaps they heard him but relished in his agony, thus intensifying their grip. They merely watched him mockingly, as though observing a dying ant in its futile struggle. Don't kill him, the other officer chimed in, pulling out handcuffs to restrain Malavord's hands behind his back. You are under arrest for disturbing the peace and assaulting an officer. Malavord longed to explain, but he had lost the strength to speak. His consciousness began to fade, darkness enveloping him. He envisioned the future of the Eagle Nation, yet could not envision his own. Is it not ironic? Ultimately, Malavord's pupils dilated, completely vacant. He perished on the land of America, in the land of freedom. His death was confounding, a tragic inevitability. No one even knew he had attempted to save the world. Eagle Nation, Washington, the White House. Under the night sky, the White House was illuminated as if it were day. Yi Run, accompanied by Bai Zhe and the little dragon girl, silently appeared on the lawn outside the White House. He stirred not a soul, nor did he trigger any alarms. Yi Run narrowed his eyes, gazing at the grand edifice before him, his lips curling into a cold smirk. The White House, the epicenter of power in the Eagle Nation. Here, countless conspiracies and evils were born. This was also the target of his mission. Yi-Run, wonderful. I've just added a few more words. Bai-Zai, can you take this seriously for once, you idiot? Yi-Ren's expression shifted to one of solemnity, akin to two razor-sharp blades ready to tear apart everything before him. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a miraculous tool from his spatial pocket, 62 pieces of pulsating flesh, radiating a blinding orange glow. Are you ready? Bai-Zai's voice resonated in Yi-Ren's ear. Yes. Yi-Ren nodded, his tone resolute. Thank you for your support. Let us proceed without hesitation. Bai-Zai extended her hand and gently clasped Yi-Ren's, their fingers entwined. I shall always support you, she declared. You are truly remarkable. Yi-Ren responded by tightening her grip on Bai-Zai's delicate hand. Bai-Zai softly closed her eyes and activated her omniscient abilities. Yi-Ren's nearly limitless mental prowess became Bai-Zai's auxiliary supply through their psychic link. Oh, this sensation is indeed addictive. In that moment, Bai-Zai attained a divine perspective. Her range of abilities instantaneously enveloped the entirety of Blue Star. She observed that half of humanity was in a deep slumber. She witnessed the Eagle Nation's military mobilizing. She saw the president of the Eagle Nation, anxiously awaiting news. She glimpsed the future of the Eagle Nation, shrouded in darkness. The poor president was utterly unaware that his life had reached its end. In the next moment, Yi-Ren acted. Spatial transmission. 62 nuclear fusion corpses were instantaneously transported away, vanishing into the night sky. Utilizing Bai-Zai's shared coordinates, Yi-Ren executed the spatial transfer, distributing them to the government centers of the 50 states of the Eagle Nation, as well as above the White House. Once the transfer was complete, Yi-Ren lifted the spatial confinement. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the heavens. The light generated by the blasts momentarily outshone the sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The earth trembled, the sky ignited, and the world descended into ruin. The energy of nuclear fusion was unleashed without reservation, devouring everything in its path. Come, gather round for the spectacle. Yi-Ren conjured a spatial barrier before the three of them, effortlessly shielding them from the shockwaves and heat of the explosion. Are the flavors still 5-spice or caramel? Is there popcorn? Yes, my little mute. I have everything in my spatial pocket. Ooh. They stood there calmly, witnessing the unfolding chaos up close. The White House, that emblem of the Eagle Nation's power and glory, was instantaneously reduced to nothing amidst the explosion. Fiery flames surged upwards, painting the night sky a brilliant crimson. Chapter 136, The Supermassive Electromagnetic Pulse. And the three of them, calmly snacking in close proximity, remained utterly unfazed. Oh, the little mute was still munching on watermelon. Thanks to Yi-Ren's penchant for stashing away everything she fancied into her spatial pocket. When the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, all that remained where the White House once stood was a colossal crater, with raging flames still flickering at its depths. The scattered remnants told the tale of what had transpired here. The president had perished. Bai-Zai's voice echoed in Yi-Ren's ear. Her tone was tranquil, as if recounting a trivial occurrence. Yi-Ren nodded slightly. Isn't this a bit too smooth? The president was present within the White House, having had no opportunity to react. He was reduced to ashes in the nuclear blast. Meanwhile, across the remaining continents of the Eagle Nation, nuclear explosions erupted simultaneously. The governors and government buildings of each state were obliterated, not even allowing for a scream to escape. Everything transpired too swiftly, too unexpectedly. So fast that it was hard to fathom. In the blink of an eye, the order maintained by the Eagle Nation's government quietly crumbled. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. Only the towering flames and billowing smoke silently narrated the terror of this calamity. Yi-Ren turned to face the little dragon girl, extending her hand. The little dragon girl gazed at Yi-Ren, her clear eyes devoid of any impurities. Yi-Ren felt a surge of guilt. What she was about to compel the little mute to do was inhumane. But this is war. Yet, was it truly necessary to involve her? Before Yi-Ren could extricate herself from her complexities, the little dragon girl had already reached out, clasping Yi-Ren's hand with her small paw. Bai-Zai then activated her abilities. Yi-Ren and the little dragon girl were psychically linked through her. Little mute. Feel the fury. Yi-Ren's voice resonated in the little dragon girl's mind. Let the entire Eagle Nation tremble in the wake of your wrath. The little dragon girl's gaze began to fluctuate. Just the mere thought of Yi-Ren and Bai-Zai engaging in intimate acts without her made her seethe with anger. I'll obliterate Blue Star with a single punch. Boom. A thunderous clap erupted in the sky. Her pupils, unbeknownst to her, had transformed into a deep azure hue, resembling two crystalline gems radiating a chilling glow. Simultaneously, the entire domain of the Eagle Nation was shrouded in ominous black clouds. Dense clouds obscured the sunlight. Although it was broad daylight in the Eagle Nation, it became pitch black, as if night had suddenly descended. The clouds crackled with lightning, and fierce winds howled. The populace of the Eagle Nation was horrified by this sudden turn of events. They looked up in terror, gazing at the suffocating black sky, their hearts filled with dread and unease. Oh God, what is happening? Is it the end of the world? Let us post a TikTok first. Yet, at that moment, no one grasped the gravity of the situation. Let us use that move on the Eagle Nation. Yi Ren's voice echoed in the little dragon girl's mind. Let the people of the Eagle Nation remember this day. The little dragon girl nodded gently. In the next instant, a colossal electromagnetic pulse surged through the clouds, reverberating across the entirety of the Eagle Nation. ZZ. The electromagnetic pulse manifested as a visible, tangible halo. It swept across the Eagle Nation at an indescribable speed. Everywhere it passed, electronic devices erupted in sparks, followed by complete blackouts, turning into heaps of scrap metal. This was due to the high-energy electromagnetic pulse's direct destruction of circuit board structures and the delicate, frail transistors. Phones, computers, televisions, cars, airplanes, none of the electronic devices were spared. The communication systems, transportation networks, and even numerous military systems of the Eagle Nation were rendered utterly paralyzed in that instant. In that moment, the Eagle Nation was thrust back to a primitive era. Everything came to a standstill. Yi Ren stood quietly, observing the apocalyptic scene before her, and softly murmured, "This is war. War is never a trivial matter. It brings only destruction and death." Yi Ren is no saint. She does not wish to harm the innocent, but she must protect her country, safeguard her people. Peace is eternally built upon fear. Only through strength can one deter enemies from igniting war. The sky began to pour with torrential rain. The deluge cascaded down as if the heavens had burst their banks, instantly submerging the entire Eagle Nation in a vast ocean. In the city, the drainage system was overwhelmed, rapidly leading to a deluge. Outside the city, where the land was vast and the population sparse, nature's wrath could not be escaped. Countless tornadoes materialized from thin air, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Houses, trees, vehicles, and even human beings, all were drawn into the whirlwinds, torn asunder. Yi Ren, the little dragon girl, and Baize stood silently within a spatial barrier, observing the chaos unfold. They spoke not a word, enveloped instead in a heavy, oppressive, and sorrowful silence. Time passed, each second ticking away. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yi Ren suddenly murmured, "It can stop now." He noticed that the little dragon girl's complexion had grown pale, her lips tinged with a hint of purple, a clear sign of her excessive mental strain. If this continued, she would not endure much longer. The little dragon girl nodded, gradually ceasing her exertion. As her powers waned, the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, the torrential rain ceased, and the tornadoes vanished. All that remained was the ravaged earth, the acrid scent of charred remnants silently narrating the calamity that had transpired. The little dragon girl leaned wearily against Yi Ren's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her breathing becoming slightly labored. Although she could push her abilities to the limit through their mental link, her brain could not withstand such intense exertion. If she continued, it would surely break. Yi Ren was acutely aware of this and had urged her to stop. Gently ruffling her hair, he spoke in a tender tone, "You have done remarkably well." Baize stood to the side, observing the intimacy between Yi Ren and the little dragon girl. A complex emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her golden-rimmed glasses. Deep within, a sense of melancholy stirred, as in order to maintain the mental link between the mute girl and Yi Ren, she too had to continuously exert her powers, effectively placing herself at the brink of exhaustion. Yet, Baize understood her role. In Yi Ren's eyes, she was the mature and reliable older sister. How could she allow herself to feel jealousy? She must suppress it, stifle it with all her might. With great effort, she buried her sorrow and forced a smile onto her face. At that moment, Yi Ren suddenly turned to Baize, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Sister Baize, I wouldn't know what to do without you." Yi Ren was particularly adept at balancing the scales. Instantly, the shadow of melancholy vanished from Baize's heart, replaced by a subtle joy. A faint smile crept onto her lips, barely containing her delight. "I'm just glad to be of help. Oh, how satisfying. This man actually said he wouldn't know what to do without me? Oh, how I wish to draw every ounce of him dry." Chapter 137. The Grand Plan to Absorb Eagle Sauce. In any case, the explosion had been exhilarating, and remaining there served no further purpose. It was a pity that the accumulated nuclear fusion corpses had vanished in an instant. "What are you thinking about?" Baize inquired. Noticing Yi Ren's contemplative expression, Yi Ren stroked his chin. "What was that person's name again?" "Who?" "The master of the nuclear explosion corpses." "Oh, I remember now. It was Focus, right?" Remarkable that he still has relevance to the plot. Yiren couldn't help but marvel. What an excellent corpse. Baize, by the way. Why hasn't he, the organization of the Sons of the Sun, made any moves for so long? It's inexplicable. Aren't they supposed to be quite powerful? Yiren furrowed his brow. Could it be that the author has forgotten? Baize, so, are you just padding the word count? Or are you breaking the fourth wall for a gag? Yiren, hee. Baize, hee your head. At this moment, a clever listener might wonder why Baize could also break the fourth wall. Hint, it's due to her unique ability. In any case, Yiren prepared to depart, needing to check with Brother Zhao on the next steps. Let us go? Baize and the little dragon girl nodded. Then followed Yiren as they utilized spatial teleportation to return to the dragon concealment department. However, upon their return, they found the atmosphere within the department rather peculiar. Why did everyone have such grave expressions? What happened? Uncle Zhao, did you force everyone to work overtime again? How many times must I say it? No overtime. We're all superhumans now. Why must we still work extra hours? Zhao Guoqiang, you brat. Zhao Guoqiang, upon seeing Yiren, grimaced in annoyance, quickly approaching and saying, "You've stirred up such a big fuss without a word. Come, let us have a talk in the conference room." Yiren, it's nothing much. Seeing the smug expression on Zhao Guoqiang's face only made him feel more pained. Not long ago, Nightingale had called him, informing him that Yiren might be planning something unprecedented. Zhao Guoqiang's heart had raced in response. Yet, he realized he had underestimated Yiren, who would orchestrate an operation aimed at national annihilation. You brat, you've spread your reign and do across 50 continents. Following Zhao Guoqiang, Yiren arrived at the conference room door. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guoqiang pushed open the door. Comrades, Yiren has arrived. Yiren, comrades. Inside the conference room sat several distinguished middle-aged officials clad in administrative jackets, exuding an air of authority. Each bore a serious expression, their mere presence radiating an invisible pressure. Yiren's spirit jolted as he focused on one among them. You are the... For he recognized this individual as one of the top leaders of Long Country, someone he had seen on television. Does this mean the others are also of the same caliber? Good heavens. National-level dignitaries have gathered at this hour specifically for me. Comrade Yiren, please take a seat. The central figure, a dignitary named Lin Jun, smiled as he gestured for Yiren to sit. Yet, before the words were fully out, Yiren had excitedly seated himself. If it were anyone else, that would be deemed impolite. But for Yiren, it was simply genuine enthusiasm. Savor it, appreciate it. Lin Jun was one of the core members of Long Country's highest decision-making body, overseeing national security and diplomatic affairs. Towering in stature, he emanated authority, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of reading one's innermost thoughts. Comrade Yiren, we are all aware of your excellence and the tremendous contributions you have made to the country. Another dignitary spoke, his tone warm yet resolute. This individual, named Wang Buchu, was one of the highest military leaders, responsible for military development and operational command. Having once been a soldier, he carried the aura of a seasoned warrior, a testament to his countless battles. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. A third dignitary interjected, his tone calm, yet his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This individual was named Li Qinggong, one of the key figures in Long Country's defense economy. Listening to the praises from the esteemed figures, Yiren felt a sense of elation. With a broad smile revealing his gleaming white teeth, he humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I had long intended to do this." Upon hearing this, the three dignitaries were momentarily taken aback. Lin Jun, unable to suppress a wry smile, candidly remarked, "To speak honestly, none of us anticipated that you would execute it so thoroughly. After all, Yiren's actions have indeed been astounding. They had initially thought that he would merely teach the Eagle Nation a lesson. But who could fathom that he would obliterate the White House along with the governmental edifices of all 50 states? And there was more to come, especially with the subsequent efforts of the Dragon Maiden. Comrade Yiren, do you realize that you have effectively brought the Eagle Nation to its knees? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We wish to seize this moment to take down the Eagle Nation." The words of the three dignitaries left Yiren momentarily speechless. Take down the Eagle Nation? He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rose, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. Esteemed leaders, this is precisely what I desire." Beside him, Zhao Guoqiang turned pale. "Wait, what are you doing climbing on the table?" Yiren boasted, "Let us replace the Eagle Nation's stars and stripes with our own. There shall be only one Dragon Nation in this world." The three dignitaries gazed at Yiren's eager demeanor with expressions of satisfaction. "Excellent. Such ambition." Wang Buchu praised, "Truly, you are a hero of our Dragon Nation." "Well said, Comrade Yiren." Lin Jun applauded, but added, "However, this matter requires careful deliberation. Our plan is as follows." He approached the massive electronic screen in the center of the meeting room, pointing to the map of the Eagle Nation's capital as he began to expound their strategy. Now that the Eagle Nation is in utter chaos, it is the perfect time for us to mobilize. Wang Buchu supplemented, we intend to deploy our forces immediately, with the Army, Navy, and Air Force launching a direct assault on the Eagle Nation's capital, seizing the already crumbled White House. First, we will secure the territory, then deploy troops to maintain order, and gradually annex the other states, added Li Qinggong. Listening to the dignitary strategy, Yi Ren nodded in understanding. A solid plan. Let us commence, he said, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, the three dignitaries were taken aback. What are you prepared for? Lin Zhen inquired, puzzled. Yi Ren, equally bewildered, responded, aren't you asking me to teleport the army directly to the Eagle Nation's White House? The three dignitaries were instantly jolted, exchanging glances. Teleport the army. They had initially envisioned Yi Ren sending supplies such as weapons, food, and medicine first. Once the army landed, they expected him to teleport subsequent troops to gradually encroach upon the Eagle Nation. Yet, they had not anticipated that Yi Ren would suggest directly teleporting the army to airdrop onto the White House. Chapter 138. The Eagle Nation begins to launch nuclear strikes. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the Eagle Nation's counterattack commenced. As the saying goes, even the most resilient creature will not die easily. Despite Yi Ren's near-total destruction of the Eagle Nation's national framework, they were, after all, a former world superpower. How could they lack contingency plans? Hidden within a remote and desolate mountain range in the Eagle Nation's west lay a colossal secret base. The entire mountain had been hollowed out and transformed into a steel fortress. This facility had originally been constructed as a doomsday shelter in preparation for nuclear war. Within the base, all equipment utilized non-modern technology, thus remaining unscathed by electromagnetic pulses and continuing to function normally. Inside the base, lights blazed brightly, and a scene of orderly busyness unfolded. Numerous military personnel and staff were diligently working to restore the Eagle Nation's communication, transportation, and military systems. In the deepest part of the base, in a spacious and well-lit conference room, sat the Eagle Nation's vice president, Aurora Winslow, a 31-year-old woman with a striking figure. Before the president's demise, Aurora had received little attention. Even when mentioned, people would often overlook her. However, this was not due to incompetence. On the contrary, Aurora possessed considerable capability, as she was also an extraordinary individual. At that moment, she was seated across from General Patton. With her lustrous black hair, piercing gray eyes, delicate features, and tall stature, she exuded a cold and aloof aura, giving off an impression of being untouchable. General Patton, what is the current situation? Aurora inquired. Her voice somewhat hoarse, clearly affected by immense mental strain. The situation is dire, General Patton replied grimly. The Dragon Nation's extraordinary individuals have launched a devastating assault against us. The president has perished, and the White House has been destroyed. After a pause, he continued his report. Our communication, transportation, and military systems are temporarily incapacitated, and government institutions across the states have come under attack. However, Patton shifted his tone. Fortunately, our nuclear submarines and overseas military bases remain unaffected, preserving our military and research capabilities. As General Patton relayed the report, Aurora's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that the Dragon Nation would strike with such decisiveness against the Eagle Nation. Nor could she have fathomed that one extraordinary individual could wreak such havoc upon a nation. Is this the power of the spatial system? Truly terrifying. Yet, wasn't there also a spatial system within TAA? Despite both being spatial systems, why was the disparity so vast? Aurora rubbed her temples, momentarily setting aside this heart-wrenching dilemma. Upon hearing that the Eagle Nation's military and research capabilities were intact, a flicker of hope reignited within her. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, General Patton, immediately activate our globally deployed nuclear submarines and the nuclear weapon launch facility established in Antarctica. Her tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. I authorize you to utilize nuclear weapons. Upon hearing this, General Patton's spirit surged, a glint of cruel excitement flashing in his eyes. As you wish. He truly relished war. With Aurora's authorization, General Patton promptly exited the conference room, making his way to the deepest control room of the base. Watching the retreating figure of General Patton, Aurora's gaze turned cold and vicious. The war had irrevocably begun. The Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. She would ensure that the people of the Dragon Nation paid a heavy price for their actions. What of the spatial system? Aurora was undeterred. Once the ultimate weapon, the hydrogen bomb, was unleashed, no matter what it was, they would all perish. General Patton strode into the deepest control room of the base. The room was filled with various complex instruments and screens, with numerous operators working diligently. General, one operator, upon seeing Patton, quickly rose to salute. Activate all nuclear weapon facilities immediately. General Patton issued his orders with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the operator trembled involuntarily. Although he was merely a trivial figure, he was acutely aware that the launch of nuclear weapons would herald the onset of a third world war. His lips quivered, and his eyes brimmed with terror and unease. Yet, as a soldier, he found himself powerless to defy the general's command. With a shaking hand, he input a series of commands on the control panel. As the commands were executed, a shrill alarm pierced through the base. Red lights flickered, enveloping the entire facility in a palpable atmosphere of tension. Meanwhile, deep within the Pacific Ocean, an American nuclear submarine ascended slowly from the depths. On its deck, dozens of nuclear missiles stood poised for launch. Above the icy expanse of Antarctica, a massive dome gradually opened, revealing a clandestine nuclear launch facility beneath. Countless nuclear missiles had already adjusted their launch angles, ready to be fired at a moment's notice. The submarine was prepared. The Antarctic launch site was prepared. The target, the Dragon Nation. The voices of the operators reverberated throughout the control room. General Patton approached the console, his gaze fixated on the red button shielded by a metallic glass cover, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted the glass cover. In the next instant, he slammed his fist down upon the button. Boom! A dull, resounding roar echoed through the control room. Madness and exhilaration danced in General Patton's eyes. He knew he had unleashed Pandora's box. A nuclear war that would engulf the globe was on the verge of erupting. Simultaneously, on the other side of the world, the Dragon Nation was on the cusp of dawn. Yet, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, heavy clouds blanketing the earth as if foretelling impending disaster. Although it was early, all military districts in the Dragon Nation buzzed with activity. Troops were rapidly assembling, with tanks, armored vehicles, fighter jets, and other heavy weaponry at the ready. Everyone stood on high alert, anticipating directives from their superiors. They understood that a great battle was imminent. Suddenly, a sharp, jarring alarm echoed throughout the Dragon Nation. Every province, every city, every county resonated with the chilling sound of the alarm. Countless citizens were jolted awake by the unexpected sirens. Bewildered, they crawled out of bed and approached their windows, gazing outside in confusion. What is this sound? What is happening? Why is there an alarm blaring in the middle of the night? Most were at a loss, their faces etched with bewilderment and uncertainty. But those who had once served in the military, or had some understanding of military matters, turned pale upon hearing the alarm. Is this a state of war readiness? A retired veteran stammered. The Dragon Nation had only sounded such an alarm once since its founding. Consider this, and ponder deeply. Years had passed, and people had grown accustomed to peace, believing it to be the norm. But now, everything had changed. In the Dragon Hidden Department, Yiren was engaged in conversation with the higher-ups when suddenly his brow furrowed. What is happening? Yiren sprang to his feet, a powerful sense of crisis washing over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him instantly. This sense of danger was so intense, so clear, and omnipresent. Danger loomed across the nation? Yiren's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, a piercing alarm resounded throughout the Dragon Hidden Department. Red alert lights flashed frantically, casting a tense atmosphere over the entire facility. The mood in the conference room shifted to one of grave seriousness. What is going on? Elder Linjun stood up abruptly, his voice heavy with concern. Almost simultaneously, the communication devices of the leaders buzzed into life. I am Minister of Defense Zhou Weigua. A hurried voice came through the line. We have detected a nuclear fusion strike in transit. The numbers are alarmingly high across the nation. What? Upon hearing this news, the faces of the three leaders shifted dramatically. Nuclear missiles? The American counterstrike is arriving with such decisiveness. It is crucial to understand that if nuclear war erupts, the entire world will plunge into a cataclysmic disaster. No one will emerge unscathed from this calamity. Have we already fallen a step behind? Elder Linjin murmured, his brow furrowed in worry. Elders Wang Buchu and Li Qinggong also fell silent, fully aware that it was too late for words. The nuclear missiles had already been launched. Immediately, the National Nuclear Defense System must be activated, striving to intercept the enemy's missiles. The leaders decisively issued commands, simultaneously notifying the populace to enter a state of emergency. However, they all understood the grim reality. The Dragon Nation's nuclear defense system could hardly intercept such a vast number of missiles. After all, from the outset, no one had ever anticipated a complete defense against nuclear strikes. Once one side began launching nuclear weapons, it signified the onset of an unprecedented crisis for human civilization. In the face of this dire situation, Yiren teleported to Baize's side. Baize let out a soft sigh, as if she had anticipated Yiren's arrival and was not surprised in the least. A total of 1,827 missiles are en route, with the nearest one expected to arrive in 6 minutes. Her tone was calm, as if recounting a matter of little consequence. However, a deep-seated worry flickered in her eyes. Yiren remained silent, simply taking Baize's hand in his own. "Trust me," he murmured, his voice steady and gentle. Baize nodded without hesitation, instantly establishing a mental link with Yiren. In the next moment, Baize shared her perceptions. Yiren's consciousness seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, granting him a god's eye view. He beheld the entirety of the blue planet under his gaze. Every intercontinental missile launched by the Americans was vividly imprinted in his mind. He even witnessed the fervently excited General Patton and Vice President within their secret base. A glint of cold, murderous intent flickered in Yiren's eyes. "The season has just begun. Please exit the stage first," he murmured, a hint of cruelty lacing his tone. "I had thought you would learn your lesson. But since you wish to escalate matters, very well. An eye for an eye." Yiren's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, icy and piercing. In the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it had solidified, each face reflecting a mixture of gravity and unease. On the enormous electronic screen, a myriad of red dots surged forward towards the Dragon Nation with astonishing velocity. 1,827 in total. The Minister of Defense, General Zhou Weiguo, gazed at the alarming numbers on the display, his complexion ashen, his voice quaking as he uttered, "Our defense system can intercept at most fewer than 500. Before his words could fully dissipate, a cacophony of gasps erupted throughout the control room. 500. What of the remaining nuclear warheads? They will rain down upon the land of the Dragon Nation, demolishing its cities and devastating its populace. What shall we do? What can we do?" A young officer, unable to contain his panic, cried out, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. No one answered his query, for the truth remained elusive. Faced with such a staggering number of nuclear warheads, no nation could claim the assurance of a complete interception. After all, nuclear weapons are inherently strategic deterrents. Their existence is not for warfare, but rather for mutual annihilation. "Chief," General Zhou Weiguo turned towards the aide standing beside him. His voice hoarse, "We must launch our own nuclear missiles." His eyes were filled with agony and conflict. For he understood that should the Dragon Nation also retaliate with nuclear fire, the world would indeed come to an end. Human civilization would be obliterated in an instant. Although nuclear weapons may not annihilate the planet, they can certainly obliterate the order of civilization. Previously, nations engaged in warfare with tanks, aircraft, artillery, and naval vessels, all vying for superiority, until the advent of the nuclear bomb. With such formidable weapons in both our hands, we could all unleash them, plunging into mutual destruction. Who wouldn't dare? By God, I would risk it all. Now, General Zhou Weiguo found himself devoid of options. He must strive for a sliver of hope for the Dragon Nation and its people. Contact the Supreme Command and request authorization. We must launch. His voice resonated, deep and resolute. Yes. The control room fell into an eerie silence, save for the incessant flickering of the communication devices, as if counting down to the impending apocalypse. Everyone silently prayed for a miracle, hoping against hope that this calamity could somehow be averted. Suddenly, an operator sprang to his feet, pointing at the screen, exclaiming, "Wait, am I seeing things? Look, they're falling." "What?" At this revelation, all eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the screen. The once rapidly advancing red dots had indeed come to a complete standstill, as if a pause button had been pressed. How could this be possible? This is madness. Is it a malfunction? Quickly, activate the satellite monitoring system to ascertain the situation. The control room erupted in astonishment. Some were incredulous, others perplexed, while a few rejoiced fervently. Only General Zhou Weiguo, after a brief moment of shock, suddenly wore a face of unrestrained elation. "It must be them." They intervened. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with fervor, "I knew it. I knew they could do it." His voice trembled with emotion as he exuberantly raised his fist, instantly feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, even to the point of tears of joy. He understood that only the Dragon Nation's most enigmatic and powerful division, the Dragon Shadow Department, could achieve such a feat. Chapter 140. Is the spatial system truly this extraordinary? Spatial confinement. Yiren murmured softly, his tone eerily calm. With the assistance of Baize, Yiren accurately pinpointed the location of the 1,827 nuclear warheads. He then initiated the spatial confinement, ensnaring all the warheads in midair, defying the very laws of physics. Those once menacing missiles, hurtling towards the Dragon Nation, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, abruptly halting in their tracks, as if time itself had frozen. All the nuclear missiles launched by the Eagle Nation were instantly under Yiren's control. While the threat of nuclear detonation is indeed harrowing, as long as they do not explode, all is well, is it not? Over 1,000 hydrogen bombs, arcing towards the Dragon Nation from the Antarctic and the Pacific, were thus suspended in the air. A phenomenon that not only astonished the personnel in the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, but also sent shockwaves through governments worldwide. After all, the launch of nuclear missiles could not be concealed from major world powers, especially the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, each more than capable of scrutiny. At this moment, the attention of the entire world converged upon the 1,000-plus suspended hydrogen bombs. Good heavens! This surely touches upon divine authority. Inside Buckingham Palace, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, stared wide-eyed, fixated on the images on the screen. His glass of red wine fell to the floor with a crash, the scarlet liquid splattering across him, yet he remained oblivious. On the screen, the tightly clustered red dots ominously hung in the air, akin to coagulated blood. A sight both shocking and surreal. Over 1,000 nuclear missiles, held so firmly in check, he muttered, his voice trembling, a profound fear welling up within him. Is this rational? Is this scientific? This is as if someone is playing God before the eyes of the world. Hey, if there truly is a deity, shouldn't they show themselves? The Dragon Nation is threatening your status. And what of you, Eagle Nation? Once the unrivaled hegemon of the world, now so easily subdued by an Eastern giant? Where is your dignity? Where is your prestige? Where is the brash attitude you once flaunted? All of this left the British Prime Minister in a state of profound unease. If the Eagle Nation were to be engulfed by the Dragon Nation, what fate would await the United Kingdom? Meanwhile, within the Kremlin, Tsar Putin wore a furrowed brow, his gaze piercingly fixed on the screen. He inhaled deeply from his cigar, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured his intense gaze. Damn it! Unlike the panic of the British Prime Minister, Putin's expression remained relatively steady. Yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. The Dragon Nation is truly a hidden powerhouse. His voice was laced with awe, trepidation, and a hint of excitement. The long-standing dominance of the Eagle Nation had long oppressed nations worldwide. Now, the Dragon Nation's formidable ascent might shatter this stalemate, ushering in a new world order. Yet, what the Tsar desired was not merely a new order. He yearned to understand how the Dragon Nation had achieved such power. If only the Bear Nation could possess such strength. The fighting spirit of the Russian people knows no fear. Inside the Élysée Palace, President Macron of France no longer swayed his champagne glass with the same elegance. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. "This is simply unbelievable," he exclaimed, his voice infused with a touch of French romanticism and exaggeration. "Truly, the Eastern Dragon is formidable," he remarked half-jokingly, attempting to mask his inner anxiety with a light-hearted tone. Yet, his trembling hand betrayed him. What a jest! Nations around the globe are watching Yi Ren's actions. Who wouldn't he feel apprehensive? That is a staggering total of over 1,000 nuclear warheads, in the depths of a secret base nestled within the western mountains of Eagle Sauce. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. General Patton's countenance was frozen, his gaze fixed on the still red dot on the screen, as motionless as a statue. The fervor that once sparkled in his eyes had dimmed, now filled with disbelief and despondency. Damn it! The control room was enveloped in silence. The sound of a pin drop would have been audible. The operators, pale as ghosts, were drenched in sweat, afraid to even breathe. They all understood the gravity of the situation. This signified that their counterattack had utterly failed. And not just failed, but failed beyond any doubt. Over 1,000 hydrogen bombs had been effortlessly intercepted by the Dragon Kingdom. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, something never before seen or heard. It transcended the limits of their comprehension, leaving them with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. After a prolonged silence, a relatively young operator could no longer contain himself. His trembling hands wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he spoke in a barely audible whisper. "General, our hydrogen bombs have been intercepted." His voice quivered, as if on the verge of breaking. In truth, he need not have spoken. Everyone present had already witnessed the outcome. Intercepting hydrogen bombs was not impossible. However, under normal circumstances, interception involved launching weapons, initiating detonation beforehand, or preventing a chain reaction. Yet, to halt over 1,000 hydrogen bombs mid-flight? Such a feat was a complete violation of physical laws. This was beyond the realm of technology. It was nothing short of a miracle. "General, what do we do now?" Another operator murmured to General Patton, instinctively wiping his cold sweat. In that moment, they felt as if they were truly witnessing a divine presence, an entity that transcended humanity. General Patton felt his temples throbbing, as if they might explode at any moment. How could humanity achieve such a feat? He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with an unmistakable numbness. Defeated, General Patton slumped into his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly ahead, as if his very soul had departed. He knew it was all over. Eagle Sauce was finished. He had devoted his entire life to the hegemonic endeavors of Eagle Sauce, fighting for decades, only to meet such a fate in the end. He was unwilling to accept it. But what could he do? Faced with such a formidable adversary, he had no means of resistance. This was truly a dirty cheat. Sigh. General Patton let out a deep sigh, a wave of profound helplessness washing over him. At that moment, he caught a whiff of perfume behind him. Startled, General Patton turned to find Vice President Aurora had approached him unbeknownst. Aurora's complexion was pale, her expression slightly stiff. "General, what on earth is happening?" Aurora's voice trembled, her throat feeling parched, as if it might ignite. General Patton opened his mouth, intending to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only shake his head bitterly. Was the spatial ability truly so exaggerated? Chapter 141. The Sun Child reappears. Aurora took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure as she fixed her gaze on General Patton. Involuntarily, Patton nodded, then immediately shook his head. While spatial ability users were mechanically positioned at the pinnacle of all abilities, the true determinant of an ability's strength lay in the mental capacity. He spoke bitterly. This user from the Dragon Kingdom is unlike any spatial users we have recorded. They are entirely different. General Patton had previously encountered spatial ability users, but those individuals could only perform short-range teleportation or create minor spatial rifts. Meeting someone like Yi Run, who could simultaneously control over 1,000 hydrogen bombs, was a first for him. This had completely surpassed his understanding. Aurora fell silent for a moment, her expression suddenly turning despondent. Had they lost? She murmured softly, her tone laced with despair. Nuclear weapons were already the ultimate arsenal at her disposal, the trump card among trump cards. Yet now, they had been effortlessly intercepted by Yi Ran. She felt utterly powerless, devoid of any options. It was over. Everything was over. Eagle Sauce, once the world's hegemon, had now fallen to such depths. She was unwilling to accept this. Yet what could she do? Standing beside her, General Patton remained equally silent. His eyes were filled with gloom and numbness. He understood that they had lost this war. They had been utterly defeated, with no hope of recovery. After all, even their most powerful trump card, the nuclear weapons, had been controlled by the enemy. What could they do? A sense of despair pervaded the control room. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. One of the operators seated at the control panel suddenly trembled violently, followed by severe spasms. His face flushed red, eyes rolling back. Frothing at the mouth, his entire body contorted. What is happening? General Patton's expression changed instantly. He stepped forward, shielding Aurora behind him, vigilantly watching the operator. "Otto, what is wrong with you?" Another operator asked tremulously, yet dared not approach. However, in the next moment, something even more bizarre occurred. The operator's skin began to rapidly melt away, akin to a candle, revealing the flesh and bone beneath. A chorus of terrified screams erupted within the control room. The operators recoiled, fleeing to safety, fearful of being caught in the chaos. General Patton and Aurora were equally taken aback. They had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The melting flesh did not simply vanish. Instead, it writhed and morphed in the air, ultimately recombining into a humanoid form. However, this figure was no longer the previous operator, but rather a strange Caucasian man. He possessed short, golden hair, piercing blue eyes, chiseled features, and a tall, imposing stature, exuding an aura of malevolence. He cracked his neck with a series of audible pops, as if loosening up his muscles. Then, a radiant smile graced his face as he addressed Aurora and General Patton, "Esteemed General Patton and Vice President. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Sun Child Organization, codename Virus. Now, I extend an invitation to both of you on behalf of the Sun Child." This sudden turn of events left General Patton and Aurora momentarily stunned. They could not fathom that such a situation could arise. The Sun Child Organization. How could their members appear here? An invitation? General Patton scoffed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You think you are worthy?" The Virus chuckled nonchalantly and continued, "I understand your emotions must be quite complex at this moment. The downfall of Eagle Sauce's hegemony is certainly difficult for anyone to accept." He paused, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "However, this is not the end, but rather a new beginning. The Sons of the Sun will be the architects of a new world order, and you both now have the opportunity to witness this new era alongside us." Aurora furrowed her brow, maintaining her pride as the vice president despite the precarious situation of Eagle Sauce. "How could I possibly join your organization?" she retorted coldly, her tone steeped in disbelief and disdain. The Virus smiled slyly. "We never compel anyone, but I fear that the spatial ability wielder from the Dragon Kingdom might not let you off so easily. Rather than waiting idly and watching Eagle Sauce be consumed by the Dragon Kingdom, why not join us and revive the light of freedom?" He emphasized the word freedom as if hinting at something deeper. General Barton huffed, "Cooperation is one thing, but joining? Does your organization even warrant that?" Though he felt apprehensive about the current situation, as a general of Eagle Sauce, he still harbored a deep-seated pride and dignity. What is most significant? The Sons of the Sun are merely a second-rate organization of ability users. This was a consensus among all leaders. The virus made no rebuttal, merely smiling mysteriously. He snapped his fingers, and an ethereal blue light enveloped the entire control room in an instant. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence transpired within the control room. All individuals present, including those in other areas of the base, were similarly shrouded in the same blue light. Whether they were technicians at work or patrolling soldiers, all vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The vast base became eerily empty and silent, resembling a ghost town. This scene sent a chill down Aurora's spine, a wave of cold rushing from her feet to the crown of her head. She realized that the depths of the Sons of the Sun were far beyond what they had imagined. Is this a trap? The virus observed their astonished expressions, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of satisfaction. No need for such astonishment, he said in a low voice. We have several spatial ability users within our organization as well. Aurora and General Barton exchanged incredulous looks. Not possible. You have several of the exceedingly rare spatial ability users in your organization? This revelation struck them like thunder, leaving them momentarily breathless. It had been previously stated how scarce spatial ability users were. When Pierce was still alive, TAA had only recruited one spatial ability user, Flicker. Moreover, Flicker's abilities were rather limited, only capable of short-distance teleports. Yet, the Sons of the Sun apparently possessed multiple spatial ability users, and one of them had managed to teleport thousands from the entire base instantaneously. The sheer magnitude of this power left Aurora feeling deeply shocked and terrified. You have hidden your capabilities well. If the Sons of the Sun truly possessed such formidable strength, then their prior assessments of this organization were utterly misguided. Chapter 142, The Antimatter Bomb Targeting Yiren. The virus snapped his fingers once more, causing another layer of ethereal blue light to flash. All those who had vanished reappeared within the base, albeit each one appeared dazed and bewildered, seemingly unaware of the events that had just transpired. They looked around in confusion, their faces marked by bewilderment and incomprehension. What just happened? I don't know. It feels like something has changed. What on earth is going on? The people began to murmur, and the base grew somewhat noisy. Aurora took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She had come to realize the immense power of the Sons of the Sun and the secrets they concealed. She understood that if she could not forge an alliance with the Sons of the Sun, there would be no hope for Eagle Sauce to recover. In that case, Aurora said, gazing at the virus, "May I have a glimpse of your organization's spatial ability user?" The virus smiled slightly at her request, not responding immediately. Instead, he snapped his fingers again. With a crisp sound, another familiar blue light flashed. A slender Asian man materialized before Aurora. Despite her vigilance, she was startled by this sudden appearance and instinctively took a half-step back. The Asian man bowed slightly to Aurora, greeting her in somewhat halting English. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Vice President." After a moment's hesitation, he added in his native tongue, Aurora blinked in surprise and said, "A Korean?" She had not anticipated that from such a minuscule nation, a spatial ability user would emerge. Moreover, it seemed this Korean individual was a member of the Sons of the Sun. This revelation took her aback. However, now was not the time to dwell on these matters. Aurora narrowed her eyes, knowing that the most crucial task was to establish cooperation with the Sons of the Sun to jointly combat the Dragon Kingdom. With this thought, Aurora allowed a hint of a carefree smile to grace her lips. She extended her right hand toward the virus, speaking sincerely. "I am more than willing to join your organization. The light of Eagle Sauce's freedom shall shine beneath the sun." The Korean man promptly extended his hand, eager to shake Aurora's. However, just as his hand was about to touch hers, he suddenly realized that Aurora's outstretched hand was not directed at him, but rather at the virus. The Korean man awkwardly halted his movement, opening his mouth as if to speak, but finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he retracted his hand, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. The self-doubt ingrained within him could not be completely dispelled, even with the awakening of his spatial ability. The virus observed this scene, a trace of barely perceptible mockery flickering in his eyes. He extended his hand to gently clasp Aurora's, wearing a charming smile. "A wise decision, Vice President. Please allow me to express my respect once more." The virus elegantly bowed, his radiant smile unwavering. "Your choice is undoubtedly sagacious." After a brief pause, he continued, "In fact, we did not anticipate that the spatial ability user from the Dragon Kingdom would be so decisive." Yiren directly bombarded Eagle Sauce's 50 continents, and even the White House was not spared. This operation, not only the Sons of the Sun were caught off guard, but even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom had not foreseen it. A hint of barely concealed schadenfreude laced the virus's tone, though he quickly masked it. Yet, this has presented us with an opportunity. The S3 season was ignited by him, heralding the dawn of a new era. While the Sons of the Sun may not rival a nation, we have diligently researched abilities and their applications. The virus exuded an air of confidence. And from the perspective of the superhumans, we have now surpassed both your nation's TAA and the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Concealment Department. At the mention of these two divisions, Aurora's pupils narrowed slightly. The TAA was authorized by the president to General Barton, who then delegated the authority to Pierce for its formation. It was unexpected that the Son of the Sun was aware of such insider information and brazenly claimed to have surpassed the TAA. Indeed, even the Department of the Dragon Kingdom? Aurora exchanged glances with General Barton, both detecting a hint of skepticism in each other's eyes. It was astonishing that the once inconsequential organization had quietly evolved to such a degree. In terms of survival, who could outlast you? Your Excellency, the Vice President. You need not worry, the virus smiled reassuringly, having perceived the concerns of the two. We have sent me here for a reason, and we possess a comprehensive plan. With that, he produced a corpse from his breast pocket. More precisely, it was the carcass of a lizard. This lizard's body was remarkably well preserved, exhibiting an eerie dark green hue, reminiscent of a finely carved jade. What is this? Aurora inquired, perplexed. This is a lizard possessing extraordinary abilities that we discovered within the borders of India, the virus elucidated. Its blood, after minimal processing, can transmute into antimatter. At this revelation, Aurora's pupils dilated, a flicker of shock and disbelief crossing her features. Antimatter. That is a substance that exists solely in theory. It is well known that the universe is composed of matter. Should matter come into contact with antimatter, a catastrophic annihilation reaction would ensue, releasing tremendous energy. The explosive power of such an event far exceeds that of humanity's pride, the hydrogen bomb. Theoretically, merely a few grams of antimatter could obliterate an entire city. If the mass were increased, it could even annihilate an entire planet. Indeed, antimatter bombs were originally designed to annihilate stars and even entire star systems. Aurora's demeanor shifted. With this, we could eliminate that entity from the Dragon Kingdom. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Aurora's eyes as she envisioned the resurgence of Eagle Sauce. Reclaiming its status as the world's preeminent power, the virus seemed to penetrate Aurora's thoughts and remarked with a smile. The spatial ability user from the Dragon Kingdom will likely locate this place, as even we are able to find it. His plan was straightforward, to lure Yi Ren here and then eliminate him with the antimatter bomb. Once Yi Ren is dead, the Dragon Kingdom would lose its greatest support, and naturally, Eagle Sauce would reclaim its position as the world's dominant force. The Son of the Sun organization would also seize the opportunity to reap benefits. However, General Barton furrowed his brow. The spatial ability user should be able to teleport away in an instant, correct? He raised his doubts. The virus nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, spatial ability users possess the capability of instantaneous movement, but that does not imply they can escape the devastation caused by an antimatter bomb. He maintained a confident smile. Firstly, the speed of an antimatter explosion is exceedingly rapid. It occurs almost instantaneously, likely leaving him no time to react before his demise. Secondly, the virus paused, his tone swelling with pride. The explosion's radius is vast. Even if he can teleport, he cannot evade the blast zone. General Barton remained troubled, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. The virus appeared to discern his unease and smiled. General Barton, I understand your concerns. But please trust that our Son of the Sun organization will never engage in actions detrimental to our interests. He paused before continuing. Moreover, we have this individual. The virus patted the shoulder of the Korean man beside him, his tone laced with a hint of boastfulness. His ability mechanism differs from that of the spatial ability user from the Dragon Kingdom, in the perceptions of the virus and all present. Even the most formidable spatial ability users could only teleport a few thousand meters at most, even after the recent solar eclipse, which inexplicably enhanced the mental capacities of numerous ability users. It was inconceivable that they could escape the annihilation zone. Aurora hesitated before inquiring. What is the radius of the explosion? The virus narrowed his eyes, providing an answer that sent chills down Aurora's spine. From this point onward, approximately 1/3 of an Eagle Sauce map segment. Aurora fell silent. However, her brow furrowed. Such a vast distance meant that should an explosion occur, they too would be caught within its reach, would they not? The virus turned to the Korean man, beckoning him over with a gesture reminiscent of calling a dog. The Korean man's eye twitched, yet he promptly approached. The virus draped his arm over the man's shoulder, explaining to Aurora, his ability mechanism is unique. It allows us to enter a separate dimension. The Korean man, somewhat awkwardly, nodded and added, to be precise, it is a subspace independent of the real world. where we can temporarily take refuge until the explosion subsides. He paused, then elaborated. This subspace is exceedingly secure. No attack can penetrate it, not even an antimatter bomb. Furthermore, this subspace is vast, mirroring the reality we inhabit, so we can transfer everyone from the base into it, ensuring absolute safety. Aurora and General Barton exchanged a glance, both perceiving a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. A spatial ability user capable of creating an independent subspace. Such a power was utterly unprecedented. It seemed they had grossly underestimated the strength of the Sun organization. If you truly possess such an ability, what do we have to fear? A smile spread across Aurora's face. Indeed, the virus replied, also smiling. There is nothing to worry about. We never engage in battles without certainty. Ambition glimmered in his eyes as if he were already envisioning the dawn of a new era. Within the Dragon Concealment Department, Yiren released his grip on Baize's hand. Baize's complexion was slightly pale. The recent explosion at the White House and the current task of locating the hydrogen bomb had required an intense display of her abilities. Despite the shared mental link with Yiren bolstering her mental strength, the strain was nearly overwhelming her mind. I can hold on. Don't be foolish. Yiren replied with concern. I'll have Kagaya help you recover. From here on, leave it to me. Baize was far stronger than she appeared, and Yiren had gradually come to understand her nature. Before he finished speaking, Yiren utilized spatial teleportation to summon Kagaya. Kagaya glanced at Baize's pale face and silently extended her hand, gently tapping her on the forehead. Heal. As she healed, Kagaya looked towards Yiren. You need, however. Her words were cut short as Yiren vanished from her sight. Kagaya hesitated, wanting to ask Yiren if she should accompany him, but he had already dashed away. This instilled in her a sense of utter worthlessness. It was a stark contrast to her revered status as a saintess, adored like a deity by the prominent clans of the eight-headed realm. Alas, the saintess could scarcely draw his attention now. Yiren had already utilized a spatial transfer to arrive at the periphery of the mountain base. His countenance was frigid as he gestured with a mere flick of his hand. Over 1,000 nuclear warheads, previously ensnared by spatial confinement, materialized in the skies above the mountain base. If one relished explosions, why not indulge to the fullest? He subsequently released the spatial constraints. The hydrogen bombs, already on the brink of detonation, erupted into a dazzling radiance in an instant. What spectacle could be expected when over 1,000 hydrogen bombs detonated simultaneously? Cataclysmic destruction. The apocalypse had arrived. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, leveling everything in its vicinity. The earth trembled, and the sky ignited. Within the blink of an eye, the entire mountain base had been reduced to ashes. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed throughout the heavens, a cacophony that reverberated in every ear. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, everything had vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater and the pervasive scent of nuclear radiation. This scene was vividly captured by satellites from nations around the globe. The world was left in shock. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A finishing blow is a commendable habit. Yiren surveyed the devastation before him, his eyes betraying no emotion. He slowly raised his hand and gently grasped the void. The space began to collapse. He murmured softly. As his words fell, an invisible wave of energy materialized instantaneously. The immense crater from the explosion began to cave in once more, the process disturbingly warped and surreal. It was as if an unseen hand was relentlessly squeezing it. In mere seconds, the explosion's radius, once hundreds of kilometers wide, contorted into an abstract, grotesque form. Finally, a soft pop sound resonated. Within the depths of the crater, everything had vanished. No air, no light, not even the concept of space remained. Within the collapsed expanse lay a scene of abstraction. Twisted light and colors intertwined chaotically, reminiscent of a Van Gogh masterpiece. Yet, that vision swiftly dissipated, for space possessed the ability to self-repair. After a few seconds, the spatial integrity was restored. Only a few fragmented black crystalline shards remained in the depths of the crater, scattered like shattered stars upon the scorched earth. Yiren executed another spatial transfer to the bottom of the crater, picking up a piece of black crystalline shard and gently rubbing it between his fingers. Were these the crystallizations formed post-space repair? He furrowed his brow slightly. These crystalline fragments emitted a peculiar energy fluctuation. It felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Chapter 144. The Downfall of the Spatial Ability User. Though he was temporarily unaware of their utility, Yiren prudently collected all the fragments, intending to bring them back to the Dragon Kingdom for professional analysis, hoping for an unexpected discovery. The explosion of the hydrogen bombs, coupled with the devastation of the spatial collapse, was theoretically sufficient to obliterate all adversaries. Even those with life-saving abilities would stand no chance against such a formidable assault. Yet, in reality, The spatial ability user from the opposing faction had sensed the traces of spatial confinement the moment the nuclear warheads appeared. It was a fluctuation perceptible only to spatial ability users. His complexion paled, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooding over him. In a flash, he activated his ability. He transported the virus, Aurora, General Barton, and the thousands within the base into the subspace. Almost the instant they entered the subspace, over 1,000 hydrogen bombs detonated simultaneously. The horrifying shockwave instantly engulfed the entirety of the base, turning everything to ash. Those hiding in the subspace remained blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. Only the spatial ability user's face turned ashen, his pupils trembling like the earth in a quake. Transporting over 1,000 nuclear warheads across such a vast distance? Was he even human? He never anticipated that the spatial ability user from the Dragon Kingdom could be so terrifying. Over 1,000 hydrogen bombs. The trajectory alone would cover the entire Dragon Kingdom, with considerable distance between them. Yet, he had managed to instantaneously redirect all of them to the mountain base. Just how high was this individual's mental capacity? Park Chang-ho, codename Arkansas, one of the spatial ability users within the Sons of the Sun organization. He was slender, with a pale complexion, sporting a typical Korean bowl cut, and thick black-rimmed glasses obscuring much of his face, rendering him almost inconspicuous. At this moment, however, his eyes behind the lenses were filled with terror. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, pooling into glistening droplets at his chin, before finally plopping onto the floor. What on earth is happening? The virus acutely sensed the abnormality in their surroundings. The gravity felt slightly lighter than usual, and an indescribable, strange odor lingered in the air. This was due to a change in the air's composition, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. Aurora and General Barton also detected something amiss. They surveyed their surroundings. Although everything in the subspace corresponded to reality, the alterations in physical laws were enough to raise suspicions. We are currently in subspace. That individual just appeared. Park Chang-ho forced down a gulp, his voice trembling as he explained, I sensed danger, so I activated spatial transfer to move everyone here. The virus furrowed his brow. Sensing danger? He approached Park Chang-ho, asking in a low voice, what is the situation outside? Park Chang-ho took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He raised his trembling hands, tracing a circle in the air. As he did so, a slender rift appeared, unzipping like a zipper. Through this rift, everyone could clearly see the scene outside. Upon witnessing the location of the mountain base, now reduced to a bottomless pit, surrounded by a desolate landscape devoid of life, everyone gasped in horror. My God, Aurora murmured, her face ashen. What has happened? Was this bombarded by nuclear weapons? General Barton's expression mirrored her shock. At the bottom of the pit, a figure began to come into focus. The figure was tall and imposing, resembling a reaper emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled the air. It was Yi-Ren. He seemed to sense something, raising his head to lock eyes with Park Chang-ho through the rift. In that instant, Park Chang-ho felt as if he were being gazed upon by something from the abyss. His heart jolted violently, a chill racing from his toes to the crown of his head. Park Chang-ho instinctively let out a scream, his instincts compelling him to close the spatial rift. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest. That gaze made him feel as though he had been targeted by something vile. The virus watched as Park Chang-ho lay slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His brow furrowed in concern. Calm yourself, he admonished sternly. Tell me, what on earth is happening outside? Yet, Park Chang-ho seemed entirely oblivious to his words. He continued to shiver, his gaze vacant, muttering indistinct phrases in Korean. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips devoid of color, and he appeared as though his very soul had been stripped away. The virus, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and approached Park Chang-ho, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him off the ground. Get a grip. The virus intensified his tone, shaking Park Chang-ho vigorously. Under the forceful shaking, Park Chang-ho finally managed to regain a semblance of awareness. He blinked, confusion etched across his face, filled with fear and helplessness. I saw the very essence of space. At the moment he glimpsed Yun-in, his previously firm grasp on space seemed to falter drastically, as if what was rightfully his had been snatched away in that instant. It was an indescribable sensation of oppression, akin to the despair of encountering a mortal enemy. His words startled the virus. What does this mean? Could it be that the spatial ability user from Longhua can strip others of their powers? How is that even possible? Just as the virus pondered this, Park Chang-ho took several deep breaths, struggling to calm himself. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. But he can't enter here. We are safe. His voice was laced with uncertainty, as if he himself did not believe his own words. However, before he could finish, an unexpected event transpired. A crisp crack echoed from behind Park Chang-ho. The sound was reminiscent of shattering glass, clear and melodious, yet tinged with a chilling eeriness. The hairs on the back of Park Chang-ho's neck stood on end. A profound sense of danger surged within him. Instinctively, he sought to activate his powers to transport himself from the subspace. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that his abilities had vanished. Like a bird deprived of its wings, he could only watch helplessly as the danger approached, powerless to act. His perspective began to warp and spin, the world around him twisting as if reality itself were unraveling. What did he see? A headless corpse lying quietly on the ground. The body was hauntingly familiar. Wait, that corpse, it was me? Chapter 145, The Chaotic Entity Within Subspace. Yunin's figure appeared abruptly behind Park Chang-ho. Like a ghost, silent and unseen. Spatial cut. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the spatial cut without warning, severing Park Chang-ho's head from his body. Did he comprehend the significance of initiating at frame zero? Park Chang-ho had no time to react before he was separated from his own head. The suddenness of this scene left the virus breathless, his mind blank. Dead. He could hardly believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief, his lips quivering. How could a spatial ability user perish so easily? In his understanding, spatial ability users were nearly invincible. Take Park Chang-ho, for example. His sensitivity to spatial fluctuations allowed him to teleport away from any danger in an instant. Yet now, he had been so effortlessly slain by Yunin. How could this be possible? The virus felt his worldview collapsing. Although he had looked down on Park Chang-ho, deeming him a mere insignificant being, he had never underestimated the unique mechanism of spatial abilities. He had always believed that spatial ability users were virtually unbeatable, holding the upper hand purely due to their powers. Yet now, Park Chang-ho had been so easily dispatched by Yunin. How could he accept this? However, there was no time for further contemplation. Yunin's appearance signified that their plans had been exposed. He had to act immediately. The virus inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He tightened his grip on the lizard's corpse. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a vial hidden within the corpse shattered. The pale golden liquid mixed with the blood inside the body, and upon contact, it began to react violently. A visible wave of energy radiated from the lizard's corpse, swiftly expanding outwards. In an instant, a breath of destruction emanated from within the corpse. The aura was terrifying, suffocating, as if it threatened to consume everything in its path. It was antimatter. Yunin's brow suddenly furrowed. A strong sense of danger surged within him. It was a warning from his sixth sense, a threat potent enough to be fatal. Yunin realized in an instant that this antimatter explosion could undoubtedly kill him. The explosion generated by antimatter could obliterate even space itself, turning it into a void. At the critical moment, Yunin unhesitatingly activated spatial confinement. An invisible force of space instantaneously bound the virus, Aurora, General Barton, and everyone within the subspace, rendering them immobile. They were ensnared like insects trapped in amber, unable to move. Then, with a swift step back, Yunin vanished into the subspace. Farewell. He nonchalantly returned to the realm of reality. The virus. The virus stared in disbelief as Yunin disappeared, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. How? He suddenly realized that Yunin, like Park Chang-ho, could freely enter and exit subspace. If that were the case, then this explosion. Before he could ponder further, the terrifying antimatter explosion occurred. Boom. A deafening roar erupted within the subspace. Blinding light instantly consumed everything. The entire subspace trembled violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. In the real world, Yunin stood at the edge of a massive pit, quietly sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the subspace. His expression grew grave, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. The power of the antimatter explosion was indeed extraordinary. Even though he had escaped from the subspace in time, he could still feel that terrifying force of annihilation. Had he not fled when he did, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The blinding light swiftly engulfed the entire subspace. It was a radiance countless times brighter than the sun, a light capable of obliterating everything. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The space began to distort and shatter, fissures spreading like a broken glass. Then came the horrific explosion. An invisible shockwave, centered around the lizard's corpse, expanded in all directions. Everything in its path was annihilated. Before the terrifying force, whether it be air, matter, or energy, is reduced to nothingness. Annihilation occurs first from within and then outward, followed by an outward to inward process. It resembles a balloon that is initially inflated, only to ultimately collapse into a minuscule point. The annihilation that transpires within the subspace possesses a terrifying power that far exceeds human imagination. It directly obliterated nearly 2/3 of the territory of the Eagle Country, even evaporating a considerable portion of the Pacific Ocean. Had this explosion occurred in the realm of reality, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, Fortunately, this is subspace, a mere projection of reality. Thus, regardless of the destruction sustained here, it does not affect the actual world. Beneath this cataclysmic explosion, viruses, the Aurora, General Barton, and tens of thousands of Eagle Country citizens were instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. They, along with their ambitions, conspiracies, and dreams for the future, were transformed into cosmic dust. After the explosion, subspace fell into a profound silence. The space lay shattered, distorted, and chaotically disordered, as if reverting to the singularity state of the universe's inception. Yet, at that moment, an anomaly arose. A twisted, chaotic, abstract shadow silently emerged from the edges of the space. This shadow defies description. It possesses no fixed shape, no consistent color, and no discernible essence. It resembles a mass of writhing black slime, a distorted vortex, or perhaps a colossal eye, quietly observing this world. It greedily devours everything in its vicinity, mercilessly consuming both the fragmented remnants of space and the lingering energy fluctuations. It expands and spreads relentlessly, as if intent on consuming the entirety of subspace, until it reached the position where Yi Run had once lingered. It came to a halt. The indescribable form writhed slowly, emanating a palpable aura of greed. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Run, situated in the realm of reality, stood at the edge of the vast pit, gazing quietly downward. The once magnificent mountain base had transformed into a desolate ruin. A shocking chasm. Everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. There was not a flicker of emotion in Yi Run's eyes. The outcome had been destined the moment they activated the nuclear bomb. He slowly turned away, utilizing spatial transference to return to the longing department. Comrade Xiao Yi, you have returned, Zhao Guiqiang exclaimed, visibly relieved at the sight of Yi Run. He hurried forward, concern etched in his tone. How did it go? Those nuclear bombs? Chapter 146, Attending the United Nations Meeting. They have been sent back, Yi Run replied, shaking his head. The remnants of the Eagle Country have been dealt with using their own methods, thoroughly resolved. All resolved? Zhao Guiqiang paused, then joy illuminated his eyes. That's splendid news. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm. What shall we do next? Yi Run shot him a puzzled glance. What do you mean? I'm merely a worker. Why are you asking me? He remarked. I'm just here to execute tasks. Planning is the domain of the higher-ups. Half an hour later, Yi Run received a mission request from the higher-ups. Comrade Yi, please accept your deployment immediately and lead our forces to the Eagle Country for suppression, to gain complete control over the situation there. Understood. Leaning back in his chair, Yi Run stretched. He began to utilize spatial transference, arriving at one military district after another, systematically transporting the already assembled troops to various key strongholds across the Eagle Country. First, they occupied the White House, the building that once symbolized Eagle Country's hegemony. The vibrant red flag now fluttered atop the White House. Subsequently, the troops swiftly seized various states, New York, Los Angeles, Washington. Each city and military base fell under the control of Long Nation's forces, their presence felt in every corner of the Eagle Country. In less than half an hour, Long Nation's military had spread throughout the entire Eagle Country and commenced the process of forced submission. The remnants of the Eagle Country's power crumbled before Long Nation's overwhelming military might. They either surrendered or faced annihilation. Everything unfolded with meticulous precision. In a matter of days, the flag of the Eagle Country would be replaced by that of Long Nation. The following day, at the United Nations headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, permeated with an oppressive sense of an impending storm. The Eagle Country had vanished. More accurately, it had been absorbed by Long Nation. This sudden turn of events shocked the entire world. No one had anticipated that the former global superpower would collapse overnight in such a cataclysmic manner. In response to this worldwide upheaval, the United Nations decided to convene an emergency meeting. All nations of considerable international influence were invited to participate. Long Nation, as one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, was naturally among those invited. The representative dispatched by the country was named Lin Huaimin, a tall, imposing man in his 50s, exuding an air of authority even without raising his voice. He sported a head of graying short hair, keenly perceptive eyes, and a chiseled jawline. Yes, I understand clearly. Rest assured, he assured before departing, having received explicit instructions from the higher-ups. Comrade Huaimin, this meeting will not be tranquil. You must approach it with utmost caution. After a brief pause, the leader continued. Furthermore, Comrade Yi from the Longing Department will accompany you to this meeting. You must ensure to attend to his emotions and not neglect him. Lin Huaimin's heart skipped a beat. The Comrade Yi from the Longing Department? The one who single-handedly dismantled the Eagle Country with his spatial abilities, the one whose file was marked with a red flag? He would be joining him for this meeting? Lin Huaimin instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Rest assured, I will complete the task. He pledged earnestly. Meanwhile, Yiren had just awakened. He stretched and yawned before receiving new mission directives. A United Nations meeting? Yiren mused, momentarily taken aback. What am I to do? Intimidate them. Understood. Yiren shrugged. This was simply about asserting his authority. With his capability to obliterate the entire Eagle government in a single day, no one at the United Nations meeting would dare to raise their voice. After freshening up, Yiren knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Kaguya, let us go. We're off to the meeting. The door opened, and Kaguya emerged, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her exquisite features, fair skin, and graceful demeanor made her appear like a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Except for the noticeable dark circles under her eyes. Yiren suddenly frowned. Didn't you open a window last night? What is that smell? Hiss, Kaguya replied. I'll go open a window now. Don't ask. The aroma is reminiscent of champagne. Savor it, relish it. At this moment within the hallowed halls of the United Nations headquarters, the atmosphere has grown increasingly oppressive and grave. Journalists have already secured their positions, snapping photos of the entrance, for the meeting is about to commence. Representatives from nations around the globe begin to enter the colossal conference hall in an orderly fashion, adorned in diverse attire that reflects their unique cultures and backgrounds. There are Western politicians clad in tailored suits, alongside African delegates sporting peculiar adornments on their foreheads. Yet, without exception, the countenances of all present exhibit a trace of solemnity and unease. The convening of this meeting came without any forewarning, arriving abruptly. Why the urgency? Because the Eagle has fallen. Once the world's paramount power, it has vanished into oblivion in the span of a single day. This has instilled a profound sense of apprehension and dread among nations worldwide. In the center of the vast conference hall rests a circular table with only 5 seats, each representing one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. At this juncture, aside from the representatives of the Eagle and the Dragon, the delegates from the other 3 nations have all gathered. The representatives from the United Kingdom, Russia, and France exchange glances. Their expressions weighed down by the gravity of the moment. They are acutely aware that the representative of the Eagle will never again take his place. The former titan of the world has irrevocably exited the stage of history. A new global order is on the cusp of being born today. Just then, Yiren, accompanied by Lin Huaimin and Kaguya Haim, silently materializes at the entrance of the conference hall. Their unexpected arrival causes a collective intake of breath among the nearby delegates. All eyes gravitate towards the figure of Yiren, standing behind Lin Huaimin. This young man is the very one who brought about the downfall of the Eagle. He is the harbinger of a transformed world order. With his singular strength, he has toppled a nation. Yiren's gaze swept across the room, and he stifled a yawn. He had rushed here without breakfast. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a box of milk and slices of bread appeared beside him. Yiren, Kaguya Haim, can this woman read minds? In what should have been a solemn assembly, the sight of Yiren holding bread and milk struck a comical note. Yet, no one dared to laugh. The weight of the moment stifled any humor. Lin Huaimin disregarded the scrutiny of the attendees and strode purposefully towards the circular table. He adjusted his collar and assertively seated himself in the representative position of the Dragon. Yiren glanced around before casually taking a seat in the chair designated for the Eagle. This audacious act caused the representatives of the other 3 permanent members to shudder. The seat of the Eagle, once a symbol of global dominance, it was now occupied with casual nonchalance by Yiren. The implications of this act were unmistakable. Yiren tore open the packet of bread. Aren't we supposed to be starting the meeting? Let us get on with it. I need to return and play Eternal Return. Chapter 147. The representatives of various nations appeared increasingly anxious. They regarded Lin Huaimin and Yiren with grave expressions. Yet none dared to speak while Yiren indulged in his meal. The conference hall was eerily silent, save for the sounds of Yiren chewing and the sporadic clicks of cameras, punctuating the suffocating stillness. Yiren, burp, this milk is a tad sweet. I quite like it. Kaguya Haim, just eat. Can you not make a scene? Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, Yiren finally concluded his breakfast. He crumpled the milk carton and expertly tossed it into the adjacent trash bin, his movements casual yet imbued with an undeniable grace. Such is the benefit of heightened mental acuity. One possesses an inherent tactical advantage. He then lightly tapped the table, the sharp sound reverberating like the tolling of a judgment bell throughout the hushed hall. Hey, I've finished eating. Why haven't you started yet? The representatives collectively pondered. You're just sitting there munching away. Who would dare to speak? Yiren turned to Lin Huaimin, nodding slightly to indicate he should commence. Typically, the proceedings would be led by a representative from another nation. However, that individual now appeared as though their lips were glued shut, not daring to utter a word, let alone facilitate the meeting. The last nation to underestimate the Dragon has since been marked with its flag, meeting a grim fate. Clearing his throat, Lin Huaimin inhaled deeply and activated the microphone. His voice was steady and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority that echoed within the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here to deliberate upon crucial issues concerning world peace and stability. He paused, casting a sweeping glance across the assembly before continuing. It is well known that the Eagle-S government brazenly launched a nuclear strike against our nation, an act that grossly contravenes international law and is a blatant provocation to global peace. Once more, the representatives fell into silence. Indeed, no one had anticipated such a direct nuclear assault from the Eagle. Yet, one could not ignore the irony. The dragon had itself unleashed nuclear devastation upon all 50 states. Lin Huaimin continued, his tone resolute. As a nation that cherishes peace, we have consistently exercised restraint in the spirit of humanitarianism. However, the reckless actions of the Eagle-S government have crossed our threshold of tolerance. A remarkably flexible threshold. We do not initiate conflict unless provoked. But should one dare to infringe upon our sovereignty, we shall retaliate without hesitation. His words carried an icy menace that sent shivers through the delegates present. In response to the Eagle-S audacious provocations, our nation has mounted a robust and decisive counteroffensive. Lin Huaimin slammed his hand upon the table, producing a thunderous sound that startled some of the more timid representatives. We have utterly dismantled the Eagle-S government and societal order. His voice resonated like thunder within the hall. To preserve world peace and prevent the Eagle from committing further acts that jeopardize global security, our forces have been deployed into the Eagle-S territory to enact military suppression and reclamation. As Lin Huaimin concluded this declaration, the conference hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Ah yes, to maintain world peace, you have dismantled the most powerful empire on the globe. Haven to you? Not only have you dismantled it, but you also do so with grandiloquence, proclaiming its subjugation. The representatives of the three major powers wore expressions of utter dismay, their lips quivering, yet no sound escaped them. After a prolonged pause, the representative from France could no longer contain herself. She was a statuesque, elegantly poised blonde named Sophie Marceau. In this moment, her meticulous makeup could not conceal the turmoil and anxiety roiling within her. Sophie Marceau inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. With a voice tinged with tremors, she inquired, "May I ask what your country intends to achieve?" Her tone was a blend of inquiry, fear, and barely concealed indignation. "Do you seek to unify the world?" In response to Sophie Marceau's inquiry, Lin Huaimin calmly shook his head, a subtle official smile gracing his lips. "Look at you. You're getting anxious, aren't you?" The French representative, Sophie, misunderstood the situation. "Our nation cherishes peace and has never favored the use of force. The downfall of the Eagle Empire is entirely of their own making." Upon hearing this, Sophie's resolve stiffened, her fists clenched tightly. "How dare you suggest the Eagle Empire, such a colossal empire, could be so easily devoured?" Lin Huaimin paused momentarily, his tone growing increasingly sincere. "The Eagle government initiated a nuclear strike against our country, a grave act that jeopardized global peace. We were compelled to retaliate in defense of our legitimate rights." Such lofty proclamations made it difficult for others to suppress their disdain. Yi Ren, seated nearby, idly scratched his ear, his gaze calmly sweeping across the increasingly agitated representatives from various nations. He remained silent, patiently biding his time to express his own views once they had finished speaking. The representatives from the smaller nations whispered amongst themselves, though their voices were hushed. They were distinctly audible in the quiet conference hall. Would the Dragon Nation truly cease its actions? Having already consumed the Eagle Empire, might we be next? There can only be one dictatorship ruling the world. What would become of us? Their faces were etched with concern and fear, likely articulating anxiety over the prospect of the Dragon Nation establishing a dictatorship. After all, the strength demonstrated by the Dragon Nation was undeniably terrifying. They had directly swallowed the Eagle Empire without a whisper of dissent. Who could remain unafraid? Meanwhile, the representatives of the three major council nations began to exert further pressure on Lin Huaimin. They understood well the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, and the demise of the Eagle Empire instilled in them an unprecedented sense of crisis. "Mr. Lin, we hope the Dragon Nation will sign a peace agreement, ensuring it will not infringe upon the territories and interests of other nations," stated the representative from the decayed kingdom with a firm tone, reminiscent of a cornered animal forced to elicit guarantees from the Dragon Nation. The representative from Russia echoed this sentiment. "We too hope the Dragon Nation will commit to preserving global peace and preventing similar incidents from occurring again." Sophie, the French representative, was even more direct. "If the Dragon Nation refuses to sign a peace agreement, we shall take all necessary measures to safeguard our national security." There was a hint of threat in their voices, attempting to coerce the Dragon Nation into concessions. Faced with the relentless pressure from the three major council nations, Lin Huaimin instinctively furrowed his brow. Just as he prepared to respond, a sharp knocking sound interrupted him. Tap, tap. Yiren rapped on the table, and the entire hall fell silent. All eyes, anxious and apprehensive, were drawn to Yiren's face. Chapter 148. Yiren's ultimate objective. Yiren reclined tactically, propping one leg over the other and crossing his arms over his chest. With a smile that was more of a veneer than genuine, he addressed the assembly with a hint of brilliance. Am I perhaps granting you all too much face? This simple phrase caused the countenance of all present, save for Lin Huaimin, to darken instantly. A wave of humiliation surged within them, igniting feelings of profound anger and frustration. Yet before they could react, Yiren unexpectedly lifted the spatial confinement. An invisible force enveloped the entire conference hall, compelling everyone to remain rooted to the spot. The confinement even stifled the flow of air, inducing a sensation of suffocation as if one were submerged in a vacuum. The representatives' faces morphed into expressions of sheer terror. They opened their mouths in an attempt to breathe, but found themselves unable to draw in a single breath. Their lungs began to contract violently, and an unbearable pressure gripped their chests, as if they might explode. Yiren, his smile radiant yet his tone frigid, remarked, "In my youth, a history teacher once imparted a memorable lesson. Those who lag behind will suffer." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his tone growing colder. In a disparity of power, weaker nations have no leverage to challenge stronger ones. Yiren spoke slowly, as if elucidating an undeniable truth. His gaze was as sharp and icy as a blade, instilling a profound dread in the representatives. Even as they yearned to resist and struggle, they found themselves utterly immobilized, their bodies constrained, their minds trembling. They could only watch helplessly as they began to suffocate. As numerous representatives turned pale, their lips turning a shade of purple, Yiren gradually lifted the spatial confinement. Cough, cough. Upon the release of the confinement, the hall erupted with violent coughing and heavy gasps for breath. Individuals inhaled deeply, as if they had narrowly escaped drowning, desperately consuming the fresh air. They appeared disheveled, akin to those just rescued from the brink of death. Yiren observed their post-rescue reactions with indifference, but a smile broke across his face. He continued, "From this day forth, the Dragon Nation shall become the world's sole empire." The proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the hall. Representatives from the three major council nations reacted. Wait, what? So soon? You reveal your true intentions? You're not even attempting to mask your ambition for global unification. The words that had previously lingered in obscurity were laid bare on the table. Yiren, disinclined to conceal his aspirations, surveyed the room with an unruffled demeanor. All other nations shall automatically become vassals of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation, the world's sole empire? All other nations reduced to vassals. This is the height of folly. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the vast hall. The faces of the representatives were imbued with shock, fear, anger, and disbelief. Some wore ashen expressions, others appeared ghostly pale, some clenched their jaws tightly, while others trembled uncontrollably. They could hardly fathom the audacity and tyranny of the Dragon Nation. After several seconds, a representative from a smaller nation finally found his voice. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed, he protested in a trembling tone. "What you are doing is inhumane. It is dictatorship." Though his voice was not loud, it brimmed with courage and determination, as if challenging Yiren's authority. Yiren cast a languid glance in his direction, and the man's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed. Just as everyone anticipated Yiren would deliver a fatal blow, he merely shook his head and smiled, a note of derision in his tone. "Inhumane? Your nation is still embroiled in a civil war, instigated by the provocations of the Eagle Empire, is it not?" He paused, his tone growing even colder. "With your meager governance, who suffers the most but the ordinary citizens?" The representative from the small nation fell silent, fully aware that Yiren's words held a ring of truth. At that moment, the representative from the decayed kingdom's eyes darted about. Seeing that Yiren had not exacted punishment on the earlier small nation representative, he found a bit more courage and cautiously spoke up. "Every nation possesses its unique tapestry of culture and history, and the Dragon Kingdom should not obliterate our potential for the future." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Authoritarian rule is untenable. It will merely lead to—" His words remained unfinished as Lin Huaimin gently cleared his throat twice. The crisp sound reverberated through the conference hall like the tolling of a death knell. The representative from the corrupt nation instantly trembled, akin to being jolted by electricity, and his previously fluid expressions became abruptly stilted. His gaze, once cunning, transformed in the blink of an eye to clarity. Realization dawned. After a few agonizing seconds, he finally managed to speak, forcing a semblance of a smile. I retract my earlier statement. Yiren nodded in satisfaction, surveying the array of representatives from various nations, and spoke with a calm demeanor. I aim to establish a new epoch. Yiren's ambitions were grand. He sat up straighter. A world that utterly eradicates hunger and poverty. His declaration left the assembly in a profound silence. To eliminate poverty and hunger? Good heavens, that is arguably more challenging than achieving global peace. It is common knowledge that where there is virtue, there is vice. Where there are lofty peaks, there are deep abysses. In any society, class distinctions are inevitable, and the oppression of the weak is an inherent trait. Humanity's selfish and greedy nature guarantees that true equality will always remain elusive. Yiren was acutely aware of this. Yet, he understood that while eradicating class distinctions may be impossible, abolishing hunger and poverty is indeed feasible. Supernatural abilities can amplify productivity, whether in agriculture or industry. The emergence of these gifted individuals presents a pivotal opportunity. Provided that resources are ample, poverty can be vanquished. As for politics, I am not particularly adept at it. Yiren shrugged, but I possess absolute power. His gaze sharpened once more, piercing as a blade, and he declared, "Those who disobey will meet their end. Anyone who hinders my objectives shall perish." This succinct yet formidable statement resonated with an air of intimidation, sending shivers down the spines of all present. They understood that he was not jesting. This man was utterly serious. After delivering this proclamation, Yiren turned to Lin Huaimin and casually inquired, "Do you have anything to add?" At that moment, Lin Huaimin felt parched, a wry smile gracing his lips. His initial intention had been to intimidate the representatives of other nations and to adeptly manage the repercussions of the Dragon Kingdom's annexation of the Eagle Sauce. Who could have foreseen Yiren's audacious announcement declaring the Dragon Kingdom as the sole empire of the world? Moreover, his claims of eradicating hunger and poverty were astonishingly provocative. A surge of fervor welled up within Lin Huaimin. He recognized that from this point forward, the global landscape would undergo a transformative upheaval. Chapter 149, Solar Eclipse. After the meeting adjourned, representatives from various nations departed the United Nations headquarters, their expressions a myriad of emotions. The day had been overwhelmingly stimulating. Particularly, the representatives of the three major council nations wore expressions akin to those of the deceased. After all, their original objective had been to unite the global community to apply pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Who could have anticipated that Yiren would brazenly point fingers, declaring, "If you do not comply, I shall eliminate you." How audacious! Yet, what was truly despairing was that he indeed possessed the capability to follow through. Although Yiren lacked political acumen, he wielded the power to adjudicate all matters. Simply allowing those knowledgeable in policy and governance to devise plans sufficed. Yiren would merely assess the outcomes. Any dissenters would find themselves on the receiving end of a spatial cleaving, akin to experiencing a simulation of Louis XVI's demise. Some representatives from smaller nations appeared pallid, resembling the walking dead. Conversely, representatives from countries such as Pakistan, which maintained amicable relations with the Dragon Kingdom, wore expressions of exuberance. As if celebrating a festival, the Dragon Kingdom's promise of ensuring that all humanity is well fed was a commitment they could undoubtedly fulfill. However, the representatives of the three major council nations bore solemn expressions and hurried footsteps. They needed to promptly report the meeting's developments to their respective governments and devise countermeasures. Sophie Marceau, the representative of France, entered a black armored vehicle. Just as the door was about to close, a figure abruptly appeared beside her. A tall man with a stern visage, his short golden hair and piercing blue eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded an aura of chilling intensity. Jacques Renaud was the supernatural guardian assigned to Sophie Marceau by the French government. He was also an exceedingly rare spatial ability user, a strategic asset of utmost importance to the nation. Upon seeing Jacques Renaud, Sophie Marceau felt her previously taut nerves begin to ease. Yet soon after, she recalled the events of the meeting, reigniting the flames of fury within her. She slammed her hand on the seat, demanding angrily, "Where were you? Where did you disappear to throughout the entire meeting?" Jacques Renaud shook his head gravely, his tone somber as he explained, "I was immobilized." He paused, continuing, "The moment that Dragon Kingdom individual appeared, I lost control over my abilities and my body, only regaining them after the meeting concluded." Sophie Marceau furrowed her brow in confusion, having previously wondered why not a single supernatural being had intervened against Yiren during the meeting. It turned out that all supernatural users had been ensnared by Yiren's spatial confinement. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she pressed on, "What are your thoughts on that Dragon Kingdom supernatural user?" Jacques Renaud hesitated, his expression darkening, his voice laced with trepidation. "Incomprehensible." He lifted his gaze, peering through the vehicle's window into the distance, as if lost in recollection. Although both he and Yi Ren wielded spatial abilities, the extent of Yi Ren's prowess far exceeded his understanding. He could not even sense his presence, let alone comprehend how he executed such feats. His tone grew increasingly grave. I have a strong instinct that even all the supernatural users present combined would not be sufficient to confront him. Meanwhile, Yi Ren stretched languidly. Accompanied by Lin Huaimin and Kagaya, he prepared for a spatial transfer back to the Dragon Kingdom. However, at that moment, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. The world suddenly dimmed. The sky above, at a pace visible to the naked eye, rapidly darkened, the once clear daylight transitioning into night. Simultaneously, Yi Ren keenly sensed that his abilities were waning. The intuitive grasp of spatial control began to blur. Oh no, what the hell? Yi Ren abruptly looked up at the heavens. The once blinding sun was being consumed by darkness. Was that a solar eclipse? As the last vestiges of sunlight were entirely obscured by shadows, the sky instantaneously lost its daylight radiance. In its place was a twilight-like gloom. The surrounding scenery seemed shrouded in a mysterious bluish-gray hue. Everything veiled in a soft and hazy shroud. The distant skyline of the city grew increasingly distinct against the backdrop of the dimming light. The shadows of the trees elongated, casting intricate patterns upon the ground. In that moment, a luminous halo appeared at the horizon. It was the solar corona, radiating a silvery light akin to a sacred aureole, encircling the central, pitch-black disk. This halo was dense and luminous, as if countless stars had gathered together, twinkling in the encroaching darkness. Was the loss of abilities related to the solar eclipse? Yi Ren murmured to himself instinctively, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. If memory served him right, his supernatural power had manifested after the first solar eclipse. Moreover, following that eclipse, a multitude of superhumans had emerged across the globe. Could it be that this forthcoming eclipse would usher in new transformations? Just as Yi Ren pondered these questions, beside him, Kagaya suddenly swayed. On the verge of collapsing to the ground, Yi Ren swiftly reached out to steady her, only to be horrified to discover that Kagaya hand had become as frail as withered timber. Her skin had lost its elasticity, tightly enveloping her bones. The appearance of her arm resembled that of an elderly person, reeking of decay and death. Yi Ren gasped, breath caught in his throat, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He hastily lifted Kagaya's veil, and his pupils constricted in shock. Before his eyes, Kagaya's visage was aging at a visible rate. Her once smooth and fair skin rapidly transformed into a parched, wrinkled texture, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Her lustrous black hair turned white strand by strand, ultimately resembling frost blanketing her head. Her clear, bright eyes became murky, losing their former brilliance. Yi Ren was astounded. What on earth is happening to you? In mere seconds, Kagaya had transformed from an unparalleled beauty into a decrepit, old woman. She now appeared to be a woman in her 60s or 70s, her life force flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Not my sister. Kagaya seemed to wish to express something, but her lips trembled momentarily, yielding no words. Her pupils gradually dilated, her life force extinguished entirely. She was gone, lost to the ravages of age. She had succumbed to the natural course of death. Yi Ren was left in utter disbelief, his mind a tumult of confusion. He had never anticipated that Kagaya would meet her end in such a manner. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Not only Yi Ren, but all awakened superhumans across the globe were temporarily stripped of their abilities under the influence of the solar eclipse. Chapter 150, The Centuries-Old Kagaya. Yi Ren heard the cawing of crows above him. He looked up to see 4 or 5 crows, appearing drunkenly, spiraling through the air. Their flight paths were erratic, lending them a comical appearance. However, the crows were undergoing a terrifying transformation. Their bodies expanded rapidly, akin to inflated balloons. The muscle tissue beneath their feathers surged, their wings extending to nearly several meters in length. The crow's plumage shifted from its original black to a glossy, metallic sheen. Their feathers reflected the surrounding light, creating an eerily surreal sight. In the blink of an eye, they grew to monstrous proportions, surpassing even that of an adult human. As their size increased, their heads began to contort. The once petite beaks morphed into robust, sharp implements, resembling finely forged swords. Most striking were the newly sprouted horns on their foreheads. These horns twisted and sharpened, akin to demonic insignia, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The eyes of these crows turned blood red, seemingly ablaze with fury, revealing an unprecedented ferocity. With each flap of their wings, the air appeared to be sliced, emitting a shrill whistle. Yi Ren could even feel powerful gusts assaulting him from the ground. Strange. It's rather refreshing, he thought. Wait, what am I thinking? This is a dangerous situation. Why am I standing here? Run. Yiren carefully cradled the deceased Kagayaheim and shouted towards Lin Huaimin, who remained in a daze. Run! Lin Huaimin, still oblivious to the severity of the situation, instinctively began to flee alongside Yiren. Yiren glanced back and gasped in horror. The mutated giant crows had begun to turn on one another. They seemed to have become even more savage, more bloodthirsty. Their sharp beaks and claws mercilessly pierced their brethren's bodies. In a frenzy of pecking and tearing, they savagely devoured one another, like wild beasts, amidst a rain of blood and feathers, creating a gruesome spectacle. In an instant, only the strongest giant crow remained, while the remains of its kin fell like raindrops to the ground. One such carcass landed less than 10 meters from Yiren. The victorious giant crow emitted a piercing cry before diving down beside the remains. Before Yiren's eyes, it commenced feasting, tearing into its kin's flesh with its razor-sharp beak. Its face and body smeared with blood and gore, an utterly grotesque sight. Lin Huaimin, witnessing this grim scene, turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. He looked at Yiren with trepidation, his voice quaking with fear. Aren't you going to make a move? Yiren swallowed hard, his expression grim. I can't. My powers have been suppressed. No sooner had he spoken than the giant crow, engrossed in its meal, suddenly raised its head. Its cold, unfeeling avian eyes fixated directly on Yiren. A wave of intense danger surged within Yiren's heart. Unlike other superhumans who had been directly stripped of their powers, Yiren's exceptional mental fortitude allowed him to retain a sliver of strength. Yet, this meager remnant was only sufficient for a single short-range spatial jump. Yiren made a swift decision, utilizing his precious opportunity. Come forth, Shui Meinyang. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. A bone-chilling cold swept over, causing Lin Huaimin to shiver involuntarily. The fluffy, adorable snowball materialized before Yiren. It was the elemental creature, Shui Meinyang, which Yiren had left in the Arctic to develop. Shui Meinyang, still dazed, tilted its little head curiously, surveying its surroundings. After all, it had just been munching on ice in the Arctic a moment ago, only to be transported before Yiren in the blink of an eye. Upon recognizing Yiren, Shui Meinyang sprang up excitedly. Oh my, isn't this my dear master? The mutated crows felt a profound pressure upon Shui Meinyang's appearance. Despite the little snowball's adorable, headless form, it was an elemental creature, fundamentally different from the crows that had mutated solely through their powers. But what was that saying again? You cannot truly grasp the magnitude of your own demise without a struggle. The colossal raven suddenly flapped its wings, resembling a streak of black lightning as it swooped down towards Yiren. Its speed was so astonishing that it left behind only a fleeting shadow, stirring up a tempest that caused Yiren's hair and garments to flutter wildly. The giant raven let out a piercing cry. Seeing this, Shui Meinyang was instantly incensed. How dare you show such audacity? A mere oversized bird. Although this was not her domain, and she could not summon a blizzard, dispatching a large bird was hardly a challenge. From the remains of the ravens scattered on the ground, several crimson jets of blood erupted forth. These jets rapidly cooled in midair, crystallizing into razor-sharp ice spikes in an instant. Under Shui Meinyang's command, these ice spikes shot forth like arrows, hurtling towards the descending giant raven with blinding speed. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled sounds, the ice spikes accurately pierced the giant raven's skull. The creature was unable to emit even a cry of anguish, its massive body flailing helplessly in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Only then did Yiren exhale in relief. Thank goodness the author did not forget about you. Shui Meinyang affectionately nuzzled Yiren's cheek, her icy touch bringing him an indescribable comfort. At this moment, the sky began to brighten gradually. The eclipse was passing, and light was returning. As the sun's rays illuminated the earth once more, Yiren realized that his suppressed abilities had returned to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was merely a false alarm. Just then, Yiren sensed a sudden movement from the corpse in his arms. Yiren, what the hell? Is it coming back to life? He quickly looked down to see Kagayaheim's withered, aged form visibly rejuvenating before his eyes. Her skin, resembling old tree bark, regained its translucent luster. Like a peeled egg, she became delicate and flawless. Her once frost-white hair darkened, regaining its sheen, flowing like silk, smooth and radiant. In the blink of an eye, Kagayaheim transformed back into the breathtaking beauty she once was. Kagayaheim, however, at this moment, her expression was somewhat displeased. She pursed her lips and gazed at Yiren in silence. After all, he had witnessed her most unflattering visage. How could the vain Kagayaheim easily accept this? After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, her tone laced with bitterness. I have lived for several hundred years. Yiren nodded in understanding. He had come to realize the truth. Kagayaheim possessed healing abilities, allowing her to maintain eternal youth. However, The recent eclipse had temporarily disabled her powers, resulting in her demise. Now that the eclipse had passed, her abilities restored, she had naturally come back to life. Chapter 151. The Unusual Coma of Baize. Not dead, just a bit older. Yiren reassured her with a smile. At least you look only in your 20s. You've maintained yourself remarkably well. Kagayahime, sometimes I truly wonder if Yiren's words are deliberate. What do you mean by a bit older? What do you mean by looking only in your 20s? She shot him a resentful glance, letting out a wistful sigh. I must have looked quite hideous just now, didn't I? Though she had never cared much about such things. This time was different. Ever since being touched by Yiren's spirit, her thoughts had been consumed by him. The mere thought of him witnessing her grotesque appearance filled her with an urge to vanish on the spot. Kagayahime attempted to remedy the situation. I look quite lovely when I am in my right state. Yiren, yes, indeed. Kagayahime, you're being so stiff. Yiren cleared his throat. My apologies. Let us head back now. With that, he activated spatial transfer, first sending Lin Huaimin back, then took Kagayahime to the longing department. However, upon their return, Yiren immediately sensed an atmosphere that was amiss. What is going on? Why is everyone so busy? The entire department was enveloped in a tense and hurried air. Staff members rushed about, their footsteps quickening, many of whom wore trainee badges, following soldiers as they exited. At that moment, Yiren's keen eyes spotted Baijie returning. She appeared exhausted, and Yiren, having had little opportunity to chat with her lately, pulled her aside. Sister Baijie, what is happening in the department? Is everyone working overtime? Upon seeing Yiren, Baijie visibly relaxed, explaining, just moments ago, following the eclipse, police departments nationwide were inundated with calls. Primarily reports of supernatural phenomena. She paused before continuing. Now the entire longing department has been forced into action, accompanying the military to various regions of the Dragon Kingdom to manage chaos instigated by mutated creatures. Baijie's tone carried a hint of resignation as she elaborated. Most of the Dragon Kingdom's military is currently occupied with suppressing and controlling matters over on the Eagle side, so when chaos erupted internally, it became almost uncontrollable. Yiren nodded slightly, beginning to comprehend the situation. It seemed the eclipse had triggered a wave of biological mutations. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from a distance. Moments later, Zhao Guoqiang appeared in his line of sight. From afar, Zhao Guoqiang spotted Yiren and hurriedly approached, grabbing his arm and urgently saying, Xiao Yi, come with me to the infirmary. Yiren was momentarily taken aback. Infirmary? What is the reason for going there? Although puzzled, he instinctively glanced back at Kagayahime, reassured, considering her centuries of life experience. Following Zhao Guoqiang to the infirmary, Yiren's countenance shifted the moment he entered. Lying unconscious on the hospital bed was Baize. Her complexion was pale, brow furrowed, breathing faint, and she appeared exceedingly weak. What happened? Yiren rushed to her bedside, his voice tinged with urgency. She fainted not long ago and hasn't regained consciousness, Zhao Guoqiang hurriedly explained. Yiren turned to Kagayahime. His tone urgent. What are you waiting for? Help her. Kagayahime. Right. You're in such a rush because she fainted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Kagayahime approached the bedside and placed her hand on Baize's head. Heal. A gentle golden light emanated from Kagayahime's palm, enveloping Baize. Yet, after several seconds, there was still no sign of her awakening. What is going on? Yiren grew anxious. Why isn't it working? Kagayahime withdrew her hand, shaking her head slightly. Her tone grave. Her physical condition was remarkably robust. This state of deep slumber was not a natural occurrence. Yiren's heart sank instantly. Not a natural phenomenon. What could it possibly be? Could it be that someone was orchestrating mischief? The thought darkened Yiren's expression further. He turned to Zhao Guoqiang, his tone urgent as he inquired, what is happening? How could she suddenly lose consciousness? Zhao Guoqiang, in a state of anxiety, began to explain, just moments ago, during the solar eclipse, Comrade Baize expressed her intention to use her omniscient ability to investigate the cause of the eclipse. He paused before continuing. However, as soon as she activated her powers, she collapsed and could not be roused. The medical staff have employed every method at their disposal, yet they are unable to awaken Baize. Yiren felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. Baize's omniscient ability allowed her to foresee the future and probe into the past. Under sufficient mental capacity, it could even be honed to astonishing levels. At this point, Yiren realized that his anxiety was of no avail. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He had to devise a way to discern what had transpired with Baize. The mental link. A sudden spark illuminated Yiren's mind. If he could establish a mental connection with Baize, perhaps he could uncover the nature of her predicament. However, he lamented internally. But I lack the ability to do so. He rubbed his temples in frustration. He was no deity. After all, He couldn't accomplish everything. Yet, it was not insurmountable. Were there any mentalists in the country? Yi Ren turned to Zhao Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang nodded promptly, yes. I'll contact them immediately. He pulled out his phone and made several calls. A few minutes later, he set the device down and informed Yi Ren, I've made the arrangements. They are en route. Yi Ren shook his head, too slow. Have them send me a video selfie that includes the surrounding environment. Zhao Guoqiang blinked in surprise before realizing Yi Ren could directly pinpoint their location. He hastily relayed the message. Meanwhile, in a county town in the eastern part of Longhua, a youthful and vibrant little girl with twin ponytails sat idly atop an armored vehicle. Occasionally, she looked up, her pupils shimmering with swirling starlight. As her powers activated, the rampaging mutated creatures fell into a dazed state, subsequently captured by the military using tranquilizers. This little girl, named Lin Xinxin, codenamed Queen, was a recently recruited mentalist. With her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, delicate features, fair skin, and mismatched irises, one a deep blue and the other a brilliant gold, she resembled a porcelain doll, both adorable and enchanting. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and Lin Xinxin opened the message. Glancing at it with curiosity, a selfie? What could they possibly need a video selfie for? She murmured, her mind swirling with questions. Although unsure of the intentions of the leaders at Longyin, she complied. She raised her phone and took a charming video selfie featuring herself and the surrounding environment. Afterward, she sent the video to Zhao Guoqiang. All set, Lin Xinxin announced, setting her phone down and stretching languidly. However, at that moment, she felt a sudden jolt. The scenery around her changed instantaneously. The armored vehicle beneath her vanished, and with a startled yelp, she found herself sitting on the ground. What in the world? Where am I? She exclaimed, her heart racing as she surveyed her surroundings. Oh no, could she have been kidnapped? She noticed various medical equipment scattered about, the air heavy with the scent of disinfectant. Hey, the leader? Spotting Zhao Guoqiang, Lin Xinxin quickly realized that she was indeed in the medical facility of Longyin. Without further ado, Yi Ren pressed straight to the point. Can you establish a mental link? Lin Xinxin hesitated momentarily before her gaze turned to Yi Ren. She scrutinized him for several seconds, and suddenly her breathing became rapid, her cheeks flushing bright red. Ah, you're my idol. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow. What on earth is going on? Lin Xinxin shouted in excitement, her voice brimming with admiration. Ever since joining Longyin, she had heard countless tales of Yi Ren, stories of him single-handedly decimating enemies, being the mightiest spatial ability user, and even being dubbed the pinnacle of combat prowess. Such rumors had ignited her curiosity, ultimately leading her to idolize him. Now, finally witnessing her idol in person, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Under ordinary circumstances, Yi Ren might have played along, but with Baizhe unconscious, he was devoid of the luxury of time. I understand your excitement, but please, focus. Can you establish a mental link? Yes, yes. Lin Xinxin nodded vigorously, thumping her chest with confidence. It's my specialty. With that, she reached out her hand toward Yi Ren, her face alight with eager anticipation. Yi Ren thought, the target is her. Lin Xinxin's expression shifted from expectation to disappointment. She had imagined a soul connection with Yi Ren himself. Unbeknownst to her, anyone who established a mental link with Yi Ren would bear his mark. Had she been aware, her excitement would have undoubtedly surged to new heights. With a childlike innocence, she approached the bedside, gently taking Baizhe's hand, closing her eyes, and activating her powers. Mental link. As her abilities took effect, swirling starlight flickered in Lin Xinxin's irises. An invisible wave of energy emanated from her, establishing a connection to Baizhe. Moments later, Lin Xinxin's body jolted. She suddenly opened her eyes, the starlight within them shining even more brilliantly. Then, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Oh, the bald, wheelchair-bound freak. After uttering this cryptic phrase, Lin Xinxin gasped and then collapsed, unconscious. Yi Ren and Zhao Guoqiang were both rendered speechless by the scene. What just happened? Lin Xinxin's fainting spell mirrored Baizhe's precisely. This definitely indicated that someone was indeed up to no good. Yi Ren's expression darkened ominously. At this juncture, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Baizhe's unconsciousness was far from a mere accident. It is highly probable that hostile superhumans are meddling. The words Lin Xinxin uttered before her fainting were, the bald-headed wheelchair man. She must have seen that adversarial superhuman, right? Is it possible that both Baizhe and Lin Xinxin have fallen victim to this so-called bald-headed wheelchair man-esque schemes? Yi Ren exhaled deeply, inquiring, what of the other mental-type superhumans? Any updates? Zhao Guoqiang swallowed hard, his complexion grim, and spoke in a dry tone. Lin Xinxin is the strongest among our department's mental-type superhumans. If she cannot succeed, then what hope do the others have? His statement remained unfinished. Yet Yiren comprehended his implication. If Lin Xinxin cannot awaken Bai Zai, then the rest are likely powerless as well. The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly oppressive. Yiren furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies. Just as despair began to set in, a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. My seeking thought power. It had been previously mentioned that Yiren possessed a passive ability, allowing him to learn the superhuman mechanisms of others after either killing them or establishing a mental link. Although this mechanism would gradually weaken and eventually vanish over time. At this moment, he could still sense a trace of omniscient power. If that is the case, could he attempt to establish a mental link with Bai Zai on his own? Though he was uncertain of his success, having never tried such an endeavor, he found himself with no other alternatives. He steeled his resolve, biting down as he made his decision. Approaching the bedside, he took a deep breath and slowly extended his hand, grasping Bai Zai's delicate wrist. Omniscient mental link. As Yiren focused his intention, an invisible wave of energy emanated from him, connecting to Bai Zai. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to recall the sensations he experienced when Bai Zai had formed a mental link with him. It was a collision of souls, a merging of spirits. Yiren summoned the faint remnants of his own omniscient power. Yet that ability, after all, did not belong to him, and had grown exceedingly feeble. If Bai Zai's original superpower could be likened to a vast ball of yarn, then the fragment he had acquired was akin to a fragile thread, delicate and insubstantial. I refuse to believe this. Yiren feigned calmness, mentally assuring himself that as long as the mechanism remained intact, his mental capacity should bridge any existing gaps. He inhaled deeply, dedicating his perceptual strength entirely to manipulating that thread of omniscient power. As his perception deepened and expanded, his control over the superpower became increasingly lucid. Gradually, Yiren's proficiency with the omniscient ability surged. If Bai Zai were to awaken at this moment, she would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that Yiren's utilization of the omniscient power surpassed her own. After all, the limitless potential of this superior mental strength was astonishing. Nurtured by Yiren's formidable psychic force, the once fragile thread of omniscience began to solidify, growing with fervor like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Learning, understanding, surpassing. Presently, Yiren found himself on the threshold of comprehension, dissecting the foundational mechanics of the omniscient superpower. Chapter 153. Bald old man, you're in trouble. I think this isn't too difficult. Moments later, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yiren's eyes. Success. Thanks to his extraordinary mental limit, he had fully grasped the mechanics of the omniscient ability. Omniscient mental link. The mental link was established as smoothly as indulging in a piece of exquisite chocolate. Yiren's boundless sea of mental energy enveloped Bai Zai's soul in an instant. How to describe it? The mental link was an exclusive skill of mental-type superhumans. Through the development of the superpower's mechanics, one could achieve mental synchronization. In a world like this, any powerful mental-type superhuman could effortlessly achieve a synchronization rate of 100%. However, strictly speaking, both Bai Zai's and Lin Xinxin's mental links fundamentally belonged to a resonant connection method. But Yiren's situation was different. He was extraordinary. Therefore, in this scenario, Bai Zai was akin to a small puddle being engulfed by a vast ocean. At this moment, Yiren remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, reveling in his success. The moment the link was completed, he glimpsed Bai Zai's memories. Within the scenes of her recollections, after the solar eclipse occurred, she passively sensed the anomalies. Habitually, she employed her abilities to investigate the cause of the eclipse. As a result, Bai Zai beheld several figures, foreign superhumans, both male and female, of various ethnicities, surrounding a frail little boy covered in peculiar runes. At the center of the boy's chest was a depiction of a solar eclipse. Just as Bai Zai sought to examine further, one of the elderly men in a wheelchair seemed to sense something. He lifted his head, and their gazes met in an inexplicable connection. Yiren observed the shiny bald head of the old man reflecting the dim light with a blinding glare. Immediately after, the man raised his hand to press against his temple. In the next moment, Bai Zai's spirit writhed violently. Yet she found herself utterly defenseless against the bald man's psychic assault. In an instant, her consciousness became ensnared within the sea of her own mind. This was also the reason for her unresponsiveness. That old bastard. Yiren's expression darkened. Do you even realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into? At that moment, across the world, a certain bald man suddenly shivered, an inexplicable chill coursing through him. Yiren cautiously enveloped Bai Zai's mental sea, as if cradling a fragile treasure, fearful of shattering it. As previously mentioned, in comparison to his vast mental ocean, Bai Zai's mental sea appeared as a mere handful of water on the ground. At this moment, her mental sea was shrouded in a thick white mist, the very essence of the bald wheelchair man's psychic blockade. A trivial skill, daring to flaunt itself? Yiren scoffed coldly and unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the white mist that Bai Zai had fought desperately against, unable to penetrate, was dissipated in a wave of force. Bai Zai. As the psychic blockade dissipated, Bai Zai's consciousness was liberated. She had always been awake. Yet the bald wheelchair man's powers were far too formidable. Bai Zai had attempted various methods to breach the blockade, her heart sinking into despair. And then, you won't believe what happened next. The mental blockade was shattered with a resounding clap from Yiren. An indescribable sense of security overwhelmed Bai Zai, causing his eyes to well with tears. The man who had haunted his dreams had indeed made his appearance. At the very moment Yiren dismantled the psychological barrier. Deep within the Swiss Alps, in the secluded St. Moritz Manor, a bald man seated in a wheelchair suddenly clutched his head, his temples throbbing as if they were about to burst. Observe closely, this man is known as Xiao Shui. No, his name is Samuel Norman. Norman was once the most formidable telepathic esper of the Eagle Nation, and also one of the founding members of the TAA. His rare and potent abilities earned him the moniker the Eye of God. After the demise of Pierce, he stealthily departed from the TAA, seeking a new path. It was at this moment that the Children of the Sun organization extended an olive branch to Samuel. Beside Samuel Norman stood several figures, 2 men and 1 woman, all his companions. Among them, the strikingly attractive woman was named Evelyn Rose, an ordinary person. However, she bore another title, that of Samuel's wife, remaining steadfastly by his side since his lower body became paralyzed. At this moment, Evelyn Rose hurriedly supported Samuel Norman, her voice laced with concern. Samuel, what is the matter? Samuel Norman's complexion was ashen, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He inhaled deeply, battling the excruciating pain surging through his mind, his tone tinged with incredulity. She actually breached the mental blockade I established. He paused, his pupils narrowing into pinpricks. No, someone else is aiding her. Before he could finish his thought, his pupils constricted in horror as he perceived icy eyes. It was Yiren. Utilizing his omniscient ability, he had locked onto Samuel Norman. In that instant, Samuel Norman was gripped by a chilling terror, as an overwhelming wave of fear engulfed him. How could this be? Had he truly been marked from afar? Samuel felt as though he were a prey ensnared by a venomous serpent, rendered immobile. He grasped the armrests of his wheelchair, attempting to speak. Yet as Samuel Norman opened his mouth, his movements abruptly ceased. The terror and confusion in his eyes crystallized in an instant. Samuel, Evelyn Rose instinctively gasped. However, Samuel Norman could no longer respond, for suddenly, his head detached from his neck. Spatial severance. The incision was flawlessly clean, as if sliced by an invisible blade. Thud. As his head fell, the drastic difference in internal atmospheric pressure caused blood to erupt like a fountain. This scene left Evelyn Rose and the 2 men in stunned disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Samuel Norman had just perished. He was the Eye of God. Who could escape his gaze to bring about his demise? In the moment of Samuel's death, the stern-faced man beside the wheelchair clenched his fists tightly. This is dangerous, he bellowed, activating his ability. Absolute darkness. A shroud of deep blackness instantly enveloped the entire manor. It was as though someone had spilled a can of black ink over the estate. Chapter 154. Yiren, multiple ability switching. The darkness was so pure, so profound, it seemed capable of devouring all light. This man was codenamed Darkness, and his ability was to create absolute darkness. This darkness was not merely visual. It could momentarily diminish physical effects, providing formidable defensive capabilities. Once enveloped in blackness, Yiren discovered that even his omniscient vision had succumbed to the void. His sight was obscured by a veil of darkness, rendering the interior of the manor invisible. Intriguing. Yiren raised an eyebrow, but how could he be deterred? He then casually picked up a clean piece of gauze from the medical room. Originally intended for wiping Bai Zai's forehead, it now transformed into a weapon in Yiren's hands. Can you guess what he intends to do? Do you remember the nuclear explosion esper, Focus? The foreigner who sought death when the Children of the Sun organization first rose. Yiren strained to recall the sensations he experienced when he vanquished his foe. Think harder. As he delved into his memories, Yiren's body grew increasingly fiery, akin to a blazing furnace. Each individual Yiren had slain had imparted to him an understanding of their esper mechanisms. However, without comprehension and practice, the abilities would gradually fade from memory. Yet Yiren was fervently striving to recall that sensation. It was coming. It was emerging. Suddenly, Yiren was jolted, his body radiating a scorching aura that warped the air around him. He had recalled the mechanism of focus and endeavored to comprehend its foundational principles. Learn, understand, transcend, yet to be achieved. After approximately 3 minutes, Yiren's fiery form stabilized. Success. He had fully grasped the mechanism of focus. Light nuclear fusion. Yi-Run wielded the gauze in his hand, initiating a nuclear fusion reaction. The once pristine gauze began to emit a brilliant light under his control. It was as if a miniature sun hovered in his palm. Immediately thereafter, Yi-Run switched to his spatial ability. Here we go. Spatial teleportation. He transported the miniature sun directly above the St. Moritz Manor. The estate, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, was rendered invisible. Yet at the moment of the nuclear fusion explosion, boom, the world erupted in blinding white. That dazzling radiance illuminated everything, as if daylight had descended. Yi-Run activated his omniscient ability, opening his divine perspective to survey the St. Moritz Manor, only to discover that it had been obliterated into a colossal crater. The manor was no more. Everything had been reduced to ashes. Yi-Run furrowed his brow, attempting to use his ability to ascertain whether the remaining 2 men and 1 woman had survived. However, he found that his omniscient ability could not yield an accurate answer. This surprised him. Could it be that they had somehow survived the explosion capable of annihilating everything? Goodness, could they possibly be like cockroaches? Meanwhile, in another remote town in Switzerland, several figures materialized unexpectedly. They were none other than Evelyn and her companions, who had narrowly escaped from the St. Moritz Manor. What on earth was that? Whose good-hearted individual casually tossed a nuclear bomb when things got tense? Wait, where did that nuclear bomb even come from? They glanced around with lingering trepidation, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Evelyn instinctively touched her cheek, the sensation so palpable that it left her somewhat disoriented. How fortunate she was to still be alive. In that fleeting moment of experiencing the blinding heat wave, she truly believed she would be vaporized. After all, they had been standing at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Ahem. One of the men coughed violently several times, clutching his head, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Damn, had it not been for my timely release of psychic energy, who knows what might have happened. His sentence trailed off, but Evelyn understood his implication. Had he not activated the psychic shield at that critical moment, blocking the immediate wave of heat and shock, the 3 of them would likely have been reduced to ash. A flicker of fear crossed Evelyn's eyes. Samuel. She bent down, a hint of sorrow in her voice. You're left with only your head. Her words faltered, choked by emotion. Samuel Norman's body, which had sat in a wheelchair, had vanished, yet his head lay at Evelyn's feet. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. First of all, you have passed the test. Congratulations on officially becoming one of us. Just then, a voice resonated from behind Evelyn. The group turned to see a man and a woman, their expressions varying. The man was named Trist von Dracula. With silver-white short hair and striking features, his blood-red eyes exuded a sinister charm. Dressed in a black tailcoat, he radiated an aristocratic air, as if he had stepped out from a medieval castle as a duke. Do not be mistaken, he is merely putting on airs. Having changed his name later, he is not a vampire. His code name is The Dancer. Beside him stood a woman named Lilith Akasha, a stunning beauty with a voluptuous figure. Her long, fiery red hair danced like flames in the air. Her exquisite features and fair skin were complemented by her cold golden eyes. Dressed in a simple gown, it accentuated her perfect curves. Both were high-ranking officials of the Sun Children organization and had initiated the admission assessment for Samuel and his companions. Trist von Dracula was an exceedingly rare spatial ability user within the organization, his power mechanism completely different from that of Park Chang-ho, as he excelled in spatial jumps. It was his timely activation of the spatial jump that had rescued Evelyn and her companions from the nuclear explosion. Lilith Akasha's ability mechanism was even more peculiar. Her codename was the Gravekeeper, for she possessed the power to resurrect corpses that had been dead for no more than 24 hours. Evelyn regarded the two with a flash of anger. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "We followed your instructions and found that boy. What about you? You didn't care at all for Samuel's fate." Trist von Dracula raised a hand, signaling for Evelyn to calm down. His gaze also subtly directed towards Lilith Akasha. Lilith nodded in understanding. She extended her hand towards Evelyn and said, "Give it to me." Evelyn hesitated for a moment before handing Samuel's head to Lilith. Resurrection of the dead. As Lilith made contact with Samuel's head, her golden pupils flared bright. Instantly, a mass of flesh and blood began to sprout from the severed neck. The sight was grotesquely fascinating. The flesh extended like writhing tentacles, forming nerves, bones, and muscles. Lilith returned the head to Evelyn, her tone icy. In 3 hours, he will be fully resurrected and regain the ability to walk, as promised by the organization. Evelyn's heart trembled at the revelation. Samuel could truly come back to life? What a terrifying ability. Chapter 155. This guy is infatuated with his wife? The enigmatic Sun Children organization was indeed remarkable. Months prior, Samuel had confided in Evelyn that this organization was deeply enigmatic, and since then, he had been eager to make contact with them. Initially, Samuel had been exceedingly confident. After all, He possessed the Eye of God. With his unique ability mechanism and exceptionally high mental capacity, Samuel believed he could at least rank among the T0 ability users. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. What Eye of God? Samuel discovered he could not find a single trace of the Sun Children organization. It was then that Evelyn realized the impenetrable Sun Children organization might harbor the potential to become a major adversary. At this moment, Trist smiled slightly, a trace of barely perceptible delight flickering in his blood-red eyes. He gently patted Evelyn's shoulder, his tone soothing. From now on, you will no longer need to scurry about like a frightened dog, hiding in fear. Frightened dog? Evelyn disliked that term, especially after the Eagle Empire was decimated by Yi Ren. The entire population of ability users in the Eagle Empire truly resembled frightened dogs, forced to flee and live in constant dread. Trist seemed to see through her thoughts. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. His voice tinged with yearning and fervor. The sun is the origin of life. It will judge our kind. Judgment? Evelyn was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Trist's meaning. What are you saying? She could not help but inquire. Lilith frowned discreetly. Trist, shut your mouth. Yet Trist shrugged nonchalantly. Now that they have passed the test, they ought to be aware of our grand plan. Trist continued. You should understand what the occurrence of an eclipse signifies, correct? Evelyn nodded. She certainly knew. After the eclipse, a multitude of humans suddenly gained abilities, as did animals. The sun is impartial. It grants life to all races on this planet, and now it shall bestow judgment. Trist proclaimed fervently, that is Judgment Day. What on earth is Judgment Day? Evelyn pressed further. Trist elegantly extended his hand. Evolution and elimination. He paused, adding with intrigue. Did you know that dinosaurs were a race that was eliminated? Evelyn. Taking a deep breath, Evelyn struggled to maintain her composure. Judgment Day, dinosaur extinction, evolution, and elimination. All these terms swirled in her mind, sending chills down her spine. The Sun Children organization was indeed shrouded in mystery. These truths were unknown even to the president. Of course, aside from our organization, no one knows when Judgment Day will arrive. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not suppress her curiosity. What should we do next? She inquired, pausing briefly before adding. And how will Samuel and I be arranged within the organization? Hearing this, Trist suddenly smiled mysteriously. A trace of playful light flashed through his blood-red eyes. Don't rush, Evelyn, he said in an ambiguous tone. Everything will be arranged properly. He paused, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap. With the crisp sound of the snap, the head of Samuel, still constantly writhing and regenerating in Lilith's hands, vanished into thin air. Samuel. Evelyn's face changed drastically at the sight, and she cried out instinctively. What did you do to Samuel? She suddenly raised her head and glared at Trist, her voice filled with accusation and anger. Trist shrugged indifferently and smiled as he comforted her. Don't be nervous, Evelyn. I just teleported him to a safer place. You wouldn't want him to encounter danger during the resurrection process, would you? A safer place? Encounter danger? A sense of foreboding rose in Evelyn's heart. She always felt there was something hidden in Trist's words. Sure enough, the next moment, Trist revealed his ugly desires. He slowly approached Evelyn, greed gleaming in his blood-red eyes. Like a starving wolf, he stared at her without blinking. Evelyn, you're really beautiful, he said ambiguously, reaching out to touch her cheek. Evelyn instinctively stepped back, avoiding his touch. What are you trying to do? She demanded coldly, her eyes filled with disgust and vigilance. Trist did not get angry because of her rejection. Instead, he smiled even more recklessly. Evelyn, I've always had a small fetish. He paused, his tone becoming even more explicit. I only like married women, especially ones like you, with both a great body and good looks. At this point, Evelyn could no longer hold back. You're shameless. She cursed angrily, her body trembling slightly. Trist remained unconcerned, looking down at Evelyn with an oppressive gaze, his tone carrying a hint of threat. I suggest you behave obediently, or your husband may never come back. His words caused Evelyn's heart to sink abruptly. Evelyn turned to Lilith beside her. Aren't you going to stop him? Lilith crossed her arms expressionlessly and said nothing. Seeing this, Evelyn felt disappointed. She could only look at Trist and ask hoarsely, what exactly do you want? Very simple. Obey me. Trist smiled in an extremely twisted way. Evelyn's inner thoughts. Damn it. But what else could she do? Her husband was reduced to just a head, his life held in the hands of the scoundrel before her. There was no other choice. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. After a long time, Evelyn slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze became hollow and numb, as if all light had vanished. Her love for Samuel ultimately overcame her disgust toward Trist. She nodded weakly and said in a low voice, I understand. Seeing Evelyn give in, an excited smile appeared on Trist's face. That's more like it. Married women really do have the best flavor. He grabbed Evelyn's wrist and said flippantly, "The right choice. I'll make you understand how lucky today's decision is." He licked his lips, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. "I can't wait to taste you." A trace of disgust surfaced deep in Lilith's eyes. She did not like Trist. But there was nothing she could do. Trist held a high position within the organization. After all, he was a spatial type ability user. As mentioned before, any ability involving time or space was never simple. The organization had already lost one spatial type ability user from Korea, so Trist was now highly valued. Chapter 156, by Zay's Midnight Invitation. "You'd better hurry." Lilith took out her phone and glanced at the time. She knew Trist's nature well. He probably couldn't wait even a single minute. Trist smiled ambiguously. "That won't do. I'm not a fast man." "Lilith, with your damn 3-second performance, who doesn't he know? Now you're putting on an act?" Trist activated his ability. Spatial jump. The next moment, Evelyn felt her vision blur, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. She realized she was now inside an unfamiliar room. The room was luxuriously and comfortably furnished, but the air was filled with a faint scent of perfume that made her feel uneasy. This was a hotel room, and also Trist's fixed nest whenever he brought women here, because he had already preset the coordinates for spatial jumping at this location. "Baby, put on this outfit." Trist opened the wardrobe and took out a wedding dress. He liked this kind of play. He even glanced down at the floor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A wedding dress. Evelyn gritted her teeth in hatred. This pervert was actually making her wear a wedding dress to play with him. This was the ultimate betrayal of Samuel. But she was just an ordinary person. How could she resist? Evelyn lowered her head in humiliation and silently agreed to Trist's demand. Then, under Trist's orders, she knelt in front of him, and then, Trist, hiss. 3 seconds later, Evelyn was first stunned, then confused, and finally showed an indescribably strange expression. "Bro, that's it. It's over already." Perhaps her expression stimulated Trist. He sneered coldly. "This is just the beginning." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and teleported a piece of special effect medicine into his hand, then tossed it straight into his mouth. That was not an ordinary pill. It came from an ability user, a genuine superpower drug, you know? Evelyn. In the end, Evelyn could not escape humiliation. She tightly clenched the bedsheets, her heart full of resistance. She closed her eyes, letting tears flow freely. However, what Evelyn did not know was that Trist had not teleported Samuel's head to the organization. Instead, he had teleported it into the wardrobe of this room, leaving the cabinet door slightly ajar. Trist forced Samuel to witness the entire process of his wife serving another man. 3 minutes later, Evelyn staggered into the bathroom, her hands clenched tightly into fists. She looked at her disheveled reflection in the mirror, her heart filled with despair and pain. Evelyn felt like a rag doll that had been toyed with, at the mercy of others, without any dignity. At this moment, Trist's voice came from the bathroom doorway. "Evelyn, are you okay?" His tone carried a trace of fake concern, making Evelyn feel even more disgusted. Evelyn ignored him, only trembling slightly as she touched her lower abdomen. Trist walked in and wrapped his arms around Evelyn's waist from behind, speaking in a frivolous tone. "You'll get used to it, Evelyn. We still have a lot of time ahead of us." His words plunged Evelyn into even deeper pain and despair. "Trist." Evelyn firmly grasped Trist's hand, attempting to divert the conversation. "With the assistance of that spatial ability user, the Dragon Nation has commenced the establishment of a unified world order. What plans does your organization have?" Upon hearing Evelyn's inquiry, Trist let out a derisive chuckle. His presence indeed took us by surprise. Frankly speaking, the Sons of the Sun never anticipated the emergence of a reckless character like Yi Ren. Yet, it matters little. With a hint of disdain in his tone, he declared, "We possess knowledge regarding the origins of these abilities. Everything is unfolding according to our design. We shall nurture stability and await the day of judgment. As for the Dragon Nation's aspirations for a unified realm, let them engage in their futile endeavors." Trist was acutely aware of what the day of judgment entailed. When that day arrives, countless souls will perish. The judges from the other realm will wield the sun's will, descending upon this reality to cleanse the world. Only the members of the Sons of the Sun know how to conceal themselves under the gaze of the judges and siphon their power. In the medical room of the longing department, Yi Ren furrowed his brow. "Hey, I refuse to believe I can't find you." He was exerting all his might through his omniscient ability, attempting to trace Samuel Norman's whereabouts. Logically speaking, given Yi Ren's current mastery over his all-seeing power, locating Samuel should not pose a challenge. However, to his astonishment, Yi Ren found himself unable to pinpoint Samuel's location. Was he being interfered with? Doubt crept into Yi Ren's mind as he intensified the output of his omniscient capability, striving to breach that layer of obstruction. In his divine perspective, Samuel Norman's figure flickered in and out like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. Moreover, Each appearance occurred in a different location with entirely distinct information. Yi Rin's brows knitted together as he realized that his probing was seemingly disrupted by an extraordinary ability mechanism he had never encountered before. It appeared to function as a means of interference and concealment. This predicament presented a significant challenge, proving that talent abounds internationally. At that moment, Baizé on the hospital bed let out a soft moan and gradually opened her eyes. Yi Rin instinctively remarked, "You're awake. Congratulations on becoming a girl." Baizé responded, "I was already a girl, you know." However, she had grown accustomed to Yi Rin's occasional eccentricities and did not press the matter further. Since he could not currently locate the bald, wheelchair-bound figure, Yi Rin shifted his focus to Baizé. "How do you feel?" Baizé rubbed her temple and looked up. "My consciousness has remained clear. Thank you for saving me." Yi Rin raised an eyebrow. "Why the formality with me?" Baizé's gaze lingered on Yi Rin's face, her eyes radiating an unusual tenderness. She said nothing, yet her clear eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Time swiftly passed until evening. After completing his evening routine, Yi Rin was preparing to rest when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Baizé. "Hello?" Yi Rin answered the call, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Do you have time now?" Baizé's voice came through the phone, sounding unusually high-pitched. "What's the matter?" Yi Rin was taken aback. "Come to my place. I have something very important to discuss with you." Baizé's tone was serious, devoid of jest. "All right. I'll be right over." Though uncertain about why Baizé had summoned him at such a late hour, he felt a pang of concern for her, especially after her earlier mental blockade. Just as Yi Rin was about to use spatial teleportation, the door to the adjacent room suddenly creaked open. Peeking through the gap in the door was Kagaya Haim, her head barely visible, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. "So late at night, where are you off to?" Her tone carried a hint of curiosity, laced with a barely perceptible jealousy. Yi Rin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Kagaya Haim to still be awake. "Baizé needs me for something. I'm just going to check on her." He paused, adding, "You're old enough. Get some rest, and don't stay up too late." Kagaya Haim retorted, "Who s old? How dare you speak like that, you dog of a man?" After making his statement, Yi Rin activated his spatial teleportation, vanishing from sight. Kagaya Haim clicked her tongue in frustration, gazing at the empty living room. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she sighed softly. She turned back to her room and gently closed the door. Standing before her mirror, she observed her reflection. Clad in a form-fitting black sheer nightgown, her delicate collarbone and long legs were tantalizingly visible, exuding an alluring charm. Yet, a slight furrow in her brow revealed a touch of melancholy. "How unfair to be called an old woman when I look like this," Kagaya Haim sighed, extending her hand to gently caress her flat stomach, her gaze imbued with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Rin had arrived at Baizé's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strong scent of alcohol that made him furrow his brow. In his recollection, Baizé had mentioned her aversion to drinking, as she despised the foggy feeling it brought. So what was happening now? Just as Yi Rin pondered this, a dull thud resonated from Baizé's room. Alarmed, he rushed in, fearing for her safety. Inside, Baizé sat on the floor in a disheveled state, her hair tousled, and her eyes slightly dazed, giving her an oddly endearing appearance. Empty bottles lay strewn around her, and she was still wearing the same outfit from earlier, a fitted black turtleneck that accentuated her impressive figure, paired with black trousers that highlighted her long, elegant legs. Yi Rin exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! What on earth?" He was taken aback by how she seemed to have anticipated his preferences. Draped casually over her shoulders was a white lab coat, lending an air of intellectual beauty to her demeanor. This ensemble portrayed her as both a mature seductress and a poised professional. Hearing his voice, Baizé slowly lifted her head, her gaze somewhat vacant as she regarded Yi Rin. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her tone laced with intoxication. "Come closer. I have something to say to you." Yi Rin felt parched. "What do you want to say?" As he leaned in, Baizé suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her breath mingled with the scent of alcohol and a hint of floral fragrance, before she closed her eyes and kissed him. She fervently sought to pour forth the emotions she had long suppressed, as if to encapsulate them entirely within this kiss. Yi Rin's gaze lowered slightly. Feeling the softness of Baizé's trembling lips and her quivering breath, he unhesitatingly chose to reciprocate. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight cascaded through the window, bathing the scene in a serene yet chilling glow. Yet the two individuals within the room were entwined in a fervor that was anything but tranquil, unable to part from one another. This night, Yi Rin would transform into a master of cream puffs. After their passionate kiss, Yi Rin's Adam's apple bobbed as he breathed heavily, murmuring, "You're intoxicated, Sister Baizé." Baizé's eyes were hazy, her cheeks flushed, as she offered a silly, endearing smile. "Sister will take you to the heights of ecstasy." Yi Rin protested, "No, Jiegu. But how could Baizé let such a golden opportunity slip away? She had long been unable to suppress her desire to claim Yi Ren, after whispering his name in secret nearly every night. The pent-up emotions were finally on the verge of release. She kissed him again, this time with even more fervor and initiative. Baizé's lab coat fell away like delicate snowflakes, cascading to the ground. The turtleneck sweater, akin to a bashful little rabbit, gradually slipped off, revealing her fair skin. Her tailored trousers slid down slowly, unveiling her long legs. The sheets resembled a tumultuous sea, undulating with their every movement. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating their intertwined bodies, casting a sacred glow that added a touch of divinity to this passionate romance. Time seemed to stand still. Space appeared to vanish. The world was reduced to just the two of them. After their tempestuous encounter, tears traced Baizé's cheeks. She clung tightly to Yi Ren, as if he were her only lifeline in a vast ocean, unwilling to let go. In a barely audible whisper, she murmured, "You naughty boy." The following morning, a headache from the hangover jolted Baizé awake. She gazed at the disheveled sheets and the clothes strewn about. In a moment of daze, the memories of last night's madness began to resurface. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively reached for Yi Ren beside her, only to find the space beside her cold and empty, devoid of any warmth. Had Yi Ren departed? A wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within her, causing her heart to flutter. Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared before her. "You're awake. Now you're officially a woman," Yi Ren exclaimed. Baizé instinctively rolled her eyes, but winced at the pain. "What do you mean? I don't understand," she retorted. "You should savor it," Yi Ren replied, holding a bounty of breakfast, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, soy milk, and even a delicate little cake. How could he have left? He simply utilized spatial transmission to fetch breakfast, ensuring Baizé would not wake to an empty stomach. As Baizé beheld this scene, an indescribable warmth flooded her heart, a feeling of happiness that was overwhelming. "Come, have some cake to celebrate our ascent to new heights," she said playfully. How annoying. Baizé rarely revealed such an adorable side of herself. She usually maintained an image of a gentle and wise elder sister in front of Yi Ren. However, seeing him make silly faces left her momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Baizé suddenly looked up, her expression serious as she asked, "What is our relationship now?" Yi Ren raised an eyebrow at the question, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "What? Do you wish to indulge and then pretend it never happened?" Baizé rolled her eyes, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. "And what about your relationship with Xiaosong?" Yi Ren stiffened slightly. "Ah, how do you know?" Baizé was referring to Song Yixue. "Don't forget my abilities," she replied, her tone laced with a subtle hint of jealousy. "I know all about you too." It turned out that during Yi Ren's mission in the island nation, Baizé had been concerned for him and occasionally activated her omniscient powers to monitor, to care for him. Inadvertently, she had witnessed his passionate encounter with Song Yixue that night. Baizé had felt a mix of envy and jealousy, even grinding her teeth in frustration, leading her to drink several glasses of champagne before finally falling asleep. Yi Ren, however, stood firm. Only children make choices. I want it all. Given his current status, he could easily embrace multiple relationships without fear of reproach. Scoundrel. Baizé shot him a look of reproach, but chose not to press further. She leaned in and kissed him again, then turned serious. "Regarding the organization known as the Sons of the Sun, I discovered some clues yesterday." Yi Ren inquired, "What about it?" Baizé's tone shifted to one of gravity. The recent solar eclipses were not natural occurrences. There exists an ability that can induce an eclipse. Yi Ren's brow furrowed at this revelation. Induced eclipses? That explains their sudden arrival. But such power is astonishingly formidable. During an eclipse, the powers of the ability user would temporarily cease, while all life on Earth would begin to evolve, like those crows we encountered last time. As for the one capable of inducing eclipses, she continued, it's a young boy, around 15 or 16, with a buzz cut and striking blue eyes, covered in numerous tattoos. The Sons of the Sun have been searching for him. Unfortunately, Samuel, this eye of God, found him first. That is not good news. It means the organization now possesses the capability to trigger an eclipse at will. We are currently in a passive position. Baizé's voice carried a note of concern. It feels like that organization knows far more than we do. Wait a moment. Don't rush, Yi Ren said, concentrating intently as he activated his omniscient abilities, while Baizé looked on in bewilderment. Earlier, it had been mentioned that Baizé's powers were formidable. Did she grasp the potential of such omniscience? Yet, limited by the constraints of the human brain, its full capacity could not be realized. However, Yi Ren was different. Learning, understanding, transcending. Yi Ren felt as if his mind had entered another dimension. In this elevated realm, his perception became astonishingly clear, rendering the secrets of the world utterly transparent. How does one articulate such a sensation? It is widely acknowledged that the world perceived by humanity exists within a three-dimensional framework, encompassing what we refer to as space. However, the state of omniscience transcends this three-dimensional perception, granting a novel mode of awareness, one that gazes across the timeline, surveying the past, present, and future. Time is not merely a linear construct. Rather, it resembles a tangled ball of yarn, interwoven with countless intersections and parallels. Baize, what on earth is he rambling about? Yiren gazed into the past and contemplated the future. After approximately 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. Baize instinctively inquired, "What were you just doing?" Yiren shook his head and strode purposefully into the restroom. "Goodness!" Baize exclaimed. Yiren emerged some time later, looking pale and rubbing his temples, muttering, "I just glanced back at the moment of the Big Bang. Believe me when I say, it was quite beautiful." Baize, what the hell were you just doing? Yiren exhaled deeply. "Well, there's no need to worry now. Everything is under control." Baize was bewildered. "What do you mean? Under control? Why do I suddenly feel like I can't comprehend what you're saying?" As an omniscient being, she found herself unable to develop her abilities to the extent Yiren had. Yiren grinned widely. "Let me put it this way. I am fully aware of the color of every member's underwear in the Sunchild organization. I even know what color they will wear tomorrow." Baize, you have quite the way with words, but perhaps refrain from such descriptions in the future. With a divine perspective, he continued, "Now, I am privy to all the plans of the Sunchild organization, as well as the whereabouts of each member. What remains is to toy with them like a cat with a mouse." Baize's gaze was complex as she looked at Yiren, feeling as though her worldview was on the brink of collapse. "Aren't you the omniscient one? Is this truly a divine perspective? This is not possible to wield?" At that moment, Yiren suddenly snapped his fingers. Spatial transfer. In that instant, within a bar in a European country, the deafening music, flickering lights, and the frenzied crowd on the dance floor created an atmosphere of extraordinary liveliness. A woman with an alluring figure and short purple hair stood confidently at the DJ booth, skillfully manipulating the turntables. Her name was Emma Electric, codenamed Noise, a member of the Sunchild organization. As her name suggests, Emma possessed the ability to shield and interfere, including blocking mental probes and electronic device scans. It was precisely because of her abilities that members of the Sunchild organization remained elusive, akin to phantoms, which was why her standing within the organization was so esteemed. Suddenly, Emma furrowed her brow, instinctively touching her face, only to find her hands smeared with blood. What is happening? Confused, she rushed to the restroom to inspect herself in the mirror. To her horror, she discovered fine wounds inexplicably appearing on her face. Fresh blood oozed from these injuries, forming a message. D. Emma, what in the world is this? Immediately, she was gripped by a chilling sensation, as if something terrifying were fixating on her. No, this feeling, this sensation of being targeted, was impossible. Emma panicked. Her ability was supposed to shield against any detection or targeting. Chapter 159. How does he know everything? Before she could gather her thoughts, the surroundings abruptly shifted. The once boisterous bar vanished, replaced by a dimly lit interrogation room. Where was this place? Emma's heart raced in terror as she surveyed the empty room. Meanwhile, in Baize's bedroom, Yiren was helping her put on stockings while saying, "Let's go, it's time for work. I'll take you to see the person I just captured, along with a little surprise I've prepared. Baize, please, just focus and stop playing with my delicate feet." Yiren activated spatial transfer, bringing Baize directly to the longing department. At that moment, in his home, Kaguya stared silently at the empty door to Yiren's room, pondering for a long while. Ultimately, she sighed and descended the stairs. The driver, who was munching on a bun, suddenly perked up. "Good morning. Where's Mr. Yi?" With a cold smile, Kaguya replied, "He's busy. Please take me to the department." Meanwhile, the others exclaimed, "Good morning, Mr. Yi. Good morning, Mr. Yi. I love you, Yiji." Along the way, many staff members from the longing department paused instinctively to greet Yiren with respect, for he was the formidable individual who single-handedly dismantled the Eagle Nation's forces. Yiren graciously acknowledged their greetings and led Baize to the interrogation room located on the third underground floor. The two soldiers guarding the interrogation room were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yiren. They promptly stood at attention, a hint of confusion in their tones. "What brings you here, sir?" "Here to interrogate someone," Yiren replied casually as he turned on the interrogation room lights. With a gasp, the soldiers looked through the one-way glass and were astonished to see a stunning foreign woman with short purple hair inside the room. When did she arrive? They had no recollection whatsoever. Exchanging incredulous glances, the two men shared a look of shock and disbelief. In that moment, Emma sat huddled in the corner, her expression one of existential dread, as if her soul had been stripped away. What on earth was happening? She had been enjoying her DJ set when suddenly, wham! She was dragged into this situation. Was there no justice? No rule of law? Yi-Run, instructed by Zay, to wait outside, and then stepped into the interrogation room. With a click, as the door swung open, Emma instantly became alert, her gaze icy as she regarded Yi-Ren. Whatever you have in mind for me. You've got the wrong person, she retorted, determined to deny any culpability and stall for time. Yi-Ren regarded her with a knowing smile. Emma, what is with this man's expression? A sense of unease washed over her, as if he could see through every layer of her being. Yi-Ren cut straight to the chase. Emma, why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Your abilities are incredibly valuable. Why remain with the Sunchild organization? Yi-Ren's proposition left Emma feeling utterly flustered. On one hand, she was utterly astonished that Yi-Ren was aware of her affiliation with the Children of the Sun. On the other hand, she realized that the man before her was likely the highly controversial space ability user from the organization. It was him. Yes, him. Our little hero. Ugh, he is indeed the one who single-handedly subdued the entire Eagle Nation, and even ushered in the legendary era of unification for Longhua. Truly, he is a paragon of masculinity. Faced with him, Emma endeavored to maintain her composure. Are you the one who carved that mark into my face? She grit her teeth. And you even carved the character. Do you have any idea how painful that is? Yi-Ren cleared his throat. Initially, I intended to inscribe loyalty to the nation, but then I reconsidered. Emma, what the hell? Loyalty to the nation? Emma pressed her lips together. She was not particularly panicked at this moment. After all, each core member of the Children of the Sun possessed a trump card. There was a member known as Clone, named Cain, who could clone any living being, including humans. With just a fragment of flesh and blood, Cain could, through his extraordinary power, perfectly replicate a spare body. All who joined the Children of the Sun were required to provide a portion of their flesh, which Cain used to create backup bodies. Moreover, there was a psychic ability user in the organization who had backed up the memories of all members. In the event of a member's demise, she would immediately implant the backed-up memories into the clone, thus achieving resurrection. Therefore, Emma was not particularly anxious. After all, she possessed such a resurrection trump card. Yi-Ren scrutinized her, and Emma, pursing her lips, glared back. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just an ordinary person. Look at you, still being defiant. Yi-Ren teased, grinning broadly. I quite admire your current rebellious demeanor. I hope you can maintain it. With that, he snapped his fingers. Spatial transfer. Snap. With the sound of a snap, a pale body suddenly appeared on the floor of the interrogation room. That was Emma's clone. It was covered in slime, as if just extracted from a petri dish. Upon hitting the ground, the clone convulsed violently, its limbs twitching and foam forming at its mouth, appearing in excruciating pain. Clonga. Moments later, it fell silent, lifeless. Emma. Witnessing this, Emma was consumed by terror. This. Wait. How did you know I had a backup body? And how did you bring her here? All clones were secretly hidden by Cain in a location known only to him. Even other core members of the organization were unaware of the precise location. Emma, I'm starting to panic. Yi-Ren disregarded her fear and continued. You must be thinking that you still have memory backups. Without waiting for Emma to respond, Yi-Ren snapped his fingers again. Spatial transfer. This time, he directly summoned the psychic ability user, Yuna, the member of the Children of the Sun responsible for backing up memories. She was a petite young woman with long black hair, known as the Fairy Woman. Yuna? Yuna first looked around, bewildered, then her expression shifted to one of horror. She had been preparing to take a bath and enjoy a good night's sleep, yet in the blink of an eye, she was whisked away to this unfamiliar place. Her heart raced until she spotted Emma, at which point her pupils dilated, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. So, she had been kidnapped? Silently. She had been taken from her home to another place. There was only one explanation. A space ability user? Yuna's heart raced wildly. Fully aware of the significance of the term space ability. Chapter 160, The First Sunchild. Yi-Ren. Oh, hello there. Yuna, not so good. However, Yuna's composure was far superior to Emma's. She quickly regained her calm, even sighing as she seated herself. I concede. Since you possess the ability to transport me silently, escaping is out of the question. Rather than resist futilely, I might as well cooperate. She looked up at Yi-Ren, her gaze sincere and her tone earnest. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Yi-Ren, are you playing undercover with me? Yi-Ren sat across from her, chuckling. How do you intend to be a good person? Emma stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did she suddenly feel like an outsider? Yuna paused, then suddenly switched from English to Longhua dialect. To be honest, I quite like Longhua. Please allow me to join you in building a socialist homeland. Yi-Ren. Yi-Ren, wait a minute. Are you really defecting this quickly? Yuna took a deep breath and explained. The organization has been discussing you. Your power instills fear in them. I believe aligning myself with you and your nation is more suitable for me. She was not lying. Yuna genuinely had an affinity for Longwa, but she found herself abroad, recruited by the Children of the Sun, and subsequently felt trapped. Refusal? The consequence of refusal would be being tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. Hearing her declaration, Emma quickly affirmed her loyalty. I want to join Longwa too. She certainly did not wish to die. Yuna, having resolved to turn over a new leaf, intended to share the information she possessed. However, Yirun raised his hand, interrupting her. In my eyes, there are no secrets left about your organization. Yuna was taken aback. Huh? You brought me here for what? A divine mission? Yirun. To impress. At that moment, Yuna furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was not as simple as it seemed. She shook her head, her expression becoming serious. I know you are formidable, but do not underestimate them. The Children of the Sun organization actually. Before she could finish, Yirun interrupted her. You originated from the reverse cross organization of the 11th century in Europe. And the upper echelons include the Elder, Raven, Witch, and 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. You are under the Raven's command, tasked with backing up the memories of all other members and implanting thought imprints. Yuna? Hold on, if you already know all this. What else can I say? Wait, how do you know this? This is classified information, and even I only know about the Raven. The inner workings of the Children of the Sun organization are exceedingly complex. Members are only aware of their direct superiors. Yet Yiren has laid bare the organization's secrets in one fell swoop. Yuna was left in shock. You. A bold thought surfaced in her mind. She exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you are also? So, you are also a member of the organization? Are we colleagues? Yirun waved his hand in disdain, saying, Don't jump to conclusions. I merely perused the script. Yuna? What script? He paused, not allowing Yuna to recover from her shock before dropping another bombshell. You must be curious about who the boss of the Sons of the Sun is, right? Yuna. No way. Are you talking about that mysterious boss who has never shown themselves within the organization? Yuna became animated. You know? Don't tell me it's her. Even Emma beside her was instantly excited. The two of them couldn't help but cast inquisitive glances at Yiren. Yiren shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. It's Raven. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Yuna instinctively gasped. In her perception, Raven was her direct superior and merely one of the upper echelons of the organization. How could he possibly be the ultimate behind-the-scenes boss? Yiren rolled his eyes. Don't pretend you didn't know. Even the other upper echelons are oblivious. He conceals himself very well. Yuna's mind was a whirlwind. She had never fathomed that her superior was the hidden grand boss. This is utterly outrageous. ISNT it. Yiren continued. How should I put this? It's a tale of a dragon slayer who ultimately becomes a dragon. Yuna was taken aback, gazing at Yiren, awaiting him to elaborate further. Raven, whose real name is Arthur Pendragon. Yiren recounted in a calm tone, as though narrating an ancient legend, that he was born in a small village in Europe during the 11th century. The 11th century Europe was a period of turmoil. The church's influence was at its zenith, and people's thoughts were imprisoned within the confines of religion, with ignorance and superstition permeating every corner. Arthur was a frail blonde boy, merely 12 years old, with a hint of timidity always lingering in his azure eyes. Unlike other children, he was taciturn, disliking interaction, preferring to lurk in corners, quietly observing everything around him. He had a sister, Anna, who adored him dearly. A gentle and kind girl, she always shielded her brother from harm, using her slender form to protect him from the perils of the outside world. That year, the first evolutionary eclipse occurred. The sun was as if obscured by an invisible hand, plunging the sky into darkness and the earth into a deathly silence. People were gripped by terror, believing the apocalypse had descended. The church bells tolled, and the priests led the faithful to kneel, beseeching God's forgiveness. After the eclipse, the world underwent earth-shattering changes. Some women, influenced by the eclipse, awakened extraordinary abilities. They gained the power to manipulate flames, control water, and even foresee the future. However, those women with such abilities were not regarded as divine messengers. Rather, they were seen as embodiments of evil, the title of which became their shackles. To solidify its dominion, the church embarked on a grand witch hunt. Countless innocent women were falsely accused and bound to pyres, burned alive. All of Europe fell into a period of madness and bloodshed. After the eclipse, Arthur discovered strange patterns had appeared on his body. He became a son of the sun. Upon seeing the patterns on Arthur, the villagers believed he would bring misfortune and shunned him. The church viewed him as an emissary of the devil, seeking to capture him and subject him to the flames. To protect her brother, Anna resolved to leave the village for distant lands. Let us go, Arthur. We must leave here. Anna grasped her brother's hand, her tone resolute. Arthur clung tightly to his sister's hand, his eyes filled with fear and unease. He did not know what the future held, but he understood that as long as his sister was with him, he feared nothing. Chapter 161, a familiar abstract darkness. Under the cover of night, the siblings stealthily departed from the village. Yet fate was unkind. They had not ventured far before being discovered by the agitated villagers. They sought refuge in an abandoned thatched cottage not far from the village. The biting cold wind howled through the broken windows, producing a mournful sound akin to wailing ghosts, sending chills down their spines. Arthur curled up in his sister's embrace, trembling. "Sister, I'm scared." Arthur's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. Anna gently stroked her brother's hair, softly reassuring him. "I'm here, Arthur, I'm here." Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Anna's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She quickly rose and peered through the dilapidated window. A mob of villagers, brandishing torches and pitchforks, approached the thatched cottage with menacing fervor. Leading them was the village priest, holding a cross aloft, mumbling incantations as if performing some sinister rite. Anna's complexion drained of color. She realized they had been discovered. "Arthur, hide quickly." Anna urgently pushed her brother into a corner of the thatched pile, covering him with debris. Bang! With a resounding crash, the cottage door was flung open. The villagers surged in like a tide. They seized Anna by her hair, dragging her from the thatched pile. Arthur was paralyzed by fear, unable to move, forced to witness the horror through the gaps. Under the priest's command, the villagers bound Anna to the pyre. "She has nurtured a demon. Her sins are unforgivable." The villagers' grotesque visages contrasted starkly with Anna's eyes, filled with despair and agony. The roaring flames engulfed Anna. Arthur beheld his sister consumed by the inferno, his heart nearly shattered. "No, no," he finally burst forth, crying out in anguish, struggling to save his sister. But he was pinned to the ground by the villagers, unable to move. "Demon, you are a demon." The priest pointed at Arthur, shouting, "Throw him into the fire as well." What transpired next was a blur for Arthur. He slowly opened his eyes. Silence reigned, save for the crackling flames. The ground was strewn with the remnants of shattered bodies. Arthur stumbled to his feet, retching. The villagers' mangled corpses lay scattered, their deaths horrific. Just then, a faint voice called from nearby. "Demon, you are a demon." Arthur turned towards the sound, seeing a man in ecclesiastical garb lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes were filled with terror as he gasped. You demon, you've slain everyone." Arthur paid no heed to his words. Suddenly reminded of his sister, he rushed to the pyre, only to find a pile of charred bones and, lying nearby, his sister's crucifix necklace. "Ah!" Arthur trembled as he picked up the necklace, clutching it tightly in his hand. He had lost his only family member, his sole support. Such is the essence of the tale. Yiren spread his hands, a hint of melancholy in his tone, and then he founded the Church of the Reverse Cross, with the singular aim of resurrecting his sister. It was not until he uncovered his ability to invoke solar eclipses that his quest truly began. Pausing for a moment, Yiren continued. Thus, he repeatedly triggered the solar eclipses in advance, creating a multitude of individuals with extraordinary abilities, but this also led to the emergence of other species, such as vampires, werewolves, and giants. The mythical creatures of legend were birthed from the eclipses he summoned. He endeavored to call forth a being with the capacity for resurrection. Yet the results were contrary to his intentions. Each premature eclipse resulted in the manifestation of various aberrant beings across the globe. Some of these entities possessed immense power, while others wielded bizarre abilities. Take, for instance, the vampires and ghouls. These two nearly brought humanity to extinction. However, the Raven, along with the Church of the Reverse Cross, valiantly intervened time and again to save humankind. It was not out of benevolence, but rather because Arthur needed to await the emergence of a being capable of resurrection. Yuna and Emma were captivated by the narrative. Emma instinctively inquired, "How do you know all this?" The story Yiren recounted made them feel as though they were experiencing it firsthand, yet such bygone tales should have remained sealed. Yiren shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely read the script." The two exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the meaning behind his words. At that moment, Yuna appeared to have an epiphany and could not help but ask, "What of the Day of Judgment?" From the day one joined the organization, all members were acutely aware of the fact that only the members of the Sun's Child could survive the Day of Judgment. All others would perish. This truth was held with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, Yiren fell silent, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a distinct sound that echoed in the quiet interrogation room. He remained silent, adopting an air of superiority. Yuna exclaimed, "Come on, why the silence? You've stirred my curiosity." In truth, Yiren was at a loss for words. The information imparted by his omniscient ability regarding the Day of Judgment was overwhelmingly chaotic. Once fully developed, this power allowed him to glimpse the past, present, and future simultaneously. However, the concept of the Day of Judgment was abstract, distorting his perception of time and rendering it unclear. He could vaguely perceive a realm of darkness, a pure, twisted, abstract void that greedily consumed everything, as if striving to drag the entire world into an endless abyss. This darkness filled Yi Ren with trepidation, as he envisioned the end of civilization, the utter annihilation of all existence. The sensation was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. But he could not pinpoint the memory. The day of judgment shall not arrive so swiftly, Yi Ren asserted calmly and resolutely. For the cycle of eclipses occurs every 3 years, unless... He paused, his gaze sharpening. Unless the sun's child invokes it prematurely. Upon hearing this, Yuna furrowed her brow. The sun's child you speak of, he is the boy adorned with patterns, is he not? She hesitated before continuing. He has already been located by the eye of God. And soon the raven will seize control of him. Yi Ren gestured for silence, interrupting Yuna. Chapter 162. The Eye of God, disregarding all propriety. Yi Ren could not suppress a chuckle. The Eye of God. He now harbors a deep hatred for the sun's child organization. For his superior has been unfaithful to his wife. Yuna was taken aback, her expression frozen. She then rubbed her temples, rendered speechless. Indeed, considering the character of that fellow, Trist, it was entirely plausible that the Eye of God had been grievously offended. That seemingly elegant man was, in fact, a thoroughgoing pervert. He had a penchant for married women, a well-known secret within the organization. Furthermore, his methods of manipulation were exceedingly twisted and cruel, often performed in the presence of the husbands. Goodness, what a scandal! Yuna thought, shivering at the very idea. She instinctively touched her arms, feeling a wave of goosebumps rise. Fortunately, as a woman who loved women, she had no husband. However, Samuel's wife had indeed been compromised by Trist. The Eye of God could very well betray the organization because of this. At this juncture, Yuna's expression grew peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, she could no longer suppress her inquiry. Then what is my value? Indeed, if Yi Ren was already privy to all that transpired, what purpose did she serve? Yi Ren squinted at her, his tone laced with appreciation. The Dragon Kingdom seeks to establish a unified order and requires talent. I see potential in you. Upon hearing this, Yuna immediately understood. She stood tall, resolutely reaffirming her loyalty. Dear Dawarashi, I am fortunate to contribute to the communist cause alongside the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Ren replied. Ah, look at this lady, how enlightened she is. Moreover, she is not merely speaking. She genuinely aspires to achieve greatness. He patted her shoulder. Comrade, the Dragon Kingdom treats its talents well. You shall receive comprehensive benefits, including social insurance and housing fund, with weekends off, year-end bonuses, and official leave. As he spoke, Yi Ren could not help but reminisce about how Uncle Zhao had once courted him in a similar fashion. Then, with a snap of his fingers, spatial transmission. With a sharp crack, a figure abruptly materialized in the interrogation room. It was Samuel Norman. Yuna and Emma exchanged incredulous looks. Moments earlier, the opulent chandelier cast a soft glow, illuminating the hotel suite. Heavy curtains muffled the outside clamor, allowing only faint rays of light to dance across the floor in a patchwork of shadows. The plush wool carpet felt as though one were walking on clouds, gentle and comforting. Yet Samuel stood vacantly before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, as if he were a mere statue, unmoving. In his mind, the images from earlier in the hotel room replayed incessantly. His stunningly beautiful wife, violated by that beast, Trist. How could there be so many positions? He had never experienced such things himself. Shame, rage, resentment, despair. A tumult of complex emotions crashed over him like a tidal wave. Samuel clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Blood trickled through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. His body trembled slightly, as though on the verge of collapse. The pure-hearted warrior, Samuel, felt as if he were suffocating. My dear. A choked voice emerged from behind Samuel. Evelyn, her eyes brimming with tears, approached him and tightly embraced him from behind, burying her head in his back, weeping inconsolably. I'm so sorry, she stammered, her voice quivering with guilt and remorse. I had no choice. I was powerless to resist him. He threatened your life. Evelyn's words pierced Samuel's heart like a sharp blade. He abruptly turned around, seizing her shoulders, his gaze fierce and filled with anguish and despair. I do not blame you. My hatred is directed at myself. Samuel slowly released his grip on Evelyn's shoulders and sank despondently onto the sofa, his hands covering his face as he succumbed to profound despair. Oh, if only I hadn't sought to join the Sons of the Sun. None of this would have happened. Evelyn, witnessing his turmoil, felt an ache in her heart. She knelt beside him, gently stroking his hair. I know you're hurting, but what is done is done. We must accept reality. Samuel, upon hearing her words, shot up his head. Accept reality? That bastard has betrayed me. Now I'm left like a turtle, and you expect me to accept this fate? After a long pause, Samuel took a deep breath. Striving to regain his composure, he turned to leave, as if making a resolute decision. I will make him pay for this, I swear. Evelyn, startled by Samuel's declaration, quickly rose to her feet. Don't act impulsively. The Sons of the Sun are a formidable force. We cannot contend with them. I know. Samuel had reached the door. I am aware of their power, but I cannot let this go unpunished. Only the Dragon Kingdom can stand against the Sons of the Sun. Though he had never held a favorable opinion of the Dragon Kingdom, being an American at heart with the blood of freedom coursing through his veins, now he cared for nothing but vengeance. He was willing to pay any price for retribution. After all, with his former life in ruins, what else was there to fear? He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Samuel, Evelyn, seeing this, hurried to follow him, but the corridor was empty. She stared blankly at the void before her, her breath quickening, her heart racing. Where did he go? Just moments ago, he was right here. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Dragon's Shadow Department, Yiren remarked, "Ah, here you are." Samuel, dazed, suddenly realized his surroundings had changed. He found himself in an unfamiliar place. Where's this? Glancing around, he discovered he was in a confined room with gray walls, devoid of windows, and only a cold iron door. Ward. Upon seeing Yiren, Samuel Norman's pupils constricted in alarm. A wave of intense dread engulfed him, as if he were being submerged by an overwhelming tide. His unparalleled mental acuity granted him extraordinary perceptive abilities. The moment he laid eyes on Yiren, he felt an uncanny disorientation, as if a colossal star were hurtling towards him. It was an indescribable sense of oppression, a fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, Samuel stumbled and fell to the ground. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, as if that could fend off the invisible force bearing down on him. You need to bring the medicine, Samuel exclaimed. Yiren, observing him sweating profusely and appearing pale, retorted, You haven't done anything, yet you look like that. The so-called Eye of God is now playing the victim. How embarrassing. Chapter 163, Kaleidoscope Bloodwheel Eye? Before Samuel could recover from the suffocating sensation, Yuna froze upon seeing him, her expression shifting to one of alarm. The Eye of God. She was aware of Samuel, as he was a key target for the organization's recruitment. Samuel's abilities were exceptionally unique, allowing him to locate the information he needed across the vast expanse of the blue planet through intense focused sensing. The current Son of the Sun had been discovered by the Eye of God, but wasn't he this fellow already recruited by the organization? Yuna stared blankly at Yiren. Samuel had been captured by Yiren immediately after joining the organization, which indicated that Yiren had completely disregarded the organization's anti-detection measures. However, considering even Emma had been brought to Yiren, it all seemed quite reasonable. After all, Emma's role within the organization was to provide shielding markers for its members. Yet she was the first to be kidnapped by Yiren. Yuna swallowed hard, feeling a surge of apprehension, which granted her a clearer understanding of Yiren's power. The man before her was far more formidable than she had imagined. Although there were several spatial ability users within the organization, they seemed like mere toys compared to Yiren. Yuna thought to herself, this is a secure situation. She reasoned that as long as she clung tightly to this powerful figure, she need not worry about the organization's retaliation. What Sons of the Sun? They could go play elsewhere. At that moment, Yiren looked at Samuel with a gaze filled with pity. Your position dictates your mindset. I'm giving you an opportunity to shift your stance. As he spoke, Yiren opened his spatial compartment and rummaged through it, producing a green hat that he placed upon Samuel's bald head. Your shiny head is blinding me. Wearing this hat will help. Samuel, must you insult me so? I'm done. My fists are hardening. They turned to stone. Samuel suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yiren, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, Where's this place? The Dragon Kingdom, Dragon's Shadow Department, underground level 3 interrogation room. Yiren replied calmly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Hearing the words Dragon Kingdom, Samuel felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. The Dragon Kingdom. He was in the Dragon Kingdom? Samuel sprang to his feet, incredulous as he surveyed the room. How did you do this? Cover such a vast distance? You pinpointed my location and transported me here. Samuel's voice trembled with a mix of fear and desperation. He could not comprehend how Yiren accomplished this. It defied all known principles of spatial abilities and surpassed all existing records. Yiren raised his thumb and forefinger, making a gesture that would provoke even the most stoic of individuals. Difficult? Piece of cake. Samuel took a deep breath, suddenly feeling more at ease upon realizing Yiren's extraordinary capabilities. I can tell you where that child is, but I have one condition. You must help me eliminate that scoundrel. He clenched his teeth, producing a grating sound from his mouth. Yiren flashed a grin. baring his teeth. It takes but a moment for me to take action. Do you not wish to exact your revenge personally? Upon hearing these words, Samuel's pupils constricted, and he immediately roared, I do. With that, he attempted to unleash his abilities to pinpoint Treaster's exact location, facilitating Yi Ren's teleportation. Yet, did Yi Ren require his assistance? Omniscient perspective. In a mere thought, the entire planet's image unfolded within Yi Ren's mind. On the other side of the ocean, night had fallen. Treaster was blissfully asleep. Spatial teleportation. After accurately locating him, Yi Ren snapped his fingers. In the next instant, Treaster plummeted to the ground with a thud. Awakened from his slumber, he opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment washing over his face. Where am I? Treaster exclaimed. Had he not just been enjoying the company of a stunning wife? Lost in sleep, rubbing his eyes, still heavy with drowsiness, he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Upon finally grasping his surroundings, Treaster instantly became alert. He sprang to his feet, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Who are you? He demanded, panic evident in his voice. Ha ha ha. Yi Ren emitted a laugh reminiscent of a senior elder from a soul palace. He regarded Treaster, who resembled a frightened rabbit, with a mocking gaze before unleashing his spatial lock. An invisible force of spatial energy instantaneously confined the entire interrogation room. Treaster instinctively attempted to activate his abilities to use spatial jump to escape. However, to his horror, he discovered that his powers had inexplicably failed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. As an exceedingly rare spatial ability user, when had he ever faced this predicament? The mechanisms of spatial abilities superseded all other powers. Since his awakening, he had never experienced the sensation of death drawing near. Even the Haitian within the organization, capable of nullifying others' powers, could not suppress his spatial jumps. But now, Treaster's complexion turned ghostly pale. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down his forehead like raindrops, soaking his hair and collar. In an instant, he appeared as if he had been pulled from water, utterly disheveled. Yi Ren was taken aback. So weak? It was common knowledge that only those suffering from extreme physical depletion would sweat so profusely. Yi Ren turned to Samuel. I have brought the person you requested. How do you wish to deal with him? Samuel Norman's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on Treaster, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. He hissed. He is no ordinary spatial ability user. He is a valued cadre, favored by the Children of the Sun. Yet, the more esteemed Treaster was within the Children of the Sun organization, the more delighted Samuel became. He locked eyes with Treaster. I will make you understand what hell truly is. No, Treaster shrieked in a panic. Don't. You can't do this to me. If you kill me, the organization will not let you off. However, Samuel disregarded his pleas for mercy. He activated his ability. Kaleidoscope blood will I, just kidding. Treaster felt as though his brain might explode. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Everything before him turned crimson. A buzzing in his ears resembling a swarm of bees buzzing within his mind, leaving him dizzy and nauseous. Soon after, Treaster found himself bound to a cross. Two versions of Samuel wielding sharp blades mercilessly plunged them into Treaster's kidneys. I will make you wish for death. Treaster cried out in despair. It hurts. It hurts like a dying horse. Chapter 164. The Art of 4,867 Pieces. In reality, Treaster's body convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The mental purgatory crafted by Samuel tormented Treaster relentlessly. Those who frequently dream know that the flow of time in dreams differs vastly from that of reality. While a single second passed in reality, an entire month elapsed within Treaster's mental torment. An eternal affliction. Samuel had indeed not been mistaken. Several minutes later, just as Treaster's sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, Samuel lifted the mental torment. Gritting his teeth, Samuel's expression fluctuated, as if weighing some grave decision. Yi Ren, curious, inquired, Why have you stopped? Samuel sighed despondently, his tone tinged with bitterness and resignation. I am no fool. You brought us here to drain our usefulness, did you not? This scoundrel, while despicable, is a rare spatial ability user, his worth surpassing that of all of us combined. As Samuel spoke, discomfort gnawed at him, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, leaving him feeling stifled. He understood all too well how precious spatial ability users were in this era dominated by superpowers, and Treaster was a paragon among them. His abilities were a crucial strategic resource for any nation or organization. Thus, Samuel presumed that Yi Ren would spare Treaster's life. But to his astonishment, Yi Ren raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disdain. What value does he possess? A mere petty thief. His death would change nothing. If you lack the resolve to act, I shall assist. Spatial slicing. An unseen spatial blade swiftly passed through Treaster's body. His form was instantaneously cleaved into 4,867 pieces. One piece more or less would be a disrespect to Yi-Run. In the blink of an eye, Treaster was reduced to a floor strewn with fragments. The scene unfolded before everyone's eyes like a slow-motion replay. Treaster barely had time to let out a scream. Furthermore, Yi-Rin kindly transported all blood and flesh to another dimension, ensuring no mess remained on the interrogation room floor, which had just been cleaned. Samuel was utterly stunned. Is this a joke? A distinguished spatial ability user, revered even by the children of the sun, yet he was dispatched so casually. Stammering, Samuel pointed at Yi-Rin, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a single word. Yi-Rin cracked his neck and turned to Yuna. Comrade Yuna, this troublesome fellow is now in your hands. Teach him the essence of the core values of socialism and ensure his reformation. Yuna. Me? She had never anticipated that Yi-Rin would pass this hot potato on to her. However, now that she had aligned herself with someone formidable, her confidence surged. Hello, Comrade Samuel. From this moment on, I shall be your ideological educator. She extended her hand towards Samuel. Samuel was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Let us commence our delightful learning experience. Yuna's expression turned serious. First, we shall delve into the introduction to the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Samuel. He gazed at Yuna in utter confusion. Yi-Rin stretched lazily, glancing at Emma, who was in the corner, looking utterly disheveled. Comrade Yuna, let us not forget there is another individual present. Emma. She longed to return home, but it seemed that was not an option. The door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a group of individuals outside, their expressions a mixture of excitement. Not only Bai Zhe, but even Uncle Zhao, Bai Jie, and the director were gathered outside, likely having been watching for quite some time. Zhao Guoqiang. He understood that Yi-Rin was quite resourceful. Yet witnessing him so easily subvert 3 members of the Sun Children organization sent shivers down his spine. Comrade Yuna possessed a high level of ideological awareness. Swiftly entering the zone, and requested by Jie to fetch her 2 textbooks. She then placed the hefty red volumes before Samuel and Emma, still wearing that radiant smile. Study diligently, strive for progress, and join us in building the cause of communism. Samuel, Emma. Samuel Norman flipped through the introduction to the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, occasionally glancing up with a complex expression directed at Yi-Rin. As Yi-Rin appeared ready to depart, Samuel could no longer restrain himself and finally inquired, "Do you need me to inform you of that child's whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Rin paused, turned to look at him, and a subtle, meaningful smile graced his lips. Not for now. He shook his head, indicating that the child was likely enduring mistreatment at the hands of the Sun Children organization. Rather than adding a layer of comfort, it would be more beneficial to provide assistance when it is truly needed. Samuel was momentarily stunned but soon grasped the implication, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Yi-Rin's intention was to wait until the child harbored a profound resentment towards the Sun Children organization before rescuing him, which would yield far better results. Rest assured. Embrace your education, comrade. Yi-Rin patted his shoulder, smiling as he encouraged him to strive to become a qualified successor of communism. Samuel opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Such is the unpredictability of life, a twist of fate. By the way, what about my wife? Yi-Rin deduced his thoughts from Samuel's expression. Spatial transport. Snap. With a crisp sound, 3 figures abruptly appeared in the interrogation room. It was none other than Evelyn Ross. Along with the 2 companions who had previously been with Samuel, Darkness, and Thought Saw, Evelyn was fine, having been worried about her husband's lack of rest. However, the 2 men were embracing each other, both clad in SpongeBob and Patrick-themed shorts. Yi-Rin. Truly, foreigners have a flair for the extravagant. There was nothing further to discuss regarding their subsequent arrangements. The department would handle their ideological education appropriately. Yi-Rin, I'm hungry. After completing these tasks, Yi-Rin took Bai Zhe's hand, preparing to head to the cafeteria for lunch. However, Bai Zhe frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? Yi-Rin inquired, puzzled. The mature and reliable older sister sighed softly. Sometimes you are quite clever, but at other times, utterly oblivious. Yi-Rin. Bai Zhe adjusted Yi-Rin's bangs. You haven't visited that child in quite some time. Yi-Rin was momentarily taken aback, then realized Bai Zhe was referring to the little mute girl. The thought of her suddenly filled him with discomfort. He had been rather busy lately and had not adequately attended to her emotional needs. The little dragon girl sat alone, clutching a snow beauty doll. Her eyes filled with desolation. You should spend more time with her. Bai Zhe paused before continuing, as she only has you left. Yi-Rin felt a tremor in his heart. Chapter 165, A Rampage with the Little Dragon Girl. I understand. Yi-Rin gently squeezed the older sister's small hand, stating he would go check on her first. Go ahead. Bai Zhe watched as Yi-Rin departed, a soft tenderness crossing her gaze. In the training room on the 2nd floor, The little dragon girl sat in a corner, lost in thought, feeling somewhat discontented. She yearned for a certain scoundrel. Yet he had been exceedingly busy lately, and she wished to assist him, only to find herself feeling unnecessary in his life. Despite currently being the strongest capable individual in the entire Dragon Kingdom besides Yi-Run, what good did it do her? Aside from confronting some villains and mutated beasts on behalf of the nation, she was unable to aid Yi-Run in any meaningful way. Guess who I am? Suddenly, a pair of hands covered the little dragon girl's eyes from behind. Yi-Run could feel a tickling sensation as her eyelashes fluttered. Moments later, he panicked. Yi-Run, wait, why are you suddenly crying? What does it mean when you shed tears over trivial matters? Yi-Run quickly released his hands, trying to comfort the little mute girl, but she turned her head and collided into his embrace, sobbing heartbreakingly. Yi-Run. The little dragon girl's soft form trembled slightly in Yi-Ren's arms, her silent tears evoking a deep sense of sorrow. His neglect of her in recent days filled Yi-Ren with guilt. He gently patted her back, soothingly whispering, "It's all right, don't cry. It's all my fault. I neglected you." Yi-Ren produced a plethora of snacks and toys from his space, showcasing them before her as if performing magic. "Look, this is a squeaky chicken. Look, this is a wailing duck. Look, this is a fluffy wild Florida giant jumping spider. Little mute girl. The first two are fine, but the last one is rather off-putting." Yi-Ren waved his hand, sending the enormous spider back to Florida, a place renowned for its exceptional qualities. As is well known, in Florida, one may choose not to live, but one cannot lack vitality. Nonetheless, Yi-Ren's antics managed to elicit a smile from the little dragon girl. Though she could not speak, her clear, large eyes brimmed with affection, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and enchanting. "Would you like to go out and play?" Yi-Ren gently inquired. The little dragon girl's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously as she typed on her phone. Yes. Then she reached out her small hand, tightly grasping the hem of Yi-Ren's clothing, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. "All right, I'll help you request a leave." Yi-Ren playfully pinched the little dragon girl's small nose, speaking indulgently. Just then, Baijia walked by, and Yi-Ren utilized spatial transport to bring her face-to-face with him. "Baijia, you had to teleport me across this short distance, didn't you?" Yi-Ren explained the situation. "Sister Baijia, I'm taking the little mute girl out for a few days. Let us postpone work for now." Baijia's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, revealing a hint of concern. Now, Xiao Longnu's schedule is fully booked, as she is required to intimidate several small nations that refuse to cooperate with the Grand Unification Plan. Observing the troubled expression on Baijia's face, her smile gradually faded. Understanding the situation, she thoughtfully released Yi-Ren's hand and, with some effort, typed on her phone, "I will remain here for work." Seeing Xiao Longnu's dejected demeanor, Yi-Ren felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Frowning, he assertively declared, "Taking a few days off before returning to work is not too late. The domineering CEO Yi-Ren is here." He then turned to Baijia, inquiring, "Which small nations are uncooperative?" Upon hearing this, Baijia's eyes brightened. "Oh my, does he intend to take matters into his own hands? What is that saying? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito." She stepped into the office, her high heels clicking crisply against the floor, each step exuding the aura of a capable woman. Dressed in a black professional suit that perfectly accentuated her curves, Baijia radiated the allure of a mature woman, in stark contrast to Baijia's languid beauty. Baijia swiftly emerged with a work tablet, bending slightly to present the information on the screen to Yi-Ren. Being so close, he could distinctly discern the faint scent of her perfume, mingling with her unique, mature fragrance, which was utterly refreshing. Xiao Longnu felt a twinge of unhappiness. She had initially quite liked Sister Baijia, but now her fondness was waning. Moreover, Baijia's black professional attire, which accentuated her figure even more as she leaned over, was hard for Yi-Ren to resist looking at more than once. Amen. The tablet displayed a list of the actual power holders in several small nations. Yi-Ren raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixating on one name. Northern Myanmar? This wretched place dares to act out? Northern Myanmar, already in chaos with various warlords vying for control, had long been in collusion with local officials in illicit dealings. During peacetime, they had tricked many from the Dragon Kingdom into scams, committing heinous acts without remorse. Only after the Dragon Kingdom dispatched troops there did they quiet down. Now, it seemed they had begun to stir again. Yi-Ren suddenly chuckled. He took Xiao Longnu's hand and said to Baijia, "All right, I shall take her to Northern Myanmar for a visit and resolve this minor issue." Baijia said nothing, merely crossing Northern Myanmar off the list. What issue could not be resolved if Yi-Ren himself was going there? Northern Myanmar, a land surrounded by mountains, was currently in a state of turmoil. Several major warlord factions were locked in a delicate balance of power. Among them, the most formidable were the Tiger Wu Di, Scorpion Kuan Tai, and Cobra Basong. Each controlled a territory while colluding with one another, jointly ruling the underworld of northern Myanmar. The local government was in cahoots with these warlords, making the situation exceedingly chaotic. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had sent troops to eliminate some of the illegal forces in northern Myanmar. However, as most of their military resources were concentrated on dealing with the Eagle Nation, a thorough cleansing of northern Myanmar had not been conducted. This led these warlords to mistakenly believe that the Dragon Kingdom was weak and began to act recklessly, escalating their illegal activities. They understood that as long as they did not provoke the Dragon Kingdom, it would not easily dispatch troops, for the kingdom's primary focus was the Eagle Nation. At that moment, in the luxurious villa of Wu Di, the tiger, he was embracing two scantily clad women, indulging in a life of debauchery. Wu Di was a burly man with a face full of scars. A menacing knife scar adorned his left eye, enhancing his ferocity. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, he listened to his subordinates report on their recent achievements, erupting into bouts of maniacal laughter. "Boss, the brothers have been doing well lately, snagging a few good peaches and making quite a bit of money," a wiry man reported eagerly. The term snagging peaches referred to the harvesting of organs from those with special abilities, which were far more valuable than those of ordinary individuals. Hearing this, Wu Di grinned widely, revealing his yellowing teeth. "Well done. Once the Dragon Kingdom finishes its battle with the Eagle Nation, we will truly have a grand time. By then, I shall make all of northern Myanmar my domain." His eyes sparkled with greed and ambition, as if he could already envision himself as the overlord of northern Myanmar. To secure his position, Wu Di employed extremely cruel methods. Anyone who dared to defy him would meet a merciless death. Nearby, a large pit bore witness to countless souls he had tortured to death, the majority being individuals from the Dragon Kingdom deceived into coming to northern Myanmar. As it was a casual trip, Yiren chose not to utilize spatial teleportation, but rather drove to the border with Baizhe. Lauda dutifully took on the role of driver, while Yi Run and Xiao Longnu sat in the back seat, enjoying the scenic views along the way, sharing laughter and delight, utterly content. Although Xiao Longnu could not speak, she communicated with Yi Ren through sign language and text on her phone, creating no barriers in their exchanges. Throughout the journey, Yi Ren entertained Xiao Longnu with jokes and magic tricks, eliciting peals of laughter from her, as if all worries had evaporated. After a while, they finally arrived at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, near northern Myanmar. The terrain was complex, with mountains stretching endlessly, lush vegetation enveloping the area. Everywhere was a vibrant expanse of primeval forest, the air fresh and the scenery delightful. Towering peaks loomed in the clouds, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. However, the nearby town market presented a starkly modern visage, creating a peculiar juxtaposition. At that moment, a well-dressed, handsome man approached them, wearing a friendly smile that easily disarmed suspicion. "Excuse me, I noticed your impressive demeanor. Are you both special ability users?" He initiated the conversation. Xiao Longnu timidly hid behind Yi Run, revealing only her sparkling eyes. No one would associate her with a city-destroying monster. "Is there something you need?" Yi Ren feigned confusion. Upon hearing Yi Ren acknowledge his status as a special ability user, the man's smile widened further. "Would you like to earn a substantial income? I know of a place that recruits special ability users, offering excellent pay, easy work, and quick returns." With the growing number of special ability users, new black market industries had emerged. This man was a cog in that mechanism, specifically scouting for naive special ability users at the border and luring them to northern Myanmar under the guise of high-paying jobs, only to sell them to local warlords or directly harvest their organs for profit. Yiren saw through the man's sinister intentions at a glance. However, he chose not to expose him, instead adopting the guise of an eager novice, inquiring curiously, "How do we earn a fortune? We are quite interested in money." As the man perceived that Yiren seemed to have taken the bait, a flicker of joy ignited within him. He lowered his voice conspiratorially and declared, "Get in the car. I shall take you to northern Myanmar, where gold is as abundant as the stars in the sky." At this moment, Wu Di remained blissfully ensconced in his drunken stupor, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was instructing his subordinates, "Ensure that the newly opened park is under tight scrutiny. Those live fish inside are crucial. If they manage to escape, I swear I shall flay you alive." Meanwhile, Yi Run and the little dragon girl followed the man into a secluded grove. There, they encountered an unremarkable van, where a diminutive man with shifty eyes awaited them. This man was the so-called smuggler, tasked with trafficking individuals across borders. He was also endowed with a peculiar ability, the gift of mass invisibility, allowing him to cloak a certain number of people and traverse borders undetected. Upon catching sight of the little dragon girl's pure and enchanting visage, he was instantly captivated, his mind swirling with unsavory thoughts. Behind the smuggler stood several others, all of whom were equally endowed with supernatural abilities. The youngest among them scarcely reached the age of 16 or 17, while the eldest were a weary-faced middle-aged couple. Each individual bore an expression of confusion and anticipation, clearly unaware of the impending events. Everyone is here, prepared to depart. With a commanding shout, the smuggler activated his powers, enveloping the entire group in a cloak of invisibility as they silently crossed the border. On the other side, an elderly man, his face creased with age and a cigarette dangling from his lips, had been waiting for quite some time. He drove a dilapidated bus that appeared inconspicuous, yet concealed within it lay hidden depths of significance. Once everyone boarded, the smuggler departed, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the bus surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, its speed astonishing. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this bus could ignore physical barriers, effortlessly penetrating walls and trees as it sped towards its destination. This remarkable ability belonged to the old man, who possessed the power of object penetration. Within less than an hour, the bus arrived at a heavily fortified compound, its towering walls adorned with electrified fencing and surveillance cameras. Armed guards patrolled the entrance, reminiscent of a prison. For most of the superhumans present, firearms posed a significant threat, as many were endowed with high offensive capabilities but lacked defensive prowess. Take the little dragon girl, for instance. Despite her ability to summon natural disasters and effortlessly obliterate a city, a single bullet could spell her demise. Once the bus came to a halt, its doors swung open, and a throng of menacing thugs immediately surrounded them, weapons in hand, their eyes glinting with malevolence as they regarded the newcomers like lambs awaiting slaughter. "Everyone, disembark. Hand over your phones and identification," bellowed a burly thug, his face a mass of flesh. Among the crowd, two hot-headed youths bristled at the demand, their defiance boiling over. "Why should we give anything to you? I'm here to make money." Yet their rebellion was met with the brutal force of the thug's rifle butt. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds echoed as the youths were struck, bloodied and crumpled to the ground in agony. Blood streamed down their faces, staining the earth beneath them. This gruesome spectacle jolted the others into a harsh reality. They had been deceived. "I refuse to comply. Let me go. I want to go home." The compound's oppressive security, with its towering walls, dense electric fencing, and armed guards, instilled a sense of despair. Once they were inside, escape seemed nearly impossible. However, these individuals were superhumans, unwilling to surrender without a struggle. Just as they prepared to revolt, a towering figure emerged, a muscle-bound thug radiating a palpable aura of menace. His eyes glinted with bloodlust, and a powerful wave of pressure emanated from him, enveloping the crowd in an oppressive shroud. "Who dares to cause trouble?" he roared, his voice booming like thunder, silencing all dissent. Then, with a violent stomp, the ground fractured beneath him, unleashing a shockwave that sent several would-be resistors sprawling, bloodied and incapacitated. His brutal suppression shattered the resolve of the crowd, plunging them into a deep well of fear and despair. The little dragon girl instinctively reached for her phone to message Yi-Run, but the moment she produced it, a thug with a scruffy beard lunged at her, intent on seizing her device. "What do you think you're doing? Hand it over." Startled, she reflexively raised her hand to evade his grasp. Frustrated at his failure, the thug raised his hand to strike her. A sickening sound of flesh parting echoed as his arm was severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. "Ah!" he howled in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his severed limb. Simultaneously, a blinding flash of lightning split the clear sky, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder. As a bolt the size of a barrel struck the thug, boom! With a resounding crash, he was instantly reduced to a charred corpse, the acrid scent of burnt flesh filling the air. Chapter 167. Undercover agents from the police. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. They were not fools and quickly deduced that this might be Yi-Ren's doing. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple in the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. In truth, they were operatives from the police force in Yunnan province, dispatched to execute an undercover mission. Their original plan involved infiltrating the organization, demonstrating their abilities to gain the trust of the leadership, and ultimately collaborating with the local police to eliminate Wu Di. However, the sudden turn of events left them somewhat flustered. The earlier thug, who wielded shockwave powers, now regarded Yi-Ren with newfound wariness, his gaze sharp and predatory. This thug, named Achai, hailed from Southeast Asia, his mouth stained red from betel nut, and he spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, a nauseating sight. He opened his mouth to address Yi-Ren, then, with a forceful stomp, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, moving at an astonishing speed. A visible shockwave radiated from him, fracturing the ground and snapping nearby trees in half. The undercover couple, witnessing this, paled in horror, prepared to intervene, knowing they must save Yi-Ren even at the risk of exposing their identities. Yi Ren, however, found a peculiar humor in the absurdity of the situation he faced after enduring so much. Space confinement, he uttered, and in an instant, Achai's momentum came to an abrupt halt, suspended mid-air as if gravity had ceased to exist. Newton himself would rise from his grave to applaud this phenomenon. Achai struggled desperately, but he was trapped like an insect ensnared in amber, unable to break free. His expression shifted from fierce to one of sheer terror. Something feels amiss. The situation appears decidedly strange. Have we inadvertently kicked against an iron plate? Yi Ren turned to the little dragon girl and remarked, "It has been quite a while since I last witnessed your prowess in striking. Would you care to demonstrate?" The little dragon girl responded with a charmingly bashful expression, lightly tapping Yi Ren in return. She was not fond of delivering strikes, as her character was inherently gentle and delicate. Despite her ample bosom, she embodied a quintessentially adorable and naive persona. However, since her beloved elder brother expressed a desire to see it, she blinked her eyes and thought, why not? Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, dense clouds obscuring the sun. The brightness of the entire area diminished rapidly, as if day had abruptly shifted to night. A bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, descended from the clouds with a deafening roar, striking with pinpoint accuracy the unfortunate Hi, who was suspended in midair. Hi had no time to utter a cry of anguish before he was reduced to a charred husk, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, filling the air with a pungent smell of burnt flesh. The undercover couple gasped in disbelief upon witnessing this scene, struggling to swallow their astonishment as they exchanged incredulous glances towards Yi Ren and the little dragon girl. They realized that these two were not mere pawns in a game of deception. Even more terrifying was the revelation that the girl's extraordinary ability allowed her to manipulate lightning and weather, a phenomenon they had never even heard of. Moreover, the nonchalance with which she executed her powers suggested that what they had just witnessed was far from her limits. How immense must her mental capacity be? Exchanging a glance, the couple could see the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had initially believed their mission would be fraught with peril, mentally preparing for potential sacrifice. Yet, it now seemed that they were utterly outmatched. The little dragon girl's eyes shimmered with rippling waves. Light rain began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a brisk wind that sent temperatures plummeting. A throng of armed men from northern Myanmar erupted from the compound, shouting incoherently, their weapons aimed at Yi Ren and the little dragon girl, evidently startled by the earlier thunder, mistaking it for an assault on their territory. Yi Ren scratched the little dragon girl's palm, saying, "It's quite a spectacle. I adore it. Do give us more." The little dragon girl responded with a delighted, "Ooh," clearly thrilled to have captured her elder brother's attention. No sooner had Yi Ren's words echoed than dozens of bolts of lightning struck down in rapid succession, akin to divine retribution, incinerating the nearest dozen or so armed men into charred remains. The adorable little dragon girl was indeed an embodiment of extreme contrast in that moment. The acrid scent of burnt flesh mingled with the rain, filling the air with a nauseating stench. The remaining men were gripped by terror, their hearts racing in fear. They frantically squeezed the triggers of their firearms, attempting to unleash a barrage of bullets to thwart Yi Ren and the little dragon girl. The cacophony of gunfire echoed like a torrential downpour, a formidable onslaught. The male half of the undercover couple quickly activated his ability, metal manipulation, aiming to construct a defensive barrier for Yi Ren and the little dragon girl. Meanwhile, his partner prepared to unleash her power, velocity, hoping to facilitate an escape for the others from this perilous locale. However, before their abilities could take effect, they witnessed a scene reminiscent of a moment frozen in time from the Matrix. The dense barrage of bullets collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting approximately 5 meters from Yi Ren. The bullets spun in midair, unable to advance any further. Spatial barrier. Yi Ren's spatial barrier was formidable enough to withstand any physical assault. Then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the sky. A bolt of lightning, even more massive than the previous one, descended with a cataclysmic force. This lightning was so magnificent and radiant that, in its descent, the entire world seemed to transform into a blinding white. The onlookers were momentarily blinded, as if time itself had paused. After what felt like an eternity, as their vision gradually returned, they gasped in horror. The scene before them had irrevocably changed. The area where the guards once stood had been transformed into a wasteland. The ground was littered with charred corpses, and the air was thick with the suffocating aura of death. Only a small fraction of individuals, having managed to conceal themselves in time, had narrowly escaped the cataclysm. They lay on the ground, trembling, their eyes filled with terror and despair, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. The terrifying lightning had completely obliterated the guards' will, stripping them of any courage to resist. Yi Ren grinned broadly. "Come, let us venture inside and leave no stone unturned." He took the little dragon girl's hand, and strode into the compound. She blinked her large, watery eyes, appearing quite pleased. Yiren enjoyed watching her deliver strikes, which brought her joy. She was such an innocent girl. As her spirits soared, the oppressive clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing long-lost sunlight. The sun broke through the clouds, cascading down into the rain-soaked air, creating a stunning rainbow that arched across the sky, breathtaking in its beauty. The undercover couple gazed at Yi-Run and the little dragon girl's retreating figures, their hearts a tumult of emotions. But you two have unleashed a massacre. What will become of our undercover mission? Chapter 168, The Art of Lingering Death. They retrieved a special button, pressing the button to commence a report to their superiors. Report. The mission has encountered a complication. We may need to devise a new plan. The man's tone revealed an unmistakable shock. The superior from the police department, taken aback, inquired. What transpired? Provide a detailed account. We have encountered two extraordinarily powerful ability users. The man took a deep breath and recounted everything that had transpired. From the sudden appearance of lightning to the bullets frozen in midair, culminating in that world-ending strike. He endeavored to convey every detail, fearful of omitting any crucial information. Yet, even so, the voice on the other end of the line was taut with disbelief. Are you certain you are not jesting? Such a level of ability user? Absolutely. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The man replied firmly. The girl commands lightning. With a single blow, it felt as if I had encountered the god of thunder. The woman added, her voice still trembling. A lengthy silence ensued on the other end of the line. The superior was evidently stunned by the news. Momentarily at a loss for words. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke. Understood. Continue your observation and report at any moment. There are still numerous members of the management within the compound, most of whom are from the Dragon Nation. However, as the saying goes, fellow countrymen see fellow countrymen and shoot them in the back. They have long since lost their humanity. Their inherent morality and conscience as citizens of the Dragon Nation extinguished. For profit, they would betray anything, even their own compatriots, many of whom they have deceived with their own hands. At this moment, those inside were in a state of panic. They huddled in the monitoring room, trembling in fear as they witnessed the chaos unfolding outside the compound. They realized that an unbeatable superpower user had emerged. What the hell is going on? Has the Dragon Kingdom sent someone? Impossible. How could the Dragon Kingdom possibly possess such formidable superhumans? Logically speaking, isn't the Dragon Kingdom preoccupied with the Eagle Nation? How could they find the time to dispatch such powerful superhumans to this desolate place? Yet, how could they have anticipated that Yi-Run had merely brought the little dragon girl for a leisurely stroll? After all, according to the original national plan, they intended for the little dragon girl to cooperate with the military before proceeding to northern Myanmar after some time. We must escape. Escape? How do we escape? There's only one entrance to the park. Isn't that one person also a superhuman? Let him assist us. They exchanged anxious whispers, their faces etched with fear and unease. The other Dragon Kingdom citizens imprisoned within the park, upon hearing the commotion outside, became agitated. Could it be that the nation had sent someone to rescue them? Most of them had been deceived into coming here, enduring a life devoid of hope, tormented and mistreated. They yearned for freedom, to return home, to once again bask in the sunlight. Now, it seemed they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They noticed that the guards, once omnipresent, had vanished. Someone took the lead, bravely and cautiously stepping towards the exit. Seeing this, others followed suit, venturing outside. Upon reaching the corridor, they beheld the guards sprinting towards the park's entrance. However, before they could reach the door, a series of thunderous roars reverberated across the sky. Immediately, the guards turned and fled back at an even greater speed, their faces twisted in sheer terror as if some monstrous entity were pursuing them. At this moment, Yi-Run and the little dragon girl had already entered the park. She pulled out her phone and messaged Yi-Run. Brother, look. Yi-Run replied with a question mark. The little dragon girl had conjured a colossal storm in the center of the park. The winds howled, dust and debris swirling as if the apocalypse had descended. The slower guards were swept into the tempest, torn apart in an instant, their flesh and blood scattering in a gruesome spectacle, though unseen from the outside. The storm was indeed a veritable meat grinder. On the little dragon girl's shoulder, the fluffy snowball occasionally waved its tiny paws, launching sharp icicles with deadly precision. The juxtaposition of her adorable appearance and her merciless cruelty created a chilling contrast. The imprisoned citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, witnessing this scene, were overwhelmed with tears of joy. Indeed, the nation had sent someone to save them. They cheered and jumped, as if reborn. We are saved. Long live the motherland. Thank you, nation. They waved their arms and shouted, their voices filled with the exhilaration of survival and gratitude towards their homeland. The undercover couple interjected, wait. We haven't even made our move yet. Soon, the majority of the guards had been annihilated, leaving only a handful remaining. They dropped their weapons, kneeling on the ground with raised hands in surrender. In a desperate bid for survival, they even dragged out the hidden management, binding them and throwing them before Yirun and the little dragon girl. Spare us. We were forced into this. We have families to care for. Please let us go. We are willing to redeem ourselves. They pleaded fervently, presenting various excuses and justifications in an attempt to elicit sympathy from Yirun and the little dragon girl. However, Yirun was unmoved. These scoundrels, stained with the blood of their compatriots, were unworthy of forgiveness. Just as the little dragon girl prepared to send them to their end, the undercover couple could no longer restrain themselves. They stepped forward, revealing their identities. Wait, we are officers of the Dragon Kingdom. The man brandished his credentials, speaking urgently. They cannot die yet. We need to interrogate them to uncover the mastermind behind this. The woman added, but Yirun disregarded them. With an impassive expression, he unleashed his power, spatial cutting. The sharp blades of space, akin to the scythe of death, descended upon each individual, rendering them into precisely 4,867 artistic slices, no more, no less. They experienced the torment akin to the slow slicing of death while still conscious, enduring unimaginable agony before slowly succumbing to their fate. This scene sent chills down the spines of all present, filling their hearts with dread. The expressions of the undercover couple grew increasingly grave. Though they loathed these scoundrels, they hoped to extract information about the bigger fish before their demise. Hey, wait a minute. The man began, unable to contain himself. Don't say anything. The woman pressed a hand over his mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 169. Officer, how do we play this? Yet, Yirun remained unfazed. He cast a casual glance at them. I understand your urgency, but do not rush. After today, there shall not be a single individual in northern Myanmar opposing the unification of the motherland. The undercover couple exchanged incredulous looks. I can't believe how domineering he is. They seem to have realized something, their breath hitching. Before executing his judgment, Yirun thoughtfully covered the little dragon girl's eyes. He did not wish for her to witness such a bloody scene, as she was still a naive and innocent child. Later, upon returning to the police headquarters, the undercover couple immediately sought to investigate Yirun's dossier. However, they discovered that his records were encrypted, rendering them inaccessible. This only heightened their suspicions that their assumptions might not be incorrect. Eventually, this incident became the boast of a lifetime for them. You wouldn't believe it. I once carried out a mission alongside that department's comrade. It was exhilarating. The news of the park's fall swiftly reached the ears of the formidable Wu Di. Crash. The wine glass in Wu Di's hand shattered against the floor, splintering into countless shards. What nonsense is this? This is my territory, he roared, his face quaking with rage, resembling an enraged wild boar. What do you mean the entire park has been obliterated? What of the armed guards? And what of the superhuman I hired from Southeast Asia? Moreover, the most outrageous part is that, according to his subordinates' reports, the assailants were merely 2 individuals. How could he possibly accept such a notion? Boss, they are superhumans. One subordinate explained, trembling in fear of inciting Wu Di's wrath. Like we don't have any? A glint of malice flashed in Wu Di's eyes. Have them cooperate with the military. I refuse to believe it. He immediately ordered the mobilization of all available armed forces, including tanks, armored vehicles, and thousands of fully armed soldiers, advancing towards the park in a grand procession. He intends to reduce these audacious scoundrels to mere dust. The regular forces and their firepower are not to be compared with those insignificant guards. Moreover, it is worth noting that his hired supernatural practitioners are also mingled within the ranks. Meanwhile, within the park, Yirun and the little dragon girl are leisurely strolling, relishing the scenery post-rain. Are you having fun? The little dragon girl displays an adorable expression. Yirun, however, cannot fathom her. Who in their right mind would bring their companion to Myanmar for a vacation? Shouldn't normal people be visiting romantic locales like amusement parks? Yet, there is a saying that resonates well. When someone holds affection for you, everything you do appears to shimmer in their eyes. The little dragon girl is currently in such a state, joyfully clutching Yirun's hand, her face radiating happiness. In stark contrast to the duo, the air is thick with a faint metallic scent of blood and the charred odor of corpses. He is killed. What shall we do next? Fear not. Observe his maneuvers. The undercover couple converses quietly in the background. Just then, a deafening roar approaches, shattering the tranquility of the park. It is the sound of tank and armored vehicle engines. Yirun and the little dragon girl look up to see a fully armed army swiftly encircling the park. A dark wave, as relentless as the tide, surges forward, exuding a menacing aura. At the forefront is a heavy tank, its barrel ominously dark, emanating a chilling sense of dread. Preparing for a cleansing of fire? They certainly have a high regard for us. Yirun smirks, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. The little dragon girl, confused, ponders whether it is time to unleash her powers again. Since her beloved elder brother enjoys her displays of strength, she decides to oblige. The army soon encircles the entire park, leaving no avenue for escape. An officer clad in military attire, adorned with stars, peers out from an armored vehicle. His face is etched with concern as he surveys the park, filled with trepidation. The officer is no fool. He understands that such an effortless breach of the park's defenses cannot be attributed to an ordinary supernatural practitioner. Yet, he dares not defy Wu Di's orders, compelling him to grit his teeth and command, "All personnel, prepare for battle." With his command, soldiers raise their weapons, aiming at Yi Run and the little dragon girl. The tank's barrel slowly pivots, targeting the center of the park. The air thickens with the acrid scent of gunpowder as the imminent battle looms. However, in the face of such formidable artillery, Yi Run and the little dragon girl exhibit not a shred of fear. They remain unmoved, standing still as if the approaching army does not merit their attention. This eerie calm only heightens the officer's unease. He takes a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and orders again, "Fire." The deafening crack of gunfire reverberates through the air as a deluge of bullets descends upon Yi Run and the little dragon girl like a torrential downpour. The little dragon girl, with high offense and low defense, possesses no means to shield herself from the onslaught. Yet, she remains unperturbed, for her elder brother is by her side. He simply snaps his fingers. Spatial barrier. An imperceptible force of spatial energy instantly manifests around them, forming an indestructible shield. The torrent of bullets collides with the barrier, halting abruptly in midair, unable to advance further. The entire army is plunged into a brief, yet surreal silence. Yi Run beams. "What era are we in, still relying on traditional firepower?" The officer's complexion pales, as he realizes that his superior may have genuinely encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He yearns to witness the monstrosity opposing them firsthand. The individual can halt bullets with bare hands. Grinding his teeth, he commands once more, "Armored vehicles, tanks, rocket artillery, unleash a fierce assault." With his order, the heavy machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles begin to spew fire. Large caliber bullets rain down upon Yi Run and the little dragon girl like a tempest. The tank emits a thunderous roar, its barrel belching forth orange flames. Heavy artillery shells, whistling sharply, hurtle toward them. Simultaneously, the rocket artillerymen brace their launchers. A rocket, trailing a fiery tail, streaks through the air, aimed directly at Yi Run and the little dragon girl's faces. The undercover couple stands aghast. What is this density of firepower? One might mistake it for two armies clashing. Yet, the next moment reveals an even more astonishing spectacle. All attacks, be they bullets, shells, or rockets, come to an abrupt halt approximately 5 meters from Yi Run and the little dragon girl. The spatial barrier remains steadfast, showing no signs of wear. This scene not only terrifies the officer, but also shatters the soldier's morale instantaneously. How do we engage? Chapter 170, Undercover Couple, unfathomably impressive. Conventional weaponry proves utterly ineffective against a supernatural entity of this caliber. What hope do we have? Fear spreads through the ranks like a contagion. The supernatural practitioners within the army are even more unsettled. No one understands the army's limitations better than they do. As dark clouds gather once more in the sky, with a gentle drizzle accompanying the low rumble of thunder, the practitioners can no longer maintain their composure. They abandon their weapons and flee in disarray. The officer, witnessing this, turns ashen. Yet, he does not retreat. Instead, he grits his teeth and draws his pistol. No one is allowed to run. Anyone who does will face death. However, before he can pull the trigger, a thunderous clap of lightning crashes from the heavens. In an instant, a bolt as thick as a barrel descends, striking the officer with unerring precision. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the officer is reduced to a charred corpse, crumpling to the ground, motionless. This was the little dragon girl, unable to restrain herself any longer. The little mute, with a face full of anticipation for praise, prompts Yi Run to chuckle as he affectionately ruffles her hair. "You're incredible." As the heavens open up, a torrential downpour obscures the soldiers' vision, amplifying their terror. Soon, blinding arcs of white light flicker amid the heavy clouds. Bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, rain down from the sky, striking the fleeing soldiers with deadly accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echo incessantly, deafeningly. Soldiers collapse, transforming into charred remains. The air is thick with acrid scents of charred flesh and the metallic tang of blood. This is a true calamity. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. The once formidable army has now devolved into a nightmarish tableau, littered with dismembered corpses and the smoldering wreckage of tanks and armored vehicles. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The snowball emitted two soft cries from the shoulder of the little dragon girl, as if preparing for its grand entrance. In the next moment, a bone-chilling cold swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. The torrential rain that had been pouring down instantly transformed into countless sharp ice shards, descending from the sky like hail. Crack! The dense ice shards mercilessly pelted the surviving soldiers. Although their bulletproof vests and helmets could withstand some of the impact, the sheer number of ice shards was overwhelming. And the pain was excruciating. The soldiers let out wretched screams, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground, desperately trying to evade the relentless assault of the ice shards. What kind of martial soul fusion technique is this? Yiren couldn't help but exclaim. The synergy between the little dragon girl and the snowball was simply perfect. The little dragon girl summoned disasters, altering the weather, while the snowball manipulated ice and snow through the ring. Together, they achieved a formidable effect that surpassed mere addition. With the little dragon girl present, the snowball could unleash its full power, revealing its true terrifying nature. Under the relentless assault of the icy rain, the soldiers' protective gear began to suffer damage. Without their defenses, the brutal reality unfolded as their flesh and blood were laid bare to the onslaught of ice shards. The soldiers' skin was sliced open, blood gushing forth. As for the ability users mixed among them, they had no chance to retaliate and simply perished on the spot. The scene was grotesquely bloody, a sight too horrific to behold. Yiren hastily covered the little dragon girl's eyes, shielding her from this cruel spectacle. This is not for a child to see. The little mute. I'm not a child. Yiren then snapped his fingers. Spatial teleportation. The mangled bodies of the soldiers, akin to the remnants from a meat grinder, along with the destroyed tanks and armored vehicles, vanished in an instant. Yiren transported them to the nearby mountains, feeding them to the wild beasts. After all, wasting resources is a disgrace. Once all was done, only the bloodied ground, the shards of ice, and the lingering stench of blood remained. The undercover couple. So what exactly just happened? In less than 5 minutes, the entire army was annihilated. The power of the ability users is truly terrifying. Wu Di, what the hell? Wu Di had been remotely monitoring the frontline situation. He was no fool to have reached his current position, and he valued his life greatly. At that moment, he hid in his luxurious villa, observing everything through the surveillance screens. When he witnessed the terrifying natural disasters and the army being slaughtered like ants, he was utterly petrified. He trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken by a sieve. It's a reckoning. It must be that the Dragon Kingdom has sent someone to settle the score with me. He stammered, his voice laced with fear. Wu Di was reluctant to part with the wealth, power, and status he had accumulated in northern Myanmar. Yet, he understood that hesitating now would lead only to death. Without further ado, he summoned his trusted aides to gather his hidden gold bars, jewels, and other hard currencies, preparing to flee northern Myanmar by helicopter. However, just as they finished packing and were ready to leave the villa, the surroundings suddenly transformed. The once opulent villa instantly morphed into a dilapidated compound. Wu Di gazed at the changing scenery, his pupils shaking. It's a spatial ability. As he muttered those words, Wu Di suddenly lost all strength to resist, collapsing to the ground like a limp ragdoll. He knew it was over for him. Despite having hired many formidable ability users, Wu Di was acutely aware that his subordinates were nothing more than easy prey against a spatial ability user. It is well known that spatial ability users are the pinnacle among all ability users. They possess nearly invincible powers, capable of disregarding any defenses, teleporting instantly, and even manipulating space to distort reality. In the face of a spatial ability user, any resistance is futile. Yiren walked slowly to Wu Di, holding the little dragon girl's hand, looking down upon him. Are you not begging for mercy? Wu Di lifted his head to meet Yiren's gaze, his eyes dimmed. He understood that his doom was at hand. Although he opened his mouth as if to say something, ultimately, no words came forth. Regret and unwillingness etched across Wu Di's face. Yet, he was not remorseful for his crimes. Rather, he regretted being caught. He lamented not having spent all his money, not having enjoyed enough of the riches and glory. He felt no guilt for the innocent lives he had harmed. The undercover couple could not help but exclaim upon seeing Wu Di. After all, he was their ultimate target. What they had initially thought would require painstaking effort, and perhaps even the sacrifice of their lives to accomplish, was now achieved so effortlessly. Chapter 171. The 100-meter giant elephant and the mysterious figure. This left them feeling somewhat dreamlike. Yiren turned to glance at them, his tone calm as he inquired. This man is not worth a trial. Shall I dispose of him directly? The undercover couple chuckled awkwardly, indicating that Yiren should act as he pleased. They had no authority left in the face of absolute power. Yiren gently covered the little dragon girl's eyes, shielding her from the impending gruesome scene. Be good, don't look. Immediately, spatial cutting. Wu Di's body was sliced into 4,867 pieces. Yi Ren's obsessive-compulsive tendencies were satisfied. Wu Di languished in extreme agony as he slowly succumbed to death. However, this was not the end. Yi Ren snapped his fingers. Spatial cutting. In an instant, all of Wu Di's subordinates, regardless of their locations, suddenly found their bodies torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. They barely had time to scream before meeting their demise. Yi Ren sought to eradicate all traces, ensuring no future threats remained. Wu Di's death and the annihilation of his faction sent ripples through the tranquil surface of a lake, stirring up monstrous waves. How did he die? How could he have died so suddenly? The remaining two warlord factions in northern Myanmar, Scorpion Kuantai and Cobra Basong, were plunged into an icy dread upon receiving this news. They immediately thought of two words: reckoning. It must be known that Wu Di was no ordinary adversary. He commanded a formidable armed force and had numerous ability users in his employ. Yet, just like that, Wu Di had vanished without a trace. How could they not feel terror? Kuantai and Basong understood that the Dragon Kingdom was behind this. Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, they could not fathom who else could so effortlessly eliminate Wu Di. They hastily gathered their subordinates to discuss countermeasures. It's over. We must surrender. Kuantai's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, and he was engulfed in a state of profound panic. We must issue a statement immediately and express our position to the Dragon Nation, Bong declared, striving to maintain his composure, yet his trembling voice betrayed his inner trepidation. If they surrendered, perhaps the Dragon Nation would show clemency and spare their lives. Both men, in unison, chose to convey their sincerity before the Dragon Nation dispatched representatives. Meanwhile, the northern Myanmar government received the news of Wu Di's demise. The government, in collusion with the three major factions, had been jointly controlling all of northern Myanmar. With Wu Di's death, a signal was sent, a harbinger of impending action from the Dragon Nation. Is it still possible to kneel in submission? A government official asked, his face pale. Not surrendering is a path to certain death. Another official trembled in response. Soon, the northern Myanmar government reached a consensus to prostrate themselves before the Dragon Nation. They hastily drafted a declaration of surrender, announcing through broadcasts nationwide, effective immediately. Northern Myanmar will adhere to the laws and order of the Dragon Nation, awaiting the arrival of their representatives to formulate policies for our vassal state. This news reverberated like thunder throughout northern Myanmar. The indigenous populace was left stunned by the announcement. This was merely a beginning. Soon, the remaining two warlord factions, Scorpion Kuantai and Cobra Bong, also issued statements of unconditional surrender. Consequently, in all of northern Myanmar, not a single voice was raised in opposition to national unification. Subsequently, Yi Ren returned to the Dragon Nation with the contented little dragon girl. At that moment, the little mute's heart felt as sweet as honey. She clung tightly to Yi Ren's arm, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Did you have fun? The little dragon girl looked up, her sparkling eyes brimming with affection. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Finally, with a hint of melancholy, she took out her phone to type. Yi Ren felt a pang of sympathy as he watched this scene. He had already arranged for Kagaya to treat the little dragon girl. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed ineffective. Just as Yi Ren leaned down to see what the little dragon girl was writing, she suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed his lips. The soft touch, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, sent a jolt through Yi Ren's heart. The little mute pressed her lips together, too shy to meet Yi Ren's gaze. I regard you as my sister, and yet you dare to kiss me, Yi Ren exclaimed. The little dragon girl, momentarily displeased, soon caught sight of Yi Ren's teasing smile. Almost immediately, her lips softened as Yi Ren grasped her chin and passionately kissed her. His skills, honed from experiences with Song Ishue and Baize, rendered the little dragon girl dazed and her head spinning. Subsequently, she dashed away. This well-developed little loli was, after all, not of the same temperament as Song Ishue or Baize. Yi Ren smiled indulgently, realizing she needed some time to gather her composure. Little Yi, you're back? I was just about to look for you, Uncle Zhao approached. What is the matter? Yi Ren inquired, puzzled. Follow me, Uncle Zhao beckoned, leading Yi Ren to his office. Take a look at this, he said, pointing at the computer screen. Yi Ren turned to see a video playing. The content caused his brow to furrow tightly. The video depicted an endless African savanna, yet amidst this realm of supposed vitality stood a colossal prehistoric mammoth. Towering 100 meters high, it loomed over the landscape, strikingly out of place. More astonishingly, this mammoth seemed capable of manipulating the weather. It swung its long trunk, conjuring fierce winds. Yi Ren's expression grew serious. A mammoth? Identified as a creation of the illusion beast Palu, this mammoth possessed the extraordinary ability to control hurricanes, transcending the realm of ordinary beasts. Just as Yi Ren furrowed his brow in contemplation, A figure suddenly appeared in the video. The visage was obscured, but she held a vial of potion, hurling it towards the mammoth. The potion arced through the air, landing squarely on the massive creature. Almost immediately, the mammoth began to tremble violently, its gaze growing vacant. In no time, it ceased its thrashing, standing still and seemingly devoid of consciousness. The figure nodded in satisfaction, and the video abruptly ended. What is the meaning of this? Yi Ren turned to Uncle Zhao, his tone grave. This video was submitted by an esper who captured it from a distance. We suspect the Children of the Sun organization is behind this, Uncle Zhao replied, his expression darkening. He hoped Yi Ren could ascertain the movements of their adversary. Chapter 172. Yex Curry Stick. Morgan Lu Fei. Yi Ren slowly uttered the name. Uncle Zhao paused momentarily, then responded, You know her? Yi Ren nodded slightly. She is one of the 4 core members of the Children of the Sun organization, codenamed the Witch. Uncle Zhao asked in disbelief. How do you know this? You seem to be quite familiar with her. Yi Ren continued solemnly. Today, she was wearing a thong, adorned with purple lace. Uncle Zhao exclaimed, What the hell? Don't corrupt the youth. Morgan Lu Fei, an ancient being who had lived for centuries, appeared as youthful and beautiful as a girl in her 20s. Her power was alchemy. By controlling elements, she could create various potions or objects. Yi Ren elaborated. She used a potion to control that mammoth. Uncle Zhao's expression darkened further. So, the threat posed by the Children of the Sun organization is greater than we imagined. Yi Ren shrugged. Don't wear that expression. There's no need to be overly concerned. Uncle Zhao replied. How can you remain so unfazed? However, considering Yi Ren's abilities, Zhao Guoqiang felt somewhat powerless. Well, if Yi Ren claims there's no need for worry, then perhaps there's no reason to perceive the adversary as overly formidable. Time was drawing near. Yi Ren stood up, speaking calmly. I will go deal with them. Uncle Zhao remarked. Impressive, truly exuding charisma. Within the dimly lit hall of the ancient castle, the atmosphere was tense. At the center of a massive round table stood an ancient candelabrum, its flickering light illuminating 4 distinct faces. They were the 4 core figures of the Children of the Sun organization, the Elder, the Raven, the Witch, and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The Elder, with his gray hair and gaunt visage, spoke slowly, his tone grave. The unification process of the Dragon Nation threatens the efforts we have labored for years. Their pace of expansion exceeds our expectations. His gaze swept across the assembled individuals, a hint of gravity in his voice. We must take action to halt them. The Raven, cloaked in black and adorned with a beaked mask, rasped. Creating division and inciting war are our customary tactics. The Enchantress Morgan Lu Fei, despite the youthful beauty gracing her countenance, now bore a hint of unease. When shall the Lord descend upon us once more? Her tone was imbued with an almost imperceptible yearning and adoration. It was in her most desperate hour that the Lord rescued her from the abyss. From that moment forth, a seed of love was sown within her heart, a reverence for the Lord's exalted presence. The horseman of the apocalypse was a towering figure, his fervent gaze ablaze with zeal. He grinned broadly, revealing a chilling smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I revel in war. It is well known that the horsemen of the apocalypse are not 4 separate entities, but rather a singular being endowed with 4 distinct powers. Within him reside 4 personas, each embodying a horseman. War grants him formidable strength and devastation. Pestilence allows him to manipulate various diseases and viruses. Famine drains the life from crops, bringing about destitution. And death serves as the final dance of demise. The horseman of the apocalypse stands as the most potent weapon within the organization known as the Children of the Sun. Apocalypse, commence your actions post-haste, the Elder commanded, his voice cold as he articulated the objective, to foment chaos and thwart the unification efforts of the Dragon Kingdom. The horseman of the apocalypse bellowed with excitement. Morgan Lu Fei, the Enchantress, interjected with a tone laden with concern. It has been far too long since we have seen him. The Raven remained silent, his expression concealed beneath the avian mask, betraying no emotion. None were privy to the truth that he was, in fact, the Lord Raven, Arthur Pendragon, once the king of ancient Britain, now the clandestine orchestrator of the Children of the Sun, concealed his identity while manipulating events from the shadows. At that moment, Raven discreetly activated his ability, Doppelganger. In the void, a nebulous figure gradually materialized. This apparition, tall and statuesque, bore cascading golden locks that fell freely upon his shoulders. His bare torso showcased a physique sculpted with sinewy muscle, adorned with scars of various sizes, each mark a testament to countless battles fought, with faint remnants of the Children of the Sun insignia still visible. Over time, these symbols had faded, losing their power to summon eclipses. As the figure became more distinct, the 3 present beheld his visage. His face was sharply defined, with deep blue eyes glinting with a frigid light. A prominent nose and thin lips spoke of an aristocratic essence. He possessed an impeccable physique, with muscle contours that flowed with strength and vitality. Reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures, flawless in form. His presence seemed to elevate the temperature of the entire hall. Lord, the Elder, the Enchantress, and the horsemen of the apocalypse fell to their knees, their expressions reverent as they cried out in unison. Morgan Le Fay's eyes shimmered with fervent adoration, her breath quickened. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. The Lord, the man she had longed for day and night, had finally reappeared. Raven, controlling the doppelganger, slowly took his seat upon the throne. Despite the doppelganger's impassive demeanor, a powerful aura emanated from him, leaving all in attendance momentarily breathless. He exuded the essence of a born sovereign, possessing an irresistible charisma that commanded submission. It was a pressure originating from the depths of the soul, utterly compelling. You shall each perform your duties, the Lord's doppelganger spoke, his tone gravely authoritative. His gaze swept over the prostrate figures before him, assigning tasks with precision. Elder, you shall continue to oversee the organization's daily affairs, ensuring all functions smoothly. At once, the Elder replied with utmost deference. Apocalypse. The Lord's doppelganger turned his attention to the horsemen of the apocalypse. Your mission is to sow discord among the nations, preventing the Dragon Kingdom from achieving unification. Delighted to oblige. The horseman of the apocalypse licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with a sanguinary light. Enchantress, the doppelganger's gaze fell upon Morgan Le Fay. Your task is to traverse the world and subdue the evolved aberrant beasts. For the Lord. Morgan Le Fay's eyes blazed with fervor as she accepted the assignment without hesitation. At this juncture, the Elder cautiously ventured a question. My lord, what of the Raven? The Raven has his own mission, the doppelganger interrupted. The Elder bowed his head, refraining from pressing further. No sooner had the doppelganger's words left his lips than Raven abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He sensed a presence observing them, a gaze both secretive and immensely powerful, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every move. Who could it be? Raven's heart raced as he swiftly controlled the Lord's doppelganger. The doppelganger narrowed his eyes, summoning a gleaming long sword of pure gold from the ether. This sword, forged entirely from gold, was intricately engraved with complex patterns, radiating a sacred aura. Excalibur, also known as the EX Curry Stick, the legendary Sword of Kings. With the sword in hand, the Lord's doppelganger swung it forcefully at the void. Chapter 173. Let us first target the horsemen of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Ren was employing omniscient God's perspective to surveil the meeting of Raven and his cohorts. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, perceiving a sharp aura of murder. A golden flash of sword light appeared beside him, seemingly materializing from thin air. Oh, a skill that carries spatial locking and teleportation? The sword's brilliance was dazzling, imbued with the might to rend the very heavens, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. It was no mere blade of light, but a manifestation of pure annihilation, compressing the very laws of destruction. The air twisted around it, emitting a disquieting hum that sent chills down one's spine. This golden sword light possessed a terrifying ability to obliterate all. Any tangible substance that came into contact with it would be instantaneously disassembled into fundamental particles, vanishing into nothingness. Even the hardest substances known to man could not withstand the annihilative power of this golden sword light. Raven, truly a creature of formidable prowess, having survived since the witch-hunting era, indeed possessed considerable strength. However, who was Yi Ren? At the instant the golden sword light manifested, Yi Ren's mental acuity sharpened. As is well known, according to the theory of relativity posited by the esteemed Einstein, the faster one travels, the slower time appears to pass relative to oneself. This phenomenon is referred to as the time dilation effect. The world seemed to come to a standstill in that moment. The golden sword light, which had originally approached at sublight speed, now appeared to move as slowly as a snail, suspended before Yi Ren. Moreover, in a bid for self-preservation, Yi Ren had established a protective layer of mirror reversal space around himself. Any entity that made contact with this layer would be reflected back in reverse. The golden sword light was no exception. Upon colliding with the mirror reversal space, it instantaneously altered its trajectory and shot forth towards Yi Ren with a peculiar sound. The moment the golden sword light made contact with the wall, the entire wall vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed at all. Not a trace of ash remained. Impressive indeed. A wielder of multifaceted abilities, or merely a unique mechanism of power. Yi Ren's lips curled slightly upwards, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The strength exhibited by the Raven stirred a sense of long-lost exhilaration within him. It was unavoidable. Ever since he embarked on this invincible path, he had tread upon it for far too long. Each night before drifting into slumber, Yiren would marvel at how he had grown stronger. His mental fortitude surged upwards like a relentless tide, akin to having consumed an elixir of unparalleled potency. Now, he dared not even speculate what heights he would reach when fully unleashing his abilities. Undoubtedly, he was at the level of a star destroyer. Contemplating this, Yiren couldn't help but sink into deep thought. I have become so formidable, yet here I am, engaging in petty squabbles? Once I deal with the son of the sun, perhaps I shall attempt to expand my influence. What was that saying again? My aspirations lie within the stars and the vast sea. Meanwhile, within the castle's grand hall, the elder, the witch, and the four horsemen of the apocalypse gazed in astonishment at the manifestation of their lord. The golden sword light that had suddenly appeared had quickened their heartbeats. Truly impressive. The witch wore an expression of obsession, unable to suppress the clenching of her legs. At their level, an enhancement in mental prowess allowed their perception to far surpass that of ordinary individuals. This was precisely why they could recognize the annihilation blade that had just unleashed a locking effect. Just how extraordinary was it? The power of their lord indeed surpassed their wildest imaginations. However, a troubling question arose. Why had the lord suddenly unleashed a sword strike in a fit of malady? Unlike the adoration felt by the witch and her companions, the raven's heart was burdened with an overwhelming weight. Despite having endeavored to overestimate the spatial ability user from the Dragon Kingdom, he realized he had still underestimated him. The strength Yiren displayed had completely eclipsed his understanding. What in the world? How could such a monstrous being emerge in this era? Logically, each son of the sun should be the strongest among all ability users. Yet Yiren's emergence had evidently shattered that norm. Dismissed, the raven commanded, controlling the lord's avatar with a somber tone. Having been exposed, it was no longer prudent to linger. Simultaneously, the raven activated both his spatial teleportation and perception shield abilities, transporting the elder, the witch, and the four horsemen to various locations around the globe. This demonstrated the raven's strength far exceeded that of other ability users. He could achieve long-distance teleportation, indicating that his mental capacity was likely exceedingly high. As they vanished, Yiren's figure abruptly materialized in the castle's grand hall. He raised an eyebrow, surveying the empty expanse. They certainly made a swift exit. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the ancient candelabrum at the center of the round table. A black object, roughly the size of a button, lay silently there. An ominous feeling washed over him. The next instant, that black button erupted in a blinding flash. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as the entire castle was instantaneously reduced to rubble. The force of the explosion was more terrifying than that of a nuclear bomb. The shockwave surged forth, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The ground split apart, the sky trembled, as if the apocalypse had dawned. The ramifications of this explosion were monumental. Even from outer space, one could distinctly observe the ascendant red-black mushroom cloud over the blue planet. It was as though a colossal, flamboyant spark had suddenly erupted upon the blue planet. Yet, at the epicenter of this cataclysmic explosion, Yiren stood serenely, as if unaffected. Spatial barrier. An invisible shield enveloped him completely. This was no ordinary defense, but the manifestation of spatial rules. The energy and shockwave from the explosion vanished without a trace upon contact with the spatial barrier, as if they had entered a bottomless abyss. Not a ripple was stirred, nor a tremor felt. The spatial barrier flawlessly immunized him from all harm, as though this world-shattering explosion simply did not exist. Not a single strand of his hair was ruffled. He stood like an unyielding rock amidst the tempest. In the aftermath of the explosion, a colossal crater with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers formed around Yiren. At the bottom of the crater lay crimson lava, exuding an aura of terrifying heat. The shockwave had flattened everything within hundreds of kilometers. Trees, houses, mountains, all were reduced to powder in the wake of this horrific explosion. Had this occurred in a city, it would have been utterly annihilated. Yet Yiren, and the space surrounding him with a diameter of 1 meter, remained unscathed. What is the meaning of absolute defense? Tactical retreat. Yiren clicked his tongue. So, a trick was played on me. He narrowed his eyes, a glint of icy murder flashing within. The raven's ploy had thoroughly enraged him. I'll begin with you. A glimmer of cold light sparked in Yiren's eyes as he pinpointed the location of the four horsemen. Omniscient God Perspective. Spatial Teleportation. Chapter 174. Pestilence, War, Famine, and Death. In the instant Yiren disappeared, simultaneously. On a street in the capital of the land of the morning calm, a cacophony erupted. It's too noisy. Everyone silence. The four horsemen of the apocalypse clutched their heads in agony, unleashing a furious roar. The four personalities within him were embroiled in a frenzied dispute, each vying for control of the body. Let me out. War. I crave war. The war persona howled, his eyes ablaze with fervor and a thirst for bloodshed. The pestilence will sweep the land, bringing agony and decay. The pestilence persona chuckled ominously, his voice a raspy hiss akin to a venomous serpent. Enough noise. The people live by food. Famine is the most formidable. The famine persona greedily licked his lips, his eyes brimming with desire. A bunch of fools. The death persona stated calmly, his voice a whisper from the depths of hell. The quarrels among the four personalities tormented the four horsemen of the apocalypse. His body trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Damn it! Silence! The forces of war, pestilence, famine, and death surged within him like untamed wild horses. Ultimately, the pestilence persona gained the upper hand. The body of the four horsemen began to transform. His skin turned ashen, his eyes blood red, and his nails sharpened into claws akin to those of a beast. Now it's my turn. The pestilence persona cackled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with excitement and malice. A murky, green fog began to pour forth from the four horsemen, enveloping the surroundings like a deluge, rapidly spreading. Within that mist lay countless lethal viruses and bacteria. Pestilence had commenced. On the street, a man clad in a suit suddenly halted, clutching his mouth as he erupted into violent coughs. Cough, cough, cough. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if a colossal boulder were pressing down upon him, suffocating him with its weight. He reached up to touch his forehead, which burned with feverish heat. What could be the cause? Has he caught a cold? The man pondered, but soon, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within him. He doubled over and expelled a mouthful of bright red blood. The vivid crimson starkly contrasted against the drab gray pavement, a shocking sight. The man's eyes widened in terror. Malady? This was merely the beginning. Similar symptoms began manifesting in others on the street. Coughing, retching, and moans echoed, rising and falling like a symphony from the depths of hell. A young mother was playing in the park with her child. Suddenly, the child began to cough violently. Cough, cough, Mommy, I feel unwell. The child's voice was weak and feeble, their small face pale as a ghost. The mother hurriedly scooped up her child, her voice laced with anxiety. Darling, what's wrong? The child was abruptly splattered by her sudden vomit. Huh. The mother then realized her own body was also beginning to heat up. The plague was spreading at an unimaginable pace. Those familiar with the mechanics of the plague company know that once the contagion's spread attribute is maximized, its velocity becomes absurdly swift. For instance, at this moment, the infected were transmitting the plague to their families through mere contact. Children carried the contagion to schools, adults brought it to workplaces, and the elderly spread it in parks. In less than 10 minutes, half the capital city was cloaked in the shadow of the plague. Yet, this was merely the first phase. The virulent virus would not immediately lead to death. Instead, it would lie dormant within the human body for a period, only to erupt violently once the number of infections reached a certain threshold. Once the infected exceeded 70% of the national population, the plague's second phase would commence. Now it is my turn. The voice of the war persona reverberated within the mind of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. He abruptly opened his eyes, a bloodthirsty glimmer flickering within. Centered around the four horsemen, an invisible wave emanated forth. The people on the street suddenly turned feral. They became like beasts devoid of reason, with even the slightest friction escalating into conflict. What was once a harmonious society instantly transformed into a hellish nightmare. People began attacking one another, fists and feet flying. Flesh torn asunder. The streets became a battleground. The screams, roars, and cries intermingled, forming a lamentation for the end of days. Small skirmishes rapidly escalated into full-scale brawls. Individuals wielded various weapons, attacking each other mercilessly. War had begun, and this conflict only intensified. From street fights to gang warfare. Madness. Everyone has gone mad. What is happening? I demand solutions. The government of the Stick Nation quickly recognized the anomaly. The president slammed his fist upon the table, bellowing in fury. The dual assault of a pandemic and warfare had plunged the nation into an unprecedented crisis. However, the government's authority, which was nearly non-existent, could not stem this catastrophe. It is well known that the Stick Nation is a country dominated by conglomerates. The true power rests in the hands of these mighty tycoons. Meanwhile, the war had already infiltrated the ranks of the Stick Nation's military. Following the downfall of the Eagle Nation, the station troops became a rootless weed, cut off from reinforcements. They already harbored numerous grievances and frictions with the Stick military. Under the influence of the War Night, these conflicts erupted into open rebellion. A military coup. War officially ignited. Explosions, gunfire, and cries of agony echoed throughout the skies. The city was reduced to ruins, the streets littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. A bunch of worthless fools. They don't even require my intervention. The voice of the famine persona echoed within the mind of the four horsemen. He regarded them with disdain. These fools are capable of destroying themselves without my instigation of famine. But what was that saying? Since I'm here, I might as well unleash my powers. Famine. Centered around the four horsemen, an invisible wave spread forth. The Stick Nation, already a small land with scarce food resources, found the remaining crops wilting and rotting under the influence of the famine ability. In the fields, what were once golden grains turned into withered husks, rustling eerily in the wind. The fruits in the orchards, once ripe, appeared as if drained of all moisture, shriveled and fallen to the ground. Famine had arrived. Spatial transfer. Yiren abruptly materialized before the war horseman, startling the famine knight. He gasped in surprise, but soon, another persona within him surged with excitement. Let me take over. Let me take over. The war persona clamored, his eyes brimming with the fervor of battle. He cackled, I shall let him taste the essence of the plague. The plague persona chuckled ominously, his voice akin to whispers from the abyss. His life force is so exquisite, let me savor it. The famine persona greedily licked his lips. Yet at that moment, the voice of the death persona thundered through their minds like a clap of thunder. Silence. Chapter 175, The Betrayal of the Death Knight. The usually understated death persona now exhibited an unprecedented dominance. He swiftly suppressed the other three personas, seizing control of the body. The Death Knight's gaze turned cold and solemn. He fixed his eyes on Yiren, sensing the terrifying aura of oppression and the looming threat of death emanating from him. This sensation was even more intense than when facing the Holy Master. The Death Knight's heart raced with astonishment. He had never fathomed that there existed a being more formidable than the Holy Master. Yiren simply gazed back at him, the space-cutting technique primed and ready. In that instant, the Death Knight showed no hesitation and unleashed his ability. Death. However, the target of his release was not Yiren, but rather, himself. In a heartbeat, the Death Knight's body began to wither rapidly. His heartbeat faltered, his lungs ceased their motion, and even his body temperature plummeted. Life was visibly draining away at a startling speed. He was a mere breath away from death. Yiren. Yiren. No, what are you doing? Yiren was taken aback. His companion hadn't even made a move yet. Why was he already on the brink of death? The Death Knight appeared feeble. I wish to pledge my loyalty to you. Yiren's forehead slowly manifested a series of question marks. It turned out that the Death Knight was utterly exhausted from the endless disputes and internal strife among the other three personas within him. Moreover, humorously enough, this fellow had a rather amiable nature. Perhaps it was a case of opposites attracting. The Death Knight actually despised death. Why not enjoy living? Isn't death rather chilling? Just uttering it elicits a sense of amusement. The illustrious Death Knight harbors a profound aversion to death itself. Hence, he yearns for Yiren to accept his fealty and, in turn, alleviate his suffering. Although even the Holy Lord cannot achieve this feat, the Death Knight possesses an inkling. If it were this man before him, perhaps it could be possible. Yiren regarded him with keen interest, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. How intriguing. Pray tell, how do you propose to rid yourself of those uncontrollable personas within you? Upon hearing this, the Death Knight's spirit surged. By the gods, this could work, he exclaimed, urgency punctuating his speech. We possess a unique ability, but it can only be employed once in a lifetime. At the moment of death, it triggers passively, forcibly separating the four personas, thereby manifesting the true four horsemen of the apocalypse. At this juncture, the Death Knight paused before continuing. However, once the separation occurs, our mental essence will be evenly divided into four, significantly diminishing our power. It dawned on Yiren that the Death Knight's intent in unleashing his death ability was precisely to invoke this forced separation. What a revelation! Yet, this fellow displayed remarkable courage, daring to utilize his power before Yiren had even consented. At that moment, the other three personas erupted within him. We cannot be separated. I refuse to become a mere shadow. The war persona bellowed. Are you out of your mind? Separation will weaken us all. The plague persona railed. We vowed never to part, to remain united forever. The famine persona lamented. However, all this was in vain. The Death Knight had long grown weary of their internal strife and conflict. For too long, he had endured their incessant bickering. If separation did not occur, he would rather embrace death. It felt akin to a sane individual being imprisoned with three lunatics. Madness would inevitably ensue. The Death Knight's vitality waned, yet his spirit soared. It is coming. That sensation is upon us. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his heart abruptly ceased its rhythm. All his organs halted simultaneously. Even the most active brain ceased transmitting neural signals. In the instant death approached, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded. His body began to dissolve, akin to slime jelly, mysteriously splitting apart. Yiren exclaimed, "What in the world is this rubbery figure?" The mechanism of the Apocalypse Four Horsemen's abilities is indeed peculiar. The once depleted physique differentiated. ultimately transforming into 4 distinct forms. These were the true 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Strikingly, their appearances were astonishingly similar, almost identical. However, due to the unique mechanisms of their abilities, their auras and certain subtle traits differed slightly. The Plague Knight's skin bore a sickly gray-green hue. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, bloodshot eyes suggesting imminent demise. The War Knight's skin glinted with a bronze hue, muscles taut and bursting with latent energy. His gaze glimmering with a predatory hunger, reminiscent of a beast on the hunt. The Famine Knight appeared emaciated, a mere wraith, as if resurrected from the depths of starvation. His eyes sparkled with insatiable greed and desire, as if he wished to consume everything before him. The Death Knight, however, exuded an air of grandeur. Adorned with a flowing cloak, his facial contours sharply defined. "Fool, you think you can escape us this way? We will slay you." The 3 enraged knights lunged at the Death Knight with ferocity. The War Knight swung his colossal sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy. The Plague Knight opened his mouth wide, expelling a noxious green mist. The Famine Knight extended his withered hands, resembling ghastly claws. Yet, the Death Knight stood his ground, unwavering despite the onslaught. Though his mental essence was divided, making each knight significantly weaker, he remained the most formidable among them. Defying the odds, he held his own against 3 adversaries. Nevertheless, the numerical disadvantage proved insurmountable. He realized he could not endure for much longer. "Are you merely going to watch?" The Death Knight strained to turn his gaze toward Yi Run, his voice tinged with urgency. "What is the hurry?" Yi Run replied coolly, then activated his ability, Spatial Confinement. In an instant, the entire space froze. Aside from the Death Knight, whom Yi Ren had chosen to shield, the other 3 knights were immobilized, caught mid-attack like statues suspended in the air. It seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. For Yi Ren, eliminating these 3 foes was merely a matter of moments. The 3 horsemen could distinctly sense an overwhelming dread rising from the depths of their souls. It rendered them breathless and filled them with despair. The mechanism of spatial abilities surpassed their own powers. They felt like ants confronting a titan, utterly powerless to resist. Yi Ren regarded them with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes betraying no flicker of feeling. He slowly raised his right hand into a fist. Spatial collapse. The confined space began to implode from the outside in, as if on the verge of collapse. The space warped and twisted into an abstract distortion visible to the naked eye. They yearned to flee, yet found themselves utterly powerless. The force of the collapsing space ensnared them tightly. "No!" The 3 knights screamed in despair within their minds, unable even to part their lips. The next moment, the distorted space reached its zenith of collapse, coalescing into a pitch-black singularity. The 3 knights vanished without a trace, leaving no ash behind, as if they had never existed. The collapse of space was fleeting, the warped imagery dissipating in an instant. Space possesses a self-repairing quality. The collapsed area rapidly reverted to its original state. As though nothing had transpired at all, Yi Ren mused softly, "What is this?" His gaze fell upon the site of the spatial collapse, where tiny black crystals, the size of grains of rice, had appeared. These had also manifested during the previous spatial collapse. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow, extending a finger to gently touch the black crystals. They felt icy and remarkably hard. However, compared to the ones that appeared in Chapter 143, these were significantly smaller. However, the spatial collapse from that incident was indeed of a vastly greater magnitude. Yi Ren carefully stored it within his personal space, intending to delve deeper into it upon his return. Meanwhile, the Death Knight silently observed the unfolding events. His face remained shrouded in shadows, obscuring his expression. Yet within, a tempest of emotions surged. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, he possessed a profound understanding of the capabilities of the other 3 knights. Despite the reduction in their psychic magnitude following their passive differentiation, the strength of their extraordinary abilities was still formidable. Yet, astonishingly, they had been effortlessly dispatched by Yi Ren, without the slightest resistance. It was akin to crushing an ant on the road. Such overwhelming power was simply staggering. At this moment, the Death Knight felt an immense relief regarding his choice. Indeed, aligning with the Holy Master held no promise for the future. The true advantage lay in following this man before him. Yi Ren interjected, "Please refrain from regarding me with such a flamboyant gaze. Thank you." The Death Knight was taken aback. However, Yi Ren soon realized that despite having vanquished the horsemen of pestilence, war, and famine, the calamities they wrought had not dissipated. The epidemic in the land of the Stick people continued to spread unabated. There were no signs of war or famine receding either. Upon witnessing this, the Death Knight felt a surge of determination. He recognized that an opportunity to demonstrate his worth had arrived. "Allow me to explain," the Death Knight hastily asserted. "Though the 3 lunatics have met their demise, the ramifications of their actions persist. Yiren furrowed his brow. Can you manage it? I can. The Death Knight responded. The four horsemen of the apocalypse function as a collective. We share four extraordinary abilities. Upon their deaths, their powers will be inherited by me. At this juncture, the Death Knight paused before continuing. This means I will now wield the abilities of pestilence, war, and famine. However, due to my psychic magnitude being insufficient to simultaneously command all four powers, I shall require some time to develop. After all, not everyone possesses limitless mental prowess like Yiren. Yiren nodded in understanding. Take your time, there is no rush. For Yiren, time was not a pressing concern. However, for the land of the stick people, time was of the essence. Under the triple assault of pestilence, war, and famine, the entire nation had descended into chaos. Moreover, with its limited geographical expanse and dense population, the rapid spread of calamities threatened total collapse within just 2 to 3 days. A national catastrophe loomed. Upon realizing this, the citizens of the land of the stick people were thrown into a state of panic. Particularly, the affluent elites. The higher one's status, the greater the fear of death. They began to flee the country in droves. Private jets, yachts, even clandestine escapes. Every means was employed to reach other nations. Naturally, their primary target was the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom now stood as the most powerful and secure nation in the world. Thus, a substantial number of wealthy and influential individuals from the land of the stick people arrived at the Dragon Kingdom, beseeching its government for assistance. They hoped for a lifeline to rescue them from impending doom. Although the government of the land of the stick people responded somewhat slower than the elites, they quickly formed a delegation and, escorted by speedsters with flight abilities, rushed to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon their arrival, the delegation immediately implored the Dragon Kingdom's government for aid. Their pleas filled with tears and devoid of dignity. Our land of the stick people has historically been a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. The head of the delegation cried. We beg you, save us. He exhausted every possible compliment, stopping just short of kneeling before them. Their sole aim was clear, to compel the Dragon Kingdom to intervene and prevent the annihilation of their nation. Concurrently, the citizens of the land of the stick people spontaneously organized protests, taking to the streets with banners and chants, urging the Dragon Kingdom to swiftly send troops for their rescue. Dragon Kingdom Father, save us, please. We are willing to become part of the Dragon Kingdom. We implore you. Unify the world. Online, a wave of calls for unification surged. As long as they could survive, they were indifferent to whether the land of the stick people was renamed as the Dog Kingdom of the Dragon Kingdom. Their national dignity had become inconsequential. Their only concern was survival. They were willing to accept any conditions to ensure their existence. In fact, they even initiated an online poll. Would you be willing to marry a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? The results revealed that over 99% of women responded affirmatively. This starkly illustrated the loss of faith the people of the land of the stick people had in their government. They placed all their hopes upon the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, this situation did not go unnoticed by the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. They too were bewildered. They had no understanding of the sudden upheaval in the land of the stick people. What had triggered this nationwide mobilization? Nonetheless, such matters required professional handling. Thus, the responsibility ultimately fell to the Longing Department. Chapter 177. The Elder. Everyone betrays the Raven. The Longing Department of today was no longer the small establishment hidden within a nursing home. It had transformed into the largest departmental organization in the Dragon Kingdom. Branches had been established in provinces and cities nationwide, bolstered by the greatest support from the state. It was truly at the height of its power. At this moment, the director of the Longing Department sought out Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, you should be aware of the situation in the land of the stick people, correct? The director asked candidly. Bai Zhe yawned and nodded. What exactly is happening? The director pressed. Why has the land of the stick people suddenly descended into chaos? Bai Zhe succinctly replied. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. The director was taken aback. The four horsemen of the apocalypse? He repeated the name. A hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. From the Children of the Sun organization? Bai Zhe nodded again. The director couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. The archives of the Longing Department contained detailed information regarding them. The threat assessment index in that dossier was starkly alarming. Annihilation of cities. Destruction of nations. The four horsemen possessed the capability to obliterate cities and even entire countries. The current plight of the land of the stick people was a testament to this. Pestilence, war, and famine. These three calamities were precisely the extraordinary powers of the four horsemen. The director's expression turned grave. He realized that the severity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. Bai Zhe, can you locate the four horsemen of the apocalypse? The director asked, his tone heavy. Bai Zhe continued to yawn, lazily nodding. Very well. The director sighed in relief. Be sure to find them promptly and prevent them from continuing their malevolent actions. No need, Baizé calmly replied with 2 words. The director was bewildered. The director was once again taken aback. What do you mean, nothing? A sense of languor was etched across Baizé's face. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are dead, the director responded. No, what the hell are you talking about? The situation in the land of the morning calm has escalated to such chaos, and the source of it all is dead? Dead? How did that happen? Who killed them? In the archives, they were entities capable of annihilating cities and nations. How could they just die out of the blue? However, he was not an ordinary man, and he quickly regained his composure. He suddenly cast a sharp glance at Baizé, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Could it be Comrade Yi? Baizé lazily nodded. The director then realized, followed by an expression of relief. He had thought so. Who else but Yiren could dispose of the 4 horsemen with such ease? That's good, that's good. Satisfied, the director departed from Baizé's office. Meanwhile, Yiren received a message from Baijia. Little Yi, you must be aware of the situation in the land of the morning calm, right? What's going on? The higher-ups would like to know if there's a way to control or resolve the situation there. I can. On the other end, Baijia put down her phone, momentarily lost in thought. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her as memories of her first encounter with Yiren surfaced. It seemed like just yesterday when she and team leader Zhao had gone to the police station to invite Yiren to join their department. How swiftly time had passed. The young man who had once dispatched Wang Chao had now blossomed into such a formidable figure. Baijia let out a wistful sigh. Things have changed. Back then, he would call me sister Baijia with such warmth, and now even his messages feel so distant. In reality, Yiren was not aloof. He was simply preoccupied. Spatial transmission, Yiren, accompanied by the Death Knight, utilized spatial transmission to swiftly traverse the entirety of the land of the morning calm. Given that the Death Knight had only recently mastered the other 3 abilities, coupled with a significant decline in spiritual capacity, he was unable to directly neutralize the sources of war, plague, and famine. Thus, it fell to Yiren to guide him in a swift reconnaissance, reclaiming regions one by one. As the sources of war, plague, and famine were eradicated, the situation in the land of the morning calm stabilized rapidly. Consequently, the entire nation was now submissive to the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, they even voluntarily hoisted the Dragon Kingdom's flag upon their government building. From this day forward, the land of the morning calm has made its decision. I quite enjoy this feeling of servitude. It's rather exhilarating. After resolving the troubles wrought by the 4 horsemen, Yiren did not rush to deal with the Raven. For him, the cat-and-mouse game had only just commenced. Next, it's your turn. A slight smile graced Yiren's lips as he set his sights on another core member of the Sun Children organization, the Elder. At that moment, the Elder sat within his dimly lit study, his brow furrowed, weariness etched across his face. He was a powerful telepath. The mechanics of telepathic abilities are intricate, encompassing numerous sub-branches. For instance, Yiren had previously eliminated puppet masters and illusionists who specialized in different facets of telepathy. As one of the higher-ups in the Sun Children, the Elder's prowess was unquestionable. He had constructed a vast mental network through his abilities, connecting all members of the Sun Children organization. This network resembled a colossal spider web, binding all members together. Through it, the Elder could communicate with any member, issue commands, and relay information, thereby orchestrating the organization's operations. Sighing deeply, the Elder's eyes brimmed with resignation and fatigue. The 4 horsemen had gone silent, with the mental network losing its connection to the 4 horsemen. A heavy realization dawned upon him. He understood all too well what this implied. The likelihood was high that they were dead. Yet, the 4 horsemen were the most formidable threats within the Sun Children organization. Each possessed an ability capable of obliterating nations and species. And yet, they were lost? From this moment on, the Elder transmitted information through the mental network to every member of the organization. Cease all organizational activities. Return to your original identities. After issuing the command, the Elder retrieved a small glass vial from his drawer. Inside was a light blue liquid, exuding an unusual fragrance. This was a hallucinogenic concoction specially prepared for him by the organization's alchemist. The Elder hesitated for a moment, but ultimately uncapped the vial. He tilted his head back and consumed the liquid in one swift motion. The traditional art of drug use among foreigners. The light blue liquid slid down his throat, filling him with a refreshing sensation that coursed through his body. The Elder's gaze began to cloud over. The effects of the hallucinogen were immediate, yet the side effects were notably severe, including the risk of significant physical addiction. But at this moment, the Elder could not afford to dwell on such concerns. The death of the 4 horsemen had instilled in him an unprecedented sense of danger. He must acquire more information swiftly to devise a more comprehensive plan. The Elder's mental capacity surged to unprecedented heights at an astonishing rate. Time slipped by, and the elder opened his eyes once more. His pupils had vanished, replaced by a ghastly white. He appeared utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a legendary specter, sending chills down the spine. At this moment, the elder's mental strength had reached an unparalleled zenith. Quantum observation. In the next instant, the elder's consciousness manifested in the past within the land of the morning calm. From an imperceptible third-person perspective, he bore witness to the chaos unfolding on the streets, the brutality of war, the spread of plague, and the terror of famine. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Yi-Ren, the elder. He personally witnessed how Yi-Ren subdued the four horsemen. The betrayal of the Death Knight and the fact that the other three knights were dispatched in an instant caused his heart to plummet. So formidable, truly formidable. He can eliminate 3 knights in a heartbeat. In the elder's understanding, perhaps only the saint could contend with him. Just then, Yi-Ren seemed to sense something. He lifted his gaze, looking in the direction of the elder. Their eyes met in the air. In that instant, the elder's heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. The elder. A wave of intense terror washed over him in an instant. What are you staring at? The elder was acutely aware that his current state did not exist within the realm of reality. He was merely utilizing his abilities to observe past events from a perspective akin to that of a deity. In other words, everything he beheld was a predetermined fact that had already transpired. Yet, why could Yi-Ren still see himself? Unless he possessed the ability to foresee the future, allowing him to gaze upon both his past and future selves. However, this notion defies logic entirely. Wasn't that fellow a spatial type ability user? Unless a duality of time and space. The moment this conjecture surged within the elder's mind, he nearly choked. The time-based ability was precisely what the sovereign had been fervently seeking. Since the witch-hunting era, the sovereign had been relentlessly pursuing a time ability user, driven to madness in the quest. Yet, time abilities had never existed. Even after living for countless centuries, he had never encountered a single one. But now, the elder staggered back a step, instinctively wishing to escape Yi-Ren's gaze. Just then, the scene before him suddenly shattered. Like broken glass, it fragmented into a million pieces. The elder felt a piercing headache, gasping for breath as if a drowning man had finally resurfaced. After a considerable interval, he managed to soothe his aching mind somewhat. At that moment, however, he found himself in a state of shock. He realized that he was still within the observation. He had not returned to the realm of reality. Instead, the scenery before him had transformed. No longer was he on the streets of the Korean peninsula, but in a world that defied description. It was a metropolis brimming with futuristic technology. Countless towering skyscrapers soared into the clouds. The architecture was bizarre and replete with a sense of science fiction. Strange modes of transportation, completely incomprehensible to him, traversed the city. For instance, maglev cars, personal flying devices, and even spatial teleportation portals. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of place was this? He discovered that the technological advancement of this city far surpassed that of his own era. Even more astonishing was the realization that every individual on the streets possessed abilities. Although most abilities were relatively common, such as enhanced strength, increased speed, or fire manipulation, and their potency was generally low, the very fact of universal abilities left the elder in utter awe. It was worth noting that despite having witnessed numerous solar eclipses, the number of ability users remained scarce compared to ordinary people. Yet in this future metropolis, there were no ordinary individuals. Every passerby was an ability user. How could he not be astonished? The elder instantly comprehended that what he beheld was not an illusion. Rather, it was the future. That bottle of hallucinogen was indeed remarkable. The elder couldn't help but murmur. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings and finally spotted the information he sought on an advertisement screen in the center of a grand building. It was a news broadcast channel, distinctly characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom. The elder felt as though his mind had come to a standstill. Global Poverty Eradication Program progressing well. Dragon Kingdom achieves major breakthrough in spatial teleportation for interstellar colonization. With the assistance of healing-type ability users, human genes have been enhanced, extending the average lifespan to 300 years. Such news seemed utterly fantastical to the elder. Moreover, he uncovered an even more astonishing fact. Nearly all the news was inexorably linked to a single name: Yi-Ren. Through tracing the origins of the news content, the elder discovered that Yi-Ren was, in fact, the catalyst behind this current prosperous era. Word Fa. The elder was rendered numb in every conceivable sense. At that moment, the scene before him began to blur once more. His mental strength had reached its limit. As darkness enveloped him, the elder exhaled deeply in the real world. His eyes returned to normal. No longer the eerie pallor of white. He sat in a daze for quite some time, gradually regaining his senses from the overwhelming shock. A future as brilliant as the stars. He promptly rose, moving to the window, eagerly gazing at the scenery outside. That future represented the pinnacle of human civilization. A glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes. He immediately connected to the mental network, summoning all members of his organization. Just as the members began to connect, an unforeseen event unfolded. A cold, murderous intent flickered across the elder's face. Without hesitation, he activated his ability. Mental explosion. Crack. A member of the Sun's children, engaged in high-stakes gambling at a Las Vegas casino, suddenly convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed. His face retained an ecstatic smile, as if he were on the verge of winning a colossal prize. Yet, death struck with such suddenness. A member of the Sun's children, basking under the sun on a beach in Rio de Janeiro, suffered a cardiac arrest, his pupils dilating as he fell to the ground. He died without ever comprehending how his demise came to be. Chapter 179. Yi Ren's Ultimate Ambition. In a Swiss bank, a client suddenly slumped against the wall. The safe in his grasp fell to the ground, revealing it filled to the brim with cash. Across the globe, similar scenes unfolded continuously. Those members of the organization deemed uncontrollable by the elder were perishing simultaneously. They had no opportunity to react. The elder felt no fluctuations in his heart. Only those absolutely loyal and easily manageable members would survive. Only they could assist him in realizing his new plan. After executing all of this, the elder let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and his entire being felt significantly lighter. He then approached a nearby coffee table, beginning to arrange an exquisite tea set. It was unclear where he had acquired it. The elder skillfully placed tea leaves into a purple clay pot, then picked up a kettle of boiling water, gently pouring it into the pot. The scalding water washed over the tea leaves, releasing a delicate fragrance that permeated the entire study. Just then, the elder's hand trembled slightly, and scalding water splashed onto his skin. This was due to the abrupt appearance of two figures in the study. It was none other than Yi Ren and the Death Knight. Oh, still in the mood for tea? Yi Ren chuckled. The elder took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He forced a smile and addressed Yi Ren. This pot of tea is brewed especially for you. Please, have a seat. He endeavored to appear calm, but the slight quiver in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Yi Ren's gaze fell upon the elder, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. According to the future he had observed through his omniscient ability, the elder should have been resisting fiercely alongside the entire Sun's Children organization, only to be effortlessly slain by him. Yet, the current reality was starkly different. The elder not only refrained from resistance, but even extended an invitation for tea. This caught him somewhat off guard. Yi Ren boldly speculated that perhaps the future observed through supernatural abilities is not infallibly accurate. It may also undergo changes for various reasons. The elder respectfully prepared a cup of tea for Yi Ren and cautiously presented it before him. Sir, please enjoy. Yi Ren lifted the teacup, took a gentle sip, and then slightly furrowed his brow. It tastes dreadful. He set the teacup down and remarked in a flat tone. It's not even as good as a 35 yuan bottle of iced red tea. The elder, taken aback, thought to himself, how could my meticulously brewed tea be deemed inferior to that cheap iced tea? Nevertheless, he understood that one must bow their head when under a roof. The elder chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. You jest, sir. It's merely ordinary tea leaves, not comparable to those rare varieties. Yi Ren fixed his gaze upon him. All right, let us get down to business. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? At this, the elder retracted his awkward smile and spoke earnestly. Sir, I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Yi Ren raised an eyebrow. What? The Death Knight, standing nearby, could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that not only he but even the elder had defected. The charisma of the sovereign truly is difficult to articulate. I am willing to lead the Sons of the Sun organization to submit to you, the elder stated with unwavering conviction. He was sincere in his desire to reach a future where humanity shines as brightly as the stars. To further express his determination, he added, to demonstrate my sincerity, I have eliminated the majority of dissenters within the organization. The remaining members are absolutely loyal to me, and their abilities are quite useful. The elder glanced at the time and murmured, he should be here soon. Just then, a knock resounded from outside. Come in, the elder called out. The study door swung open, revealing a tall foreign man clad in a black suit, his golden hair meticulously styled. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, presenting an air of sophistication. Upon entering the study, he first bowed respectfully to the elder before turning his gaze toward Yi Ren. When he laid eyes on Yi Ren, he momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he seemed to ponder Yi Ren's identity. Who is this? The foreign man inquired, looking toward the elder in bewilderment. The elder gestured for the man to sit down and then turned to Yi Ren, speaking with gravity. Sir, development is inextricably linked to resources. His abilities should be immensely beneficial to you and your country. This man was named Midas, and his supernatural ability was none other than the legendary Golden Touch. He had the capability to transform any substance into gold. Yiren raised an eyebrow, keenly observing Midas with interest. The Golden Touch, indeed? The elder picked up a teacup and handed it to Midas. Understanding the implication, Midas nodded and extended his right index finger, lightly touching the teacup. With a faint sound, the teacup began to morph. Yiren watched in astonishment as the once ordinary ceramic teacup transformed into gold at a visibly rapid pace. The golden sheen was dazzling. The elder presented the now golden teacup to Yiren. "Sir, please take a look." Yiren accepted the golden cup, feeling its weighty, cool touch. He scrutinized the cup in his hands, realizing it was entirely composed of gold. Goodness, this ability must be highly sought after. After all, gold is an exceptionally rare and precious element, even throughout the universe. Its atomic number is 79, and it is a high-density, malleable, and ductile metal. On Blue Star, gold's reserves are extremely limited, constituting less than 1/1000th of the Earth's total mass. Furthermore, mining gold is incredibly challenging, requiring substantial human and material resources. Even in this technologically advanced era, gold remains a strategic resource. It is widely utilized across various high-tech fields, such as aerospace, electronic information, and biomedicine. Yet, Midas's ability allows him to effortlessly convert any material into gold. This implies he can manufacture gold without limit. He is, in essence, a walking cheat. Yiren squinted, recognizing that Midas's power could dramatically influence the world order. If his capabilities were applied to industrial production, it would be a monumental boon. This is where supernatural abilities should be utilized. What significance is there in mere conflict? Humanity ought to shine like the stars, employing their powers to construct an unprecedented golden age. This is the ultimate ambition of Yiren. Chapter 180. The Destiny of the Sons of the Sun. I have completed it. How is it? Midas adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone calm. He seemed unfazed by being presented as an object to Yiren by the elder. After all, in today's world, the weak depend on the strong. It is the law of survival. Yiren toyed with the golden cup in his hand, responding nonchalantly, "Of course, it is to serve the people." Midas, taken aback, exclaimed, "Serve the people? My goodness, what a lofty ideal. You have intriguing ideas. Return with me to the Dragon Country." Yiren added, "I will make this world a better place." Midas fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I shall comply with your vision." He had no reason to refuse. Moreover, with the elder present, he feared that even uttering a half-hearted refusal could lead to dire consequences. One must not underestimate the core leadership within the Sons of the Sun organization. Regardless, he could seize this opportunity to align himself with Yiren. This transaction, upon reflection, seemed quite favorable. The elder observed from the side, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He knew he had made the right gamble. Yiren indeed spared him, and even accepted both him and Midas. This signified he was one step closer to that future, where humanity shines like the stars. Merely envisioning that future sent a thrill through him. That would be the pinnacle of human civilization. Meanwhile, in the desolate outskirts of Florida, a solitary, dilapidated wooden cabin stood abandoned. The doors and windows were tightly shut, casting an eerie shadow. Inside, a small boy, his body wrapped in bandages, lay on the bed, idly scrolling through his phone. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13, his complexion pale, and his gaze vacant. Beneath the bandages, unsettling and peculiar symbols could be discerned. Suddenly, the cabin door creaked open, and a man dressed in a black trench coat entered. The man was tall and imposing, his expression stern. It was the crow. Hearing the commotion, the boy lifted his head, glanced at the crow, and then resumed his focus on his phone. It seems that the arrival of the raven was not unexpected. The raven approached the bedside, gazing silently at the young boy with a complex expression. He remained silent for a considerable time before slowly speaking, his voice deep and hoarse. "I am sorry, child." The boy set aside his phone, lifted his head, and looked at the raven with a calm demeanor. This moment was one he had awaited for so long. He murmured in a thickly accented dialect from his homeland, as if conversing with the raven, yet seemingly confiding in himself. "They should not have perished, all because of me." The raven could sense the sorrow and despair woven into his words, for he too shared in that anguish. The boy continued to mutter to himself, apologizing to his mother, father, and his still-growing sister. At this point, he raised his bandaged arm, gently caressing the faintly visible, mysterious runes on his skin. These runes flickered like flames, pulsating with a faint glow upon his flesh. When the first eclipse descended, he had been chosen, marking him as the son of the sun for this generation. Unfortunately, the tale did not unfold like a novel. Instead, it was fraught with grief. He had gained extraordinary powers, yet his inability to control them led to calamity. I witnessed their wails. I smelled the scent of charred flesh. His voice began to tremble. I heard her cries, piercing and shrill, but they ceased all too soon. For my sister, still in swaddling clothes, was burned alive. The boy's eyes finally reflected the depth of his suffering. I am a sinner. Tears streamed down his pale cheeks, soaking the bandages that enveloped him. The raven listened quietly. Indeed, they were all sinners, having caused the demise of their dearest ones. The boy raised his gaze, and his expression had transformed. You said that if you took away my power, you could revive them, correct? Hope filled the boy's eyes. It was a yearning for his loved ones, as well as a desperate plea for redemption from his own sins. The raven paused for a moment in silence, then nodded. Indeed, I promised you. This was the pact between him and the child, a transaction in which life was exchanged for redemption. Yet, the raven himself harbored uncertainties about his ability to successfully wield the power of resurrection. Thus, he had procrastinated until now. But the betrayal of the elder had left him with no time to delay any further. He must rapidly acquire the boy's fiery abilities to grow stronger. The raven abruptly tore open the upper part of his garment, revealing his robust muscles and near-perfect physique. His golden hair cascaded in gentle waves, shining brilliantly under the dim light. On the surface of his skin, faded runes were visible, once vibrant as blood, akin to burning flames. But now, they had dulled, as if they could vanish at any moment. That was the proof of his former status as the son of the sun. Simultaneously, changes began to manifest in the boy. A sphere of blue flames appeared out of thin air, enveloping him entirely. The flames blazed fiercely, incinerating the bandages that had bound him. The boy's skin was exposed to the air, revealing an intricate tapestry of deep purple and black runes. These runes writhed as if alive upon his flesh, radiating an eerie luminescence. The contrast between the raven's dim, faded runes and the boy's bright, writhing symbols created a striking dichotomy within the dimly lit cabin. One represented the past, the other, the future. One was on the verge of fading, the other was poised to rise. A sense of fateful cyclicality blossomed. The raven's eyes transformed into radiant gold, akin to two blazing suns. He extended his right hand and swung it forcefully. Boom! The ground trembled violently as a fissure materialized, rapidly spreading. From the depths of the crack, a sword hilt slowly emerged. The hilt gleamed with a golden hue, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The raven grasped the sword hilt tightly with his right hand and began to pull upward with all his might. As the raven moved, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from the small cabin. The trees surrounding the cabin trembled in response to the energy, with some slender branches snapping under the strain. The blade emitted a low hum, as if in response to the raven's call. The boy closed his eyes, his long lashes quivering, betraying the fear within him. Death is the primal fear of all living beings. Even though he had prepared himself for the embrace of death, when the moment truly arrived, he could not suppress the terror within his heart. He was afraid. Yet, he yearned for redemption even more. For the sake of his departed family, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life. The raven raised the sword embedded in stone, its tip glinting with a cold light, aimed squarely at the boy's heart. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch at that moment. Just as the tension hung by a thread, the boy suddenly spoke. His voice was soft yet remarkably clear, standing out amid the howling winds of the night. You can revive them, can't you? His tone carried a tremor, an undercurrent of unease, and a glimmer of hope. His greatest fear was that the raven would renege on his promise. He was terrified that sacrificing his life would yield no return of his family's resurrection. The raven's movements hesitated momentarily. He looked down at the boy, his gaze imbued with complexity. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his tone low and rough. My life's purpose has been to revive the one I dearly loved. Upon hearing these words, the boy felt a sense of relief. He believed in the raven, for he could sense the sincerity in his voice. He understood that the raven, like him, was a pitiable soul ensnared by fate. They both yearned for redemption, both sought to atone for their transgressions. The boy smiled. His smile was pure and radiant, akin to a ray of sunlight in winter, warm and healing. He slowly took a step forward, willingly placing his heart upon the tip of the sword embedded in stone. Thud! The sword pierced through his heart in an instant. Blood splattered. The boy's smile froze upon his face, and his body began to fall slowly. The raven watched this scene, his eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the boy would willingly embrace death. This caught him off guard. Chapter 181. Has the space cutting been blocked? The raven looked down at the boy lying in a pool of blood, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This child, even in death, retained his love for his family and his yearning for redemption. I shall keep my promise. Thud! The raven withdrew the sword from the stone, the blood staining the blade appearing particularly vivid in the darkness. After absorbing the power of the sun child, the runes adorning the raven's body became vividly vibrant once more. akin to flames ablaze, exuding an intense aura of heat. He grasped the sword in the stone, feeling the familiar force coursing through him, reminiscent of the days long past. Unchanged in essence. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, Yi-Ren had just returned with the Elder and Midas to report. He required Midas's abilities to provide an unending stream of resources for the technological advancement of the kingdom. However, at that moment, an unforeseen anomaly arose. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sun's radiance diminished at an alarming rate. It was as if an invisible hand obscured the heavens. In an instant, the world was plunged into utter darkness. A solar eclipse had descended once more. This time, however, the eclipse arrived with unparalleled swiftness, transforming day into night in the blink of an eye. A pang of foreboding gripped Yi-Ren as he looked up at the shrouded sky, a weighty concern settling in his heart. What is happening? This eclipse, he murmured, his eyes filled with vigilance. He distinctly remembered the last time the eclipse occurred. All beings with powers had lost their abilities, himself included. Yet this time, he felt a stark difference. He attempted to activate his abilities and was astonished to discover that he could still wield his powers. Though the intensity was merely about 30% of his usual capacity, it was a monumental improvement compared to the complete incapacitation he had experienced before. Yi-Ren clenched his fists, feeling the spatial rifts pulsating at his fingertips. Pondering, could it be that my mental capacity is so elevated that I have begun to transcend the eclipse's constraints? Goodness, I was previously concerned about the eclipse treating all beings equally. I never anticipated that this advantage would manifest so swiftly. What if I were to be stripped of my title someday? No. First, I must ascertain the situation. This eclipse is far too peculiar. He switched to his omniscient abilities. Activating his godlike perspective, he endeavored to uncover the truth behind this eclipse. Good heavens! In the next moment, he was confronted with a shocking scene. In a humble cabin far away in Florida, the Raven raised the sword in the stone, piercing the heart of this generation's son-child. How is this different from what I previously envisioned? Yi-Ren's expression changed dramatically, a silent curse escaping his lips. This was entirely contrary to his earlier foresight. In his previous vision of the future, the Raven had not slain the Sun-Child but had chosen to imprison him, gradually siphoning his power. Yet now, the Raven had outright killed the Sun-Child. This signified a monumental shift in the trajectory of the future. Yi-Ren could not afford to delay any longer. Drifting in uncertainty, who could predict the future's alterations? This omniscience is unreliable. Although his mental capacity was currently only at 30%. Let us not forget that in peak condition, Yi-Ren could execute interstellar teleportation. The short-distance spatial teleportation on Blue Star was hardly more than a minor feat. Without time to explain to the bewildered Elder and Midas, Yi-Ren vanished from his location. How could he? To strike down a child? Accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, Yi-Ren materialized before the Raven, his face a mask of anguish. The Raven seemed unsurprised by Yi-Ren's sudden appearance, his demeanor remaining calm, devoid of any turmoil. You have indeed arrived, he stated with a serene tone, as if everything had unfolded according to his design. Without unnecessary words, Yi-Ren raised his hand, launching a space cleave towards the Raven. However, to his astonishment, the Raven effortlessly blocked his assault. Or rather, it was Arthur who intercepted his attack. Yet, Yi-Ren keenly discerned that the Raven's method of deflecting the spatial cleave was not through brute force. He was repairing the spatial rift. Yi-Ren's pupils constricted, an exclamation of astonishment echoing in his mind. The principle of spatial cleaving relied on manipulating spatial abilities to create minute fissures that sever the target. Yet Arthur had managed to mend the rift the moment it appeared. This indicated that Arthur also possessed mastery over spatial abilities. Furthermore, his comprehension and application of these powers likely rivaled Yi-Ren's own. A sense of trepidation gripped Yi-Ren. He had encountered a formidable opponent. He had never actively explored the more intricate applications of spatial abilities, having merely utilized the most fundamental techniques of teleportation, cleaving, and strangulation. However, due to his formidable mental capacity, these basic skills had been honed to perfection. But Arthur was different. He had lived for centuries, and his development of abilities far surpassed any on Blue Star. Yi-Ren's expression turned serious. Impressive. It seems I must approach this with utmost seriousness. Arthur, beneath his calm facade, was engulfed by turbulent emotions. Although he had successfully blocked Yi-Ren's spatial cleave, it had nearly exhausted all his strength. Meanwhile, Yi-Ren had merely executed a casual strike. This left him in disbelief. Despite having seized the totemic power of the current Sun-Child and breaking through the mental capacity limits of humanity to reach a new echelon, why did he still find it so arduous compared to Yi-Ren? Could it be that the individual before him had also surpassed the mental limits that humans could attain? This thought sent chills down Arthur's spine. As a member of the human race, He understood all too well how challenging it was to transcend limits. It was akin to an ant living its entire life as an ant, never capable of suddenly transforming into an elephant, for species inherently restricted their potential. Arthur had discovered a shortcut to surpassing these limits through the consumption of the powers of two sun children, evolving into a new species beyond humanity. But what about Yiren? How had he achieved this? Arthur was overwhelmed with astonishment. He could neither comprehend nor accept it. He had lived for centuries, witnessed countless powerful abilities, and even created numerous legends with his own hands. Yet, someone like Yiren was a first for him. This transcended mere talent. It was nothing short of a miracle. Arthur took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that he must take this opponent seriously. Yiren's prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He needed to summon all his strength to engage in battle. Otherwise, he would face utter defeat and the consequences of failure. Arthur dared not imagine. All his years of effort could not culminate in failure today. Chapter 182. Arthur, I stand on the threshold of divinity. Arthur was infuriated. He had never imagined he would be pushed to such an extent by a mere human. His eyes bulged with fury, and the once handsome and refined features of his visage now twisted into a grotesque mask of anger. The contorted expressions revealed the tumult of rage and resentment within him. Why? Why did you have to appear so suddenly? Arthur ground his teeth, each word emerging as if forced through clenched jaws, laden with profound hatred. It was so close. After millennia of scheming, he was on the verge of success. Why, at this moment, did you choose to materialize? The totemic rune of the sun child emblazoned upon him flared with a brilliant light, akin to a blazing inferno, exuding an intense heat. Concurrently, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within Arthur. It was a force that transcended human limitations. Half-step to divinity. Arthur let out a roar, and the sword in the stone burst forth with resplendent golden light. In an instant, he activated his spatial teleportation ability, vanishing from his original position. Yiren's pupils constricted. Teleportation. In the next moment, he felt a chilling, murderous intent surging from behind. He sidestepped just in time. Boom! The annihilating strike from the sword in the stone briefly obliterated the space where Yiren had stood, revealing a pitch-black void. Yiren felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, this annihilation ability was as terrifying as rumored. If that had struck him, he would have been left battered and bruised, no doubt. Why do you hide? Arthur's voice thundered, reminiscent of a demon's roar from the depths of hell. Come, face me directly. He activated his teleportation ability once more, appearing beside Yiren. The sword in the stone swung again, imbued with the power to destroy all. Aimed at Yiren. Yiren clicked his tongue. What a nuisance. The two figures flickered like points of light, continuously teleporting through space. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. After all, both were spatial abilities users, rendering them unable to breach each other's defenses. Spatial slicing. Seizing an opportunity, Yiren unleashed a spatial cut. A barely perceptible fissure in space hurtled toward Arthur. Arthur scoffed, swinging the sword in the stone, and a golden light flashed. The spatial fissure was instantaneously mended. Futile. My understanding of spatial mechanics surpasses yours. Arthur attempted to overwhelm Yiren with sheer force of will. Yet, Yiren remained as calm as still water, even finding time to comment with a smirk. Dude, are you channeling Western comics or Japanese anime? Arthur regained control of the Sun Child totem. His comprehension and application of spatial abilities had already reached an unparalleled pinnacle. How could he, on the verge of divinity, possibly lose? Spatial strangulation. Yiren activated his ability again, attempting to bind Arthur with spatial force. However, Arthur clenched his left fist, and the space around him began to warp. The constricting spatial force instantly flattened. This is merely the beginning. Yiren smirked. Indeed, just the beginning. Arthur pointed the tip of his sword at Yiren. For what had just transpired was merely a warm-up. His true might was yet to be unveiled. He had lived for centuries, survived countless battles. But what mattered most? The Sun Child's unique ability to wield multiple powers. A brilliant light enveloped him, igniting various abilities behind him. Spatial teleportation, light blade cutting, matter annihilation, self-healing, telekinesis, and metal manipulation. Each power intertwined and harmonized, executed with masterful finesse, unleashing a dazzling array of maneuvers. For a moment, Yiren found himself overwhelmed by Arthur's onslaught, forced to continually teleport to evade. Boom, boom, boom. Arthur's relentless strikes bore the weight of cataclysmic force. The trees surrounding the small cabin splintered under the shockwaves of energy, and the ground was pockmarked with massive craters. As Yiren dodged Arthur's attacks, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. This old-timer was indeed formidable. His abilities were far more flamboyant than Yiren's. Yet, Yiren remained unfazed. Why? because he hadn't truly engaged yet. Spatial teleportation. Yi-Ren seized a moment and executed a long-distance teleportation, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and Arthur. Upon witnessing this, Arthur scoffed, preparing to pursue. However, in that instant, an unexpected change occurred. Yi-Ren clasped his hands together, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Spatial confinement. With a low shout from Yi-Ren, an invisible force enveloped Arthur. Just as Arthur was about to teleport alongside him, he suddenly froze, as if encased in amber, unable to move. Realizing the situation, he attempted to break free from the spatial confinement. Yet, gritting his teeth, he was horrified to discover that the strength of this confinement far exceeded his expectations. He exerted every ounce of his power, but it remained unyielding. This was due to his mental capacity being significantly lower than Yi-Ren's. It felt like attempting to cut through rebar with a nail clipper. He made no headway whatsoever. Arthur's face contorted once more. Why? On what grounds? He had achieved a half-step to divinity, exceeding the limits of human potential. Yet, why could he not grasp Yi-Ren? Break! Break free! Arthur roared. But his body remained imprisoned and immobilized. Yi-Ren observed that if he wished to eliminate Arthur, he could have done so long ago. However, he understood Arthur's past. A pitiful soul who had struggled for millennia to revive his beloved. Yi-Ren sighed, thinking to himself, alas, what is the point? He activated his teleportation ability, bringing Arthur before him. Let us converse. Just as Yi-Ren intended to persuade Arthur to abandon his resistance, he suddenly fell silent. The Arthur trapped in spatial confinement vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a large tree behind Yi-Ren morphed into Arthur's form. This was Arthur's other ability, substitution. He could instantaneously swap places with any object. Die! Arthur roared, swinging the sword in the stone, imbued with annihilative properties, ruthlessly aiming for Yi-Ren's back. This strike was so swift it surpassed the speed of sound. The air itself was rent asunder, emitting a sharp shriek. Arthur's heart raced. He knew this was his only opportunity. If he failed to deliver a lethal blow, he would never have a chance to turn the tide. Would he succeed? Arthur silently prayed within. He poured all his strength into this one strike. Thud! The sword in the stone pierced Yi-Ren's body without obstruction. A triumphant smile finally graced Arthur's face. He had succeeded. Had this monster finally perished? However, in the next heartbeat, Arthur's smile froze in place. For he realized that the Yi-Ren he had pierced was slowly dissipating. An afterimage? Arthur's heart raced in alarm as he swiftly turned to look. He saw that Yi-Ren had somehow appeared behind him. Do you think you've earned my respect? Yi-Ren's tone was calm. You. Arthur's face was contorted with extreme anguish. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 183. Why can't I still overcome? I had intended to engage with you as an ordinary person. Yet you compel me to take action. Very well, I shall lay my cards on the table. Yi-Ren's voice was icy, akin to the chilling winds of the netherworld, instilling a sense of dread. In the next moment, Arthur was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. This force bore down upon him like the weight of Mount Tai, nearly suffocating him. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively uttered two words, Judgment Day. For this was the only time he had felt such an irresistible pressure emanating from the herald of Judgment Day. In the blink of an eye, Arthur found himself in an unfamiliar realm. All around him, flames blazed fiercely, the heat was unbearable. Looking down, he realized he was standing on the surface of the sun. What the hell? Arthur was seized by terror. It is well known that the straight-line distance from Blue Star to the surface of the sun is approximately 149.6 billion kilometers. This distance surpassed the limits of Arthur's imagination. Even though he had ascended to a half-divine state, he could only teleport between the moon and Blue Star. As for the sun, he dared not even contemplate it. In that moment, a realization struck him. He had been toying with me all along. What could be more devastating than this? Arthur was lost in a daze. A jester, he felt like nothing more than a fool. After scheming for a millennium, from the Cross Church to the Sun Children organization, meticulously planning all this time, he had finally succeeded in reclaiming the totem of the Sun Children. He had believed that with his half-divine status, he was invincible. Yet where did that fellow emerge from? The extreme temperature of the sun's surface was unbearable for any complex being. Yet for Arthur, it was different. No, this is advantageous for me. As the sun child, the runes upon him grew ever brighter. Vaguely, he could perceive the energy of the star, linking to him like a tether. Arthur's breathing gradually steadied, his furious emotions waning, replaced by a euphoric delight. For he was the sun child. Golden light danced in his pupils, as if ancient deities gazed upon the world, majestic and sacred. The energy of the star surged into his being like a tidal wave. Each cell rejoiced, greedily absorbing this potent power. His mind was transforming, or rather, his genes were evolving towards a more streamlined, efficient, and powerful state. The totem of the sun child served as a catalyst. a key that unlocked the constraints of his genetic code, facilitating a rapid evolution in this moment, accompanied by an indescribable sense of bliss. Arthur's mental capacity surged to unprecedented heights. It was not merely his mental capacity that transcended limits, but also his comprehension and application of multiple extraordinary abilities. Concepts that once eluded him due to insufficient mental strength were now within reach. Countless new mechanisms flooded his mind. Arthur raised his hands, basking in the radiance of the sun, resembling a celestial deity descended to earth. I have ascended. The runes upon him flowed like lava, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Behind him, the sword in the stone hovered above the star, emitting a resounding roar, as if responding to its master's call. In the next instant, the blade of the sword suddenly expanded. It transformed into a colossal sword, its length surpassing that of the diameter of the island nation. Such exaggerated length could be seen even from the surface of Blue Star, not to mention the blade ablaze with golden flames. The flames roiled like a roaring dragon, tracing dazzling arcs through the cosmos. This spectacle surpassed any cinematic effects in its grandeur and impact. Give it to me. The energy of the sun coalesced around the giant sword, forming a massive vortex. Arthur stood at the center of the whirlpool, as if the master of all. His gaze was piercing, as though he could pierce the barriers of time and space, seeing Yiren still on the surface of Blue Star. Die! Arthur's roar echoed through the void. The colossal sword in his hand, imbued with the fire of the sun, descended violently upon Yiren on Blue Star. What? You say sound cannot travel in the vacuum of space? Nonsense, discard that notion. At this moment, Arthur's heart had calmed considerably. The enhancement of his mental capacity restored his confidence, instilling a sense of invincibility within him. In this state, he ought to be unrivaled. The ceaseless energy from the stars provided him with an almost infinite supply. As long as the sun did not extinguish, and his mental strength did not wane, he could wield his multiple extraordinary abilities without restraint. However, he encountered Yiren, a man who did not even pretend to put on a show. Arthur manipulated the gigantic sword, his telekinetic force surging forth like a tsunami, firmly locking onto Yiren, who was far away on Blue Star. This strike contained all his power, capable of cleaving a continent in two. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Arthur's expression tightened. That familiar sensation of spatial confinement struck him once more, like a parasite clinging to his bones, binding him tightly. What the hell? Arthur roared in fury, desperately attempting to break through Yiren's blockade using spatial powers. The runes upon him glowed brilliantly, resonating with the sun behind him. Golden threads of light entwined around him, continuously supplying him with energy. Open for me. Arthur gritted his teeth, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. His veins bulged like coiled dragons, writhing beneath his skin. Sweat poured down like a cascading waterfall, instantly evaporated into nothingness by the sun's searing heat. Yiren, are you constipated? Arthur, unsurprisingly, failed. When Yiren calmly teleported in front of him, there was even a hint of helplessness in his expression. He rolled his eyes, as if gazing at a foolish child. Oh, I say you. Arthur felt numb. He could not comprehend why, despite having reached such heights, having gained the sun's blessing, and having surpassed the limits of human mental capacity, he was still effortlessly subdued by this man before him. In that moment, Arthur began to question his very existence. As the two-time sun-child, he had toiled for a millennium to attain his current strength. And what of the other? Clearly just an ordinary human. Why? Why did his mental capacity seem boundless, leaving Arthur with a sense of unattainable distance? The overwhelming sense of disparity washed over him like a tide. He suddenly felt exhausted, mentally and physically drained. Thousands of years of plotting, countless efforts, only to be bested by an inscrutable monster. It was somewhat laughable. A profound sense of powerlessness coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, nearly suffocating him. Tired, let it all be destroyed. Arthur's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. Chapter 184. I possess the ability to revive. Arthur's eyes were hollow and lifeless. He had relinquished all resistance and prepared himself to embrace death. He had exhausted all his cards, truly devoid of any further strategies. It was akin to discarding 4 twos and a king bomb only to discover that his opponent was playing with a different set of rules altogether. What a cruel twist of fate. They were not even competing on the same battlefield. Arthur, with his dead fish eyes, awaited his demise. Yet death did not arrive as anticipated. Yiren approached him, observing the lifeless Arthur. In the next moment, he suddenly unleashed a fist of camaraderie, striking Arthur squarely in the face. Bang! Arthur's head snapped back, stunned by the blow. The searing pain jolted him from his numbness, and an overwhelming fury surged from the depths of his heart. He felt that while Yiren could take his life, he must not humiliate him. After all, he was a proud son of the sun, a being of divine caliber. One could kill him, but not insult him. You. Arthur was about to unleash a torrent of invective when Yiren seized him by the collar. Don't you wish to resurrect your sister? Arthur swallowed the rest of his words, transforming his ire into begrudging acknowledgement. Well struck. Yiren noted, your ability to bend and yield is indeed impressive. But then, a sudden realization struck Arthur. Wait, how do you know this? He instinctively inquired. Yiren waved his hand dismissively. I have learned numerous abilities from my partner. Omniscience is merely one of them. Arthur was bewildered. What on earth? He was utterly confounded. He knew that Yiren possessed spatial abilities. But the notion of multiple powers was unfathomable. Normally, only a son of the sun could wield multiple abilities. An ordinary person could master at most two. Yet, this individual had somehow acquired multiple powers. Arthur's mind buzzed with confusion. The sound of his worldview collapsing echoed within him. However, this collapse was not entirely detrimental. At least now Arthur had truly calmed down. To resurrect his sister, he could endure solitude and toil silently for a millennium. It could be said that this very obsession had led him to forfeit the sound judgment that was the birthright of any normal person. For instance, he had instinctively regarded Yiren as an adversary, viewing him as an enemy from the very beginning. It was only at this moment, awakened by Yiren's punch, that Arthur suddenly realized that Yiren harbored no significant hostility towards him. Upon this realization, Arthur found himself at a loss. What had all his previous actions been for? He felt like a jester, leaping about foolishly. Yiren, too, was at a loss. He had long wanted to sit down with Arthur and converse amicably. Yet, Arthur acted as if he were deranged, insisting on a fight each time they met, which made Yiren appear villainous. Sighing, Yiren looked at the imprint of his fist on Arthur's face. Can we talk now? Arthur remained silent for a moment before nodding. I'm sorry. His tone was low and hoarse, filled with regret and self-mockery. Wouldn't it have been better if we had done this earlier? Yiren patted Arthur's shoulder. You're like a stubborn teddy bear. You won't listen until you get a good beating. Arthur's fists clenched tighter. Who are you calling a teddy bear? If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have thrust the stone sword into your forehead. Yiren then transported Arthur back to Zhao Guoqiang's office. Arthur's expression was complex. As he was teleported, he once again sensed Yiren's crude manipulation of spatial mechanics. It was exceedingly rudimentary. For someone like him, who had wielded spatial powers for millennia, it was almost laughable. Yet, the peculiar thing was that although Yiren's method was raw, his immense mental prowess effectively compensated for this deficiency. For instance, throwing a javelin requires mastering various techniques, force application, throwing techniques, grip techniques, and so forth. But Yiren? He was like a merciless throwing machine, launching with a strength that left others in the dust. Unadorned yet formidable. A monster. Arthur couldn't help but silently scoff at this. Meanwhile, the meeting attendees, including Zhao Guoqiang, were startled by this sudden spatial teleportation. All eyes turned towards Yiren and Arthur. Clearing his throat, Yiren casually introduced Arthur to those present. This is Arthur Pendragon, the leader of the Sons of the Sun. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Isn't this the guy we were just discussing capturing? The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Arthur fell into a contemplative silence, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Guoqiang, ever perceptive, graciously vacated the office for Yiren and Arthur. Bai Jia placed teacups before them and quietly exited, gently closing the door behind her. Yiren lifted his cup, taking a leisurely sip, exuding an air of contentment akin to an old man enjoying a stroll in the park. Arthur, on the other hand, appeared restless. He was eager to ascertain whether Yiren truly possessed the means to resurrect his sister. After all, this was the obsession he had clung to for over a millennium. I know you're formidable. Arthur hesitated before speaking. But do you really have the ability to bring my sister back? Yiren took another sip of tea, his tone calm as he replied, Indeed. I possess an ability that allows me to revive deceased beings. Arthur's heart raced at these words, and he leaped from his chair in exhilaration. Really? How can you have such a miraculous power? His voice trembled, eyes alight with hope. The dawn of a long-held desire was finally within reach. Yiren paused, glancing at Arthur. Well, don't concern yourself with the particulars. When the elders betrayed the Sons of the Sun, there was a woman whose ability was resurrection. While this power is indeed extraordinary, it is limited to a 24-hour window. However, this limitation poses no issue for me. The method to learn this ability was facilitated by Bai Zhe. It was then that Yiren realized that the mental link possessed an unassailable special property. That girl was utterly infatuated with him. Yiren found it quite challenging to navigate. Digressing, as previously mentioned, Yiren had a passive ability: understand, learn, surpass. Not only had he mastered the resurrection ability, but thanks to his limitless mental capacity, he could even resurrect the deceased without restriction. In other words, regardless of how long someone had been dead, as long as the body remained, he could revive them. Chapter 185, Time-Related Abilities. This was nothing short of a miracle. Arthur was overwhelmed with excitement, as if he could already envision his sister resurrected, standing before him with a smile. After millennia of yearning, is it finally on the verge of realization? However, Yiren's subsequent words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water, chilling to the bone. Yet, after a brief pause, Yiren spoke with a tone tinged with regret. The resurrection mechanism for extraordinary abilities necessitates that the body retains at least 50% of its integrity. In other words, Yiren set down his teacup, gazing intently at Arthur. If your sister has turned to ashes, then there is little hope. Arthur sank back into his chair, dejected, resembling a deflated balloon, his countenance heavy with despair. She had perished over 1,000 years ago. Her remains had long since disintegrated into dust, leaving no possibility for preservation. A hint of self-mockery laced his tone as he lamented that the millennium-long aspiration was ultimately futile. Yiren, unperturbed, took another sip of tea, exuding an air of calm composure. Look at you, so anxious. I told you not to rush. He leisurely placed his teacup down, a confident smirk curving his lips. There's always a way. Yiren's idea was both simple and audacious. Since Arthur's sister had been deceased for over a millennium and her body was irretrievable, why not revive her directly from the timeline? Of course, this required a time-manipulating ability. Lacking such a gift himself, he would seek out someone who possessed time-based powers and then learn, comprehend, and surpass. For Yiren, nothing was insurmountable through the trifecta of learning, understanding, and transcending. If a challenge arose, he would simply devise another strategy. Arthur furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, his expression shifting like the wind. He appeared to be grappling with an inner conflict, a fierce battle of thoughts raging within. Time manipulators are exceedingly rare, more elusive than the eastern snow lotus. However, Arthur drew a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision. He lifted his gaze, casting a complex look at Yiren. A time manipulator cannot accomplish what you propose. Arthur's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an indescribable bitterness. Yiren hesitated, deliberating for a moment before deciding to unveil the secret he had harbored for a millennium. Because I am a time manipulator. His voice was soft, yet resonated with clarity, standing out starkly in the hushed office. He paused before adding, I am the only time manipulator in the past 1,000 years. Yiren's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling his tea. Goodness, who is the true protagonist here? I thought my spatial abilities were unparalleled, and now you emerge as a time manipulator. Yiren's gaze towards Arthur shifted dramatically, now akin to that of a person beholding a rare and resplendent treasure. A time manipulator. A bug-level existence. Arthur wearily raised his teacup, gulping its contents down, oblivious to the tea trickling down his chin. His face was etched with bitterness, and his eyes appeared hollow, like a puppet devoid of a soul. Why must I reclaim the totem of the Sun-Child? Arthur's tone was somber, laced with self-mockery and resignation. Because humanity has its limits. Thus, I shall no longer be human. I command the mechanism of time manipulation. Yet wielding such power demands a mental fortitude far exceeding that of spatial abilities, Arthur explained. Even with my current mental prowess, I lack the capacity to reverse time. He had once believed that by reclaiming the totem of the Sun-Child, he could transcend human limitations and master the temporal powers. Alas, he had been naive. Arthur felt he had ascended to godhood, yet he realized he was no god at all. Time's intrinsic value was too immense for him to grasp. Thus, his understanding of the mechanism of time manipulation remained at a rudimentary level, let alone reversing time or traversing into the future. Even pausing time was a formidable challenge. To put it simply, it was like a small pony attempting to pull a colossal cart. He simply could not bear the weight of time manipulation. Arthur raised his teacup once more, draining the last of its contents as if trying to extinguish the turmoil within. Yiren listened intently to Arthur's revelations, internally affirming his prior conjectures. The cost of time manipulation as a bug-level existence was indeed staggering. Although Arthur was a time manipulator, his mental capacity was still constrained by human limitations. It was akin to an F1 car with a top-tier engine but a minuscule fuel tank. It could not race far before it ran out of steam. Arthur's situation mirrored this precisely. He possessed formidable time manipulation abilities, yet his insufficient mental energy hindered him from unleashing their full potential. Fortunately, he had encountered Yiren, a person still oblivious to the true extent of his mental capabilities. Yiren set down his teacup, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he spoke in a low, earnest tone. Young man, I ask you, what price are you willing to pay to resurrect your sister? Without hesitation, Arthur replied, everything. For this goal, he would relinquish all. Yiren inquired further, including your life? Arthur's body shuddered slightly. He paused for half a second before resolutely nodding. Yes, including my life. His tone was unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on Yiren. So, do you have a way? Yiren nodded knowingly. He had anticipated Arthur's answer. For the sake of resurrecting his beloved sister, Arthur had already sacrificed a millennium. How could he be reluctant to offer his own life? With that understanding, Yiren inhaled deeply and slowly articulated his plan. I shall share my thoughts with you. He paused before continuing. My learning ability can only be activated through a mental link or by eliminating the other party. Mental link? Arthur questioned. Yiren gazed gravely at Arthur, his demeanor serious. Let us discuss the matter of killing you. The mental link entails a risk of soul contamination. Yiren was not like Nantong. Thus, only one final method remained. I will kill you, he affirmed. And then I will learn your abilities and utilize them to resurrect your sister. A brief silence enveloped the office. In truth, upon hearing this, Arthur's tense form began to relax. He exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. Arthur gazed at Yiren with fervor, resolutely reiterating, I am willing to pay any price to revive my sister. Chapter 186, Advancement. Four-dimensional structure. This obsession had sustained him through the centuries. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. He had lived far too long and had grown weary of this protracted and solitary existence. Without this fixation, he would have sought death long ago. Arthur's voice was low, imbued with a sense of liberation and relief. Yiren patted Arthur's shoulder, speaking calmly, Wagalimasi. Arthur, sensing a resonance, closed his eyes, having prepared himself for death. Revive, my beloved. Just as Yiren invoked the spatial ability mechanism. As he prepared to swiftly eliminate Arthur, he suddenly halted. Arthur, after a moment of bewilderment, blinked open his eyes and inquired, What's wrong? Why haven't you made your move? Yiren furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. I just had a sudden thought. A multitude of questions that had long plagued him began to crystallize in his mind. As if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. His passive learning ability was a form of acquisition. So, why must one kill in order to learn from the other? It seemed rather illogical. Previously, Yiren had been entrenched in this assumption. But what if it were not the case? He mused that his understanding of the fundamental principles of other abilities might stem from his exceptionally high mental capacity. It was akin to a university student observing a primary school student perform basic arithmetic. Merely observing should suffice for comprehension. The necessity of killing to acquire abilities might have simply been a misstep in his reasoning. With this realization, a bold idea took root in Yiren's mind. Young man, Yiren addressed Arthur earnestly. Unleash your temporal ability with all your might. Let me observe. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. No, please, Jack. Yiren replied. Now is not the time for jokes. Thank you. Although Arthur was astonished, he complied. Deep within, he felt this was utterly absurd, bordering on incredulity. Yet what choice did he have but to obey? Subsequently, Arthur began to summon his temporal powers. I'm about to start. His complexion drained of color. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He appeared utterly drained, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had nearly exhausted all his mental energy to exert the mechanism of time. In an instant, the world around him began to slow in Yiren's perception. Even the sound of air moving seemed elongated. The temporal ability directly influenced the very fabric of the universe. Yiren keenly sensed the deceleration of time. Initially, he struggled to adapt, his bodily movements becoming sluggish and clumsy, yet his mind remained unrestrained. Within moments, he quickly acclimatized and began to endeavor to comprehend and learn this mechanism. Learn, understand, surpass. Arthur's pupils widened in shock, for he observed Yiren's speed increasing. At that moment, while the flow of time in the entire universe had slowed, Yiren was gradually returning to normal speed at a visibly perceptible rate. This signified that he had learned it. He had truly acquired the temporal ability just like that. Yiren grinned and snapped his fingers. Snap. Time resumed its normal flow. Arthur collapsed back into his chair, nearly fainting from mental exhaustion. Yet, despite this, he gazed at Yiren with a face filled with disbelief. His voice trembling as he asked, Did you really learn it? Yiren calmly nodded, replying with a serene demeanor, It wasn't difficult. Indeed. Just as he had surmised, as long as he devoted himself to learning, he could grasp it with a single observation. This was Yiren, an unremarkable little genius. Arthur stared at Yiren's nonchalant expression, opening his mouth in hesitation. Who could understand the struggles of his family? He had toiled for over a millennium to transcend human limits, even reclaiming the totem of the Sun Child. Yet the result? He still could not manipulate the mechanisms of the temporal ability. This was not a capacity any three-dimensional being could wield. But what of the individual before him? What a marvel! From where did this creature emerge? It felt like a dimensional strike. Arthur remained silent, yet his gaze clearly questioned, What manner of creature are you? Yiren discerned the inquiry in his eyes and flashed a grin. I'm merely a mortal, just like that big fellow seated upon the golden throne. Enough of idle chatter. Now let me see how to manipulate time. Yiren once again invoked the mechanism of the temporal ability. However, this time, it was not to temporarily halt time. Yi Ren was embarking on a bold experiment. Time and space, in a certain conceptual sense, were one and the same. Time equals space, and space equals time. When space is continuously folded, it manifests as time. Therefore, Yi Ren intended to leverage his formidable mental energy to manipulate the cyclical nature of time. He relentlessly intensified his mental energy, engaging the spatial ability mechanism, folding the surrounding space continuously. As Yi Ren infused more of his mental power, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. It was a four-dimensional structure incomprehensible to humanity, shimmering with peculiar light, constantly shifting in shape, almost as if it were a living entity. That was the very concept of time materialized. Arthur's eyes widened, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the scene before him. What the hell? As a fellow possessor of temporal abilities, witnessing the four-dimensional structure stirred a wave of emotion within Arthur, nearly bringing him to tears. He had never envisioned that time could be presented in such a manner. This transcended his comprehension, surpassing his understanding. He felt as if his brain might explode. Meanwhile, Yi Ren remained absorbed in his contemplation of time, oblivious to Arthur's astonishment. He persistently engaged the temporal ability mechanism, seeking the optimal frequency. As previously mentioned, Yi Ren was unaware of the limits of his mental capacity. However, every night, he could distinctly sense that his mental capacity was continuously elevating. At this moment, after opening the four-dimensional structure, Yi Ren was horrified to discover that merely sustaining its existence had consumed nearly half of his mental energy. This revelation startled him. So he did have limits? He had always believed his mental capacity to be infinite, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Fortunately, he could still maintain it. Phew. Yi Ren took a deep breath, calming his somewhat turbulent emotions. He gazed deeply at the four-dimensional structure before him, as if staring into the river of time. Within that river, he began to swim upstream, tracing the trajectory of history. Yi Ren's mental energy, akin to a searchlight, swept through the annals of time. He witnessed countless historical events, myriad individuals and their tales, and the rise and fall of civilizations. The transitions of dynasties, the ascendance and decline of civilizations, and the evolution of humanity. My goodness, how does this resemble Limitless? Chapter 187. Yi Ren, the silent but deadly. Yi Ren's mental energy traversed through the river of time, tirelessly searching. His singular goal, to find Arthur's sister, Anna. Finally, at a certain moment, Yi Ren's eyes sparkled with realization. He had found her. Yi Ren saw Anna being dragged by villagers to the pyre, preparing for her execution as a witch. Freeze. Yi Ren came to a halt, gazing intently. It was in a quaint medieval European town. A young girl, bound to a pyre, was engulfed by roaring flames. Her face was etched with profound sorrow and despair. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, yet she clenched her teeth, stifling any cries of anguish. She understood that escape was no longer an option and could only endure the torment in silence. The girl's name was Anna. She was Arthur's sister. Yi Ren stepped forward, traversing the temporal barrier and entering the past. Time shattered. Arthur watched helplessly as Yi Ren vanished into the four-dimensional structure. At that moment, Yi Ren found himself in the bustling square of a medieval European town. Surrounding him was a throng of villagers clad in coarse linen, wielding various agricultural tools. The air was thick with the acrid scents of smoke and sweat, mingled with the nauseating stench of livestock waste. At the center of the square stood a colossal pyre, flames licking at the air with an intense heat. A group of ignorant, superstitious villagers brandished pitchforks and torches, howling around the pyre like feral beasts. Their faces were alight with fervor and excitement, as though engaged in some sacred ritual. Bound to the pyre was a girl of approximately 16 or 17, her visage marred by tears, her eyes reflecting an inescapable sorrow and despair. According to the predetermined course of history, Anna was destined to perish here, an event that would plunge Arthur into darkness, ultimately leading him to overthrow the church and establish the Order of the Sons of the Sun. Yet, with Yi Ren's arrival, such a fate would not come to pass. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Yi Ren activated his telekinetic powers. The villagers suddenly felt their grip loosen, as all weapons, pitchforks, torches, hoes, and sickles, lifted into the air beyond their control. The scene left them momentarily stunned, before their expressions twisted into terror and panic. What is happening? My pitchfork. It's the witch. Burn her. Burn her. They cried, scurrying about like headless chickens. The village chief, pointing at Anna on the pyre, hurled insults. However, in the next moment, a pitchfork materialized out of thin air, piercing through his skull with precision. Blood splattered forth. He could never have imagined meeting his end in such a manner. Yi Ren had utilized his spatial teleportation ability to send the pitchfork directly into his head. The village chief lay dead, his demise grotesque and tragic. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this, were utterly petrified. Yi Rin strode gracefully to the base of the pyre. Gazing up at Anna, his eyes flickering with compassion. The perils of feudal superstition had led to such a fate. She did not deserve this. Extending his right hand, he employed spatial severance, and the ropes binding Anna instantaneously fell away. She tumbled from the pyre into Yi Rin's embrace. Gently, he laid her on the ground, uttering soothing words, "It's all right now." His voice was tender, as warm and healing as a spring breeze. Anna stared at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. She could not comprehend what had transpired, nor why someone would come to her rescue. "Who are you?" she timidly inquired, her voice soft and fragile, reminiscent of a startled fawn. Yi Rin smiled gently, replying, "Your brother asked me to save you." "Brother Arthur?" Anna's heart tightened, instinctively wanting to ask more. Yi Rin chuckled softly, offering no further explanation, simply assuring her, "Now that I'm here, everything will be fine." He turned his gaze toward the terrified villagers, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You foolish, ignorant lot. Do you fancy a barbecue? Very well. Let us indulge. Why run?" Yi Rin's voice was frigid, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, instilling dread. Casually, he released a spatial barrier, enveloping the entire square. Those villagers who had attempted to flee collided with the invisible wall. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed like dumplings being dropped. Villagers crashed into the barrier, bloodied and dazed, writhing on the ground in agony. "Ah, my head. What is this? We're trapped," they screamed, realizing too late that they had provoked a horrendous entity. Instinctively, Anna hid behind Yi Rin, her large, sorrowful eyes reflecting her unease. "Spare us. Great Witch, please spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. Please, grant us a path to safety." The villagers fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in abject supplication. Their previous arrogance vanished without a trace. In its place was a profound, bone-deep fear. Yi Rin regarded them coldly, devoid of any compassion. These individuals, once so brazen and imperious, now resembled lost dogs, groveling for mercy. How absurdly laughable. "Spare you? You think you are worthy?" Yi Rin's tone was icy. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. You certainly did not react this way before." He crouched down, locking eyes with a kneeling villager, his voice chillingly calm. "Weren't you the most vociferous just moments ago?" The villager trembled, his face paling as if sifted through a sieve. "I was wrong. Spare me." He continued to bow, his forehead bloodied, crimson streaming down his cheek, creating a ghastly visage. Yi Rin chuckled coldly, standing tall and surveying the chaos around him, his tone unyielding. "Now, I offer you a chance. Point out who shouted the loudest, and that individual shall take the place of the others in death." This proclamation sent the villagers into a frenzy. They exchanged fearful glances, suspicion clouding their eyes. "It was him. He shouted the loudest." "No, it was him. He is the culprit." "You lie. It was clearly him." The villagers began to accuse one another, the scene descending into utter chaos. In their desperate bid for survival, they had entirely lost their humanity, akin to ravenous beasts, tearing each other apart. Yi Rin observed the unfolding disarray with a detached gaze, devoid of any emotion. This was humanity, ugly and vile. Chapter 188, Time Fixation and Established Events. He suddenly softened his tone, wary of frightening Anna. Turning to the small girl hidden behind him, he gently inquired, "How do you wish to handle these people?" Anna hesitated. Her kind heart had never entertained the notion of harming anyone. She bit her lip, speaking softly, "Perhaps we should just let it go. After all, the village chief is already dead." Yi Rin could not help but shake his head upon hearing those words. The young girl, alas, was still too kind-hearted. In such tumultuous times, benevolence could, at times, be a grievous fault. "My dear child," Yi Rin intoned gravely, "you must remember that in this world, one must never show mercy. To be lenient with one's adversaries is to be cruel to oneself. It is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." His tone was serious and earnest, akin to that of a sage imparting wisdom to a younger generation. How ironic it was, for he himself was scarcely in his 20s. Anna instinctively nodded, her keen intellect grasping the magnitude of the transformation Yi Rin's presence would herald in her life. Thus, she resolved to learn and adapt. "Prepare yourself, for what lies ahead may be harrowing," Yi Rin said softly, gazing at Anna. "Please, close your eyes." Anna pursed her lips, yearning for strength and change. With great effort, she suppressed her fear and kept her eyes wide open. She wished to witness it all firsthand. Observing her resolve, Yi Rin nodded with satisfaction. A promising pupil indeed. He raised his right hand, and under the deft control of his mental prowess, the invisible force of spatial energy began to coalesce. In an instant, the square was suffused with a crimson hue. The villagers, caught unawares, had no time to scream before they were reduced to mere remnants of flesh. It was as though they had been thrust into a meat grinder, the scene a gruesome tableau of blood and gore. The air was thick with the stench of iron, and a scarlet mist enveloped the square, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Anna gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the horrific spectacle before her. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, her stomach churning in revolt, wishing to retch. This was a primal reaction, ingrained in her very being, a reflex triggered by the overwhelming scent of blood. Even with prior mental preparation, she could not evade this visceral response. Yet, she valiantly stifled the urge to vomit. She needed to remember this moment, to recall how Yi Ren avenged her, to etch into her memory the fate that befell those vile perpetrators. As Yi Ren retracted his hand, the spatial anomaly gradually dissipated. The square lay littered with the remnants of carnage, the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air, a sight both shocking and nauseating. He turned to Anna. Noting her pallid complexion and slight tremors, it was evident she was shaken. After all, she was but a girl of 16 or 17, witnessing such brutality for the first time, and it was only natural to feel fear and discomfort. Here, have a sip of this refreshing drink to ease your nerves, Yi Ren said gently, producing a bottle of ice-cold soda from his spatial storage. Anna, momentarily dazed, accepted it. Fumbling slightly, she opened the cap. Startled as the soda fizzed and bubbled, the futuristic beverage struck her as a profound psychological shock. After taking a tentative sip, her eyes lit up. Then, she took another sip. Delicious. Yi Ren wore a benevolent smile. After a moment's hesitation, Anna gently grasped the hem of Yi Ren's garment. Her small, soft hand, though tender, bore the calluses of hard labor, evoking a sense of compassion. Following the eradication of the villagers, Yi Ren proceeded toward the distant cabin, with Anna instinctively trailing closely behind. Clutching his garment tightly, fearful of losing him. As they walked, Yi Ren began to explain, "The situation is rather complex. You were destined to perish." Anna paused, recalling the horrifying scene at the stake, her complexion paling slightly. And then, she inquired softly, "Then, your brother Arthur would endure humiliation for centuries. All in a bid to resurrect you," Yi Ren continued. "And I am from the future, here to save you." After an extensive discussion, Yi Ren clarified the sequence of events for Anna. The young girl felt as though she were deciphering an ancient script, overwhelmed by the revelations about the trials Arthur would face following her demise. Upon reaching the exterior of the cabin, Yi Ren pointed inside. "Your golden-haired youth awaits." Alarm surged through Anna as she rushed forward, flinging open the door to the cabin. Her gaze fell upon Arthur, lying motionless on a bed of grass. His complexion pale and eyes shut tight. Yi Ren entered behind her, reassuringly stating, "He is unharmed, merely unconscious." With that, Anna exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression softening. Believing his task accomplished, Yi Ren prepared to summon the four-dimensional structure and return to the future. However, at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the four-dimensional structure had become exceedingly chaotic, akin to boiling water, roiling in turmoil. "What is happening?" Yi Ren thought, startled as he gazed into the river of time's future. His interference with the timeline had instigated drastic alterations to the future. It became evident that the ability to reverse time did not grant him the liberty to manipulate it at will. Any disruption to the timeline would inevitably alter both the present and the future. Moreover, his prevention of Anna's death had precipitated a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Through the four-dimensional structure, Yi Ren glimpsed a future in disarray. The once orderly world had splintered into chaos. Furrowing his brow, he fell into deep contemplation. A realization struck him. Anna's death constituted a pivotal moment in the timeline, an event of paramount significance. If Anna did not perish, Arthur would not follow his predetermined path, unleashing a series of unpredictable outcomes. It was akin to a line of dominoes. The fall of the first piece would lead to the subsequent collapse of all others. Anna's demise was that crucial first piece. At that moment, Anna gently laid the unconscious Arthur on the grass. Turning back, she noticed Yi Ren's troubled expression and, being perceptive, immediately inquired, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Yi Ren shook his head, forcing a smile. "Just a slight headache." It was challenging for him to convey the complexities of the situation to Anna, as concepts like timelines and parallel worlds were far too advanced for a girl raised in the Middle Ages. He pondered how to save Anna while ensuring the timeline's trajectory remained intact. He needed to guarantee her survival without significantly altering the future. Yi Ren's gaze fell upon the four-dimensional structure, scrutinizing its fluctuations in search of clues within the river of time. As seconds slipped by, his brow furrowed ever deeper. He discerned that only when predetermined events were triggered would the timeline flow in the desired direction. Must Anna die? Chapter 189. Yi Ren's ingenious plan. Yi Ren fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts. What was that saying? As long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Comrade Xiao Yi is acutely aware that the tone of this book's narrative does not lean towards the heart-wrenching. Although the author may occasionally indulge in playful antics, he ultimately remains a serious individual. Thus, how can one ensure that Anna survives without disrupting the timeline? While Yi Run is lost in contemplation, Anna's eyes shimmer with sorrow. She cherishes her moments with Arthur more than anyone else. Orphaned at a young age, she and Arthur have relied on each other for survival. Arthur has always regarded Anna as his sole kin and the only source of support in this world. Were it not for this bond, he could not have endured for a millennium. Suddenly, Anna murmurs, "I am already quite content." She had thought she would be burned alive, not even having the chance to bid farewell to Arthur. Yet now, she is aware of the future that awaits, knowing that Arthur will grow to a stature she can admire. Even if she were to perish, Arthur would continue to live on in her stead. That is sufficient. Thus, Anna lifts her gaze towards Yi Run, her eyes filled with determination and resolve. Let things return to their original state. Her voice, though soft, resonates with clarity, standing out starkly in the silence of the small cabin. Yi Ren smirks, realizing that his friend has exerted tremendous effort to traverse the river of time, only to be met with such words. He gently claps his hands. "You must die, for only in your death can the timeline proceed along its predetermined path." Upon hearing Comrade Xiao Yi's declaration, Anna musters a strained smile, seemingly unperturbed by this outcome, having suspected it all along. Taking a deep breath, she strives to maintain her composure. "Very well." She nods, her tone resolute as she states, "Then please, kill me. The wheel of fate has already begun to turn, and the threads of life are woven within the loom of destiny. No one can evade their predetermined fate." Anna has prepared herself for death. However, Yi Ren shakes his head. He grins broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. There are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Anna is taken aback, gazing at Yi Ren in confusion. "What?" she instinctively inquires. Yi Ren slightly raises his chin, his tone inadvertently tinged with fervor. "Not only can you live," he pauses, continuing, "but it won't alter the future. Only children make choices. I want it all." Comrade Xiao Yi has devised a brilliant plan to outwit time. He gazes intently at Anna, his eyes brimming with excitement. "I have an audacious plan," Yi Ren states mysteriously, "but it requires your cooperation." Anna's breath catches, and a spark ignites in her eyes. She is captivated by Yi Ren's remarkable performance. Ordinarily, Anna's death is a fixed event, a point in time that must occur. Hence, she must die. Yet, Yi Ren, with his cleverness, has taken a different approach. He does not intend to evade Anna's demise, for doing so would only complicate matters further. He requires a more straightforward, more forceful, and ultimately effective method. Yi Ren slowly begins to elucidate his plan to Anna. "You will be dead, but not entirely." Yi Ren speaks with a light-hearted tone. "So my idea is..." He pauses, then continues, "to make the world believe you have died." Anna is momentarily stunned, but soon comprehends Yi Ren's intention. "You mean?" Yi Ren snaps his fingers and nods affirmatively. "Exactly," he exclaims with enthusiasm. "This way, he will follow the predetermined fate without impacting the timeline." Yi Ren can utilize the mechanism of his temporal abilities to encapsulate Anna. Then, centuries later, he will break the seal, achieving the effect of swapping heaven and earth. Anna is indeed dead, but it does not preclude her resurrection, does it? This will be a flawless plan, tricking the timeline and deceiving the entire world. After hearing Yi Ren's plan, stars seem to dance in Anna's eyes, and she is almost compelled to embrace Yi Ren in gratitude. "Hold on. Let me take a strand of your hair." Subsequently, Yi Ren employs a cloning ability learned from an unknown mentor to create a soulless shell of Anna. He places the clone upon the execution pyre and incinerates it, crafting the illusion of Anna's tragic demise by fire. Once this is accomplished, Yi Ren erects a spatial barrier, quietly awaiting Arthur's awakening. Time ticks away slowly. At last, Arthur gradually opens his eyes. He gazes around in confusion, as if still half asleep. "Sister?" He softly calls out Anna's name, before his pupils suddenly constrict. He hastily rises and stumbles out of the cabin. Upon reaching the town square, he instantly spots the charred remains on the pyre. "No!" Arthur lets out a heart-wrenching scream, frantically rushing towards the pyre, desperate to retrieve Anna's remains. He feels as if his world has plunged into utter darkness. Hidden in the shadows, Anna watches this unfold, her eyes reddening as tears stream down her cheeks. Observing Anna's fragile state, Yi Ren feels a pang of compassion. He retrieves a tissue from his spatial pocket and offers it to Anna. "Wipe your tears." However, Anna does not accept the tissue. Instead, she turns and throws herself into Yi Ren's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Ren is taken aback. He had not anticipated Anna's sudden embrace. Yet, he does not reject her. He simply allows her to hold him, gently patting her back in comfort. Anna weeps in Yiren's arms for a considerable time, pouring out all her grievances and sorrow. As her emotions begin to settle, she lifts her head, her eyes still red, and softly says, "I'm sorry for staining your clothes." She refers to the damp patch on Yiren's shirt, now soaked with her tears. Yiren glances down. Goodness, women truly are made of water. This is quite a deluge. It's all right, he replies lightly. How about a bottle of water to replenish? Anna. Comrade Xiao Yi remains oblivious to the fact that Anna is merely 17 or 18, at the tender age of blossoming youth. His arrival has left an indelible mark on her heart. Who understands the sentiments of family? Yiren descends as if a deity, rescuing her. Is this not akin to the Eastern fantasy tales where one must offer their body in gratitude? Yet, Anna does not express these feelings. Naturally, Yiren remains unaware of Anna's thoughts. All right. Yiren gently pats Anna's shoulder, his tone tender. We must take our leave. Spatial transfer. In the next moment, Yiren and Anna's figures vanish from their location. Chapter 190. Since we're here, let us visit the brothel. Upon reappearing, they find themselves on the moon. Gazing down at the azure planet beneath them, Anna cannot help but exclaim, "So beautiful. What? Why is it possible to breathe and speak on the moon?" Do not inquire. The emergence of supernatural abilities renders the impossible mundane. The next course of action is to confine Anna here. Anna nodded, feeling a surge of anxiety. Yet for her, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. Yiren returned to the surface of Blue Star. The first thing he did was summon the four-dimensional structure to observe the trajectory of the timeline. Fortunately, he discovered that the predetermined timeline had returned to normal, allowing him to exhale in relief. However, the repeated summoning of the four-dimensional structure within a short span had drained his mental energy significantly. He was temporarily incapable of traversing the river of time again. It appeared he would have to take it slow. Yiren rubbed his temples. He needed time to recuperate his mental energy. Thus, he decided to linger in this timeline for a few days. After all, he was already here. It was the perfect opportunity to wander about and immerse himself in the customs and culture of ancient times. Spatial transmission. With a mere thought, Yiren found himself in the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Being a part of Blue Star, the ancient dynasties and kingdoms bore resemblance to Earth, yet were distinctly unique. Yiren felt no surprise. He found it rather amusing. The ancient Dragon Kingdom possessed an extraordinary charm. There were no towering skyscrapers, no bustling traffic. Instead, there existed only antiquated buildings and a leisurely pace of life. Yiren casually donned a traditional outfit, seamlessly blending into the crowd. What? You ask where the clothes came from? Purchased through spatial transmission, of course. He even graciously left a glass cup for the shopkeeper. Indeed, as one familiar with the great Qin literature would know, the limited productivity of ancient times rendered glass, known as lioli, a precious commodity. At this moment, Yiren found himself in one of the nations of the ancient Dragon Kingdom, the capital of the great Qin dynasty, Tianjing City. As dusk fell, the streets were sparsely populated. Most shops had already closed, with only a few remaining open. Yiren strolled along the cobblestone streets, his gaze aimlessly sweeping across the surrounding architecture. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sign not far off, Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of excitement lighting his face. Since he was here, how could he not explore? He was no paragon of virtue. Having arrived in ancient times, it was only natural to experience its culture. The brothel was undoubtedly one of the most emblematic places of the era. Yiren stepped inside the brothel. As soon as he entered, a captivating young woman approached him. Her figure was graceful, her attire exquisite. With every gesture, she exuded the allure of a mature woman. Especially striking was the glimpse of her fair skin, which invited vivid imagination. Adorning her shoulder was a delicate plum blossom tattoo, lending her an additional touch of charm. Noticing Yiren's unfamiliarity, she smiled coyly and inquired, "Young master, is this your first visit? Would you like me to introduce you to a few lovely girls to attend to you?" Her voice was sweet and melodic, akin to a gentle spring breeze brushing past, igniting a longing within. Yiren gazed at the enchanting woman before him, secretly admiring the renowned beauty of the ancient brothel girls. Each was captivating, utterly irresistible. But could they dance the grand swing? The woman responded, "What swing? A brothel without suggestive dances is not authentic. I'm just taking a look around." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. However, she quickly masked it, maintaining her professional smile. "Well then, young master, please feel free. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me." Yiren nodded in acknowledgement. The hall was brightly lit, filled with laughter and conversation. A group of extravagantly dressed young lords embraced their companions, toasting and reveling in the merriment. Yiren couldn't help but exclaim, "How rare!" From urban supernatural abilities to Eastern fantasy. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from within the brothel. Ah! The scream shattered the tranquility of the night and disrupted the revelry within the establishment. The patrons halted their activities, exchanging bewildered and fearful glances. The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Struggling to maintain her composure, she addressed the crowd. Esteemed guests, the drunken immortal pavilion will not be welcoming visitors tonight. Please leave promptly. As she spoke, she discreetly signaled to the girls behind her. They immediately understood her intent, hastening to persuade the guests to depart. However, Yiren remained unmoved. He lifted his gaze toward the second floor, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. He beheld a disheveled man, seemingly ablaze, stumbling from a room. As he ran, he screamed incoherently, "Monster! Monster! There's a monster!" His voice was laden with terror and despair, as though he had encountered something profoundly horrifying. Shortly thereafter, Yiren spotted a young woman with cat ears peering from the room, her face a canvas of panic, her eyes brimming with fear. She seemed equally terrified. The woman beside Yiren, witnessing this scene, turned pale. She realized the gravity of the situation. Swiftly, she signaled to the girls behind her. They promptly grasped her meaning and hurriedly shut the brothel's doors. With a resounding thud, the doors slammed shut. Chaos ensued within the brothel. What was happening? What could it possibly be? Was there truly a monster? What should we do? The patrons cried out in terror, scurrying about like headless flies. They were paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. Only Yiren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Holy cow! A cat-eared girl. If you show me this, I won't be tired anymore. At that moment, the man ablaze stumbled into the hall, mumbling incoherently, "Water! Water! Water!" He writhed on the ground in agony, the flames only intensifying. One patron instinctively grabbed a wine glass, treating the alcohol as water, and splashed it upon him. With a sizzling sound, the flames not only failed to extinguish, but grew fiercer. The alcohol fueled the fire, which roared like a tempest. The air was thick with a pungent, charred scent. The man, now engulfed in flames, emitted even more agonizing screams. Ah! He rolled on the ground, desperately trying to smother the flames, but to no avail. Chapter 191. Oh, an ancient supernatural being? The crowd, witnessing this, was equally startled. They rushed forward to assist, each doing their part to stamp out the flames, resulting in utter chaos. Yiren observed from the sidelines, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Hiss! He shook his head, expressing regret as he spoke. Just cut it off, it's already burnt. The man's face was a portrait of despair, his eyes devoid of any sparkle. At that moment, the guests also began to react. They clamored, urging the young woman to open the door. Open the door! Hurry, open the door! We want to leave. If you can receive men, you should be able to open the door. Yet, the young woman's countenance remained ominously dark. She stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of complying. She understood that once the door was opened, the situation would spiral out of control, dragging the entire drunken immortal pavilion into chaos. She could not allow that to happen. A guest, whose attire was ablaze, pointed upstairs and shouted hoarsely, "Look, that monster upstairs. She set me on fire." The patrons instinctively looked up. There stood a cat-eared girl by the railing on the second floor, gazing at them timidly. She seemed terrified, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. Meanwhile, the young woman's expression darkened further. Gritting her teeth, she quickly formed a series of intricate gestures with her delicate fingers behind her back. This seemingly casual motion was a perilous signal to the discerning eye. The women in the building mostly retreated in silence. On the southern side of the second floor, a woman clad in a gossamer gown, her face veiled in sheer fabric, stepped gracefully from a room. Her figure was enchanting, her movements as light as a fairy gliding over water, exuding an ethereal charm. With her entrance, an extraordinary allure permeated the air. This enchanting aura was intoxicating, soothing the spirit and captivating all who beheld it. The people in the hall appeared entranced, gazing at her with eyes filled with infatuation and adoration. The men, in particular, exhibited an uncontrollable madness, as though they were gazing upon their coveted goddess. They breathed heavily, their hearts racing, yearning to rush forward and embrace her. Only Yiren remained alert. A mind controller? He was astonished. Were there superhumans in ancient times? Oh wait, he recalled that after the eclipse, people would awaken their powers, which had nothing to do with the era. The neighboring continent had already begun witch hunts. It was entirely normal for superhumans to emerge in the ancient dragon kingdom. Yiren's exceptionally high mental capacity acted like an impenetrable fortress, completely shielding him from the mind-controlling abilities. Seizing the opportunity, he cast a sidelong glance at the slightly disheveled young woman behind him. Her name was Su Mei, the proprietor of the drunken immortal pavilion. However, beneath her facade of managing a brothel, she was a master at gathering intelligence. Most of the young women under her employ were also trained operatives. leveraging their beauty and charm to extract various information from patrons, thereby constructing a vast network of information. The veiled woman, named Huanji, was Su Mei's capable assistant. The name itself hinted at her abilities. Huanji scanned the surroundings and spoke coldly. "Let us forget tonight's events once you step outside, shall we?" The crowd nodded in unison, as if under a spell. They had fallen under Huanji's mental control, losing their ability to think independently, blindly obeying her commands. Huanji waved her sleeve, intending to turn away. However, at that moment, her eyes, hidden behind the veil, flickered with surprise. What was happening? Why was there one person who had not succumbed to her control? Her gaze fell upon Yi Ran, who greeted her with a smile. That smile sent a shiver down Huanji's spine, awakening a sense of foreboding. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could disregard her allure. What was going on? Huanji's internal alarms blared, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over her. She furrowed her delicate brows and channeled more mental energy into her ability. The power of her charm intensified several-fold. An invisible wave radiated from her, causing the very air to seem to thicken. The guests, who had previously been enchanted, fell into an even deeper state of obsession, their eyes now filled with fervor and infatuation. Yi Ran grinned, seemingly unfazed, maintaining his smile as if a mere spectator. Huanji, unnerved by the bizarre situation, felt increasingly anxious. Things were spiraling beyond her expectations. What to do? In a moment of instinct, she cast a pleading glance at Su Mei. Su Mei's expression sharpened. Years of intelligence work had honed her instinct and decisiveness. Since Huanji could not control him, then, without a moment's hesitation, Su Mei sprang into action. Her slender fingers darted out like a viper, and a small, exquisitely crafted dagger appeared in her hand. With a swift, fluid motion, she circled behind Yi Ran, pressing the dagger against his waist. The entire action was seamless, executed without any hesitation, revealing her prowess as a martial expert. "Don't move," Su Mei hissed in a low, icy tone, "or don't blame me for being ruthless." She applied pressure with the dagger, only to be taken aback. Not a man. What was happening? Why couldn't she pierce him? She had intended to slice through Yi Ran's clothing to intimidate him. Instead, his skin was fortified with a spatial barrier, rendering her dagger utterly ineffective. Spatial transmission. Yi Ran ignored Su Mei and unleashed his spatial abilities. "Where is he?" "He was just here, such a large person." Su Mei's hand grasped at empty air, her expression shifting to one of panic as she frantically scanned the vicinity for Yi Ran's presence. Simultaneously, Huanji was equally stunned. She watched in disbelief as Yi Ran vanished from sight, only to reappear right before her. This speed was astonishing. Huanji instinctively took a step back, her expression behind the veil suddenly alert. Demon arts. In her perspective, this was beyond the realm of mere martial prowess. It had to be some form of arcane magic. Yi Ran smirked, surveying his surroundings and realizing the situation was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Many of the young women exhibited extraordinary traits. Some had sprouted fluffy fox ears and tails, while others sported adorable cat ears complemented by swishing tails, and even more peculiarities. Yi Ran's gaze swept over these young women, who resembled startled fawns. They covered their faces with their hands, some retreating back into their rooms. Huanji struggled to maintain her composure, inhaling deeply as she prepared to speak. However, Yi Ran preempted her. "How long have they been awakened to their powers?" Huanji was taken aback, evidently not grasping Yi Ran's intent. "What are you talking about?" Yi Ran quickly realized that in this era, the term awakening was foreign to them. He rephrased his inquiry. "How long have they been transformed from normalcy into this?" Only then did Huanji comprehend, her tone shifting to one of complexity, laced with a hint of resignation and bitterness. "It has been over half a month." In her perception, these young women might have fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery or been possessed by a malevolent spirit, which transformed them into their current forms. Over the past fortnight, she and Su Mei had been tirelessly searching for a solution, yet their efforts were in vain. Each night, she could hear the girls weeping in their dreams. They were frightened, helpless, and yearned to revert to their former selves. Su Mei had also ascended to the second floor, her eyes darting with keen intuition as she swiftly assessed the situation. She sheathed her dagger, her hostility dissipating, replaced by the previous alluring demeanor she had exhibited. With a graceful sway of her serpentine waist, she approached Yi Ran, her tone laced with a hint of humility and trepidation. "My lord, do you perchance know something of this matter?" Yi Ran responded with a non-committal hum, adopting an enigmatic demeanor as he slowly elucidated. "After the celestial dog devoured the moon, the world has indeed changed." He paused, continuing, "But this is not the work of any demon, nor is it a curse. It is simply a natural phenomenon." A natural phenomenon? The girls, hidden away in their chambers, peered out, their eyes brimming with confusion. They had never encountered such terminology and were oblivious to its meaning. Observing their bewilderment, Yiren patiently elaborated. The winds that blow and the rains that fall, the waxing and waning of the moon, these are all natural occurrences. Just as flowers bloom and wither, and vegetation flourishes and withers, they are the laws of nature. At last, the girls nodded, albeit with a semblance of understanding. Could it be that the transformations they had endured were not the result of some malevolent magic or demonic affliction, but rather a natural occurrence? This notion reignited a flicker of hope within their previously despondent hearts. Then can we truly return to our former selves? A timid girl with fox ears inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with unease and longing. Yiren smiled gently, assuring her, certainly, it is possible. Just then, the girl with cat ears, who had previously peered out from the room, suddenly felt a rush of tears welling in her eyes. Unable to contain her feelings of grievance and fear, she swayed her delicate waist and approached Yiren, kneeling before him with a soft thud. Please, esteemed sir, save me, she choked out, her voice trembling with despair and supplication. She did not wish to remain in this grotesque form, neither human nor beast. She longed to return to her original self. Yiren gazed at the kneeling cat-eared girl, bemused. Cat ears and tails are quite adorable, he remarked. The cat-eared girl, taken aback by his words, instinctively touched her fluffy ears, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Adorable? To her, it was anything but, it was terrifying. Each night, she had gazed into the mirror, horrified by her half-human, half-beast appearance, which robbed her of sleep. The aesthetic sensibilities of ancient people differed vastly from those of the modern era. In contemporary times, cat ears and tails might be deemed charming, yet in antiquity, they would be regarded as aberrant, as demonic. Seeing the terror in her expression, Yiren could not help but offer reassurance. Truly, you are quite lovely. You were already charming, and with the addition of cat ears and a tail, you become even more enchanting. As he spoke, he gently patted her shoulder in encouragement. The cat-eared girl found herself swayed by Yiren's sincere gaze. Could it be that she was genuinely adorable? This was the first time someone had complimented her so, especially a young gentleman as handsome and suave as he. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, unable to meet Yiren's eyes. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Am I truly adorable? She mused, instinctively touching her ears once more. Yiren, observing her indecisiveness, extended his hand to gently ruffle her cat ears. Believe in yourself. You are indeed very cute. Beast-eared maidens are simply marvelous. Eep, the girl squeaked, blushing, as she emitted a shy, delicate sound. To her astonishment, her cat ears were exceptionally sensitive. The gentle caress from the young lord sent delightful tremors coursing through her being. A sensation unlike anything she experienced when touching her own ears. Perhaps spurred by Yiren's encouragement, or perhaps by the delightful stimulation of her ears. She gasped in surprise as she discovered that she could now freely control the appearance and disappearance of her cat ears and tail. With a mere thought, she concealed them, as if by magic, causing them to vanish without a trace. When she attempted to reveal them again, they reappeared immediately atop her head and behind her. Oh! She exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. If she fully unleashed her powers, she could even transform into a semi-demonic state, resembling a cat more than a human. In an instant, her fingers morphed into sharp claws, her teeth sharpened, and her eyes glowed with an eerie green light, akin to a cat's. She felt her senses heightening, her sense of smell, hearing, and sight all magnified significantly. What on earth was this? The cat-eared girl was momentarily stunned. Yiren, noticing her trepidation, quickly reassured her. There's no need to be anxious. This is entirely normal. He paused before continuing. What you possess is a transformation ability, quite common among your kind. Transformation ability? This was the first time the cat-eared girl had heard such a term, yet she quickly grasped Yiren's meaning. Her sparkling eyes fixated on him for a prolonged moment before she respectfully bowed and earnestly said, Thank you, my lord, for clarifying this matter. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness, but I can only offer my humble self in gratitude. Her voice was delicate, her cheeks flushed, radiating shyness and timidity. Oh my, this girl truly knows how to charm, Yiren thought to himself, reminded of the old adage that beautiful people offer themselves in gratitude, while less attractive ones must repay their debts in future lives. As he gazed at the bashful, captivating cat-eared girl before him, he felt a stirring in his heart. Yet he restrained his impulses, shaking his head. Your kind intentions are acknowledged, but I must confess that I already have someone I cherish. Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, though she quickly composed herself. She did not press for anything, merely gazing at Yiren with her glistening eyes, imbued with a subtle suggestion as she softly murmured, There's no need for you to bear any responsibility. But since we are both here, Chapter 193, A Frosty Beverage for the Illusory Maiden. Her implication was clear, as adults visiting a brothel. Should they not indulge in a moment of pleasure before departing? Had this been the old Yiran, he would have readily acquiesced. For how could one refuse an alluring maiden presenting herself? However, the current Yiran was no longer the same. He had Bai Zhe, the little dragon maiden, and even Song Yishue, who had nearly been forgotten by the author. In his single days, he might have entertained such notions, but now, such frivolities were out of the question. He regarded the cat-eared girl, perhaps next time. Upon hearing this, the cat-eared girl's eyes reflected fleeting disappointment. Yet she nodded in understanding. The conversation between Yi Ren and the cat-eared girl was overheard by the other young ladies. It was only then that they realized the transformations they had undergone were not the result of a curse or sorcery, but rather a special ability known as transformation-type supernatural power. This revelation calmed their previously anxious hearts. They began to experiment with controlling their transformations. Seeking to harness this newfound power, the girl with fox ears and a tail took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and concentrated, envisioning herself reverting to her original form. Miraculously, her fox ears and tail shrank back into her body. "I'm back," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement and her eyes brimming with joy. Witnessing this, the other girls eagerly followed suit. They cheered and wept for joy. In truth, they had always possessed the ability to control their transformations. But their psychological burdens had led them to believe they were under a curse, causing them to instinctively resist and preventing them from fully mastering this power. Now, with Yi Ren's revelation, they regained a normal mindset. No longer resisting, everything fell into place. Yi Ren looked at these girls with a contented smile, akin to that of a kind father. Naturally, Sume would not let such an opportunity for camaraderie slip by. With a captivating gaze, she approached Yi Ren, gently taking his hand and softly saying, "Young master, with such extraordinary abilities, might I invite you to rest for a night at my humble abode? It would allow me to extend my hospitality." As she spoke, she cast a meaningful glance at the nearby Huanji, her eyes filled with implication. Although Huanji felt somewhat reluctant, she found it difficult to refuse, especially considering the awe Yi Ren had inspired that evening. Forming an alliance with such a remarkable individual would greatly benefit the Zue Xianlu and the organization behind them. She slightly bowed, her lips parting delicately, her voice as melodious as a distant orchid. "Young master, please accompany me to my chamber for a discussion, allowing me to properly express my gratitude for your kindness." Yi Ren hastily waved his hand, his expression serious. "That is not appropriate. I already have someone dear to me, and I must maintain my virtue. Never to indulge in such impropriety." What a pretentious fellow. He even chose to speak in such a formal tone. Yet, this earnest demeanor momentarily stunned both Huanji and Sume. In this day and age, was there truly a gentleman so devoted to propriety? Upon hearing this, Huanji's eyes lit up. This presented an excellent opportunity for her to extricate herself. She quickly played along, since the young master has someone special in his heart. "I shall not press the matter. However, I shall forever remember your kindness tonight and hope for your guidance in the future." Just as Huanji thought she could gracefully withdraw, Sume insisted, "Huanji, dear, how can you be so thoughtless? The young master has come such a long way. You would send him away like this, even if it's just to share a drink or have a chat." As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at Huanji. "If you dare let this esteemed gentleman leave, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Unable to withstand Su Mei's insistence, Huanji reluctantly agreed. She sighed softly and gestured for Yi Ren to follow her. Her tone laced with a hint of resignation. "Young master, please, accompany me." Yi Ren, Huanji. Yi Ren, I find the term quite intriguing. Huanji, what a nonsensical remark. She could not grasp Yi Ren's point of amusement. Huanji led Yi Ren to a delicately arranged chamber on the second floor. This room, unlike the others, exuded an extraordinary tranquility, free from any hint of worldly vice. It was adorned with a guqin, paintings, incense burners, and other items that emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance, uplifting one's spirit. It is noteworthy that Huanji's status within the Zhe Xian Lu far surpassed that of the other girls. Common folk only knew of the legendary beauty of Zue Xian Lu, perpetually veiled in sheer fabric, sparking imagination, yet no one had ever seen her true face. This chamber was indeed Huanji's private quarters. Except for Su Mei, no one had ever entered, not even the high-ranking nobles. After ushering Yi Ren into the room, Huanji gracefully glided to the small table in the center. She elegantly lifted a wine jug, preparing to pour for Yi Ren, her voice soft. "Young master, please indulge. This is a fine wine preserved by Zue Xian Lu for many years, rich in flavor and lingering in the palate." However, Yi Ren, lacking interest, waved his hand dismissively. "What respectable person drinks wine? This stuff is potent." As he spoke, he retrieved a can of soda from his spatial pouch, along with 2 crystal-clear glasses, placing them on the small table. With a pop, he opened the can, the dark brown liquid fizzing as it filled the glasses. He then took out pre-frozen ice balls from his pouch, dropping them into the glasses with a crisp chime. This seamless display of skill left Huan Ji momentarily speechless. How could a person from ancient times have witnessed such things? Just the 2 glass cups left Huan Ji utterly astonished. In ancient times, glass craftsmanship was limited, and glassware was incredibly precious, often referred to as lioli, available only to royalty. The 2 glass cups Yiren produced were flawless and transparent, simply perfect. Not to mention the peculiar dark brown liquid bubbling with fizz, and the ice appearing out of nowhere. All of this was beyond Huan Ji's comprehension. As if she were witnessing a magic trick. Unable to resist, she reached for one of the glass cups, examining it closely. The cup's surface was smooth as jade, cool to the touch, allowing her to see the bubbles within and the slowly melting ice ball through the glass. This exquisite craftsmanship, this wondrous material, this was truly divine. Is this exquisite glassware? Huan Ji could not help but inquire, her voice trembling with curiosity and desire. Yiren casually picked up the other glass of soda and took a hearty sip, sighing contentedly. Oh, this is called glass, a rather common material. He paused before continuing. As for this bubbly drink, it's called soda. It tastes quite decent. Would you like to try? Huan Ji hesitated. She had never encountered such a beverage and was unsure if it was safe to consume. Chapter 194. Huan Ji. Too exquisite. Yiren pushed the glass of soda towards Huan Ji, smiling. What are you waiting for? Have some, it's really good. Huan Ji gazed at the continuously bubbling dark brown liquid, her expression shifting slightly. She instinctively took a half step back, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes as she cautiously asked, Young master, what is this? After all, the odd color and the incessantly bubbling liquid did not appear to be something one could drink. Yiren rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying, What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? Saying this, he poured himself another glass and tilted his head back, gulping down a generous sip. At last, a contented sigh escaped her lips. How delightful. Huanshi instinctively swallowed, observing Yiren's expression of sheer enjoyment, and her heart settled slightly. Yet, as she gazed into the glass filled with the dark, mysterious cola and the swirling white bubbles, uncertainty lingered. After all, this concoction appeared utterly peculiar. Yiren, perceiving Huanshi's apprehension, boldly seized her glass and took a hearty sip, then wore an expression that seemed to say, Are you satisfied now? Huanshi's face immediately transformed into a picture of astonishment. How could she possibly drink from a glass that he had already sipped? Though he was a man of great stature, this was simply too much. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her at a loss. Yet, to abstain would seem disrespectful. What if he took offense, and Sume decided to reprimand her harshly? Clenching her silver teeth, Huanshi ultimately took the glass. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply as though preparing for a perilous endeavor, and then gulped down a generous mouthful. In that instant, a wave of icy refreshment coursed through her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Huanshi's eyes widened, her delicate features alight with disbelief. A wonderful explosion of flavors erupted in her mouth, sweet yet tangy, with a hint of tantalizing zest that lingered enticingly. What exquisite beverage could this possibly be? In ancient times, delectable drinks were a rarity. Even tea paled in comparison to modern tea-making techniques. Even the emperor himself would be limited to honey water at best. Yet this miraculous cola bestowed upon her an unprecedented gustatory experience. Unable to resist, she took another generous sip, delighting in the effervescent bubbles dancing upon her tongue. A sensation of indescribable delight spreading throughout her being. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration. Is this the elixir of the divine? Yiren beamed as he watched Huanshi. She took another substantial sip, licking her lips with an expression of lingering satisfaction, reminiscent of a kitten that had pilfered honey. Utterly adorable. Observing her demeanor, Yiren found himself quietly amused. However, merely sipping cola without any food would not suffice. With this thought in mind, he once more retrieved some items from his spatial pouch. Before her lay golden, crispy fried chicken, exuding an irresistible aroma that instantly filled the room. The fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Come, try this, Yiren offered, presenting the chicken to Huanshi with a smile. This is fried chicken, the perfect accompaniment to cola. Huanshi gazed at the golden, crispy fried chicken, the enticing aroma making her swallow hard. It smells divine. She delicately picked up a piece with her slender fingers and brought it to her lips. With a satisfying crunch, the crispy exterior shattered in her mouth, revealing tender, juicy chicken infused with zesty spices, instantly captivating her palate. Huanshi's eyes widened, astonishment etched upon her face. If this were a scene from a culinary anime, She would surely have burst into rapturous delight. How could it be this delicious? Because I added a secret ingredient, Yiren teased. If it's good, eat more. Almost choking on his words, he reminded her to savor the moment. After tasting the delightful flavor, Huanshi no longer hesitated. She picked up another piece of fried chicken and took a small bite. The familiar crunch echoed again as the succulent chicken erupted with rich flavors, mingling with the piquant spices. Huanshi couldn't help but express her delight. QAQ. It's so delicious that I can't help but reveal my emotions. Truly, a culinary masterpiece. In ancient times, the variety of seasonings was scarce, and culinary techniques were rather rudimentary. How could they compare to the modern era, where an array of industrial spices dazzled the senses and culinary innovations flourished? Fried chicken crafted with contemporary techniques was nothing short of a gastronomic treasure in the ancient world. Maintaining her graceful demeanor, Huanshi nibbled delicately, fearful of soiling her garments or makeup. Yiren, observing her cautiousness, shook his head with a chuckle. You know, there are no outsiders here. You needn't be so reserved. As he spoke, he grabbed a piece of fried chicken and devoured it heartily, while also encouraging Huanshi, come, have a sip of the icy cola. Watching Yiren's unabashed enjoyment and hearing his casual words, Huanshi was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. She found that, despite his quirks, this man was surprisingly genuine. She dropped her pretenses, revealing her true self. Grabbing a piece of fried chicken, she mimicked Yiren's approach and took a hearty bite. Food had a way of evoking happiness, and a smile blossomed on Huanshi's face, one that radiated warmth and healing. Even through her veil, Yiren couldn't help but chuckle at her carefree enjoyment of the food. Now that's more like it, he said with a grin. Life is fleeting. Seizing joy is the most important thing. The phrase life is fleeting. Seize joy brought a smile to Huanshi's lips as well. She suddenly felt a surge of happiness this evening. It seemed she hadn't felt this way in quite some time. Perhaps due to Yiren's presence temporarily distracting her from her worries and troubles. Of course, it was likely also because of the delicious fried chicken and cola. After indulging in their feast, Huanshi's gaze toward Yiren transformed. The initial wariness and aloofness were now replaced by curiosity and a fluttering heart, tinged with an indescribable emotion. This man before her was shrouded in mystery and surprise, exuding a unique charm that drew her in irresistibly. As the top courtesan of the drunken immortal pavilion, Huanshi was adept at handling men. Her every smile and gesture could captivate them, leaving them spellbound. Yet, in the presence of Yiren, she felt somewhat out of her depth, for he seemed to harbor no ulterior motives, like a bald man with no need for a comb. When he displayed no desire, her skills felt rendered moot. Silence enveloped the room as the two found themselves at a loss for words. Sensing the lull in conversation, Huanshi bit her silver teeth, mentally strategizing. It seemed she had no choice but to play her trump card. With a deep breath, she slowly raised her delicate hand, gently caressing the veil upon her face. Her movements were tender and deliberate, as if performing a sacred ritual. The glimpses of her extraordinary beauty tantalized the senses, igniting an irresistible desire to behold her visage. My lord, Huanshi's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it resonated clearly in the quiet room, rendering it all the more alluring. She paused, then continued, would you care to see my true face? This was her final gambit. She was certain no man could resist the allure of her beauty. Yiren, upon hearing her words, momentarily paused in surprise. To be honest, he was indeed curious about what Huanshi truly looked like. After all, the ability to captivate so many men must surely indicate that she is a peerless beauty. Noting the curiosity in Yiren's eyes, the illusionary princess secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that Yiren might have no interest whatsoever in her visage concealed behind the veil. Gradually, she removed the veil, revealing a countenance that could bring nations to their knees. Her beauty was akin to poetry and painting, breathtaking in its allure. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely framed, lips ruby red and teeth pearly white, with every glance and smile radiating an enchanting charm. Alas, it took considerable effort to craft such a line. However, at the moment the illusionary princess unveiled her true self, Yiren abruptly stood, his eyes wide with astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he blurted out, what the hell? Why Jia? This unexpected reaction left the illusionary princess momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she touched her fair, smooth cheek, her eyes filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why Yiren would react so strongly. Could there be something amiss with her appearance? At this moment, Yiren's mind was in turmoil, like a tempestuous sea, unable to find calm. The reason was simply that the illusionary princess bore an uncanny resemblance to Baijia. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, he could scarcely believe that two such similar individuals could exist in this world. Just then, the illusionary princess also came to a realization. With wide eyes, she incredulously asked, how do you know my name? Her true name had never been disclosed to anyone. The world only knew her as the illusionary princess. Yet here was Yi Run, uttering her true name with such ease. This revelation filled her with profound astonishment. Yi Ren's brain raced, akin to a roller coaster in its wild ups and downs. Could it be that the illusionary princess was a descendant of Baijia? No wonder they bore such a striking resemblance, as if cut from the same mold. With this thought, Yi Ren's gaze towards the illusionary princess grew more complex. The fleeting thoughts of romantic inclination evaporated in an instant, replaced by a sense of reverence. After all, this was the ancestor of Baijia. If he were to inadvertently bring harm to her, would Baijia not then be his? He dared not contemplate such a notion. Swallowing hard, he attempted to feign ignorance. The illusionary princess furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing Yi Ren with suspicion. She had never revealed her true name. How had this man come to know it? Seeing that Yi Ren was unwilling to elaborate, she ceased her inquiries. Gracefully, she donned her veil once more, obscuring her breathtaking visage, and softly remarked, "Since you prefer silence, I shall not press further. However, the kindness you have shown tonight shall be etched in my memory. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to command." Yi Ren quickly waved his hands in denial. No, there's no need. The spirit of Lei Feng teaches us to help others. The illusionary princess, seeing Yi Ren's humility, felt a deeper fondness for him. Yet, what was this spirit of Lei Feng? In the end, Yi Ren, under the illusionary princess's sorrowful gaze, resolutely moved to another vacant room to sleep alone for the night. He tossed and turned, his mind consumed by the illusionary princess's melancholic eyes. That night, he experienced a rare dream. It was vivid, featuring Baijia clad in black stockings and high heels, alongside the illusionary princess dressed in ancient garb, both lying on the same bed. It was rather exhilarating, and he found it hard to resist. The following morning, while Yi Ren was still lost in slumber, he was awakened by a gentle knocking at the door. "Young master, are you awake?" came the illusionary princess's melodious voice from outside, reminiscent of a delicate orchid in a secluded valley, sending shivers through his bones. A stunning beauty, draped in antiquated elegance, gently calling him for morning service. Such treatment was truly overwhelming. Rubbing his head, he rose to open the door, only to find the illusionary princess and Su Mei standing outside. Both had donned elegant, understated garments, appearing exceptionally refined and otherworldly. "Young master, breakfast is ready. Please follow me." The illusionary princess smiled softly, gesturing for him to proceed. Without hesitation, Yi Ren followed the two to a private dining room on the first floor. The table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, fragrant rice porridge, exquisite soup dumplings, and a variety of side dishes that made his mouth water. Su Mei, beaming with delight, said, "Young master, these are the signature dishes of the drunken immortal pavilion. Please do enjoy." Yi Ren wasted no time, eagerly picking up his chopsticks. Quite delicious," he exclaimed, praising the meal as he savored each bite. Seeing his enjoyment, Su Mei felt a sense of pride swell within her. What was that saying? If you capture a man's stomach, you capture his heart. At that moment, two familiar figures appeared at the door of the dining room. It was the fox-eared and cat-eared maidens from before. Today, they wore diaphanous garments that accentuated their alluring figures. Their eyes glistened with longing as they gazed at Yi Ren, a hint of shyness and anticipation gracing their features. They approached him gracefully, gently pouring tea and refilling his cup, occasionally brushing their soft, fluffy ears against his arm, seeking his attention. After all, in this world, their survival depended on their ability to please men. Yi Ren was taken aback. "Are you testing me with this? What man can withstand such trials?" The allure of the beast-eared maidens was undeniably potent. Little Yi found himself sitting upright, sternly critiquing, "This damned, decaying feudal society is infuriating." Just then, a loud crash shattered the tranquility of the dining room. Bang! The door of the drunken immortal pavilion was kicked open, and a group of soldiers burst in, exuding a menacing aura. At the forefront was a woman, her expression cold, her gaze stern, radiating an air of intimidating authority. "By the Emperor's command, apprehend the demoness," she declared with a sharp voice, crisp yet commanding. Yi Ren, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, nearly spat it out in shock. What? The woman, though only around 5 feet tall, appeared petite among the burly soldiers, yet that was not the most significant detail. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the future Little Dragon Girl. Chapter 196, The Unraveling of Ling Qingshuang. Wait, are you also from another world? No. Could she be the ancestor of Little Dragon Girl? First by Jia, and now this resemblance to Little Dragon Girl. What in the world was happening? Good heavens. I am surrounded by the ancestors of my harem. Yi Ren felt as though his worldview was collapsing. The illusionary princess and Su Mei were equally startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly rising to greet the newcomers. "Esteemed officials, what brings you here?" Su Mei feigned calmness, her smile unwavering. The leading woman snorted coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone in the dining room. Ultimately, her attention fixated on the fox-eared and cat-eared maidens. Bold demonesses, how dare you hide here? Surrender at once. With that, she drew her sword, pointing it at the trembling beast-eared maidens. The fox-eared and cat-eared maidens turned pale, hastily retreating behind Yiren for protection. Seeing this, Yiren quickly stood. This is all a misunderstanding. Oh no. Before she could finish her words, the little dragon girl's ancestor swung her sword without a hint of hesitation. The tip of the blade was barely 5 centimeters from Yiren's brow. Her expression was cold and indifferent. Those who are irrelevant, leave at once. As she spoke, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. She deemed Yiren, who mingled with demons in a brothel during the day, certainly not a good person. Yiren coughed lightly and said, I understand your urgency, but please, allow me to explain. Upon hearing this, she snorted coldly. Do not attempt to feign innocence. Those with demonic energy cannot escape my keen perception. With that, she narrowed her eyes and pointed the sword's tip towards the 2 beast-eared girls. See, you're getting anxious again? Yiren remarked, exasperated. Could you please sheath your sword? As he spoke, he utilized spatial teleportation to silently transfer the long sword from Ling Qingshuang's grasp into his personal space. Ling Qingshuang felt a sudden lightness in her hand as the sword vanished into thin air. Her pupils constricted, a glimmer of shock flashing in her eyes. Before she could react, Yiren once again employed his spatial abilities, disarming all the guards in an instant. In a heartbeat, the once menacing soldiers transformed into defenseless weaklings. Ling Qingshuang finally realized that the man before her was far from an ordinary individual. Her brow furrowed, and she felt a surge of wariness. Yiren glanced at Su Mei before turning back to Ling Qingshuang. How about we find a different place to discuss this privately? Su Mei immediately understood and arranged for a private room. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Qingshuang ultimately nodded in agreement. Once inside the room, Su Mei tactfully closed the door, granting space solely to Yiren and Ling Qingshuang. Ling Qingshuang fixed her gaze on him, staring as if she were interrogating a criminal. Speak. Who exactly are you? Why do you protect these 2 aberrations? Her tone made Yiren feel quite uncomfortable. The little dragon girl exhibited a gentle demeanor, while Ling Qingshuang's personality was starkly contrasting. Yet they shared the same visage, a disparity that left Yiren feeling profoundly perplexed. He cleared his throat and said, Please, do not rush. Allow me to slowly present my defense. Defense? Ling Qingshuang's eyebrows shot up, her almond-shaped eyes widening. An aberration is an aberration. Do not attempt to sweet-talk me. Yiren sighed, exasperated. I was merely jesting. Must you be so agitated? He rubbed his temples, bemused by how drastically different Ling Qingshuang's temperament was compared to that of the little mute. It was beyond him how the 2 could share a familial bond. He patiently explained. After the celestial dog devoured the moon, the world underwent a transformation, causing many to awaken their extraordinary abilities. They are not demons, but rather endowed individuals. Extraordinary abilities? Ling Qingshuang scoffed. Such nonsense. A demon is a demon. Do not think to deceive me with flowery words. Yiren, growing increasingly impatient with her obstinacy, fell silent for a moment before deciding to reveal his trump card. You claim they are demons, yet are you not one yourself? At his words, Ling Qingshuang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. The greatest secret she harbored had been unveiled by this man before her. Her pupils dilated, a flicker of fear and turmoil flashing in her eyes. Just then, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive. Instinctively, Ling Qingshuang reached for her sword, only to find herself utterly immobilized. In that moment of emotional upheaval, Yiren had enacted a spatial confinement, securing her firmly in place. It dawned on her just how insurmountable the chasm was between them. The fear in her eyes intensified, her voice trembling. Who are you truly? Yiren paused before continuing. I am merely a passerby, though I must confess, from the very beginning. You, and indeed everyone in this era, has been mistaken in your understanding. Mistaken? Ling Qingshuang bit her lip, utterly perplexed. Yiren elaborated. There are no demons. It is merely the aftermath of the celestial dog's feast upon the moon that led to a transformation in the world, awakening certain individuals to extraordinary powers. Ling Qingshuang murmured the unfamiliar term, her gaze rife with skepticism. Yiren pressed on. The changes you observe in yourself, and the beast ears and tails of those 2 girls, are merely manifestations of extraordinary abilities. Having been steeped in Taoist teachings from a young age, she firmly believed in the existence of monsters and demons. Now, Yiren was telling her that all of this was normal, a notion she found exceedingly difficult to accept. Seeing Ling Qingshuang still skeptical, Yiren sighed inwardly. Altering one's ingrained beliefs is no simple task. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to unveil another revelation. To be candid, he spoke gravely. I hail from the future. The future? Ling Qingshuang looked utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend Yi Ren's words. He clarified, I come from 1,000 years hence. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshuang felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind going blank. A millennium hence? How could that be possible? She stared at Yi Ren with wide eyes, incredulous, as if she were gazing upon a madman. Yi Ren, observing her astonishment, shrugged. He understood that this was an immense shock for her, but she would have to accept this truth eventually. He continued, in the world 1,000 years from now, I happen to know your descendant. She resembles you almost exactly. As Ling Qingshuang listened to Yi Ren's account, she felt her worldview crumbling. Everything he said surpassed her comprehension, leaving her in utter shock and disbelief. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself utterly at a loss for words. Her mind was blank, nearly incapable of thought. To solidify Ling Qingshuang's belief in his words, Yi Ren retrieved a tablet computer from his personal space and presented it to her. This is... Ling Qingshuang gazed at the peculiar white object, hesitant to accept it. Here, Yi Ren explained, it is a form of entertainment from my era. He deftly operated the tablet, opening previously downloaded films and television shows. Look, he pointed at the images on the screen, this is life in my time. Ling Qingshuang's small hands trembled as she held the tablet, her gaze glued to the bizarre visuals, her mind growing increasingly chaotic. Towering skyscrapers, speeding automobiles, and individuals clad in outlandish attire. Is this all real? After half an hour, Ling Qingshuang finally set the tablet down. Rubbing her temples, her hands shook slightly. As a person from an ancient time, her mindset was rigid. Yet witnessing the images on the tablet forced her to confront the truth of Yi Ren's words. Realizing that her kingdom would ultimately perish and the emperor would cease to exist, Ling Qingshuang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Having been raised on principles of loyalty and patriotism, learning that all of this would vanish left her deeply shaken. After a prolonged silence, she raised her head to look at Yi Ren, her voice tinged with uncertainty and anxiety. Is the future a good place? Yi Ren pondered for a moment. It is quite commendable. My plan is to harness supernatural abilities to the fullest extent, thereby accelerating industrial capacity and technological prowess, with the ultimate goal of constructing a golden age. Ling Qingshuang, though unable to comprehend, felt an inexplicable sense of awe. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly inquired, could you take me to see the future? Yi Ren, momentarily taken aback by her request, pondered the possibility. Taking Ling Qingshuang to the future? It indeed seemed feasible. As long as the timeline remained unaffected, there should be no complications. With this thought, Yi Ren felt a surge of determination. Time cease. With his command, the entire world appeared to come to a standstill, as if frozen in time. The air ceased to flow, dust lingered in midair. And even the expression on Ling Qingshuang's face was captured in that singular moment. Yi Ren resolved to first examine the original trajectory of Ling Qingshuang's destiny. He summoned a four-dimensional construct to scrutinize her predetermined fate. However, to his astonishment, at the moment he called forth the construct, he found that this operation, which typically demanded substantial mental energy, consumed almost none today. He paused briefly before realizing that it was not a reduction in consumption, but rather an increase in his own mental capacity. Furthermore, it was a significant increase, so much so that he could disregard the cost of summoning the four-dimensional construct. As previously mentioned, Yi Ren had discovered that his mental energy limit was continuously on the rise every night, perhaps due to excessive consumption in recent days. He had adapted to the demands of his time-manipulating abilities. This realization implied that he could wield his temporal powers with greater abandon, without the looming fear of mental exhaustion. Next, Yi Ren gazed upon the four-dimensional construct, his vision swiftly traversing the river of time, meticulously searching for every piece of information concerning Ling Qingshuang. Indeed, as he had anticipated, her fate was akin to Anna's, a critical juncture on the timeline. Her demise was a fixed fate. Within the four-dimensional construct, Yi Ren glimpsed a scene from a month hence. Inside a resplendent hall, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe sat upon a dragon throne. He was none other than Emperor Qianyuan of the Qin dynasty. Emperor Qianyuan sat upright, his expression grave as he listened intently to the reports of his ministers. The civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere within the hall was solemn and austere, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, an elderly man in a purple robe slowly stepped forward, with white hair yet youthful visage, exuding an ethereal presence. He was none other than the national master, Zhang Tianshi, who also happened to be Ling Qingshuang's mentor. Zhang Tianshi approached the center of the hall, deeply bowing before Emperor Qianyuan, and then solemnly spoke. Your Majesty, I have observed the celestial signs and discovered that the Ziwei star is dim. while the Yinghua star hangs high. This is an ominous portent. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qinyuan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. National Master, what do you mean by this? Zhang Tianshi raised his head, locking eyes with Emperor Qinyuan, his tone becoming grave and serious. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but the fortunes of the Deqian dynasty have reached their end. Only by abdicating can the realm be preserved. At this pronouncement, the hall erupted in chaos. The civil and military officials raised their heads in shock, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief. Abdicate. This was a monumental matter of regime change. National Master, are you inciting rebellion? A man clad as a warrior abruptly stood, pointing a finger at Zhang Tianshi, shouting vehemently. Hold! Zhang Tianshi snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, an invisible force struck the warrior instantaneously. Ah! The warrior let out a blood-curdling scream, his body soaring backwards like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting forth, immobile. This spectacle left all present in utter shock. They could not fathom that Zhang Tianshi would suddenly resort to violence. Moreover, his power was terrifyingly formidable. That warrior was a renowned general of the Deqian dynasty. How had Zhang Tianshi's abilities become so fearsome? Who dares to dissent? Zhang Tianshi surveyed the crowd, his tone icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, Ling Qingshuang stepped forward, drawing her sword and pointing it at Zhang Tianshi, exclaiming fiercely, Master, are you inciting rebellion? Zhang Tianshi snorted again, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This emperor is unfit to rule. If I were in charge, peace would surely reign. The ensuing events unfolded with relative simplicity. Ling Qingshuang, possessing a mechanism of supernatural abilities and mental capacity rivaling Zhang Tianshi, found herself at a disadvantage due to their mentor-student relationship. Having been nurtured by him since her earliest memories, it was unsurprising that she was ultimately defeated. Her neck was twisted by mental force, meeting her end before the emperor. Yi Run, after observing the scene, could not help but rub his temples. Oh, what a classic plot, truly classic. He concealed the four-dimensional construct and restored the flow of time. For Ling Qingshuang, she remained oblivious to the temporal suspension, her face still alight with anticipation as she awaited Yi Ren's response. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ren ultimately decided to reveal her predetermined fate. You are destined to perish, he stated. Ling Qingshuang, taken aback, retorted, You are the one who shall perish. Instinctively, she glared back at him, defiance in her eyes. Having served in the military for many years, Ling Qingshuang was fearless. Yi Ren, resigned, recounted what he had witnessed. After hearing his words, Ling Qingshuang's mind momentarily stalled, almost overheating. Chapter 198. Yi Ren, care for some chicken feet? Once she regained her composure, disbelief still lingered in her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? With a sudden slam of her palm on the table, she rose, pointing at Yi Ren, and exclaimed, Utter nonsense. How could my master ever incite rebellion? In her perception, Zhang Tianshi was a venerable figure, loyal and devoted to the throne. How could he possibly commit such an act of treason? Yi Ren understood that Ling Qingshuang would not believe his words, but he chose not to elaborate further. Just wait. In a month, you will meet your demise. After stating this, he turned away from Ling Qingshuang and walked towards the exit of the private chamber. Ling Qingshuang stood rooted in place, unable to accept everything Yi Ren had proclaimed. Yet, the vivid imagery of his words left her feeling profoundly unsettled. Sighing softly, she felt a sense of despondency wash over her. Both departed the private chamber and returned to the hall, where the soldiers and Su Mei awaited the outcome with bated breath. Upon seeing Ling Qingshuang emerge, they rushed towards her. My lord, what transpired? That man, one soldier cautiously inquired, but was silenced by a fierce glance from Ling Qingshuang. Stand down, she commanded coldly, disregarding the puzzled expressions of the soldiers and Su Mei. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Yi Ren, her eyes filled with complexity. She inhaled deeply, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as she whispered, I will seek you out in a month. With that, she turned on her heel and departed from the drunken immortal pavilion without a backward glance. Yi Ren could never stand idly by while Ling Qingshuang walked into danger, particularly since she was the ancestor of the little dragon girl. The mere sight of her visage, identical to that of the mute girl, was enough to stir his compassion. Comrade Xiao Yi had concocted a brilliant scheme. He planned to employ a familiar tactic. When the time came, he would create a clone to feign Ling Qingshuang's demise, thereby manipulating the timeline. Subsequently, he would transport Ling Qingshuang back to the future, allowing her to meet the little dragon girl. The mere thought of such a scene sent shivers of excitement through Yi Ren. What? Why the excitement? Just contemplate it. What could be more delightful than double the joy? Strategic retreat. After Ling Qingshuang departed with her companions, the drunken immortal pavilion regained its tranquility. The young ladies donned delicate, sheer garments that accentuated their alluring figures. They clustered around Yi Ren, their eyes glazed with adoration, attempting to draw near. "Young master, thank you for saving us," cooed a girl with fox ears. Her voice sweet and soft, as if it could melt hearts. "Indeed, young master, had it not been for you, we might have," chimed in another girl with cat ears, her tone quivering as if still recovering from the earlier fright. "Young master, look at me," exclaimed a bold girl with rabbit ears, wrapping her arms around Yi Ren's, her voice laced with playful provocation. "Yes, young master, we sisters will surely attend to your needs," they all chimed in with exuberance. Their fervor left Yi Ren somewhat overwhelmed. Who could resist the allure of these charming, beast-eared maidens? At that moment, the enchanting Huanji, veiled and graceful, approached like a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an ethereal aura. The once lively hall fell into an immediate hush as the young ladies discreetly retreated. "Do not burden the young master, for he has a beloved. Know your boundaries," Huanji's voice rang out, melodious and clear like a resonant orchid in a secluded valley. A few of the beast-eared maidens murmured stubbornly, "If you don't say anything, who would know?" Huanji conceded, "All right, I admit it. I'm a tad envious." Just moments ago, Yi Ren had been surrounded by the beast-eared maidens, and the look of infatuation on his face was unmistakable. Huanji pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. She was undoubtedly more beautiful and captivating than those girls, lacking only the fluffy ears and tail. With a slight frown, she lowered her head and could not resist the urge to touch her smooth cheek. If it were the modern Baijia, she would undoubtedly point at Yi Ren and declare, "That foolish monkey will only bring you trouble." The business at the drunken immortal pavilion had come to a halt for several days, as Su Mei's thoughts were entirely consumed by Yi Ren. It was not that she harbored romantic feelings for him. Rather, she simply believed that associating with such a powerful figure as Yi Ren could yield significant benefits for the pavilion and the organization behind it. However, as the days passed, no substantial progress had been made between Yi Ren and Huanji, which left Su Mei quite anxious. "Huanji, are you capable or not?" Su Mei could not help but critique. "How could you let such a golden opportunity slip away?" Huanji shot her a resentful glance and retorted, "It's not that I don't wish to. It's just that the flowers have feelings, but the waters are indifferent." Su Mei sighed in exasperation. "This used to be so easy for you. With your charm, anyone would become a docile puppy. Yet now, it seems the tables have turned. And you are completely at Yi Ren's mercy. Perhaps I should think of another plan?" Su Mei proposed. "What plan?" Huanji inquired with curiosity. "A spring outing." Su Mei's eyes sparkled. "Tomorrow's weather looks splendid. We should gather the young ladies for an excursion to the countryside. You should come along too, and I will create opportunities for you both to be alone." Upon hearing Su Mei's plan, Huanji felt a flicker of hope. This could indeed be a splendid idea. In the countryside, free from the constraints of the drunken immortal pavilion, she could interact more naturally with Yi Ren, perhaps. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Huanji's eyes. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sky a canvas of azure. The maidens of the drunken immortal pavilion adorned themselves in vibrant attire, gathering in the hall, chattering excitedly. They were all thrilled at the prospect of an outing, a rare treat for those who spent their days within the pavilion's walls. Yi Ren, weary of traditional garb, retrieved a casual outfit from his spatial pocket. The modern fabric and design captivated the maidens, who gazed at him in awe. "Young master, you look splendid today," Su Mei exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Flattery will get you nowhere, sister," Yi Ren replied with a nod. "Where shall we go for our excursion?" All right, Su Mei interjected, "Let us be off." The young ladies can hardly contain their excitement. Thus, the group departed from the drunken immortal pavilion, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Su Mei had deliberately arranged for Huanji and Yi Ren to share a carriage, believing that in such an intimate setting, Huanji would surely find a chance to engage with him. However, Su Mei's well-laid plans were destined to falter. "Would you care for some chicken feet?" Yi Ren inquired. Huanji retorted, "In a carriage with just the two of us, you dare to ask me if I want chicken feet?" Chapter 199. Goodness, a Siberian tiger? Frustration surged within her, yet she maintained a polite smile. "Not hungry," Yi Ren pressed. "I will eat." Huanji, gritting her teeth, removed her veil without a care for her image and seized the chicken feet, indulging in them ravenously. Upon tasting them, her eyes lit up. "These are delicious. Salt-baked boneless chicken feet, 15 coins a pack. You are fortunate," Yi Ren remarked, appreciating Huanji's discerning palate. Yet, as the group reached the countryside, an unexpected event unfolded. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, emanating from the nearby woods. Moments later, several massive tigers emerged from the trees, each one larger than a tank. They radiated a fierce aura, their cold, piercing gaze glimmering with a predatory intelligence. "Ah, young master, save me." The maidens cried out in terror, their faces pale as they scattered in panic, their frightened voices rising in chaos. Though they had awakened their transformation abilities, the sight of these colossal beasts filled them with dread. Sume, seasoned and composed, fought to suppress her fear, her gaze fixed on Huanji. Surely, with her abilities, dealing with these creatures should pose no challenge. However, the next moment revealed Huanji's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. With a quivering voice, she grasped Yiren's hand and threw herself into his embrace. "Young master, save me. I'm so frightened." The voice of the enchanting maiden trembled, laced with a barely perceptible excitement, accompanied by a hint of deliberately feigned fragility. What a captivating beauty, one that elicits profound sympathy. What on earth is she doing? Sume could not resist the twitching of her lips, thinking that she was merely putting on an act. Yiren was equally taken aback by the maiden's sudden display. Instinctively, he embraced her, feeling her soft form and the faint, alluring fragrance that enveloped her. Yet his mind was filled with questions. "Aren't you a psychic? Surely controlling these tigers should pose no challenge for you." "Yiren, I see now. You're merely playing the part for me." At that moment, several massive tigers, their fur a kaleidoscope of colors and their gazes fierce, were glaring menacingly at the group. They emitted low growls, as if ready to pounce and shred them to pieces at any moment. These tigers were the aberrant creatures spawned after the recent solar eclipse. Once mere wild beasts of the mountains, the powers unleashed by the eclipse had endowed them with size and strength far beyond that of ordinary creatures. Their razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously, reminiscent of finely tempered steel. Each beast was the size of a compact car, exuding an indescribable aura of the supernatural. Among them, one particularly colossal tiger bore a black horn upon its forehead. The horned tiger's pelt exhibited an eerie dark golden hue, emanating a faint black mist. Even its eyes glimmered with a haunting light. It was evident that this horned tiger was the alpha among the giants. At that moment, it fixated its cold gaze upon Yiren, as if assessing his strength. "Yiren, what are you staring at?" "Horned tiger, what of it?" "Yiren, wait. You can talk?" This creature even has a northeastern accent. Enchanting maiden, oh, little enchantress, concealed in Yiren's embrace, felt as though she might faint from sheer happiness. As for Sume, she immediately mimicked the enchantress, clutching Yiren's other arm. "Yiren, wait a moment. Sisters, with both of you holding on to me. How am I supposed to slide away? Are you putting on a show here?" The horned tiger let out a furious roar. It suddenly lunged at Yiren with the speed of an arrow, the velocity so astonishing that it left barely a trace. The horned tiger was convinced of its superiority, believing it could easily rend the man asunder. Bang! However, the horn of the horned tiger crashed violently against the spatial barrier. Crack! What followed was a heart-wrenching wail. The horned tiger writhed in pain, its horn visibly damaged. "Yiren, is that all?" Simultaneously, the other massive tigers hurled themselves at Yiren and his companions. They surged forth like shadows of black lightning from all directions. Yet, Yiren merely uttered a single word: freeze. He activated a spatial binding, immobilizing all the giant tigers in place. The beasts, caught mid-attack, stood as still as statues. "These little kittens dare to flaunt their claws before me?" The horned tiger, once the sovereign of the forest, had become the king of kings after the eclipse, and had never endured such humiliation. But upon meeting Yiren's icy gaze, it felt a sudden heaviness in its heart. Oh no! It realized it had struck an unyielding wall, especially when it saw the once mighty giant tigers, now frozen like stone sculptures. A cold sweat broke out on the horned tiger's back. What? Why would a beast sweat on its back? Ask that question again, and I'll toss you out to feed the tigers. In any case, the horned tiger, suppressing its tremors, quickly prostrated itself on the ground. Burying its head deep into the earth, its tail tightly tucked in, signifying submission. "I yield, spare my life, and I shall serve you like a dog." Yiren, quite the ambitious one. How can there be such an amusing tiger? In truth, these aberrant creatures possessed not only immense strength and size, but also significantly heightened intelligence. The horned tiger was acutely aware of the terrifying power that had imprisoned it. If the other party wished, they could effortlessly tear it apart. To preserve its life, it had no choice but to submit. Yiren had initially intended to slay these tigers outright, finding it a bothersome task that could be resolved with a swift execution. However, at that moment, Sume tightened her grip on Yiren's arm, her tone urgent. "My lord, it has already begged for mercy. Why not spare its life?" "Yiren." Sume gazed up at Yiren with pleading eyes, filled with a sense of urgency, even purposefully leaning against him. So soft, so tender, and undeniably enticing. Yiren. Sume had her own motives. Yiren's strength was of no concern to her. If she could tame this horned black tiger, and employ it as a trump card for Zui Xianlu, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. My lord, I beseech you. Su Mei's voice was as soft as a whisper, imbued with a hint of allure. As she spoke, she gently swayed Yi Ren's arm, as if in a playful manner. Goodness, a married woman is flirting with you. Who can withstand that? He gazed into Su Mei's doe-like eyes and her enchanting demeanor. Madam, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am already taken. Su Mei? Su Mei, if you don't speak of it, and I don't speak of it, who will ever know? Enchanting maiden. That phrase sounds so familiar. Chapter 200. At that moment, with a swift maneuver. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Qingshuang was hastily leading her fellow disciples from the Tianshi mansion towards the outskirts. Clad in white, radiating confidence, and adorned with a finely crafted steel sword at her waist, she appeared strikingly heroic. Junior sister, are you certain the information is reliable? A sharp-featured young man questioned, his tone laced with sarcasm as he walked. In the desolate wilds, could it be that someone is playing tricks on us? Indeed, junior sister. We are disciples of the Tianshi mansion, not those charlatans who merely pretend to wield power. Another portly man chimed in, his voice dripping with scorn. Although these individuals claimed to be Ling Qingshuang's fellow disciples, they were, in truth, envious of her. They envied her extraordinary talent, her esteemed position in their master's eyes, and they were especially resentful of her youth, having already become a court official, bestowed the title of guardian mage by the emperor. Thus, when Ling Qingshuang urged them to remain vigilant, they could not help but retort with their mocking remarks. Ling Qingshuang was well aware of their thoughts, but was disinclined to engage in arguments. She merely cast a cold glance in their direction, her tone carrying a note of warning. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall cast you into the Qingxin prison. Ling Qingshuang's tone was frigid, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes, rendering her two senior brothers momentarily mute, too intimidated to utter another word. She inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and continued, I have received word that there are malevolent creatures lurking in this vicinity, and their strength is formidable. Hence, I have brought you along to eliminate the threat. Pausing for emphasis, her voice grew even more solemn. You all must remain vigilant, exercise utmost caution, and if danger arises, do not act recklessly. Report to me immediately. She understood that this mission was of grave importance, and thus, she needed to prepare thoroughly to ensure everyone's safety. Understood, junior sister. If trouble arises, we still have Master S talismans. Her two senior brothers quickly nodded in agreement, though their tone belied their seriousness. Ling Qingshuang dismissed their feigned bravado with a disdainful huff before resuming her swift pace. Her steps were light and rapid, akin to a gust of wind, her ethereal form accentuating her otherworldly grace. The two senior brothers exchanged glances, a flicker of jealousy and resentment evident in their eyes. What a show? She simply relies on Master S favoritism. Once this mission concludes, I will find a way to make her pay, they muttered under their breath, hastening their steps to keep up with her. The group traversed a narrow mountain path, making their way toward the outskirts. After approximately half an hour, Ling Qingshuang suddenly halted. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed into the distance, her tone laden with gravity. It is right there. The others followed her gaze and beheld an expanse of open grassland, encircled by trees, lush and vibrant. The air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds, the fragrance of flowers, and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Indeed, a picturesque scene. However, before they could relax, they were met with a sight that left them utterly astonished. Before them, rows of colorful tents had inexplicably materialized on the once empty grassland. These tents, with their peculiar shapes and vivid hues, were clearly not products of this era, appearing decidedly bizarre. Furthermore, the air was thick with a rich aroma, a tantalizing blend of grilled meat and various spices that made their mouths water. What is happening? Where did these come from? Could this be the work of the malevolent spirits? Ling Qingshuang's junior brothers gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and terror. The scene was simply too surreal. Ling Qingshuang remained silent, her brow furrowed tightly as her gaze fixated on a familiar figure not far away. There stood Yi Ren, expertly flipping skewers of meat beside a massive barbecue grill, the tantalizing scent wafting from his handiwork. It was he. A complex expression flickered across Ling Qingshuang's features, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. These items must surely have been brought from the future by him. The thought quickened her heartbeat. This fellow truly was an enigmatic being. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, her junior brothers could no longer contain their excitement. Wow, it smells amazing. What kind of meat is this? Why does it smell so divine? Is it celestial meat from the heavens? They gawked at the skewers in Yi Ren's hands, their eyes brimming with greed and longing. However, just as they prepared to approach him for answers, they were confronted by several imposing creatures that sent chills down their spines. A few enormous tigers, Their massive forms adorned with vibrant stripes sat regally nearby, their watchful eyes fixed on the group, yet they did not attack. Instead, they awaited Yi Ren's command, behaving like a battalion of well-trained soldiers. Among them was a striking black tiger with a single horn protruding from its forehead. Monsters! This is bad. The monsters truly have appeared. Retreat! Retreat! The sight nearly shattered the composure of her junior brothers, who, in sheer panic, screamed and turned to flee. They had never encountered anything so terrifying. Despite being disciples of the Heavenly Master's estate, few had ever seen mutated beasts. Stop right there. Ling Qingshuang's sharp command cut through the air. Gritting her teeth, she rebuked. You are all disciples of the Heavenly Master's estate. How can you abandon your post in the face of danger? What a disgrace. Her fierce reprimand gradually halted their retreat, their heads bowed in shame. Though their bodies continued to tremble, Ling Qingshuang took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and turned to Yi Ren, her tone serious as she inquired. Did you tame those monsters? Yi Ren turned to her, lifting a skewer of meat. Let me tell you, I slid in like this, and then I went AABA. Ling Qingshuang, enough. Her fists clenched in frustration. While he spoke with bravado, she could clearly see the mockery in his eyes. Ling Qingshuang was of a temperament far removed from his frivolity. She was about to scold him when he abruptly stuffed a chunk of meat into her mouth. Instantly, her cheeks puffed up, and her protest transformed into muffled sounds of surprise. Realizing what had just happened, she was overcome with embarrassment and contemplated drawing her sword to strike him. Yet Yi Ren paid her no mind, instead presenting the skewer before Huanji. Here. Try this exquisite grilled tiger meat infused with technology and hard work. Huanji accepted it with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ling Qingshuang, why do I suddenly feel so displeased? Chapter 201, Ling Qingshuang, how could I possibly like you? Ling Qingshuang was unaware that her feelings were rooted in jealousy. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Yi Ren's flippant tone and Huanji's blissful expression. A nameless fire ignited within her, compelling her to wish to draw her sword against Yi Ren. How dare he toy with her? With no outlet for her anger, she turned her ire toward her junior brothers and sisters, chastising them mercilessly. You useless lot, to be so frightened by a few tiger monsters. You have brought shame upon the Heavenly Master's estate. Her brows knitted together, and her eyes blazed with indignation, causing her junior brothers and sisters to cower, heads bowed, wishing they could disappear into the ground. After delivering her reprimand, Ling Qingshuang felt a sense of relief wash over her. Puffing up her cheeks in annoyance, she resolved to return home. After all, the monsters had been subdued by Yi Ren, and there was little left for her to do here. Who understands the frustration of coming excitedly to work, only to have someone else steal the spotlight? However, just as she turned to leave, Yi Ren suddenly called out to her, Hey, since you're already here, why not stay and have some fun? Consider it a way to unwind and clear your mind. Yi Ren said with a playful grin, clearly enjoying the banter with Ling Qingshuang, perhaps due to the stark contrast between her personality and that of the quiet, unassuming Xiaoyaba. The playful banter took on a distinct flavor. As he spoke, he deliberately winked at Huanji. Ling Qingshuang initially intended to decline, for her mood was decidedly poor, and she had no desire to remain in the company of Yi Ren. However, upon witnessing Huanji's attentive demeanor towards Yi Ren, an inexplicable surge of indignation welled up within her, and, almost against her will, she found herself acquiescing. As if I care. Nevertheless, given the ferocity of this demon tiger, I shall remain to guard you. Ling Qingshuang haughtily snorted and strode over to Yi Ren. Her tone as rigid as her demeanor. I want to be taking advantage of you. I am here to assist. To her surprise, she then added, Your method of grilling meat is rather peculiar. Yi Ren paused momentarily, then smiled broadly and nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you. As he spoke, he handed a skewer to Ling Qingshuang. She accepted it, yet her heart was a tumult of emotions. She herself could not fathom why she had chosen to stay, nor why she felt compelled to help Yi Ren with the grilling. Perhaps it was due to her unwillingness to be outdone by Huanji, or perhaps it was that she harbored a flicker of curiosity and fondness for Yi Ren. Shaking her head, she cast aside these chaotic thoughts and devoted herself to the task at hand. Although she was a disciple of the Celestial Master's manner, she rarely engaged in such mundane affairs, resulting in her grilling skills being rather lacking. What flavor is this? Goodness, it's burnt. The flames leaped up, and you should take it away. Oh dear. Yi Ren was taken aback as the flames leapt over 2 meters high, yet Ling Qingshuang remained unfazed. While grilling the meat, she muttered under her breath, It's not inedible just because it's burnt. Yi Ren, well, it seems the only thing hard about you is your tongue. Yi Ren, observing her clumsy attempts, could not help but shake his head. You might as well give up. Allow me to take over. As he spoke, he took the skewer from Ling Qingshuang's hands, discarding the burnt portions and rethreading the meat anew. Soon, A rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, tantalizingly enticing. Watching Yi Ren's deft movements, an inexplicable sense of defeat surged within Ling Qingxuang. Here she was, a proud disciple of the celestial master's manner, unable to even compete in grilling meat. Humph, what is so impressive about it? Ling Qingxuang snorted haughtily and turned away, sulking by herself. Huanji, witnessing this, stifled a laugh behind her hand, then approached Yi Ren, speaking softly, "My lord. May I assist you?" As she spoke, she held up a fan, gently fanning Yi Ren. Observing Huanji's tender attentiveness, Yi Ren clicked his tongue in admiration, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Qingxuang. Ling Qingxuang, my patience is wearing thin. The sky unexpectedly rumbled with distant thunder, and ominous clouds began to gather. Yi Ren's hand paused momentarily as he glanced at Ling Qingxuang. Don't be foolish. We Haven Tea brought an umbrella. Ling Qingxuang turned her head away, trying to calm her agitation, and indeed, the clouds soon dissipated. Yi Ren retrieved a massive insulated cooler from his spatial pocket, lifting the lid to reveal a rush of cold air. Inside were can after can of chilled cola, neatly arranged. Come, come. Grilled meat paired with ice-cold cola. Now that's a treat. Yi Ren called to the ladies, his exuberance making their eyes sparkle with delight. Who could resist the allure of grilled meat combined with icy cola? Su Mei and Huan Ji gazed at Yi Ren with eyes full of joy, almost overwhelmed by the impulse to leap into his embrace. However, Ling Qingxuang's mood grew even darker, especially upon seeing Huan Ji's infatuated expression towards Yi Ren. Her frustration boiled over. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and approached Yi Ren, lowering her voice. Hey, come with me into the grove. Yi Ren, what? A wild rendezvous? How thrilling. In truth, Ling Qingxuang merely sought an excuse to prevent Yi Ren from being alone with Huan Ji. The two walked into the forest, leaving Huan Ji and Su Mei gazing longingly after their retreating figures. Once inside the grove, the atmosphere turned unexpectedly heavy. Ling Qingxuang hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. She had intended to confront Yi Ren about his teasing, but the words caught in her throat. Yi Ren, sensing the silence, broke it. So what's the matter? Ling Qingxuang hesitated, then ultimately shook her head. It's nothing. Yi Ren studied her for a few moments before suddenly smiling. I have a sister who can summon the winds and rains, and she looks just like you. Ling Qingxuang furrowed her brow at his words, a glimmer of confusion flickering in her eyes. Just like me? How can there be anyone in this world who looks exactly the same? She couldn't quite grasp Yi Ren's meaning, feeling as though he was merely spouting nonsense. Yi Ren, noticing her reaction, continued, though she bears your likeness, her personality is entirely different. However, she has a slight fondness for me. Thus, whenever I see you, I am struck by a sense of déjà vu. Ling Qingxuang's beautiful eyes widened in indignation. Nonsense. How could I possibly harbor feelings for someone as frivolous as you? Yi Ren, look at you all flustered. There's no need to draw your sword. He pushed down the sword that was resting against his neck, chuckling at Ling Qingxuang's annoyed expression. Chapter 202, The Fox Here to Kill Ling Qingxuang. Ling Qingxuang glared at Yi Ren in embarrassment and anger, just as she was about to retort. Her brow suddenly furrowed. She halted, instinctively placing herself in front of Yi Ren, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Something's amiss, she murmured, her tone laced with gravity. Yi Ren regarded her with a bemused expression. Finally, she caught on. The surroundings were eerily quiet, Ling Qingxuang whispered. Moreover, I have never seen this grove before. The trees loomed thick and dense, blocking out the sun, and a damp, chilling air pervaded, making one feel quite uncomfortable. The usual sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects had vanished entirely, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. Could it be that there's a monster? Ling Qingxuang's complexion shifted as she spoke in a low voice. With a flick of her left hand, her sword pointed skyward, and a rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Just as she prepared to summon lightning, a streak of red and white shot out from the nearby thicket with lightning speed. Bang! The red and white figure collided violently with Ling Qingxuang's chest, sending her sprawling backward. She let out a muffled grunt, staggering slightly. Looking up, she saw a fox with sharp teeth and a chilling gaze, its fur a striking red and white. It was none other than a fox demon that had awakened its extraordinary abilities. Where Ling Qingxuang had been struck, flames suddenly ignited fiercely. The fire was bizarre, emitting a nauseating, acrid scent. Ling Qingxuang's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly swatted at the flames, only to find she could not extinguish them. The flames clung to her skin like a malignant curse, burning fiercely and causing her excruciating pain. Ling Qingxuang could not restrain a cry of anguish. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and swiftly unfastened the buttons of her attire, revealing the voluptuous curves concealed beneath her undergarments. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ren's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the lineage of the little dragon girl was inherited. Ling Qingshuang was also a youthful beauty of remarkable proportions. Surely, that must be any cup. Just as Ling Qingshuang clenched her jaw, preparing to remove her now ignited undergarments, Yi Ren suddenly seized her wrist. No more shedding garments. We must seal the spell, he intoned gravely. You have fallen victim to an illusion. Ling Qingshuang paused, momentarily taken aback. She glanced down at her chest and was astounded to find the fierce flames had vanished. An illusion? She murmured, gradually realizing that everything she had just perceived was a mere fabrication. The fox demon, witnessing its illusion being unraveled, displayed a flicker of panic in its eyes. It attempted to launch another attack, but discovered it was utterly immobilized. With a deft motion, Yi Ren executed a spatial confinement, pinning the fox demon firmly to the ground. The creature could not even muster a shriek of despair. As the fox demon remained ensnared, the surrounding scenery began to morph. The dense forest faded away, replaced by the expansive grassy field they had previously encountered. The illusion had been dispelled. Ling Qingshuang then realized she was still standing in the same spot, her garments intact. And there was no fire at all. She glanced down at her exposed skin, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Hastily, she adjusted her clothing and cast Yi Ren a complex look. You saw everything, didn't you? She whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Ren hesitated, then replied, in truth, you needn't be overly concerned. In our era, even the most innocuous female streamers reveal far more than what you just did. Ling Qingshuang retorted, how brazen. Her fists clenched tightly, her desire to pummel Yi Ren mounting. After several deep breaths, she finally regained her composure. Yi Ren released the spatial confinement and turned to Ling Qingshuang, inquiring, what shall we do with this fox? The fox demon quivered on the ground, trembling in fear, acutely aware that it had encountered an immovable obstacle. Just then, an unexpected transformation occurred. The fox demon suddenly shimmered with radiant light, and in an instant, its grotesque form morphed into that of a stunningly beautiful woman. This woman possessed fair skin, an alluring figure, and large, tear-filled eyes that gazed at Yi Ren with a pitiful expression. Young master, I beg of you, spare me, she choked out, her tone rife with supplication. I have merely acted out of momentary folly. I shall never dare to do so again. Yi Ren quipped, what a remarkable transformation. It would be a pity if you did not take up singing in a Sichuan opera. Ling Qingshuang, observing this scene, felt a surge of inspiration. She abruptly turned to Yi Ren and, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, what shall you do with her? Now that she has assumed human form and is so beautiful, why not keep her? Yi Ren discerned her underlying jealousy and chuckled softly before addressing the transformed fox now before them. Do you have a name? I am called Humayr, the woman replied timidly, her voice quavering. Humayr? Yi Ren echoed, then smiled as he continued, why did you attack her? Humayr hesitated, her expression conflicted, and after much stammering, she failed to articulate a coherent explanation. Ling Qingshuang, sensing the tension, furrowed her brow and turned to Yi Ren, her tone laced with irritation. What does this mean? Was she targeting me? Yi Ren shrugged, stating, otherwise, why would I have any enemies on this timeline? After a pause, he directed his gaze back to Humayr, his tone growing serious. Humayr, I ask you again, why did you assault her? Humayr lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Ren's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she finally began, I was once merely an ordinary fox, but then I was taken in by the Grand Master of the Celestial Master's Manor. Ling Qingshuang froze upon hearing this. The Grand Master of the Celestial Master's Manor? Wasn't that her own master? After the celestial dog devoured the moon, I transformed into a demon, Humayr continued. The Grand Master sent me here. Ling Qingshuang's expression turned to one of disbelief. Her master had sent Humayr to kill her? How could that be? She was filled with incredulity and, after a lengthy silence, finally managed to utter, I don't believe it. Seeing her distress, Humayr cried out, I speak the truth. Please, spare me. I promise I shall never do it again. As she sobbed, she prostrated herself, repeatedly bowing until her forehead bled. Ling Qingshuang, now devoid of patience for her feigned pity, felt her emotions spiral out of control. She turned to Yi Ren, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil. Yi Ren shook his head slightly, allow me. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. Humayr, witnessing this, was overcome with terror. She struggled desperately, attempting to flee. However, she found herself utterly incapable of moving. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yi Ren summoned an invisible spatial force that enveloped Humayr. With a cacophony of shattering sounds, Humayr's corporeal form was instantly torn apart by the spatial force, reducing her to a gruesome mass of flesh. Ling Qingshuang stood frozen, astonished by the decisiveness with which Yi Ren had eliminated Humayr. She could hardly believe that the fox demon, skilled in illusionary arts, had met her end so swiftly. You just killed her? She asked, her tone tinged with incredulity. Yiren turned to her, stating, she intended to harm you. Thus, she deserved to perish. Ling Qingshuang replied. Deserving death is a feeling of infatuation. Before long, Yiren and Ling Qingshuang emerged from the thicket. The gaze of the illusion princess immediately latched onto Yiren, her eyes seeming to pierce through him. Observing this, Sume whispered conspiratorially, Princess, you must act quickly. If this man is snatched away by another, you may regret it. Sume's words struck like a needle into the heart of the illusion princess. She had always been confident in her allure, yet now, standing before Yiren, she felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety, particularly upon seeing Ling Qingshuang's youthful visage, which intensified her feelings of rivalry. The illusion princess bit her lip, nervously wringing her fingers, her heart racing tumultuously. What a master of heart manipulation this psychic was. Now her own heart was in disarray. Rejoining her fellow disciples, Ling Qingshuang's gaze flitted about restlessly. Her mind was consumed with Humayer's final words, along with Yiren's assertion that she intended to harm her, thus deserving death. She could not comprehend why her master would send someone to kill her. Did this mean her master truly intended to rebel? Upon contemplating this, Ling Qingshuang's heart brimmed with an indescribable complexity. All she yearned for was to return to the Heavenly Master's residence at once and confront her master face to face. As for the spring outing, she had no inclination for such frivolities at this moment. Her fellow disciples observed her dazed demeanor, their hearts filled with confusion and suspicion. They furtively scrutinized Yiren, their eyes brimming with animosity. They were convinced that Yiren must have done something to Ling Qingshuang, transforming her into this wretched state. Sister, are you all right? Inquired a young man with a sharp chin and a somewhat exaggerated concern. Ling Qingshuang cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. Her mood was utterly foul, and she had no desire to engage with these individuals. Sister, did that man bully you? Another stout fellow chimed in, his tone laced with provocation. Ling Qingshuang inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within her, and retorted coldly, silence. Return to the Heavenly Master's residence. With that, she strode down the mountain without looking back, her pace quickening as if fleeing from something. Her fellow disciples exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt passing through their eyes. Yet ultimately, they obediently followed her. Yiren watched Ling Qingshuang's retreating figure, deep in thought. Would she truly confront her master upon her return? If that were indeed the case, he would need to rescue her, though it seemed unlikely. He decided to wait until she witnessed her master's rebellion with her own eyes, then fabricate her demise to deceive time itself. Ultimately, he would whisk her away to the future to enjoy tender moments with the little dragon maiden. Good heavens, what bliss awaits, brother? On the way back that evening, Huancher attempted several times to inquire about the events in the grove, but was repeatedly interrupted by Su Mei. Aware that excessive questioning would only heighten Yiren's aversion, she diligently sought other topics to engage him in conversation, attempting to divert his attention. However, Yiren remained perpetually absent-minded. With Bai Jie and the ancestors of the little dragon maiden having made their appearances, who would be next? Presumably, it would be Bai Zhe. The mere thought of that stunning elder sister, perpetually yawning and somewhat disheveled yet unable to conceal her allure, ignited a fervor within Yiren. Damn it, I can't stop thinking about Sister Bai Zhe's champagne. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, Yiren lounged on the rooftop of the drunken immortal pavilion, basking in the sun, when, unexpectedly, Ling Qingshuang sought him out. Come with me to the palace, she stated bluntly, her tone brooking no argument. Yiren paused, taken aback. To the palace? For what purpose? Mind your own business. Then I refuse. Pouting won't help. Ling Qingshuang clenched her fists tightly, biting her silver teeth. Managing to squeeze out 2 words, I beg you. Yiren found her demeanor somewhat amusing. Had you started like this, it wouldn't have come to this. Does it appear to you that I am one to be coerced? Ling Qingshuang maintained her stern expression, but the more stoic she appeared, the more Yiren felt the urge to tease her. After all, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the little dragon maiden, yet their personalities were starkly contrasting. Ling Qingshuang, sometimes, I genuinely wish to slay you with a single stroke. Yiren, should I take my leave then? Ling Qingshuang's resolve only hardened. Ultimately, the two arrived outside the royal palace. Upon entering, Yiren instantly became animated, his eyes darting around in curiosity, taking in the resplendent palace's intricately carved pavilions, and the elegantly attired palace maids and eunuchs, all of which filled him with a sense of wonder. His naivety did not go unnoticed. Drawing disdainful glances from several palace attendants who perceived him as a rustic bumpkin from some remote locale, unfamiliar with the grandeur surrounding him, Ling Qingshuang noticed the peculiar gazes and felt a pang of annoyance. She shot Yiren a glare and whispered, "Don't stare at the maids." Yiren retorted candidly, "I'm looking at the eunuchs." Ling Qingshuang, your problem seems even larger now. As they traversed the layers of palace gates, they arrived at a lotus pond. The blossoms were in full bloom, their fragrance wafting through the air, creating a picturesque scene. "Wait for me here," Ling Qingshuang instructed, pausing to turn to Yiren. Shortly after she departed, a young woman clad in a pale pink palace gown, surrounded by several maids, approached the lotus pavilion. The woman possessed an ethereal beauty, her demeanor exuding elegance, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, evoking reverence in those who beheld her. She was none other than Princess Song Chui, the most favored daughter of the current emperor. Princess Song Chui had intended to admire the flowers at the lotus pond, but instead, she stumbled upon an unfamiliar young man. He was dressed in peculiar attire that seemed out of place. He sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, idly fiddling with a small gadget in his hands. Intrigued by the device Yiren held, Princess Song Chui couldn't help but steal glances at it. Upon sensing her gaze, Yiren looked up, locking eyes with her bright, clear orbs. "Yiren, holy cow, my initial night girlfriend, what brings you here?" Chapter 204, Song Chui, take me to play? Gazing at the familiar yet foreign face before him, Yiren was momentarily entranced. He had not anticipated encountering the ancestor of Song Yishua in this place. Song Chui bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Yishua, yet their auras were entirely distinct. Song Yishua was gentle and understanding, while Song Chui emanated an innate nobility and pride. Her every gesture radiated the authority of a royal princess. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Song Chui inquired, her tone frosty, tinged with a hint of interrogation. Yiren snapped back to reality. "Hello, I'm just passing through. And you are?" Upon hearing his response, Song Chui raised an eyebrow. Was there truly someone in the palace who did not recognize her as a princess? Yet, she did not dismiss him due to his odd attire. Instead, her curiosity about the gadget in his hands intensified. "What is that you are holding?" she asked, pointing at Yiren's tablet with inquisitiveness. "Yiren, would you believe me if I said it's for swatting mosquitoes?" He activated the tablet, revealing a previously cached video of a scantily clad female streamer dancing. "What? Are you wondering why I have this saved?" Yiren mused. "Well, men tend to instinctively save good content, you know? Just in case these fair maidens get banned one day." Song Chui, startled by the sight of the scantily clad streamer on the screen. Song Chui gasped in shock. "This is utterly indecent." She bit her silver teeth, glaring furiously at Yiren. The maids behind Princess Song Chui flushed crimson, indignantly rebuking Yiren. "Impudent rogue, how dare you disrespect Her Highness the Princess? Kneel and apologize at once. Guards, seize this man." The maids' clamorous shouts reverberated through the air, their fury palpable. In the blink of an eye, several guards clad in martial attire surged forth from the shadows. They unsheathed their swords, advancing menacingly towards Yiren. Just as the guards were about to strike, Yiren remained utterly unfazed. "What are you so anxious about?" he inquired. Spatial confinement. An invisible force enveloped the entire lotus pavilion in an instant. The guards, frozen in the act of drawing their swords, stood immobile like statues, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The most absurd sight was that of the leader, suspended in midair, defying the laws of physics. Yiren set down his tablet. "Can we not have a civil conversation?" This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished, particularly Song Chui, whose eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yiren, her expression a blend of shock and curiosity. "Celestial magic?" she murmured, having never witnessed such a marvel before. In that moment, her interest in Yiren ignited like a blazing fire. She had initially perceived him as merely an oddly dressed passerby, yet she was taken aback to discover he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Her bright, clear eyes were fixed intently on Yiren, sparkling with excitement. The noble aura she exuded, combined with her inquisitive gaze, lent her an extraordinary charm. Yiren felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "What are you doing? Hey, you're not coming over for medicine." As he retreated, he lifted the spatial confinement. The guards tumbled from the air, grunting as they landed. Yet, Song Chui paid them no mind. Upon seeing Yiren step back, she instinctively moved closer. "Are you from the Celestial Masteress residence? Why haven't I seen you before?" Just as Yiren opened his mouth to explain, Ling Qingshuang returned. Spotting Yiren and Song Chui together from a distance, her heart raced. Oh no. She feared Yiren would provoke Song Chui, for he had a knack for inciting her ire. How frivolous could one be? What if he uttered something that displeased the princess? That would be troublesome. Ling Qingshuang hurried her pace towards the lotus pavilion. As she drew near, she realized the situation was not as she had feared. Yiren was retreating, while Song Chui was advancing. What on earth was happening? Ling Qingshuang was bewildered. "You're not coming over for medicine. I have a girlfriend," Yiren exclaimed. "What is wrong with you?" Others would be eager to curry favor with the princess, yet you're avoiding her? At that moment, Yiren caught sight of Ling Qingshuang. His eyes lit up, and he quickly activated spatial transfer, bringing Ling Qingshuang before him. She felt a brief flash, and in the next instant, she found herself beside Yiren. Her pupils dilated in shock. What had just transpired? It felt as though she had merely blinked, and her position had changed. How astonishing! Yiren promptly pulled Ling Qingshuang before him, placing her between himself and Song Chui. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Please explain, I have no interest in her. Tell her not to act like a sycophant." Song Chui replied, "Who is interested in you? What is this sycophant nonsense? It doesn't sound pleasant." Her gaze shifted to Ling Qingshuang, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing her features. "You are the esteemed disciple of the national master, aren't you?" Song Chui inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. She had heard of Ling Qingshuang's reputation, but had never encountered her in person. Ling Qingshuang quickly curtsied, saying, "I am Ling Qingshuang, your highness." Song Chui inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Her gaze returned to Yiren, filled with inquisitiveness. "What is your relationship with her?" Song Chui asked. Yiren instinctively replied, "She is the ancestor of my sister who has always wanted to sleep with me." Song Chui, Ling Qingshuang. The tension thickened. Song Chui, somewhat perplexed, asked, "I did not comprehend. Could you repeat that?" Yiren shrugged. "Never mind. Just assume I was speaking nonsense. But really, what do you want?" Song Chui was about to say something further when Ling Qingshuang suddenly interjected. "Your Highness, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, she grasped Yiren's hand and left the Lotus Pavilion without looking back. Song Chui narrowed her eyes. "Why the rush? Celestial Master, do not leave just yet. I happen to have matters I wish to consult you about." Hearing this, Ling Qingshuang was compelled to halt. She turned to Song Chui, her tone laced with resignation. "What is your command, Your Highness?" Song Chui disregarded Ling Qingshuang and directed her attention to Yiren. She pointed to the spot where Ling Qingshuang had just appeared, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "That spatial displacement technique you just demonstrated is truly extraordinary. Might I experience it as well?" Upon her request, the maidservants and guards behind her grew alarmed. "Your Highness, you must not. This is sorcery. Do not be deceived. Your safety is of utmost importance. Do not take such risks." They urged in a flurry, each as anxious as ants on a hot skillet. Ling Qingshuang's expression shifted slightly. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Yiren and Song Chui, her voice tinged with urgency. "Your Highness, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. Your safety cannot be trifled with." As she spoke, she discreetly pinched Yiren's waist, signaling him not to agree. However, this subtle gesture did not escape Song Chui's keen observation. With narrowed eyes, Song Chui replied, "Ling Qingshuang, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me?" Taken aback, Ling Qingshuang quickly defended herself. "Your Highness, you misunderstand." No need for further explanation." Song Chui interrupted, turning to Yiren with a firm tone. "Today, I must experience this spatial displacement technique. If you refuse, I shall have my father hold you accountable for disobeying an imperial decree." Yiren despised being threatened, especially with such unreasonable demands. "You wish to play? Very well. Let me entertain you." Yiren grinned. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Song Chui's wrist. Seeing this, Song Chui's heart soared, believing he had acquiesced to her request. However, the next moment, she regretted it. Yiren activated the spatial transfer, and in an instant, he and Song Chui vanished from sight. Ling Qingshuang and the maidservants and guards were left stunned. What was happening? Where had the princess gone? In an instant, she had disappeared. Meanwhile, Yiren and Song Chui materialized at the mouth of a volcano. The searing heat hit them like a wave, suffocating in its intensity. Song Chui looked down to see bubbling lava beneath her feet, emanating a disconcerting crimson glow. "Ah!" She screamed in terror, startled by the sudden thrill. The pampered princess had never encountered such a shocking experience before. She tightly shut her eyes, too fearful to gaze upon the seething lava beneath her, her delicate form trembling as if she might faint at any moment. Her hands instinctively clung to Yiren, akin to a drowning person grasping their last lifeline, her body quivering in fright. "Are you scared?" Yiren's voice teased in Song Chui's ear, laced with a hint of mockery. Song Chui dared not open her eyes, burying her face in Yiren's embrace, sobbing softly. Yes, she was truly terrified. Having been cherished and sheltered her entire life, she had never encountered such a life-and-death scenario. With a mischievous smile, Yiren gently pried open Song Chui's eyelids. The fierce glow of the flames and the roiling lava instantly filled her vision. Startled, Song Chui let out a sharp scream, clinging desperately to Yiren, terrified she might plunge into the dreadful lava below. In truth, Yiren had long since established a spatial barrier, ensuring Song Chui's safety. Even if he were to release her, She would merely hover in midair, never to fall. Yet, in that moment, Song Chui was paralyzed by fear, her mind incapable of processing such thoughts. Yiren snorted, "Now you realize your mistake?" With a tearful voice. Song Chui nodded vigorously, I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Apologize. Yiren commanded without mercy. I'm sorry. I won't dare again. Boo-hoo. Song Chui cried. Her face streaked with tears, devoid of any temper. Yiren huffed and continued, call me daddy. Say, daddy, I was wrong. Thankfully, no one else was present, or this insistence would surely provoke laughter. Song Chui had no opportunity to contemplate. She obediently complied. Daddy, I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Listening to her cries, Yiren couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This princess of Deqian had her comeuppance. After tending to her spoiled demeanor, Yiren finally led Song Chui to a relatively safe spot near the volcano's mouth. The lava continued to churn below, radiating an unsettling crimson glow. However, thanks to the spatial barrier, the searing heat was completely kept at bay. Even so, Song Chui remained visibly shaken, her small face pale, her delicate body trembling slightly. Clutching Yiren's sleeve tightly. Still afraid? Yiren inquired, looking down at her with a teasing tone. Song Chui timidly nodded, cautiously peeking towards the volcano's mouth. Her eyes reflected both curiosity and fear, akin to a timid kitten tentatively reaching out its paw. After a considerable time, she gradually acclimated to the thrilling scene. She wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, sniffled, and spoke in a muffled tone, Please don't laugh at me. I've lived in the palace my whole life. My father never allowed me to go out. The farthest I've ventured is the streets nearest to the palace. Yiren felt a stir of sympathy upon hearing her words. So, isn't that akin to being imprisoned? He quipped. Yes, Song Chui nodded with a look of grievance. She had longed to experience the world outside, yet had never been afforded the opportunity. My father said the outside world is perilous, filled with bad people who would harm me. Her head hung low, her voice tinged with helplessness and disappointment. So, I had to stay in the palace. Observing her pitiable demeanor, Yiren felt a twinge of compassion. He had not anticipated that this exalted princess possessed such a side. Now that you're out, shall I take you on an adventure? Really? Song Chui gasped, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course. Yiren nodded. Have you ever experienced a lava bath? What? Before the little princess could react, Yiren wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaped from the volcano's edge. Why was Yiren's movement so practiced, you ask? Don't question it. It was honed through practice with little Song Ishiwa. Song Chui screamed in fright, shutting her eyes tight and clinging to Yiren as if she would be swallowed by the lava at any moment. Yet, the anticipated searing pain never came. Instead, she felt an odd sensation of weightlessness. The roaring winds gradually faded, replaced by an eerie tranquility. Cautiously, Song Chui opened her eyes, and what she beheld would be etched in her memory forever. She and Yiren were now immersed in the rolling lava. The blazing lava surged like crimson waves, casting a heart-stopping glow. However, amidst the temperatures capable of melting anything, Song Chui felt no heat at all. She glanced down at her body, completely unharmed, her garments untouched by flames. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the lava beside her, discovering the sensation to be utterly fascinating. What on earth is happening? Chapter 206, Elemental Life, Fire Lotus. With disbelief etched across her face, Song Chui turned to Yiren, her eyes brimming with confusion. Yiren smiled, enjoy it. Play to your heart's content. Then, she slowly sank into the lava. Wow. Achievement unlocked, bathing in lava. The warmth of the lava, filtered through the spatial barrier, transformed into a gentle flow, allowing her to feel every pore of her skin relax in bliss. How does it feel? Yiren's voice floated down from above. It's so comfortable. Song Chui exclaimed, You're amazing. As she spoke, she clumsily paddled through the lava, resembling a joyful fish out of water. Yiren, watching her exuberance, couldn't help but smile. He waved his hand lightly. Take this, a fireball. A clump of lava burst against Song Chui's face, sparkling like fireflies as it danced in the lava, a breathtaking spectacle. Oh no, how annoying. Song Chui wiped her face, realizing the molten lava had not touched her skin, merely bouncing off the spatial barrier. Yiren and Song Chui frolicked in the volcano for a while, tossing lava back and forth, relishing their playtime. Encased within the spatial barrier, the lava flowed gently like a tame stream, allowing the two to enjoy themselves. Just then, Song Chui suddenly exclaimed. She pointed towards a protruding rock deep within the volcano, her voice tinged with wonder and curiosity. Look, what is that? Following her finger, Yiren's gaze fell upon a peculiar plant growing on the rock. The plant glowed a deep blue, shimmering like ghostly flames. It thrived amidst the scorching lava, seemingly unaffected, and radiated life and vigor. Strangely enough, the plant bore an uncanny resemblance to a lotus flower. The blue flames formed the petals of the lotus, appearing especially mysterious and beautiful against the backdrop of the lava. What is this? Song Chui's expression was one of incredulity. This plant defied all her logical understanding. She had never seen a plant capable of thriving in lava. Yiren also regarded the extraordinary plant with curiosity. This plant possesses an astonishing vitality, even exhibiting a hint of nascent wisdom. Quite intriguing. Yiren stroked his chin, pondering in silence. What, exactly, is the origin of this plant? The solar eclipse has endowed animals and humans with extraordinary abilities. Surely, it could bestow such gifts upon plants as well. At that moment, Song Chui suddenly reached out, intent on plucking the ethereal blue fire lotus. Yiren, quick of reflex, swiftly slapped her hand to halt her action. Ouch! Song Chui exclaimed in pain, glancing down to find her hand's back reddened from Yiren's strike. She pouted, covering her small hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yiren reprimanded her sternly. It is flourishing here in peace. Why must you meddle? Feeling wronged by Yiren's harshness, Song Chui's pout deepened, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she dared not voice her feelings. Although she was a princess of high standing, she felt utterly powerless in Yiren's presence. The fire lotus reminded Yiren of Snowbell. What? You've forgotten who Snowbell is. She is the elemental life form Yiren encountered in the polar regions, capable of manipulating ice and snow, conjuring blizzards, and possessed of formidable strength. Initially, it was a snowball, but later, due to its endearing yet insufficient charm, Yiren renamed it Snowbell. Now, it is with the Little Mute, and their abilities synergized to unleash terrifying combination techniques. Like Snowbell, this fire lotus is also an elemental life form. However, the intelligence of this fire lotus is far inferior to that of Snowbell. If Snowbell has matured to the point of elemental manipulation, this fire lotus appears to still be in its juvenile phase, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore the world. If Song Chui were to pluck this fire lotus, it could very well lead to its demise. With this thought in mind, Yiren gazed at Song Chui with a hint of exasperation. This little princess truly is a troublemaker. This fire lotus is likely a form of elemental life. It is still quite fragile. If you were to pluck it, it would perish, Yiren explained patiently. Hearing this, Song Chui finally grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. I understand my mistake. I won't do it again. As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at the ethereal blue fire lotus, her eyes brimming with curiosity and yearning. Although she was unaware of what elemental life entailed, she recognized that this plant was exceptional and valuable. Observing Song Chui's inquisitive demeanor, Yiren could not help but chuckle inwardly. The little princess is not inherently bad. She has likely been cooped up in the palace for too long, leading to her current predicament. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, All right. No more gazing. Let us depart. Reluctantly, Song Chui cast one last lingering glance at the ethereal blue fire lotus before obediently following Yiren away from the volcano. Spatial transmission. Upon returning to the palace, Song Chui's attendants and guards rushed to her side. Upon seeing her unharmed, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, are you all right? Where have you been? We couldn't find you. You scared us half to death. The attendants and guards clamored, their voices laced with concern. Song Chui, observing their anxious expressions, could not help but pout. I'm fine, she replied. I merely went to the volcano with this celestial being. The volcano. The attendants and guards were utterly stunned. The volcano. That is an exceedingly perilous place. The princess actually ventured into a volcano. They gaped in disbelief at Yiren, as though he were a monster. Yiren shrugged, offering no explanation. Little did he know, shortly after he and Song Chui departed, the ethereal blue fire lotus began to unfurl. What had been a bud the size of a fist was now fully bloomed, transforming into a massive lotus over a meter in diameter. Ethereal blue flames danced upon its petals, shimmering like stars in the night sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. At the center of the lotus, a crystal-clear fire seed gradually coalesced. This fire seed, akin to a heartbeat, pulsed rhythmically, radiating an immense vitality. Although the fire lotus remained somewhat naive, it had developed the ability to discern good from evil. It recognized that Yiren had saved it. Thus it etched his visage deeply into its memory, awaiting the day it could repay him. Chapter 207. Has Ling Qingshuang been captured? Half a month later, Yiren reclined upon the rooftop of the drunken immortal pavilion, idly scrolling through videos on his tablet. Huan Ji sat nearby, legs drawn to her chest, chewing on beef jerky as she played a fruit slicing game. The entertainment of ancient times was woefully scant. He found himself yearning for the vibrant life of the future. Look at the amusements of ancient people, visiting brothels. But Yiren could not indulge. Do not ask why. He simply could not. Sighing, he murmured, I wish to finish this and return soon. In recent days, Yi Ren had disclosed the truth of his future origins to Huan Ji. Initially skeptical, she ultimately accepted this reality, for the remarkable abilities Yi Ren demonstrated had far exceeded her comprehension. Why the sigh, my lord? Huan Ji paused her actions, gazing at Yi Ren. With a smile, Yi Ren replied, I miss home. I am not truly of this timeline. Huan Ji's eyes glimmered with longing as she could not resist asking, then, can you take me with you? Of course, if Ling Qingshuang can go, why not you? Yi Ren turned his gaze toward the horizon, contemplating. Ling Qingshuang should be nearing her moment, he mused. According to the predetermined flow of this timeline, in a few days, Master Zhang would rebel. At that point, Ling Qingshuang would fall into his hands. Yi Ren merely needed to act at the critical moment to save her, then forge her death to deceive the timeline. As for Song Chui, he intended to bring her along too. After all, one must look after the ancestors of Song Yixue. With this thought, a slight smile graced Yi Ren's lips. The sight of Bai Jie, the little dragon girl, and Song Yixue meeting with their ancestors would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Just as he was musing, Su Mei hurried over, breathless. My lord, trouble has arisen. Lord Ling. She has encountered an incident. Gasping for breath, Su Mei spoke with urgency. Yi Ren's heart sank at her words, prompting him to ask, what happened? Su Mei quickly explained, Lord Ling has been captured by the National Master. They say they intend to execute her. Yi Ren's brow furrowed tightly, internally acknowledging the unfolding of events as expected. It appears Master Zhang's rebellion plan has already commenced. I will go and see, Yi Ren said solemnly. Su Mei quickly nodded, and then led Yi Ren toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. Along the way, she recounted the events to him. It turned out that after Ling Qingshuang returned to the Tianshi mansion, she informed Zhang Tianshi about Hu Meier's situation. However, Zhang Tianshi vehemently denied it, claiming that Hu Meier had been manipulated by treacherous individuals, which led her to act in such a manner. Naturally, Ling Qingshuang did not believe Zhang Tianxi's fabrications. She insisted on uncovering the truth. As a result, Zhang Tianshi, enraged and embarrassed, imprisoned Ling Qingshuang in the dungeons on charges of rebellion, preparing to execute her on a chosen day. This information had been relayed to Yi Ren by Song Chui through Su Mei. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Yi Ren's eyes. This old man truly had the audacity. He wouldn't last long now. Yi Ren snorted coldly. Before long, Yi Ren and Su Mei arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. Just as Yi Ren was about to charge in directly, he was stopped by Su Mei. My lord, you mustn't. Su Mei hurriedly exclaimed. The palace guards are heavily fortified. If you force your way in, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Ren frowned. He certainly understood the palace's stringent defenses. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to waste. Then what do you propose we do? Yi Ren inquired. Su Mei pondered for a moment before suggesting, My lord, why not wait here while I seek assistance from Her Highness the Princess? In Su Mei's view, this was the safest and most prudent course of action. However, would Yi Ren patiently wait? Of course not. Spatial transmission. With a flicker of spatial abilities, Yi Ren's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Su Mei standing at the palace entrance, stunned. Wait, I brought you here, and you just abandoned me like that? Meanwhile, Yi Ren had already arrived in the dungeons. The dungeons lay deep beneath the palace, heavily guarded and difficult to breach. Even the most skilled martial artists would find it challenging to escape from there. However, for Yi Ren, this posed no challenge at all. With a single spatial transmission, he appeared directly at the door of the cell where Ling Qingshuang was confined. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the iron door of the cell was swiftly severed, producing a crisp sound. Hearing the commotion, Ling Qingshuang slowly lifted her head. After several days apart, she appeared significantly haggard. Her once fair complexion now somewhat sallow. Her eyes were vacant, her gaze dull, and she seemed utterly lost. Crouching in the corner, she hugged her knees, trembling like a frightened creature. Seeing Ling Qingshuang in such a state tugged at Yi Ren's heart. He approached her slowly and sat down beside her. What's wrong? Has your resolve crumbled? Upon hearing his words, Ling Qingshuang slightly focused her pupils but remained silent. Her silence deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the cell. It was evident that the prospect of her master wishing to kill her had dealt a severe blow to her spirit. Yi Ren understood that Ling Qingshuang was an orphan who had relied on Zhang Tianshi for everything. He had taken her in, raised her, and taught her the ways of the world. For years, Ling Qingshuang had regarded Zhang Tianshi as a father figure, holding him in deep reverence. Yet, she never anticipated that he would ultimately view her solely as a pawn, a mere tool. This heart-wrenching betrayal shattered her resolve. After all, if Ling Qingshuang truly wished to resist, there were likely few who could subdue her in this timeline. Her abilities could summon storms and lightning, not to mention directly calling forth thunder, which carbon-based life form could withstand a lightning strike. Yi Ren gazed at the silent Ling Qingshuang and sighed softly. Didn't you say you wanted to see the future? Yiren spoke gently. If the people of this world do not want you, I will take you to my timeline. His words shone like a ray of hope, illuminating Ling Qingshuang's previously dark world. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and her voice came out hoarse and bitter. Am I truly worthy of such kindness from you? Yiren replied, come on, don't get all emo on me here. We're all here for an exhilarating tale, not to wallow in despair. Ling Qingshuang's tone carried a hint of desolation. Why are you so good to me? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a string of broken pearls, unstoppable. Chapter 208, Zhang Tianxi's Rebellion. Ling Qingshuang felt as though her life had become a tragic joke. She had worked tirelessly to cultivate herself, aspiring to become a useful person and repay her master's kindness. Yet, in the end, everything she did merely served to fulfill her master's ambitions. The feeling of deception and betrayal left her in unbearable agony. Living is truly meaningless, Ling Qingshuang murmured, her voice filled with despair. Yiren felt a sharp pain in his head upon hearing this. He reached out and gently patted her chest, speaking softly. Living can indeed be meaningful. Come, return with me. I will take you to the future. There are broader horizons awaiting your exploration. Ling Qingshuang. She had intended to be despondent, but Yiren's gentle gesture shattered her melancholy. Who comforts others by patting here, you fool? Have you come to your senses? Yiren said with a smile. Then let South leave this wretched place. Yiren had no intention of allowing Ling Qingshuang to remain in that dark, damp dungeon any longer. He directly took her and burst forth from the dungeons. Who goes there? Bold intruder, how dare you trespass in the dungeons? The guards of the Tianxia mansion, upon seeing Yiren and Ling Qingshuang, drew their swords and charged at them. Yiren remarked, fighting such low-tier foes is rather dull. Spatial annihilation. With a mere thought, the guards rushing forward were instantly torn apart by spatial forces, reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Blood splattered, creating an extremely horrific scene. The remaining guards. Seeing this spectacle, the remaining guards were paralyzed with fear, discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions. How could they dare to stop Yiren? He was nothing short of a monster, a harbinger of death. Yiren led Ling Qingshuang, unfettered, out of the dungeons. This incident quickly reached Zhang Tianxi's ears. What? Upon receiving the news, Zhang Tianxi was instantly filled with rage. How dare they wreak havoc in my domain? He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, seething, summon my men. I want to know who this individual is. Soon, intelligence regarding Yiren was presented before Zhang Tianxi. An unexpected foreigner appeared at the Zui Xianlu. Zhang Tianxi scrutinized the information in his hands, his brow furrowed, contemplating. Perhaps another cultivator? However, his strength is shockingly formidable. He could infiltrate the Tianxi mansion's dungeons as if they were unguarded. Zhang Tianxi felt a sense of trepidation. He realized he might have provoked someone not to be trifled with. It seemed prudent to act preemptively. Master Zhang murmured to himself, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. His original plan was to raise an insurrection in half a month's time. But now he found himself compelled to expedite his scheme. He feared that further delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Summon the attendants. Master Zhang commanded in a low voice, instructing them to proclaim that he had observed the celestial signs tonight, noting the ominous shift of the purple star and the high position of the comet star, an ill omen. At noon tomorrow, I shall hold a grand ceremony at the altar of heaven, where I will announce the deposition of Emperor Qianyuan and declare myself king. As you command. The guards obeyed and swiftly departed. Master Zhang's orders echoed throughout the entire Tianxia manor. The disciples of the Tianxia manor, upon hearing the news, were filled with exhilaration. They had long harbored discontent towards Emperor Qianyuan, and now, at last, they had the opportunity to overthrow his reign and establish their own rule. Each of them eagerly prepared for the impending upheaval, unaware that a catastrophic calamity awaited them. The following day, at noon, the altar of heaven stood beneath a clear sky, devoid of clouds. The ceremony was particularly grand, with the emperor present and civil and military officials flanking either side. The disciples of the Tianxia manor stood around the altar, maintaining order. Everything proceeded according to Master Zhang's design. Clad in a dragon robe and wearing a crown, Emperor Qianyuan stood solemnly at the altar's center, ready to perform the heavenly rites. With hands clasped together, he chanted prayers, beseeching the heavens for favorable weather and the well-being of the great Qian dynasty. Master Zhang loomed behind him, a barely perceptible smirk curling his lips. He knew that today marked the dawn of his new regime. As the heavenly rites reached their midpoint, Master Zhang suddenly erupted into action. The heavens have perished. It is time for a new order. With a low growl, an invisible force surged forth, enveloping the entire altar. The Emperor's elite guards, caught off guard, had no time to scream before being torn apart by the tempest of mental energy. reduced to a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene of unspeakable horror. Ah! Protect His Majesty. Assassins! Assassins! Chaos erupted at the altar of heaven. The civil and military officials, terrified, scattered in every direction. Emperor Qianyuan, paralyzed by the sudden upheaval, stood frozen, as if his very soul had fled. Master Zhang approached him slowly, looking down from his elevated position, and coldly declared, Emperor Qianyuan, your reign has come to an end. Upon hearing this, the emperor finally regained his senses and trembled, asking, Master, are you rebelling? Master Zhang let out a chilling laugh, replying, Rebellion? I merely wish to usher in a better era. He paused before continuing, You have failed to govern the great Qin dynasty. I shall take the reins. As he spoke, Master Zhang slowly raised his right hand, poised to take the emperor's life. But just then, the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. A figure materialized before Emperor Qianyuan, blocking Master Zhang's assault. It is not too late to withdraw, Master, came the voice of Ling Qingshuang, dressed in white. She appeared like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, ethereal and unearthly. Ling Qingshuang brandished a long sword, her eyes filled with sorrow. Master Zhang, upon seeing her, exhibited a flicker of complex emotion. You truly lack wisdom, he sighed, realizing that he and Ling Qingshuang had inevitably reached this confrontation. Leave now, do not interfere, he said calmly. If you do not depart, I shall kill you. Ling Qingshuang shook her head resolutely, stating, I cannot leave. This is my destiny. She paused before adding, And you must not do this. Your actions will lead to the ruin of the great Qin dynasty. Master Zhang, hearing her words, scoffed, Ruin the great Qin dynasty? Even if I do not act, it is destined to collapse. He continued, Rather than let it decay, I would rather give it a rebirth. Without hesitation, Master Zhang launched himself at Ling Qingshuang. Chapter 209, The Preordained Fate. Constrain. With a sharp command, an invisible force enveloped Ling Qingshuang. She felt her body become ensnared, immobilized. Yet suddenly, the sky roared with wind, dark clouds gathered, and thunder cracked. A torrential downpour cascaded from above. The altar of heaven was instantly transformed into a vast ocean. Ling Qingshuang's figure flickered in the storm, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the nine heavens. Wind, arise. With a fierce cry, she unleashed countless blades of wind, slicing towards Master Zhang. Seeing this, Master Zhang did not dare to underestimate her. He quickly conjured a mental energy shield to defend against her assault. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades struck the shield, producing thunderous echoes. The shockwaves from the collisions sent the surrounding officials tumbling to the ground, many left in disarray, while others were shattered by the force, meeting their demise on the spot. The altar of heaven had become a hell on earth. A sinister smile creased Master Zhang's face as he grew bolder in battle, his attacks becoming increasingly ruthless. He manipulated his mental energy with finesse, unleashing a barrage of control, strangulation, and shockwaves that left onlookers trembling with fear. Although Ling Qingshuang had awakened her abilities, her youth and lack of combat experience soon placed her at a disadvantage, forcing her to evade Master Zhang's relentless strikes. The torrential rain pelted her face, accentuating her pallor and exhaustion. Master, why are you so obstinately misguided? She cried, dodging his attacks. Master Zhang sneered, My dear disciple, you are truly foolish. With that, a glint of ferocity shone in his eyes. He brought his hands together, murmuring incantations, unleashing a powerful surge of mental energy. The air around them seemed to solidify. Ling Qingshuang's complexion paled as she realized the seriousness of his intent. Not daring to be careless, she summoned all her abilities to prepare for the impending confrontation with Master Zhang. Storms arise. With a fierce cry, the winds howled, clouds churned, and thunder roared. Multiple bolts of lightning, like swords, struck towards Master Zhang. He stood firm, unyielding, with the mental energy shield at its maximum capacity. A mere parlor trick. He scoffed. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning crashed against the shield, producing deafening blasts. The surrounding structures of the altar trembled under the force, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is over, Master Zhang coldly declared, thrusting his hands forward. The mental energy shield shattered into countless sharp spikes, launching towards Ling Qingshuang. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Qingshuang's expression drastically altered. She hastily evaded, but alas, she was a moment too late. Several sharp tendrils of mental energy violently pierced her body. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood gushed forth. Ling Qingshuang emitted a muffled groan, staggering a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lowering her gaze, she beheld multiple gruesome wounds adorning her form. Blood flowed forth like a spring, ceaselessly cascading. In an instant, Ling Qingshuang's visage turned as pale as death. She realized she could no longer continue the fight. Zhang Tianshi observed this unfolding drama, a victorious smile gracing his countenance. He sauntered toward Ling Qingshuang, towering over her with a cold demeanor, and icily remarked, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Ling Qingshuang clenched her teeth, remaining silent, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her. She slowly rose, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Zhang Tianshi, declaring, "I shall not allow you to succeed." Zhang Tianshi scoffed at her defiance, retorting, "You? What can you possibly use to thwart me?" He paused, continuing, "You are gravely injured and are no match for me." As he spoke, he gradually raised his right hand, preparing to extinguish Ling Qingshuang's life. However, at that moment, a familiar silhouette caught his peripheral vision. The figure stood at a distance, seemingly disinterested in intervening. Yet, Zhang Tianshi felt an inexplicable chill, causing a tremor within him. It was that foreigner. How could he be here? His gaze hardened, resolving to eliminate the immediate nuisance before addressing the unexpected presence. With this thought, Zhang Tianshi hesitated no longer. He abruptly raised his right hand, unleashing a potent wave of mental energy that erupted from within him. "Die!" Zhang Tianshi bellowed, thrusting his hand forward, unleashing an invisible blade of mental energy aimed directly at the Qianyuan Emperor. The Qianyuan Emperor's pupils constricted, a tidal wave of impending doom washing over him. He attempted to evade, only to discover his body felt as though it had been immobilized. No, the Qianyuan Emperor let out a despairing roar, aware that he was trapped inescapably. Yet, in this dire moment, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him. It was Ling Qingshuang. She spread her arms wide, using her own body to shield him from the lethal mental blade. A muffled thud echoed as the blade pierced through Ling Qingshuang's form. Blood sprayed forth. Ling Qingshuang's body shuddered slightly before gradually collapsing. Her gaze dimmed, life ebbing away. The world seemed to freeze at that instant. The tempestuous sky abruptly cleared, the dark clouds dissipating, allowing sunlight to once again embrace the earth. The rain ceased. Upon the sacrificial altar, only Ling Qingshuang's cold corpse remained, accompanied by the lingering scent of blood in the air. Zhang Tianshi gazed at her lifeless body, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. This disciple, whom he had nurtured since childhood, had ultimately chosen to betray him. Zhang Tianshi sighed softly, then turned his attention to the Qianyuan Emperor, coldly stating, "You are fortunate. Someone has taken this blow for you." At this moment, the Qianyuan Emperor was utterly petrified, slumped on the ground, trembling as if he were a leaf in a tempest. He could never have anticipated Zhang Tianshi's mercilessness, even to the extent of slaying his own disciple. Zhang Tianshi disregarded the emperor's terror, slowly advancing toward him, looking down from his elevated position, declaring, "Your era has come to an end." With that, Zhang Tianshi raised his right hand, an overwhelming mental force enveloping the Qianyuan Emperor in an instant. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the emperor's neck was forcefully twisted by the mental energy. Blood gushed forth. The Qianyuan Emperor's head drooped helplessly, entirely devoid of life. A dynasty's ruler had fallen. Chapter 210, Dare to touch my sister, and I shall flay you alive. Zhang Tianshi observed the lifeless form of the Qianyuan Emperor, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. His ambitions had finally come to fruition. He had toppled the emperor's reign, declaring himself king. From this day forth, he would be the new emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Zhang Tianshi inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his exhilaration. He then turned to address the remaining ministers and officials, solemnly proclaiming, "From this day forth, I am the new emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Will you all pledge your allegiance to me?" The officials, upon hearing this, trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and collectively exclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Long life! Long live!" Zhang Tianshi nodded in satisfaction before striding toward the central dragon throne of the altar. He settled into the seat, his gaze surveying the multitude beneath him with disdain. An aura of unparalleled dominance radiated from him. He, Zhang Tianshi, had finally ascended to the pinnacle of power. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the heavens. "Are you not rejoicing a touch too soon?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Tianshi's heart sank. He abruptly raised his head, searching for the source, only to find a familiar figure towering above him. It was that foreigner. "The situation is already determined. What more do you wish to accomplish?" Zhang Tianshi feigned composure, inquiring in a somber tone. Yi Ren advanced slowly, each step seemingly pressing down upon Zhang Tianshi's heart, inducing a suffocating sense of oppression. Yi Ren paid no heed to Zhang Tianshi's question. His gaze fell upon Ling Qingshuang's corpse, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. This was what Ling Qingshuang had requested. She had stated that it was Zhang Tianshi who had raised her, granting her a second chance at life. Thus, she felt compelled to repay him. Of course, This was contingent upon her belief that Yi Ren could revive her. In the natural course of events, Zhang Tianshi would ascend as the new emperor, diligently striving to lead the great Qin dynasty into a brief era of prosperity, ultimately passing away at the age of 82. In this world, distinctions between good and evil are rarely clear-cut. Although Zhang Tianshi had slain the emperor to seize the throne, he indeed possessed the acumen to govern effectively. However, Yi Ren was presently engulfed in fury. He gently cradled Ling Qingshuang's lifeless form, his gaze icy as he turned toward Zhang Tianshi. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, enveloping Zhang Tianshi in an icy grip. Zhang Tianshi trembled, an indescribable sense of crisis washing over him like a tidal wave. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tianshi feigned calmness. Yi Ren remained silent, merely fixing Zhang Tianshi with a cold stare, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. That gaze seemed to regard him as nothing more than a corpse. Zhang Tianshi felt a surge of dread as he met Yi Ren's gaze, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. Aware that he could be torn to shreds at any moment, he dared not hesitate any longer, hastily summoning the mental energy within him, preparing to strike first. Hold! Zhang Tianshi roared, thrusting both hands forward as an invisible blade of mental energy sliced toward Yi Ren's throat. Yet, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhang Tianshi suddenly realized that he could not move his body. His telekinesis seemed to be suppressed by some unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. He resembled an ant pinned beneath a colossal hand, helplessly observing his own subjugation. The expression on Zhang Tianshi's face was one of sheer disbelief. Extraordinary. How terrifying was the force that rendered him as powerless as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. You just violated my sister, and now it's my turn. Yi Ren's voice, cold and chilling as if emerging from the depths of the netherworld, sent shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianshi's heart sank deeper into fear. He felt as though he were being stalked by the Grim Reaper, with the imminent threat of being whisked away at any moment. Yi Ren paid no further heed to Zhang Tianshi. His focus was on resurrecting Ling Qingshuang. This resurrection ability was obtained from the Sons of the Sun organization. However, the original mechanism of this power could only revive those who had died within the last 24 hours. Through Yi Ren's study, comprehension, and transcendence, he discovered that as long as the corpse retained some degree of integrity, revival was achievable. A faint luminescence began to emanate from Ling Qingshuang's body, growing brighter and more dazzling until it illuminated the entire altar. Suddenly, Ling Qingshuang's eyes flew open. Congratulations on achieving the feat of defying death. Yi Ren's voice echoed in her ears like a celestial melody, instilling her with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Ling Qingshuang turned to Yi Ren, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes as she hastily inquired, I just died, and now I'm alive again? Yi Ren nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed. You have returned to life. The officials stood agape, incredulity etched across their faces as they witnessed this miraculous event. What sorcery was this, capable of bringing the dead back to life? Zhang Tianshi, observing this spectacle, was gripped by sheer terror. Never had he imagined that such a power existed in this world, one that could reverse life and death. At that moment, he even felt that the emperor's throne paled in comparison to the allure of immortality. If he could secure the assistance of this otherworldly individual, perhaps. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yi Ren slowly turned his gaze toward Zhang Tianshi, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was time to settle the score. Zhang Tianshi, upon meeting Yi Ren's icy stare, felt a surge of ominous foreboding. He attempted to flee but found himself still ensnared by spatial constraints, utterly unable to move. Wait. Zhang Tianshi's voice trembled. Yi Ren remained silent, merely raising his right hand, a formidable force of spatial energy enveloping Zhang Tianshi in an instant. Zhang Tianshi let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body was torn apart by the spatial force, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Ling Qingshuang. Yi Ren paused, then remarked, Do not fret, this is merely the beginning. With that, he summoned his spatial abilities once more, reassembling Zhang Tianshi's dismembered remains before resurrecting him. Then he unleashed another spatial strangulation, shredding Zhang Tianshi's body anew. This cycle repeated dozens of times. Zhang Tianshi endured the agonies of death repeatedly, his psyche gradually unraveling. The arrogance and hubris he once possessed were replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. Kill me, just kill me. Zhang Tianshi's voice, thin as a whisper, dripped with desperation. Yi Ren regarded Zhang Tianshi's pitiful state with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He scoffed, saying, Just be a good emperor. With that, Yi Ren executed a spatial teleportation, vanishing from the altar with Ling Qingshuang. In the aftermath, this incident was shrouded in secrecy, Yet the tales of Yi Ren's divine prowess spread far and wide, becoming the stuff of legend. Chapter 211, Flowing Downstream to the Future. Days later, outside the capital city of Tianjing, at the drunken immortal pavilion, bright sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on Ling Qingshuang's fair visage as she indulged in a hamburger the size of a basin, savoring every bite. She had nearly fully recovered, and the melancholy brought on by her master's betrayal had been greatly alleviated by the sumptuous delicacies provided by the drunken immortal pavilion, Yi Ren. Over the past few days, she had feasted heartily, welcoming an array of foods, hamburgers, cola, potato chips, and fried pastries, resulting in a 2-pound weight gain. As she munched on her hamburger, she muttered, "It's all your fault for feeding me this junk food." Yi Ren, seated across from her, sipped leisurely on a cold drink, rolling his eyes at her ravenous display. "You're just taking advantage of my indulgence," Ling Qingshuang huffed, still embodying the spirit of a young girl, now learning to relish her favored status. At that moment, Huan Ji and Song Chui approached. Their camaraderie was an unexpected delight for Yi Ren. Huan Ji, still veiled, gracefully stepped beside Yi Ren and softly inquired, "Young master, when shall we depart?" "Yes, yes." Song Chui, adorned in opulent palace attire, stood tall, exuding elegance and grace, yet her face radiated uncontainable excitement. It was her first venture outside the palace, and to embark on a journey to the future filled her with exhilaration. "Today it shall be," Yi Ren smiled, rising to stand before Huan Ji and Song Chui. However, just then, Ling Qingshuang interrupted, "Wait." Her voice shattered the tranquility of the room. She hesitated before continuing, I haven't finished this hamburger. Yi Ren, do not eat any further. The future holds everything you desire." Just as Yi Ren prepared to lead them away, a sudden epiphany struck him. Wait. He seemed to have overlooked something of paramount importance. He recalled Kagayaheim, who had lived for centuries. He wondered if she had manifested in this timeline. With this thought, he resolved to investigate. Addressing the 3 young ladies, he instructed, "Stay here and do not wander. I shall procure 2 oranges and return swiftly." Ling Qingshuang and Song Chui were perplexed by this quip, but Huan Ji, having engaged in ample conversation with Yi Ren over the past few days, discerned the underlying meaning. Yi Ren was playfully taking advantage of them. Spatial teleportation. Upon reappearing, Yi Ren found himself standing on the soil of the island nation. In stark contrast to the towering edifices of the future world, the landscape before him retained a primitive demeanor. Lowly structures, narrow streets, and modestly clad citizens all bore witness to the poverty and backwardness of the era. At this time, the island nation was still under the dominion of the great Qian Empire. Yi Ren surveyed the surroundings, but was surprised to find no traces of the Yada no Kagami. This left him somewhat taken aback. Or perhaps, Yi Ren closed his eyes, unleashing his mental prowess to envelop the entire island nation. He diligently sought to perceive everything around him, attempting to uncover any signs of the Yada no Kagami's existence. Nothing. How could it possibly be absent? Yi Ren concentrated his mental energy into fine threads, gradually delving into the depths of the earth. However, when his mental force penetrated approximately 1,000 meters down, he encountered an invisible barrier that obstructed his further exploration. What could this be? Yi Ren pondered, and once again amplified his mental output, effortlessly breaching the barrier this time. Deep underground lay several black crystals, each no larger than a thumb, emitting a faint, eerie glow. He recognized these crystals. They were identical to those he had previously discovered beneath the Black Prison Island, as well as those left behind after the spatial collapse. What were these fragments? Yi Ren was filled with profound confusion as he hurriedly retrieved all the black crystal fragments he had previously collected from his spatial storage. He utilized spatial transfer to send these fragments deep underground. The small crystals seemed to possess an adhesive property, and upon reaching a certain quantity, they began to coalesce on their own. Suddenly, all the black crystal fragments trembled violently. They radiated beams of black light, flickering like breaths, uncertain and erratic. Following that, the black crystal fragments began to melt. They merged together like liquid, ultimately forming a black orb. This orb, lodged in the earth, exuded a bizarre aura. Yi Ren's heart raced. He sensed a familiar power. This power was the power of space. Or rather, this force was of the same origin as his own unique abilities. An incredible thought flashed through Yi Ren's mind. Could it be that this black orb was the core of the Yaqi upper realm? Upon considering this, Yi Ren couldn't help but gasp, his expression turning gravely serious. If his conjecture were true, it would imply. Yi Ren's countenance transformed, filled with astonishment. He gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. He finally grasped the truth of the Yaqi upper realm. It was not a naturally formed space, but rather a creation of his own. And he was the creator of the Yaqi upper realm? It was quite possible that Kagaya was also an extraordinary being born from the Yaki upper realm. If that were the case, could he be considered Kagaya father? Oh, what a revelation. After completing this, Yi-Ren returned to the drunken immortal pavilion, a sense of indescribable shock accompanying him. At that moment, Huanji, Ling Qingshuang, and Song Chui had been waiting for quite some time. Are we leaving now? They chimed in unison. Yi-Ren smiled and activated his ability. Time System Anomaly 4-dimensional structure. As his mental energy surged, a peculiar sight manifested before them. It was a swirl of distorted light and color, resembling an ever-changing kaleidoscope. The three women stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. What is this? Ling Qingshuang couldn't contain her curiosity, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Yi-Ren chuckled as he explained, "This is the river of time. We shall flow downstream to return to the future." As he spoke, he infused his mental energy into the 4-dimensional structure while simultaneously invoking the mechanism of his time-related abilities to protect the three women. In an instant, Yi-Ren stepped into the 4-dimensional structure with them. Whoosh! The surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves in a bizarre tunnel, surrounded by twisted light and color, where time and space lost all meaning. When they re-emerged, Yi-Ren discovered he was back in his familiar home. Indeed, it was the house previously assigned to him by the longing department. Ling Qingshuang and the others widened their eyes. Incredulity etched across their faces as they surveyed their surroundings. "Is this the future?" Huan Ji exclaimed, equally astonished, having never encountered such a magical place. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Song Chui leaped up in excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She looked around as if she were Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, utterly fascinated by everything. Traveling back in time. "You all are quite remarkable," Yi-Ren remarked with a smile, leading the three women on a tour of his home. "This is a television. Though I haven't subscribed to VIP, not many young people watch TV these days. This is a computer, useful for entertainment, and a mobile phone. An essential device for modern individuals," Yi-Ren patiently explained as he retrieved zero-calorie soda from the refrigerator to offer them. "Hey, you mentioned you gained 2 pounds, right? Drink this, it won't make you gain weight." Ling Qingshuang replied, "What do you mean, hey? I have a name." Despite her protest, she obediently accepted the beverage. Huan Ji and Song Chun each took a bottle as well. Just then, the door to the adjacent room swung open with a creak. Kagaya emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning, dressed in a loose nightgown, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, looking both languid and enchanting. However, upon seeing Ling Qingshuang, Huan Ji, and Song Chui in the living room, she froze in disbelief. What are you doing here?" Kagaya blinked, rubbing her eyes, unsure if she was still dreaming or if this was an illusion. She gazed at Yi-Ren with uncertainty, cautiously asking, "Are you playing some strange roleplay?" Recognizing Zai Longnu, Bai Jie, and Song Yishue, she naturally misinterpreted the situation, thinking Yi-Ren had orchestrated a historical roleplay with them. Yi-Ren succinctly explained how he had brought Ling Qingshuang and the others back from the past. "You can manipulate time now?" Kagaya voice trembled, a hint of astonishment unmaskable in her tone. Having lived for centuries and witnessed many unimaginable miracles, Yi-Ren's abilities still left her utterly astounded. The ability to traverse time freely was a feat only divine beings could achieve. "It's incredible, truly incredible." Yi-Ren suddenly placed his hands on his hips, turning to Kagaya. "Call me Dad." Kagaya. "Yi-Ren, I am the architect of the Yaki upper realm. You understand what I mean, right?" Kagaya. "Yi-Ren, I recall you stating that you were born from the Yaki upper realm, so in a certain sense, I am your..." Kagaya father? Kagaya was thoroughly flustered. Oh no, this felt like an incredibly strange roleplay. Yi-Ren disregarded Kagaya flustered reaction and turned back to Ling Qingshuang, Huan Ji, and Song Chui, smiling as he continued his explanation. "Very well, you all take some time to acclimate to modern society. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to consult Kagaya." With that, Yi-Ren prepared to depart in search of Arthur. After all, he would not forget the promises he had made. In a flash of spatial transmission, Yi-Ren arrived at the edge of Arthur's confinement. "Hey, what are you up to?" Arthur's voice carried a hint of surprise. Had he not just left? Yi-Ren chuckled softly and pointed towards the heavens. "Your sister is alive on the moon." Arthur paused, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Yi-Ren, convinced he had misheard. "What are you talking about?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Your sister, Anna. She is still alive," Yi-Ren reiterated calmly. "Shall I bring her back now?" Arthur's breath quickened, and he sprang to his feet, grasping Yi-Ren's arm with fervor. "Do not jest with me. I have read little and cannot bear to be deceived." Yi-Ren couldn't help but find humor in Arthur's fervent demeanor. A millennial-old wish seemed on the verge of realization. He patted Arthur's shoulder and said with a smile, "When have I ever deceived you?" With tears welling in his eyes, Arthur clenched his fists, striving to contain his emotions. It has been 1,000 years, he murmured. I have waited for over a millennium. I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm, Yiren advised, gently closing his eyes as he began to summon his powers of time and space. He aimed to shatter the temporal seal and retrieve Anna from the moon. In the next moment, two distinct radiances emanated from Yiren's being, one a serene azure hue of space, the other a golden glow of time. These lights intertwined and fused, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sphere of illumination. The sphere expanded and enveloped the entire courtyard. With a resounding silence, the very fabric of the space began to warp. In that instant, space seemed to lose its significance, and time appeared to come to a standstill. It's coming. Yiren opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance sparking within them as he extended his hand towards the luminous moon in the night sky. In a fleeting moment, a silvery beam descended from above, enveloping both Yiren and Arthur within its embrace. Their figures gradually blurred, as though on the verge of vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, on the lunar surface, a girl imprisoned by the passage of time lay still, seemingly in slumber. Anna's visage remained eternally youthful and beautiful, untouched by the passage of time. With a crisp crack, the temporal seal binding Anna shattered like glass. Slowly, she opened her eyes, bewilderment flashing across her features. To her, it felt as though she had merely blinked, a simple act akin to waking from slumber. Yet, a millennium had elapsed. Chapter 213. Do not force me to slap you in front of your sister. Joy filled the air, a cause for celebration. Yiren turned to Arthur, only to find him frozen in place, wide-eyed and mouth agape, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Is it truly her, my sister? Arthur's voice trembled with disbelief. Tentatively, he reached out, yearning to touch Anna, but hesitated, fearful of disturbing her. Anna gazed at Arthur, her eyes reflecting confusion. This golden-haired youth seemed familiar, yet she was certain she had never encountered him before. Though she did not recognize Arthur, she felt an inexplicable connection, a calling from deep within her bloodline. Unable to contain himself any longer, Arthur lunged towards Anna, clasping her leg. Sister, it is truly you. It is really you. His voice choked with emotion, tears streamed down his face like a torrential flood, instantly soaking Anna's gown. Yiren marveled at the sight, witnessing someone cry as if straight from the pages of a comic. Surely you are not a water elemental mage, are you? Whose tears cascade like a fountain. In any case, Arthur clung tightly to Anna's leg, weeping with an intensity that was heart-wrenching. Sister, I have missed you so dearly. Yiren observed with an expression akin to that of a weary elder witnessing the antics of a child, thinking it might be time to rein it in. Meanwhile, Anna was equally bewildered. To her, the image of Arthur remained that of a child, yet here stood a towering man, embracing her and sobbing for his sister. Could you perhaps let go of me? Anna stammered, attempting to articulate her thoughts, but Arthur's grip on her leg was unyielding, rendering her immobile. She struggled to push him away, but Arthur held on tighter, as if terrified she might vanish. Sister, please do not leave me again. His voice quivered, laced with desperation and fear. Wait, I am not leaving. Could you just release me? Anna implored, her tone wavering. Observing this, Yiren shook his head in exasperation. He stepped forward and gently pried Arthur away from Anna's leg. Calm yourself, he instructed. Give your sister a moment. Arthur finally recognized his lack of composure and promptly released Anna, wiping his tears with a sheepish expression. I am sorry, I was too overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, then turned to Anna, his gaze filled with affection and tenderness. Sister, are you well? Anna regarded this golden-haired youth, her heart a tumult of emotions. It was challenging for her to reconcile the man before her with the timid boy who had always hidden behind her. Arthur tentatively grasped Anna's hand, his voice trembling as he asked, Sister, do you remember me? I am Arthur, your brother. Anna looked deeply into Arthur's sapphire-like eyes, now filled with a myriad of complex feelings. She nodded gently, her voice quivering. Is it truly you, Arthur? A radiant smile spread across Arthur's face, as if he had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. It is I. Sister, it is truly me. He yearned to embrace Anna again, but she recoiled. Panic flickered in her eyes as she stepped back, seeking refuge behind Yiren. She clutched the hem of his garment tightly, as if it were her only anchor to safety. Arthur stood aghast, his initial excitement now replaced by shock and hurt. Sister, what is the matter? His voice quivered, teetering on the edge of tears once more. Anna, half hidden behind Yiren, peered at Arthur with an uncertain gaze, her voice betraying her unease. Could you please step back a bit? Arthur felt as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible hand, causing him an overwhelming sense of suffocating pain. Sister, do you not remember me? His voice was hoarse and low, tinged with an unmistakable sadness. No, I have not forgotten you, Anna hurriedly clarified. It's just She hesitated momentarily before continuing. It's just that you have changed so much. I am somewhat frightened. Indeed. The rational Anna recognized that the man before her was her brother Arthur. Yet, on an emotional level, she found it difficult to accept that the little boy who once hid behind her had transformed into such a tall and formidable man. After all, her memories were still anchored to the day they left the village. But for Arthur, a millennium had passed. Yiren noticed Anna's discomfort and gently patted Arthur on the shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone. Do not rush. Give your sister some time. Do not frighten her. Upon hearing Yiren's words, Arthur quickly nodded, realizing he had been too impassioned and had startled Anna. All right, he nodded repeatedly. His voice laced with a hint of guilt. It is my fault. I was too hasty, having waited for 1,000 years. He was naturally not concerned about waiting a little longer. Nevertheless, Arthur's gaze remained fixed on Anna, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness, yet also rife with worry and unease. Yiren turned his attention to Anna and noticed her tightly clutching her clothing, hiding behind him, unwilling to emerge. A sudden realization struck Yiren. Have you mistaken your affections? Arthur ought to be the one closest to you. Why then do you hide behind me? In the next moment, Arthur also recognized this unsettling truth. He was instantly thrown off balance. Yiren, what have you done to my sister? Arthur's voice trembled with a blend of accusation, anger, and an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Yiren responded with a sigh. Do not compel me to reprimand you in front of your sister. Arthur was incredulous. His mind was clouded with fury, overpowering his reason. Yiren had no choice but to employ his friendship punch. With that blow, Arthur complied. Are you satisfied now? Yiren inquired. I admit I raised my voice a tad too much just now, but there was no need for such a forceful response, Arthur retorted. Be good. Refrain from causing a scene next time. I do not wish to fight you in front of your sister, Yiren replied. Arthur, on the verge of tears, lamented. How can one be so cruel? What manner of monster are you? Chapter 214. Ling Qingshuang meets the little mute. All right, I must take my leave now. Yiren stretched, as he had no desire to remain with Arthur any longer. This fellow had been rather flamboyant previously. Moreover, the proud golden-haired had long since shed his previous demeanor. Oh, then you may go, Arthur replied directly, turning to Anna. Sister, will you come back with me? Anna instinctively shook her head, hesitating before softly saying, I think I should stay with him for now. I need some time to adjust. A millennium had passed as if it were but yesterday. Although she understood that Arthur was still the same Arthur, everything she had known had crumbled into dust. Anna required a moment to process. Yiren, observing this, patted Arthur's shoulder. Do not rush. Take your time. Your sister will not disappear. After listening, Arthur could only nod helplessly. Yiren activated spatial transmission, bringing them back to the Dragon Hidden department. Sister Baijia, please arrange a place for her to stay. Yiren entrusted Anna's matters to Baijia. Baijia naturally would not decline Yiren's request, though she curiously scrutinized Anna, particularly her golden locks. Such a hair color was rarely seen in the Dragon Kingdom. No problem. I will ensure she is well accommodated. After a moment's thought, Yiren added, also, arrange a room for Arthur next door, in a more pleasant environment. Thus, Anna and Arthur temporarily settled in the arrangements of the Dragon Hidden department, with Arthur's room right next to Anna's. This deeply moved Arthur, who grasped Yiren's hand, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, You are truly wonderful. Yiren responded with a look of disdain. Later, Yiren found Baizhe, who was in her office, yawning. The office was infused with a subtle aroma of coffee, wisps of white steam rising from a cup, slowly dispersing into the air. Baizhe was clad in a white knitted sweater paired with a black pencil skirt, accentuating her alluring figure. Her lustrous black hair fell casually over her shoulders, radiating a relaxed charm. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, holding a book, though she was drowsy and nearly asleep. Back already? Baizhe set her book down and looked up at Yiren, her eyes filled with warmth. Yes, Yiren replied. The matters have been resolved. He then settled beside Baizhe with a thud. Baizhe gazed at Yiren, a fond smile gracing her features. Are you not going to share? Rising, she poured a cup of coffee for him. Yiren accepted the coffee, took a gentle sip, and smiled. I traveled to ancient times and encountered a number of intriguing individuals. As he spoke, he recounted his experiences in the past, detailing his encounters with Huanji, Ling Qingshuang, Song Chui, and the Northeast Tiger. He relayed the tales in their entirety to Baizhe. Baizhe's lips twitched slightly. She undoubtedly grasped Yiren's intentions. Gently placing her coffee cup down, she looked up at him with a hint of exasperation. When did you become so perverse? She shot him a glare, continuing twins play. Yiren, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. But how do you plan to accommodate them? Will they stay here? Yiren pondered before suddenly breaking into a grin. Of course. In the evening, Yiren summoned the little dragon girl, Baijia, and the long-absent Song Yishue to Baizhe's office. The three women, each with distinct styles, were captivating in their own right. The little dragon girl remained adorably petite and charmingly innocent. Bai Jia exuded a gentle grace, embodying elegance and poise. Song Yixue, in contrast, possessed a tranquil demeanor, neither competing nor contending. What is it? Bai Jia inquired, looking at Yiren. Do not rush. This will be a surprise. It may also be a shock, Yiren replied, activating spatial transmission. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in Yiren's home. Ah, what is this? Huh. The three women gasped in disbelief upon seeing the three individuals before them, their eyes wide with astonishment. The three individuals stood before them, remarkably identical to her. Yu, Bai Jia stammered, pointing at the figure beside Yiren, her voice trembling. Is this a replication ability? Xiaolong knew, equally horrified, hid behind Yiren, timidly gazing at Ling Qingshuang, as though she were beholding a mirror image of herself. In contrast, Song Yixue maintained the most composed demeanor, though surprised. She quickly regained her poise. She regarded Song Chui, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, and turned to Yiren, inquiring, "Is this the surprise?" Yiren beamed at the trio of women, a hint of pride lacing his tone. "Allow me to introduce you. These three are." He recounted the events leading to this moment. The expressions of the three women varied dramatically post-revelation. Particularly, Song Yixue could not suppress the urge to touch her own face. Incredulity evident in her voice. "My ancestor is actually a princess." Bai Jia echoed her astonishment, staring at Huan Ji's face, which mirrored her own yet possessed an allure reminiscent of a seasoned courtesan, rendering her momentarily speechless. The most captivating aspect lay with Xiaolong Nu and Ling Qingshuang. Xiaolong Nu timidly peeked from behind Yiren, cautiously scrutinizing Ling Qingshuang, who, with her arms crossed, glared haughtily at Xiaolong Nu. Xiaolong Nu uttered. Ling Qingshuang retorted with a dismissive glare. The atmosphere between the two grew palpably delicate. Yiren watched this exchange, unable to suppress his amusement. It was indeed exceedingly entertaining. Enough of this banter, Yiren redirected the conversation. "Shall we ascend to the rooftop for a barbecue? I procured a plethora of delectable treats today." "Excellent. Barbecue. Barbecue. How thrilling." The three women from ancient times erupted in excitement, chattering animatedly. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yiren retrieved the barbecue grill, ingredients, and an assortment of beverages from his spatial pocket. In no time, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, enticing and mouth-watering. The six women gathered around the grill, feasting on the barbecued delights while engaging in lively conversation, quickly growing familiar with one another. Their discussions predominantly revolved around Yiren. Ling Qingshuang unabashedly expressed her affections for him, causing the timid Xiaolong Nu to nearly weep with envy, yet simultaneously admire Ling Qingshuang's decisiveness. Huan Ji criticized Bai Jia for her evident feelings for Yiren, yet lack of courageous pursuit, leaving Bai Jia to smile wryly. Conversely, Song Yixue and Song Chui appeared to be the closest companions. "Have you slept with him?" Song Chui inquired eagerly. Haven't you?" Song Yixue responded. "Wow. What was it like?" Song Chui exclaimed. "I'll let you experience it tonight," Song Yixue teased. Yes. Yiren, overhearing, felt a shiver run down his spine at their audacity. Just then, Ling Qingshuang interjected with a cold snort. "She said she wouldn't lock the door tonight, waiting for you." As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance toward Xiaolong Nu. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong Nu's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips quivering. I won't. Please don't put me in this position." Chapter 215, The 3-Year Plan and Judgment Day. What? You inquire about the scenario of a love triangle? Please. How could this narrative possibly contain such a trope? Ren Jia, despite his seemingly honest demeanor, employs a charm akin to a sow donning a brassiere to woo the ladies. Coupled with the peculiar effects of the mental link, one can well understand the implications. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. The global landscape had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. War had dissipated, supplanted by a new world order centered around Long Country's centralized authority. In this novel order, nations had become vassals of Long Country, compelled to adhere to its laws and commands. The erstwhile United Nations had dissolved, replaced by a world united under the aegis of Long Country's government, headquartered where Florida once lay. What? Why not establish it in the capital? Please. The entirety of Blue Star now belongs to Long Country. Why exploit the capital's resources? Indeed, all these transformations owed much to Yiren's efforts. He single-handedly instilled a profound reverence across the globe, compelling all nations to bow to Long Country's supremacy. Yet, Yiren was not satisfied with mere dominion. He harbored grander ambitions, loftier aspirations. He sought to establish an unprecedented golden age. To realize this vision, Yiren exerted tremendous effort. He required a tool capable of overseeing everything, a mechanism to maintain global order. Thus, he conceived a bold plan. He summoned all the telepathic abilities from around the world, 40,000 individuals. Some could read memories, others could manipulate thoughts, and some could foresee the future. Yi Ren's scheme was to amalgamate their diverse abilities into a singular, unprecedented supermental network. This network would envelop the globe, connecting the consciousness of all individuals, forming a colossal mental field. This was Yi Ren's balance plan, the Sha Ji Tuesday. The concept of Sha Ji Tu was inspired by an ancient treasure of Long Country, said to possess the power to govern the very essence of land and nation. Under the oversight of Sha Ji Tu, the world enjoyed peace. Past wars, crimes, and acts of terror, issues that once plagued humanity, had now vanished. The world had become harmoniously tranquil. Technological advancements surged forward at an unprecedented pace. Once mere concepts had materialized into reality. Human productivity soared while resource consumption plummeted. Yet, Yi Ren understood that human desires are insatiable. Even in an era of peace, competition and conflict would persist among humanity. It is intrinsic to human nature and serves as the impetus for civilizational advancement. Yi Ren did not endeavor to suppress these desires. He recognized that without them, civilization would lose its momentum. What he aimed to achieve was to guide human desires toward a righteous path, crafting an ideal world devoid of hunger, poverty, and disease. 6 months prior, the Global People's Assembly convened as scheduled. Representatives from nations worldwide gathered to deliberate on the future of human civilization. Yi Ren, as one of Long Country's representatives, participated in this pivotal meeting. During the assembly, Yi Ren unveiled an audacious proposal, a 3-year plan. The objective of this initiative was to eradicate hunger, poverty, and disease within 3 years. I understand this goal may seem daunting. Yi Ren addressed the audience, his gaze sweeping the room, his tone measured. But if you cannot achieve it, then I shall. As soon as his words resonated, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. The representatives from various nations were profoundly inspired by Yi Ren's words, their excitement palpable. They understood that Yi Ren was not jesting. He was utterly earnest. Yi Ren continued, in the first year, our goal is to eradicate hunger entirely. With the assistance of supernatural abilities and technology, we shall significantly enhance food production, ensuring that every individual across the globe has enough to eat. In the second year, our aim is to eliminate poverty. We will create more job opportunities and elevate income levels, allowing everyone to lead a prosperous life. In the third year, our objective is to eradicate disease. We will conquer all ailments that afflict humanity, liberating people from the torment of illness and enabling everyone to enjoy health and longevity. Yi Ren's words reverberated like thunder in the conference hall, leaving the representatives in awe of his grand vision. They realized that if Yi Ren's plan could come to fruition, humanity would usher in an entirely new era, a golden age, unprecedented in history. After the meeting concluded, representatives from various nations sprang into action, diligently working to implement Yi Ren's 3-year plan. Time flew by, and before long, the first year had passed. Yi Ren's initial goal of completely eradicating hunger had been successfully achieved. With the aid of supernatural powers and technology, food production had surged, and the once pressing issue of food scarcity had vanished. People around the world could now eat their fill, and no one would die from hunger. This was a monumental achievement and the first step of Yi Ren's 3-year plan. However, tranquility seldom lasts. Something was bound to shatter this peace. It was Arthur. Since their candid conversation, he had remained at the dragon's hidden department, effectively securing his position. Yet, he often sequestered himself in his room, rarely interacting with others. Apart from teaching Anna how to use various electronic devices from the future. Consequently, Yi Ren had not seen him for quite some time. Today, Arthur appeared to be in a rather peculiar state. His complexion was pale, his eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and unease, and he seemed somewhat gaunt. Yi Ren felt a twinge of concern. What had transpired? He inquired with genuine worry. Arthur took a deep breath, striving to calm himself before slowly uttering, "The day of judgment is approaching." Upon hearing this, Yi Ren was momentarily taken aback. The day of judgment. Yi Ren was not unfamiliar with the term. "Are you certain? How long do we have?" he asked, furrowing his brows, his tone grave. If what Arthur said was true, it would herald an unprecedented catastrophe. Arthur nodded, his pallor deepening. "I can sense it," he said in a somber tone. "The exact timing is unclear, perhaps 10 years, perhaps 1 year, perhaps tomorrow. The apostles hail from another dimension." Arthur paused. You should have encountered them in the mirror space. There was a note of fear and resignation in his voice. He was the son of the sun, one of the most powerful individuals in this world. Yet he was acutely aware of the chasm separating him from that other dimensional entity, an insurmountable divide. Arthur lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Ren, his voice resolute. "The only ones I fear, aside from him, are you." If you cannot resolve the situation, then we might as well start anew. Chapter 216, The Arrival of the Apostles. 5 years passed once again. 5 years, neither long nor short, but for the entirety of human civilization, these 5 years were transformative. Under Yi Ren's leadership, the world underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Technological advancements and civilizational progress flourished. The once pressing issues of hunger, poverty, and disease had become relics of the past. Food production had soared, and people no longer worried about sustenance. Medical technology advanced by leaps and bounds. Terminal illnesses were conquered, and the average human lifespan extended to 200 years. Former slums blossomed into modern metropolises, with towering skyscrapers and wide, bright streets. Once ragged homeless individuals now donned clean, tidy attire, their faces radiant with joy. Children no longer fretted over tuition fees. They could fully indulge in quality educational resources and pursue their dreams. The elderly were free from concerns about retirement, able to enjoy their golden years in peace. Each face radiated happiness and hope. This was an unprecedented golden age. Yet, beneath this splendid facade lay a thread of unease. The birth rate of newborns was declining year by year. Moreover, while these infants exhibited significantly stronger physical constitutions than their predecessors, possessing innate abilities and rarely falling ill, their reproductive capabilities had markedly diminished. It was as if an invisible force was orchestrating this phenomenon, maintaining a balance between population and resources to prevent humanity from spiraling into destruction due to overexpansion. While this might be seen as beneficial, it also bore a darker implication. Yi Ren had discussed this matter with the Bureau of State Affairs, which suggested that it may be a biological self-evolution mechanism. When individuals become excessively powerful, their genes cease to prioritize reproduction. Gazing out the window at the flourishing landscape of this new era, Yi Ren was suddenly confronted by a stark figure appearing before him. It was Arthur, still clad in his black trench coat, exuding an air of gravity. "He is coming." Arthur's voice was low and hoarse. Yi Ren turned his gaze skyward, realizing that the once clear sky had turned ominously dark, heavy clouds layering upon one another as if to suffocate, inducing a sense of breathlessness. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Soon after, bolts of lightning danced in the clouds like silver serpents. The brilliance of the lightning was blinding, threatening to rend the very fabric of the world. 5 years. I have waited 5 years, Yi Ren murmured, his tone somber and resolute. A flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. The next moment, chaos erupted. The entire world was plunged into darkness. The sun's radiance seemed to be eclipsed by an unseen hand. The sky morphed into an abyssal black. Time and space appeared to freeze in that instant. Yi Ren's pupils constricted sharply. Before him, deep purple fissures began to emerge in the previously pitch-black sky. These cracks spread like a web, densely covering the firmament. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds emanated from those fissures, reminiscent of shattering glass. Following this, countless tiny black crystals cascaded from the cracks like raindrops. These crystals glimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if they were messengers from the netherworld. Yi Ren extended his hand to catch one of the black crystals. It felt icy to the touch, extraordinarily hard. Yi Ren's brow furrowed tightly. He recognized it. This was precisely the same black crystal he had discovered previously in the depths of Black Prison Island, as well as after the spatial collapse. At that moment, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the sky. The silhouette was immense, terrifying, as if it sought to shroud the entire heavens. It was an extra-dimensional life form. It had arrived. Arthur's voice resonated in Yi Ren's ear, tinged with a slight tremor. He had awaited this day for over 1,000 years. Yi Ren remained silent, merely inhaling deeply before gradually closing his eyes. His mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, ascending towards the sky. In that instant, Yi Ren's mental prowess reached an unprecedented zenith. He was unaware of the limits of his mental strength, yet he recognized that he was prepared for battle. Yi Ren's eyes snapped open. A glimmer of brilliance flashed within, akin to 2 sharp blades poised to rend asunder everything before him. Without a hint of hesitation, he surged forth to confront the extra-dimensional life form. Simultaneously, across the globe, all psychics felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Their abilities were stifled. They felt akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly at the mercy of their fate. Only a scant few formidable beings, such as the little dragon girl, Zay, and Arthur, could barely wield their powers. Yet even they could only muster a fraction of their strength. This was due to the sheer magnitude of the extra-dimensional life form's mental energy. It resembled a vast black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. Any psychic approaching it would find their mental energy suppressed. However, Yi Ren was an exception. He possessed boundless mental strength. He was the sole entity capable of contending with the extra-dimensional life form. Arthur remained silent, standing resolutely beside Yi Ren, prepared to fight alongside him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, though his voice still quivered. I can only cheer for you. Arthur's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his hair and collar. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Blood seeped through his fingers. Yet he appeared oblivious to the pain. My instincts tell me I am confronting an insurmountable entity. Arthur's voice was low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Like an ant gazing up at a giant. He paused for a moment, then continued, merely gazing upon it nearly drives me to madness. Fear filled Arthur's eyes. He had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression. This pressure bore down upon him like Mount Tai, rendering him nearly breathless. Had it not been for Yi Ren's presence beside him, he might have crumbled long ago. Yi Ren's expression was stoic. Behind him stood the entirety of human civilization. He could not afford to lose, nor could he bear the thought of defeat. The extra-dimensional life form continued to hover silently in the sky. It bore no facial features, no limbs, no form. It was merely a mass of chaos, a chaos that defied description. Yet, Yi Ren could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from it. That pressure was as unfathomable as an abyss, suffocating and despair-inducing. Yi Ren's brow knitted tightly. He was uncertain of his current strength. He did not know if he could vanquish this extra-dimensional life form. But he understood that in this battle, he must give his all, for he had no path of retreat left. Yi Ren inhaled deeply once more, then slowly closed his eyes. His mental energy erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, reaching an unprecedented height. Yi Ren's eyes flew open. Dark Universe Annihilation. This was the ultimate skill Yi Ren had been secretly researching for the past 5 years. A skill capable of annihilating everything. Arthur stood by Yi Ren's side, acutely aware of the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from him. The energy was overwhelmingly powerful, violently tempestuous. It felt as if it could tear the entire world asunder. Arthur's heart raced. He had never witnessed such formidable power. He even sensed that if Yi Ren so desired, he could effortlessly obliterate this world. This revelation left him profoundly astonished and provided him with a clearer understanding of Yi Ren's capabilities. What manner of being was he? Arthur murmured, his eyes brimming with reverence. Yi Ren paid no heed to Arthur's astonishment. His gaze remained fixed upon the extra-dimensional life form. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only boundless combativeness. For 5 years, Yi Ren had diligently sought to develop his spatial abilities. With Arthur's assistance, he had attained a new pinnacle in understanding and utilizing spatial powers. He had learned how to distort space, fold it, create it, and even annihilate it. Yet, Yi Ren was not content with merely that. He harbored greater ambitions, loftier goals. He yearned to forge a skill capable of obliterating all, a skill that could confront any adversary. Thus, Yi Ren turned his gaze toward the dark universe. It was a negative universe brimming with dark matter. It stood in stark contrast to our positive universe. In the dark universe, all physical laws countered those of the positive universe. Time flowed backward, space warped, and matter annihilated. Everything was fraught with the unknown and peril. Yi Ren encountered the dark universe by chance. He was captivated by its mysteries and might, while simultaneously sensing the threats it posed. Thus, Yi Ren commenced his study of the dark universe. Over the past 5 years, he ventured into the dark universe almost every night, exploring its secrets and learning its power. This was no simple endeavor. Even Yi Ren paid a heavy price. He had often found himself lost in the dark universe, nearly unable to return. Yet, his efforts ultimately bore fruit. He had learned how to siphon dark matter from the dark universe. By merging dark matter with positive matter, he could generate an annihilation effect, releasing energy potent enough to obliterate everything. This was Yi Ren's ultimate skill, dark universe annihilation. The power of this skill depended on how much dark matter Yi Ren could siphon. The more dark matter, the greater the power. However, stealing dark matter was no simple task. Even Yi Ren could currently manage to siphon dark matter equivalent to the mass of a planet at most. But that was already sufficient. Come. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. In the next moment, a black vortex materialized in Yi Ren's palm out of thin air. The vortex was profoundly deep and utterly dark, as if it sought to consume everything within its grasp. Yi Ren was acutely aware of the terrifying power of the dark universe's annihilation. Merely a volume the size of a building's worth of dark matter could obliterate the entire blue planet. Therefore, he could not utilize this skill upon the blue planet. With a mere thought, Yi Ren activated the spatial confinement. An invisible force enveloped the extra-dimensional life form in an instant. Yi Ren aimed to confine it within a separate realm, subsequently annihilating it entirely. Matter, energy, space, time, all ceased to exist. Only the void remained. The emptiness. Yi Rin and Arthur stood silently at the edge of the spatial confinement, observing the unfolding events. His gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion. After several minutes, the brilliance gradually faded, and the space began to self-repair. Yi Rin remained there, steadfast, his eyes fixed on the obliterated expanse, unwilling to lower his guard. Time passed, second by second. Half an hour later, the obliterated space was finally restored. However, Yi Rin's brow remained furrowed, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze. For he sensed no trace of the extra-dimensional life form. Had it perished? Yi Rin murmured to himself, uncertainty lacing his tone. Arthur too regarded that space with a hint of disbelief. Is that it? His voice carried a touch of incredulity. Yi Rin shook his head, responding, I do not know. Has Judgment Day concluded thus? Arthur, having waited anxiously for over a millennium, found it hard to accept that Yi Rin had merely unleashed a skill to bring an end to it all. Is it that you are too powerful, or is it that it was too weak? Arthur could not resist a quip. Yi Rin cast him a glance, replying coolly, Do you suppose this was effortless for me? Arthur paused, then quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, that was not my intent. Yi Rin sighed, You guessed correctly. I truly found it quite easy. Arthur, Yi Rin, despite his words, remained vigilant. In the ensuing days, Yi Rin maintained a heightened state of alertness. He continuously employed his omniscient abilities to probe, striving to uncover the whereabouts of the extra-dimensional life form. Yet, he found nothing. That being seemed to have genuinely perished. 3 days later, Yi Rin experienced a dream. In this dream, he found himself in a peculiar realm. The space was vast and boundless, seemingly without end. Countless stars shimmered within the expanse, as if it were a microcosm of the universe. Just as Yi Rin contemplated this strangeness, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Greetings, human. The voice proclaimed. I hail from the Dream Civilization. Yi Rin was momentarily taken aback. Dream Civilization? The voice continued. 3 cosmic epochs ago, we transcended, liberating ourselves from the confines of material flesh. Upon hearing this, Yi Rin's heart jolted. Civilization transcending? 3 cosmic epochs. We have sown countless seeds throughout the cosmos. The voice elaborated. These seeds are our gifts. Each intelligent civilization, during its evolution, will receive our offerings. Yi Rin's heart raced at this revelation. Gifts? Could it be the powers bestowed by the eclipse? We tailor our gifts according to the circumstances of each civilization. Once a civilization reaches a certain level of development, we dispatch emissaries to evaluate its achievements. If the civilization passes our scrutiny, it earns our acknowledgement and ascends to the next stage. Conversely, should it fail, we will retract our gifts. Yi Rin's heart sank at this notion. Retracting gifts. Does that not imply a great extinction? However, we do not seek total annihilation. We merely reclaim our gifts, allowing civilizations to begin anew. Yet, the examiner dispatched was vanquished in a single stroke by Yi Rin. Thus, he drew the attention of the Dream Civilization, prompting them to engage with him directly. You are quite extraordinary. The voice conveyed an undertone of incredulity. Even we have never encountered an entity such as yourself, a being whose mental prowess appears limitless. Yi Rin remained silent for a moment before inquiring. What is it that you desire from me? We wish to offer you an opportunity, the voice replied. An opportunity to lead your civilization to transcendence. Yi Rin's heart raced at this prospect. Transcendence. Does that mean? Indeed, the voice seemed to read Yi Rin's thoughts. We shall bestow upon you the knowledge of ascension. We have languished in solitude for far too long. The tone carried a hint of longing. We yearn to interact with other civilizations, to engage in meaningful exchanges. Yi Rin grasped the emissary's intentions. They sought to align human civilization as their partner. What price must I pay? Yi Rin could not help but ask. You need not pay any price, the voice replied. We merely hope you will guide your civilization toward higher dimensions. Yi Rin pondered for a moment before asking. And what if I refuse? The emissary of the Dream Civilization appeared momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a question. Yi Rin added, I jest. How could I possibly decline such a boon as civilization's transcendence? The emissary of the Dream Civilization responded, 172 years. For an individual, this is a lengthy span. Yet for a civilization, it is but a fleeting moment. 172 years later, humanity ascended. Under Yi Rin's leadership, human civilization underwent a metamorphosis from a primitive state to a sophisticated one. Each individual who had profoundly impacted Yi Rin's life accompanied him in various forms. They had all evolved. Every former wielder of extraordinary abilities now possessed powers rivaling deities. They could manipulate time, distort space, create matter, and even obliterate stars. And Yi Rin, as the leader of human civilization, wielded unfathomable strength. He was the embodiment of humanity's divinity. On this day, Yi Rin finally encountered the Dream Civilization. They appeared as spheres of soft, radiant light, pure energy life forms. Welcome, humans. A familiar voice echoed in Yi Rin's ear. We extend a hearty welcome to your arrival. Yiren gazed at the luminous orbs before him, his heart brimming with profound reflections. It was they who bestowed upon humanity the enlightenment necessary for its ascension, guiding mankind to circumvent myriad detours. Thank you, Yiren earnestly expressed. You need not mention it, dear friend, the voice replied. We have languished in solitude for far too long. Yiren comprehended the sentiment of the dream civilization. They were akin to a cadre of forlorn elders, yearning for companionship to traverse the protracted and desolate passage of time. Yet, at that moment, an enigmatic voice resonated from an unknown source. Free the grain, it declared. Both the luminous spheres of human civilization and those of the dream civilization heard this peculiar utterance. Wait, are you a newly ascended third-tier civilization? The voice continued. Let me see. Oh no, good heavens. What have you done to reduce the universe to 3 dimensions? In any case, how formidable is it? A hint of excitement tinged the tone of the voice. Welcome to the High-Dimensional Civilization Forum. The end of the text. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Your support is greatly appreciated.